In July 2088, on the blue planet, a sudden and extreme drop in temperature engulfed the entire globe, plunging all regions, be it the Arctic, Antarctic, or equator, into a frigid abyss of -80 degrees. Accompanying this chilling phenomenon was an overwhelming snowfall, exceeding 3 meters in thickness. Who could have anticipated that just a day prior, the temperature soared to 30 degrees Celsius, only to plummet to -60 or 70 the very next day? Humanity found itself utterly unprepared and helpless, as they discovered they could not step outside, the heavy snow having encased the ground floor entirely. Countless perished from the cold and hunger, as many families exhausted their last morsels of food and reluctantly turned their gazes toward one another. Sun Ran found himself bound tightly to a chair, helplessly witnessing the brutal dismemberment of the beautiful Su Ningmeng by his wife and her family, her body marred and unrecognizable. A wave of regret washed over him. He lamented his foolishness in believing the words of his wife and father-in-law, which had lured the long-legged beauty into this dire situation. "Darling, remain still, do not struggle. It will be over soon. Just like Su Ningmeng is being so compliant, stop talking nonsense and finish her off. Tonight, we shall feast on human hot pot, adding a few extra bones for flavor. Yes, yes, dear daughter, if you hesitate, your father shall assist you." A month of life in this frozen apocalypse had birthed a demon within each surviving human. "I could never harm this worthless fool. Before I perish, let me reveal a truth, Sun Ran. Our son is not yours, he belongs to Song Rensheng, and you have raised him for years." Bound tightly to the chair with his mouth gagged, Sun Ran's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging from his temples. "Ha ha ha! Finally some courage. Where was it before, you fool? Moreover, young Master Song delights in such humiliations. Do you recall how often you would fall asleep after dinner recently? Ah, enough of this banter, go accompany that wretched Su Ningmeng. Your flesh will nourish us. Thank you, dear husband, for your final contribution to our family." Ha ha ha! With that, a knife slashed across Sun Ran's throat. "Son, quickly, catch the blood. Do not let it go to waste. This is excellent material for blood tofu." At that moment, blood flowed over the jade ornament adorning Sun Ran's chest. Years prior, he had stumbled upon this ornament at an antique market for a mere $200. His wife had scolded him for spending money on what she deemed a worthless trinket, suspecting him of hiding savings. Yet now, it drank deeply from Sun Ran's lifeblood, as if it were a parched soul encountering sweet, refreshing waters. Moments later, a blinding white light erupted from a jade. Instinctively, Sun Ran raised his hand to shield himself from the glare, only to suddenly find himself before the community's garbage bin, clutching a bag of refuse, his complexion pale and slick with cold sweat. His left hand incessantly checked his body, searching for any trace of blood. "Son, brother Sun, is that really you?" A melodious voice interrupted his frantic motions. "Su Ningmeng?" Sun Ran turned to find a living, breathing figure beside him. Su Ningmeng, too, appeared as pale and trembling as he, clutching a bag of garbage while checking her own body for injuries. After a brief moment of mutual astonishment, they uttered in unison, "You've been reborn? You've been reborn. Have we both been reborn? Have we both been reborn?" Overwhelmed with joy, Su Ningmeng embraced Sun Ran, tears flowing down her cheeks. "Why are your wife's family so cruel, cutting my flesh and drinking my blood? Are they even human?" Sun Ran gently raised his arm, patting her back in silence, grappling with the guilt of having lured her into this predicament. "Brother Sun, before I died, I saw that wicked woman slit your throat. Why did we then awaken in this moment, bathed in a flash of white light? If my suspicions are correct, it must be the jade ornament I wore. Your blood had splattered upon it, but perhaps it lacked the quantity to activate it. My blood, however, was sufficient to awaken it, thus granting us this second chance." Sun Ran instinctively reached for the jade, only to find it missing, replaced by a tattoo-like mark where it once hung. "Su Ningmeng, check if you have a tattoo on your chest." As he spoke, he reached to lift her shirt for a better look, but upon touching the firmness and softness beneath, he quickly withdrew his hands. "Just have a look yourself. I was merely anxious." Su Ningmeng's face flushed crimson. Having never been in a romantic encounter, she nearly swooned at the mere touch of Sun Ran's hands on her body. Turning away, she lifted her snug running attire, revealing a similar jade ornament pattern on her skin. Could there be other functions beyond mere rebirth? Sun Ran lowered his head, his focus fixated on the ornament pattern, becoming increasingly dizzy. Just as he approached the brink of collapse, a tremendous explosion echoed in his mind, unveiling an endless expanse within his consciousness. It is a spatial pocket. This is the most invaluable skill in this apocalyptic era. Ningmeng, concentrate on that pattern, and you shall unlock the space. Indeed, within a minute, Su Ningmeng activated her own space, suggesting that their abilities were intertwined. Quickly, what date is it today? Oh. In a flurry, Su Ningmeng retrieved her small bag, activating her phone screen. It's April 1st, 2088. We've returned to 3 months prior to the apocalypse. They discarded their trash, and Su Ningmeng abandoned her running, while Sun Ran forsook his breakfast errand. Together, they began strategizing how to brace themselves for the impending apocalypse. In 3 months, the blue planet would be thrust into an ice age, temperatures plummeting to -80 degrees, with northern regions potentially dipping below -100. There would be no warning, as if someone had plunged the Earth into an accelerating refrigeration device. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Ran declared, the first step is to acquire wealth and purchase a larger villa. The second step, well, let's focus on the first for now. Su Ningmeng, with an adorably vacant expression, asked, what shall I do? Didn't I just say? We need to make money to buy a villa. How do we do that? Sun Ran smacked his forehead, realizing her naivety. Forget it, you should return home and rest. Let's exchange WeChat, and I'll contact you later. Alright. As she took a few steps away, Su Ningmeng abruptly turned back, her eyes reddened and her demeanor serious. Brother Sun, I do not blame you for luring me out, for you were unaware of the truth. My ire lies solely with your wife's family. I seek vengeance. Sun Ran clenched his teeth. Fear not, Ningmeng. For what they have done to us, I shall make them repay it tenfold, if not 100-fold. Chapter 2 Resignation. Lemon, you should head home now. I will go buy breakfast. Brother Sun, why are you still so concerned about serving their entire family? You ought to buy them a bag of dung to eat. Su Ningmeng said indignantly. Sun Ran smirked slyly and replied, I have a plan. If it succeeds, it will significantly expedite the process of making money to buy a villa. Moreover, I might even collect some interest. A small sacrifice can lead to a grand scheme. This will be the last time I buy breakfast for this bunch of dogs. Just wait and see. All right, I'll head back then. I need to tidy up before going to work. Brother Sun, be careful. They are capable of murder. If anything happens, just contact me on WeChat. After parting ways, Sun Ran went to the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community, purchasing 10 pieces of fried dough sticks and 5 bowls of tofu pudding to take home. As soon as he opened the door, his father-in-law, Zhao Daju, remarked sarcastically, you took long enough to buy breakfast. At this rate, the whole family will starve to death. You're an adult. Why can't you be more efficient? What time is it? Indeed, brother-in-law, look at the time. My girlfriend Xiaoli will be urging me soon. Hurry up and set the breakfast on the table. Zhao Xiao, his brother-in-law, shamelessly chimed in. Oh, by the way, brother-in-law, transfer me 500 yuan later. I'm out of cash. Sun Ran remained silent, thinking to himself, keep boasting. Tomorrow you will learn just how formidable I am. Daddy, doggy daddy. There are no steamed buns for breakfast. A sweet, innocent voice piped up. Sweetheart, Grandma will buy you something to eat on the way to kindergarten later. Useless daddy won't buy it, but Grandma will. Sun Ran's elegant mother-in-law, Song Shuzhen, quickly picked up the 5-year-old boy and comforted him. Sun Ran was internally collapsing. What kind of bizarre family was this? Why hadn't he noticed before? He had been diligently serving them for 5 years. Mom, I want to be eating at home. We have a meeting at the company today, and I'll grab something on the way. A refined woman emerged from the bathroom, clad in a tailored white suit and a short skirt paired with black stockings, accentuating her perfect figure. With just a light touch of makeup, she surpassed countless celebrities and influencers. Her fair and exquisite face framed by black-rimmed glasses exuded an intellectual beauty, igniting an irresistible desire for conquest in men. This was Sun Ran's legitimate wife, Zhao Qian. Who in the community didn't envy Sun Ran for sharing his life with such a stunning woman? What did it matter if he felt humiliated at home? Sun Ran glanced at Zhao Qian, and a flood of memories rushed back. They were classmates in college. Yet their backgrounds were starkly different. Sun Ran hailed from a rural area, while Zhao Qian was a local urbanite. One was an ordinary young man, while the other was among the best in her class, affectionately referred to as the campus belle. Rewinding to the night of their graduation, their class held a farewell gathering. With outstanding grades and an early job offer from a top company, Sun Ran naturally became the star of the class, inundated with toasts and well wishes. All under the pretense of looking out for old classmates. Having buried himself in studies for 4 years, he was unaccustomed to such attention and succumbed to intoxication halfway through the evening. When he awoke the next morning in a hotel, his head pounding, he turned to find a person lying beside him, Zhao Qian. The campus belle lay there in all her glory, streaks of tears still visible on her tender face. Sun Ran seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and slapped himself hard twice. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qian stirred awake, stopping him from striking himself further, and said softly, "Sun Ran, don't blame yourself. You were drunk last night, and Zhao Qian, don't cry. I will take responsibility. I will work hard and marry you." What followed was inevitable. 1 month later, they were wed. The ceremony took place at Zhao Qian's family home. As Sun Ran's rural family struggled to support his education and could not afford the exorbitant property prices in the city. Thus, he naturally became a proud son-in-law. 7 months later, their love bore fruit 2 months prematurely, and they named the child Xiaoyu. From then on, apart from his job, Sun Ran devoted himself entirely to their household, taking care of the child, grocery shopping, cooking, doing laundry, even washing his mother-in-law's undergarments. During holidays, he would hastily return home to buy gifts for his parents, only to rush back to the city to cater to this ungrateful lot. Eventually, when Sun Ran's parents passed away, he ceased returning home altogether. After graduation, Zhao Qian joined a prestigious publicly traded company, often returning home late at night, intoxicated. Sun Ran, feeling helpless, devoted himself to alleviating her burdens as much as he could. For 5 years, he toiled tirelessly, believing this was his penance for having taken advantage of her purity and causing her pregnancy. Shaking his head, Sun Ran cast those memories aside and surveyed the room, sneering before turning away. "What an Appos, what's wrong with Sun Ran this morning? Why is he suddenly mute?" Zhao Xiaozhu grumbled, clutching a fried dough stick. "Oh, don't mind him. I'm off. You all eat. Bye-bye, Xiaoyu," Zhao Qian said, slipping on her shoes, clutching her new handbag, and swaying her alluring figure as she exited the door. At that moment, Sun Ran had already arrived at the hardware market. Today, he would set his revenge plan into motion. Aptly titled, "The Most Challenging Surgical Operation in Human History." After leaving the hardware market, he headed to the largest electronics city in the city center. After purchasing a series of items, he glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock. At this hour, the house would surely be empty. His brother-in-law had long gone out for leisure. The older folks should be dancing in the square, and little Yi would be at kindergarten. Creating the perfect opportunity for Sun Ran's scheme. Stealthily returning home, he followed the instructions to install the miniature electronic camera and connect it to his phone. Conducting a brief test with no issues. Concealing the secret weapon he had bought at the market beneath the bed, he grinned malevolently. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Sun Ran, do you see what time it is? Why aren't you at work yet? Is the company your family's? Hurry over here and bring me the proposal." The frantic voice on the other end belonged to Sun Ran's superior, the so-called Ice Queen, Lin Yao. She always wore a frosty expression, as if suffering from perpetual PMS. "I had some family matters to attend to, hence the delay," Sun Ran replied, maintaining his composure. "I don't care what family matters you have, even if someone died. You must deliver the proposal to my office immediately. You have 10 minutes, or you're fired." "Damn, I've been reborn. There is no way I'll let this woman bully me." Sun Ran thought with a sinister smile. "All right, just wait." In his previous life, Sun Ran had inadvertently caught Lin Yao playing poker with the company's CEO in the office. Since then, she had made it her mission to target him, constantly finding ways to undermine him, deducting his salary under various pretexts, and piling on excessive work. Any minor mistake would lead to public humiliation before the entire company, all in an effort to get him fired. Yet, in his pursuit of job stability, Sun Ran had no choice but to endure. Remembering all these grievances, Sun Ran resolved that it was high time to deal with this woman. Upon returning to the company, I submitted my resignation and proceeded directly to Lin Yao's office. Pushing the door open without hesitation. "Do you have any manners? Did your finger break? Kinendamp. Appos, do you knock?" Sun Ran scolded vehemently. "I wish to resign. Please approve it promptly and calculate my bonuses and performance salary for the past 6 months, in addition to compensating me for 6 months' wages." Lin Yao found his words amusing and replied, "Is this company your family's? You need not concern yourself with whether it belongs to me. However, if you wish for everyone in the company to know about your affair with the chairman by tomorrow, then you need, and Appos, to expect an approval." After saying this, Sun Ran tossed aside his resignation letter and turned to leave. "Wait, Come back. Do you even know what you are doing? This money might be something you can earn, but you might not live to spend it. Stop with your useless chatter. Just tell me whether you will approve it. If not, we shall see. Lin Yu stared intently at Sun Ran, who met her gaze with equal defiance. Ultimately, Lin Yao succumbed. She was unwilling to gamble with her future. She picked up the resignation letter, glanced at it briefly, and then signed her name with a heavy hand. Get lost. And I hope you can keep your mouth shut forever. Sun Ran, fixating on the contours of Lin Yao's form-fitting sweater, replied, Lin Yao. You know well that all the men in the company covet your body, myself included. Since you are leaving, let me indulge in a moment of passion. Is that too much to ask? You cannot. Sun Ran responded nonchalantly. Fine, if I cannot have you, then I shall ruin you. Farewell. Lin Yao was now on the brink of despair, shouting, come back. She hastened to the door and locked it. I will give you 200,000. Just leave and find a younger companion in a foot massage parlor? Is that not acceptable? No, I want you. Just give me a clear answer. Lin Yao, in anguish, closed her eyes. How can you assure me that once you are done with me, you will not spread rumors? I am quite busy and have no time for your trivial matters. Believe it or not, you are merely an outlet for my desires. I will not cling to you. For you are not that significant. Lin Yao gazed into Sun Ran's eyes, sensing an authenticity that belied deceit. Silently, she turned away and removed her short skirt. Are you sending a beggar away? Strip completely. Following this, Sun Ran unleashed his desires without regard for Lin Yao's feelings, acting with sheer aggression. In mere moments, her body bore bruises of various shades. Half an hour later, amidst the envious glances of colleagues, Sun Ran swaggered away with nearly 300,000 in wages. He settled in a park at the city center, basking in the warmth of April and Appo's springtime. Little did anyone know that this bliss would vanish in 4 months, with many unprepared souls facing the grim specter of death from cold or starvation. Even if one survived this period, countless ailments brought on by the chill awaited. Cherish it. Humanity. Thus, Sun Ran reclined on a lounge chair, quietly savoring his final moments of splendor. It was not until 4:30 that Sun Ran rose from the chair, leisurely riding his electric scooter back home. Upon arrival, he found exactly as he had envisioned, Zhao Qian and his mother-in-law, Song Shuzhen, bustling about in the kitchen. Had this been the world before the apocalypse, Sun Ran would have been taken aback, yet at this moment, he regarded them as one might view a jester. Darling, you and Appos, back. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly. You and Appos, VE worked hard these days, so today we shall treat you to a ready-made meal. Zhao Qian, embodying the archetype of a devoted wife, carefully took Sun Ran and Appos' coat and offered him a pair of slippers. Thank you, Zhao Qian. I shall savor your culinary skills later. Sun Ran remarked with a smile cloaked in menace. For the time being, the atmosphere at home remained harmonious. Whether it would remain so was a matter solely for Sun Ran to determine. Chapter 3. The planned success soon, for exquisite dishes were presented on the table, each a feast for the senses. Throughout the meal, Zhao Qian continuously served him food, allowing him to bask in a warmth he had never experienced before. However, Sun Ran understood that this tenderness concealed a disturbing madness. Darling, how do you find the dishes I prepared? Are they delicious? Delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Qian, Sun Ran responded with a blissful smile. Yet, in Zhao Qian and Appos' gaze, he did not perceive the satisfaction of affirmation but rather disdain, indeed, plain disdain. Such wonderful dishes. How can one not enjoy a drink? Zhao Qian exclaimed, and the main event had arrived. In his previous life, Sun Ran had believed Zhao Qian truly prepared a splendid meal to reward him. After happily drinking a cup of wine, he soon found himself drowsy. You know my tolerance for alcohol isn't great. I easily get drunk, he lamented. Zhao Daiju, his father-in-law, slammed his chopsticks down, displeased. What kind of man are you? Unable to handle a single drink? Zhao Qian, pour me a glass as well. Right away, Dad. Zhao Qian quickly got up to pour. Sun Ran feigned bravado, declaring, Then I shall accompany you, my noble friend. Humph, no need for such theatrics. Just drink less. Wine is quite expensive before long. Zhao Qian returned with 2 small glasses of white liquor, one for her father, sparkling and effervescent. As she handed Sun Ran his glass, he mused to himself. This sedative had not yet fully dissolved before it was served. Indeed, they were in a hurry. Come, let us down this little cup in one go. No spitting it out. Zhao Daiju, typically indifferent towards Sun Ran, now eagerly sought to drink with him, a transformation as surprising as the sun rising in the west. All right, Dad, cheers. Sun Ran proclaimed before downing the drink. At that moment, Zhao Qian and Appos' eyes were fixed on his mouth, urging him to swallow it all in one go. When he placed the glass down, he noticed that several undissolved sedatives still lingered at the bottom. With a bitter smile, Sun Ran thought, I didn't expect to consume so much of the sedative. After finishing the remaining half bowl of rice, he excused himself to take a walk. A routine he maintained after meals to buy some vegetables and fruits. Sun Ran leisurely changed his shoes and stepped outside. The moment he closed the door, he quickly retrieved the emetic he had purchased from the pharmacy, gulping down an entire bottle before rushing to the safety staircase, where he unleashed a torrent of vomit into a prepared plastic bag, nearly expelling his bile. He mused, those competitive eaters online truly risk their lives for money. Just one bout of vomiting could nearly take one's life. Half an hour later, Sun Ran returned with half a watermelon and several apples, placing them in the kitchen. What is going on today? Why am I so sleepy? I bought fruits for the kitchen. Xiao Qian, remember to eat them later. Zhao Qian, beaming with excitement, replied, Darling, you must be tired from working all day. Hurry and rest. All right, Xiao Qian. Sun Ran feigned exhaustion as he returned to his room, laid down under the covers, and began to patiently await. 5 minutes later, the door creaked open. Darling, wake up. I can't find the knife for cutting the watermelon. Where did you put it? Darling, Sun Ran slap, perhaps feeling anxious. Zhao Qian delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face, her own hand stinging, yet Sun Ran remained unresponsive. Hey, dear. You should head upstairs. This useless man is completely asleep. I've already changed into your favorite outfit. Oh, how annoying. All right, I'll comply with you. Hurry up. I'm a bit impatient. In the covers, Sun Ran too felt a tinge of impatience. 5 minutes later, he heard the living room door open, followed by Zhao Qian's gasps and moans. The 2 older lamps had taken their children out to play at the bouncy castle, and Zhao Xiaozhu often stayed out late. Now it was clearly a world for just the 2 of them. Soon, the battleground moved to the bedroom. Sun Ran did not need to open his eyes to know that the wild man was Songren. Songren attended the same university as them, albeit a different major. His family owned a publicly listed real estate company, where Zhao Qian worked, though she never divulged her specific role to Sun Ran. The community where Zhao Qian resided was developed and constructed by Songren and Appo's family company. Otherwise, given Zhao Qian's academic prowess, how could she have landed a job at a listed company right after graduation, driving luxury cars worth millions and carrying designer bags worth several thousand? Come, step up. Pose with the wedding photo. Songren, embodying the demeanor of a renowned director, began directing the leading lady into character, seeking to immerse himself in the scene. Unfortunately, at such a young age, overindulgence led to a situation where only shocking and perverse acts could stimulate his brain and Appo's dopamine production. Soon, the 2 were deeply engaged, oblivious to the fact that Sun Ran had already opened his eyes. Not only had he opened his eyes, but he was also holding a large bottle of powerful 502 glue, capable of setting in just 1 to 3 seconds at room temperature. Its efficacy was indeed remarkable. Sun Ran brandished the glue, aimed, and fired again and again, without hesitation. Initially, Songren felt a chill, but the next moment, he realized he could not move. The pain was excruciating as he tried to pull away. Zhao Qian felt a similar sensation, bewildered by the sudden sharp pain. Both glanced down in horror to find Sun Ran, now standing, and they jumped back in shock, quickly realizing he had taken action against them. What the hell, Sun Ran? What did you just do to me? Songren roared. Unperturbed, Sun Ran walked over to the television wall, retrieved a camera, and calmly stated, During your passionate performance, I added a touch of 502 glue. Is that excessive? Are you insane, Sun Ran? You're sick. Ah, don't pull it. It hurts. Zhao Qian screamed. The 2 stood on the bed, maintaining a precarious position. Didn't you give Sun Ran the sedative? Yes, I saw him drink it, Sun Ran chuckled. I did drink it, but I also vomited it out. So, what do you 2 propose as a solution? Solution? Do you know who I am? Do you dare play these games with me? I can have you dead with just 1 phone call, all right? Given the current situation, you're still trying to threaten me? You should know that every second you delay decreases your brother's chances of survival. I'm not in a rush upon hearing that his younger brother was in jeopardy. Songren immediately yielded. Name your price, haha, good. Straightforward. I want to be unreasonable. I've raised your son for 5 years, while not a grand achievement. It's certainly not without effort. Asking for 10 million is not too much. As for my wife allowing you to play for 5 years, 500,000 is reasonable. In total, that is 15 million. If you agree, transfer the amount immediately, and I will call an ambulance. If not, we remain at a standstill. Are you out of your mind? 15 million? 500,000 at most. Sun Ran grinned slyly, Unconcerned, it matters not, after all. He is your younger brother, not mine. Moreover, I'll upload this video online tomorrow, some young heir of a real estate company ruining a family. I believe many will be eager to share it, and then your family's stock stop. Son Ran, I concede this time. Give me your phone. I will transfer the funds. Finishing up promptly allows for an early trip to the hospital, bringing joy to all involved. Son Ran, with a beaming smile, handed the phone to him. Perhaps due to banking transfer restrictions, the total amount was transferred in 3 separate transactions. I am aware of your capabilities, Songren. Should this money be frozen or investigated, or should I suffer any form of personal attack, the video will be promptly shared online. Now, it is your turn, Zhao Qian. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, we shall convene at the Civil Affairs Bureau for our divorce. I do not require the house, but I must receive compensation. I shall not ask for much. Over the years, my entire salary has been devoted to this household, totaling 1.5 million. Additionally, with a claim for emotional distress amounting to 500,000, the total comes to 2 million. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. The phone shall remain here. You may call for an ambulance yourselves. With that, Sun Ran picked up the suitcase she had long prepared and departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 4. Song Ren's wife, Tang Tian. When the ambulance arrived at Zhao Qian's residence, the doctors carrying the stretcher were momentarily taken aback by the couple's position, pondering if such perks truly existed. If every scene were like this, working overtime would be of little consequence. After all, it is the genuine passion for this profession that truly matters. However, complications arose. 2 individuals could not be transported on the stretcher, and they could not be separated. Thus, they were left with no choice but to descend the stairs on their own. Downstairs, the ambulance had gathered a crowd from the neighborhood, including Zhao Qian's parents and her child. Hey, Lao Zhao, isn't this your doorstep? Whose family is in trouble? Zhao Daju shook his head and replied, I haven't heard of anyone being ill. This dilapidated vehicle is causing quite the ruckus. They should move it along. As they spoke, the doctors assisted the couple step by step out of the building. Upon seeing that it was his daughter and Song Run, Zhao Daju nearly succumbed to a stroke. He hurriedly rushed towards them with his spouse. The onlookers quickly discerned that something was amiss with the couple's demeanor, having been through similar experiences themselves. They whispered among themselves, realizing the young couple was engaging in some rather unconventional antics, reminiscent of being locked inside a doghouse. While they silently derided Zhao Daju and Appos as family, they felt a pang of sympathy for Sun Ran. It is said that since the establishment of the Central City Hospital, they had never performed such a staggering operation. After 2 long hours of intricate procedure, during which the adhesive had completely dried, the 2 were finally separated. Both were utterly exhausted. Song Shuzhen rushed to support her daughter, gently inquiring, You 2 may have been playing, but how could you neglect your health like this? With reddened eyes, Zhao Qian replied, Oh, Mom. It's not what you think. It was Sun Ran. She recounted the events of that evening to Song Shuzhen in full detail. I was wondering how this good-for-nothing suddenly changed. Has someone whispered in his ear? He thinks he can demand a divorce and 2 million? He must be dreaming. Just watch. I'll call him and give him a piece of my mind. Please, hold off for now. Let's discuss this at home later. We've already embarrassed ourselves enough. How can we face the neighborhood again? Meanwhile, Sun Ran found himself in an upscale beauty salon, owned by none other than Song Ren's wife, Tang Tian. Indeed, after taking his revenge on the 2 protagonists, Sun Ran and Appos, S next target was Song Ran and Appos, S wife. This was a classic case of tit for tat. You toyed with my wife. Now I'll turn your world upside down. Sun Ran regretted his past naivety, having realized that Zhao Qian did not love him. Yet he was reluctant to awaken from this dream. Having been reborn, and with the impending apocalypse looming, a chilling ice age whose duration remained uncertain, now was the perfect time to settle scores. Tangjia. There and Appos, a gentleman here to see you. He claims to have something important to discuss. Tang Tian, engrossed in attending to a wealthy client, looked up. Her flawless face was a testament to her meticulous self-care. Her figure was equally striking, perfectly proportioned, a ripe peach at the prime of her late 20s. Please have him wait at the front. I'll be with him shortly. After a brief interval, under Tang Tian and Appos' persuasive charm, the affluent client purchased a beauty package worth 58,800, leaving in high spirits for her pampering session. Tang Tian swayed her way to the front desk. Who is looking for me? It's this gentleman. Sun Ran rose with a smile, introducing himself. Tang Tian, I am Sun Ran. I possess something that I believe will pique your interest. Tang Tiantian furrowed her brows, replying, I don't know you, and I have no interest in what you have. Goodbye. Please don't be so hasty in your rejection. It concerns your husband, Songren. Surely, you wouldn't want to miss this? Tang Tiantian studied Sun Ran for a few seconds before saying, come to my office. As she led the way, Sun Ran was enveloped by her alluring fragrance. Mesmerized by her curvaceous silhouette, he mused, with such a beautiful wife, how could he betray her? Is it true that the flowers at home are less fragrant than those in the wild? I shall give it a try. Upon reaching the office, Tang Tiantian closed the door, arms crossed as she coldly demanded, speak, what do you want? Sun Ran pulled out his phone, revealing videos of the passionate encounter and their conversations. Within mere seconds, Tang Tiantian's complexion turned ashen. She had long suspected her husband of infidelity, but never anticipated such carelessness that would lead to video documentation. This video was recorded at my home, and the leading lady is my wife. If I were to upload this online, the consequences would be dire, don't you think? Tang Tiantian looked at Sun Ran with disdain, sneering, what is your asking price? I'll buy this video. Irritated by her attitude, Sun Ran stood up, glaring. Do you think a few filthy coins make you important? Do you think I'm desperate for money? Damn it. With your attitude. Prepare for the video to go viral tomorrow. With that, he opened the door, intending to leave. Tang Tiantian rushed forward, clutching his arm, pleading, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. I was wrong. I didn't consider your feelings. How can we resolve this? Tang Tiantian was reluctant to escalate matters, aware that the beauty salon was indirectly owned by the Song family, and she merely enjoyed the benefits. If her negligence were to expose this affair, the repercussions would be unbearable. Sun Ran nodded knowingly. The resolution depends on your actions. Having encountered many such glances, Tang Tiantian immediately rejected. That's impossible. Change your terms. Despite Song Ran and Oppo's indiscretions, he maintained a tight rein over her, ensuring she returned home promptly after work and frequently checking her phone, not out of love, but from fear of being cuckolded. Then there's nothing to negotiate. Farewell. Wait, I can offer you 5 million. How does that sound? I've told you. I'm not in need of money. I seek revenge. He toyed with my wife for 5 years, and the child isn't even mine. It's time I played with his wife. Feigning hysteria, Sun Ran's heart was already indifferent. With the apocalypse on the horizon, who cared anymore? Tang Tiantian appeared conflicted. Sun Ran sat back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and calmly remarked, you have 5 minutes to decide. But my patience is limited. Contemplating her comfortable life, Tang Tiantian feared the prospect of losing it all and having to struggle for money. Additionally, it had been 6 months since Song Ran had touched her. The thought of him seeking pleasure elsewhere ignited a sense of injustice within her. If he could stray, so could she. Fine, I agree. But please don't release the video. Rest assured, let us begin, my dear. Now that the burden had been lifted from her heart, and with Sun Ran and Oppo's striking looks and masculine aura, Tang Tiantian suddenly felt that this arrangement was not a loss. The encounter commenced. Sun Ran soon discovered that his body seemed to be enhanced by a mysterious artifact, enabling him to thrive in the face of intense challenges, growing stronger with each encounter. Moreover, there is not a trace of fatigue, which is rather peculiar. It is worth noting that having spent years confined to an office, my physical condition has significantly deteriorated. At times, even climbing stairs would leave me breathless. Yet now, amidst intense battles, I find myself unfazed and adept. It appears that this jade ornament possesses additional effects. Tang Tiantian transitioned from initial resistance to compliance, then to initiative, and eventually to pleading for mercy. Unbeknownst to her, she has gradually succumbed to Sun Ran's influence. Chapter 5, The Quest for Wealth Leading to Unemployment for Su Ningmeng. An hour later, Tang Tiantian personally escorted Sun Ran to the entrance of the beauty salon, taking the time to adjust his attire with great care. Sun Ran, smiling, remarked, what and Oppo's this? Are you reluctant to part with me? With a look of satisfaction, Tang Tiantian replied, I feel like I and Oppo's am falling apart. How are you so strong? Hurry along now. Here is my WeChat, Ebby, so we can stay in touch. Ah, it seems she has tasted the sweetness of connection. Indeed, one must first engage to truly know another. After adding her on WeChat, Sun Ran sought out a luxurious hotel nearby, promptly reserving the most opulent suite available. Lying on the bed, he began to devise his next course of action. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Sun Ran in the morning, Su Ningmeng returned home to change clothes in preparation for work. Gazing into the mirror at her own 36D figure, she clenched her fists and resolutely declared, in my past life, My weakness led to the loss of my two precious treasures. In this life, I vow to protect you both. As if in response to her words, her two treasures quivered slightly, leaving onlookers dizzy with awe. Sun Ran was right. The pursuit of wealth was imperative. Only with riches could one acquire an abundance of resources, and even a villa. Today must be a day of financial gain. With over 300,000 in her bank account, a bequest from her parents, Su Ningmeng typically spent her salary as swiftly as it was earned, leaving nothing behind. It seemed she might need to resort to leveraging her allure. Clenching her fist once more, Su Ningmeng firmly resolved to take action. Upon arriving at the office, her thoughts immediately turned to her superior, the balding Zhang, who always leered at her with a lecherous gaze. With determination, she positioned her phone within a folder, exposing the camera, and boldly entered Zhang and Amp, Oppo's office under the pretense of seeking guidance, intending to seduce him and later blackmail him with the recorded evidence. However, upon seeing Zhang and Amp, Oppo's repugnant visage, her courage faltered. Zhang, seizing the opportunity presented by the unsuspecting maiden, grasped her arm tightly, his filthy words spilling forth as he pushed her around. In the scuffle, her phone slipped from the folder. "How dare you, you little vixen!" he bellowed, raising his hand to strike her. Su Ningmeng swiftly evaded, producing a self-defense flashlight from her bag and aiming it squarely at Zhang and Amp, Oppo's ample belly. With anguished cries, Zhang collapsed to the floor, convulsing in pain. By afternoon, Su Ningmeng received her termination notice. Initially intent on amassing wealth, she now sat at her workstation, tears brimming as she gathered her belongings, surrounded by colleagues reveling in her misfortune. Upon returning home that evening, she spotted an ambulance parked at the entrance of her community, momentarily fearing that Sun Ran had exacted revenge through violence. Yet, upon closer inspection, she found Sun Ran's wife, Zhao Qian, and Song Ren in an exceedingly compromising position, prompting her immediate admiration for Sun Ran and Amp, Oppo's cunning. Restless in bed, she picked up her phone to message Sun Ran. "Brother Sun, I just saw those two vile individuals. Haha. Their position was simply too enchanting. You're incredible. Congratulations on avenging yourself. This is merely the initial phase of my revenge plan. Remember, killing ISN and Amp, Oppo's the most satisfying. Tormenting the heart is the true essence of retribution. Watch closely. Ishan and Amp, Oppo's dispatch them easily. I intend for them to savor their suffering. By the way, brother Sun, I attempted to follow your financial strategy today, but ended up unemployed." Boohoo Sun Ran shook his head, chuckling as he replied, "No worries. The apocalypse is approaching anyway. I resigned today as well. Our current mission must be to establish a stronghold and gather supplies swiftly. It's not about being jobless. It and Amp, Oppo's. It's about not having earned a single penny. I truly feel inadequate. It seems my two treasures are in jeopardy." Again Sun Ran paused, pondering her mention of two treasures, but quickly grasped her meaning. This girl certainly had a way with words. "Rest assured, I will protect your precious assets. Today, I secured 15 million. Tomorrow, another 2 million is on the way, plus a wealthy benefactor poised to give me 5 million. Wow, brother Sun, you're remarkable. Compared to you, I feel utterly useless." "Then why the cheerfulness?" "Because your prowess is all that matters. By the way, brother Sun, starting tomorrow, I won't need to go to work anymore. I still have 300,000. I'll transfer it to you for safekeeping, then you can assign me some tasks." Perhaps it was the bond forged through shared life and death experiences, or their mutual rebirth and the sharing of a mystical space. But Su Ningmeng held an unwavering trust in Sun Ran. "Keep your money for now. It's best you save it. Here's the plan. Your task for tomorrow is to scout for a villa. Make sure it's spacious, very spacious. Money won't be an issue. I'll find a way." "Why such a large place?" "It's just the two of us living there. As long as it's sufficient, isn't that enough?" "Oh, foolish girl. Do you have any idea when this extreme cold will abate? What if it lingers for years? Are we to be confined to a small villa for that long? We would surely go mad. I aim to establish an apocalyptic fortress, one that is not only vast but equipped with a myriad of functions, defenses, and entertainment facilities." Su Ningmeng found his reasoning compelling. "Well, brother Sun truly thinks ahead. I'll heed your advice. Tomorrow, I'll gather information on various developments. What about you? What will you be doing?" "I intend to divorce Zhao Qian and reclaim what is rightfully mine. Then I must congratulate you on finally escaping that wretched household." "Thank you. Rest well. If anything arises tomorrow, feel free to contact me. Good night." "All right, good night." Makabaka Chapter 6 A confrontation at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Qian's family returned home from the hospital well past 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Qian, extremely weakened. Winced in pain with every step, cold sweat trickling down her brow. To safeguard Song Ren and Apo's younger brother. The doctor had no choice but to resort to Zhao Qian's younger sister, a decision reached after much deliberation. Song Ren believed that women were plentiful, but a younger brother was irreplaceable. That beast, Sun Ran, is utterly inhumane. Look at how he has harmed our daughter. Song Shuzhen gazed at her daughter with a heart full of sorrow. At that moment, Zhao Qian's brother-in-law, Zhao Xiaozhu, stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed, "What happened? I heard from the neighbors that my sister was in the hospital." "Keep your voice down. Zhao Yi just fell asleep. Come here quickly. We need to discuss your sister's divorce tomorrow." Zhao Xiaozhu sat on the sofa, bewildered. What is going on? Why is there a divorce? After listening to Song Shuzhen's explanation, Zhao Xiaozhu's face turned furious. He pounded his chest and declared, "Sister, don't worry about it. Tomorrow at 9, I'll bring my brothers to the Civil Affairs Bureau and teach him a lesson. We'll retrieve that disgraceful video. Without evidence. He'll leave empty-handed if he wants a divorce, and if he dares to ask for 200,000, I and Apo's, I'll make him regret it." The group exchanged glances. Their spirits lifted by this plan. As the saying goes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Perhaps this reckless Zhao Xiaozhu could indeed resolve the issue. Zhao Qian, though weak, replied, "All right, let us proceed with your plan to retrieve the video. I'll transfer you 20,000. I can't let your friends work for nothing." "Sure thing, sister. Just you wait and see. I'm off to sleep. I'm dead tired." They couldn't come up with a better strategy, so they each retreated to rest. Only Zhao Qian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. As sharp pains coursed through her body, she had grown to loathe Sun Ran, wishing fervently for his demise. The next morning, the Zhao family, accustomed to someone bringing breakfast, awoke to find the kitchen table empty, realizing that their household might truly be changing. Zhao Xiao hurried out, likely having made plans with his unruly friends. Zhao Qian didn't inquire further, as the excruciating pain had robbed her of sleep the entire night, and she had only managed to doze off in the early hours. Meanwhile, her parents were in a frenzy attending to their grandson, Zhao Yu. They found themselves somewhat disoriented without the useless Sun Ran around. Song Shuzhen was drenched in sweat, struggling to care for Zhao Yu. Across the way, Su Ningmeng, having lost her job after fainting in front of her boss, took her time getting ready. Applying a light layer of makeup before heading out to gather suitable villa information as per Sun Ran's instructions. Once prepared, she set off on her electric scooter. Sun Ran awoke in the hotel bathroom, pleasantly surprised to find that his once protruding belly had completely vanished, and his upper body had become remarkably toned. Though not as muscular as fitness enthusiasts, he had no excess fat left. Could this transformation be due to the jade ornament? After enjoying a complimentary breakfast in the hotel dining area, he timely arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, as he stepped out of the taxi, he was confronted by a group of thugs. "Hey, brother-in-law, what is going on? You think my sister is just disposable? Do you even deserve her?" Sun Ran sneered. "Zhao Xiaozhu, I advise you and your friends to leave quickly, or I won't hold back." Zhao Xiaozhu burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "No need for your kindness. Brothers, let us go. And make sure to grab his phone. Beat him to a pulp. I'll take responsibility." The three thugs, along with Zhao Xiaozhu, lunged at Sun Ran like dogs pouncing on prey. Sun Ran, eager to test the enhancements from the jade ornament, decided to take the hits without defending himself, retaliating with powerful punches. To his satisfaction, he found their blows were ineffective, while each of his strikes sent them staggering back. Onlookers might have thought Sun Ran was being overwhelmed, but in reality, the thugs were struggling, each having absorbed several punches and now feeling dazed and fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ran targeted each one's nose, delivering decisive blows that knocked them out cold, swiftly ending the confrontation. Only Zhao Xiaozhu remained standing. "Brother-in-law, I realize my mistakes. I'll go get my sister to come here and finalize the divorce. That disloyal woman deserves to be discarded. Just wait, I'll be right back." Zhao Xiaozhu turned to flee, but Sun Ran swiftly closed the distance, grabbing him by the collar and delivering several hard slaps that left his face swollen. "Tell Zhao Qian that my patience is limited. If she doesn't show up by 1:30, your family can await their doom. Now get lost." With a forceful shove, he sent Zhao Xiaozhu sprawling several meters away. Sun Ran turned away from the crowd, shedding his soiled jacket as he walked, feeling the soreness in his muscles but, more importantly, exhilarated. To take on 4 and emerge victorious proved that the jade ornament had indeed enhanced his strength. Survival in the impending apocalypse seemed more feasible now. Since the divorce couldn't be finalized this morning, he decided to engage in other pursuits. Sun Ran ventured to the grain wholesale market to inquire about prices. Discovering that a 50-kilogram bag of northeast rice cost 140 yuan, while 50 kilograms of flour was priced at 125 yuan, and 5 liters of cooking oil hovered around 80 yuan. These were retail prices. Wholesale would be lower. Calculating that purchasing 10,000 tons of rice would require several million yuan, he realized he must acquire funds immediately. After noting the prices on his phone, he proceeded to the meat wholesale market, where he found a variety of beef, pork, and chicken, all reasonably priced and of good quality. It was essential to stock up on meat for the upcoming challenges. After gathering the necessary information, he returned to the hotel, awaiting the afternoon appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhu returned home, weeping and wailing, "Sister, Mom, Sun Ran beat me up. Look at my face. I'm a mess." Song Shuzhen and Zhao Dezhu had just returned from dropping off their grandchild, and upon seeing their son's battered state, they were filled with anguish. "Didn't you say you were going with your friends? Where are they?" Zhao Dezhu asked, astonished. "How could I forget them? They were all knocked out by Sun Ran. Probably still lying at the Civil Affairs Bureau. My brother-in-law, ugh, Sun Ran, said my sister must be there by 1:30. Zhao Xiaozhu lamented. In her room, Zhao Qian listened intently. The door swung open, and Song Shuzhen, her face etched with worry, said, "Zhao Qian, what should we do?" Zhao Qian, her expression darkened, replied, "What else is there to do? We must divorce. I just messaged Song Ran. He said he is recuperating and will settle the score with Sun Ran once he is well. Don't you all believe in the power of the Song family? I still have over 2 million in my account. We'll divorce first, keep him in check, and when Song Ran recovers, I'll reclaim every penny with interest. Do they think my money is so easily taken? I'll ensure he lives to regret it." Chapter 7. Purchasing a villa at 1:30 in the afternoon. In the lobby of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhao Qian limped over to Sun Ran's side, gazing at the once familiar figure of Sun Ran. Zhao Qian felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Typically, it was Sun Ran who tended to her intimate garments, and during her menstrual cycle, he was ever dutiful, running around to cater to her every need. It was precisely this submissive nature that rendered Zhao Qian devoid of any desire. He was neither domineering nor wicked. In contrast, Song Ran, whenever his interests were piqued, demanded satisfaction regardless of the setting, be it at the office, in public, or even in the presence of her parents. If not, he resorted to violence. After investing so much and bearing him a child, all she received in return was an 180 square meter apartment, stable employment, several million in savings, a luxury car, and an array of new handbags. Reflecting on this, it appeared that Song Ran offered far greater value. Next, Sun Ran. Let us go. It's our turn. Sun Ran stood up with an air of indifference and walked directly towards the divorce window, while Zhao Qian struggled to follow. Have you two considered this? I see in your records that you have a child, and for the child's sake, no need for mediation. Let us proceed to the next round. Thank you. I'm in a hurry. Sun Ran politely interrupted the mediator. Very well, just sign here, and we'll be done. The marriage certificate will be revoked. After signing, their legal marriage was officially dissolved. Let us transfer the funds directly, Sun Ran instructed, pulling out his phone. All right. Zhao Qian transferred 2 million to Sun Ran, then smirked. I hope you manage to spend this 2 million wisely and nothing goes awry. Sun Ran scoffed. Rest assured. Even if your family encounters misfortune, I shall remain unscathed. Farewell. Once in a taxi, Sun Ran opened his mobile banking app to check his balance. After resigning from his previous job, he had received half a year's salary, amounting to 300,000. In addition to the 15 million from Song Ran and the 2 million from Zhao Qian, bringing his total to 17.3 million. While it seemed substantial, it was unlikely to cover even a single floor of a villa. Hey, brother Sun, this is Lemon. I'm at the sales office next to our community, and there's a villa that fits your requirements perfectly. Would you like to come take a look? Sure, I have some free time now. Just wait for me. Driver, please make a U-turn and head to the main entrance of Longxi Garden. Thank you. 10 minutes later, at the sales office of Longxi Garden, Su Ningmeng awaited Sun Ran, holding a large cup of lemonade from Mishue. Spotting him exiting the taxi, she waved eagerly. Sun Ran paid the fare and briskly crossed the street. Did you wait long? Not at all. Here is the lemonade I bought for you. Thank you. I want to be polite then. I and Amp, Oppos, LL treat you to a grand meal later. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Brother Sunday. The two entered the sales hall, and Ningmeng exclaimed, "You have no idea. I scoured several streets nearby but couldn't find a suitable villa. Then I remembered there are villas in our community, and lo and behold, there's one for sale. This one." As they approached the model, a saleswoman approached them. Recognizing the girl who had inquired earlier, she assumed they were genuinely interested in purchasing and patiently began her pitch. "Hello, sir. This villa is entrusted to our agency by the owner, who is currently abroad. The building comprises a basement of 3,000 square meters and 5 upper floors, each with a usable area of 2,000 square meters, totaling 13,000 square meters. The independent front yard is over 4,000 square meters, and there is a private swimming pool in the back. The basement connects directly to the underground parking, making it very convenient for access. The villa is fully renovated and essentially ready for immediate occupancy. The asking price is 800 million, with the option for installment payments, requiring only a 30 down payment. The specification and size of this villa were perfectly suited for Sun Ran's future plans to transform it into a fortified shelter, yet the price was undeniably steep. Is this the final price? Sun Ran inquired nonchalantly. My authority allows for 780 million. If you are truly interested, I could consult with my manager. Please do. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Before long, the saleswoman returned with a middle-aged man, who eagerly extended his hand from a distance. Sun Ran reciprocated politely, exchanging a few pleasantries before getting straight to the point. 75 million is the lowest price, and several executives have already expressed interest in this villa. Huh? Several executives? At such an exorbitant price, who would even consider it? It would gather dust here. I'll buy it for 700 million. I can put down a 10 million deposit right now. If not, I'll just look elsewhere. The manager, feigning a struggle, acted as if he had endured countless internal conflicts before finally arriving at the most challenging decision of his life. All right, sir, consider it a gesture of friendship. Great. 30% of 700 million is 210 million, and I'll handle the loan for the remainder. I'll pay 10 million now, and I'll secure the remaining 200 million within a week. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Here are the keys to the villa. You can move in and start settling down early. The manager's thoughtfulness was commendable. Thank you. Having received the keys, Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng exited the sales office. With Su Ningmeng still in disbelief that Sun Ran had just purchased a villa worth 700 million in such a short span. Sun Ran, slap me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Haha, stop with the nonsense. Let us go check out our new villa. Sun Ran hopped onto Su Ningmeng and Appo's small electric scooter, with her obediently seated behind him. The awkwardness was palpable as the scooter was a petite model designed for women, forcing them to sit very closely together. Sun Ran relished the sensation of her ample form pressed against him, silently contemplating the adventures that awaited them in the future. The scooter first passed through the high-rise section of Longxi Garden, where Zhao Qian and Su Ningmeng resided, then continued towards the villa district. Each independent villa boasted its own yard, exuding beauty and exclusivity, inhabited by society's elite. Finally, after several turns, they arrived at the villa they had purchased. Why aren't we getting out? Sun Ran urged. Unbeknownst to him, the bumpy ride had rendered Su Ningmeng weak and unable to stand. With determination, she managed to say, "Oh dear, I feel car sick. Please help me." Really? You're already feeling sick after such a short distance? Come on, be careful. He slowly assisted her out of the scooter, only to turn and discover a sizable wet patch on the seat, the leather glistening under the sunlight. Wow. Who would have thought you were so sensitive? Impressive. Stand still for a moment. I'll open the door. With the key in hand, they stepped into the yard, which, due to neglect, was overrun with weeds and withered plants. The expansive yard could easily accommodate enough produce to feed a dozen or more people if cultivated. Upon opening the door and entering the living room, the two were simultaneously taken aback by the scene before them. Is this place going to belong to us from now on? It's simply exquisite. It feels even more beautiful than Barbie and Appo's house. Su Ningmeng exclaimed. To live here after the apocalypse would be nothing short of a dream come true. Absolutely delightful. This was a lavish villa that could only be seen in television dramas and movies. Little did they expect to possess such a place in reality. Haha. The decor is indeed stunning. Truly, the money was well spent. Come, let us ascend to the second floor and explore. The first floor comprised the living room, which connected the front and backyards, along with the dining room, study, and other communal areas. The second and third floors housed various rooms, while the fourth level was dedicated to entertainment, featuring a gym, a starlit cinema, a bar, and an array of billiards and board games. The two then took the villa's private elevator down to the basement, which served as a storage level equipped with a freezing room, a drying area, a tool zone, and a storage space. Just as the sales representative had stated, this level indeed spanned 3,000 square meters. If we were to fill this with supplies, it could rival a medium-sized supermarket. Brother Sun, what shall we do with the remaining money? Do you have any means of earning 200 million in cash within a week? Su Ningmeng inquired with concern. Sun Ran paused for a moment, then replied with a wry smile. I truly have no solutions, but where there is a will, there is a way. Let us first indulge in a grand feast and contemplate our next steps. Chapter 8. The Pursuit of Wealth. In a hot pot restaurant near Longxi Garden, Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng were enthusiastically adding slices of fatty beef into a bubbling pot of crimson broth. Su Ningmeng, her chopsticks never leaving the meat, intently watched for the moment the slices changed color, eager to fish them out, coated in sauce, and into her mouth. In no time, 2 plates of fatty beef and 2 plates of lamb had vanished. Ningmeng, I feel as though my body has been significantly enhanced by the jade ornaments. And it seems to be continuing. What about you? Any sensations? Ah, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to consume so much. As they spoke, another half plate of meat disappeared. Ningmeng, no one is competing with you. Just slow down. Sun Ran remarked, somewhat exasperated. Was her appetite also enhanced? It and Appos. That's just so delicious. While they were indulging in their feast, an abrasive voice suddenly pierced the air. Oh, isn't that Sun Ran? Your wife is off with another man while you're here enjoying hot pot with another girl? Instantly, this juicy gossip caught the attention of all the diners on the first floor, many standing on their chairs to get a better view. Seemingly oblivious to the risk of falling into the pot, Sun Ran calmly wiped his mouth and smirked. What's the matter, Aunt Wong? Do you wish to join her with a man too? I doubt you'll make it to the hospital. If you did, it would be that man who would need to be drained dry by you. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at his sharp retort. The Aunt Wong in question was Wang Guizhi, a resident of the same community as Zhao Qian. They were good friends, and before his rebirth, Sun Ran often visited their home, serving tea and water. Come on, Mom, let us go, don't provoke him, urged a young woman beside Wang Guizhi. Go where? You scoundrel, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you have any manners? Any decency? Wang Guizhi retorted aggressively. If I were speaking to a person, I would certainly be polite. But addressing a barking dog? What decency is required? It's a miracle I haven't kicked you yet. I suggest you scurry off and not disturb my meal. Wang Guizhi suddenly realized that the usually taciturn Sun Ran had transformed. She was utterly at a loss for words. Just as she was trying to think of a comeback, her daughter-in-law, Dongfang, interjected, Sun Ran, I'm sorry, my mom didn't mean anything by it. You enjoy your meal, we'll take our leave. Sun Ran glanced at Dongfang, a kind-hearted girl from the countryside, who was quite charming. Her conservative attire often concealed her figure, only revealing its allure after the apocalypse, when temperatures plummeted to -80 degrees and 3 meters of snow fell. With food scarce, Dongfang's husband, Zhu Gang, had resorted to selling her semi-nude pictures in the neighborhood group in exchange for food. Upon seeing one of her photos, Sun Ran was instantly taken aback by her beauty. Dongfang, you should be cautious. Don't be too kind, or you'll be taken advantage of. You all should leave and not interrupt our meal. Dongfang, I've noticed you have quite the knack for enticing men. Not only do you sit quietly, but you also assist outsiders. Slap. Sun Ran stood up and delivered a resounding smack to Wang Guizhi, sending her spinning, the force of love spinning her around. Get lost. Now. Wang Guizhi, clutching her face, stomped her foot and fled, with Dongfang nodding at Sun Ran before following her out. The dining hall fell silent. Wang Guizhi and Dongfang had intended to buy groceries at the market, but, upon spotting Sun Ran enjoying his meal, recalled how they had been venting about him at their friend Song Shufan's house earlier that afternoon, deciding to take a jab at him in support of their friend. Wow, that was so satisfying. You really showed her. Su Ningmeng exclaimed, thrilled. Such people should not be indulged. They act like they're above others. What a pity for Dongfang. She is beautiful and kind, and surely gets bullied at home. Wait, how do you know she is attractive? Isn't it obvious? A woman in loose clothing who still has a pronounced figure must be in good shape. Oh, I see. Are you aware her husband is selling her photos for food? Yes, I know. There is also a friend of hers, I think named Xian Tong, who is in the same predicament. Right, I almost forgot about her. These scoundrels seem normal until trouble arises, then they throw their wives to the wolves. Sun Ran, do you think once our villa is renovated, we can rescue these poor girls and bring them there? Sun Ran pondered and replied, It's possible, but they must seek us out first. Remember, gifts given willingly may not always be appreciated. Okay, I understand, Sun Ran. After finishing their meal, they settled the bill and prepared to leave the hot pot restaurant. Sun Ran. I'll bring the property deed tomorrow to mortgage for a loan. We should be able to get 5 million. But there is still a significant gap to that 200 million. Su Ningmeng said, worry etched on her face. She feared losing the villa, her perfect sanctuary in the apocalypse, and had already envisioned what to place on each floor. Sun Ran smiled and ruffled her hair, saying, I've decided to make a trip to Myanmar tomorrow. It's a golden era, where gold is valued and jade is priceless. I plan to leverage my spatial abilities for a zero-cost jade acquisition campaign. Su Ningmeng's clever mind immediately grasped the key. I'll go with you. We can adapt as needed, which gives us a better chance. What do you think? Sun Ran considered it and nodded. All right, brothers in arms. Father and daughter on the battlefield. Su Ningmeng raised her small fist in agreement. Yes, father and daughter on the battlefield. Wait, when did you become my dad? You're incorrigible, Sun Ran. Laughing, he replied. Just a jest. Now, let us book the tickets and see when the next flight to Myanmar is. All right. Su Ningmeng opened her phone to check the flights, while Sun Ran lit a cigarette, contemplating possible scenarios and potential oversights. Sun Ran, I found it. There's a flight tonight at 10:45 to Beijing, then a transfer to Lingan City, arriving directly in Naypyidaw, Myanmar. We should reach by 10 tomorrow morning. Good. We still have time. You booked 2 tickets. Here is my personal information. I'll send it to your phone. I'll grab my passport and ID from the hotel. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, brother. They returned home to fetch some clothes and passports, regrouping 10 minutes later at the entrance of Longxi Garden. Then taking a taxi to the airport. It was still not yet 9 o'clock. After checking in, they waited in the departure lounge for their flight. Is this your first time traveling abroad? Sun Ran asked Su Ningmeng, who was sitting beside him. Yes. I've had my passport for years, but never had the opportunity to use it. What about you? I'm on my 3rd trip, all with previous company leaders. As they engaged in casual conversation, the time to board their flight arrived. At the moment the airplane took off, Sun Ran distinctly sensed Su Ningmeng's anxiety. He gently grasped her hand and smiled reassuringly, saying, Do not be nervous. There will be a sensation of weightlessness during takeoff, but once we reach cruising altitude, all will be well. I understand. This is my first flight, and I feel a bit anxious, she admitted. No worries, you will soon acclimate. After 2 hours of smooth flight, they arrived in the capital, Beijing, and then transferred to Lingan City, before making another connection that finally brought them to Naypyidaw, Myanmar. Despite the night's travel, both felt remarkably refreshed, devoid of any fatigue. Brother Sun, this jade ornament of yours is truly remarkable. I feel as though I haven't lost a wink of sleep. Indeed. Moreover, it seems my body undergoes changes each day. Once we conclude our fundraising efforts, we should return and engage in more physical training to elevate our fitness levels. Upon reaching Naypyidaw, Sun Ran rented a vehicle from a local Chinese-owned car rental company and hired a driver who also served as a translator to guide them to Mandalay, the largest jade raw stone trading city in Myanmar. Mandalay is nearly 200 kilometers from Naypyidaw, and it took over 2 hours to arrive. As soon as they disembarked, they were enveloped by the rich jade culture of the city, with every street and alley lined with shops selling jade raw stones, indistinguishable between genuine and counterfeit. The duo, dressed like tourists, quickly attracted a crowd of locals eager to recommend stones. Sun Ran promptly declined their offers and, with the assistance of the driver and translator, made his way to a modest raw stone sales venue. Due to the high volume of visitors, business was generally mediocre. Upon seeing new customers, the proprietor immediately approached them, eager to explain the offerings. In the backyard, heaps of jade raw stones towered like mountains. The driver and translator accompanied Sun Ran as he surveyed the stones, while the owner stood by, ready to note down any stone numbers Sun Ran expressed interest in. Brother, I will go over there to take a look. I shall return shortly, Su Ningmeng announced, prompting everyone to glance at her. Unfazed, she maintained her composure, and Sun Ran encouraged, Go ahead, but be careful. If you find something you like, let me know. Okay, brother. The crowd paid little attention to the young girl, their focus remaining on Sun Ran, as women seldom engaged in the pursuit of raw stones, which were typically favored by men. Meanwhile, Su Ningmeng had ventured to the farthest corner of the warehouse, where no one was present. This area was a blind spot for surveillance cameras, and even if one were to appear, who would suspect a young girl merely strolling about would attempt to steal raw stones? Yet, at that moment, Su Ningmeng was indeed pilfering jade. As she walked, She discreetly pocketed the stones her hands brushed against. With such towering piles of raw stones, the absence of a few hundred pieces would go unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Su Ningmeng feigned nonchalance as she returned to the group. The driver and the owner merely cast her a cursory glance before resuming their conversation with Sun Ran. Oblivious to the fact that their shared space already contained over 300 jade raw stones of varying sizes, Sun Ran casually selected a handful of stones, totaling less than 100,000, before settling the payment and moving on to the next establishment. Chapter 9. The King of Raw Stones in a Similar Fashion. The two individuals traversed over a dozen large and medium-sized jade raw stone markets, with Sun Ran spending lavishly 10 to 80,000 at each venue, drawing the attention of the proprietors. Su Ningmeng took it upon herself to seek out secluded corners to discreetly store the raw stones. Each market yielded only a modest amount, collectively, perhaps 200 to 300 pieces. After all, losing one's life due to greed would render the endeavor futile, especially since each market was guarded by armed thugs. Upon returning to the Nabaido Hotel that evening, the pair was exhilarated, their exuberance echoing through the halls. The space now contained nearly 4,000 pieces of jade raw stones. Even if they merely sold these stones, they could fetch 200 to 300 million. If they extracted high-quality jade, the profits would multiply exponentially. However, their ambitions extended further. Sun Ran intended to amass more and return to their homeland to sell everything at once, thus resolving their procurement costs in one fell swoop. The following day, they arrived at Myanmar's second-largest jade raw stone-selling city. Although less grand than the previous city, its bustling populace was drawn by the superior quality of the stones. Renowned for regularly producing high-grade jade, the duo, now seasoned in their pursuits, headed straight for the largest market. The morning crowd was substantial, and the staff were bustling with activity. Upon their arrival, they were promptly attended to by a representative eager to assist. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ningmeng slipped away, however. The throngs of people made it challenging to maneuver. Undeterred, she pressed deeper into the market. As she ventured inward, the crowd thinned. But the size of the stones grew increasingly impressive, some weighing 4 to 5 tons, with even larger monoliths reaching over 10 tons. Even Su Ningmeng, a novice in jade, could sense the immense potential contained within these colossal stones. Resolutely, she decided to secure these larger pieces and return home swiftly. The prospect of collecting smaller stones seemed futile and risky, as they could easily attract attention. Determined, she approached a massive stone, feigning an inspection, and in a blink, the stone vanished. Glancing around to ensure she was unseen, she mustered her courage and quickly gathered 5 more of such substantial stones before departing with grace. Meanwhile, Sun Ran completed the transactions and spotted Su Ningmeng approaching. They exchanged knowing glances, signaling that their business was concluded, and it was time to leave. In the vehicle, Su Ningmeng sent a message to Sun Ran. "Brother, check the space." The phone chimed. "My goodness, such massive stones. I believe we have enough. We should return home immediately. This place feels increasingly perilous." Sun Ran recalled the news about jade raw stones and the dreams of overnight wealth that such large stones could yield, millions, perhaps even more. If they revealed jade of exquisite quality, I will book the tickets right away. Su Ningmeng promptly began making arrangements. Their original plan to visit another raw stone market was swiftly abandoned. They instructed the driver to retrace their route back to Nabaido. En route, Su Ningmeng secured tickets for a noon flight to Yunnan. They returned to the hotel, packed their belongings, returned the rental car, and hurried to the airport. By this time, the jade market was in disarray. Several stones designated for the annual auction of the Stone King had mysteriously vanished within a matter of hours. This was no trifling matter. The auction typically featured stones worth hundreds of millions. Surveillance footage revealed that prior to 9 in the morning, the stones were still present. However, after a stunningly beautiful girl passed by, the stones disappeared without a trace. The market owner, upon reviewing the footage repeatedly, felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of entity could make raw stones vanish? "Gather all the brothers. We must locate this girl and her companion," he commanded. In response, hundreds of armed men piled into jeeps, scouring the city for them. "Boss, I've tracked their rented vehicle to a company in Nabaido. They are likely heading back there now. Recall the others and head to Nabaido. Contact our brothers there and ensure they monitor the airport, train station, and bus station. We cannot allow them to escape." While they were frantically searching for Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng, the duo had already arrived at the airport to check in their boarding passes. As the plane took off, they finally felt a sense of relief. After a 7-hour flight, they landed safely in the spring city of Yunnan. Once we are back home, we will be safe. Let us quickly convert these raw stones into cash. Otherwise, they will just remain useless rocks. Where shall we sell such a vast quantity of stones? In Lingnan province, where wealth abounds. That's where we will sell. Filled with anticipation about the potential profits from their haul, they disembarked and boarded the next high-speed train to the provincial capital, Dongqing. Upon arrival, they took a taxi to the largest jade jewelry store in the city, a magnificent 4-story establishment adorned in opulence. As they entered, 2 elegantly dressed attendants greeted them with bows. After a brief stroll, they approached the manager in the lobby. "Hello, I have some authentic Burmese jade raw stones to sell. Do you accept such items?" The manager, smiling politely, replied, "Indeed, sir. We do engage in the purchase of raw stones. Please take the elevator to the 3rd floor, where our specialist will assist you." "Thank you, much appreciated." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were promptly attended to. "Sir, madam, please follow me." They were led to a private room, where Sun Ran inquired, "How do you acquire raw stones?" The attendant explained, "We have 2 methods, discreet purchasing without revealing the stones, where we observe and set a price based on our assessment, and open purchasing, where we inspect the stones, polish them, and determine their value." "Oh, I see. How much can you accept?" "Well, how many raw stones do you have?" After some contemplation, Sun Ran responded, "Approximately 200 tons. Can you accommodate that?" "They're all authentic Burmese jade raw stones." "How much?" 200 tons? "Oh, I cannot make that decision. Please wait while I consult with our owner." The manager hurried away, returning half an hour later with an elder gentleman. "Greetings, young friends. I am the owner of this jewelry store, Mr. Xiao." They quickly rose, smiling and extending their hands. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I hear from Xiao Zhang that you have 200 tons of jade raw stones for sale. May I see what you have? Do you have any photographs?" "Indeed, we have photos and samples." Sun Ran retrieved the jade stones from his backpack, while Su Ningmeng produced a tablet to display the images they had taken earlier of the massive stones. Mr. Xiao examined the samples closely. "Indeed, these are raw stones from the old pits in Myanmar. May I see the photographs?" "Wow, these must be the legendary Stone Kings. The quality is astonishing. I never anticipated encountering Stone Kings here in Lingnan province. These colossal stones appear to be extraordinarily valuable. Youth, if the stones in your photographs are genuine, I fear my store alone cannot handle such a bounty. Would you mind if I brought in a few other experts to assist?" "Not at all. Please do. Rest assured. These stones are indeed authentic." "Excellent. When can we inspect the goods?" "Tomorrow it shall be. I have just returned from Myanmar and have several matters to attend to. In the morning, I will bring the raw stone over." "How does that sound?" "That is agreeable, but it cannot be brought directly here. I shall provide you with an address. This is our jade processing facility, which is spacious and secure." "Excellent. It is settled then." Chapter 10. The fortune is in hand. After departing from the jewelry store, the 2 sought a place to dine casually before settling into a luxurious hotel. In the afternoon, Su Ningmeng rested in their room while Sun Ran ventured out to find a large truck. It was imperative to avoid extracting the stones directly from the space the next day, as it would raise too many questions. Under the blazing sun, he located 5 suitable large trucks at a freight station, each capable of carrying approximately 50 tons. They agreed on the address and time, and a deposit was made. The first task was accomplished. Sun Ran then hastily searched for a warehouse to rent. On the outskirts of the city, numerous warehouses were available for short-term lease, although the minimum rental period was 10 days at a cost of 20,000. By now, Sun Ran was unconcerned with such trivial expenses, especially given Mr. Xiao's demeanor, which suggested that his raw stones would undoubtedly fetch a good price. Through an intermediary, he finally secured a spacious warehouse for the price of 20,000 for 10 days. With the warehouse key in hand, he transferred all the raw stones from the space into the warehouse, simply awaiting the arrival of the trucks the next morning. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past 7 in the evening. With the stones unsold, neither felt inclined to dine properly. They hastily consumed a light meal before retiring for the night. The following morning, 5 large trucks, accompanied by a crane, arrived at the warehouse. With the crane's assistance, the hefty stones were methodically loaded onto the trucks. After 2 hours, 6 massive raw stones, along with over 4,000 smaller stones, were successfully loaded. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng took their seats in the first truck and set off towards the destination provided by Mr. Xiao. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at Mr. Xiao's processing factory. Upon unloading, Sun Ran settled the remaining fare. "Sun Ran, you finally arrived. We were nearly frantic with anticipation. Quickly, let us inspect the goods." Mr. Xiao and several elder gentlemen produced powerful flashlights, eagerly scrutinizing the massive stones with an enthusiasm akin to that of admiring beautiful women. their excitement palpable as they dripped saliva onto the floor. Half an hour later, after examining the large stones, the elders began assessing the smaller ones. After a cursory glance, they approached Sun Ran's south resting place. "Young brother, how do you intend to proceed?" Sun Ran had previously discussed with Su Ningmeng the decision to sell openly. As there were no costs incurred, any increase would yield profit, while a loss would be inconsequential. "Mr. Xiao, I wish to sell openly." Mr. Xiao nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "What ambition, what determination! Young individuals like you are rare. You dare to take risks." He then arranged for the master to commence the cutting process, cautioning them that it might take some time. "I'll arrange for lunch to be brought to you shortly. I shall not accompany you further today. I must take charge personally. To open a window on such a stone, it would be a fitting in for a lifetime." "Very well, Mr. Xiao. You may proceed without concern for us," they replied. Soon, the workshop erupted with deafening sounds of machinery and the flow of work, as over 50 cutting masters began their tasks with remarkable efficiency. "By heavens, it has increased. Boss, this piece has surged, a brilliant green." A shout drew the attention of the elder gentlemen, who directed their flashlights towards the stone, confirming its exceptional quality. Nearby, personnel were responsible for recording and numbering for future settlement. While increases were inevitable, so too were losses. However, Sun Ran remained unfazed, recognizing that it would be peculiar for every stone to yield green results. At last, it was time to examine the 6 stones Mr. Xiao referred to as the Stone Kings. The group gathered around, deliberating the best angle to carve the windows, ensuring the integrity of the stone while revealing its inner beauty. After careful consideration, Mr. Xiao took the knife himself. The saying "one cut brings wealth, another brings poverty" resonated in this moment. If this stone were purchased in Myanmar, it would cost billions. The risk of not revealing anything would result in significant loss. Thus, Mr. Xiao's praise of Sun Ran's courage was well-founded. As the cutting machine gradually sliced through the stone's exterior, a faint blue hue began to emerge, indicating substantial quality. With the window widening, Mr. Xiao jubilantly shouted, "It has surged. A grand increase." The second stone followed suit, operated by a cutting master, and it too increased in value. The same occurred with the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth stones. Without exception, all surged, albeit to varying degrees. In truth, such stone kings were generally of excellent quality, with the only variable being the extent of their increase. Mr. Xiao, alongside the other gentlemen, approached Sun Ran with bright smiles, saying, "Congratulations, Sun Ran. Your stones have appreciated significantly, with few losses. We have discussed the price. What do you think? If agreeable, we will purchase them all." Sun Ran accepted the offer, inhaling sharply yet maintaining an impassive facade, as though the sum were merely pocket change. The 6 massive stone kings were priced at 12.5 billion, while the remaining raw stones totaled 18 billion. Altogether, they amounted to 143 billion. Sun Ran presented the figures to Mr. Xiao, smiling, "Mr. Xiao, you are aware I have costs. This price 145 billion. Sun Ran, what do you think?" Mr. Xiao asked. "Consider it an opportunity for friendship. If you have such fine goods in the future, I will take them all." Sun Ran pondered. Since the stones were essentially a windfall, he concluded it was a fair deal. He nodded and replied, "Very well. 145 billion it is." He then produced his bank card, stating, "This is my account. Please transfer the funds here." "Absolutely," Mr. Xiao responded. Turning to the elder gentleman, "I will cover the initial payment. You may simply reimburse me for whichever stones you choose." "How does that sound?" The gentleman, all affluent, readily agreed. "All right, old Xiao, we trust your judgment." 10 minutes later, a notification arrived on Sun Ran's phone confirming the deposit of 145 billion. "Mr. Xiao, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. We shall not linger here. I hope for future opportunities." After exchanging some pleasantries, Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng returned to the city center, booking the next flight back to Chaoshi. That evening, they finally arrived back in Chaoshi. As the plane touched down, both exhaled a sigh of relief. After 3 days of travel, they had successfully secured 145 billion, a sum that would certainly suffice for the time being. "Let us go. I'll drop you off at your community. I'll head back to the hotel. It's quite late. Tomorrow, we shall celebrate properly." From the moment they disembarked the plane, Su Ningmeng wore a broad smile, her joy infectious. "Ah, all right, brother. It feels so surreal. 145 billion. I can't believe we truly succeeded." "Indeed, we succeeded. Your contribution was paramount. Had you not decisively acquired those large stone kings at the last moment, we could not have earned such a fortune. Thus, your 2 precious treasures are secure." "Oh, You. The two shared laughter as they made their way back to the community. It was now past 11 at night, and the streets were nearly deserted. Just as they were about to part ways, a black business vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt beside them, and 7 or 8 burly men armed with baseball bats emerged. The last to step out was none other than Song Ren. Chapter 11, The Shattered Egg and the Scheme for a Safe Haven. Where have you two been? It and Amp, Oppos, Espin a day and night. Where have you gallivanted off to? Song Ren exclaimed, brandishing a hefty baseball bat with an air of arrogance. Sun Ren chuckled. Isn't that young Master Song? Is your little brother all right? Can he stand? The moment this was mentioned, Song Ren and Amp, Oppos, S temper flared. The past few days had been torturous for him. Each morning, he was jolted awake by excruciating pain as his little brother and Amp, Oppos, S morning glory repeatedly tore at the wounds, leaving him in a state of agony. He had refrained from even glancing at beautiful women, let alone touching his wife. Only yesterday had the pain eased enough for him to gather his gang and lie in wait for Sun Ran, intent on breaking his third leg to vent his frustration. Damn it, Sun Ran. I'm only having fun with your wife out of respect for you. Let and Amp, Oppos, S see how you swagger now. Brothers. Break his legs first and then toss him into the car. And what of this woman? Heh, perfect timing. My little brother is ready. Let and Amp, Oppos, S have some fun with her. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng exchanged glances. Ningmeng, whoever I strike, you strike too, protect yourself. Don't worry, brother. These little rascals don't scare me at all. Suddenly, Sun Ran launched a punch at the nearest man, resulting in a horrific scream as the man's nose was broken, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ran snatched the baseball bat. No one had anticipated Sun Ran would act so decisively. The other burly men charged forward, swinging their bats. One man aimed for Sun Ran's head, but Su Ningmeng seized the moment, delivering a kick that incapacitated his underling, sending him crashing to the ground. In a flurry, both Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng wielded their weapons, engaging in a chaotic melee. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng were practically impervious to harm, while the 7 or 8 men facing them were rapidly falling one by one. Young Master Song, it and Oppos, it's your turn. Come on, fight like a man. Brother Sun. I was wrong. I want to trouble you again. Trouble? You think you can escape me? Su Ningmeng and Amp, Oppos, S leg shot out, landing a devastating kick that left Song Ren writhing in agony. Oh, my. Su Ningmeng raised the bat and struck his thigh mercilessly. You dare to use me for your amusement? With another blow, Song Ren was knocked unconscious. Get your boss and scram. If you dare return, I'll ensure you leave in a body bag. The few men scrambled to their feet, hastily dragging the unconscious Song Ren into their vehicle, their earlier bravado replaced by sheer panic. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Sun Ran inquired with concern. Haha, those weaklings couldn't even tickle me. But you, standing in front to shield me, are you hurt? Not at all. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. Get home and rest. You've been through enough. See you tomorrow, warrior. After parting ways, Sun Ran returned to his hotel, took a hot shower, and opened his laptop to search for companies specializing in constructing doomsday bunkers. As wealth increases, so does the awareness of security, leading many to seek an impenetrable sanctuary. With demand comes supply. Numerous companies have emerged in this niche. He found several that seemed to boast excessively and were not suitable. However, the rock-solid renovation company, known for its involvement in the Antarctic Research Station project, appeared credible. He noted the address and contact number, planning to visit the next day. Early the following morning, Sun Ran was jolted awake by his phone ringing. Brother, are you up yet? Hurry, I'm downstairs at your hotel, and I can't wait to go shopping. Su Ningmeng shouted over the line, with a resigned smile. Sun Ran replied, all right, I'll be right down. After a quick wash and dressing, he found Su Ningmeng eagerly pacing outside the hotel, muttering to herself. What are you talking to yourself about? Ah, you startled me. I was planning what to buy. Let us go. I hardly slept last night. Hold on a moment. Don't rush into spending today. We're heading to Rock Solid Renovation Company in the provincial city to finalize our doomsday bunker plan first. Okay. The important matters come first. Let us go. Su Ningmeng nodded in understanding. The two booked high-speed train tickets and embarked on their journey. 2 hours later, they arrived in the provincial city and took a taxi directly to Rock Solid Company. Indeed, it was one of the top renovation firms in the country, and the office building was impressive. Upon entering, they navigated through the reception to reach the department responsible for designing safe houses. The department manager, Mr. Wu, was a robust man over 6 feet tall. Hello, Manager Wu. I wish to create a safe house. My villa is a large 5-story structure with an underground level and a yard of over 4,000 square meters. I want the yard converted into a sunroom with a sloped roof to prevent snow accumulation. The material should be 20 centimeters thick, double-layered bulletproof glass. I also require the entire villa to be fitted with the most advanced insulation, increasing the thickness to over 2 meters to withstand temperatures below -100 degrees. All exterior doors should be replaced with the highest-grade explosion-proof doors, and ID like some security mechanisms integrated. The entire setup should be complemented by an intelligent management system, a state-of-the-art water circulation system, and both gasoline and solar power generators installed. Sun Ran presented all these ideas in one breath. After jotting down notes, Manager Wu nodded. No problem, Mr. Sunday. Following your suggestions, I have a few additional recommendations. For the 5-story structure, we should enhance all windows with 5 layers of the best thermal insulating fiberglass available. This glass is not only bulletproof but offers superior insulation. For the water supply system, I suggest installing large storage tanks on each floor, complete with insulation to prevent freezing even at -100 degrees, ensuring a year's worth of water supply in case of an outage. As for the electricity system, we could install solar panels on the roof, allowing energy collection even on cloudy days, though these panels come at a higher cost. The indoor ceiling will be exceptional, necessitating air filtration systems on every floor to maintain fresh air even when windows are closed. Lastly, for heating, I recommend installing 2 systems, one electric and one coal-fired, to accommodate various situations. Finally, there is the intelligent management system, which must be utilized in conjunction with comprehensive surveillance throughout the premises. We shall install over 200 discrete cameras in the surroundings, which will not be easily detected. These cameras not only transmit real-time video but also capture audio. Sun Ran nodded and remarked, Manager Wu, your experience truly shines through. Your additional points are remarkably insightful. Let us proceed with your proposed design. When can you provide me with the plan, and when will construction commence? What is the estimated duration of the project? Manager Wu pondered for a moment and replied, I will deliver the design plan within 3 days. If you find the quotation acceptable, we can commence construction a week thereafter, and the project will be completed within 6 months. Sun Ran shook his head and declared, That is unacceptable. It is too slow. I need the plan and quotation by tomorrow, and if feasible, construction must begin within 3 days, with completion within 3 months. Money is not an issue. I am willing to pay more. Manager Wu nodded in agreement, as this was in line with his expectations. Individuals with such grand mansions typically possess ample resources. Rising from his seat, Manager Wu smiled and assured, Rest assured, Mr. Sun, even if I must forego sleep tonight, I will provide you with the plan and quotation. Thank you for your trust. That would be greatly appreciated, Manager Wu. Chapter 12. A taste of wealth. Having departed from the rock company, the two ventured into the grandest shopping mall in the provincial capital, embarking on a shopping spree of epic proportions, regardless of the items that caught their eye. They inquired not of prices but simply packed everything away, subsequently finding an unoccupied corner to store their acquisitions in their spatial storage. They indulged in the thrill of being affluent. Brother, we ought to purchase some down jackets while we and Oppos re-edit. They will surely come in handy when the chill sets in, Sun Ran remarked with a smile. Ordinary down jackets are inadequate against temperatures plunging to -80 or 90 degrees. Specialized frost-resistant gear must be procured from a professional outlet. Today, we can buy whatever pleases us. As for the specialized winter wear, I shall find a way to acquire it. All right. I and Oppos am so elated. We and Oppos bought so much. And it's only a few million. Having abundant funds is truly a blessing. Ha ha ha. Our goal today is to spend an entire 100 million. If we can and Oppos we Sean and Oppos return home. Thus, they roamed through each floor, purchasing whatever they fancied, until they became somewhat numb to the experience. Eventually, they descended to the supermarket below, pushing shopping carts brimming with snacks, pickles, instant noodles, and frozen foods. They cleared out the seafood section, leaving no trace of the king crabs, lobsters, or abalones. After checking out, they discovered their total was less than 300,000. They sought out a secluded spot to store all their goods, leaving the shopping mall. They hailed a cab to the most luxurious buffet in the provincial capital, indulging in a sumptuous seafood feast. For 3,999 yuan, they feasted freely on king crabs and lobsters. The two devoured their meals with fervor, leaving the staff astounded. The last gluttonous streamer had vanished, but these two were equally insatiable. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to the morning market by train, patiently awaiting news from the rock company. Su Ningmeng returned home to rest, while Sun Ran, feeling bored, suddenly thought of Song Ren and Appo's wife, Tang Tian. Damn it, I was just ambushed by Song Ren yesterday, and this resentment remains unvented. No, I must exact some interest. At that moment, Song Ren lay helplessly in bed, unable to rise. His recently recovered subordinate had suffered further injury. 2 of his prized possessions had been pulverized by Su Ningmeng's kick. The doctor's advice was clear: bed rest combined with medication, and if suitable replacements could be found abroad, a transplant would be performed. This was akin to a death sentence for Song Ren. His hatred for Sun Ren festered deeply. Noticing the time, he grumbled. It's already 8:00 and Appo's clock. Where is Tang Tian? He picked up the phone and dialed her number. Ah, hello, darling. What's the matter? Tang Tian answered, her tone betraying an unusual tension. Where are you? Trying to control her breath, she replied. I'm at the store. Just finished some yoga. I'll be home soon. Is there something you need? Nothing much. Just look at the time. Hurry back. I haven't Appo's tea eaten yet. Bring me some seafood rice. Okay, understood. After hanging up, Lin Yao cast a reproachful glance at Sun Ran. It Appo's. That's all your fault. You almost got me caught. You're incorrigible. Hee, even if he found out, it wouldn't matter. From now on, Song Ren is basically incapacitated. What is the point of living with someone like that? Remember, if you encounter any difficulties, seek me out at Villa number 32. Villa number 32? You really purchased that 5-story villa? Indeed. I plan to renovate it soon. If things go awry, you can always come to me. Wow, I didn't know you were so wealthy. Now, go on. I need to return and bring some food to the useless one. All right. Half an hour later, Sun Ran left the beauty salon, satisfied. Meanwhile, Tang Tian tidied up and drove home to deliver food to Song Ran. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Manager Wu from the rock company sent a video message. Good morning, Mr. Sun. I hope I'm not disturbing you. In the video, Manager Wu bore dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured a sleepless night. Not at all. You've worked hard, Manager Wu. With a wry smile, he replied, well, you were in such a hurry. Here are the design plans and quotations. Take a look. If everything is satisfactory, I'll bring a team for a site inspection today. We can commence work by tomorrow. All right, let me review the plans. I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. After ending the video call, Sun Ran opened the documents sent by Manager Wu and skimmed through them. They largely met his expectations. The quotation indicated that if the project were completed within 3 months, the total would amount to 3.5 billion. Uncertain of the market rates, but adhering to the principle of you get what you pay for, he reopened the video call to inform Manager Wu of his complete satisfaction with the proposal and quotation, urging him to expedite the site visit. Very well. I'll head to the morning market now. I'll call you upon arrival. After hanging up, Sun Ran reclined in bed, lighting a cigarette as he contemplated. The first step is to amass wealth. The second is to establish the Doomsday Fortress, and that is nearly accomplished. The third step revolves around securing supplies, which is rather complicated and requires meticulous planning. At that moment, his phone rang again. It was the manager from the sales office. Hello, Mr. Sun. When might you be available to settle the remaining balance for the villa? Suddenly recalling that he owed the sales office 2 billion for the property, Sun Ran hastily replied. My apologies. I got so caught up in everything that I completely forgot. I'll stop by shortly. Sorry for the inconvenience. No worries at all. I understand that someone engaged in significant business like you must be busy. I'll not take up any more of your time. See you soon. Sun Ran dressed and enjoyed a simple breakfast downstairs, just as Su Ningmeng arrived to see him. Brother, what are we doing today? Have you eaten? If not, let us eat together. I need to head to the sales office to settle the remaining balance for the villa. And the design team from the rock company will arrive soon. I haven't eaten yet. I overindulged in seafood yesterday and have a bit of an upset stomach this morning. Haha, who told you to devour 10 king crabs in one go? An upset stomach is the least of your troubles. After breakfast, they went to the sales office, where Sun Ran paid the 2 billion down payment for the villa and arranged for an installment plan. After all, in just a few months, the world would likely be engulfed in an icy apocalypse, rendering currency meaningless. Approaching noon, Manager Wu from the rock company arrived with 7 young team members at the morning market. Sun Ran had sent the address, and they took a cab to the villa at Longxi Garden, number 32. Manager Wu, I leave everything in your capable hands. Rest assured, Mr. Sun. With that, he led his team to measure the premises and draft blueprints while Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng chatted on a swing in the gazebo, contemplating the harsh winter outside. Blanketed in snow, While they enjoyed the warmth of their abode, they both found joy in the thought. What a delightful prospect. Su Ningmeng sighed contentedly. Haha. If the apocalypse arrives, it might turn out to be a blessing. Indeed. I plan to gather all varieties of variety shows, films, TV dramas, songs, and novels. Watching something different each day. I must stockpile countless snacks to enjoy while binge-watching. Ah, how blissful. And colossal plush toys, all sorts of figurines, and My Little Pony cards. I want to buy 100 boxes. Sun Ran shook his head helplessly, saying, very well, as supplies inherently include spiritual sustenance. I shall leave that aspect in your capable hands. Here, I shall provide you with 1 billion to accomplish this task. Upon saying this, Sun Ran transferred a staggering sum to Su Ningmeng. Rest assured, my brother, you can entrust this matter to me. I shall ensure you feel neither loneliness nor boredom amidst the frozen apocalypse. If all else fails, I still have my 2 precious treasures, right? She giggled. But do remember to purchase a variety of single-player games for me. Absolutely. I shall also arrange for several high-end desktop computers and perhaps even set up an esports room. What do you think? Spend it as you see fit. After all, you have 1 billion at your disposal. As the two indulged in their daydreams, a voice echoed from outside. Oh my, is that Sun Ran? Sun Ran, is it truly you? The speaker was none other than Aunt Wang, an old neighbor from Loshi Garden Phase 1, known for her penchant for small favors. Though not ill-natured, she was rather outspoken. Sun Ran, why are you nestled in someone's villa? Is this your friend? Sun Ran rose and smiled, replying, this isn't merely a friend's place, it is my residence, purchased by me. What? You purchased a villa? With what means? Do you truly think I bought it with mere leaves? Of course, I purchased it with money. Would you like to come in and take a look? No need. Such an expensive house, I might tarnish it with my presence. I shall continue my dog walk instead. Aunt Wang, leading her little dog, departed with a hasty retreat. Just a week prior, the scandal involving Sun Ran's wife, Zhao Qian, and another man had just quieted down. Now, a week later, the news of the green-hatted man Sun Ran purchasing a villa had surged to the top of the community's trending topics. Chapter 13. The frantic acquisition of supplies. What? Sister Wang, have you seen clearly? Sun Ran bought a villa? Exclaimed Song Shuzhen, Zhao Qian's mother, in astonishment. Is there any mistake? While walking my dog today, I spotted your son-in-law, Sun Ran, at the villa, discussing matters with the decorators. I was taken aback that he purchased a villa right after divorcing Zhao Qian. Where's the reasoning in that? Enough of this. I must return home to prepare dinner for my husband. Sister Wang departed, leaving behind the shocking news of Sun Ran's villa purchase. How could Sun Ran possibly afford such a property? Was it that he secretly won the lottery without our knowledge? That money is part of their marital assets. He cannot squander it alone. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. That evening, upon returning from work, Zhao Qian hurriedly relayed the news to her mother. Zhao Qian's reaction mirrored that of her mother. They both found it implausible. Regardless of its likelihood, we shall investigate and find out for ourselves. Excellent. Let us go. Zhao Qian, accompanied by Zhao Yi and 2 old lights, arrived at the villa described by Sister Wang. At this moment, the construction team from Pancher Company had settled in. It was undeniable that money speaks volumes. The villa was completely surrounded, with trucks continuously delivering materials. Even at 6 o'clock in the evening, there was no sign of the work ceasing. The site was bustling with workers, and Sun Ran's presence was nowhere to be found. Song Shuzhen casually approached a worker and inquired, excuse me, who is your boss? The worker glanced at the impolite elderly woman and turned away, leaving her speechless. Such a lack of manners, no wonder they toil their entire lives. The group continued to wander around the entrance, yet Sun Ran remained elusive. Who are you looking for? A burly man emerged from the yard. It was Manager Wu from Pancher Company. I am seeking the owner of this villa. I am his mother-in-law. Are you referring to Mr. Sun Ran? Yes, indeed, he is my son-in-law. Oh, hello, Auntie. He and Miss Su just left. Is this villa truly his? Zhao Qian stepped forward to ask. Yes, Mr. Sun purchased it. I have seen the property deed. It is indeed in Mr. Sun Ran's name. There's no doubt about it. Oh, we shall not disturb you further. Please continue your work. Carrying Zhao Yi, several thoughts swirled in Song Shuzhen's mind as they returned home. This villa must cost several hundred million. Sun Ran divorced me just days ago and immediately acquired a villa. There must be something amiss. Zhao Qian picked up the phone and dialed Sun Ran's number. Sun Ran. Tell me, is that villa truly yours? Sun Ran scoffed. What business is it of yours whether I buy a villa? Do not forget, we are divorced. Humph. Yes, we are divorced, but you concealed your premarital assets, and I can still file a lawsuit. That villa is half mine. Sun Ran laughed heartily, then go ahead and sue. I wish you all the best in making your dreams come true. He hung up the phone. At that moment, Sun Ran was at the beauty salon, clandestinely meeting with Tang Tian Tian. Previously, it had been Sun Ran who initiated their meetings, but this time it was Tang Tian Tian who reached out to him. The reason was that Song Rin's temper had become increasingly erratic. He frequently berated and struck her, leaving her disheartened and contemplating divorce. In the office, with the air conditioning working overtime, the two lay in the resting area, covered by a small blanket. Sun Ran, I truly wish to escape him. He has become a lunatic, shouting at me and hitting me, accusing me of being provocative while I simply wear shorts in the sweltering heat at home. Sun Ran chuckled. Is it possible that Song Rin is no longer a man? Why would you say that? Sun Ran recounted how Song Rin had attempted to ambush him, but ended up being kicked in the groin by Su Ningmeng. That serves him right. He brought this upon himself. Regardless, I want a divorce, but I fear he will not agree. Does it really matter if he agrees? Once my villa renovations are complete, you can directly leave him and move into my villa. Wait, you really bought a villa? I thought you were just joking. Tang Tian Tian exclaimed in surprise. Why would I deceive you? Isn't your family also located in a villa area? Yes, we reside in villa number 1. All right, endure a bit longer. And I shall come to fetch you once my villa is ready. Song Rin won't dare to protest. How much longer must I wait? I can hardly tolerate this lunatic for another moment. Unlike you, I am trembling with fear. Rest assured, at most 3 months. After sharing a tender moment, Tang Tian Tian tidied up and left for the day, while Sun Ran returned to the hotel. The following day, Su Ningmeng rode her electric scooter to find Sun Ran. Their task for the day was to procure supplies. Shopping bit by bit at the supermarket is far too slow. Their first stop was the grain and oil wholesale market, where they placed an order for 5 billion yuan, acquiring vast quantities of northeast rice, various types of flour, and cooking oils, all in the tens of thousands of tons. These provisions would last them for 5 centuries. Should any remain, they would simply store it, for their wealth was abundant. The second stop was the fresh produce wholesale market, where they placed another 5 billion yuan order for whole pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and an array of cuts, including chicken wings, pig trotters, hams, duck necks, and chicken legs. The third destination was the seafood market, where they again ordered 5 billion yuan worth of various fish, king crabs, conchs, and seafood. Anything available on the market was included. Later, when tallying the expenses, they added an extra 2 billion due to the high cost of seafood, leaving the owner astounded. Sun Ran explained that the purchases were for employee benefits, leading the owner to wonder how many employees this company possessed, considering a distribution of 700 million yuan. The fourth stop was the seasoning market, where they ordered 5 billion yuan worth of oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, teas, butter, spices, creams, cheeses, and barbecuing equipment, including various kinds of charcoal, alcohol blocks, portable stoves, and gas canisters. The fifth stop was clothing, where they ordered 2 billion yuan worth of various garments, socks, underwear, outerwear, jackets, hats, and bedding. At the sixth stop, they directly placed an order with a canned goods factory for 5 billion yuan worth of canned fish, luncheon meat, braised beef, braised pork, and canned fruits. The seventh stop was the fruit wholesale market, where they ordered another 5 billion yuan for fruits from both the north and south. The eighth stop was the snack and beverage wholesale market, where they ordered 5 billion yuan worth of snacks, chips, spicy strips, chocolates, various brands of instant noodles, self-heating rice, and hot pots. Additionally, they ordered 2 billion yuan of beer, 2 billion yuan of spirits, and 10 billion yuan of bottled water. As they were uncertain if clean water would be available after the apocalypse, better safe than sorry. The ninth stop was the tobacco company, where they placed a wholesale order for 20 billion yuan of premium tobacco. Sun Ran could smoke for 10 lifetimes and never finish it. The 10th stop was the pharmaceutical wholesale company, where they ordered 10 billion yuan worth of all types of medicines and various health products, wet wipes, lubricants, and intimate items. The final destination is the coal wholesale market. Currently, coal is priced at 3,600 per ton. Let us procure 10,000 tons directly. This is sufficient to fuel a villa for a century. After an entire day of relentless activity, both of them were utterly exhausted, yet they had spent only 9 billion. There remains nearly 4 billion in the bank. Sun Ran, for the first time, I truly feel that spending money can be such a tiring endeavor. Yet, it is a weariness tinged with joy. Haha, this is merely the beginning. Once we have gathered these goods, we shall venture to other cities for shopping. Before the impending apocalypse arrives, we must exhaust our funds. Well, I must admit, I rather enjoy this. Chapter 14. The Lawsuit in the Ensuing Week. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng took turns guarding the spacious warehouse they had rented. Whenever deliveries arrived, they promptly had them unloaded and stored within the confines of their space. Certain fruits and seafood required immediate preservation, as exposure to the outside world would render them spoiled within days, particularly seafood. Within their space, however, time stood still. Even if items were kept for a millennium, they would emerge in the same pristine condition as they were when stored. After 5 days, all ordered supplies were safely secured within their space. As Sun Ran prepared to embark on the next shopping expedition with Su Ningmeng, he received an unexpected phone call. Hello, Mr. Sun Ran. This is the Intermediate People's Court of Chaoshi. We wish to verify some details concerning the lawsuit filed by your ex-wife, Zhao Qian. Are you available to discuss this matter? After a moment's contemplation, Sun Ran replied, I am available. Please provide a time and location. An hour later. In the court's reception room, Sun Ran found himself facing 2 judges. This is a copy of your ex-wife's complaint. One judge began. The claim is that you concealed personal assets and subsequently used these to acquire property after your divorce. We would like to ascertain whether your personal assets were acquired before or after your marriage. Calmly, Sun Ran produced a collection of documents from his bag. Here are my flight tickets to Myanmar, receipts for purchasing raw jadeite there, and receipts from selling jadeite in Dongsher, Lingnan Province. Additionally, here is proof of my bank transactions. All dates on these documents correspond to activities conducted post-divorce. Therefore, these funds are indeed my post-marital earnings. The judges scrutinized the documents meticulously, cross-referencing them and even reaching out to the bank and Mr. Xiao, a jeweler from Lingnan Province, for verification. The results confirmed Sun Ran's statements. Every transaction matched precisely. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Sun Ran, one judge concluded. No need for thanks. I am curious about the outcome of this lawsuit, Sun Ran inquired, with conclusive evidence. These are your marital assets, completely unrelated to your premarital wealth. Thus, the only possible outcome is that Zhao Qian will withdraw her complaint. Very well, thank you. As Sun Ran exited the courthouse, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Qian and her family, their heads bowed in shame. Regret washed over them. Who could have imagined that the seemingly humble Sun Ran had engaged in the lucrative trade of jadeite in Myanmar, amassing over $1 billion? Zhao Qian, spotting Sun Ran, rushed towards him, grasping his arm and pressing it against her chest. How could I not see such a fortune? Please, forgive me. I will send Zhao Yu to the Song family and we can start anew. You adore children, and I will bear you another child. What do you say? This time, it shall be yours entirely. I shall not leave the house until the child is born. Surely, you must trust me now. With a bemused smile, Sun Ran responded. You are not at fault. It is I who erred. My mistake was in not divorcing you sooner. Release my arm. I have no interest in your second-hand affection. Zhao Qian's face flushed crimson with anger. How dare he, now that he has become a billionaire? But she swallowed her pride, recalling his newfound wealth. Husband, I truly regret my actions. After all, we shared 5 years together. Stop right there. What are those 5 years? How often did we share intimacy? Twice? Thrice? Averaging a measly encounter every 2.5 years? Do not speak of affection. Go, find your Songren. He is likely not much of a man these days, considering his current state. With that, Sun Ran withdrew his arm and swiftly departed from the courthouse, leaving Zhao Qian and her family in a state of disarray. Do not worry, sister. As long as Sun Ran resides in the neighborhood, we still have a chance. You can gradually win back his affection. He will surely come to accept you again, right? Was he your most loyal admirer? This time is different, truly different. What have I missed out on? The Zhao family was plunged into chaos. Zhao Yi cried incessantly, filling their home with noise, and no one attended to him. Zhao Qian remained confined indoors, neglecting her job. Zhao Xiaozu's 3 friends had been hospitalized after a confrontation with Sun Ran, and they were demanding an additional 50,000 as compensation, lest they take Zhao Xiaozu's kidney. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's parents languished at home, lamenting their lost opportunity, feeling as though they had squandered a fortune of 100 billion. The villa was under intensive renovation, with the first installment of 100 million already dispersed. As the project progressed, another third would be paid. The essential supplies were largely prepared. After much deliberation, they determined they needed high-quality cold-weather clothing, vehicles, and weaponry. However, as ordinary individuals, they had no connections to procure such items. Yet Sun Ran had a solution. He contacted manager Wu from Pancher Company, articulating his desire to purchase attire capable of withstanding temperatures below -100 degrees, along with vehicles suited for extreme weather. Mr. Sun, I actually have such connections. I can reach out to my classmate responsible for procuring equipment for the Antarctic Research Station. I will get in touch with her, and you two can coordinate from there. Thank you, Manager Wu. Half an hour later, Manager Wu sent over a phone number. Sun Ran promptly dialed it, greeted by a young woman on the line. Hello. I am Sun Ran, referred by Manager Wu. I wish to purchase cold weather clothing and vehicles. Specifically those that can endure temperatures below -100 degrees and operate under extreme conditions. Wow, it seems you are indeed the doomsday enthusiast old Wu described. I can certainly meet your requirements, but it comes at a price. Each suit will cost approximately 200,000 yuan. And a snow vehicle will set you back 12 million. No problem. Are these items in stock? I would like 500 suits and 5 vehicles. Such a quantity? What do you intend to do? An ordinary person can wear a single suit for a lifetime without wear and tear. We have a large group. Very well. In 1 month, we shall have all the clothing and vehicles ready for delivery to Jintang. You will need to pay a 50% deposit up front. Understood. I will transfer 100 million now. Upon receipt of the goods, I will remit the remaining balance. Agreed. Please provide your bank details. Sun Ran quickly transferred the deposit, ensuring delivery in 1 month. Now, only one final item remained: firearms. Following the onset of the frozen apocalypse, people had become exceedingly volatile due to food scarcity. Possessing a firearm would drastically alter the dynamics. But where could one procure weapons? Glancing at his bank balance, Sun Ran suddenly recalled he had over 2 months' time. Ample opportunity to make a trip to the Bear Country. There, acquiring firearms could be accomplished with relative ease, provided one had the right connections. Chapter 15. Acquiring firearms and culinary delights. At present, there is no necessity for complex visa procedures for citizens of Huagua and Huigan to enter through the Haya port. Sun Ran, accompanied by Su Ningmeng, ventured into Huigan under the guise of fishermen and subsequently engaged a local guide fluent in Mandarin. Neither of them had previously visited Huigan, so they relished several days of unrestrained exploration. The weather was perfectly temperate, ideal for fishing, and it must be said that the abundance of resources here is remarkable. One could easily catch several pounds of crucian carp from any modest stream. Additionally, a variety of cold water fish, each more delectable than the last, awaited their lines. After 2 days of merriment, Sun Ran and their guide, Joseph, sat down for drinks and broached the subject of weaponry. Dear Joseph, I wish to procure a batch of firearms here. Might you have any connections? My dear friend, firearms are indeed readily available in this region. Yet transporting them back home is rather challenging. Some connections may be required, Joseph replied. Oh, I see. Could you escort me to a place where I might purchase weapons tomorrow? I intend to acquire a substantial amount for self-defense, as I have quite a few adversaries back home. With a knowing smile, Joseph responded, Certainly, Mr. Sun Ran. With sufficient funds, any type of weapon can be procured. After all, we, the fighting nation, are never short of arms. The two shared a bottle of vodka, which left Joseph inebriated, while Sun Ran, with an exceptionally robust constitution, remained unaffected, his formidable physique swiftly metabolizing the alcohol. The following day, Joseph drove them to a town located 300 kilometers away, boasting a population of over 30,000. As a transportation hub, it served as a small-scale center for goods distribution. Joseph led them to a hardware store, where various tools and, most importantly, firearms were sold. After explaining their intentions to the owner, the proprietor nodded, locked the shop's door, hung a closed sign, and guided the trio to the backyard. Dear friends from Huagua, the firearms available for sale require strict adherence to official procedures, including personal gun ownership permits, which can be quite cumbersome. Thus, these weapons are most suitable for you. You merely need to select and pay. I can assist with the transportation. Sun Ran nodded, stating, There is no need to trouble you with the transportation. I will provide you with a warehouse address for the delivery. The owner happily agreed. Of course, my friend, we will proceed as you wish. Faced with a dazzling array of firearms, Sun Ran felt indecisive. To hell with it. Only children make choices. I'll take them all. How much do I owe? All of them? Good heavens, are you intending to assemble an army, my friend? The owner exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. No, I merely possess a fondness for these weapons. Sun Ran clarified. Very well, let me calculate the total. 120 handguns at $80 each, 200 assault rifles at $250 each, 15 sniper rifles at $400 each, and 50 submachine guns at $450 each. The total amounts to $88,100. As for ammunition, approximately 20 million rounds for handguns at $200,000, 15 million rounds for assault rifles at $220,000, 30,000 rounds for sniper rifles at $120,000, and 10 million rounds for submachine guns at $300,000. Should you wish to purchase the ammunition as well, the total would be $92,810, but I shall offer you a discount, $92,000. Agreed. My good sir. Let us proceed to the bank for the transfer. The transaction went smoothly, conducted in Huagua currency, and was settled in full. With the assistance of their local guide, Sun Ran rented a warehouse that had previously stored grain but was now vacant. Please call to arrange for all the weapons to be delivered here. Thank you. A day later, all the firearms arrived at the warehouse. Under the cover of night, Su Ningmeng and Sun Ran began to transfer the entire cache of firearms into their spatial storage. The subsequent 2 days were devoted to mastering the usage of these weapons, assembling, loading, aiming, shooting, and maintenance. After firing thousands of rounds, they gradually developed a feel for the firearms, no longer feeling like strangers to them. There are no innate sharpshooters, skill is honed through practice. With their training complete, they bid farewell to Joseph and prepared to return home. Upon their return, their first task was to check on the renovation progress of their villa at Longxi home. With the date now May 20th, only 40 days remained before the impending apocalypse, and it was imperative to finalize their shelter. At this point, the sunroom had been constructed, featuring bulletproof glass reinforced with an additional 50 centimeters of thickness. Sun Ran tested it, discovering that even a heavy hammer wielded by an adult left only a faint mark. To cause significant damage would require a missile strike, otherwise, it was futile. The installation of solar panels on the sunroom was completed, and the exterior of the villa was nearly finished. The final touches involved setting up water tanks, control systems, blast doors, surveillance equipment, and various mechanisms. It was anticipated that in another 20 days, everything would be fully operational. How delightful. I wish I could move in right now. It is sure to be exceptionally cozy. Su Ningmeng exclaimed with her sparkling eyes. I share your excitement, but we still have a considerable amount of money left unspent. We ought to consider additional provisions, lest we find ourselves wanting come the end of days. Returning to their hotel, the duo brainstormed what else they might require. 10 days later, on June 1st, a call came in from Jinchang informing them that the customized cold-resistant vehicle and specialized clothing had arrived and were ready for pickup. Seizing the opportunity before the apocalypse arrived, they decided to take a leisurely outing. This time, they purchased a vehicle and drove to Jinchang to retrieve the car and clothing, storing them safely in their spatial storage. Brother, I've just had a thought about what we might be missing. Su Ningmeng suddenly declared from the passenger seat. What is it? Consider this. The supplies we've procured consist mainly of raw meats and canned goods, which require cooking. Since time stands still in our space, why not purchase some ready-made meals that we can simply retrieve when needed, still warm and ready to eat? Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Let us head back to Chaoshi. They set out to reserve meals from the multitude of hotels and restaurants in Chaoshi, which numbered over 500. Following their usual protocol, they rented a warehouse and began placing orders for the highest-tier banquets. Each table cost 8,800 yuan, featuring lobster, abalone, king crab, and a diverse array of dishes, 14 courses in total. They reserved 500 tables, needing to serve 50 tables each day for 10 consecutive days, ensuring everything was packaged and delivered to the designated warehouse. After paying the deposit, they moved on to the next establishment, ordering a seafood feast at 6,600 yuan per table, again securing 500 tables. The next was fusion cuisine, followed by countless others, barbecue, buns, congee, and various snacks, until they had made arrangements with every notable hotel and restaurant in Chaoshi. Within 3 days, their ambitious orders had caused a surge in ingredient prices throughout Chaoshi, with suppliers unable to meet the demand, forcing them to source from neighboring districts. By June 25th, all the feasts had been successfully arranged, and the shared space of the two was now brimming with provisions and culinary delights. With an endless variety of meals at their disposal, they could feast for 100 years without repetition. Chapter 16. My former superior Lin Yao is pregnant. The villa was completed on June 26th with all equipment installed. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng meticulously tested each device to ensure they functioned properly before settling the final payment. After nearly 3 months of preparation and diligent effort, the two were finally ready to face the impending apocalypse with calmness. Brother Sun, what if the apocalypse doesn't come? Su Ningmeng asked, munching on a large bag of spicy sticks, her lips glistening with oil. That would be even better. I still have over 1 billion left in my account. If it doesn't come, we could live comfortably for the rest of our lives, Sun Ran replied. Exactly. We wouldn't have to work and could just eat, drink, and sleep at home every day. Just think about it. Haha, you can stay home while I step out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Cut it out. I know where you're going. You're just off to find a woman, Su Ningmeng pouted. Cough. What do you know, kid? I'm leaving. Bye. In truth, he was indeed heading out to meet a woman, albeit reluctantly. He had just received an unexpected phone call from Lin Yao, his former superior. In a moment of frustration, they had crossed a line in her office, and now, Son Ran, I'm pregnant. Auntie, if you're pregnant, you should go to the hospital. Why are you looking for me? The child is yours. Don't joke around. This isn't funny at all. Within the past month, you're the only one I've been with, and you finished inside me without any protection. I haven't had my period for a month. And I just checked at the hospital. I'm already 2 months along. Son Ran fell silent. Lin Yao wouldn't joke about such a matter, and she was unaware of his wealth and the villa purchase. What do you want to do? He asked. I'm confused. I don't know what to do. Do you have time to meet? Sure, time and place. Half an hour later, they met at a CAF downstairs from Son Ran's former company. Lin Yao appeared significantly more haggard than before. Her entire demeanor altered. Clearly, the news of her pregnancy weighed heavily upon her. Son Ran, I hate you. Do you know that? Your selfishness has led to all this. Lin Yao cried upon meeting him. Son Ran, who dreaded seeing women cry, hastily retrieved a tissue and handed it to her, helplessly saying, What's done is done. We need to figure out a solution. Crying won't help. Her tears flowed more freely as she lamented. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for this managerial position? I'm just a poor student from the countryside, with no connections or qualifications. I've worked my way up all on my own, and now you've ruined it all. Shaking his head, Son Ran replied firmly, Lin Yao, I can offer financial compensation. Just tell me what you want to do about this child. She stifled her sobs and said, I've considered terminating it, but the child is innocent. I just can't bring myself to do it. Son Ran nodded. In a few days, you'll thank yourself for the decision you make today. I won't keep up the pretense any longer. I'm actually a billionaire. You? A billionaire? I heard you and your wife are divorced, and here you are pretending to be wealthy? Don't believe me? Here, let me show you. He took Lin Yao's phone and transferred 10 million directly to her account. Ding. 10 million received. Lin Yao was left utterly astonished. You really are a billionaire? Then why didn't you? Can't I experience the life of an ordinary person? I have reliable information that in 3 days, the weather will turn extremely cold with heavy snow. I'll come to pick you up in my villa. Are you out of your mind? It's July. It's scorching hot, and you're telling me it'll snow? Huh. Don't worry about whether it's hot or cold now. Just wait for my call. I'll take my leave for now. Use this money to buy some nutritious supplies for yourself. With that, Son Ran departed, realizing he hadn't purchased any baby supplies. He quickly drove to the largest baby goods store in the city and began to stock up, gathering every brand of baby formula, clothing, bathing products, and snacks. Worried it wouldn't be enough, he visited 3 stores, spending over $1 billion before returning to the villa satisfied. Upon returning, he found the first floor empty and had to call Su Ningmeng. I'm in the game room on the 5th floor. Come on up. Okay. Shall do. Close all the security doors in the villa. Understood, my master. The entire house was under intelligent management. Closing each door manually would take several minutes. In the game room on the 5th floor, Su Ningmeng was engrossed in a game, wearing a tank top and shorts, her curves swaying as she played. Brother Son, what are you staring at? Come join me. Son Ran grabbed a controller, and they began playing a zombie apocalypse game together. After half an hour, she said, I'm hungry. Let us see what we'll eat tonight. How about some roasted lamb leg with a little beer? Sure, it's up to you. Let us head to the Starry Sky rooftop for dinner, Son Ran smiled. They arrived at the Starry Sky rooftop, where the ceiling simulated an endless starry sky, a breathtaking sight. Hey, I noticed something off since you came back today. Is there anything you need to tell me? Su Ningmeng asked, slicing off tender lamb meat and dipping it in chili powder. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. Here's the story. Son Ran candidly shared the situation with Lin Yao, knowing the villa belonged to both of them, and if he were to bring a woman home, he needed Su Ningmeng's consent. I thought it was something serious. If she is carrying your child and you ignore it, I'd be upset. But honestly, this huge house feels a bit boring with just the 2 of us. Having a sister around would be nice. Don't you feel any other way about this? Son Ran probed tentatively. Hee, are you asking if I'm jealous? Is that what you mean? Son Ran nodded. To be honest, I was a bit unhappy when I first heard the news, but then I thought about the upcoming apocalypse. Women will naturally be at a disadvantage, and you will have the responsibility of ensuring humanity's survival. So, if you take multiple wives, I won't be too upset. Plus, We haven't crossed that final line yet. Over the past 3 months, they had journeyed together, hunting for resources, purchasing weapons, and gathering supplies, forging a deep bond of friendship and affection. They often joked and teased each other, yet they never crossed the ultimate boundary. All right, Ningmeng. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I want to say more. Just know this villa will always have your half. You will forever be the lady of this house, and that will never change. Chapter 17. The Day of Reckoning finally arrives June 30th, the day before the frozen apocalypse. Songren sat alone at home, consumed by sorrow. Ever since his cherished eggs were shattered, his spirits had plummeted. He could only hope that foreign medical institutions would expedite his surgery. A knock echoed through the silence. Songren hurriedly opened the door. Are you Mr. Songren? Yes. Please come in. Four imposing figures entered, men with an air of menace, true mercenaries fresh from the battlefield. He had paid a handsome sum to summon them, with the singular aim of eliminating Sun Ran. Would you like to drink? He asked. No need for such formalities, Mr. Song. Let us discuss the target of this mission so we can swiftly complete it and return to the African front. You know, it's quite busy there as well. Very well. The target is Sun Ran. He is exceptionally skilled. The last time I brought 7 or 8 brothers, they were all bested by him. He resides in the villa area of this neighborhood, not far from my home. He has a woman beside him, named Su Ningmeng. I must have her captured. I want my brothers to attend to her. Consider it done. The man will be killed, and the woman brought back. The previous quote was 20 million. That remains acceptable. Right? Absolutely, without question. It's quite late now. You needn't leave. The second floor of my house has guest rooms. You can stay the night, and we'll act tomorrow. The men exchanged glances, nodded, and replied, Thank you, Mr. Song. As they spoke, Tang Tian returned from work. Upon opening the door, she was startled to find 4 burly men eyeing her with an unsettling intensity. Ah, darling, who are these gentlemen? Song Ren's expression darkened. He replied tersely, Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. Hurry and prepare something delicious. I wish to enjoy a drink with my friends. Terrified, Tang Tian hurried to the kitchen. Song Ren turned to the men, adopting a congenial demeanor. This is my wife. She's a bit naive. Come, let us head to the dining room for a drink. In the kitchen, Tang Tian ordered a plethora of takeout on her phone. With so many giants around, cooking would surely take until dawn. After placing the order, an uneasy feeling gripped her. She sensed these men were here for vengeance against Sun Ran, especially after he and Su Ningmeng had so ruthlessly harmed her husband. Sun Ran, be cautious. Today, Song Ren has brought 4 formidable men. They may be plotting revenge against you. They look quite intimidating. She sent the message and quickly deleted it. What are you sneaking around for? Is dinner ready? Tang Tian jumped at the sudden voice, quickly setting her phone aside. Darling, we don't have much food left. It's too late to cook. I've ordered takeout. It should arrive in 20 minutes. Damn, what a hassle. Hurry up. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was driving, having picked up Lin Yao a day early under the guise of showing her the villa and inviting her to dinner. Lin Yao had long forgotten Sun Ran's earlier claim that temperatures would drop in 3 days, but the allure of touring the villa was irresistible. If Sun Ran truly were a wealthy heir, why toil at a menial job when she could enjoy life as a rich wife? As he drove, Sun Ran checked his messages, chuckling to himself. No matter how skilled your hired guns are, they cannot rival my firepower. 10 minutes later, he parked in the underground garage, entering through a secure blast door. Are you opening a supermarket? There is so much food, he exclaimed. For the underground entrance led to a small room, a shoe and coat changing area of approximately 100 square meters. Beyond this room lay nearly 3,000 square meters of storage, filled with shelves brimming with non-perishable foods, purified water, rice, snacks, and more. Initially, Sun Ren hesitated to store food here, fearing it would spoil. But Su Ningmeng had different ideas. She had always dreamed of entering an unattended supermarket, free to indulge her cravings. This underground storage perfectly fulfilled her fantasy, allowing her to roam freely, taking whatever her heart desired. Sun Ran, having experienced this pleasure himself, found it delightful and let her indulge, knowing the supplies were ample. He smiled lightly, saying, Better to be prepared. If the day ever comes when the world ends, at least we won't starve. Come, let us head upstairs. I'll show you around. They ascended the staircase to the first floor, where Su Ningmeng had prepared a feast. Upon seeing Lin Yao, she greeted her warmly. Brother, please introduce us. Sun Ran, feeling a bit awkward, replied. This is my former superior, Lin Yao. You can call her Sister Lin. And Lin Yao, this is my partner and best friend, Su Ningmeng. Lin Yao thought to herself. Best friend? This is quite the scandalous duo. It's true what they say, money changes men, and here he is with a young, beautiful girl. How shameless. Yet she maintained her composure, deciding to observe further. If Sun Ran truly had wealth, she wouldn't mind being a mistress. Sister Lin, dinner is ready. Let us eat first. Afterward, my brother will give you a tour. Lin Yao smiled. Thank you, dear sister. I'm eager to taste your culinary skills. At the dining table, 4 delectable dishes were laid out. Lin Yao picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her eyes widening in surprise. Sister, did you make this? It's incredible. I believe your cooking rivals the finest restaurants in our city. Su Ningmeng laughed heartily. Sister Lin, you flatter me. This was tea made by me. It's takeout from the city's best restaurant. Lin Yao also laughed, feeling an unexpected fondness for the outspoken, lively girl, who was not only beautiful but also charming. The meal stretched over half an hour. With Lin Yao pregnant, her appetite was hearty, finishing 2 bowls of rice before reclining in her chair, gently cradling her belly and shyly smiling at Sun Ran. I may have overindulged. The food was simply too delicious. Since becoming pregnant, my appetite has skyrocketed. Sister Lin, eating well is beneficial for the baby. Don't worry, there's plenty of food and drink in our villa, so indulge yourself. Thank you, dear sister. But it's getting late. I should return. Sun Ran stood. You haven't seen the villa yet. Stay a little longer. After the tour, let Ningmeng help you with a bath. You can rest here tonight and return home tomorrow. There's no rush to go back to work. Lin Yao glanced at the resolute Sun Ran and the spacious, bright villa, her mind made up to cling tightly to this opportunity. As for work, she thought, who cares about that? Very well, I'll heed your advice. Accompanied by Lin Yao, I toured the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the villa, where Lin Yao's chatter never ceased. The opulence of this residence was unparalleled, adorned with amenities she had never even heard of, including an indoor elevator. It was akin to a palace. On the 2nd floor, we discovered a spacious bedroom complete with a private bathroom. After taking a refreshing shower, she donned the brand-new pajamas that Su Ningmeng had prepared and drifted off into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng sat by the window. One was incessantly smoking while the other sipped coffee, occasionally glancing at the clock and thermometer. At last, the clock struck midnight, and the skies began to snow, causing the temperature to plummet. It descended from 28 degrees to 18, 8, 0, -10, -20, -30, -40, finally settling at a frigid -50 degrees. The smart butler activated the electric heating system. Instantly, the villa's heating apparatus sprang to life, powerful heaters broadcasting warmth from every corner of the abode. The indoor temperature remained a comfortable 26 degrees, oblivious to Lin Yao, who slept soundly in her 2nd-floor sanctuary. Conversely, the entire Longxi community was thrown into disarray. Some exclaimed in delight at the romantic snowfall, while others brandished their phones, capturing the moment and posting to social media with captions lamenting, "I am more wrong than Doi." Indeed, every resident in the neighborhood was awakened by the cold, and despite closing their windows, it proved futile. They scoured their homes for every thick blanket and article of clothing, barely managing to quell their shivering. The snow fell like goose feathers, transforming the outside world into a pristine white landscape. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng exchanged a knowing glance and a smile. The icy apocalypse had indeed arrived. Chapter 18. The first day, early the next morning, Sun Ran unlocked his phone and found the owner group chat in complete disarray. Goodness, I nearly froze to death yesterday. What kind of weather is this? Indeed, even the fish in my aquarium have succumbed to the cold. Fortunately, I was alert enough to close the window in time. Outside, the snow had piled up to over a meter, nearly reaching my balcony. What shall I do? I suspect it will cease soon. Such extreme weather rarely lasts long. The chat buzzed with various discussions, yet none mentioned food shortages, as families had stocked up on supplies, and both gas and electricity remained uninterrupted. Everyone treated this as an opportunity to rest at home. Scrolling through videos, I saw numerous clips of heavy snowfall and plummeting temperatures. Turning on the television, the news reported that experts claimed a high-energy particle beam from deep space directly affected solar activity, thereby cooling the Earth and impacting the atmosphere, leading to widespread snowfall. This extreme weather might persist for about 3 days before dissipating naturally. The public was advised to remain calm, stay indoors, and avoid unnecessary casualties. In my previous life, experts predicted 3 days, only to later extend it to 10, then a month. Ultimately, it turned into an indefinite situation. according to the villa's smart assistant. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 62 degrees and was still dropping. Inside, the electric heating was quite effective, maintaining a cozy 26 degrees. Lin Yao woke to the thick blanket of snow outside and finally believed Sun Ran's prediction, donning a revealing nightgown before rushing downstairs. Sun Ran, it really snowed. How did you know? Lin Yao asked, astonished. That's not for you to worry about. Just stay here and enjoy the ample food, Sun Ran replied, unable to contain himself as he admired Lin Yao's alluring figure. Realizing her attire was overly revealing, Lin Yao shrugged it off, thinking, after all, this man was the father of her child. Did you sleep well last night? Yes, it was quite comfortable, though I'm feeling a bit hungry. Sun Ran stood, moved beside Lin Yao, gently kissed her, and said, why don't you watch some television on the sofa while I prepare breakfast? Lin Yao suddenly felt as if she were in love. Though he had initially coerced her, his demeanor had proven far more amiable than she had anticipated. Is this the allure of the wealthy? Nodding obediently, she planted a kiss on his cheek, blushingly saying, thank you, husband. Upon hearing the term husband, Sun Ran froze momentarily. Breakfast was simple: rice porridge, salted duck eggs, and steaming meat buns, the famous dog doesn't care buns, priced at 5 yuan each. At this time, Su Ningmeng sleepily descended to join them for breakfast. She wore even less, practically appearing in a state of undress. You too, hurry and wash up. It's time to eat. Throughout the meal, Sun Ran found it difficult to avert his gaze. It was a feast for the senses. Ah, these buns are truly delicious, Lin Yao exclaimed, devouring 4 in one go. At this rate, I'll surely gain weight. Su Ningmeng giggled. No worries, Lin Jie. We'll hit the gym on the 5th floor later. Even though you're pregnant, moderate exercise is beneficial for the baby. Yes, thank you, little sister. After breakfast, the trio strolled for a while before heading to the gym on the 5th floor to work out. Sun Ran's goal for exercising was to strengthen his physique. He sensed that the jade pendant was quietly enhancing his body each day, and coupled with exercise, the results would be even more pronounced. Thus, workouts became a daily routine for Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng. Zhao Qian recalled that there were still a few bags of instant noodles at home and asked her mother, Song Shuzhen, who was frantically searching for them. Previously, Sun Ran had been responsible for purchasing rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, leaving the others to consume ready-made meals. Now, with Sun Ran absent, they realized the dire state of their pantry, having only half a bag of rice, half a bag of flour, and no vegetables at all. The refrigerator contained some frozen meat, remnants of Sun Ran's prior purchases. Zhao Qian emerged from her bedroom, her face pale. The once vibrant Zhao Qian was now diminished in spirit, ignored by Song Ran, while Sun Ran had become wealthy beyond imagination. With nothing left, she suddenly felt that the root of all her troubles lay with her greedy family, who had instilled in her the belief that she must marry a rich man. Yet now, she was left with nothing. 5 bags of instant noodles remained, sufficient for one meal, and for lunch, they'd have to settle for rice porridge. Thankfully, experts claimed it would only last 3 days. Otherwise, they would indeed face starvation. Just then, Zhao Yi burst into the room, crying out, I don't want instant noodles. I want buns, meat buns. He fell to the floor, rolling and wailing. Seeing her son on the floor, Zhao Qian's last shred of rationality snapped, and an uncontrollable rage surged within her. Grabbing Zhao Yi, she struck his small face twice. You little brat, if you don't want to eat, then starve. Maybe you and Appos, I'll learn your lesson. As she continued to berate him, she struck him again, her anger escalating. Zhao Yu had never witnessed his mother so furious and fell silent. Song Shufan rushed over, taking the child away, scolding, even if you're angry, don't take it out on the child. Look at his face, it's swollen. For breakfast, Zhao Qian's family of 4, along with Zhao Yi, consumed 5 bags of instant noodles, finishing even the broth. Their next meal would have to be rice porridge. At Song Ren's residence, for mercenaries woke up promptly when the temperature dropped last night. They quickly closed the windows and bundled together under the thickest quilt in the house, all stripped down to their bare skin for warmth. While the sight was somewhat unseemly, it was the most effective method. In the morning, Song Ren hurriedly provided them with a few thick garments, though due to their size, the 4 hulking men could barely fit into them, presenting a rather comical appearance. Breakfast was prepared by Tang Tian, consisting of a large pot of vegetable noodles and 10 boiled eggs. The household supplies were limited, yet they had to ensure everyone was fed. Fortunately, they had ordered a considerable amount of takeout the night before, leaving behind plenty of meat skewers, which they heated in the microwave for a hearty breakfast. What Tang Tian found unbearable was the aggressive stares from the 4 men, which made her quite uncomfortable. After a brief bowl of noodles, she declared herself full and retreated to her room. At the dining table, the lead mercenary spoke. "Mr. Song, today's weather is not suitable for executing our mission. I just checked the news. Experts say this extreme weather will last 3 days. Therefore, 3 days from now, I will lead my team to execute the mission." If that is acceptable? Song Ran, already feeling vulnerable, shivered in the freezing room where the temperature was below -20 degrees. "Fine, no problem. This wretched weather is going to freeze me to death." The second spoke. "Boss, Mr. Song, the temperature outside has plummeted to over -60 degrees, and the snow has accumulated to more than a meter in thickness. We are unable to return to the hotel. No worries. You may stay at my home for the next 3 days. I have plenty of rooms." "Then I apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Song." Thus, the first day of the frozen apocalypse passed amidst a blend of curiosity, excitement, and confusion among everyone. Chapter 19, 3 days and then 10. One cannot trust the words of experts the second day of the apocalypse. In the neighborhood group of Longshi Garden, a message appeared. "Does anyone have extra rice or flour? I wish to purchase some, thank you." A neighbor replied, "I have 2 bags of 20 gene rice. I can sell you one. After all, the extreme weather will pass in 2 days. I cannot consume so much. Thank you. Which building are you in? I shall come through the underground parking lot and find you directly." Why is the temperature still dropping? I read online that such weather cannot possibly improve in 3 days. Is that true? Trust the experts, dear. They say 3 days, and it shall be 3 days. Keep your spirits up. Believe in the professionals on the second day. The atmosphere remained relatively cheerful. Food was not lacking. Even in the cold, donning thick attire at home made it bearable. Zhao Qian had already consumed 3 bowls of rice porridge. Song Shuzhen took out frozen meat from the fridge, sliced it into strips, seasoned it with soy sauce and salt, and stir-fried it all at once. Even Zhao Yi, who was notoriously picky, found the meat strips delectable. Zhao Qian's younger brother, Zhao Xiaozhu, voraciously snatched at the stir-fried meat, fearing he might miss a bite. "Can you not eat so much? You're a grown man. How can you be so greedy? Tomorrow is another day." Zhao Qian frowned. Zhao Xiaozhu, unyielding, retorted, "I want to eat. What is it to you? Mind your own business. You're nearly 30 and still single. While my brother-in-law is so wealthy he drove you away at the mention of this." Zhao Qian exploded in rage, seizing the steaming rice porridge before pouring it over Zhao Xiaozhu's head, causing him to yelp in distress. Fortunately, the cold temperature helped cool the porridge quickly, preventing severe burns. "I swear, Zhao Qian, I'll deal with you today." Zhao Xiaozhu, though intimidated outside, was fierce at home, and as the two appeared ready to clash, Zhao Dazhu and Song Shuzhen hurriedly intervened. Zhao Yi watched the commotion between his mother and uncle, laughing heartily and cheering them on. The Zhao household had descended into utter chaos. Tang Tian finished breakfast and slipped back into her bedroom. "Sun Ran, how are you holding up? Do you have anything to eat? You cannot imagine how much these 4 men can consume. Our rice is nearly depleted, and the meat and vegetables are running low." Thankfully, the experts claim this dreadful extreme weather will end in 3 days. Otherwise, I would fear they might devour me. Upon reading her message, Sun Ran quickly replied, "Rest assured, I have plenty of food. Wear warm clothes tomorrow night and sneak out through the underground parking lot. My villa is well stocked. I'll wait for you at the door." "Ah, do you mean I should completely leave Song Ran? But we aren't divorced yet. If I were to have an affair while still married, it wouldn't bode well for my reputation. I'll endure for a couple more days. I wish to end things with him openly before being with you." After a moment's contemplation, Sun Ran chose not to elaborate further. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. "All right, I'll heed your advice. Call me if anything happens." "Darling, who is messaging you so early?" Lin Yao inquired sweetly from the side. Sun Ran tucked away his phone, replying, "A neighbor you don't know. Good morning, sweetheart. Would you like some gum before we hug?" "No thanks. My legs are still shaking. I'm hungry. Let me prepare breakfast for you all so you can taste my cooking." "I didn't expect you to know how to cook." "Very well. I look forward to your breakfast." Lin Yao took 20 minutes to dress before heading down to the basement, where the temperature was controlled at around 10 degrees Celsius to prolong the shelf life of items. She retrieved a large steak from the fridge, grabbed some potatoes, and took 2 bags of bread and milk from the shelves. Back in the kitchen on the first floor, she seared the steak in butter, sliced the potatoes into strips and fried them, dipped the bread in egg and milk, and gently pan-fried it before warming the milk. A simple Western-style breakfast was ready. She called Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng to join her for the meal. "Wow, I didn't expect your cooking to be as delightful as your appearance, Lin Jie. It's delicious." Lin Yao's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. I usually live alone and love to experiment with culinary delights during my free time. If you enjoy it, I shall often prepare meals for you. Sun Ran, holding a piece of bread, remarked, "It truly is delicious. I've decided to leave breakfast to you from now on." Absolutely. After their meal, it was time for exercise. Each day they aimed to surpass their previous records, indicating that Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng's physical fitness was steadily improving. Sun Ran now effortlessly handled 40-kilogram dumbbells, managing to lift them 100 times in one go. Su Ningmeng was around 30 kilograms. Lin Yao watched in astonishment. Were these two superhumans? The afternoon was primarily for relaxation, filled with games, movies, swimming in the indoor pool, playing billiards, and board games, ensuring variety. After dinner, the trio nestled on the sofa to watch television. The second day of the apocalypse came to a close. The third day of the apocalypse arrived as expected. Within the community, illness began to spread. Many suffered from colds and fevers, but fortunately, every household had some basic medicine, preventing fatal consequences. Yet, would the extreme weather truly dissipate in 3 days? A stifling atmosphere began to permeate the neighborhood group. The outdoor temperature plummeted to a chilling -70 degrees. Experts on television continued their grandiloquent assertions, claiming this bout of extreme weather would soon pass. Yet, the populace was not so easily deceived. Outside, the snow continued to fall, accumulating nearly 2 meters in depth. The ground floor was entirely buried beneath the snow. Some restless residents donned thick down jackets and wandered the underground parking lot, chatting. Though cold, it was somewhat sheltered, making the temperature bearable. The foreman of Song Ren's household had consumed rice porridge for lunch, finished the eggs in the morning, and were left with only a few potatoes and no meat. At this rate, they would face hunger the next day. Nevertheless, everyone remained hopeful that the temperature would rise the following day, allowing them to shovel snow and shop at the supermarket. Clinging to this hopeful fantasy, they finally welcomed the fourth day of the apocalypse. Upon awakening, the first act was to check the thermometer. No change whatsoever. Various experts once again emerged on short video platforms to explain that high-energy particle beams from deep space would continue for another 10 days, urging the public not to panic and to refrain from spreading rumors. If food was scarce, neighbors should assist one another to get through the day, believing that soon the extreme weather would end. The comments section was rife with disdain. What nonsense from the experts. 3 days, then 7. Is there any accuracy? The words of so-called experts are less fragrant than my dog's farts. I have only half a bag of noodles left, and my neighbor borrowed 20 from me. How do you expect me to help, dear expert? This morning, I just ground eggshells into powder and drank them. I'm barely holding on. It's been 2 days without a bowel movement. Can someone please understand? The comments varied widely, but the prevailing tone was one of vitriol. Sun Ran chuckled quietly, awaiting the true beginning of the apocalypse 10 days hence, when the expert's second prophecy would falter. People would lose their minds completely. With no food, the cold intensifying, 3 meters of snow frozen solid, they would find it impossible to carve out a path. Sun Ran silently cursed, this damned apocalypse. Chapter 20. 3 unfortunate souls on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Within the homeowners group chat, a message appeared. Dear neighbors, does anyone have spare noodles or rice? I am willing to pay a high price. Thank you for your assistance. Once the extreme weather passes, I will repay you generously. This message was from Sun Ran's ex-wife, Zhao Qian. With their rice porridge completely consumed and the flour turned into inedible flatbreads, the family was left with merely half a bag of salt. That morning, each family member had to subsist on a cup of salt water. The group remained eerily silent. Who would dare to sell food in such dire circumstances? No one knew how long this wretched weather would persist. After 10 minutes, the silence broke. Beautiful lady, I have rice at home. How much are you willing to pay? The profile picture indicated a young woman. Zhao Qian quickly replied, 10 yuan per jean. Is that acceptable? At that moment, Sun Ran chanced upon the message and, with a sinister smile, commented, Dear friend in the group, considering the unpredictable duration of this extreme weather, it would be wise to conserve your supplies. Zhao Qian, incensed by Sun Ran's message, retorted, What do you mean, Sun Ran? We should be helping each other through this hardship. What gives you the right to comment? Can you guarantee you won't run out of food? Sun Ran, observing her outrage, casually shared a photo of his breakfast. The image displayed preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 3 baskets of Hangzhou soup dumplings, 3 cups of milk, a salted duck egg, and a plate of sliced roast duck. Such a breakfast was not only extravagant in these trying times, but was also a feast even during normal weather. Upon seeing the photo, the homeowners erupted in disbelief. It's nearly -80 degrees, and he's flaunting his dumplings? What kind of family is this? The homeowners were cautioned by an expert that the weather would return to normal in 10 days, yet no one dared to sell their food, urging everyone to manage their supplies wisely. Following Sun Ran's comment, the young woman who had offered rice quickly responded, "I'm sorry. I just realized my rice supply is also low, so I want to sell after all. My apologies." Zhao Qian, furious at home, felt her teeth grind in frustration. The pantry was entirely bare. With no options left, Song Shuzhen reluctantly donned thick clothing and knocked on doors throughout the unit. After 2 hours, she managed to procure 5 jin of rice and 4 nearly sprouted potatoes, spending 300 yuan. How despicable is Sun Ran? He is food, but won't he allow anyone else to sell to us? Why doesn't he just disappear? She fumed, glaring at the scant provisions. If we ration this, it might last us 2 days. Yet, the situation at Sun Ran's household was nearing a breaking point. With 4 burly men, Sun Ran and Tang Tian, they were truly at the end of their resources. When Sun Ran glimpsed Sun Ran's message in the group, he salivated at the thought of the steaming roast duck and dumplings. Before the apocalypse, he had scorned such greasy fare, insisting on seafood at every meal. Now, however, he would gladly call anyone daddy for just a bite. An idea struck him. Brothers, look at the image posted by our target. His villa must be stocked with food. Why not break into his villa tonight, eliminate him, and seize his supplies? The first brother, who hadn't eaten that morning and was in a foul mood, took Sun Ran's phone and enlarged the photo. It appeared genuine, not photoshopped. "Mr. Sun, wait a moment while my brothers and I confer." Returning to their room, the mercenary leader and his 3 companions began plotting. "You two, dress warmly and scout the underground garage for the type of security door he has. 4. Keep an eye out for any surveillance equipment at his entrance. We must ensure everything is flawless." "Understood, big brother." The trio, preparing for their mission, shared the last remaining flatbread with Tang Tian, dipping it in salt water as they hurriedly consumed it. Donning ill-fitting down jackets, they cautiously made their way to Sun Ran's villa through the underground garage entrance. "Let us not rush to the door. I'll check for cameras first." For produced night vision binoculars, a crucial tool for their operations, and scanned the vicinity of the security door, finding no telltale red dots indicating cameras. This Sun Ran is quite the miser. With his wealth, he couldn't even install a camera. He deserves to be dealt with by us. For scoffed, stowing his binoculars. The second and third brothers stood up, and since there were no cameras, they approached the security door. "Wow, this door is impressive. It seems to be military grade," said the third brother. "Can you open it?" The third brother, skilled in dismantling explosives, locks, and safes, examined the door closely. It would take about an hour and requires a small controlled explosion. So complicated? He squatted down again, scrutinizing the mechanism. There is no surveillance, but this door is top-notch. What a miser. As the 3 men debated their next steps, they failed to notice 4 concealed sprinkler devices suddenly emerge from the blast door. In an instant, the devices unleashed a torrent of icy water upon the trio, dousing them in freezing liquid. The temperature in the underground parking garage plummeted to a chilling -50 degrees, while outside it hovered around -80. The concept of -50 degrees was beyond comprehension. It was the temperature at which water instantly freezes. Before the trio could react, their heads and clothes were drenched, freezing solid within seconds. They screamed in terror, scrambling to escape the deluge, but the 4 devices, as if possessed, relentlessly pursued them with sprays of icy water. Drawing on their years of mercenary training, they helped one another flee from the spray zone, stumbling towards the first villa, their damp pants making every step a Herculean effort. Fortunately, they had eaten something prior, allowing their bodies to generate some warmth. Otherwise, they would not have survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, Sun Ran observed their chaotic retreat from the comfort of his home, laughing heartily. In truth, his intelligent assistant had alerted him the moment the trio approached within 300 meters of his residence. The area was laden with 200 hidden cameras, providing a clear view of their appearances and eavesdropping on their conversations. When the 3 men gathered, Sun Ran activated the sprinkler trap. This time, the water was merely ordinary. But had he added a sedative, it could have incapacitated them within seconds. Given the frigid outdoor temperature, they would surely freeze to death soon after. However, Sun Ran had no intention of killing anyone just yet. The apocalypse had only just begun. Instead, he aimed to deflate the audacity of these mercenaries for the time being. Chapter 21. Borrowing food from Villa Number 2. As Song Ran witnessed his 3 subordinates, resembling 3 frozen popsicles, return in a state of utter disarray, he erupted in fury. Did Sun Ran somehow anticipate the onset of extreme weather and prepare accordingly? Who, in their right mind, would install a water-spraying device at their own door? However, now was not the time to question Sun Ran. The three were on the brink of freezing to death. Song Ran and No. One hurriedly stripped the frozen trio of their wet garments and wrapped them in warm, dry blankets, instructing Tang Tian to quickly boil some hot water. Each of the three, clutching a cup of steaming liquid, took a considerable amount of time to recover, yet they still trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale and their speech slurred. Songren fanned the flames of their ire, exclaiming that Sun Ran is truly despicable. In this frigid weather, he dares to spray water on himself. Utterly inhumane. Number one furrowed his brow and remarked, "This Sun Ran is no ordinary individual. It seems he was aware of the impending extreme weather. He managed to set up this trap right at his doorstep. This matter requires careful consideration." Songren nodded in agreement, stating, "Brother number one, I believe our most pressing concern right now is to find something to eat. Otherwise, we shall have no sustenance today." Number one smirked disdainfully. "Humph, that's an easy task. Once my brothers have recovered, we shall visit Villa number 2 to borrow some supplies. If they refuse, they cannot blame my brothers for being ruthless." Songren quickly flattered. "With you leading the charge, success is assured. Rest assured, once this extreme weather passes, I shall reward you all with additional compensation, perhaps an extra 5 million. No. One smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Song. Soon, my brothers will head to Villa number 2, and you and Mrs. Song can await our good news at home." The four mercenaries had returned to the country solely for monetary gain. With the employer suddenly increasing their pay, No. One and his brothers felt compelled to honor their employer by procuring some food. An hour later, the three unfortunate brothers had fully recuperated. They urgently needed to find sustenance. For without energy, their bodies would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Mr. Song, who resides in Villa number 2. The villa housed an elderly couple whose son seldom returned from abroad, and their daughter worked domestically, not living with them. "All right, let's first head to Villa number 2 to borrow some supplies. Mr. Song, you stay here and await our return." With that, the four donned their gear and made their way through the underground passage to the parking lot, eventually arriving at the basement entrance of Villa number 2. They knocked for an extended period, but no one answered. Are they deaf? Number 3, tasked with knocking, pounded so hard his hand felt as though it might break. "Damn it, perhaps they've frozen to death. Let us force the lock." "Not a problem, big brother. I'll have it open in 5 minutes. No. 3 grabbed his tools and began working on the door lock. This household and Appo's lock was not nearly as complicated as Sun Ran and Appo's explosion-proof door. In less than 3 minutes, he had it open. All set. Number 1 produced a folding knife and boldly stepped inside. "Is anyone here?" Silence met his query. Could they truly be frozen to death? Upon reaching the first floor, they still found no one. They scattered about in search of food, determined not to miss a single opportunity. Meanwhile, the owners of the villa were huddled together for warmth in their bedroom. Although food was available, the extreme cold, coupled with their advanced age, rendered them more susceptible to the chill than younger individuals. Their air conditioning had frozen, rendering it useless. Fortunately, they had found an electric heater intended for their pet, which they had kept in the bedroom. Thus, after each meal, they returned to their sanctuary, entirely oblivious to the sounds of knocking from the basement. "Honey, I think I hear someone downstairs." "Impossible. My hearing is impeccable. I haven't heard a thing," the old man stubbornly replied. "Listen, what is that sound?" "No. There is definitely noise coming from the first floor. We should check it out lest someone breaks in and steals our food." The old man listened intently, and it seemed he too detected a sound. Throwing off the covers, they dressed, armed themselves with a badminton racket, and cautiously descended the stairs, shivering all the while. "What are you all doing? Put down your things." Indeed, halfway down the staircase, they spotted 4 robust men rummaging through their belongings in search of food. The old couple's sudden shout startled the intruders. Turning to face the elderly couple, Number 1 forced a friendly smile and said amiably, "Uncle, Auntie, we're your neighbors. We knocked earlier, but no one answered. I thought you weren't home. Since you're here, that simplifies matters. My brothers are out of food and wish to purchase some from you. What do you say?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The old man reluctantly lowered his badminton racket and replied, "We truly have little to spare, and I cannot sell you anything. You should hurry and seek help elsewhere." No. 2. A ruthless character hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of rice and growled, "What do you mean you have nothing to eat? Don't think you can refuse us." No. One refrained from intervening, opting instead to maintain his cheerful demeanor. Someone had to play the villain. The old man, realizing that refusing to sell anything today could lead to dire consequences, thought, "If I don't part with something, they might not take it lightly. Ah, how forgetful of me. I'll give you this bag of rice. Just pay me 200 yuan. Number 1 nodded and cheerfully replied, "All right, Number 2 will handle the payment. And let us also take those potatoes and some meat from your fridge. We'll give you 500. All right, brother." The elderly couple could only watch helplessly as their supplies were taken away. With this bag of rice, they could stretch their rations, potentially lasting 5 more days. They hoped fervently that, as experts predicted, the temperatures would rise and the extreme weather would dissipate within that time frame. Once the 4 men departed, the elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their habit of stockpiling food. Downstairs, they still had 2 bags of rice, 2 bags of flour, some cured meat, and pickles. In less than 10 minutes, Number 1 returned with a bag of rice, a dozen potatoes, and frozen meat. Song Ren was overjoyed upon seeing this and immediately called for Tang Tiantian to prepare a meal. The 4 men, resembling hungry wolves, fixated on Tang Tiantian's curvaceous form. Song Ren silently lamented, "Damn this weather, it better improve soon, or I shall undoubtedly be wearing a green hat." Meanwhile, Sun Ren awoke to find Lin Yao had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Given the intense workout routines that Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng engaged in daily, they needed ample protein to sustain their energy levels. Thus, breakfast consisted of 4 sizzling steaks, freshly squeezed orange juice, crispy fries, and several cheese meatballs, all of which Lin Yao had prepared from scratch using beef sourced from the basement fridge. Su Ningmeng, having completed a rigorous 5-kilometer aerobic run that morning, was now famished, grabbing a steak and devouring it hungrily. Sun Ran chuckled as he took out his phone, capturing a photo of Su Ningmeng enjoying her steak amidst the lavish spread, which also featured the lovely and diligent Lin Yao. He then tagged Zhao Qian in the group chat, sharing the delightful image. At that moment, Zhao Qian was sipping a bowl of rice porridge, the only accompaniment being shredded potatoes, devoid of any oil, save for a pinch of salt. Hearing her phone ring, Zhao Yu rushed to grab it and opened the photo, immediately tempted by the array of delicious foods. Overcome with longing, he wailed, "I want fries and ketchup. I don't want rice porridge. I want." Zhao Qian hurried over to snatch the phone away, her teeth gritting in frustration upon seeing the mouth-watering image Sun Ran had shared. Such a sumptuous breakfast, accompanied by 2 stunning beauties. This wretched person is clearly intent on provoking me. But why would he wish to irritate me? Could it be that he seeks to capture my attention? It must be deliberate. He desires to incite feelings of jealousy within me. Yes, it must be so. Subsequently, Zhao Qian dialed Sun Ran's number. Chapter 22. Experts say extreme weather will persist for another month while dining. Sun Ran received a call from Zhao Qian. Upon connecting, an awkward silence enveloped both parties. Sun Ran, engrossed in his meal, and Zhao Qian, attempting to maintain a semblance of decorum. 10 seconds elapsed before Sun Ran, growing impatient, abruptly terminated the call. What was the point of engaging in silence? Zhao Qian stared incredulously at her disconnected phone, convinced it had been an accidental misdial. She decided to try again. The call connected once more, and this time, she adopted a softer tone, saying, "Darling, Stop right there. No more darling. We are no longer in a marital relationship. If you have something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'm eating. Why are you treating me this way? I know you posted those photos to provoke my attention, to deliberately upset me. I want to say, you succeeded. Darling, I'm sorry. I've been reflecting on my past mistakes. I genuinely wish to earn your forgiveness, even if it's just once. Could you grant me that opportunity? I truly love you. I do not care for your wealth, your villa, or your food. I only care for you. It was only now that I realized you are the best person for me." As Zhao Qian spoke, an amusing revenge plot suddenly took shape in Sun Ran's mind. After all, he had nothing else to occupy his time with, so why not indulge in a little fun? Is what you say true? You don't care for my money? You only love me? Indeed, Sun Ran. During this time, I haven't even gone to the office. I've been at home every day, thinking of you and reminiscing about our 5 years together. Sob, sob. All right, enough with the tears. I'll think about it. After all, you've hurt me quite deeply. I'll call you once I've made a decision. After hanging up, Sun Ran scoffed. What a dramatic performer. Su Ningmeng, visibly displeased, interjected, Sun Ran, do you intend to forgive Zhao Qian? Not at all. I'm merely concocting a delightfully entertaining revenge plan. It will be far more satisfying than simply eliminating her entire family. Intrigued, Su Ningmeng inquired, what is the plan? Tell me. Sun Ran, shrouded in mystery, replied. If I reveal it now, it will lose its charm. In 3 days, the plan will be set in motion. By then, you'll understand, it's bound to be amusing. After all, staying at home all day is dreadfully monotonous. Lin Yao, who had only recently joined their circle, listened in bewilderment but refrained from probing further. There were matters Sun Ran evidently wished to keep from her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, having hung up, excitedly rushed into the living room, exclaiming, Sun Ren said he might forgive me. Soon we can stay in his villa and enjoy a variety of delicacies. Song Shuzhen sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Is that true? How wonderful! My daughter truly is charm. Sun Ran is just a hopeless admirer. My dear, you must seize this opportunity. That Song Ren is clearly a playboy. After all this time, he hasn't even called you. Humph, what an ungrateful wretch. Zhao Xiaozhu sheepishly approached. Sis, I was wrong the other day. Please don't take it to heart. I shouldn't have said what I did. Zhao Qian graciously replied, It's all right, Xiaozhu. You are my brother. I can hardly hold a grudge against you. Thank you, sis. Soon we shall be wealthy. I promise to treat my brother-in-law well. As the family reveled in their hopeful dreams, they joyfully sipped their rice porridge. In the community's owner group chat, messages seeking to purchase supplies appeared daily. However, since Sun Ran had advised against selling food last time, there have been no altruistic offers since. This led to a growing resentment towards Sun Ran from those without food, especially as they witnessed him posting images of various delicacies daily, which only fueled their frustration. Those lacking provisions were left with no choice but to shamelessly approach neighbors and purchase food at exorbitant prices. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, Zhao Qian wondered, Has Sun Ran yet contacted you? What does he mean? Didn't Ti say he would forgive you? Why hasn't Ti made up his mind? After days of consuming nothing but rice porridge, she felt utterly drained, and the rice she purchased from a neighbor was nearly gone. Mom, why are you so anxious? He is likely very conflicted, given the child isn't his. We should be understanding. I'll send him another message to check. Zhao Qian picked up her phone and typed quickly, Darling, have you made up your mind? I genuinely wish to repent. I promise to bear you a healthy baby, whom we shall name Sun Daba, if that's all right. He will carry your surname, because he is your flesh and blood. What do you think, darling? She hit send. Sun Ran read the message, utterly taken aback by the woman's audacity. Zhao Qian, grant me one more day. Tomorrow I shall provide you with an answer. But please, don't pressure me too much. I am deeply wounded. Zhao Qian, sensing a glimmer of hope, promptly sent a sultry photograph of herself. Despite shivering from the cold, she endured it for the chance to secure her position. Sun Ran opened the photo and had to admit that Zhao Qian certainly possessed allure. Her beauty and figure were undeniably exceptional, befitting her status as a campus belle. In comparison, Lin Yao's looks seemed slightly diminished, though her figure was equally commendable. Only Su Ningmeng could rival her in beauty. Instead of responding, Sun Ran opened a short video app. The time frame that experts had mentioned, 7 to 10 days for the weather to return to normal, was rapidly approaching. Yet the external temperature had plummeted to a staggering -85 degrees without any sign of improvement. Many in the community had already succumbed to colds and fevers. And with the scarcity of clothing and food, it would not be long before cases of freezing and starvation emerged. Various self-proclaimed experts, bundled in thick down jackets, sat at home and confidently declared that the weather would surely improve by tomorrow or the day after, claiming to have observed a resurgence of solar activity and a slight rise in temperatures in some regions of the Earth. Sun Ran chuckled derisively, it's -80 degrees. And they still dare to boast. For the sake of views and likes, they've lost all sense of shame. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, authoritative news outlets published breaking news. According to the latest reports from the meteorological station and astronomical observatories, the scope and duration of the high-energy particle beams reach were unprecedented. This cold wave would likely last for another month, or even longer, with temperatures continuing to drop. Due to the severe weather conditions, the military and government were currently unable to organize effective rescue operations. Thus, citizens were urged to self-organize and help one another. Let us all hold on to faith. Humanity can prevail against nature. The message spread like wildfire across various social media platforms, plunging humanity into despair. Many residents of Longxi Garden genuinely thanked Sun Ran for advising those with supplies not to sell them, while others harbored intense hatred towards him, lamenting their dire circumstances. How could they survive with nothing left in their homes? Furthermore, the experts on television declared that this situation could last for a month or longer, with no definitive end in sight. Were they truly destined to starve? A pervasive sense of hopelessness spread across Blue Star. Were humans truly facing extinction? Chapter 23. The Zhao family moves into the villa. It has been 11 days since the apocalypse began. Rising early in the morning, Sun Ran diligently made his way to the gym. At this juncture, the 40-kilogram dumbbells were no longer a challenge for him, so he increased the weight to 60 kilograms. With remarkable agility, Sun Ran maneuvered the dumbbells as if they were mere leaves, lifting and lowering them effortlessly. After completing 1,000 repetitions, he transitioned to the treadmill, setting the speed to its maximum for a fasted aerobic session of 10 kilometers, which he accomplished in just 15 minutes. An astounding feat given that a typical 10-kilometer run generally requires 45 minutes or more. After expending only a third of his effort, he dismounted the treadmill and proceeded to perform a variety of high-intensity exercises. Su Ningmeng, not one to be outdone, executed her own rigorous training with impeccable form, now easily lifting 45 kilograms with one hand. After an hour of intense workout, they headed to the dining area for a meal. Brother Sun Ran, how's the revenge plan coming along? I can hardly contain my curiosity. Today we shall put it into action. Here is the plan. Zhao Qian, I've made up my mind. I choose to forgive you. Over these past few months, I've realized you have always held a place in my heart. But you must promise never to contact Song Ren again. Upon receiving the text message, Zhao Qian leapt up in joy, her excitement palpable as she replied, Darling, rest assured. I will no longer have any contact with Song Ren. From now on, I will devote myself entirely to you. Sweetheart, when do you think we can move into your villa? And who are those two women, Su Ningmeng and the other? A smile crept across Sun Ran's face. He had successfully hooked her. They're my partners. The reason I can procure raw stones from Myanmar is due to their financial backing. So you're saying the villa is partially theirs? Indeed, but no worries. Your entire family can move in. There is plenty of space. And while the fare may not be extravagant, it will certainly suffice. Zhao Qian mused to herself. Since they were merely two women, she could easily oust them later. Compete with me, Zhao Qian, for a man? You're still quite inexperienced. Mom, Dad, little brother, hurry. Let us head to Sun Ran's villa. He has forgiven me. That's wonderful, sister. When you speak with brother-in-law, please mention that once I marry Nana, I'd like to occupy the 3rd floor. Sure, that is easily arranged. Your brother-in-law is still my devoted admirer, so don't worry. Zhao Yi, unsure of their destination, perked up at the mention of devoted admirer, exclaiming, Devoted admirer, Daddy. Devoted admirer, Daddy. Zhao Qian chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. With only a few changes of clothes and toiletries, they bundled themselves up and departed. After navigating through the underground parking lot for nearly 15 minutes, they arrived at the fortified entrance of Sun Ran's villa. Sun Ran, open the door, we arrived. Outside. The Zhao family shivered in the cold. As the door swung open, they stepped into a warm changing area on the 1st underground level, instantly enveloped in warmth. Why was Sun Ran's villa so cozy? The basement was warm, so surely the upper floors would be even more inviting. Sun Ran emerged dressed in a tank top and shorts, starkly contrasting with their winter attire. Zhao Qian, Mom, Dad, you're here. Just leave your clothes here and come inside to warm up. The family, shedding their usual bravado, obediently removed their outer garments. Zhao Qian, clad only in a form-fitting top, approached Sun Ran, her voice soft as she expressed, Darling, thank you for forgiving us. Suddenly, Zhao Yu shouted, Devoted admirer, Daddy. Zhao Xiaozhu kicked him from behind, scolding. How dare you speak to my brother-in-law like that, you little rascal? After being kicked, Zhao Yu opened his mouth wide and began to cry, his loud wailing drawing the attention of Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao. They frowned, with Su Ningmeng stating, I must make it clear, Sun Ran. If you bring your ex-wife's family here, they better behave, or they can leave and not disturb us. Sun Ran feigned subservience, replying, Understood, Ningmeng, Manager Lin. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing her man being so accommodating in the villa was not what Zhao Qian had envisioned. She turned to quiet Zhao Yu's cries, employing every means necessary until he finally stopped. Exiting the changing area, the Zhao family was left speechless at the sight of countless shelves filled with an abundance of supplies. Canned meats, candies, chocolates, large jars of M&Ms, snacks, chips, rice, vegetables, fruits, instant noodles, and sausages. My goodness, old godmother had amassed such a bounty. The red jars lined up together were simply the most beautiful sight in the world. This was heaven, absolute paradise. With such resources, if they rationed wisely, 2 years would be no problem. No, I must find a way to eliminate these two women. All of this will belong to me, Zhao Qian. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhao Yu stealthily pocketed a piece of chocolate from the shelf. Upon entering the living room on the 1st floor, the Zhao family was utterly awestruck. Akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, their eyes wide with wonder. The warmth enveloped them, banishing the cold entirely. The decor was nothing short of regal, reminiscent of a palace. Having visited Song Ren's villa, this one made it seem paltry in comparison. Darling, why is this villa so warm? Sun Ran. Seemingly reveling in Zhao Qian calling him darling, eagerly explained, the heating system is radiant floor heating throughout the house, with outlets on each floor. Even if the power goes out, we can still rely on coal for warmth. Wow, how advanced. You're truly remarkable, darling. Sun Ran humbly replied, it's nothing special. These ideas came from Su Ningmeng and manager Lin. You must be hungry, right? Let me show you the kitchen. In the kitchen, a large pot of rice porridge awaited them, alongside some boiled potatoes and several bags of pickles. Nothing more. Zhao Qian frowned slightly. Darling, we eat rice porridge every day at home. Could we perhaps have something different? Before Sun Ran could respond, Su Ningmeng interjected, her tone dripping with disdain. All the food and supplies in this villa belong to us too. Sun Ran has no authority to allocate food. Be grateful there's anything at all. And stop being choosy. Sun Ran, suddenly irked, exclaimed, enough. My wife's family has just arrived. Surely we should prepare some meat for them. Is it too much to ask for that little, right? Su Ningmeng scoffed. Sun Ran, I advise you to recognize your position. There's some leftover meat in the fridge. Consider it a pity for your ex-wife's family. With that, she ascended the stairs. Sun Ran forced a smile, muttering to himself about Su Ningmeng's unreasonable behavior. Come on, let us eat. He then retrieved half a roasted chicken and half a pork knuckle from the fridge. The Zhao family, famished, dove into the food, while Sun Ran observed with a smirk, thinking, the best is yet to come. In 10 minutes, every morsel was devoured. Zhao Qian wiped her mouth and asked, darling, where will our family be staying? Come, let us head to the second floor. At the far end of the second floor, there lay a spacious room. Sun Ran opened the door and exclaimed, this is it. After a prolonged silence, Song Shuzhen, visibly displeased, remarked, Sun Ran, do you mean to say that our entire family is to squeeze into one room? Sun Ran, with a sense of helplessness, nodded and replied, indeed. I have no other option. After all, my words carry little weight. Zhao Qian thought to herself, as expected, he remains as ineffectual as ever. However, outwardly, Zhao Qian concealed her disdain for Sun Ran and cheerfully said, this place is quite adequate. There's food and drink, and it's not cold. Once this extreme weather passes, we can move out. At that time, you can use the money from selling jade to purchase a small villa. Still dreaming, are we? Sun Ran chuckled softly, saying, how could I possibly afford a villa? The money I received was entirely spent on this property. My intention was to sell it for a profit, but who would have anticipated the sudden onset of extreme weather? Now, I'm left with nothing. Zhao Qian, with a flicker of realization, responded, no worries, dear. Don't lose heart. This extreme weather will likely pass soon. When the villa is sold, we will have funds. Won't we? Sun Ran forced a smile and replied, Zhao Qian, in order to allow your family to move in, I have transferred my shares of this property to the two of them. Otherwise, they would never have consented to your entry. This means I am now completely broke. What? Are you serious? Zhao Qian's expression shifted instantly, her previous admiration replaced by anger and despair. Sun Ran nodded honestly. As Zhao Qian processed this revelation, darkness enveloped her. After all the commotion, it turned out her family's residence in the villa was purchased at the cost of Sun Ran relinquishing his shares. This foolish man was, in fact, a penniless wretch. Chapter 24. Zhao Qian, who was expelled after just one day. Sun Ran returned to his room with an expression of deep regret, leaving Zhao Qian's family to grapple with their predicament alone. At that moment, Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao were waiting for him in their room. How did we perform? Quite well, I presume. Sun Ran laughed heartily. Indeed, if we were to shoot a short drama with this cast, it would undoubtedly be a hit. I never realized you possessed such talent. Su Ningmeng replied with pride, of course. Should I debut, I would undoubtedly shine as a brilliant star in the entertainment industry. Now, tell me, what was their expression when they found out you were broke? Sun Ran recalled, speaking earnestly, well, it was quite a spectacle. Their expressions transitioned from shock to disbelief, then to despair, and yes, even disdain. I genuinely believe the expressions of Zhao Qian and Apos' family could be included in a performance textbook, serving as a demonstration for students at Beijing Film Academy. Ha ha ha, utterly splendid, Su Ningmeng exclaimed. Now, let us proceed according to our plan. That evening, Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao dined on steak, fries, and burgers at the table, while Sun Ran and Zhao Qian and Apos' family squeezed around a small table in the living room, consuming rice porridge and steamed buns. The stark contrast in their meals deeply vexed Zhao Qian, especially upon learning that Sun Ran had relinquished property shares worth over 100 million to ensure her family would not go hungry or suffer from the cold. The situation was increasingly distressing. Should she be grateful or reprimand him? Zhao Qian scoffed internally. Gratitude was out of the question for this useless man who couldn't even manage 2 women. Indeed, 2 women on one side. There were her younger brother and father, along with son Ran. 3 men unable to contend with 2 women? As the meal concluded, Su Ningmeng stood up, her expression darkening. You all should return to your rooms once you finish. We intend to watch television in the living room. Sun Ran cautiously interjected, Ningmeng, it's not even 7 yet. There is nothing for them to do in their rooms. Why not let them watch some television as well? Letting them in is already quite merciful. If they refuse to comply, they should leave. Song Shuzhen stood up, hands on her hips. You 2 young ladies shouldn't overstep. We are here because my son-in-law, Sun Ran, transferred property shares to you. We are, after all, paying to stay here. Why should we heed your commands? Su Ningmeng, far from angered, laughed instead. Ha ha. That's rich. Indeed, Sun Ran transferred the property shares to us in exchange for your right to reside here, but your daily meal expenses amount to 3,000 yuan. Once the extreme weather passes, Sun Ran will reimburse us for these expenses, as all the food was purchased by Manager Lin and me. Sun Ran hasn't spent a single penny. Zhao Qian's face paled instantly. How many secrets was this useless man hiding from them? If they stayed for a month, that would amount to nearly 100,000 yuan. Sun Ran lowered his head, saying nothing, embodying the image of a failure. Zhao Qian dragged Song Shuzhen and Zhao Dezhu, who wanted to argue, back to their room to begin plotting. Relying on Sun Ran was clearly a lost cause. They would have to depend on their own strengths. With only 2 young women against her brother and father, both in their prime, they would seize the opportunity to find a rolling pin or kitchen knife as weapons. And then they would overpower the villa first. At that point, these 2 women and her brother would be theirs. Forget about that little Na. These 2 women were quite attractive and well-formed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaozhi nodded eagerly. Sister, your plans are astute. These 2 women are undoubtedly exceptional. Haha. I could easily have 2 wives. And a grand villa. What a pinnacle of life. Zhao Dazhu, their father, objected sternly. Xiaozhu, are you not concerned about your health? No way. I want to have my share of fun with these 2 women. Song Shuzhen immediately became agitated, shouting, You old fool. You can't even satisfy me. Yet you still have your eyes on other women. I swear I'll claw you to pieces. Zhao Dazhu quickly dodged, saying, Isn't it different? I just want to enjoy myself. Why not let Zhao Xiaozhi bear the brunt of the work tomorrow while I sit back and enjoy the spectacle? Zhao Qian swiftly intervened as a peacemaker, suggesting, All right, mother. As long as there is food, drink, and a warm place, all this romantic entanglement is trivial. Here is the deal. From Monday to Friday, the 2 women can entertain Xiaozhu, and on weekends, let father indulge. Song Shuzhen could only nod helplessly but quickly added, Zhao Qian, this is illegal. Once the extreme weather passes, won't they accuse us of home invasion? Zhao Qian, brimming with confidence, replied, Humph, isn't their son Ran? He is willing to be my lapdog. We can just say it was his doing, and he shall bear the consequences while we deny everything. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, everyone's interest was piqued. This was a grand villa, after all, filled with food. It was worth the risk. Unbeknownst to them, every word exchanged in the room was transmitted to Sun Ran's phone through hidden cameras, and the 3 of them listened intently, sharing knowing glances. At 9 o'clock that evening, Zhao Qian's family had only a bit of porridge for dinner, with the hard buns nearly choking them. They could hardly swallow. They were now so hungry they couldn't sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Qian, I'm coming in. Sun Ran entered, holding 2 roasted chickens and 2 crispy pig trotters. I figured you might not have had enough to eat. I noticed they were asleep, so I borrowed a bit of food for you. Please enjoy. The group, unusually, did not express their gratitude but instead accepted the food with cold indifference. Sun Ran attempted to sidle closer to Zhao Qian, but she recoiled as if from a plague, moving away to deny him any chance of proximity. Feigning vulnerability, Sun Ran said, Zhao Qian, we had an agreement. I forgave you, and you promised to bear my children. How about we move to the adjacent room tonight? Once the extreme weather passes, we can remarry. Zhao Qian coldly replied, Sun Ran, you are aware that we are experiencing extreme weather. I am not in the mood for such matters. Let us talk later. It's getting late, so you should return and rest. Sun Ran left, his face filled with disappointment. He mused, this is the price of being a saint. Thankfully, this is merely a charade. Otherwise, I would be left once again battered and bruised. The following morning, Zhao Xiaozhu and Zhao Dazhu rose early, around 5, and descended to the living room to find suitable weapons for their coup. After searching for some time, they found no rolling pins or knives. It seemed these two women were quite cautious and had hidden everything away. With no other options, they decided to dismantle a stool's leg and hide the broken stool. Soon after, Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao came downstairs to prepare breakfast. In a short while, the two had prepared a lavish breakfast. Sun Ran, you should prepare your own breakfast. Remember, it's just rice porridge and buns. Sun Ran obediently went to the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhu and Zhao Dazhu exchanged knowing glances and entered the kitchen together. Brother-in-law, let me help. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaozhu crept closer to Su Ningmeng and, with swift motion, pulled out the stool leg hidden in his clothes, aiming to strike Su Ningmeng on the head. Just as Su Ningmeng was about to be struck, she suddenly moved, twisting her upper body to evade the lethal blow, then turned and delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Xiaozhu's solar plexus, sending him flying 3 meters away. Zhao Dazhu, having recognized the futility of his situation, ceased to feign bravado and swung a stool leg in desperation. However, to Su Ningmeng, his movements unfolded in slow motion, allowing her to effortlessly evade his attack. Seizing a plate from behind her, she hurled it directly at Zhao Dazhu's face. The plate shattered, scattering pieces across the floor, accompanied by several of Zhao Dazhu's teeth. Ouch! My teeth! Zhao Dazhu lamented. At that moment, Sun Ran pretended to react with shock. Clutching Su Ningmeng's arms and feigning outrage, why did you strike him? In response, Su Ningmeng executed a shoulder throw, sending Sun Ran crashing to the ground. Her foot firmly planted on his chest. She laughed heartily. You lot dare to ambush me? How absurd. I hereby declare that you must vacate my villa at once. Otherwise, I shall break every one of your legs. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaolu had already lost consciousness, while Zhao Dazhu, bloodied and in agony, whimpered nearby. Sun Ran remained pinned beneath Su Ningmeng and Appo's foot, unable to move. Zhao Qian and Song Shuzhen stood petrified, their mouths agape in disbelief. Was this woman truly this formidable? A single girl taking on 3 grown men. Fine, let us leave. Sun Ran shouted defiantly. But you must give us a sack of rice. Su Ningmeng replied with a smirk. Very well, consider it dog food. I want to even ask for the meal expenses from these past few days. Now, be gone. Sun Ran struggled to rise, assisting Zhao Xiaoyu, while Zhao Qian and Song Shuzhen helped the injured Zhao Dazhu. Zhao Yi, frightened, dared not utter a word and quietly followed behind. As they passed through the basement storage room, their eyes widened at the abundance of supplies, reminiscent of a grand supermarket. However, only Sun Ran silently shouldered a 50-pound sack of rice. In the changing room, she donned a thick down jacket, leaving in a disheveled state. The instant the blast door closed behind them, Zhao Qian felt a wave of cold wash over her, and her heart sank. Ignoring her unconscious brother and the bloody Zhao Dazhu, she despondently trudged back toward home. Chapter 25. Unveiling the mystery. Sun Ran effortlessly lifted the unconscious Zhao Xiaozhu, yet feigned great exertion, dragging a sack of rice along with him. Song Shuzhen cast a disapproving glance at Sun Ran, snorting coldly as she supported Zhao Dazhu and walked ahead. Observing the group ahead of him grow increasingly distant, Sun Ran slapped Zhao Xiaozhu across the face. Zhao Xiaozhu remained unresponsive, likely still dazed from Su Ningmeng's earlier kick, truly a pitiful sight. After more than 10 minutes, the group returned to Zhao Qian's home. Shivering from the cold, the familiar door, the accustomed layout, and the biting chill were all too apparent. By this time, Zhao Xiao had awakened and, upon seeing his inept brother-in-law Sun Ran supporting him, promptly shrugged off Sun Ran's hand and entered the house unaided, just as Sun Ran prepared to carry the rice inside. Zhao Qian approached, snatching the sack from his hands and coldly declaring, Sun Ran, I'm sorry, but there is no extra space for you here. You must leave. Sun Ran, taken aback, exclaimed, Zhao Qian, why? I have already forgiven you. Did you not say you would bear my child? Zhao Qian scoffed. Don't be naive. Back then, you had wealth, a villa, and resources. Of course, I would consider having a child with you. But now, what do you possess? You are nothing but a penniless wretch. Get out. I do not wish to see you. Feigning disbelief, Sun Ran lamented. I sacrificed my share of the villa for you to stay there. Do you not realize that I still love you? Zhao Qian retorted. Love is worth less than this sack of rice. Leave now. You make me sick. As she pushed him away and closed the door, Sun Ran pounded on it loudly, attracting the attention of neighbors who came to investigate. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave with his head bowed. This fool, stripped of everything, still dared to take advantage of me. Song Shuzhen carried the 50-kilogram sack of rice to the kitchen, advising, make it last. It should sustain us for 20 days. Let us hope the extreme weather passes soon. As she opened the bag, she discovered a letter tucked inside. What is this? She mused. unfolding the note as Zhao Qian and the others gathered around to read a letter that had come from the rice sack. Hello, Zhao Qian. What a pity. However, I sincerely hope you do not read this letter, because once you do, it will mean you have failed my test. I was merely deceiving you. I purchased the villa. And Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao are my women. All the provisions in the villa were bought with my money. My bank account still boasts over 10 billion. The test was quite simple. When you learned I exchanged my shares of the villa for your right to reside there, you should have expressed gratitude and appreciation. Instead, you displayed disbelief, disappointment, and disdain. Thus, you failed the first trial. No matter, I devised a second test last night when I secretly delivered roasted chicken and pig's trotters. I asked you to join me in the adjacent room. Had you merely agreed to chat, you would have passed the second trial, and your family would have secured permanent residency along with abundant food and a warm home. But upon discovering my financial woes and the fact that I owe 3,000 a day for meals, your family attempted to claim my 2 women. While Zhao Xiaozu played Monday through Friday, and your old lecher father played on weekends. Your greed is truly astonishing. Ever since you entered the villa, your every move has been monitored. So, I must say, Zhao Qian, your family truly deserves this. Farewell, I shall return to the villa to continue enjoying myself. I wish for you to perish from the cold or hunger soon. After reading the letter, Zhao Qian's face paled, and she remained silent for a long while. Zhao Xiaoju chimed in, Damn, he's just boasting. How could that villa possibly belong to him? Just then, Zhao Qian's phone rang. It was a video call from Sun Ran. Sun Ran, what do you mean? Explain yourself. Zhao Qian demanded upon answering. In the video, Sun Ran appeared in shorts and a tank top, his muscular physique straining against his clothing. The table before him was laden with an array of delicacies, giant king crabs, cheesy baked lobsters, and braised ribs, all steaming enticingly. There's nothing to explain. The letter made everything clear. But just to prove it to you, look at this. Sun Ran brandished the property deed, which bore only his name as the legal owner. See? This villa belongs to me. And look closely. He then produced his phone, opened his online banking app, and held it up to the camera. This is my account balance, 1,532,000,000. Zhao Qian, I offered you a chance. You simply failed. Had you passed any test, your family would be here feasting on these delicacies. What a shame. You shall not partake. Su Ningmeng, clad in a snug short-sleeved top and ultra-short shorts, perched on Sun Ran's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhao Qian, with your brother and father being such useless beings, I could take on 10 of them single-handedly. They dared to ambush me. The fact that they are still alive shows my kindness, doesn't it, darling? Sun Ran's hand rested on her special spot as he chuckled. Who would have thought they could be so greedy, hoping to claim you and Lin Yao? They truly lack sense. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's family was left speechless, their expressions a mixture of regret, anger, and shock. Only Zhao Yi, hiding nearby, cautiously nibbled on a chocolate he had pilfered from the villa's basement. Enough talk. We must eat now. Zhao Qian, do not ever ask me for forgiveness again. There will be no opportunity. With that, he ended the video call. Sun Ran laughed heartily. Zhao Qian's family must be furious right now. Su Ningmeng added, they are likely at each other's throats, shifting blame. Indeed, it was quite ironic. At Zhao Qian's home, Zhao Xiaoju exclaimed, Zhao Qian, you are such a witch. Your brother-in-law forgave you with great difficulty, and yet you remain unsatisfied, knowing he is broke. Not even offering him a pleasant face. If I were Sun Ran, I would be furious. Had you shown just a hint of kindness, we would still be in that villa rather than freezing here. Song Shushan chimed in. I'm not one to criticize, Zhao Qian, but if you're going to act, at least do it convincingly. You come off as so superficial. Zhao Qian, however, paid no heed to their words, as she was now utterly despondent. She had squandered a winning hand. Why could she not have felt gratitude back then? A man had sacrificed his billion-dollar villa for her family as comfort. Why had she felt no emotion whatsoever? At that moment, Zhao Qian was filled with regret, wishing she had feigned gratitude. But now, it was too late. She had once again injured Sun Ran, who possessed billions of assets, a villa, and countless resources, and her family would continue to suffer from hunger and cold. Yet, despite the regret and sorrow, one must eat. She opened the sack of rice retrieved from the villa and began to prepare rice porridge, her actions reflecting a painful familiarity. The family found themselves once more enduring a life of porridge. After savoring a steaming bowl of rice porridge, it wasn't long before they all felt their stomachs rumbling in unison, an overwhelming urge striking them with ferocity. Zhao Xiaoju, relying on his youth and agility, dashed into the bathroom and did not emerge. This left Zhao Qian and the others in dire straits, unable to hold on for even a second, fearing an imminent eruption. The room was chillingly cold, hovering around -10 degrees. Should they soil their only warm clothing, washing it would prove impossible. Ultimately, they resorted to using several basins for laundry and foot bathing, each taking one, squatting in the living room to alleviate their distress. The odor was unbearable. After a tumultuous bout, they collectively heaved a sigh of relief. Gazing into a basin of foul liquid, they nearly retched. Before they could transport the basin to the bathroom for cleaning, another wave of urgency swept over them. Something was amiss. The bag of rice that Sun Ran provided must be toxic. At that moment, Zhao Qian's phone rang, a video call from Sun Ran. Squatting in discomfort, Zhao Qian answered the call, only to hear, "Oh Zhao Qian, I forgot to tell you. I accidentally mixed in a laxative with that bag of rice I intended for catching mice. You mustn't eat it." As Zhao Qian was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Sun Ran had already ended the call. Meanwhile, in Zhao Qian's home, the stench was overwhelming. And the family continued to experience one episode after another without respite. Throughout the day, the 5 family members collectively endured over 20 episodes, expelling even bile. Coupled with the biting cold, they felt as though they were clinging to the very edge of survival. Chapter 26. The distant prospect of extreme weather and the formation of a self-help group. Day 20 of the apocalypse. Zhao Qian had blocked Sun Ran's friend, as Sun Ran persistently sent her pictures of his meals 3 times a day to provoke her. With the block in place, Sun Ran resorted to sharing these images in the community owners group, tagging Zhao Qian each time. Despite her resolve, Zhao Qian found herself clicking to view the images. Her appetite peaked, and regret mounting with each glance. Since the last bout of severe diarrhea that nearly cost her life, her family had taken 3 days to recover. The weight loss was evident, and their neighbors, feeling pity for them, sold some noodles and rice at exorbitant prices to prevent their starvation. Greetings, everyone. I am a meteorological expert, and I regret to inform you that the impact of the high-energy particle beams from the depths of the universe has far surpassed our expectations. This extreme weather may persist for an extended period. Please prepare for a prolonged cold spell and consider forming self-help groups to assist one another during these trying times. As effective rescue operations are currently unfeasible, I urge you all to remain resilient. The expert finally spoke the truth. When this video circulated across various short video platforms, the public was devastated. Some had previously reveled in the prospect of not needing to go to work or school, enjoying endless days of gaming. But now the situation was dire. With no food and the temperatures plummeting, starvation or freezing to death became an imminent threat. While the public expressed discontent over the expert and Oppo's belated honesty, the proposal to establish self-help groups at the community level garnered widespread support. Discussions erupted in the Dragon Stream Garden Owners and Oppo's group. The first phase of residents resided in 10 high-rise buildings. A man named Wang Gang spoke up in the group. "Hello, fellow residents. I am Wang Gang, and prior to the extreme weather, I worked at our local street committee. As you have seen in the expert's video, I suggest we form self-help groups based on our building units. Given my previous experience, I propose that each of the 10 buildings elect 3 representatives to discuss how we can navigate this crisis together. I welcome any volunteers. With a leader, the matter would be easier to manage, and soon, discussions flourished. After over 2 hours of deliberation, 3 representatives from each building were finally selected, leading to the establishment of the Dragonstream Garden Phase 1 self-help group. However, the Phase 2 low-rise houses and Phase 3 villas did not participate, likely due to their residents' affluence and ample food supplies. In Zhao Qian's building, predominantly occupied by young people, no one was willing to take the lead. Until Song Shuzhen stepped forward and surprisingly was elected. 30 individuals gathered in the underground parking lot and decided to convene at Song Shuzhen's home to discuss how to procure supplies. Aside from these 30, one more individual appeared, Songren. Leveraging his identity as the developer's son, he insisted on joining Phase 1 of the self-help group. After all, as the developer's son, he deserved some consideration. Thus, the Dragon Stream Garden self-help group was born with a total of 31 members. Upon arriving at Song Shuzhen and Oppo's home, they quickly filled the living room, and the crowd's warmth made the space feel less cold. As soon as she entered, Zhao Qian spotted Songren. He hurried over and pulled Zhao Qian into the bedroom. "Don't touch me. Just speak your mind," Zhao Qian said with a cold expression. For the past 2 months of this apocalypse, she had bombarded Songren with calls, demanding he resolve her issues with Sun Ran and reclaim the 2 million owed to her. If he failed to retrieve it, he would be obliged to compensate her with the same amount. After Song Ren's failed attempts to confront Sun Ran, he had lashed out at Zhao Qian, declaring that if she continued to call, she could forget about receiving any money. Acknowledging his previous missteps, he now spoke amicably. Zhao Qian, I have hired 4 assassins. If they can eliminate Sun Ran, his villa and wealth will be yours. Once the extreme weather passes, you can move in. What do you think? Zhao Qian felt tempted. If Songren succeeded, she could indeed reside in the villa. Moreover, she had not disclosed to Songren that Sun Ran had a stockpile of supplies in an underground room. If Songren succeeded in having Sun Ran killed, her family could monopolize those resources. Zhao Qian's interest in money had waned, as the duration of this extreme weather remained uncertain. Her foremost desire was simply to enjoy a proper meal. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. All right, Songren, go ahead and attend your meeting. If you require my cooperation, just let me know. As he beheld Zhao Qian's beautiful visage and alluring figure, a surge of desire ignited within him. Yet he was reminded of his current predicament and sighed, exiting the room. The group convened and decided to elect Wang Gang, who had spoken first in the chat. As the president of the self-help group, his prior work experience made him well-suited to handle the minutiae of their situation. The position of vice president was offered to the affluent Song Ren, who promised that after the extreme weather, each member of the self-help group would receive a reward of 200,000. Next, they discussed strategies for addressing the impending food shortages. Song Shuzhen was the first to stand and propose, Director Wang, I believe we should first collect the supplies from each household, manage them centrally, and distribute them based on the number of residents in each home. Those who contribute more can be recorded, and once the extreme weather subsides, we can provide them with financial compensation. Wang Gang nodded in agreement, saying, Sister Song's suggestion is excellent. Let us see if anyone else has proposals. Songren, having exhausted his food supplies after a recent purchase from Villa Number 2, realized that he had no choice but to join the self-help group to avoid resorting to theft. He stood up and declared, I support Aunt Song's idea. Regarding the financial compensation after the extreme weather, I will cover it. The group regarded Songren with newfound respect, realizing that this notorious young man had some sense of responsibility. Since there were no objections, they decided to proceed with Sister Song's plan. I type slowly, Xiao Song, please inform everyone in the group. Be sure to add that any household not cooperating will be blacklisted and will not receive assistance from the self-help group in times of food shortages. No problem. I'll take care of it right away. Hello, fellow residents. I am the newly appointed vice president of the Dragon Stream Gardens self-help group. I would like to announce the self-help measures discussed during our recent meeting. First, the self-help group will collect supplies from each household for centralized management and distribution based on the number of residents. Second, households contributing more supplies will receive cash compensation after the extreme weather, with a minimum of 50,000 and no upper limit. Third, any household that does not join the self-help group or fails to voluntarily submit supplies will be placed on a blacklist, and the self-help group will offer no assistance during shortages. Fourth, implementation begins tomorrow morning. Please prepare all household supplies in advance, aiming to complete a preliminary inventory within a day. This will enable us to swiftly advance to the next stage of our efforts. We hope for your cooperation as we navigate this difficult time together. Chapter 27. Do not ask why. Just know that I bear the gene of the Chow thief. Sun Ran gazed at the pinned announcement in the group and could not help but chuckle. With 10 buildings, each 30 stories high and 3 households per floor, that amounts to 900 households. One can only imagine how much food would be collected. Surely, the leaders of this self-help group would ensure their own bellies were filled first. Might I inquire of this self-help group leader how you guarantee that the collected provisions are both transparent and equitable? Who can assure us that after we hand over all our food, you will not feast first and then distribute the leftovers to us? Sun Ran took the lead in questioning the group. Indeed, why should we place our trust in you? Apologies, but my family will not participate. We too shall abstain. I have heeded the directives of my superiors amidst these extreme weather conditions, and now, on the brink of starvation, I am not about to heed the foolishness of your leadership. Not participating. Just moments ago, Song Rin was brimming with confidence. Yet upon witnessing the barrage of curses and declarations of non-participation flooding the group, his enthusiasm instantly evaporated. He glared at Sun Ran, the first to voice dissent, his teeth grinding in frustration. That wretched Sun Ran, having food to spare, dares to oppose me. With a sense of helplessness, he turned to the president, Wang Gang. Wang Gang frowned, remaining silent. It appeared that the self-help group, barely established, was on the verge of collapse. Non-participation could be understood. After all, human nature tends to lean towards selfishness. Let us, therefore, tally the households willing to participate. We must not discourage those who have faith in our self-help initiative. Look at how eloquently the leader speaks. Song Ran could only nod in resignation as everyone exchanged farewells and returned to their homes. That evening, Zhao Qian's family dined on rice porridge once more. After finishing dinner, Sun Ran commenced his evening exercise routine. Just as he completed 20 pull-ups, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon opening it, he discovered a friend request from an unfamiliar profile adorned with a lotus flower, rendering the identity indecipherable. Curiosity compelled him to accept. Sun Ran, it's your upstairs neighbor, Aunt May. Do you remember me? Sun Ran chuckled at the screen. How could he possibly forget such a despicable individual? Of course I remember. What do you need, Aunt May? Ah well, I noticed you posting about delicious food in the group daily, and I was wondering if I could purchase some from you. Rest assured, I would never let you suffer a loss. You know my grandson is at that age where he is growing. We are out of meat at home, and I have no other choice but to ask you for some. I admit, I made a mistake before. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. I'll think about it. If that is all, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Sun Ran found himself unable to continue exercising. Instead, he turned towards the floor-to-ceiling window, sank into a chair, and lit a cigarette, reflecting on that unpleasant past. 2 summers ago, around 8 in the evening, Zhao Qian returned home from work, only to encounter Mi Shaoling and her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu. Though they lived in proximity, their interactions were typically limited to casual greetings. As usual, Zhao Qian exchanged pleasantries with Mi Shaoling, but unexpectedly, her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu, approached and began to grab at Zhao Qian's chest multiple times. The boy's grip was surprisingly strong, causing Zhao Qian considerable pain. Startled, Zhao Qian exclaimed in shock. Despite being a child, Xiao Xiaofu was 14. Nearly as tall as Zhao Qian, with a robust build and a hint of facial hair, exuding a maturity that belied his age. One might mistake him for a 17 or 18-year-old. Furious, Zhao Qian seized Xiao Xiaofu in an attempt to strike him. Mi Shaoling rushed forward to intervene, pulling Zhao Qian away while exclaiming, "Why are you arguing with a child? He.S. just playing pranks." Zhao Qian, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "You call this childlike behavior? This is sexual harassment. I could report him. How shameless, at such a young age, engaging in such behavior. He will surely end up in prison." Mi Shaoling was incensed by the accusation. "How dare you speak of my precious grandson in such a manner?" She shot back, "Who told you to dress so provocatively? Why should you blame others for touching you? My grandson doesn't touch anyone else. It seems you're the one without shame." Zhao Qian considered herself unmatched in shamelessness. Yet in comparison to Mi Shaoling, she felt utterly outclassed. Grabbing her newly purchased LV bag, she swung it viciously at Mi Shaoling's face. "You old hag. You're the one who is shameless. Your entire family is shameless." Seeing Zhao Qian poised to strike his grandmother, Xiao Xiaofu rushed forward and embraced her around the waist, his hands inappropriately wandering. "Ah, let go of me. Ah." Her screams attracted curious neighbors who gathered to witness the commotion. Only then did Xiao Xiaofu release her, smirking as he sniffed his hands. Realizing she could not overpower the two, Zhao Qian opted for a strategic retreat upstairs. Upon entering her home, Sun Ran noticed her distressed state and immediately rose to reheat their meal, only to be met with tears as she entered. "What's wrong, Qian? Who upset you?" Sun Ran asked, panic-stricken. Through her sobs, Zhao Qian recounted the ordeal. Observing her tear-streaked face, Sun Ran's anger flared. "Is there no law left? I am going to confront them," he declared, storming upstairs to settle the score with Mi Shaoling's family. "Open the door. Open up." The door swung open to reveal Xiao Xiaofu's father, Xiao Dafu, a towering figure with bulging muscles, tattooed arms, and a menacing glare. "What do you want? In such a hurry to die? Your son harassed my wife. What do you intend to do about it?" At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu approached, making faces at Sun Ran. "Wow, son, you've outdone me. Huh. Later, tell me how you went about harassing her." Sun Ran, seething with rage, felt utterly powerless before this family. "If this is your attitude, I'll have no choice but to call the police." Xiao Dafu retaliated with a swift kick to Sun Ran's abdomen, boasting, "Go ahead and report it. I'm not afraid. Worst case scenario, I'll spend some time inside, and when I get out, I'll block your door every day." The kick nearly caused Sun Ran to regurgitate his dinner, leaving him gasping for air. "Is that so? You think you can intimidate me?" A forceful slap sent Sun Ran crashing against the wall. As an ordinary office worker, Sun Ran had never engaged in a fight. After this assault, he was on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, Xiao Dafu's wife emerged, Hastily separating the two and assisting Sun ran to his feet, scolding her husband. What did you promise me? You said no fighting. It appeared there was at least one reasonable person in the Xiao household. Xiao Dafu grumbled in annoyance. How can I not confront him when he comes here to slander my son? Do you not know what kind of child you're raising? He needs to go to the hospital. Struggling to rise, Sun Ran declared, I don't need your help. I'll go to the hospital myself. I will report this. With that, he limped down the stairs. Upon his return home, Sun Ran's disheveled appearance did not elicit sympathy from Zhao Qian. Instead, she mocked him as a useless man. Afterward, as Sun Ran leaned against the sofa, feeling dizzy and nauseated, likely suffering from a concussion, he had no choice but to take a taxi to the hospital alone. The doctor recommended hospitalization after conducting an examination. That evening, Sun Ran was hospitalized. He contemplated reporting the incident, but ultimately refrained, fearing that it would escalate and tarnish Zhao Qian's reputation, especially since she had been harassed by a child, a situation that would be quite scandalous. Moreover, he dreaded the prospect of Xiao Dafu incessantly harassing them at home. Thus, he chose to silently endure his grievances. After 2 days in the hospital, not a single member of Zhao Qian's family came to visit him. Upon his discharge, Song Shuzhen remarked, "You've finally returned. The dishes have yet to be washed, no one has prepared meals, and the laundry remains undone. Take your time to sort it out. I'm off to dance downstairs." Seeing that Sun Ran had not reported him, Xiao Dafu intensified his bullying of their family. For instance, Xiao Xiaofu would incessantly run around upstairs, creating a cacophony. When encountering Zhao Qian in the elevator, he would extend his hands, feigning an attempt to grab her. He also littered in front of their door. Zhao Qian's family, too fearful to confront Xiao Dafu, redirected their frustrations towards Sun Ran, berating him for being useless, saying not only had he allowed himself to be beaten, but now they were facing even more severe harassment. Sun Ran felt utterly powerless. He was unable to retaliate, and reporting the incidents would only lead to further victimization once the police departed. Eventually, Zhao Qian could no longer tolerate the situation and confided in Songren. In a commendable act, Songren gathered a group of tough individuals and confronted Xiao Dafu, reportedly breaking his leg. Following this incident, Xiao Dafu became considerably more subdued. Later, Sun Ran inadvertently learned that Xiao Dafu's wife, Qian Xiaya, was not his first spouse, and that Xiao Xiaofu was not her biological son, but rather the offspring of Xiao Dafu's ex-wife. This revelation enlightened Sun Ran. It explained why Qian Xiaya was the only rational person in the household. Xiao Dafu harbored deep affection for his second wife, Qian Xiaya. When Qian Xiaya's father fell gravely ill and no one would lend her money, it was Xiao Dafu who provided her with 200,000 yuan. But the price was her hand in marriage. In order to afford her father's surgery, the young and beautiful Qian Xiaya had no choice but to agree, albeit with tears in her eyes. It is worth noting that Qian Xiaya was indeed strikingly beautiful, not in the provocative manner of Zhao Qian, but with a gentle beauty befitting a virtuous wife and mother. Regarding her figure, she typically wore loose-fitting tops, yet it was evident from her stature that she possessed an alluring physique. Every time they met, she would greet Sun Ran with a warm smile. With a splendid disposition, pleasing appearance, and commendable character, she was exceptionally kind-hearted. After finishing a cigarette, Sun Ran stubbed it forcefully into the ashtray, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Since you seek resources, I shall claim your wife. Do not question my motives, simply know that I possess the genes of a cunning rogue." Chapter 28. The plot for revenge against the Xiao family. What are you thinking about? Su Ningmeng, clad in alluring yoga attire, approached Sun Ran. Sun Ran smiled gently and replied, "I was reflecting on some matters from my past life. I've often heard that kindness invites betrayal, and that the noble-hearted may be taken advantage of. I truly resonate with this sentiment." Su Ningmeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we initially aim to treat everyone with kindness. Yet there are those whose malevolence runs deep, ingrained in their very essence. Why are you still awake?" Sun Ran ignited a cigarette. "I can't sleep, Sun Ran. When do you intend to claim me? I am perpetually prepared. Watching you and Sister Linyo bask in affection daily, it's making me quite restless," she teased. Sun Ran paused, his gaze drawn to Su Ningmeng's alluring figure, igniting a sudden fervor within him. Today is the day. He crushed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, then lifted Su Ningmeng up, carrying her to the bedroom on the second floor. They had resurrected together from a world in ruins, forged wealth, gathered supplies, and crafted weapons, becoming inseparable comrades. The last barrier between them was about to be shattered, filling Su Ningmeng with exhilaration. "Honey, could you be a little gentler? I and Appos am a bit frightened." "I will be, darling. After a night of passionate union, Su Ningmeng underwent a transformation, finally transitioning from maidenhood to the realm of matrimony. The following morning, Lin Yao noticed Su Ningmeng and Appo's change immediately as she prepared breakfast. So how was it? Was it enjoyable? Having just completed her metamorphosis, Su Ningmeng felt a touch of shyness. Oh, how can one speak of such things? Why not? We are all women and close friends. This is something we can discuss openly, Lin Yao encouraged. Well, it was quite painful at first, but then, at that moment, Sun Ran, invigorated, descended the stairs. What are you chatting about so merrily? Is breakfast ready? I'm famished. Lin Yao jested. After a night of labor, how could you not be hungry? It will be ready shortly. I'll make sure to nourish you well this morning. During breakfast, Sun Ran inquired, Ningmeng, do you remember the Xiao family upstairs, Mi Xiaoling and her clan? With a mouthful of lobster, Su Ningmeng replied, of course I remember. Especially her grandson, Xiao Shifu, he's nothing short of a low-tier pervert. You wouldn't believe it. But I once encountered him in the elevator, and that little creep dared to touch my chest. Thankfully, I managed to evade him. Can you imagine? At his age. Already so lecherous. What will he become as he matures? Sun Ran expressed his astonishment. You too have been accosted by Xiao Xiaofu? Yes, more than once. Once he even attempted to grab my behind, but I cleverly dodged that too. Wait, Sun Ran, have you also been harassed by Xiao Xiaofu? Sun Ran shook his head. Not me, but Xiao Qian. Then we must seek revenge. Yesterday, Mi Xiaoling added me as a friend, wanting to purchase food from me. So, let us brainstorm some clever methods for retribution. Su Ningmeng pondered. While I can't think of a direct approach, I do recall that Xiao Xiaofu's stepmother, Qian Xiaya, is quite decent. I've encountered her a few times, and we've spoken. She married Xiao Dafu under duress and isn't happy living with them. I once saw her with bruises on her face. It was likely the result of Xiao Dafu's violence. Indeed, even though Qian Xiaya doesn't love Xiao Dafu, he is particularly possessive of her. What if we lured Qian Xiaya to our villa, pretending to offer her a chance to escape? Wouldn't that be more agonizing for him than outright killing him? Su Ningmeng scoffed. Sun Ran, it seems you have taken a liking to Qian Xiaya. But to be fair, she is indeed quite beautiful, with a figure that rivals mine. If we could bring her to our villa, the four of us could even have a mahjong table together. Plus, it would free her from her misery. In truth, Sun Ran found himself quite fond of Qian Xiaya. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? Although she typically dressed plainly and wore no makeup, her natural allure was undeniable, comparable to Su Ningmeng and Zhao Qian. Her physique was as Su Ningmeng described, slim yet generously proportioned. During a time when Zhao Qian was not intimate with Sun Ran, merely seeing Qian Xiaya and Su Ningmeng stirred his desires. Su Ningmeng had already set her sights on Qian Xiaya. She must be included. As for Xiao Xiaofu, what clever scheme could they devise? Su Ningmeng shook her head. I don't have any brilliant plans either. Perhaps we should just give him a good beating? What good would that do? No, we need a different approach. Su Ningmeng's eyes sparkled with mischief. Do you know that burly man on the third floor? I believe his name is Shi Kong. The one who walks flamboyantly? Yes. He is a fitness enthusiast, distributing flyers in the community. Rumor has it he is a bit unconventional? What do you mean? Oh, just that he prefers the company of men. Imagine if we captured Xiao Xiaofu and delivered him to Shi Kong, perhaps with some food as an offering. How does that sound? Well, Ningmeng, I didn't expect you to be so devious, but I like it. Let us proceed with your plan. Is it really that wicked? Xiao Xiaofu enjoys harassing us women, so let us turn the tables on him. By the way, I have Qian Xiaya's WeChat. Should I contact her in advance? Yes. Message her that we'll be picking her up to come to our villa shortly. Send her some pictures of the food we have and let her know that this extreme weather won't be improving. If she wants to escape the Xiao family, she should come to us willingly. If she refuses, then I'll have to resort to force. I must ensure Xiao Dafu wears that green hat. Understood, darling. Just watch me go. This is my forte. These past few days, Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao had grown weary of monotony. Having just completed a performance with Zhao Qian, they felt unsatisfied. Finally, a new task had emerged. Opening WeChat, Su Ningmeng first tested the waters with Qian Xiaya to confirm her identity. Once verified, she explained the situation and sent numerous images of her dining experiences. Upon viewing them, Qian Xiaya was utterly astonished. Having not been privy to the images Sun Ran shared in the homeowners group, she had no desire to remain in her current home even for a second, primarily due to Xiao Xiaofu's incessant harassment. With a lack of food, Xiao Xiaofu screamed at Qian Xiaya daily, and Mi Xiaoling naturally supported her grandson. If Qian Xiaya dared to retort, she was met with a torrent of insults. Initially, Xiao Dafu would admonish his mother, but as supplies dwindled, his patience waned, and he began berating her alongside his mother, sometimes even resorting to physical violence. The situation escalated further, with Xiao Xiaofu joining in on the abuse, seizing the opportunity to grope her while striking her. Fortunately, Qian Xiaoyao was bundled up against the cold, otherwise she would have undoubtedly suffered injuries. Xiao Dafu noticed his son's antics, but did nothing to intervene, which only emboldened Xiao Xiaofu further. There are times when I stealthily intrude into her room in the dead of night. Were it not for her vigorous resistance, the outcome could have been quite different. When Qian Xiaoyao saw Su Ningmeng express her intention to take her to the villa, she readily agreed, all in the name of placing a green hat on Xiao Dafu. To be honest, she would have had no objections even if it meant eliminating Xiao Dafu and his entire family. Chapter 29. The plan begins, my dear husband. It's done. That was quick. Could it be that Xiao Dafu is pretending to be Qian Xiaoyao and chatting with you? Haha, do you think I'm that foolish? You have no idea what Qian Xiaoyao has endured this past month. Mi Xiaoling and the Xiao father-son duo have been nothing but abusive. And Xiao Xiaofu has been getting handsy with her, even barging into her room at night. If she doesn't leave soon, she might not even be able to protect herself. Her greatest wish now is to escape from the Xiao family. Su Ningmeng said angrily. All right. I've added Shikong on WeChat. I'll contact him now. After a few beeps, Shikong's voice call was connected. Hello, Shikong. This is your upstairs neighbor, Sun Ran. Oh, hello, Sun Ran. I remember you. What's up? Are you short on food? Indeed, I am, dear. I only had a bit of expired bread and a small piece of chicken breast this morning. If you're also short on supplies, I might not be able to help you. Sun Ran chuckled. Shikong, I don't need your help. I want to make a deal. I'll provide you with food, and in return, you help me deal with someone. How you handle it is up to your unique style. Don't get me wrong. It's not discrimination. It's about revenge. What do you say? Shikong, a hefty man weighing over 200 pounds, was always on the lookout for food. Oh? May I ask who it is? It's that Xiao Xiaofu. Huh? Is he the dark-skinned guy with a nice butt? I really like him. Yes, that's the one. I'll knock him out and deliver him to your place. You must keep him there for 10 days and ensure you punish him in your distinctive way. And you need to send me videos and photos. I'll give you 10 bags of 50 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of beef in return. Shikong's massive head began to ponder. 10 bags of rice could last a person a year if rationed, and 100 pounds of beef, at half a pound daily, would last for 8 months. Moreover, Xiao Xiufu was precisely his type. This deal was a win-win. He would have food and could indulge his desires. All right, I agree. Great. Just wait at home. Remember, I want videos and photos. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Don't worry, Sun Ran. Though I may seem soft, I am a man of my word. After hanging up, it was time to contact Mi Xiaoling. Sun Ran opened WeChat and initiated a voice call to her. Hello, Aunt Mi. I have prepared some food worth about 500 yuan, including rice and meat. Would you like to buy it? After sending a photo of 2 pork knuckles, a large piece of beef, and about 20 pounds of rice, she awaited a response. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Sun Ran, we were wrong before. I apologize and hope you can forget the unpleasantness. We're neighbors. It's all forgotten. I'll bring it over now. Oh, I feel so bad. Thank you for this. Damn, this shameless old woman, taking advantage of me. But this makes it easier for Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng's revenge plan. Lin Yao, you don't need to follow us. Ningmeng and I can handle it. Lin Yao obediently nodded, reminding, be careful. You too. Come back early. Su Ningmeng confidently replied, don't worry, even without our husbands. I can take on 7 or 8 strong men alone now. She was boasting. She truly possessed such strength. Since the jade ornament enhanced their bodies, their strength, agility, reflexes, and endurance had multiplied, growing silently each day. Now, Su Ningmeng could lift weights starting from 40 kilograms, easily progressing to 50 kilograms. With this standard, even a fitness trainer would seem like a novice. A typical man can punch with a force of 60 to 80 kilograms. In strength tests at the villa, Su Ningmeng could easily deliver a punch with a force of 250 kilograms. When exerting her full strength, she could reach 500 kilograms. Tyson, at his peak, could deliver 400 kilograms of force. This meant that if Su Ningmeng faced Tyson, a single punch could knock him out. Su Ningmeng's results were already astonishing, and one could only imagine how much more formidable Sun Ran, the owner of the jade ornament, had become. Dealing with the Xiao family didn't require Sun Ran's intervention. Su Ningmeng could handle it alone. The two donned specialized cold weather gear that could withstand temperatures as low as minus 80 degrees Celsius and left the villa. The gear fit snugly without being bulky, allowing for a wide range of movement. Honey, I don't feel cold at all. This cold weather gear you bought is amazing. Had I known, I would have come out to play in the snow earlier. Sunran smiled. It's not too late to realize now. But the snow outside has turned into solid ice, so building a snowman might be challenging. The two chatted cheerfully as they walked from the underground parking lot to Longxi Garden Phase 1. Ah, we're back at this building again. It's quite nostalgic. If I hadn't met you, I would have either been killed and eaten by Zhao Qian's family or frozen to death from hunger. So, thank you. My dear husband, we shouldn't be so polite with each other. Our journey here was destined. It was meant for us to be together and exact revenge on these scoundrels. Yes, dear husband, you are wonderful. Zhao Qian is just a blind fool. Thankfully, she is blind, or I wouldn't have had this opportunity. The pair, both in excellent shape, ascended to the 18th floor, where Xiao Dafu resided. Aunt Me, open the door. It's Sun Ran, and I've brought food. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal Xiao Dafu, his face a mask of disdain as he squinted at Sun Ran. What? This little bit of food is worth 500 yuan? You must be desperate. Quickly hand it over. My mom will transfer the money to you later. Sun Ran, feeling mischievous, feigned fear, saying, we agreed on cash for goods. If you act like this, I want to sell it to you. Look at you, acting all timid. I heard you went to Myanmar to deal in jade and bought a villa. With all that money, do you really care about this little amount? Hurry up. Have you forgotten how you ended up in the hospital last time? Pathetic. At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu emerged, resembling a small bear, towering nearly 1.80 meters. Dad. Isn't this the husband of Aunt Zhao downstairs? I've grabbed his wife's chest before. Hey, Dad, look. This is the beautiful lady from downstairs. I think her name is Su Ningmeng. He lunged towards Su Ningmeng, but instead of fear, a cruel smile crept across her face. Some things never change. With that, she struck Xiao Xiaofu squarely in the face, knocking out 3 of his prominent yellow teeth. Chapter 30. The rescue of Qian Xiaoya at this moment. Su Ningmeng restrained her strength. Otherwise, a single punch could have easily ended him. Wah, Dad, he hit me. My tooth is gone. Xiao Xiaofu wailed against the elevator door. Xiao Dafu was immediately enraged, cursing as he charged towards Su Ningmeng. Sun Ran pretended to hold him back, exclaiming, Oh. It's all a misunderstanding, Let go, or I'll hit you too. Sun Ran pleaded, Xiao Dafu, it truly is a misunderstanding, don't strike her. I'm worried you'll be the one at a loss. At a loss? Huh. Am I supposed to let a woman hit me and not retaliate? Let go. Hurry. Sun Ran feigned a shake of her head and sighed dramatically, saying, Then I want to intervene. Just don't regret it later. With that, she released the agitated Xiao Dafu. Su Ningmeng, you've knocked my son's tooth out. I expect you to serve both him and me for an entire night. Surely that is not too much to ask. Su Ningmeng had intended to knock him down with one punch, but seeing Sun Ran's dramatic performance, she decided to play along for a while. Brother Xiao, I didn't mean to. I saw your son lunging at me, and I was a bit frightened. I was wrong. Dad, don't listen to her. My tooth is gone. I want to make her pay. Xiao Dafu looked at his son, bloodied and in pain, and with a sinister grin declared, Now you regret it. Don't you? Sun Ran, quickly put down the food and get out. Su Ningmeng, you must stay today. As he spoke, he advanced menacingly toward her. In contrast, it was like comparing a beauty to a bear. Suddenly, Xiao Dafu lunged forward, attempting to seize Su Ningmeng and subdue her. Before he could reach her, Su Ningmeng swiftly lifted her leg and kicked him between the legs. Despite the thick down jacket, the sound of destruction was eerily audible. Aya! Xiao Dafu fell to his knees, rendered speechless by the pain. Su Ningmeng's decisive kick, combined with her exceptional physical prowess, ensured that he would no longer be able to use his manhood. Oh dear, Brother Xiao, I hope I didn't kick too hard. Sun Ran chimed in. I told you not to go. I was worried you'd suffer. But you didn't believe me. Mi Xiaoling, wishing to avoid parting with 500 yuan, had instructed Xiao Dafu to intimidate Sun Ran while she hid in the room, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, prompting her to drop her phone and rush outside. In the corridor, she was met with the sight of her beloved grandson covered in blood, while her son lay on the ground, in agony and barely conscious. For a moment, she was at a loss as to whom to attend first. Qian Xiaoya, you worthless wretch, come out and see. Your man is about to be beaten to death. Qian Xiaoya, I'm talking to you. Hurry and come out. And you. Sun Ran, neither of you are leaving. I'll call the police and have you arrested. At that moment, Qian Xiaya, fully dressed and carrying a suitcase, approached Sun Ran, wrapping her arm around his. Her ample bosom pressed firmly against him, despite the layers of clothing. Even though she was clad in thick attire, Sun Ran could still feel the firmness and softness beneath. Mi Xiaoling, Xiaodafu, I'm sorry, but I'm now Sun Ran's person. As for divorce, we'll handle that once this extreme weather passes. If it doesn't, we'll leave it as is. I'm off to enjoy my life with Sun Ran, while you, a family of perverts, can fend for yourselves. At that moment, Qian Xiaya looked smugly at the disheveled Xiao family members. Xiao Dafu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Had his glare been lethal, the three of them would have perished 1,000 times over. Sun Ran, squatting before Xiao Dafu, smiled and said, "This is retribution. You once allowed your son to harass women. Now, I'll ensure he learns what harassment truly means. Don't worry. I'll send you videos and photos of his lessons." With that, he slapped Xiao Dafu hard across the face, causing him to lose 6 or 7 teeth in one go. Mi Xiaoling lunged at Sun Ran in a frenzy, shouting, "You hit my son. You can't leave." Before Sun Ran or Su Ningmeng could intervene, Qian Xiaya kicked Mi Xiaoling to the ground and ruthlessly stomped on her head and body. "You wicked old hag. Your son hit me, your grandson harassed me, and you insulted me. This is your just punishment. You deserve it." After several kicks, the elderly woman curled up on the floor, trembling and too frightened to utter another word. Su Ningmeng stepped forward to embrace Qian Xiaya, softly saying, "Xiaya, it's all over now. It's all in the past. Let us go." Qian Xiaya, holding her, began to weep, finally freed from her torment. Sun Ran seized Xiao Xiaofu, who was leaning against the elevator door, and dragged him downstairs. At this point, Xiao Dafu had been knocked unconscious by Sun Ran's slap, while Mi Xiaoling clutched her head in silence. "Let go of me, Sun Ran. Damn it, let go." Slap, slap. Sun Ran turned his face into a swollen mess. "Speak again, and I'll end you." The 160-pound Xiao Xiaofu was dragged downstairs like a lifeless dog by Sun Ran. Each encounter with Shirkong left Sun Ran feeling quite uncomfortable, standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing over 200 pounds. He walked with a swagger and spoke with a flamboyant flair. The stark contrast between his muscular physique and his demeanor was striking. Upon seeing Shirkong, Sun Ran wasted no time and stated plainly, "Shirkong, this is your charge for 10 days. You must send daily videos, each not less than 10 minutes. This young man has quite the temper. Handle him as you see fit. Remember, if you can avoid conflict, do so." There was too much food to carry at once, so he suggested, "Wear more layers, and let us go downstairs to fetch it together. I'll tie into a chair first and let him go hungry for a day." Shirkong nodded, raising his flamboyant hand to indicate agreement. He elegantly donned his coat, and together with Sun Ran, they headed to the underground parking lot to collect rice. After 3 trips, they had delivered 10 bags of rice and 100 pounds of beef to Shirkang's quarters. "I want to intrude on your romantic interlude. Farewell," Shirkong said, awkwardly waving goodbye. Returning to the villa, Qian Xiaya changed into the attire that Su Ningmeng had prepared for her in the dressing room on the first floor. "Xiaya, don't keep any of these old clothes. Throw them all away. Let us get you something new for good fortune." Qian Xiaya nodded, saying, "I'll follow your lead." Ningmeng. As she removed her heavy down jacket, a fitted sweater was revealed, confirming Sun Ran's suspicions. Her slender frame was burdened by an inappropriate weight. Qian Xiaya rarely wore such fitted attire in front of others, and she felt her cheeks flush. "Sun Ran, I need to change." "Oh, my apologies. You all change. I'm done here. Bye." "Ha. My husband is all desire and no courage," she chuckled. "Wow, Xiaya, seeing you so curvaceous, I can't help but want to grab a handful." With that, her hands playfully squeezed Qian Xiaoya's ample bosom. "Hey, what are you doing? You're a woman too. Don't you have any pride?" Qian Xiaya protested, covering her chest. "Who told you to look so stunning? Hurry and change, and once you're done, I'll take you upstairs for a bath and prepare a delicious lunch for you." Whether it was due to Qian Xiaoya's admirable character or out of sympathy for her plight, Su Ningmeng, Lin Yao, and Qian Xiaya soon became inseparable confidants. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was occupied watching the video sent by Shirkong. After saving the information, I found Xiao Dafu's WeChat in the owner's group and added him as a friend. It was Ndapos, long before he accepted my request. Before Sun Ran could send the video, Xiao Dafu sent a voice message. "Sun Ran, where have you taken my son? I have already reported it to the police. Once this extreme weather passes, brace yourself for prison." Sun Ran nonchalantly replied, "You do realize that I can only go to prison once the extreme weather subsides, but will it ever subside? Hold off on your impotent fury for a moment, and take a look at your son's learning video instead. I believe he is making considerable progress. At the very least, he has learned some manners. As Xiao Dafu watched the video for a while, he let out a roar and fainted. Chapter 31. Poor Qian Xiaoya had never tasted pork ribs. Upon hearing the commotion from her son's room, Mi Shaoling hurried over, only to find Xiao Dafu unconscious. The phone was still buzzing, and out of curiosity, she picked it up and, putting on her reading glasses, examined it closely. Oh dear, Dafu. Why do you enjoy such indecent things? Two men engaging in such activities, it's truly disgusting. Just then, Xiao Dafu stirred, groggily awakening to his mother's incessant criticism. In a fit of agitation, he snatched the phone away, but the sudden movement caused him to wince in pain, drawing a sharp breath. Lifting the covers, he saw that his injury had swollen to the size of 2 large goose eggs. Even after taking 2 painkillers, he felt no relief. If things continued this way, he feared he would be rendered useless. Oh dear, in your condition, how can you still indulge in such improper content? Mi Shaoling lamented. Xiao Dafu, feeling utterly drained, replied weakly, just take a look for yourself. This is your grandson. He has been taken by Sun Ran. Oh, now I see why this looks so familiar. Isn't that man the flamboyant one from our 3rd floor? Mi Shaoling exclaimed. Indeed, I recognized him long ago, but in my current state, I am utterly immobile. What am I to do? I am filled with hatred. Why did I ever provoke Sun Ran and that woman, Su Ningmeng? When did she become so formidable? At that moment, Xiao Dafu felt utterly defeated. His son had been taken away to learn fencing, the woman had run off with Sun Ran, and most crucially, he had lost his manhood. All of this stemmed from his past misdeeds. Had he been more vigilant with his son, perhaps today would not have unfolded as it had. If only he had apologized to Sun Ran instead of treating him as an adversary, perhaps today he could have spared his own manhood. But what use is regret? Son, you need not go. I shall do everything in my power to rescue your grandson, Mi Shaoling declared, grabbing a kitchen knife and rushing downstairs to find Shirkong. In the safe haven, Qian Xiaoya donned a fitted short-sleeve top paired with yoga pants, her perfect figure on full display. The group was gathered around the table for lunch. Ordinarily, Lin Yao was responsible for the meals, while Su Ningmeng and Sun Ran spent most of their time working out. Today, however, it was Qian Xiaoya who prepared the meal. She had made braised pork ribs, steamed yellow croaker, spicy king crab, and cheese-baked lobster. The first 2 dishes were her creations, while the latter 2 had been crafted by Lin Yao. The staple was, of course, rice. Let us welcome Sister Xiaoya to our table. Today, we shall indulge in some drinks to celebrate her liberation from suffering and her newfound life. Su Ningmeng exclaimed loudly. Feeling self-conscious due to her snug attire and the attention drawn by Su Ningmeng's words, Qian Xiaoya's fair cheeks flushed crimson, her hands nervously clutching her clothes. Unsure whether to sit or stand, Sun Ran, observing her adorable demeanor, quickly intervened. All right, Xiaoya, will you have white wine or beer? We have soft drinks as well. Gratefully. Qian Xiaoya glanced at Sun Ran and softly replied, since everyone is happy, let us have some beer. Su Ningmeng promptly turned to fetch the beer, 1 box of A-grade beer and another of Budweiser. Come, let us drink until we are merry. Lin Yao then presented a bottle of freshly squeezed juice. Sister Xiaoya, I am pregnant, so I shall abstain from alcohol and celebrate with juice. Welcome to our family. Upon hearing that Lin Yao was pregnant, Qian Xiaoya quickly looked at her flat belly. It was just over 2 months along, still not quite showing. Su Ningmeng chimed in. The child is Sun Ran's, and I am also his. I suspect that after today, you will also become one of Sun Ran's. Qian Xiaoya had already prepared herself to devote her life to Sun Ran, yet Su Ningmeng's bluntness left her feeling a tad bashful. Sun Ran stepped in to smooth things over. All right, let us pour the drinks. First, to celebrate Sister Xiaoya joining our family. Second, to commemorate the settling of scores between Su Ningmeng and me. Third, to wish for joy amidst this damned frozen apocalypse. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, downing their drinks. Lin Yao sipped her juice, also finishing half a cup in one go. As they began to eat, Qian Xiaoya appeared hesitant to serve herself, opting for just a small piece of fish while consuming rice in large bites. Sun Ran kindly served her the best ribs, then thoughtfully extracted the meat from the king crab legs and placed it in her bowl. Xiaoya, there is no need to be shy. From now on, we are family. I cannot guarantee much, but I assure you there will be plenty of food. Sun Ran gently reassured her. Oh dear, Sister Xiaoya, why are you crying? No tears at the dinner table. It's not good for your health. Su Ningmeng noticed Qian Xiaoya shedding tears while eating rice. I won't cry anymore. I'm just a bit overwhelmed. Ever since marrying into the Xiao family, I haven't had a decent meal. In this extreme weather, I can only manage thin gruel daily. Having this delicious feast now makes me uncontrollably emotional. The three fell into a contemplative silence. Regardless of their lives before the apocalypse, at least they could occasionally enjoy a good meal. How much suffering must Qian Xiaya have endured in the Xiao household if even a simple rib could bring her to tears? Lin Yao, sensing that Qian Xiaoya's words might be exaggerated, asked, Sister Xiaoya, have you truly not had a single rib in the past 2 years since marrying into the Xiao family? Qian Xiaya nodded, saying, every time Xiao Dafu's mother made ribs, she would not allow me to eat any, insisting they were reserved for her son and grandson, claiming they needed the nutrition for work and growth. I could only settle for vegetable soup. Everyone was left speechless at this revelation. Sun Ran grasped Qian Xiaoya's hand and said, that is all in the past. Here. You can eat to your heart's content. Take as much as you desire. Yes, Sister Xiaoya, this plate of ribs is all yours. I'll manage with the lobster. Lin Yao added, silently helping her pick crab meat. They enjoyed their meal for over half an hour, and gradually, Qian Xiaya began to engage in laughter and conversation. With time, her shy and reserved nature would surely transform. After the meal, Sun Ran's phone rang. Sun Ran. Xiao Xiaofu's grandmother is outside banging on the door, demanding I release him. What should I do? Just give her a kick and tell her to scram. Tomorrow. You can come to my villa to pick up 20 pounds of pork. She has a kitchen knife, and I'm a bit scared. What are you afraid of? She is just an old woman. Does she dare to actually cut someone? Here's what you do. Through the door. Tell her that Xiao Xiaofu can stay with you for a few days, and offer her a bag of rice along with 20 pounds of beef. You come to my villa afterward, and I'll double your compensation. All right, brother. I'll go tell her right away. The video call remained active as Shirkang, speaking through the door, raised his voice. Auntie, please stop banging. I would like Xiao Xiaofu to stay with me for a few days. If you agree, I'll give you a 50-pound bag of rice and 20 pounds of beef. How does that sound? Chapter 32. Selling out for food. The sweetness of Love Me Xiaoling was initially seething with rage, but upon hearing the mention of rice and beef, she fell silent. The reason was simple. Their home had been stripped bare of food, and her son was severely injured, his condition causing him considerable discomfort. At this critical moment, nourishment was paramount. Torn between the choice of rice and beef or her beloved grandson, she pondered deeply. In the end, she dismissed her grandson's importance. After all, this young rascal had been precociously troublesome, harassing the attractive women in their neighborhood from a tender age. If it weren't for his reckless behavior, groping Zhao Qian, would they be in this predicament? Resolutely, Mi Xiaoling declared, Fine, Shirkang, I agree. Let Xiaofu stay at your place to play, but you must keep your word and provide me with food. Shirkang swiftly retrieved 2 bags of rice and approximately 20 pounds of beef from the kitchen. He then opened the door, placed the items outside, and quickly shut it, fearing that Mi Xiaoling might retaliate with a kitchen knife. Auntie, you can take your time carrying it upstairs. I need to study fencing with Xiaofu now. Goodbye. At that moment, Xiaofu, bound to a chair in the living room, was overwhelmed with despair, cursing his grandmother's ancestors in his mind. Meanwhile, Sun Ran appeared in a video call, saying, You can come to my villa now. I've left the rice and beef at the door for you to collect. Great. Thank you, Sun Ran. Do come over to my place to play sometime. After ending the call, Shirkang approached Xiaofu with a broad smile. To Xiaofu, Shirkang resembled a devil. However, facing Shirkang's muscular 200 pounds, he felt utterly powerless, akin to a weakling. The sounds of distress echoed throughout Shirkang's home. After lunch, the 3 women were tasked with cleaning the dishes, while Sun Ran took the elevator to the 5th floor, delicately lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. To avoid disturbing the already pregnant Lin Yao on the 1st floor, Sun Ran chose to smoke upstairs. The view was splendid, allowing him to gaze outside. Nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and sporadic snowfalls had blanketed the 1st floor entirely. The world outside was a pristine white, reminiscent of a winter afternoon. Little did anyone know that it was only August, typically the hottest month of the year, with temperatures plummeting to -85 degrees. The accumulated snow had solidified into ice, rendering any attempts to clear it futile. Sun Ran, what are you thinking about? Unbeknownst to him, Qian Xiaya had silently approached, having been so engrossed in the view that she hadn't realized her presence. Oh, nothing much. Just having a smoke here. I hope you don't mind. Turning to face her, he noticed her porcelain-like skin, smooth and fair, making it hard to believe she never indulged in skincare. Not at all. Smoke away. I quite like the smell. My father used to smoke. Oh, how is your father? Is he recovering? Qian Xiaya shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. The surgery was unsuccessful. and he passed away just 2 months later. Perhaps it's for the best. He won't have to suffer in this extreme weather. Upon saying this, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sun Ran offered her a tissue from the table, gently patting her shoulder. You're right. This wretched weather seems endless. Sometimes, death can indeed be a form of relief. Suddenly, Qian Shaya collapsed into Sun Ran's embrace, sobbing, Thank you so much, Sun Ran. I've been contemplating suicide lately. I can hardly endure this. There's no food. And they keep berating and assaulting me. My existence has become unbearable. Sun Ran felt her warmth and softness, exhaling a deep sigh. No more tears. It's all in the past now. From this moment forward, we shall seek joy. Rest for a while. You deserve it. As long as Xiao Dafu and his companions are alive, we will devise ways to make them experience the agony of being bullied. Qian Shaya seemed to recall Xiao Fu's plight and burst into laughter. Sun Ran, you're quite wicked. You can think of such devious schemes. Sun Ran quickly shook his head. This isn't my idea. It was that girl, Su Ningmeng, who came up with it. Go ahead. Pick any room on the second floor. After a tiring morning, you should take a nap. In this villa, you need not worry about anything. Just focus on enjoying yourself. Later tonight, we'll go to the cinema on the 5th floor to watch a movie. I'll make popcorn for you. It will be far tastier than what's sold outside. Throughout her life, Qian Shaya had never experienced the tenderness of any man other than her father. Today, she felt the sweet, overwhelming affection radiating from Sun Ran. Love between a man and a woman was indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, she was no longer pure. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes began to redden once more. Sun Ran, will you look down on me? Sun Ran was taken aback. Look down on you? You, such a pure, kind, and beautiful girl, deserve to be cherished and adored. How could I ever disdain you? Stop overthinking. I would never look down on you. To prove his sincerity, he planted a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Now do you believe me, silly girl? Qian Shaya's face flushed crimson. Yes, I believe you. I'll head downstairs for a nap now. See you soon, Sun Ran. With that, she gracefully made her way to the elevator, ready to rest. Inside the elevator, she patted her chest, taking deep breaths as she muttered to herself, Is this what love feels like? So sweet. I adore it. At Song Rin's home, lunchtime arrived, yet no one had eaten, for the villa had run out of food. The meager supplies from the elderly couple on the second floor had long been consumed by the 4 insatiable men. Tang Tian was hiding in her room, fearful of being devoured by the ravenous eyes of the 4 men. To make matters worse, she had been ill, suffering from a high fever for 2 days. Even the expired fever medicine she took proved ineffective. Lacking nutrition, she felt as though she might perish. Meanwhile, Song Rin sat slumped on the sofa, wrapped in a thick blanket. The self-help meeting from 2 days prior had started off well, but once the topic of resource contributions arose, attendance plummeted. The plan was thwarted. What to do? Would they truly starve to death? Then an idea struck him. He still had 4 mercenaries at his disposal. Why not incorporate these mercenaries into the self-help group and forcibly scour each household for supplies? In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were warranted. Everything was for the self-help group, to aid everyone in overcoming this crisis. Once the extreme weather passed, if anyone complained about his forceful resource collection, he could always invoke the self-help group's name for protection. After all, the law does not punish the masses. Yes, this was the way forward. If they could successfully gather supplies, he would no longer have to face hunger. As for how much would be distributed later, that would be determined by the self-help group. With this plan in mind, Song Rin opened his phone and contacted Wang Gang, the leader of the self-help group, articulating his thoughts. The two shared a sinister smile, and their plan was set in motion. Then they sought out the 4 brothers and informed them about joining the Mutual Aid Society to assist in gathering supplies from house to house. Furthermore, they need not worry about governmental repercussions once the weather improved, for this was a charitable endeavor of the Mutual Aid Society, aimed at aiding residents lacking food to weather the storm. At that moment, the 4 of them, their stomachs growling in hunger, agreed without a second thought. Chapter 33, The Pinnacle of the Slightly Plump World. The perfect timing of Su Li Song Rin, accompanied by his 4 brothers, once again arrived at Zhao Qian's residence. At this moment, Wang Gang had also arrived, along with Song Shuzhen and several active members of the Self-Help Association. The group convened for a meeting. Upon seeing the 4 burly men behind Song Rin, Wang Gang felt assured that this operation was bound to succeed. Eagerly addressing the 4 giants, he exclaimed, On behalf of the Self-Help Association, I extend a warm welcome to your esteemed participation. Number 1. Feeling famished yet maintaining basic etiquette, nodded and smiled, President Wang. Let us first discuss the logistics of food collection. Wang Gang quickly responded, "Indeed. I propose we execute this under the guise of the neighborhood committee. Should anyone oppose, they will be considered adversaries of our authority. Once the severe weather is past, we shall settle the score." Songren raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "That's why you're President Wang. Your experience in the neighborhood committee truly showcases your intelligence. Brother Wang, I suggest you send out a notification in the group right now. We shall commence this afternoon." Wang Gang took out his phone and began issuing the notification. As many recognized him and were aware of his position within the neighborhood committee, his announcement carried significant weight. Based on the latest directive, all residents must prepare their supplies for collection this afternoon by the Self-Help Association members, who will visit each household for the purpose of distribution. This is a mandatory order. Any obstruction to the Self-Help Association's efforts will be regarded as an interference with public duties, resulting in immediate warnings or severe cases leading to detention. The operation begins at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Wang Gang's notification stirred the previously silent members of the group. "Why should we comply?" protested a small widow named Su Li. After her divorce, she opened a supermarket on the ground floor of Building 2, living and working there alone. Daily, she managed her store and filmed short videos showcasing her figure, garnering a fair number of fans who affectionately referred to her as Dumpling Sister. In the group, Su Li voiced her concerns. "Given the current weather, who knows when things will return to normal? If we hand over our supplies, what will we do?" Others echoed her sentiment, wondering what would happen if their supplies were not distributed. Unlike previous discussions, some began to lean towards supporting the Self-Help Association. As they had nothing to eat at home, contributing supplies might yield them something in return, presenting a tempting prospect. "Su boss, how can you be so selfish? You surely won't starve with your supermarket. What about us, the ones without food? Can't you lend a hand? After all, we've supported your business. Are you out of your mind? Wang Lauer, have you genuinely been helping my business? Every time you come in, you buy a bag of 50-cent pickled vegetables and stare at me. Do you think I don't notice?" Sun Ran, on the 5th floor, nearly laughed out loud while smoking and sipping tea. He recognized Su Li well, as he was responsible for purchasing all household necessities. Although there were several supermarkets in the area, he always chose to shop at Su Li's, primarily because of her striking beauty and figure. He felt a sense of empathy for her as a single woman. Thus, he frequented her store for all his supplies, and their rapport blossomed. Su Li embodied the spirited and forthright character typical of women from Northeast China. Treat her well, and she would reveal her heart. Their relationship had always been amicable, and Sun Ran kept an eye on her in the group, knowing she would not go hungry. Yet, if anyone dared to bully her, he would not hesitate to intervene. At that moment, others began to attack Su Li in the group chat. "This is a unique situation. The Self-Help Association has assured us that after the extreme weather, compensation will be provided. What are you afraid of? Your small supermarket can't be worth much. By providing aid to the community, you could save many lives. Once the crisis is over, you might even earn a handsome sum instead of making those frivolous videos." "Zhang Lao-san, how do you speak? You are always the first to like my videos. You're the one making the most lewd comments. Don't think I don't know. You run to my store every day, and your wife has scolded you over this several times. Let us be clear. What I choose to do with my store is my business. I don't want any compensation. If anyone tries to enforce this, I'll take a knife to them." "Su Li, I never realized you were so selfish. Now that you're needed, you're hesitant. After the extreme weather, we'll all boycott your supermarket. Let us see how you manage then." Su Li remained silent. How could one person stand against the entire community? Just as she contemplated yielding to pressure, Sun Ran's message appeared in the group. "Su Li is my woman. Let us see who dares to storm her store for supplies." Tears welled up in Su Li's eyes as she read the message. In this harsh weather, she had been living cautiously, yearning for a strong man to shelter her from the storms. Unexpectedly, while others were ready to take advantage of her, it was this younger brother, merely 2 years her junior, who stood up for her. How could she not be moved? Songren scoffed. "Sun Ran, are you joking? You claim she's your woman. Why not say she's your mother? You're all talk. Just wait, I'll deal with you. I refuse to engage with someone so ambiguous." Upon seeing this message, Songren's face flushed crimson, and he quickly sought to explain to those nearby. "What nonsense. How could I be ambiguous? Due to recent circumstances." His masculine traits had diminished, and his voice had become notably softer. "I wish to inquire which authority issued this directive. Don't wield your feather like a sword. Everyone knows you work for the neighborhood committee. Those uninformed might think you're from the national committee." Sun Ran mocked in the group. "Sun Ran, stop being a hypocrite. You recently struck it rich, moved into a grand villa, enjoying all the luxuries. But please, do not vilify or hinder our self-help association and AMP, Oppos, efforts to assist everyone, Wang Gang declared earnestly. His words drew support from many in the group, who began to expressing their agreement. How you help others is your business. But anyone who dares to touch Su Li will face consequences. Songren's eyes darted as a cunning idea formed. He pulled number 1 aside and whispered, Sun Ran is hiding in his villa like a coward. If you four can subdue him, not only will we complete our task, but we can also seize the supplies from his villa. Number 1 nodded, responding, very well, let us set a trap. Songren then typed in the group, Sun Ran. The Self-Help Association will forcibly collect supplies from Su Li and AMP, Oppos, supermarket. After the severe weather, I assure you she will receive compensation. If you have the guts, come out of your villa. I would like to see you obstruct our Self-Help Association's work. Sun Ran smirked disdainfully. Is that a challenge? Very well. Let us see how this unfolds. Sun Ran directly dialed Su Li and Oppos' phone, speaking with unwavering certainty. Sister Su, if you trust me, pack your clothes in 5 minutes. I will come to pick you up. I believe in you, Sun Ran, but I refuse to let that bunch of scoundrels benefit from this place. Rest assured. I have a plan. 5 minutes later, clad in a lightweight, form-fitting winter coat, Sun Ran arrived at Su Li and Oppos' home. Song Ran and his companions could never have imagined that Sun Ran would come to fetch Su Li in such a brief span of time. Even if they had considered Sun Ran and Oppos' arrival, they believed it impossible for the two to carry away so many supplies. Sister Su, open the door. Upon hearing Sun Ran and Oppos' voice, Su Li hurriedly opened the door, allowing him entry. Sister Su, listen carefully. I will be brief. Once you learn my secret, you will be mine forever. If you refuse, I will leave this very instant. Su Li grasped Sun Ran and Oppos' hand, resolutely declaring, Sun Ran, I trust you. I am willing to be yours. I will follow your lead. Excellent. No matter what occurs next, do not be alarmed. Once we return to the villa, I will explain everything. Subsequently, Sun Ran proceeded to the supermarket, swiftly gathering shelves and goods into his spatial storage, then ventured into the small storeroom, collecting all its contents as well. The entire process consumed less than a minute, leaving Su Li utterly astonished by Sun Ran and Oppos' remarkable capabilities. Take off your clothes and wear this. Oh, all right. Su Li shed her cumbersome down jacket, revealing a snug sweater beneath, leaving Sun Ran momentarily dazed. Indeed, she was a true embodiment of curvaceous beauty. In no time, she donned the specialized winter gear Sun Ran had prepared, completing the transformation in under 5 minutes. Let us go. Follow me back to the villa. Just 3 minutes after Sun Ran and Su Li departed, Song Ren, accompanied by his 4 brothers and Wang Gang, arrived at Su Li and Oppos' doorstep, intending to lie in wait. Yet, to their utter disbelief, the Oppos, Rabbit and Oppos, had already escaped 3 minutes prior. Chapter 34. Song Ren faints from anger. The third supermarket vows to resist goodness. Why is it so cold? My feet have lost all sensation. Song Ren muttered softly. At this moment, no. One was also freezing but remained silent, hidden in the corridor. After half an hour, the group could no longer endure. Their hands and feet had become numb, and it was evident that they would lose their fighting spirit before Sun Ran even arrived. Song Ren, send another message in the group, stating that we are about to forcibly collect from Su Li and Oppos' supermarket. Let us see if he dares to come. Song Ren, trembling, took out his phone. His fingers were too frozen to type, so he opted for a voice message. Sun Ran, we are at Su Li and Oppos' doorstep, ready to enforce our actions. If you are a man, step forward to protect your woman. Ran and Oppos, to you quite brave earlier? What happened? Have you turned into a turtle? Meanwhile, in Sun Ran and Oppos' villa, Su Li had changed into new clothes, revealing her true assets. Have you seen enough? If not, I'll let you enjoy it all night. Sun Ran wiped his drool, embarrassed, and said, I've seen enough, Sister Su. I always thought you were padded, but seeing you today has truly opened my eyes. All right, little brother. Wait for me tonight in my room, and I'll show you what the pinnacle of curvy beauty looks like. Just then, Sun Ran's phone chimed, and he opened it to find a voice message from Song Ren. He chuckled in feigned concern, saying, Song Ren, if you dare to touch Su Li, I will not let you off easily. Song Ren quickly replied, can you stop with the empty threats? Why don't you come and save your woman? Sun Ran retorted angrily, you've gone too far. I curse you to an ill fate. Upon hearing Sun Ran's voice message, Song Ren scoffed. As expected, he asked scared, this guy won't he dare to leave his villa? If he won't he come to rescue Su Li, then we can't be blamed for being ruthless. Knock on the door quickly. If they don't open, let my brother number 3 break it down. Everyone agreed, and Wang Gang was assigned to knock. While knocking, he announced, Su Li, I am Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Association. We have come to collect your supplies. Don't worry, we will document everything we take. And once this extreme weather passes, we will compensate you, and you will receive a Good Citizen Award. Silence ensued, with not a sound from within. The cold had rendered everyone stiff, their fingers nearly unable to bend. Songren stepped forward and shouted, You might as well give up on Sun Ran saving you. He is merely a master of empty words. You have 1 minute. If you do not open the door, we will break it down. At that point, you won't even receive compensation because you would be obstructing our official duties. It's your choice. Achu. Achu. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness, interrupted only by the howling wind outside. This woman truly is asking for trouble. Number 3, break the door. Number 3 glanced at number 1, who nodded silently. He removed his gloves, flexed his stiff fingers, and began to unlock the door. Normally, such a residential lock could be opened in under a minute. But standing in the frigid corridor for over half an hour had left them frozen. Additionally, lacking any caloric sustenance, they were fortunate to have survived thus far. After 5 minutes, the door remained shut, and no one dared to urge him on. As they waited, their imaginations wandered to visions of a room filled with food, snacks, and sausages. Songren's mouth watered at the thought. Planning to slap Su Li twice as soon as they entered, and then boil water for a steaming bowl of fragrant instant noodles, topped with 2 starched sausages. Heavens! That would be divine. His drool dripped onto number 3's head, unnoticed, as it froze instantly. With a loud crack, the door swung open. No. 3's hands were already frostbitten. He quickly donned his gloves, and everyone surged inside. This. Sun Ran, you shall not escape my wrath. They were met with an empty supermarket and storage room, devoid of any supplies, no food, not even a scrap of packaging. Songren, with disdain, raised his phone, unleashing a barrage of insults at Sun Ran in the group chat. Sun Ran responded with a picture of himself and Su Li, where she, in a snug shirt, beamed happily while embracing his arm. Due to the tight hug, certain parts of her form were notably distorted. All the men in the group zoomed in on certain areas of the image. Their curiosity piqued. Though they couldn't taste the food, a visual indulgence was still satisfying. Songren, have you been waiting outside for an hour? How refreshing. Ha ha ha, a bunch of foolish dogs. At this point, Songren, overwhelmed by hunger, anger, and low blood sugar, fainted. Wang Gang had no choice but to carry him home and prepare a porridge with the last of their rice, sharing it among the burly men. After all, they would still need Song Ren and the others to collect supplies in the afternoon. At this moment, Zhao Qian felt an uncomfortable pang as she saw Su Li settled in Sun Ran's villa. How wonderful it would be if that were me, she thought, envisioning the warmth of the villa filled with food in the entire basement, but with the disheartening reality that she would never gain access to such luxury. Despair washed over her. When will this cursed weather pass? In the afternoon, the Self-Help Association formally commenced their operations. Aside from Su Li's supermarket, there were 2 others in the 10 buildings. Therefore, the core members of the association, along with the number 1 brothers, decided to start with these 2 supermarkets to avoid being thwarted by Sun Ran. The first supermarket offered no resistance, opening its doors and allowing the association to collect supplies. The owner's private stock was not inquired about, as they had surrendered all inventory. After several trips, they successfully transported all the supplies to Wang Gang's residence on the first floor. As they departed, Songren warmly shook hands with the owner, promising a compensation of 500,000 in cash after the extreme weather subsided, and he provided a receipt. The owner, beaming, replied, Helping the residents of our community is my greatest honor. Whether or not I receive that 500,000 is of no consequence. Just transfer it later. Cash can be cumbersome. Not a problem. Songren replied, pleased. A promising start, they proceeded to the second supermarket. However, the owner had locked the door and barricaded it with sofas and chairs, resolutely refusing entry to the Self-Help Association. The owner thought, I'm not short on money, but I'm in desperate need of food. My family of 6, 2 elders, 2 children, and their parents requires a considerable amount daily. There is no way I'll give anything to the association. If these scoundrels take our supplies and don't share, my entire family will starve. Zhang De. Open the door. I'm Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Association. You all can leave. I will not open the door. My son and I have our knives ready. If you dare to break in, we will fight you to the death. Songren smirked slyly and said, Zhang De. Don't worry, I will compensate you. Just open the door, and you will receive enough food. You'll reap a trifecta of wealth, food, and reputation. Cease with the futile words. I am acutely aware that without this sustenance, our family of 6 shall face starvation. Depart at once." Wang Gang sighed and remarked to the members of the self-help group behind him, "How lamentably low is this comrade's awareness. If he cannot comprehend, we shall enforce it decisively. Brother 3, I appreciate your efforts." Brother 3 had just consumed 2 sausages along with a substantial piece of chocolate made from cocoa butter, and now felt a surge of warmth within. Noticing the eager gazes directed at him, he nodded solemnly and declared, "Comrades, observe closely. It appears that the apocalypse has the power to transform individuals. Even mercenaries, once indifferent to life, now exhibit a selfless spirit, truly a rare phenomenon." Chapter 35. Retribution becomes a fury for Song Run and his incompetent brothers. The door of Zhang's supermarket was effortlessly opened by the third brother. Although the sofa at the entrance initially hindered their advance, it was merely a momentary obstacle. The 4 mercenaries swiftly cleared the obstruction and subdued the Zhang family, who were armed with a kitchen knife. Only 2 women and 2 children remained, trembling in fear, hiding in the bedroom and too frightened to emerge. Wang Gang, elated, led the core members of the self-help group into the house, eager to begin the task of moving supplies. However, he was halted by the first brother. The remaining 3 brothers immediately understood their elder brother's intention, standing beside him in anticipation of his command. "President Wang," the first brother declared, "regarding the supplies in this supermarket. My brothers and I shall not share them with you. You may return now. No farewells necessary." Wang Gang was momentarily stunned. Having expected that Song Rin and his 4 subordinates would join the self-help group to assist in gathering supplies and prying open locks. "Song Rin, what is the meaning of your subordinates' actions? Do they intend to monopolize our supplies?" Confused, Song Rin turned to the first brother and whispered, "What do you mean? Wasn't it agreed that we would gather supplies together? Why the sudden change?" The first brother laughed heartily, disregarding Song Rin entirely, and proclaimed, "It was my third brother who opened the door, and it was my brothers who subdued the supermarket owner. Why on earth should I share the spoils with your self-help group? What say you, President Wang? If you feel aggrieved, we can settle this matter with our fists." Second brother, entertain President Wang for a while. "Of course, brother. I've been itching for a good fight. Don't worry, President Wang. I shall be gentle." As Wang Gang observed the imposing figure of the nearly 2-meter-tall giant approaching him, he quickly yielded, saying, "You are right, brother. Those who can do more must earn more. We'll take our leave now. It's quite cold, so do carry on with your work." With that, he retreated, tail between his legs, alongside the other members of the self-help group. The first brother turned to Song Ren and said, "Mr. Song, these are extraordinary times, and I believe survival takes precedence over our previous agreement. Thus, we are temporarily dissolving our employer-employee relationship. Once the extreme weather has passed, I will return with my brothers to fulfill your task. Now, let us begin moving the supplies, aiming to have everything transported back to the villa within an hour." The Zhang family was tightly bound by the 4 hulking men, unable to move, while the first brother and Song Rin commenced moving supplies to the underground parking lot. Since old man Zhang frequently replenished stock, they had a tricycle at home, significantly accelerating the transportation process. An hour earlier, as preparations were underway to transport supplies from the second supermarket, Sun Ran received a call from Song Rin's wife, Tang Tian, at the villa. "Brother Sun, I am unwell. I have had a fever for 3 days, and there are no antipyretics at home. I feel as though I may not survive," Tang Tian spoke weakly. "Moreover, those 4 perverts are always watching me. I fear they will soon disregard their employer-employee relationship with Song Rin and harm me in his presence. I am so frightened." Sun Ran shook his head and replied, "I told you to come to the villa, but you refused, insisting on maintaining your pride. Now look, you're sick, and no one is here to care for you. Put on some clothes immediately and come to my villa. You will stay here from now on. I have medication and nutritional supplies. In 3 days, you'll be as good as new." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Tang Tian's face. When Song Ren learned of her illness, he did not seek medicine for her, but instead lamented that her sickness would hinder him, leaving her to fend for herself in the room. At mealtime, he expected her to come downstairs and cook for everyone, treating her as if she were less than human. "Stop crying. Hurry up. Soon, Song Rin and the others will return, and you won't be able to leave." Only then did Tang Tian realize that she must avoid those 4 beasts at all costs, as their gazes seemed to devour her. She sensed that if she did not leave today, her innocence might be lost forever. Ignoring her frail condition, she quickly packed her essential belongings, placed them in a suitcase, and stealthily descended the stairs. Peeking out of the underground parking lot, she saw no one. Despite the cold, she dragged her suitcase towards Sun Ran's villa, stumbling twice along the way due to her haste. Meanwhile, the second brother and the remaining brothers were busy moving supplies downstairs. The first brother, meanwhile, had his arm draped over Song Ren's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Mr. Song, since we are no longer in an employer-employee relationship, I shall speak plainly. All these supplies were fiercely secured by my brothers. Why should we share them with you? You are a businessman. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and I trust you understand this better than I do. Thus, you must offer something in exchange for the supplies." A tremor coursed through Song Ren's heart, and he instantly grasped the first brother's intent. He was coveting Tang Tian. Although he could not currently act as a man, this was only temporary. Once the extreme weather subsided, he would undergo surgery abroad and return stronger than before. Furthermore, Song Ren was particularly sensitive about being cuckolded, perhaps due to his own previous indiscretions in this regard. Song Ren forced a smile and replied, "Yes, brother, I understand. I will add 10 million for you. How does that sound?" The first brother's smile faded as he narrowed his eyes at Song Ren. "Do you think in this weather, money will suffice? I won't beat around the bush. From this day forth, your wife belongs to us 4 brothers. After all, you're not much of a man right now. We will take care of her for you." With reddened eyes, Song Ren looked up at the first brother, and if looks could kill, it would be the first brother's death day next year. "Huh, don't glare at me like that. If you wish to die, I can accommodate you. I could bury you in the snow, and who would know it was us? If not for our brother's penchant for affronting you before your wife, we wouldn't even consider sparing you. Just savor this moment." Upon hearing the phrase "before your wife," Song Ren clutched his hair in agony, collapsing to the ground in tears. This was truly retribution. These 4 brothers, having the same proclivities as himself. "Brother, the first load of supplies is ready." "Good, let us return together to unload the cargo. This will expedite the process. We probably need 2 more trips to finish everything, so let us hurry. Afterward, we brothers will have our fun with Tang Tian. I can't believe we finally get to play. If you had listened to me, we would have been having fun already. Brother, you are just too honorable." The second brother chimed in. "Enough. Today, we shall certainly fulfill your desires. Let us eat our fill first, then we will take turns." Instantly, the 4 brothers were filled with vigor, while Song Ren stood nearby, feeling as though he were a mere shell of himself, appearing as if he were dead except for his labored breathing. In the underground parking lot, the second brother pointed and exclaimed, "Brother, look. There's a woman running over there. Doesn't she look familiar?" At that moment, the first brother was pushing the tricycle to transport supplies to the villa and hadn't noticed. Upon glancing up, his eyes ignited with fury as he shouted, "Damn it. It's Tang Tian. Quick, catch her. Don't let her escape." At this point, they were less than 100 meters from the villa's underground blast-proof door. Meanwhile, from the shadows outside, Sun Ran had already spotted Tang Tian and the 4 pursuing brothers through the surveillance cameras. The distance between them narrowed, 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Tang Tian discarded her suitcase. The blast-proof door was now within reach. "Open the door, brother Sun. It's me, Tang Tian. 20 meters away." Tang Tian began to shout, indifferent to whether Sun Ran could hear her. With a resounding click, the blast door swung open, and the 4 brothers found themselves merely 10 meters away from catching up with Tang Tian. Charge. Rush into the villa. Forget about Tang Tian for now. However, contrary to their expectations, Tang Tian reached the villa first. The blast door swiftly closed automatically, and the 4 brothers nearly collided with the door at the very moment it shut. "Damn it. So close." Sun Ran, "Open the door," shouted number 1, filled with impotent rage from outside. Upon seeing his wife rush into Sun Ran's home, Song Ran felt a flicker of relief. Finally, he wouldn't have to worry about offending her in front of her husband. But then, it struck him, wasn't he still wearing the proverbial green hat? Moreover, it appeared that Sun Ran had unknowingly placed it upon him. With this thought, Song Ran felt a deeper ache in his heart. Retribution. This was indeed retribution. Chapter 36. The infuriated number 1. In this life, Sun Ran is determined to strike hard. "Sun Ran, if you are a man, come out and face me one-on-one." At this moment, number 2 has completely lost his sanity, furiously smashing the villa's blast-proof door. He was the first among the 4 brothers to set his sights on Tang Tian. If it weren't for number 1 keeping a watchful eye on him, number 2 would have likely dealt with Tang Tian long ago. Watching the duck that was almost in his grasp fly away, how could he not be driven to madness? Sun Ran, observing the frantic expressions of the 4 brothers on the surveillance screen, couldn't he help but smile with delight. Shadu. Activate the spray mode and give them a good soaking. Hidden mechanisms above the blast-proof door revealed 4 high-pressure water guns, unleashing a torrent upon the 4 brothers outside. Run. Anger made them forget about the water guns entirely. The high-pressure jets drenched them in an instant, and with the underground garage's temperature plummeting to nearly minus 60 degrees. Their clothes froze almost immediately. They had no time to consider the supplies and the tricycle parked in the garage. They dashed towards Song Ren's villa, desperate to strip off their wet garments to avoid frostbite. At this moment, Tang Tian was in the changing room on the first floor, her heart racing. Just a few meters away, if she were caught, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. Sun Ran descended from the upper floor, several garments in hand. Tian. Discard these old clothes. I'll take you upstairs for a shower. These are new clothes. I'm unsure if they will fit, but wear them for now. Once Su Ningmeng wakes from her nap, she can find you something else. A shower? Are you joking? In this frigid weather? Sun Ran chuckled, replying, come on. There's plenty of hot water. They ascended to the second floor, where Suli had just finished her shower and changed into fresh clothes. Clad in a snug short-sleeved top and a mini skirt, she epitomized the allure of a slightly plump woman, her beauty deserving of a score of 95. Sun Ran. Who is this enchanting lady? Did you rescue her again? This is Tang Tian, the wife of the self-help group as Songren. If I hadn't intervened, those 4 assassins under Songren would have pounced on her. These brutes. How are they not frozen to death? Perfect timing. Su Jia, please take her to shower. I'll wait for you two in the living room. Suli led Tang Tian to the shower while Sun Ran activated the surveillance. Spotting a tricycle loaded with supplies in the parking lot. Without a doubt, it was stolen by Number 1 and his 3 brothers from one of the 3 supermarkets. Seeing it, he knew he couldn't leave it for them. It had to be stored away. Donning professional cold weather gear, Sun Ran sprang into action. Pushing open the blast-proof door, a gust of cold air assaulted him, reminding him just how frigid it was outside after being in the warm interior for so long. He accelerated to top speed, 5 seconds for 100 meters, if you must know. He stored the tricycle in his space and quickly made his way to the 3rd supermarket in the community, which belonged to Grandpa Zhang. Upon entering, he found a family tied up together, crying out as they saw Sun Ran. He swiftly untied them, saying, the most dangerous places are often the safest. Take the remaining supplies and seek refuge at your neighbor and Appo's house. Song Ran and his men will be here soon. How you communicate is up to you. But be quick. I can only assist you up to this point. Sun Ran turned and left. Grandpa Zhang, noticing nearly half of the supplies still in the house, swiftly decided to knock on the door of the neighbors, proposing to exchange supplies for shelter. The elderly couple next door, having a good relationship with them, agreed without hesitation. With collective effort, they moved all the supplies into the neighboring house and concealed them. After a 5-minute round trip, Sun Ran was already changing clothes on the first floor. Song Ran, dazed, returned to the villa with Number 1 and the others, sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. The 4 brothers quickly stripped off their wet clothes and changed into dry ones. That Sun Ran. I swear I will kill him. Number 2 seethed through gritted teeth. Let us not dwell on that. We must retrieve our supplies first, and then deal with Sun Ran. But our warm clothes are soaked. What do we do? Just wrap ourselves in blankets. We can rob a few outfits from others in no time. The 4, after a brief pause, disregarding the cold, wrapped themselves in blankets and bolted out of the villa towards the underground parking lot. Wait. I distinctly remember leaving the tricycle here. Where did it go? Number 1 finally panicked. Losing a woman could be rectified, but losing supplies was a serious issue. I remember it being right here. Oh no, hurry to the supermarket. Number 1 suddenly realized, and the 4 of them dashed towards Grandpa Zhang and Appo's supermarket like mad dogs. Indeed, it was empty. Nothing remained for the brothers. At this moment, hunger, cold, and fury intertwined, and Number 1 let out a howl, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Number 2 rushed over to support him. Big brother, calm down. We can search for the supplies again. Women are plentiful, but your health is paramount. We still need to seek vengeance against Sun Ran. Number 1 shook his head, his face pale. I feel much better now. Let us go. Brothers, grab your weapons. We're heading to Wanggang. Didn't they steal a batch of supplies from the self-help group? Now, I will show them what mercenaries truly are. With weapons drawn, the 4 swiftly made their way to Wanggang's residence. Darling, we took a nap and somehow 2 more beauties have appeared in our home. Your speed in gathering a harem is astonishing. Can your body handle it? Su Ningmeng teased. Don't be ridiculous. Su Jia, you know her. This is Tang Tian, Song Ren's wife. I'll explain why she is here in a moment. At that moment, Lin Yao emerged from the kitchen, placing a platter of fruit on the coffee table. The newly arrived Su Li, Tang Tian, and Qian Xiaoya felt a bit shy about eating. Dig in. Don't be polite. Feel free to eat. There's plenty of fruit. Although Tang Tian had taken fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication, she still felt incredibly weak and needed nourishment. She picked up a slice of apple, taking small bites, and tears began to flow. Tian, why are you crying? Earlier, Xiaoya cried over the delicious ribs. What is bothering you? I don't know. I just feel like crying. Everything feels so unreal. Haha, it's just the fever. We'll have our chef prepare a nutritious meal for you, and after a couple more doses of medicine, you'll be right as rain. Su Jia Xiaoya. You both should eat too. Otherwise, they'll finish everything. Finish everything? That is impossible. This large platter of apples, strawberries, and grapes must weigh over 10 pounds. How could it be consumed entirely? Su Li picked a strawberry and popped it into her mouth, her lips slightly parted as she chewed seductively. Sun Ran couldn't help but stare in fascination. This is so delicious. I never imagined fruit could taste this wonderful. It's been a month since I've had any. What bliss. Su Jia, the best is yet to come. After a few bites, Sun Ran put the fruit down. Leaning back on the sofa, watching the 5 beautiful women savoring their fruit, each with her unique style. Su Ningmeng exuded youthful vitality. Lin Yao embodies the captivating allure of a mature woman, while Qian Xiaoya epitomizes the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. Su Li presents a charming figure with her slightly plump, yet sophisticated demeanor. Tang Tian exudes an irresistible sensuality. All 5 women, in terms of both beauty and physique, are truly exceptional. Sun Ran took out his phone and captured a photograph of the 5 stunning ladies, subsequently sharing it in their group chat. He also tagged Song Ren, Zhao Qian, and Xiao Dafu. Upon seeing such a photo, the trio was infuriated, hurling their phones to the ground in outrage, denouncing Sun Ran as a beast. How could this be? A man possessing 4 wives along with a stunning beauty? Why, as a man myself, do I not have the same fortune? Is that the crux of the matter? Look at what graces their coffee table, fruit. My goodness, I can barely sip on instant noodle broth, and they are indulging in fruit? Huh. It seems the art of photo editing is quite skillfully employed. Soon, I shall edit a roast chicken for you all to whet your appetite. The group chat is rife with all sorts of discussions, yet Sun Ran merely chuckled in response. In his previous life, he had lived too passively, always acquiescing. In this life, he resolved to be ostentatious and strike out boldly. Chapter 37. The First Brother and Amp. Appo's complete descent into darkness at the residence of the Self-Help Association and Amp. Appo's president. Wang Gang, several core members gazed hungrily at an impressive pile of supplies. Song Shuzhen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, President Wang, when shall we divide the provisions? My household has nothing left to eat, and my children are crying out in hunger. The others looked at Wang Gang with eager anticipation. There and Appo's no rush? He replied with a cough. We shall distribute according to everyone and Appo's contributions in this operation. Sister Song was the first to propose the idea of collecting supplies. And our meetings are always held at your home. Thus, you shall receive a box of instant noodles and 20 sausages. He promptly retrieved the specified items from the heap and handed them to Song Shuzhen. The remaining members, who had just engaged in a heated argument with Sun Ran in their group chat, were each allotted 10 bags of instant noodles and 10 sausages. President, ISN and Appo's. This a bit meager? There are still so many supplies left. Can we not receive a little more? Perhaps some noodles? Inquired a bespectacled man with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Wang Gang and Amp. Appo's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression turning grave as he replied sternly, Shao Li. These provisions do not belong to us alone. We are meant to assist those in need. If we take everything, what will happen to the others? Once you finish your share, you may come ask me for more. Shao Li fell silent, cowed by Wang Gang and Appo's words. All right, that and Appo's enough for today. Now that Song Ran and his 4 bodyguards are no longer part of our self-help association, we must rely on ourselves for future supply collections. Keep an eye out for talented individuals around you. Those skilled in lockpicking or fighting should be recruited into our organization. I refuse to believe that without Song Ran and Appo's bodyguards, we cannot gather provisions. Just as Wang Gang was distributing the supplies, a knock echoed through the room. He promptly rose and peered through the peephole, his expression darkening. Open the door. President Wang, I know you and Amp, Appo's, inside. You know my brother and Amp, Appo's lockpicking skills. I and Amp, Appo's, LL give you 3 counts. If you don and amp, oppos, T open up, we and amp, oppos, LL come in ourselves. Standing outside were the notorious First Brothers. Clad in thick blankets and emanating a menacing aura, they awaited entry. Assessing the risks, Wang Gang reluctantly decided to open the door. Ah, it and amp, oppos, S the First Brother. Please, come in, it and amp, oppos, S cold outside. The First Brother, with a sardonic smile, replied, we one and amp, oppos, TB entering the house. Just gather the supplies. We're taking them with us. Wang Gang's heart sank, and he feigned sorrow. First Brother, it's unfair to bully us like this. You took an entire supermarket's worth of supplies from Grandpa Zhang. Why are you still coveting our meager rations? Shali stood up, raising his voice. Indeed. We have so many people and received so little. What right do you have to seize our supplies? With his eyes bloodshot from the recent loss of Tang Tian and the entire supermarket's provisions, the second brother's rage reached a boiling point. He slowly approached Shali, whispering, what gives you the right to claim our provisions? Just this. In a flash, a blade glinted, and a crimson line appeared across Shali's neck. Blood spraying forth like a fountain, splattering across the second brother's face and clothes. Within mere moments, Shali collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. Ah, murder! Song Shushan screamed, fainting on the spot. The second brother licked the blood from his knife, gazing at the others like a demon. My brother commanded you to gather the supplies, did you hear? Wang Gang, trembling, nodded fervently. Yes, we heard. He turned to the others, instructing them to gather the recently distributed provisions and retreat several steps, quaking in fear. Remove your down jackets and cotton pants. The group hastily stripped off their warm clothing and tossed it onto the pile of supplies. Second brother, you three change clothes and take the supplies out. I will stay here with President Wang for a moment. The three brothers swiftly changed and began transporting the supplies. Half an hour later, the first brother surveyed the empty living room and addressed Wang Gang. Apologies, but for us to survive, someone must perish. If you seek vengeance, come to Villa 1. With that, he donned his down jacket and departed with his brothers, leaving Wang Gang's home in utter silence. As the door clicked shut, the Cell Help Association members collapsed to the floor, the chilling reality settling in as Shali's blood began to congeal into crimson ice. They finally grasped the truth. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. In a room maintained at a steady temperature of around 26 degrees. Tang Tian finished her shower and consumed some nourishing porridge. After taking fever and anti-inflammatory medication, she lay in her warm bed, sleeping sweetly. Even in slumber, she clutched Sun Ran's hand tightly, as though fearing that if she let go, everything would vanish in an instant. Sun Ran tenderly brushed his fingers against Tang Tian's smooth forehead, reflecting on their journey from coercion to conquest, culminating in mutual affection. It had been quite an intriguing path, granting him not only a beautiful and voluptuous wife, but also an opportunity to bestow a green hat upon Songren. Truly, a multifaceted triumph. Once he confirmed she was deeply asleep, he slowly withdrew his hand and descended to the living room on the first floor. There, several women were seated on the sofa, engrossed in animated conversation, as if they had an endless array of topics to discuss. Even the typically reserved Qian Xiaoyao was joining in, laughing intermittently. Indeed, humans are inherently social beings. What are you all so jubilant about? Sun Ran inquired, plopping down between Su Ningmeng and Qian Xiaoya. Instantly feeling the warmth and softness of Qian Xiaoya's body, her cheeks flushed, and though she contemplated shifting away, she realized that with Sun Ran as the sole man in the household, it was imperative to court his favor. Thus, she subtly leaned closer, ensuring her body brushed against his arm. Whoever said that a shy and kind-hearted woman could not possess cunning? Sun Ran sensed the unusual warmth from his arm and turned to smile at her, playfully shifting his arm a few times. This only deepened Qian Xiaoya's blush. Fortunately, no one noticed their subtle exchanges. Su Ningmeng quickly wrapped her arms around Sun Ran's, cheerfully announcing, I was just telling them about your revenge on Song Ren and Xiao Qian, turning them into conjoined twins. Sun Ran chuckled. All right, continue your discussion. I'll prepare some popcorn. Tonight, we shall watch a movie on the 5th floor. Yay. What movie shall we watch? How about Lust, Caution? It's quite educational. Humph. Are you really watching it for the educational value? Donna and Oppos, do you have any self-awareness? Then what do you think I and Oppos am watching it for? Suddenly, Su Ningmeng found herself at a loss for words, her face reddening as she playfully swatted Sun Ran's arm, turning away in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Su Li, the plump yet fierce woman, chimed in. I know. I've seen that movie. It's all about the romantic escapades, right? What is there to be shy about? Sister Su, you are indeed a role model for us. Let us watch it together tonight. Oh, and if you have any thoughts afterward, feel free to seek me out. Should Su Li's fans discover that Sun Ran had such benefits, they would likely swoon in disbelief. She was, after all, their beloved goddess of curviness. Trembling, Song Shuzhen returned home, still haunted by the chilling scene of Xiao Li and Apos' murder. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Mom, why hasn't Apos, the Self-Help Association sent you any supplies? Our entire family is relying on you to bring back food. Zhao Yi had already succumbed to unconsciousness from hunger. Zhao Xiao, clad in a thick cotton jacket and sporting a disheveled hairstyle, cried out in distress. I nearly lost my life due to the supplies. Subsequently, I recounted the harrowing tale of how Xiao Li was slain by the second man. What? One of Song Rin's subordinates actually committed murder? Are they not fearful of being apprehended by the authorities once the extreme weather passes? How would I know? I was on the verge of being terrified to death. Did you not witness how Xiao Li and Apos' blood gushed forth like a faucet, spraying so far? Ugh. After hearing this, Zhao Qian immediately retreated to her room to call Song Rin. After a prolonged wait, someone finally answered. Song Rin, are you aware that the 4 individuals you hired have committed murder? At that moment, Song Rin was in the kitchen, donning an apron, preparing a meal for the 4 burly men. I am aware. The first one returned and informed me. I have now become their servant. Tang Tian has run off with Sun Ran. I am utterly powerless now. I still possess 200 million in my account, yet I cannot spend it. Why am I so unfortunate? Sob, sob, sob. Suddenly, another man in Apos' voice came through the phone. Song Rin, quit your crying and hurry up with the cooking. Be cautious of your well-being. Following that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Zhao Qian stared at the hung-up phone, rendered speechless. Whose script is this, anyway? Why has Sun Ran, typically the most ineffectual, emerged as the greatest victor? And here I am, so beautiful, yet unable to even afford a meal? Is there truly any semblance of fairness left in this world? Chapter 38, The Fallen Song Rin and the Darkened Zhao Qian. Wang Gang, President, when will you distribute food? Just a bag of noodles will suffice. I have salt at home. Indeed, I can no longer endure this. My husband has been starving for a week and has yet to contribute. To the person above, I still have some rations. If not, I shall take over. What kind of race is this? Why do I see someone driving? Everyone, I apologize. All the supplies collected have been taken by Song Rin and his bodyguards. Xiao Li from the Self-Service Association has been killed by them. Everyone, imaged the president of the Self-Service Association, Wang Gang, informed the group and detached a photo of Xiao Li's lifeless body. I can't believe it. That truly is Xiao Li. Are these people so bold as to commit murder? Wang Gang, could it be that you scripted this yourself? I heard that ketchup resembles blood quite closely. Can someone with a bit of sense take a look at the picture? Xiao Li's face is frozen. If this were a scripted scene, it would be too realistic. Song Rin, will you not provide an explanation? People began to Song Rin, demanding that he surrender the supplies. At that moment, in Song Rin's villa, several individuals were enjoying instant noodles, with vacuum-sealed chicken legs on the table, and each person with a small bottle of liquor before them. What a relief. After enduring hunger for so many days, they finally felt alive again. Number 2, having finally emerged from his anger over Tang Tiantian's loss, took a deep swig of liquor and exclaimed loudly. Number 1 lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, let us savor these supplies. They should last us over a month. By then, the extreme weather should have passed. We'll seize the opportunity to eliminate Sun Ran and then abscond with Song Rin and Apos' wealth, escaping the country never to return. Indeed, brother, Song Rin is truly wealthy, possessing 200 million. This will be a boon for us brothers. And as for that scoundrel Sun Ran, I refuse to believe he can remain confined in the villa indefinitely. His woman, I anticipate, will provide him with a perfect betrayal. At this moment, Song Rin sat in a corner of the kitchen like a living corpse, utterly despondent from the sudden blow he had received. He had lost everything, his life, his wealth, and now his freedom, becoming a mere slave to the 4 brothers. His phone incessantly buzzed, filled with messages urging him to surrender the supplies, or they would collectively storm his villa. Song Rin opened his phone, offering a bitter smile. Come on. It would be best if everyone rose up and killed the 4 brothers. Zhao Qian and Apos' family lay in their home, cold and hungry. They had hoped that Song Shuzhen would return with some food from the Self-Service Association, but not only did she return empty-handed, she had fallen ill with a high fever from fright. At that moment, Song Shuzhen and Apos' phone rang, and she weakly extracted it to find a message. Sister Song, I still have some noodles at home. Would you like some? The message was from old Tian, who lived diagonally across from them. a man in his 60s, single, claiming that he divorced due to a lack of compatibility with his spouse. Yet, those familiar with him knew it was because he had an affair with an elderly woman from a dance group, which her children discovered, leading to a beating. Old Tian's wife could no longer bear the shame and chose to leave him. Song Shuzhen read the message and quickly turned to glance at Zhao Daju, who lay on the bed, drowsy and unaware of her phone. She thought, could it be that old Tian has taken a fancy to my looks? Oh dear. Who would have thought that at my age, I would still attract a suitor? It seems my charm has not diminished over the years. Suddenly, the world felt brighter. And even her illness seemed to improve. She hurriedly replied, Old Tian, to be honest, we truly have no food left. If you have noodles, I can buy them at a high price. Sister Song, I live alone and have a pension, so I lack for nothing, if you catch my drift? Song Shuzhen's face flushed. How could old Tian be so forward? Yet, considering the circumstances, there was no need for pretense. He seemed too eager to wait even a moment. Ah, I understand your intentions, but Zhao Daju is home, and I can't leave just yet. Would it be all right if I come by in the evening? Old Tian did not reply for a long time. And just as Song Shuzhen was about to lose patience and dress to visit him, her phone rang. Sister Song, you have misunderstood my intentions. I meant for you to send your daughter Zhao Qian to keep me company. I will give you 3 packets of noodles. I usually live alone and like to stockpile food. If you think that is insufficient, I can add more. After reading the message, Song Shuzhen and Appo's face turned pale. It turned out that he was not the suitor, but rather the fool was her. Old Tian, how old are you, still thinking of my daughter? How outrageous. Turning off her phone, she went to sleep. The more she slept, the hungrier and colder she felt. Grandmother, I and Appo's, am hungry. I want to eat something. At that moment, Zhao Yi cried out, rushing over for food. Nearly a month had passed, and the child had hardly eaten, growing thin. Song Shuzhen held Zhao Yi close. Heartbroken, for there was nothing to eat at home. The self-service association was also silent, and the entire community was cursing Song Run and Wang Gang. But what good was cursing if it did not yield food? It was unrealistic to go out and buy food, as no one was selling any. Gritting her teeth for the sake of her child, she resolved to discuss old Tian and Appo's offer with Zhao Qian. Little Yi, be good. I'll bring back food soon. Just hold on a little longer. She turned and entered Zhao Qian and Appo's room. Zhao Qian, old Tian from across the way said he would give us 3 packets of noodles. But he needs you. Zhao Qian suddenly sat up, looking at Song Shuzhen in disbelief. Neither spoke. Song Shuzhen thought, my dear girl, I truly wish to go in your stead, but he does not desire me. After a pause, Zhao Qian suddenly laughed and said, Mom, I'll go. You all stay here and wait. I'll step out and change into some clean underwear. It and Appo's. It's been so many days since I last changed. Song Shuzhen felt a pang of sorrow but reluctantly nodded, turning to leave and closing the door behind her. Zhao Qian sat at her vanity, speaking to herself, since the heavens have forsaken me, I might as well engage in some wickedness. Surely the heavens cannot see. Haha. After a brief moment of grooming, Zhao Qian ambled into the kitchen, resolutely opened the door, and knocked on old Tian and Appo's door. Old Tian peered through the peephole and, upon seeing Zhao Qian, who had clearly put an effort to look good, felt his heart race. Who in the neighborhood did not know that Zhao Qian and Appo's beauty was second to none? Old Tian had long fantasized about her. He never imagined his wish would come true. He quickly opened the door, stammering, Come in quickly. It and Appo's. It's a bit warm outside. It's too cold. Zhao Qian covered her mouth and smiled, making old Tian and Appo's heart skip a beat. Uncle Tian, I heard from my mother that you wish to give us 3 packets of noodles. Is that correct? But I cannot let you do so without recompense. From this moment on, I am yours to command. Saying this, she disregarded the cold, shedding her down jacket to reveal a snug pink sweater underneath, accentuating her figure. Old Tian nearly drooled. Tentatively, he extended his hands toward the alluring peaks, slowly approaching them. Come on, Uncle Tian, do not hold back. They're all yours. Zhao Qian leaned forward, her voice laced with temptation. At that moment, Lao Tian and Appo's hands finally made contact, and tears streamed down his face as he thought, even in death, it is worth it. Behind Zhao Qian and Appo's right hand, she felt the cold grip of a sharp watermelon knife concealed from view. Seizing the opportunity while Lao Tian was lost in his own thoughts, she swiftly drew the blade and plunged it into his neck. Lao Tian cried out in anguish. Zhao Qian and Appo's eyes were now crimson, and she quickly withdrew the knife only to thrust it down again. Despite his age, Lao Tian was still a man, though the blows were deep. They were not immediately fatal. Clutching his neck with one hand, he desperately attempted to retreat, searching for something to defend himself against Zhao Qian. But her murderous intent had been ignited, and she would not allow him to escape. Grabbing a thermos from the coffee table, she struck him on the head, knocking him to the ground. Then, she drove the knife into his eye. Lao Tian was dead. Yet, in his final moments, he passed with a smile, having fulfilled his deepest desire. Indeed, even in death, it was worthwhile. Zhao Qian rose, an unexpected thrill coursing through her veins. She felt as though she had discovered her purpose. Ignoring the blood that stained her, she began to search for food in Lao Tian and Apos' home. In the kitchen, she was pleasantly surprised to find half a roasted chicken on the dining table. Without a second thought, she seized it and devoured it, heedless of its temperature, until her mouth was filled with the savory meat. As she chewed, tears streamed down her cheeks. This is the last time I shall weep. Son Ran, I will survive. And I will personally kill you and your woman. She laughed maniacally. In no time, Zhao Qian had consumed the entirety of the chicken. She then proceeded to gather provisions from Lao Tian's residence. True to his word, he lived alone and had a penchant for stockpiling food, noodles, beef jerky without beef purchased from a live stream for 99 yuan for 20 bags, sugar-free snacks, rice, flour, cooking oil, and a considerable amount of meat. Upon returning home, she called out toward Song Shuzhen's room. You all go and gather food from across the street. Don't disturb me unless necessary. The moment Song Shuzhen saw Zhao Qian drenched in blood, she trembled in fear. Zhao Xiaozhu and Zhao Dazhu arrived at Lao Tian and Apos' house and immediately retched at the sight, the watermelon knife still protruding from Lao Tian and Apos' eye, blood pooling around him, now frozen in place. Yet, even the most profound fear paled in comparison to the gnawing hunger. Driven by starvation, the group shivered as they hurriedly transported supplies back home, swiftly shutting Lao Tian's door behind them. This matter was to remain buried in silence. No one was to speak of it. Song Shuzhen instructed the father and son duo. Rest assured, Lao Tian fell to his demise on his own, right, son? Indeed, he fell onto the watermelon knife and accidentally met his end. Chapter 39. The unfortunate Su Li and the unfortunate Dong Fong. Hurry up and eat, lovely ladies. The movie is about to start. Sun Ran finished his meal, clutching a large batch of homemade popcorn, freshly squeezed juice, and drinks as he made his way to the cinema on the 5th floor. He selected the film from the computer, ready to play it once everyone arrived. Moments later, 5 stunning women descended the elevator, their alluring fragrance filling the air. Tang Tian Tian, having rested for a day, looked much better. The private cinema on the 5th floor boasted 10 exquisite leather seats from the Ji Huasher Gentleman series, arranged in a tiered fashion, akin to those found in commercial cinemas, albeit on a smaller scale. The screens featured state-of-the-art IMAX 4D technology, promising a visual and auditory delight. The Ji Huasher single sofas were spacious enough for 2 without feeling cramped, settling into the most comfortable positions. Each person held a bucket of buttery popcorn and a glass of fresh juice as they began to watch the film. As the movie commenced, the lights in the cinema dimmed. Shortly after it began, Su Ningmeng stealthily made her way to Sun Ran's seat, squeezing onto the large sofa beside him, and soon, soft sounds could be heard. Qian Shaya, seated closest, stole a quick glance at Sun Ran, her cheeks flushing and heart racing. Clearly, these two had no qualms about their surroundings. Once the film concluded, it was already past 9. Everyone should head back to your rooms and rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you all to work out. Regardless of the circumstances or weather, maintaining good health is always paramount. Full from the meal, Su Ningmeng wearily returned to her room. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Qian Shaya watched everyone retreat to their rooms before quietly opening Sun Ran's door. With the villa's temperature consistently hovering between 25 to 26 degrees, everyone was dressed lightly. At this moment, Qian Shaya wore nothing but a thin camisole. Shaya, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Sun Ran inquired. Qian Shaya, a normal woman, felt a surge of emotions after the earlier excitement, her heart racing uncomfortably. Don't feign ignorance, Sun Ran. I wish to, she said, looking at him with a mournful expression, her words trailing off. Even Sun Ran, albeit somewhat naively, grasped her meaning. The sight of her in a snug camisole, seemingly without any undergarments, was almost unbearable. A night devoid of conversation ensued. On the 40th day of the apocalypse, the water supply had completely ceased. Fortunately, the low temperatures had not significantly impacted the electricity, so power remained uninterrupted thus far. People without water braved the cold to scoop snow, melting it for drinking. The chat group had become increasingly quiet, ever since the last robbery by the notorious 4 brothers. The self-help initiative had fallen silent. Early one morning, the once quiet group finally buzzed with activity. Selling photos of wives, 10 complete sets for a package of noodles. 20 for 10 packs of instant noodles, 30 for 20 pounds of rice. Interested parties, please message me privately. Everyone, image, here SA clothed photo to tease you. If anyone wishes to purchase, do message me privately. The images are guaranteed to be enticing and honest. Wow, that's indeed a photo of Dongfang. I didn't expect her to be so generous, someone remarked. Chow Dalai is really going for it. He's serious about this for food. If he posts a couple more, I might just skip meals to buy some. Those upstairs wishing to mooch should just be honest, have some self-respect. Despite the group becoming lively, very few were willing to spend resources on photos. The seller, Chow Dalai, was known as any ne'er-do-well, and his wife's name was Dongfang. A key figure in this tale was Chow Dalai's mother, Wang Guizhi. Wang Guizhi was close friends with Zhao Qian's mother, Song Shuzhen. After Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng were reborn and successfully made money, purchasing a villa to celebrate, they encountered trouble from Chow Dalai's mother, Wang Guizhi. But she was ultimately outmatched by Sun Ran and dragged away by her daughter-in-law, Dongfang. At Sun Ran's villa, Su Ningmeng excitedly approached with her phone. Darling, look. Chow Dalai is selling photos of Dongfang. It seems to have happened a few days earlier than in our previous life, in their last existence. 2 months into the apocalypse, Chow Dalai only began selling photos in the group. But this time it appeared he was desperate due to the depletion of supplies in the 3 supermarkets. Before Sun Ran could respond, Suli interjected. Are you referring to Chow Dalai? Yes, Sister Suli. Do you know him? Suli gritted her teeth. How could I not? My divorce from my ex-husband was partly due to this scoundrel. Upon hearing the gossip, everyone put down their tasks, settled onto the sofa, and grabbed seeds and fruits to indulge in the unfolding drama. Suli shared candidly, my ex-husband was once a meek elementary school teacher. When we first married, he worked while I managed a supermarket. We weren't wealthy, but we were content. Then one day, Chow Dalai came into my supermarket to buy cigarettes and immediately took an interest in me. From that day on, he came by daily, using cigarettes as an excuse to linger for hours. At that time, he was not yet married to Dongfang, so he would flirt with me incessantly. Sometimes, when my ex-husband had a day off, Chow Dalai would still hang around. My ex-husband was too timid to confront him, choosing instead to suffer in silence. Later, Chow Dalai spread rumors in the community, claiming I was promiscuous and had seduced him. Upon hearing this, rather than confronting Chow Dalai, my ex-husband would take it out on me, giving me the cold shoulder. Eventually, when Chow Dalai returned to my supermarket, I chased him out with a kitchen knife. This only emboldened him to malign me further. My ex-husband, believing his words after a few drinks, would threaten to hit me, accusing me of infidelity. This infuriated me to the point where I knocked him unconscious with a bottle. After he got out of the hospital, we divorced. Everyone applauded Su Li's recounting, impressed by her fierce spirit. Later, upon hearing I was divorced, Chow Dalai tried to force himself on me. I kicked him where it hurts and knocked him down with a bottle. After that, he never dared to trouble me again. I later heard he met Dongfang, a girl from the countryside, through an introduction. They married last year. Su Ningmeng, filled with indignation, remarked, Sister Suli, I had no idea you had such a tough time. Suli responded with a wry smile. The saying beauty brings disaster applies to someone like me. My ex-husband's weakness allowed a thug like him to harass me. Had I not been strong, my reputation would have been tarnished long ago. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the cruel reality that good-natured individuals are often taken advantage of. Tang Tian, holding her phone, enlarged Dongfang's photo, saying, Darling, look at Dongfang's figure. She is quite beautiful. Are you tempted? I find her rather pitiable. Suli added, Indeed, Dongfang is a good girl, quite lovely. She visited my supermarket a few times and was always very polite. Why not rescue her and add her to your harem? It would be a way to avenge me. Sun Ran chuckled. How did this suddenly become my responsibility? Su Ningmeng laughed. Darling, don't be shy. To speak candidly, with your current constitution, it's truly unbearable with so few people around. My legs are still trembling a bit. Qian Shaya suddenly chuckled and remarked, How can you not tremble? The movie lasted over 2 hours yesterday, and I saw you two hardly paused for a moment. Su Ningmeng's cheeks flushed crimson as she immediately lunged towards Qian Shaya, playfully pinching her ample bosom and grinning. Oh, you wicked Shaya, how dare you spy on us? The two became a whirlwind of playful banter, eliciting laughter from everyone watching their antics. Lin Yao interjected, I believe if we want to rescue Dongfang, we must act swiftly. If someone buys her compromising photos, it will be our husbands who suffer the consequences. Those words jolted everyone into awareness. Yes, yes, dear husband, please hold on. I will add Chow Dalei on WeChat right now and inform him that I want all his photos. Sun Ran nodded and said, no need, I'll add him. I have a favorable impression of Dong Fong. She helped us last time at the restaurant when her mother-in-law caused trouble. Given the connection, we ought to extend our hand to save her. With that, Sun Ran sent a friend request to Chow Dalei, which was approved almost instantaneously. Sun Ran immediately initiated a voice call. Chow Dalei, this is Sun Ran. I won't waste words. I want all the photos. You need to announce in the group that I, Sun Ran, have claimed all the pictures. In exchange, I will offer you 10 bags of 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of pork, and 2 roast chickens. All right, I will bring the supplies to trade with you shortly. If not, then so be it. Chow Dalei pondered silently for a moment, realizing that no one in the group had added him in quite some time. Although many were eager to buy, they lacked the supplies. While there were indeed many lecherous individuals, the priority remained to fill one's belly. The fact that someone was willing to offer such substantial supplies for his wife's photos indicated that Sun Ran must have had intentions towards her all along. What a scoundrel Sun Ran was. Residing in a villa with so many beautiful women, yet he still had thoughts about his own wife, truly a beast in human form. However, in this current environment, who could afford to turn down supplies? Fine, Sun Ran. It's a deal. I hope you uphold your promise. I am waiting at home for you. So don't try any tricks. I've seen all kinds of people in my line of work. Sun Ran chuckled. Rest assured, I have enough supplies. All I want are the photos. No problem. I've taken 40 to 50 shots from every angle you can imagine, ensuring you'll be thoroughly satisfied. After ending the voice call, Chow Dalei erupted in excitement, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for food. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Dong Fong lay curled up under the blankets, her face bruised and swollen, silently shedding tears. She truly wished for an end to her suffering, yet bound to the bed, she was utterly immobilized. The thought of those photos circulating within the community filled her with dread. How could she ever show her face among them again? With that, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. Chapter 40. The Successful Rescue of Dong Fong. I will go to Chow Dalei's house to rescue Dong Fong. You all need not follow me. I shall return shortly. Sun Ran, while walking, took out a professional down jacket. No, I must accompany you, Su Ningmeng exclaimed, jumping up and seizing Sun Ran's arm without letting go. I want to go too. I must witness Chow Dalei's downfall with my own eyes to feel avenged. If you don't let me join, I shall deny you access to my bed. Su Li pouted, her lips forming a sultry pout. Darling. I too wish to see this. Is that all right? Qian Shaya said softly. Tang Tian lay on the sofa, saying, why are you all looking at me? I'm not going. I am still unwell, so I shall stay back. Hee hee. Lin Yao gently caressed her belly, smiling as she said, I will prepare lunch for you. Once we bring back Sister Dong Fong, we shall feast. For lunch, we shall have braised ribs and crab served 3 ways. The main dish will be red wine beef pasta. How does that sound? Sun Ran approached, wrapping his arm around Lin Yao's shoulders, gently touching her belly, and smiling. You are a chef. Your word is law. Just do not overexert yourself. Lin Yao shook her head, replying, moderate activity is beneficial for the fetus's health. You must be cautious. Do not be reckless. Return promptly after the rescue. I will be waiting for you. In Lin Yao's eyes, there was only Sun Ran. She understood the world's cruelty outside. Without this child, she would have never had the opportunity to reside in this villa. Sun Ran had once said that one day she would be grateful for choosing to keep this child. Little did she know that this promise would materialize so swiftly. Rest assured, Lin Yao. We are off. Sun Ran, Su Ningmeng, Su Li, and the curious Qian Shaya donned their down jackets, opened the garage door, and swiftly made their way to the address provided by Chow Dalei. Why is it so cold? The temperature seems to have dropped further. That's because you've been cooped up at home for too long. Move around, and you won't feel cold. The temperature inside the underground car hovered around -50 degrees. It's far warmer in the villa, Su Li shuddered. Before long, they arrived at the underground entrance of Building 4. The 8th floor. The elevator is out of service, so we must ascend on foot. Whoever is tired, just let me know, and I will carry them. Qian Xiaoya and Su Li shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Having enjoyed hearty meals these days, Qian Shaya and Apos, as physical endurance had significantly improved, while Su Li was naturally fit and curvy, capable of climbing the 8th floor without breaking a sweat. Knock, knock, knock. Chow Dalei, it and Apos. Es me, Sun Ran. Open the door. Chow Dalei peeked through the peephole and called out, Brother, first show me the rice. Sun Ran lifted a 20-pound bag of rice, stating, Is this sufficient? Step back. I want to see all the supplies. Otherwise, I will not open the door. Wow, quite cautious. Reluctantly, Sun Ran had to take out 10 bags of rice and some pork from his space, placing them at a distance. Su Li and Qian Xiaya, hidden in the shadows, were already accustomed to Sun Ran and Appo's actions. Wise women discerned what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. If Sun Ran wished them to know something, he would undoubtedly inform them. Upon seeing the 10 bags of rice and a large piece of pork, Chow Dalai and Appo's mouth watered. All right, you may enter. I will bring the supplies inside and send you a photo. You and Appo's team miss a single item. Sun Ran replied with a cold laugh. What if you and Appo's send it? Why should I trust you? Chow Dalai quickly responded. How about this? I will send you 10 photos first, and once I move the supplies inside, I will send you the rest. How does that sound? With no choice, Sun Ran nodded. Fine. I will trust you this once, but you had better not deceive me, or I shall defecate at your doorstep every day. Now, I shall take my leave. He turned and entered the stairwell, thumping down the stairs. Meanwhile, Chow Dalai took out his phone and sent 10 photos to Sun Ran. After waiting 5 minutes to ensure no one was outside, he cautiously opened the door and stealthily moved the rice back into the old house. As he lifted the rice and turned to enter, Sun Ran and the 3 women burst from the stairwell, launching a kick that sent the unsuspecting Chow Dalai flying. Ouch! Who the hell wants to die? Daring to kick me? Oh no, my back is broken. Upon turning around, he was shocked to find Sun Ran returning. Sun Ran, what are you doing? Didn't Appo's send you the photos? I and Appo's send you the remaining ones once I get the rice inside. Why the rush? Sun Ran shook his head, saying, Brother, look behind me. Who do you see? Chow Dalai looked up and was taken aback. Su Li, why are you here? Su Li replied, why can Appo's come? Sun Ran is my man now. He seeks vengeance for me. Isn't that permissible? Think about the dreadful deeds you committed before, even attempting to violate me. I want to see how you plan to do that now. With that, she lifted her leg and delivered a precise kick. Ouch! A pain scream startled Wang Guizhi, who rushed out. What are you all doing? My son promised to send you the photos. How could he possibly deceive you? This statement left everyone dumbfounded. It turns out she was aware of her son's betrayal involving the photos. Sun Ran turned to Su Ningmeng and Qian Xiaya, instructing, you two go inside and bring Dongfang out. Wang Guizhi, Chow Dalai, I regret to inform you that I am taking Dongfang with me. I will also delete all the photos on your phone. I advise you to behave yourself in the future. Chow Dalai cursed vehemently. That's my wife. On what grounds do you take her away? Is this even legal? Legal? You, a grown man, selling your wife's photos for food? Do you even qualify as a man? And you constantly harassing Su Li, causing her to divorce her happy marriage. How shall we settle that score? Wang Guizhi interjected angrily. Who told Su Li to dress so provocatively? She deserves the divorce. Her focus was solely on her son, completely oblivious to Su Li standing behind her. Unprovocative. So I deserve to be violated by your son? You old hag. With that, Su Li kicked Wang Guizhi squarely in the face, knocking out several teeth and leaving her mouth bloodied. At this moment, Su Ningmeng and Qian Xiaya emerged, helping Dongfang out. Wang Guizhi, Chow Dalai. I shall not force your hand. We shall leave the choice to Dongfang. If she wishes to stay, we will depart immediately. If she desires to leave, you will not be able to keep her. Sun Ran turned to the pale and frail Dongfang, saying, Sister, the choice is yours. Do you want to return to the villa with me, or remain here? Speak freely. With me here, no one will dare to coerce you. Dongfang blinked her large, expressive eyes and resolutely declared, I wish to return to the villa with you. I want to be your woman. How dare you, Dongfang? If you leave this house, I shall break your legs. You shameless harlot. Once the extreme weather passes, I will come to your home and make sure everyone in the village knows you are a promiscuous woman. Chow Dalai and Wang Guizhi lay on the ground, hurling insults at Dongfang. Dongfang appeared immune to their words, turning to Sun Ran and pleading, Darling, could you help me break their legs? I despise them. They forced me to take those photos for food. I longed for death, and they bound me to the bed. In this freezing weather, I was left exposed, begging for mercy, only to be met with beatings and scorn. Had you not come to my rescue, I might have become merely a tool for them to barter for sustenance. For Chow Dalai was already preparing to contact Song Rin and his 4 bodyguards, intending for me to be delivered in exchange for food. Su Li, grinding her teeth in fury, exclaimed, These 2 brutes. With that, she turned and entered Chow Dalai and Appo's home, swiftly locating a rolling pin. Darling, hold me down. I must avenge Sister Dongfang personally. All right. No. Dongfang, I was wrong. Truly wrong. I shall treat you well from now on. I will never hit you again, please. Ah, my leg. Without hesitation, Su Li swung the rolling pin towards Chow Daily Eye and Appo's knee, and one strike was not enough. She followed with several more, ensuring the meniscus was thoroughly shattered. Wang Guizhi, standing nearby, was paralyzed with fear and quickly pleaded, Sun Ran, my mother-in-law and I are close friends. For her sake, please spare me. Sun Ran chuckled and replied, had you not mentioned that, we might have discussed it, but since you did, there is no room for negotiation. Proceed. A scream echoed as Sun Ran returned to the villa with the four women. The moment Dongfang stepped into the villa, it felt as though she had traversed from hell to heaven. The tension within her finally dissipated, and she promptly fainted in Sun Ran and Appo's arms. She was utterly exhausted. Chapter 41. Retribution from Dongfang. The darkened Zhao Qian and the infatuated Zhao Xiaozhu Wang Guizhi opened her eyes to find that her leg was not broken. But Sun Ran and his companions had already departed. Su Li had refrained from inflicting harm. After all, her opponent was merely an unarmed elderly woman. Yet, her son's leg was indeed shattered. How long could an old woman survive without sustenance? Wang Guizhi gazed at her unconscious son and the retreating figure of her daughter-in-law, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this was retribution. Sun Ran carried Dongfang into the upstairs bedroom and, upon turning around, discovered that several women had vanished. With no other choice, he had to assist in changing her clothes himself. The room was warm, and such heavy attire was unsuitable. The moment Sun Ran removed the professional winter down jacket, he was nearly overwhelmed by the heat, venturing into unfamiliar territory. Earlier, at Chow Daily Eye and Appo's residence, when Su Ningmeng and Qin Shaya came to rescue her, Dongfang had been bound and bare upon the bed. In a bid to hasten her escape, Su Ningmeng had swiftly provided her with a specialized winter down jacket. Oh, I'm only here to save you. Please don't misunderstand, sister. Sun Ran retrieved clean clothing from the wardrobe and, supporting the unconscious Dongfang, helped her change. The process was inevitably clumsy, yet unavoidable. As Dongfang slowly regained consciousness, she felt someone dressing her and, upon realizing it was Sun Ran, embarrassment washed over her, rendering her speechless and causing her heart to race. Overcome by shyness, she feigned unconsciousness, allowing him to continue. Fortunately, Sun Ran was a gentleman, devoid of any inappropriate actions. Wiping his brow, he muttered, this woman's attire is quite troublesome to put on. Too intricate. Dongfang couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. Ah, Dongfang, you're awake. How wonderful. Sun Ran exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed. She softly replied, I just came to I don't know anything well. Then, he retorted, this seems like a classic case of no silver here. Rising to his feet, he smiled, you're simply malnourished. Come, let me take you downstairs for a meal. A few days of proper nourishment will do wonders. Suddenly, Dongfang grasped Sun Ran's hand, saying, thank you, brother Sun Ran, for saving me. Feigning playfulness, he teased, still calling me brother? Instantly, her face turned crimson. Earlier, at Chow Daily Eye's door, she had provocatively called him husband to provoke them. Now, in a formal setting, she felt a rush of shyness. Sun Ran laughed heartily. I was just teasing. Come on, let us eat. Unexpectedly, Dongfang stood up and embraced him tightly. Her front pressed against his back as she sweetly murmured, naughty husband. Sun Ran felt as if he had been blissfully swept away by her innocent tone. He thought to himself, another little enchantress. While assisting her with her clothes, I could tell her figure rivaled that of Su Ningmeng. It seemed he was destined for great happiness. At the dining table, an array of dishes was already laid out. A large platter of king crab legs, a generous serving of crab shell egg custard, a pot of pork ribs stewed with green beans, and a surrounding ring of large pancakes constituted a pure northeastern feast. A special black chicken soup was prepared for Dongfang and Tang Tian to replenish their strength. Each person had a plate of beef pasta, generously topped with tender chunks of beef, meant for savoring alongside the noodles. Sun Ran raised his glass and addressed everyone. Let us toast to welcome Sister Dongfang into our midst. Cheers. The women joyfully lifted their glasses, offering heartfelt blessings. As Dongfang cautiously savored a piece of beef, tears of joy cascaded down her cheeks. She thought, not only am I alive, but I have unexpectedly gained such a wonderful man and a splendid life. I must show Chow Daily Eye how happy I am without him. Dongfang took out her phone and snapped a beautiful selfie. In the photo, her fair and smooth face bore no wrinkles, clad in the snug yellow tank top Ran had helped her don. Though it was slightly low-cut, it accentuated her figure exquisitely. She captured several more photos of the sumptuous food before sending them directly to Chow Daily. At that moment, Wang Guizhi had struggled immensely to hoist Chow Daily onto the sofa, his pain causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. He thought to himself that his leg was practically useless. In this weather, going to the hospital was impossible. He could only await his fate at home. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon opening it, he found a message from Dong Fong containing her selfies and a table laden with food. Upon seeing Dong Fong in her new attire, looking exceptionally beautiful and voluptuous, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of heartbreak. This stunning woman was no longer his. Overcome by rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell into unconsciousness. The Zhao family had recently enjoyed a life of relative comfort, daily feasting on noodles, rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and jerky devoid of beef. Though they had grown weary of these staples, they were still a far cry from the hunger they had previously endured. Yet, even the most plentiful food would eventually be consumed. Zhao Qian's darkening disposition had slowly begun to alter her family's mindset, with Zhao Xiaozhu undergoing the most significant transformation. The reason was simple. Having been well-fed, Zhao Xiaozhu began to crave female companionship. Sister, do you remember Xian Tong who lives on the 6th floor? Do you think she has any supplies? Zhao Qian, currently seated at her vanity applying makeup, turned and smiled coldly. Are you yearning for supplies or for Xian Tong? Her smile nearly terrified Zhao Xiaozhu into submission. Zhao Qian was now truly fearsome, resembling a ghost with her pale complexion and a hint of something sinister in her smile. Ah, sister, I was merely joking. I was just thinking our supplies are running low, and I wanted to brainstorm. Zhao Qian continued applying her makeup earnestly. If you desire women, just say so. Tomorrow, I'll take you downstairs to eliminate her husband. The woman will be yours, and the supplies will belong to us. Zhao Xiaozhu nodded eagerly. That would be splendid. Thank you, sister. Why was Zhao Xiaozhu so fixated on Xian Tong? There was a story behind this. Xian Tong had been Zhao Xiaozhu's high school English teacher. In her senior year, Xian Tong, having graduated from university, became an English instructor at Zhao Xiaozhu's school. Almost immediately, her stunning beauty and affable nature endeared her to the students, and there was not a single student who disliked her. Zhao Xiaozhu, at the tender age of awakening to love, was captivated by this young teacher at first sight. Yet, the disparity in their roles, student and teacher, rendered any relationship impossible. After graduating, Zhao Xiaozhu found herself at the bottom of her class, becoming aimless and unemployed. However, Zhao Xiaozhu believed otherwise. He felt he had transitioned from a student to a member of society. Now, he could pursue Xian Tong openly. Thus, every day after school, he would wait at the school gate with flowers to greet Xian Tong, becoming quite a nuisance to her. Eventually, Xian Tong began dating someone, a public servant responsible for escorting her to and from work daily. Watching his beloved slip away, Zhao Xiaozhu resorted to hiring a group of thugs to confront her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, the boyfriend's family apprehended Zhao Xiaozhu and his associates, leading to Zhao Xiaozhu's incarceration for a month until Zhao Qian expended her resources to extricate him. Since that incident, Zhao Xiaozhu has refrained from visiting the school to see Xian Tong. However, a year later, Xian Tong married her boyfriend, and surprisingly, their new home was in the same building as Zhao Xiaozhu. During this time, Zhao Xiaozhu encountered Xian Tong a few times, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Yet, Xian Tong remained as beautiful as ever, now possessing an enigmatic charm, perhaps the maturity often referred to as the aura of a married woman. Zhao Xiaozhu has harbored an unrelenting affection for this first love, previously hesitant to express his feelings, believing that the tumultuous times would eventually pass. He felt overwhelmed by the influence of her husband, a figure of authority, rendering him powerless. However, circumstances have shifted. The extreme weather seems unrelenting, compounded by Zhao Qian and Oppo's dark transformation, prompting him to adopt a reckless attitude. Zhao Qian retrieved her phone and located Xian Tong and Oppo's husband, Guan Xiaoji, in the community chat, sending a request to add him as a friend. The request was quickly accepted. Zhao Qian initiated contact with a stunning selfie, sending a subtly provocative image to Guan Xiaoji and Oppo's phone. I am your neighbor, Zhao Qian. I have run out of food at home. Would you be willing to assist me? I assure you, it will not be in vain, and you shall be satisfied. Guan Xiaoji, hiding in the restroom, secretly admired Zhao Qian's exquisite photograph. Feeling a pang of desire, Although Xian Tong was not inferior in beauty or physique, the allure of Zhao Qian, the wildflower, was simply irresistible. The irony was that they did indeed have food at home. Xian Tong, with a penchant for snacks, frequently visited supermarkets and indulged in online shopping, ensuring their pantry was well-stocked. Additionally, as a fitness enthusiast, Guan Xiaoji maintained a supply of chicken and beef, filling the freezer with ample meat. They also enjoyed the benefits of rations such as rice, flour, and oil distributed by their workplace, ensuring they would not face food shortages anytime soon. Zhao Qian, I recognize you. We have crossed paths in the elevator a few times. I do have some food at home. What do you need in return? They were both adults, fully aware of the underlying implications. As long as it's food, anything will do. Just decide, handsome. Guan Xiaoji contemplated for a moment before swiftly typing. 2 kilos of beef and 5 kilos of rice. Would that suffice? Upon reading Guan Xiaoji and Appo's message, Zhao Qian let out a scornful laugh. Is my body worth so little? Very well, handsome. You choose the time. I am available whenever. The corners of the darkened Zhao Qian and Appo's mouth curled slightly. I could take your life at any moment. Chapter 42. The unfortunate Guan Xiaoji and Xian Tong. Guan Xiaoji set down his phone, and despite the frigid temperature enveloping the room, it could not quell the fervor igniting his heart. Prior to the apocalypse, he had encountered Zhao Qian in the elevator on several occasions. To be candid, he was utterly captivated by Zhao Qian's striking beauty and alluring figure, while his wife, Xian Tong, was undoubtedly attractive as a teacher. Her profession constrained her ability to adorn herself in a flamboyant manner. In contrast, Zhao Qian exuded a carefree charm that could be described in the vernacular as dressing provocatively. Stealthily, Guan Xiaoji ventured into the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets in search of sustenance. Meanwhile, Xian Tong quietly emerged from the bedroom, seized the phone that Guan Xiaoji had left on the coffee table, and swiftly scanned the recent conversation between him and Zhao Qian. At times, a woman and Appo's intuition can be alarmingly perceptive. The toilet had long ceased to function, and Guan Xiaoji and Appo's prolonged absence in that vicinity could only imply some clandestine affair. Indeed, Xian Tong's suspicions were confirmed. She discreetly returned to the bedroom, contemplating the adage, to catch a thief, catch him in the act. She thought to herself, just wait. You scoundrel. If you dare to pursue Zhao Qian, prepare for divorce. Meanwhile, Guan Xiaoji had prepared his food, stuffing it into his thick down jacket. Before addressing Xian Tong in the bedroom, Darling, I'm heading downstairs to gather some snow for boiling water. We're out of it. Go ahead. I and Appo's am going to sleep. Came Xian Tong and Appo's response. Hearing that she was going to sleep only brightened Guan Xiaoji and Appo's mood further. Sleep well, my love, and be sure to snuggle under the blankets. Love you lots. Xian Tong, already donned in her down jacket, hid beneath the covers, her teeth nearly grinding in fury. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. Love you? How revolting. You vile dog. Once outside, Guan Xiaoji promptly contacted Zhao Qian. Xian Tong, lurking behind the door, listened intently to his conversation. Hello, is this Zhao Qian? Are you available now? Yes. Yes, you choose the location. I am flexible. I have prepared the food. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Guan Xiaoji ascended the stairs. Xian Tong stealthily followed him, ascending to Zhao Qian and Appo's floor, where the two had already met. You are even more beautiful than in your photos, Zhao Qian. Not at all. It's so cold today. I didn't even wear makeup, and I'm dressed lightly inside. It's a bit chilly. Xian Tong, nearly beside herself with rage, could only hear their voices without seeing them, prompting her to climb further up the staircase in hopes of catching a glimpse of the unfolding scene. Come into my embrace. It and Appo's warm here. Peeking out, Xian Tong saw Guan Xiaoji unzip his down jacket, revealing his well-defined chest. She had to admit, his physique was rather impressive. Zhao Qian blushed, lowering her head shyly. Oh, you're looking at me. It makes me embarrassed. Please close your eyes. I want to hide in your arms, and you can do whatever you wish. Guan Xiaoji, like a bumbling fool, replied, Sure, I'll close my eyes. Come, let me warm you. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Just as Guan Xiaoji closed his eyes, he felt a chill in his heart and looked down to see a cold fruit knife embedded in his chest. Xian Tong, witnessing this horrifying scene, quickly covered her mouth, trembling as she scurried downstairs, inadvertently brushing against the banister and causing a loud commotion. Zhao Qian paused, realizing someone was on the stairs. Xiao Zhu, someone else on the stairs. Hurry, go after them. After uttering this, she yanked the knife from Guan Xiaozhi and Amp, Apos, S body, disregarding his plight, and fled with Zhao Xiaozhu from the corridor. Poor Guan Xiaozhi, from start to finish, had not even touched Zhao Qian, yet lay lifeless in the corridor. Sis, hurry. I see her. It and Apos, SXI and Tong. Ha ha ha. I'm going to catch her. At this moment, Xi and Tong was utterly panicked. Her husband had been murdered by Zhao Qian, and she was being relentlessly pursued by Zhao Xiaozhu. If caught, her fate would be dire. Run, she must run. Fortunately, Xi and Tong maintained her fitness and, having sufficient nourishment recently, sprinted swiftly. 9 floors, 8 floors, 7 floors. Finally, she reached her destination. Thankfully, it was a fingerprint lock. She opened the door in an instant and quickly shut it behind her. 3 seconds later, furious banging echoed from the door. You wretched woman, open the door immediately, or I'll pry it open, and you'll pay dearly. With all her might, Xi and Tong pushed the coffee table and sofa against the door, gripping a kitchen knife, anxiously watching the entrance. Moments later, voices emerged from the other side. Is Xi and Tong in there? Wow, this wretched woman is incredibly fast. What should we do, sis? Humph. This flimsy door can't hold us. Let us go home and get a hammer. I refuse to believe we can't break it down. All right, sis. I'll grab a hammer now. Once we're in, I'll make sure this wretched woman pays. Hearing Zhao Xiaozhu and Apos' footsteps racing back upstairs, Xi and Tong felt a wave of despair wash over her. It was all Guan Xiaozhi's fault. With such a beautiful wife at home, why did he seek out that vile Zhao Qian? Now, not only had he lost himself, but his wife was in peril too. What to do? Suddenly, she recalled a conversation with her friend Dongfang yesterday. Unexpectedly, she was now at Sun Ran's villa. Dongfang had mentioned that the villa was particularly warm and stocked with abundant food. At that moment, Xi and Tong felt a spark of hope. Yes, Sun Ran. He and Zhao Qian had once been married, but their divorce, sparked by infidelity, had created quite the scandal in the neighborhood, especially after Zhao Qian and Song Ren were seen being taken away by ambulance. Surely, he would come to her aid, but would he assist her without reason? Her dear friend Dongfang had become his woman, and he was now surrounded by several others. Could she accept this situation? Would Sun Ren accept her? While Xi and Tong pondered these dilemmas, Zhao Xiaozhu had already descended with a hammer in hand. Sis, step aside. Don't get in my way. Watch this. Hearing the resounding thuds of the hammer, Xi and Tong realized she could not hesitate any longer. Aligning herself with Sun Ran was infinitely preferable to being caught by Zhao Xiaozhu. With so many women vying for Sun Ran and Apos' attention, he would only see her once every few days. Yet with Zhao Xiaozhu, she feared she wouldn't even get off the bed for an entire day. Beep. Beep. Hello, Dongfang? Please have Sun Ran answer the phone. Hurry, I'm in dire straits. Oh, hold on a moment. I'll get him right away. Dongfang rushed to the living room and handed the phone to Sun Ran. Sun Ran, this is Xi and Tong, living below you. My husband has been killed by Zhao Qian, and her brother is now breaking down my door. I fear I won't hold out much longer. Can you come to my rescue? If you do, I will be yours. You can have your way with me. Please, I beg you. Sun Ran and the other women around him were momentarily taken aback, as they could clearly hear the frantic sounds of Zhao Xiaozhu pounding on the door. Dongfang anxiously urged, Honey, Xi and Tong would never lie. You must save her. If she falls into Zhao Xiaozhu and Apos' hands, her suffering will be unimaginable. Sun Ran was naturally acquainted with Xi and Tong, having lived in the same building for an extended period. However, they had never exchanged words. Sun Ran was also aware of the incident involving Zhao Xiaozhu, who had pursued Xi and Tong and ended up hospitalized after an altercation with her husband. After pondering for a moment, Sun Ran declared, We cannot stand idly by in the face of danger. Dongfang, inform Xi and Tong to stay hidden at home. I will rush to the rescue. You need not accompany me. Su Ningmeng stepped forward and insisted, No, I must go. This time, we shall settle both new grievances and old scores together. Understanding her intent, Sun Ran nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go together. The two swiftly changed their attire and hurried from the underground parking lot towards Xi and Tong and Apos' residence. Meanwhile, an elderly neighbor of Xi and Tong and Apos', disturbed by the commotion caused by Zhao Xiaozhu's relentless banging on the door, emerged to intervene. What are you two youngsters doing? Is there no law anymore? Be careful, or I shall call the police. Zhao Xiaozhu, brandishing a hammer, snarled, You old fool. If you wish to end it all, just say the word, and I will give you a taste of this hammer." With that, he raised his hammer to strike, causing the old man to hastily retreat and slam the door shut. "Huh, coward. You think you can meddle? Bah, pathetic." After several forceful blows, the fingerprint lock succumbed to destruction. Zhao Xiaozhu then retrieved a steel rebar. Measuring over 1/2 meter in length, his weapon from days of street fights, though it had never been employed until now. Inserting the rebar into the lock, he forcefully pried it, and the door swung open. As the anti-theft door creaked ajar, Xian Tong caught sight of Zhao Xiaozhu's repulsive face and let out a piercing scream. "You, don't come any closer." Chapter 43, The Rescue of Xintong. The despairing Zhao Qian stood behind Zhao Xiaoyu, her arms crossed and a chilling smile gracing her lips. The woman was indeed quite beautiful. "Brother, you have a discerning eye. This woman shall be yours from now on. Hurry and take her down. I need to go inside to find some food." "All right, sister." With that, Zhao Xiaozhu began to clear the sofa and coffee table piled at the entrance. Inside, Xintong brandished a kitchen knife, screaming incessantly, "Do not come in. I will chop you up. I will kill you." Zhao Xiaozhu dismissed her threats nonchalantly, saying, "Go ahead and try. If I were to be killed by such a beauty, I would consider it a privilege, haha." He pushed the sofa aside and stepped over the coffee table. "Teacher Xintong, do you know how much I've missed you these past few years? I truly love you. Now, be a good girl, put down the knife, and come with me. I promise to treat you to a life of luxury. Get lost. Don't come any closer. Take one step forward, and I swear I'll chop you." Zhao Xiaozhu sneered. "Come on, strike me if you dare." As he lunged at Xintong, he forcefully pinned her knife-wielding hand against the wall. How can such a stunning beauty wield a knife? "You might hurt yourself, and I would hate to see that." He tightened his grip on her wrist, and with a sharp crack, the knife fell to the floor. Xintong felt a wave of despair wash over her, hoping desperately for Sun Ran to arrive and rescue her. At that moment, Zhao Qian entered the room, rushing towards the kitchen. Upon opening the refrigerator, her face lit up with delight. "Look at all this food. This will last us for quite some time. First, take this wretched woman back home and tie her up, then come back down for the supplies." "Understood, sister. Come along, little beauty. Don't make me use force. It would be unpleasant for everyone." With that, he yanked Xintong by her hair, dragging her towards the exit. As they reached the doorway, Zhao Xiaozhu suddenly froze. As if paralyzed, Zhao Qian, unable to see the entrance from the kitchen, noticed only her brother's stillness. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Sister. Sister. Brother-in-law. What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Zhao Qian's anger flared. "What do you mean, brother-in-law?" She stormed out of the kitchen, ready to scold Zhao Xiaozhu, only to find Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng waiting outside. "Sun Ran, what are you doing here?" Zhao Qian exclaimed in surprise. Sun Ran replied with a stoic expression, "I am here for revenge." Zhao Qian laughed. "I merely brought you a green hat. Must you hold on to it so tightly? Besides, our marriage is over. I and Appos, V compensated you. What more do you want?" Sun Ran shook his head. "You wouldn't and Appos, T understand no matter how I explain. In any case, today we must settle this." Zhao Xiaozhu timidly pushed Xintong towards Sun Ran, pleading, "Brother-in-law, this woman is yours. Please let me go. I promise to return home and never show my face again. Just spare me." "Yes, it was all my sister's idea. She killed Guan Xiaoji. I had nothing to do with it. I merely assisted her." Truth be told, Zhao Xiaozhu was not afraid of Sun Ran, but he trembled at the thought of Su Ningmeng behind him. The beating he had received last time had left him psychologically scarred. "Silence, Zhao Xiao. You spineless wretch. How could I have such a brother? Come on, Sun Ran, do as you will. If I make a sound, you may do as you please." With that, Zhao Qian shut her eyes, feigning courage. Sun Ran observed Zhao Xiaozhu kneeling before him and Zhao Qian waiting for death with closed eyes. A cold smirk forming in his heart. "Stop pretending. I know your little tricks. Song Rin and his 4 subordinates should be arriving soon, right? Did you think your call to Song Rin would go unnoticed? Today, I shall settle everything at once. No need for extra trips." As he finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Moments later, Song Rin and his 4 brothers appeared at the top of the stairs. Sun Ran. I never expected a coward like you to show up. Let's see how you escape today." One boasted arrogantly. Song Ran chimed in, "You must die today, Sun Ran. In a bit, I and Appos, I'll go to your villa and reclaim all your women. Each of my brothers will have their turn with them. Indeed. The first brother had the confidence to take down Sun Ran without weapons, especially with 3 allies at his side. Sun Ran replied disdainfully, Dawn and Appos, celebrate too soon. Now that everyone is here, let's settle old scores and new ones alike. With that, he drew a black pistol from his pocket and aimed it at the first brother. Huh, who are you trying to scare with that toy gun? It won't intimidate me. Suddenly, a shot rang out, striking the first brother in the knee. Ah, my leg. The remaining 3 brothers, experienced mercenaries, realized they had to engage in close combat, with Sun Ran or risk being taken out. They quickly split into 3 directions to charge at him. Without hesitation, Sun Ran fired his weapon. 3 shots rang out, and each brother was hit in the knee. They had underestimated Sun Ran's skill. They had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary man could wield a gun so effectively. At that moment, Su Ningmeng fired a shot nearby, startling Zhao Xiaozhu. It turned out that while Sun Ran was distracted by the first brother and his men, Zhao Xiaozhu had attempted a sneak attack from behind, only to be shot in the legs by Su Ningmeng. Ah, my! Zhao Xiaozhu screamed in agony and fell unconscious. In the stairwell, the first brother and his companions clutched their knees, pale-faced and silent, staring at Sun Ran, while Song Rin had long since vanished. Inside, Zhao Xiao lay unconscious, blood pooling around him. Zhao Qian looked at Sun Ran with a ghostly pallor. I know begging for mercy is futile. Just kill me. I have lived long enough. In this wretched weather, you, a worthless man, have managed to rise above. I cannot bear it. Su Ningmeng interjected, my husband is not worthless. He is simply foolishly devoted to you, pouring all his energy into your care. But you, I believe, are the true waste. To possess such a good man and yet not cherish him, instead choosing to be someone else's plaything. Who, if not you, is the real waste? My husband and I will not kill you. That would soil our hands. We will watch you starve, freeze, and die slowly in despair. Wretched creature. With that, Su Ningmeng turned and entered Xintong's home, pretending to help her gather clothes while secretly hoarding all the food in the house. She then left with Xintong. Once they departed, Zhao Qian felt no joy in escaping a crisis. Instead, she was deeply moved by Su Ningmeng's words. To starve, to freeze, to die in despair. How much suffering that must entail. I once had the chance to reside in a villa, but due to my greed, I lost that opportunity. Now, I am neither human nor ghost, reduced to mere semblance of beauty. In the stairwell, the first brother and his companions helped each other as they departed. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhu remained unconscious. Zhao Qian returned home like a soulless being. Upon seeing her return alone, Song Shuzhen hurriedly asked, where is Xiaozhu? Why hasn't he returned? Only then did Zhao Qian remember that Zhao Xiaozhu was still downstairs. The 3 hurried back to the 6th floor to bring the barely conscious Zhao Xiaozhu back upstairs. The bullet of good news did not remain within, yet the unfortunate tidings reveal that Zhao Xiaozhu's testicles have vanished alongside it. The 4 members of Team 1 limped back to the villa, assisting one another in extracting the bullets from their bodies, followed by rudimentary bandaging. They exchanged glances filled with despair, tears unshed. None could have anticipated that Sun Ran, an ordinary individual, would possess a firearm, and remarkably, his marksmanship was astoundingly precise. With a single shot, he shattered their kneecaps. Henceforth, when they board public transport, seats shall be offered to them unbidden, for they are destined to become disabled. Upon returning to the villa, Sun Ran and his companions changed their attire in the basement. Upon meeting, Dong Fong and Xian Tong collapsed into each other's arms, weeping bitterly. They had been the closest of friends during their university days. The distinction lay in the fact that Xian Tong hailed from a well-off family, possessing resources that secured her a job immediately after graduation. Conversely, Dongfang's fate was less fortunate. She toiled in various jobs until an introduction led her to Chao Dalai. Yet, irrespective of their pasts, their fates and identities had converged into one. They were both now women of Sun Ran. Meanwhile, Lin Yao had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Xian Tong gazed incredulously at the lavish spread before her, finally convinced that her dear friend Dong Fong had not spun a tale. For dishes and a soup, all generously portioned. After the meal, the women settled on the couch, indulging in fruit and engaging in delightful conversation, creating a remarkably warm atmosphere. In contrast, Sun Ran retreated alone to the elevator and ascended to the 5th floor to smoke. Seated at the bar on the 5th floor, he stared out at the scenery, igniting a slender Chinese cigarette and inhaling deeply, finding solace in the moment. Darling, I truly found it difficult to act today. Without needing to turn, he recognized the presence behind him belonged to Su Ningmeng. Sun Ran turned to face her, noting her refreshing attire, and smiled, saying, "This is the distinction between us and beasts. There is no need for guilt. To be honest, it was my first time firing a gun today, and I felt quite tense as well. Although Zhao Qian had not succumbed, in this merciless apocalyptic world, her fate was bound to be dire. Let the world gradually extinguish her. Su Ningmeng obediently nodded, settling into Sun Ran's embrace, and mischievously remarked, in a bit, I will inform the group about Zhao Qian's murderous act, urging everyone to remain vigilant against her. This way, she can no longer seduce men for sustenance. What do you think? Excellent idea. Let us proceed with that. Tonight, accompany me. Shall we engage in a spirited battle of 300 rounds? Su Ningmeng replied, her face flushed with shyness. But you must take it easy, or else I'll be resting in bed all day tomorrow. Chapter 44. The Self-Help Society's Wang Gang organizes revenge on the four brothers. At the residence of Wang Gang, a tall and slender young man spoke mysteriously, Brother Wang. I witnessed it with my own eyes, there is no doubt. For gunshots rang out, and all of Song Ren's bodyguards were severely injured. Blood was everywhere. It was terrifying. And then, Wang Gang asked, his silence heavy with contemplation. I only caught a glimpse through the peephole. All four were shot. Even if they survive, they will bear the scars of their ordeal. After a long pause, Wang Gang extinguished his cigarette. Gather the members of the Self-Help Society for a meeting. Understood. I will notify them immediately. Half an hour later, all members had assembled, including Song Shuzhen, who had forsaken caring for Zhao Xiaozhu to attend the meeting. Members of the Self-Help Society, as you are aware, the supplies we painstakingly gathered were stolen by Song Ren and his bodyguards, and one of our own was murdered. Wang Gang declared. Now, while they are vulnerable, we must exact our revenge and reclaim our resources. Those in agreement, stay. Those who dissent may leave now. But let it be known, anyone who dares to inform them will face my wrath. With that, he brandished a 30-centimeter fruit knife. Since witnessing Shali's death, the group's mood had shifted to one of aggression, largely fueled by hunger. After half a minute, no one left. Very well, since everyone consents. You have 10 minutes to procure weapons and tools for breaking in. We will gather at my home shortly. We must act swiftly while they are incapacitated. Yes, President. The members wasted no time and hurried home to find weapons. 20 minutes later, a formidable group of over 20 individuals arrived at the underground parking lot. Their hearts ablaze with a thirst for vengeance and the desire to reclaim their resources. At the entrance of Villa Number 1, Wang Gang commanded 2 robust men from the crowd, who began to smash the door with hammers. 80. 80. The familiar chant echoed again. Inside, the four brothers lounged motionless on the sofa. Even when ordered to prepare a meal, Song Ren seemed oblivious, retreating to his room with food to indulge himself. I may not be able to fight you, but can I not outrun you? He mused. Suddenly, the sound of the door being battered startled the brothers. Their worst fear had come to fruition. Unfortunately, Song Ren's underground entrance was not as fortified as Sun Ran's bomb-proof door, and within 10 minutes, it was breached. As the four brothers emerged to the second floor, they were quickly discovered by the intruders. Quickly, seize them. Several strong men rushed upstairs, disregarding their injuries, and forcibly pulled the brothers down by their ankles. The intense struggle nearly caused the brothers to succumb to the pain. Their previously non-bleeding wounds burst open, blood streaming forth and soaking their clothes. Dragging them into the living room, Wang Gang stood before them in triumph, grinning as he said, "Get up, come on, hit me." Oh. Just as Wang Gang mocked them, Brother Two unexpectedly delivered a fierce kick to his groin, eliciting a piercing scream. "Ha! What a coward, still so arrogant." Brother Two scoffed at Wang Gang. The remaining members of the Self-Help Society glared at the four brothers but hesitated to advance. After a considerable time, Wang Gang regained his composure. Thank goodness I was well dressed. Otherwise, that kick could have been disastrous. I'll be damned. Beat them senseless. If they die, it falls on my shoulders as the head of the community. I'll take responsibility. Wang Gang roared, brandishing his knife and charging at Brother Two. Seeing Wang Gang in action, the others followed suit, descending upon the four brothers in a frenzy. Though armed with a knife, Wang Gang hesitated to strike, fearing he might injure his own men. Instead, he resorted to using his fist to pummel Brother Two's face. 10 minutes passed, and the four brothers lay bloodied on the ground, their shallow breaths a testament to their survival. Enough. Brother Air, hand me your rolling pin. Wang Gang seized the rolling pin and mercilessly struck the other brother's good leg. The four brothers, already unconscious, were jolted awake by the pain. Wang Gang took particular delight in targeting Brother Two's groin area, delivering several blows. Breathless, he commanded, "Let us move the supplies. Bring them to my house, and we shall divide them afterward." Meanwhile, Song Ren was stealthily observing the chaos unfold from the second floor, relishing the spectacle. Once Wang Gang and his crew departed with the supplies, Song Ren cautiously descended the stairs. Fortunately, I have stashed away plenty of resources, so I shan't starve anytime soon. As for you 4 brothers, I'll leave your fate to the winds. Just as he turned to ascend the stairs, he returned with malice. You 4 scoundrels. Still thinking about my wife. You dare ask me to cook for you? And you even covet my dignity. No, I must have my revenge. With that, he removed his pants and began to urinate on their faces. Unbeknownst to him, Brother 1 had already regained consciousness and suddenly sat up, seizing Song Ren's subordinate and squeezing tightly, causing him to scream and faint from the pain, collapsing onto the faces of the 4 brothers. Brother 1, overwhelmed by the exertion, also lost consciousness. The 5 men lay entangled in an extremely compromising position. At Sun Ran's villa, everyone was enjoying lunch, excluding Sun Ran. There were now 7 women surrounding him, their laughter and chatter filling the air with the enchanting fragrance of femininity. Sun Ran reveled in his fortune, indulging in their affections. The camaraderie had grown so intimate that boundaries were blurred, with risque jokes and physical contact becoming commonplace, much to the delight of all. Especially the 4 women who had shared intimate moments with Sun Ran, their boldness was unmatched. Only Dong Fong and Xian Tong, who had joined later, remained somewhat reserved. The lunch menu featured an assortment of seafood: steamed king crab, garlic oysters, Boston lobsters, matsuba crab sashimi, sea urchin rice, and tuna sashimi. Before the apocalypse, such a meal would have cost a fortune, yet within Sun Ran's space, an abundance of seafood was available, ensuring they would never go hungry. Sun Ran focused on eating while the women assisted him in shelling the seafood. Don't just watch me eat. You should indulge as well. Xian Tong smiled. In our household, you are the only man. We must ensure you are well fed before we partake. Dong Fong presented a peeled king crab leg to Sun Ran's mouth, adding, Indeed. You are our cornerstone. You need to replenish your strength. Otherwise, I fear you may struggle to keep up. Sun Ran, feigning irritation, retorted, Struggle to keep up? Fine. After lunch, no one is to take a nap. Each of you must come to my room, and I'll demonstrate my prowess. Su Li, feeding him a piece of tuna, chimed in with a playful grin. Then I'll be first in line. If I'm last, I won't be satisfied. All right, Su Li, you win this round. Tonight, you shall witness my capabilities. By then, you will have no time to regret. Suddenly, Lin Yao let out a gasp, causing Sun Ran to turn in concern. It turned out Lin Yao had accidentally cut herself on a crab shell while preparing food. Suddenly, Sun Ran was struck by inspiration. He approached Lin Yao and pressed the bloodied water onto the jade pendant resting upon his own chest. Indeed, a miraculous scene unfolded before them. Chapter 45, The Turning Point. Secrets of the Kanglan Realm. A miraculous scene unfolded as Lin Yao and Apos' blood was completely drained upon contact with the jade ornament and Apos' intricate design. Moreover, a steady stream of blood continued to be absorbed from the wound. Fortunately, the injury was minor, and after a considerable time, not much blood had been siphoned away. About a minute later, the jade ornament ceased its extraction. Lin Yao, bewildered, gazed at Sun Ran and inquired, Darling, what were you just doing? Sun Ran remained silent, instead pulling aside her blouse, causing Lin Yao and Apos' cheeks to flush crimson. She thought to herself how odd Sun Ran was behaving today, engaging in such intimate actions with so many people around. Haha, just as I suspected. Lemon, look. On Lin Yao and Apos' fair and ample chest, a similar jade ornament pattern had appeared. Quick, Lin Yao, focus on sensing this jade pendant and Apos' design and discover what is different. Lin Yao glanced down at the jade pendant on her chest, examining it from left to right, yet she found no discernible differences. Just as she was about to divert her gaze, her mind was suddenly engulfed in a resounding clarity, revealing a vast space filled with assorted provisions and garments. Upon exiting the vision, Lin Yao opened her eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, Is this space where you and Su Ningmeng store your food? Why do I possess this space as well? Sun Ran explained, Because your blood was absorbed by the jade ornament, we can now share this space. Anyone wishing to share the space could come to me for registration. In addition to sharing this space, the jade ornament can enhance our physical attributes. Just look at my lemon. Her physique is truly extraordinary. I want to sign up, right now. Qian Shaya exclaimed, stabbing her finger with a large shrimp before rushing to Sun Ran and Apos' side. The jade ornament immediately began to absorb her fresh blood. After about a minute, Qian Shaya too awakened the space. Subsequently, both Lin Yao and Qian Xiaoya felt a significant enhancement in their strength and reflexes, even their vision returning to normal. Then, Tang Tiantian, the mature Su Li, the shy Dong Fong, and the poised Xian Tong took turns to draw blood. Each in Sun Ran and Apos, embrace as the jade ornament absorbed their vitality. In a short while, everyone awakened their respective spaces, and their physical prowess was greatly amplified. The consequence of this newfound power was a remarkable increase in their appetites. After dining, the group ascended to the gym on the 5th floor to exercise. As Sun Ran had mentioned that combining proper physical activity would accelerate their physical enhancement, transforming into a fitness coach, Sun Ran began to guide each person on how to properly utilize the gym equipment, ensuring their movements were standard and safe. The atmosphere was imbued with an undeniable allure. Even Su Li, who typically had no qualms about modesty, found herself blushing under Sun Ran and Apos' attentive guidance. After the training session concluded, it was time for a midday nap. Outside, the temperature plummeted to over -80 degrees, while indoors was as warm as spring. After showering, lying in the cozy blankets and sleeping for over an hour was an exquisite pleasure. Sun Ran reclined alone on the sofa, a cigarette in hand, engrossed in a novel on his tablet. Less than half an hour later, drowsiness overtook him, and he dozed off on the couch. Suddenly, he found himself in a verdant meadow, bathed in sunlight and surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms. This was a stark contrast to the frigid conditions outside. "Is anyone there?" he called, but silence answered him. Out of the blue, a book floated down from the heavens. An ancient tome with yellowed pages landing gently before him. Sun Ran eagerly picked it up and opened the first page. "My brother has been resurrected. Greetings. Fated one, I am Loi. 150 million years ago, my brother Hao Tian was born. This was a momentous occasion for our family, as we had not welcomed a new member in over a millennium. Yet, this marked the beginning of our family and Apos' nightmare. The moment he was born, my mother perished. Then, each successive year, a close relative would die. Yet, no one suspected it was due to my brother's presence, for he was so kind and innocent at that time. Until one year, my father, the clan leader, died mysteriously, plunging the family into chaos. All fingers pointed at my brother, accusing him of being the reincarnation of a ghostly emperor who would bring ruin to our family and demanding his immediate execution. He was merely 20 years old then. Hiding behind me, silent, how could I believe that my own brother was a demon? Just as the entire clan sought to end his life, a sudden transformation occurred. A dark mist erupted from his mouth, instantly turning all who encountered it into mindless husks. Only I remained unaffected. My brother laughed heartily, radiating endless dark energy. As the number of the undead grew, so did Hao Yin and Apos' power. Soon, it attracted the attention of elite warriors from the city's prominent families. They united to contain the dark energy and prevent its spread, attempting to slay Hao Yin. However, no method proved effective, and ultimately, he was sealed away, bringing a temporary end to the calamity. We thought the nightmare had ended. The surviving members of the clan, in a bid to eradicate the threat, executed Hao Yin and Apos' wife and their 1-year-old child before his sealing array, reasoning that the child carried his bloodline and could not be spared. When their blood splattered onto the sealing monument, a horrifying event unfolded. Hao Yin was resurrected. No one knew what Hao Yin had become, resembling an ancient demon with a colossal form and grotesque visage. I could scarcely believe this was my brother. An endless dark energy enveloped the city, transforming all humans into the undead. The few survivors abandoned the main star, returning to their family's private planets, while the once thriving main star became a hellish purgatory. For many years, Hao Yin unleashed his undead army upon humanity and Apos' territories. It was not until 100 million years ago that the 12 great saints of the Kanglan realm united to seal Hao Tian once more. The Jialan saint declared that Hao Tian did not belong to this realm, and his existence would only bring slaughter and death. Had we not provoked him and slain his wife and child, perhaps he would have faded away on his own. But by then, Hao Tian was consumed by boundless resentment and obsession, rendering him virtually indestructible. Moreover, the seal would weaken in 100 million years, and at that time, it is feared no one would be his match. The Kanglan realm faces possible annihilation. Subsequently, the 12 great emperors of the Kanglan realm worked together to relocate the main star to a lower dimension, far from the Kanglan realm. As for me, Hao Tian's elder sister, I became the only human capable of resisting the dark energy he produced. I do not wish for the Kanglan realm to perish in 100 million years. Thus I have left my legacy behind. hoping that a fated individual will inherit it and save the Kanglen realm. To confront Hao Yin, 9 distinct pure energies must be combined. Perhaps this method could purify Hao Yin's dark power and ultimately vanquish him. Alas, my life is drawing to a close, and I can no longer pursue further research. This book is the culmination of my life as work, detailing 9 different spells corresponding to the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, space, and lightning. It requires 9 individuals with a high affinity to cultivate. Moreover, those who cultivate these 9 mystical arts are best suited to be intimate lovers. For only then can they unite to vanquish Hao Yin and save the Kanglen realm. In the mortal world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. Rather, it is the concept of love that remains insurmountable. If the jade ornament has chosen you, it signifies that you are a person of flesh and blood, imbued with emotions and loyalty. I hope you can be the one to rescue the Kanglen realm. Sun Ran closed the book, having sensed the profound sorrow of the woman through the written words. Her brother had slain all the humans on the main star, leaving her powerless. In the end, she was compelled to choose the greater good over familial ties, creating a spell capable of destroying her own brother. Sun Ran turned to the second page of the tome, believing it contained the teachings of the 9 distinct spells and their paths to advancement, filled with conviction. The crux of the matter lay in whether he and the women in the villa could indeed cultivate these arts. Sun Ran did not hasten to leave this realm. It was in stark contrast to the previous space he had encountered. The earlier space seemed devoid of life, lacking the essence of time, shrouded in a pervasive stillness. Here, however, there was lush grass, fresh air, and even the sun. How had the sister achieved such a feat? Could she have captured the sun within this space? In truth, all of this was merely an illusion, a manifestation of a grand array. Within this realm, only the rich spiritual energy was authentic. Everything else was a fabrication of powerful beings, capable of conjuring a radiant sky while preventing the dispersion of this precious energy. After wandering for a while and finding nothing particularly extraordinary, he clutched the ancient tome and silently wished to depart. In the next moment, Sun Ran's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. He found himself sprawled on the sofa, drool pooling on his tablet, utterly unaware. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his hands still grasped the withered ancient book. Chapter 46. The Eternal Night has begun. Sun Ran awoke from his slumber, still clutching the ancient tome with its faded yellow pages. He flipped through it cautiously, confirming its contents mirrored those of his dream, before gently returning it to its designated space. A glance at the clock revealed it was 3 in the afternoon. He surmised that soon everyone would rouse from their rest. Indeed, within half an hour, his companions gradually descended the stairs, taking their places on the sofa to indulge in some fruit. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have something important to share," Sun Ran announced, recounting in detail the events of his dream. Initially, his friends regarded him with skepticism, suspecting him of fabricating tales. It was only after he produced the ancient text and they collectively examined the second page that their doubts began to dissipate. Su Ningmeng furrowed her brow and inquired, "How can we determine which type of spell cultivation suits us best?" Sun Ran scratched his head and replied, "Just a moment. Let me peruse the book further for any clues." As he turned to the final page, the scripture revealed, "When the eternal night descends, Hao Yin shall break the seal and unleash dark energy. Those who inherit my legacy will be immune to the corruption of this darkness." At that moment, all spiritual essence on the main star and the dark energy released by Hao Yin shall awaken. Every human on the main star will awaken their innate gifts, allowing each to discern their talents and select the appropriate cultivation methods. Lin Yao pondered aloud, "But the text mentions a need for 9 individuals. We still lack 1. Where shall we find them?" Sun Ran replied, "There is no need to rush. This requires patience. I believe character is paramount, and the individual must be a woman." "Why is that?" his friends queried with curiosity. "Well, if it were a man training alongside us daily, I would undoubtedly be envious. Moreover, the scripture stipulates that only those with a mutual connection can cultivate together. Would you have me share such a bond with a man? The thought alone is unbearable." Laughter erupted as Tang Tian, swaying her alluring hips, approached Sun Ran, wrapping her arms around his. "Indeed, darling, we've adorned ourselves beautifully. But it is solely for your eyes. Enough of this. We cannot accomplish it overnight. Let us ascend to the gym and celebrate our new beginning with karaoke tonight." The women cheered in unison, rushing to their rooms to don their fitted workout attire and yoga pants before joining Sun Ran upstairs to exercise. 60 days into the apocalypse. In the previous life, neither Sun Ran nor Su Ningmeng had survived to this point. They had met their demise. The survivors in the community had all but lost hope. On the 20th day without water, the power grid finally succumbed, ceasing completely. With electricity gone, the internet vanished, and the Wi-Fi that sustained them became obsolete. Humanity fell into despair. Without food, their source of sustenance was extinguished, leaving them to await death. Songren, having been ambushed by number one, had become a mere shadow of himself, clinging to the last remnants of supplies in his home. Conversely, the four brothers of number one had astonishingly endured. With no food or drink, they too awaited the inevitable. Zhao Qian's family had managed to salvage some provisions from the self-service center, struggling to persevere. The entire community lay in silence, the city seemingly frozen in time, void of any signs of life. In the luxurious villa district of Longxi Garden, Villa number 12, a woman gazed mournfully at her emaciated silver tabby cats, tears welling in her eyes. Starting today, there was no food left in her home. She and her two cats huddled beneath the cold blankets, quietly awaiting their fate. The water and electricity had ceased during the blackouts. Her two cats had been her only companions. A voice within her urged her to consume the cats to stave off starvation, yet she steadfastly refused, preferring to perish rather than betray them. Let us sleep. Perhaps if we drift off, we shall not awaken to hunger again. Darling, wake up. Why is it already 8:30 in the morning? Yet the sun has yet to rise? Suli nudged the still sleeping Sun Ran, her voice tinged with panic. Exhausted from the previous night's battle, Sun Ran mumbled groggily. Could it be that you misread the time? How could I? My phone and the wall clock both indicate 8:30. Look outside. It remains dark as night. Rubbing his eyes, Sun Ran realized something was amiss. In his past life, he had not survived long enough to witness this phenomenon. He was uncertain of the circumstances now. Rising from his bed, he threw on a garment and checked his phone, confirming it was indeed 8:30. Yet outside, darkness reigned. At that moment, Su Ningmeng entered the room. Darling, it seems the sun has vanished today. Sun Ran contemplated quietly. Could it be that the eternal night has begun as foretold in the scriptures? Is Hao Tian on the verge of resurrection? The group gathered around the dining table, taking a few bites of breakfast before gravitating towards the windows to observe the outside world. Despite the city's power outage, the villa was equipped with a generator, and an ample supply of diesel ensured that the residents remained powered and warm, thus not affected by the blackout. Do you sense anything unusual? Sun Ran inquired. Su Ningmeng frowned. I feel as if the air is imbued with a strange energy that seems to repel us. Sun Ran nodded in agreement. I perceive it as well. It drifts through the air, attempting to infiltrate our bodies, while simultaneously resisting our presence. Lin Yao interjected. Could it be that, as the book indicated, we are now immune to this dark energy? Sun Ran's heart raced at the realization that every detail foretold in the text was manifesting. Was this extreme weather merely a precursor to Hao Yan's revival, rather than a cosmic phenomenon? Was the eternal night the harbinger of a calamity? If this dark energy were to penetrate their bodies, what transformations might they undergo? Suli patted her ample chest and whispered, I do not know. Perhaps in a few days, clarity will emerge. Qian Xiaya grasped Sun Ran's hand, stating, had we not activated the Jade Space together yesterday and embraced its legacy, perhaps today this dark energy would have invaded our bodies. Her words struck the group. Indeed, had Lin Yao not pricked her finger and Sun Ran inadvertently facilitated the activation, they might have faced a drastically different reality today. At Song Ren's residence, the four brothers of number one lay quietly on the sofa, subsisting on mere sips of water, somehow enduring for days. The four were now as gaunt as skeletons, a haunting sight. Suddenly, number one stirred. He felt an unfamiliar absence of hunger and pain. Slowly, he sat up, as more dark energy infiltrated his body, mending his injured cells and enhancing his physical capabilities. The cells within him greedily absorbed the dark energy from the air, tirelessly replenishing themselves. Before long, the other three brothers also rose from the sofa, resembling lifeless husks, motionless as they sat. At Zhao Qian's home, the supplies salvaged from the self-service center had been depleted 5 days prior. Zhao Xiuzhu's injuries had been deteriorating, accompanied by persistent fevers and inflammation of the wounds, leaving him on the brink of death. However, to everyone's astonishment, he managed to walk out of his room this morning. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Son, why have you come out on your own? Quickly return and lie down, soon. Your father and sister will go hunt for someone, and when they return, we shall feast. The reason they had endured these harrowing days was due to the collaboration of Zhao Qian and her father in the gruesome act of killing their downstairs neighbor. In the absence of sustenance, humanity had become the ultimate source of nourishment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Zhao Qian emerged, her expression devoid of emotion. Following her was Zhao Dachu. The trio appeared as if they had risen from the depths of hell, their faces pale and motionless. Song Shuzhen, gripped by fear, hurried back to her room. Before she could close the door, a figure suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Yi. He stood there, fixated on Song Shuzhen, as if he were poised to devour her in the very next moment. The cataclysm of this world had finally commenced. Chapter 47. Zhao Qian awakens her innate skill. Villa number 12. Beside a woman, barely clinging to life, lie two emaciated silver-shaded cats. If one were not to observe closely, they might easily be mistaken for three lifeless bodies, for their breaths are astonishingly faint. Suddenly, one of the cats, trembling slightly, rises to its feet, cautiously approaching the woman and gently licking her cheek with its tiny pink tongue, as if attempting to rouse her. Shortly thereafter, the other cat also stands up, joining in the effort to awaken their caretaker. Gradually, the woman's breathing becomes stronger and more rhythmic. Eventually, she opens her eyes. The two adorable cats stand before her. Although shrouded in darkness, their softness and fluffiness are unmistakable. Gaining strength, the woman slowly sits up and, with all her might, embraces the two cats in her arms, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She is unaware of why she has returned to life, only feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality within her. In the darkness, she remains seated, cradling her two cats. 3 days later, the sun rises once more, casting light that dispels the shadows. No one knows where the sun had been during those 3 days. Outside, the temperature hovers around -85 degrees. Yet, in comparison to the darkness, such frigid conditions may be deemed bearable. This, however, holds little significance for Sun Ran and his women, who indulge in their daily routines within the villa, feasting and engaging in philosophical discussions, creating a veritable paradise on earth. Master, a suspicious figure has appeared outside. Approaching the villa, the intelligent housekeeper announces. Sun Ran immediately rushes to the monitoring room. Indeed, he spots a silhouette outside. Judging by its form, it appears to be a man, yet curiously, he is dressed very lightly, walking in a peculiar manner, reminiscent of someone suffering from a severe stroke. A word suddenly flashes in Sun Ran and Appo's mind. Zombie. Could the dark matter truly transform a person into a zombie? If so, the ancient sage's predictions may indeed come to pass. Humanity could face extinction. Continuing to observe the surveillance footage, Sun Ran sees the figure aimlessly wandering before eventually drifting out of the camera and Appo's view. Returning to the living room, he shares the troubling news with the women. Su Ningmeng frowns. If everyone turns into zombies, will there be only a few of us left in this world? I Don and Appo's Tino, perhaps, Linyo quietly responds. Then my husband would be unable to find the eighth woman, and we would be unable to cultivate that mystical skill. Tang Tian has been particularly fixated on this matter. Sun Ran stands and approaches the window, stating, I believe this is a matter of probability. In movies and novels, there are always a portion of individuals who are immune to the zombie virus. It is improbable that everyone would succumb to this dark energy. Moreover, we are still unaware of the situation at hand and what transformations this dark energy may induce in humanity. There may be other forms we do not yet comprehend. Su Ningmeng rises, proposing, why Don and Appo's we go out and gather some information? After mulling it over, Sun Ran agrees. Very well, let us assess the strength of this zombie. We have firearms, and even if we cannot overpower it, escaping should not pose a problem. We should accompany you. There is safety in numbers. They insist. No. Su Ningmeng and I were the first to unlock the Jade space, so our physical capabilities are several times superior to those of ordinary individuals. We should be fine. We won't go far, just nearby to scout for information. The women reluctantly acquiesce. The two dress swiftly and quietly open the underground blast door, cautiously stepping outside. Unless absolutely necessary, do not fire your weapon. I fear it may attract more zombies. Rest assured. Armed with a sharpened machete, they make their way toward the villa area, which is less populated and thus safer. Sun Ran pats Su Ningmeng and points ahead. The figure they observed earlier is still moving forward. Despite his scant attire, he shows no signs of cold. As they draw nearer, approximately 50 meters away, the man halts and raises his head, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, he turns to fixate on Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng, emitting raspy sounds from his throat. Sun Ran immediately prepares for battle, while Su Ningmeng positions herself behind him, ready to support. As they close the distance, the man and Appo's appearance becomes clearer. He bears little resemblance to the zombies depicted in films, resembling an ordinary man, albeit with a pallid complexion and crimson eyes. He accelerates, covering the 50-meter distance in less than 10 seconds. Sun Ran adjusts his grip on the machete, striking the man with the flat side of the blade. The man exhibits remarkable strength, easily surpassing that of an average human. Sun Ran assesses the situation, one-on-one. He could handle this with ease. Can you hear me? What has happened to you? Sun Ran fantasizes that the man might comprehend him. Yet, the only response is the unsettling rasping sound. In a final attempt to rouse him, Sun Ran strikes again, but it appears the man is not merely asleep. Ultimately, Sun Ran, with a heavy heart, reverses the blade and decapitates him. Su Ningmeng recoils, subsequently retching at the sight, and Sun Ran follows suit. If they had not acted, they might have attracted more zombies, plunging themselves into greater peril. Let S return. He is no longer human. Sun Ran silently reassures himself. Within the villa, the women await Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng in the dressing room on the lower level. Upon their safe return, they collectively exhale in relief. Sun Ran quickly changes his attire, declaring, "Let us proceed to the living room to discuss." At Zhao Qian and Amp, Appo's residence, she has regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she discovers the bedroom of Song Shuzhen drenched in blood. In the room, Zhao Dazhu, Zhao Xiaozhu, and Zhao Yu stand frozen, their bodies covered in blood. Meanwhile, only half of Song Shuzhen remains. It is evident that the three have consumed the rest. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Qian, they reveal expressions of fear, their throats emitting continuous raspy sounds. A sudden pain pierces Zhao Qian's mind as an energy surges from deep within her brain, coursing through her entire being. This agony persists for approximately 5 minutes. Once it subsides, Zhao Qian erupts into laughter, astonished that she has survived this calamity and has awakened her innate abilities. She realizes that this dark energy can generate skills that align with the host and Appo's obsessions and desires. The stronger the obsession and desire, the greater the likelihood of awakening a talent. Conversely, those lacking such fervor become mere puppets of the dark energy, transformed into mindless zombies. She laments for her father, brother, and son, who have succumbed to such a fate. Yet, my mother did not even have the chance to transform into a zombie, for she was a rare individual immune to dark energy, ultimately falling prey to the merciless consumption by the three. As for myself, I have awakened a unique talent known as Endless Devour. By absorbing the essence of human males, I can enhance my own abilities. Furthermore, through this infusion of dark energy, my physical form has significantly strengthened, and I have also acquired a passive talent that allows me to control the undead. Sun Ran, I hope you thrive within the villa. And it is thanks to your relentless encouragement that I have awakened this obsession-fueled ability. Chapter 48. How Tian Awakens. The group decides to cultivate. Somewhere in the Pacific, an uninhabited island begins to tremble. The surrounding sea, which had already frozen, gradually starts to melt, and the tremors of the island grow more intense, revealing numerous cracks on its surface. Light beams forth from the fissures. I, Hao Tian, am an immortal being. Suddenly, the island explodes, and a figure leaps forth, floating serenely in the sky, greedily inhaling the air. Upon that enchanting visage, no trace of joy or sorrow can be discerned. If Sun Ran were present, she would surely exclaim in astonishment, for eons ago, Earth was the main star of the Kanglan realm. Hao Tian had been sealed at the core of this main star. Hao Tian has broken free from his seal. In the morning, Lin Yao used to wake up an hour earlier than everyone else to prepare breakfast. Now, with more people, they pair up to share the responsibility of meals. Today, it is the turn of Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao. The two chat and laugh while busily preparing breakfast for the entire group. Suddenly, Lin Yao gasps, "Ningmeng, look, I can control water now." Initially, Lin Yao intended to boil water for noodles, but the tap water had long been cut off, necessitating the transfer of bottled water into the pot. She thought to herself how convenient it would be if she could summon the water directly into the pot without bending down to lift the heavy bottle. To her astonishment, the water in the bucket seemed to respond to her thoughts, flowing in a stream directly into the pot. Could it be that you have awakened a talent? Is it a water attribute talent? Try again and see if you can control the direction of the flow. Alright, let me give it a shot. Lin Yao focused intently, adjusting the flow of water, and indeed, it obeyed her wishes and flowed into a nearby cup. Wow, that's amazing, Sister Lin Yao. You did it. I can end Appo's. Hold on much longer. I end Appo's. Am feeling a bit dizzy. It seems this requires practice to strengthen, she replied. I wonder what talent I will awaken. I am so excited. Dawn and Appo's. Rush, take your time, and surely you will discover it, came the encouraging reply. Okay, I understand. I and Appos, LL chop some beef now. With that, she turned and picked up the kitchen knife, and in an instant, Su Ningmeng felt an inexplicable affinity for the knife. Could it be that I am to awaken a talent as well? She set the knife down and stared at it intently. Moments later, the knife began to tremble as if trying to escape the pull of gravity. Rise. With a delicate command, the knife indeed soared into the air, startling Lin Yao beside her. Wow, Ningmeng, you have awakened a talent as well. Could it be a talent related to kitchen knives? Su Ningmeng carefully guided the knife to land back on the cutting board, triumphantly declaring, No, it's called a metal attribute. My talent is of the metal attribute. Then you can control all metals. How impressive. I'm not entirely sure yet, but it should be correct. At breakfast, Lin Yao and Su Ningmeng excitedly shared their news with everyone, and the group rejoiced for them. Sun Ran quickly finished her meal and, with a mysterious smile, announced, Allow me to perform a little trick for you all. She turned and waved her hand toward a distant coffee table, and the large apple in the fruit bowl sliced itself in half. Wow, how did you do that? Could it be that you have awakened a skill as well? Sun Ran nodded and explained, I awakened it this morning. It and Appos, SA spatial talent. What I just used is spatial cutting. This is merely the most rudimentary application, and the range is quite limited. Everyone, can you guess what kind of talent I possess? Qian Shaya asked as a pure light radiated from her. Wow, Sister Shaya. You look even more beautiful. Sun Ran mused. This evening could certainly include an additional performance. Yours must be a light attribute. And what about mine? Su Li and Appos, delicate hands shimmered with faint glimmers. That would be a lightning attribute talent. Tang Tian approached a flower pot, gently caressing it, and the flowers within bloomed rapidly. Tian must have a wood attribute talent. Sun Ran joyfully produced a thin Chinese pastry when Dong Fang suddenly snapped her fingers, igniting a flame that danced from her hand. No need to say more. Dong Fang possesses a fire attribute. Lastly, there was Xian Tong. She exerted a subtle force with her feet, and astonishingly, her entire foot sank into the floor, allowing her to move forward slowly. Sister Xian Tong has a soil attribute. To their surprise, everyone had awakened distinct attributes, leaving only one remaining, the dark attribute. The group assisted one another in clearing the dining table before proceeding to a small conference room on the third floor. Sun Ran presented the cultivation method created by Hao Yin and Appos, sister, Luo Yi, and they gathered together to study it. The first lesson was the unified technique to absorb qi. After the third millennium of Hao Yin's conquest, the spiritual energy had been thoroughly depleted. To cultivate the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, they must enter a space that I have previously sealed. Within it, I have established a massive spirit vein, complete with a palace where you can cultivate to the golden core stage. Thereafter, you will need to venture out on your own to seek opportunities. The introductory lesson emphasized absorbing the spiritual energy of one's own attribute, strengthening one's physique, and allowing the spiritual energy to circulate through the 36 meridians. This is the qi refinement stage, divided into 9 levels, each indicating one's mastery over spiritual energy. I have left a ring to test your realms in the palace. Simply locate and wear it. Upon completing the first lesson, everyone understood a crucial point. Firstly, they must enter the space to cultivate. Secondly, this space can only shelter them until the golden core stage. If they wish to advance further, they must leave this realm to seek their fortunes. What does everyone think? Speak up. Sun Ran asked with a smile from her seat of authority. I believe we should seize this opportunity. This sister named Luo Yi mentioned the main star several times. I think Earth is the main star she refers to, and Hao Yin's resurrection may very well occur here. Therefore, if we do not grow stronger, even with this safe villa, we could ultimately be besieged and devoured by those so-called zombies. Su Ningmeng analyzed. Su Li stood, affirming. I concur with Su Ningmeng. I believe that everything may be predetermined by fate, bringing us 8 individuals with different attributes together. Thus, we must seize this chance. Qian Shaya added, if we do not step up, humanity may stand no chance at all. Therefore, I am willing to take this risk. The others looked at Sun Ran with renewed confidence. All right. Since everyone agrees, let us begin today, entering the space for daily cultivation. Striving to reach the qi refinement stage as soon as possible, so we may possess the strength for self-defense. Chapter 49. Sun Ran awakened his most useful talent in the first layer of the qi refining stage. Sun Ran gazed at his 3 brothers, now mindless zombies, with profound sorrow and indignation. Fueled by a powerful obsession, he successfully awakened his talent, mastery of defense. It is all because of you, Sun Ran. that my brothers have become these wretched creatures. I will personally capture you and feed you to them." He spat through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Songren, hiding upstairs, unexpectedly discovered his own talent, the ability to change gender at will. It seemed trivial yet potentially advantageous, especially since he had felt the wrath of Sun Ran. A few days prior, when Sun Ran had been deprived of food, Songren had chosen to turn a blind eye, nearly starving Sun Ran and his brothers to death. If Sun Ran were to discover his presence, his fate would surely be grim. With this thought, he quietly utilized his talent to transform into a woman. To his surprise, he found himself quite attractive, with a pleasing figure. Just as Sun Ran was preparing to seek vengeance at Sun Ran's villa, he suddenly recalled the despicable Songren. As he looked up to search for him, he was taken aback to see a beautiful woman descending the stairs. She appeared somewhat familiar yet uncertain. "Who are you? Where is Songren?" Sun Ran inquired curiously. I don't know. I woke up and found myself here in the villa," Songren replied shyly. "Humph. This scoundrel must have fled in fear of me killing him. What is your name?" I'm Ren Song, Songren stammered. Sun Ran, not dwelling on it further, continued, "As far as I know, if humans do not awaken their talents, they will turn into zombies. What talent have you awakened this time?" Songren panicked, struggling to concoct an answer. I don't know. My head hurts, and I feel so weak," he said, collapsing into Sun Ran's arms. Having not touched a woman in months, Sun Ran was overwhelmed by the scent and softness of Songren, unleashing his long-suppressed desires. Please no." Songren never imagined he would be overtaken by this brute. An hour later, Songren curled up on the sofa, tears still glistening in his eyes. "Ren Song, you are now my woman. As for sustenance, do not worry. I will take care of it." Despite their talents being awakened, they still required sustenance, which consisted of human blood and flesh. "All right, just be careful. Here, a little heart for you," Songren shyly replied. "Wow, you've adapted quickly," Sun Ran remarked as he led his 3 zombie brothers to the underground parking lot. They were now impervious to the cold, empowered by the dark energy enveloping them. Upon reaching Sun Ran's fortified underground door, they found the environment drastically altered. The 4 brothers had transformed into entities that were neither fully human nor fully ghostly. "You 3, smash the door with all your might," Sun Ran commanded. The 3 zombies understood his orders perfectly and began to hammer at the door tirelessly with large hammers. 10 minutes passed, yet the door remained unyielding. Sun Ran, standing by with furrowed brows, reflected on the predicament, although he had awakened his talent. The energy within him was still insufficient. He required more blood and flesh, as well as the absorption of the dark energy in the air, to grow stronger. The same logic applied to his 3 brothers, who, despite their enhanced physicality, were still limited. Realizing they could not breach the door with their current strength, Sun Ran decided they needed to bolster their powers before confronting Sun Ran. "All right, stop smashing the door. Let us go into the neighborhood and search for living beings." Although few were immune to the dark energy, some remained, and awakened zombies could enhance their abilities by devouring their own kind. If Sun Ran consumed Zhao Qian, his physical attributes would amplify exponentially. "Is this the training space that Loi prepared for us? Wow, it feels so comfortable," Sun Ran exclaimed as he led the women into the space. It had been so long since he had seen such lush greenery. It was truly beautiful. The group ran barefoot on the grass for a while before gathering around Sun Ran. "The book says that Loi has a training palace here. We should split up and search for it. We can't very well train on the grass," Sun Ran said with a smile. They each took a different direction in their quest for the palace. Before long, Sun Ran spotted a massive palace at the base of a nearby mountain. "Over here. Come quickly." As the 8 of them assembled before the palace, they felt their insignificance against its grandeur. Did humans a billion years ago all tower over us? Why is this palace so tall? Perhaps it was built by the wealthy. Come, let us explore. The entire palace was constructed from a stone that resembled neither jade nor gold, yet was extraordinarily beautiful. If cultivators from the spiritual realm were to behold this palace, they would undoubtedly be astounded. This palace had been erected by Loi using spirit stones, all composed of spirit stones. It was akin to erecting a palace of gold in the real world, a truly shocking spectacle. The air within the palace felt even more pleasant, infused with a denser aura of spiritual energy. "It's so intoxicating," Su Ningmeng remarked. "Indeed, it appears this palace was specially prepared for us," Sun Ran noted. "Husband, come look here," Qian Xiaoyao called, entering a side chamber. Inside, a large table was adorned with numerous weapons, defenses, and realm monitoring rings. "Wow, there are so many books here. This one seems to be about alchemy, this one about weapon crafting." and this one about formations. It was evident that Loy had made comprehensive preparations. The group donned the rings, and information flowed into their minds. I am at the mortal realm. What about you? Sun Ran lamented. I am too. No worries. Let us work hard to reach the chi refining stage soon, came the encouraging reply. Adjacent to the equipment room were smaller training rooms. Before entering, Sun Ran glanced at his watch and announced, it is now 9:30 a.m. We will train until 11:30 a.m., then return home for lunch and a nap. In the afternoon, we will train from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., and in the evening, attendance will be voluntary, whoever wishes to join. I will assist in bringing them in. All right, let us begin. Upon entering the training room, Sun Ran commenced his cultivation. Following the first chapter of the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, focusing on the inhalation technique. First, he needed to perceive the spatial elements within the air, absorbing them into his body and transforming them into his own vital energy. Spiritual energy encompasses all things, composed of 9 elements, evenly distributed throughout the atmosphere. Sun Ran quickly sensed the spatial elements within the spiritual energy. They seemed to recognize his presence. He endeavored to draw these lively entities into himself, a task that sounded simple yet proved exceedingly difficult. The spatial elements appeared reluctant to enter his body. After numerous failed attempts, he sighed, realizing that cultivation was indeed a formidable challenge. He recalibrated his breathing, sought inner tranquility, and once more endeavored to perceive the spatial elements. With focused intent, he attempted to communicate with them, fostering a sense of peace and stability before attempting to absorb them. While success, he exclaimed inwardly, the hardest part is always the beginning. And with a good start, the subsequent journey becomes much smoother. Not only were spatial elements drawn into his body, but other elements were also absorbed, transforming into his own vital energy. While absorbing these elements, Sun Ran had to simultaneously focus on directing the internal energies to circulate according to the meridian diagram outlined in the Qi induction chapter. Juggling these tasks proved to be exhausting, yet it incessantly enhanced his mental fortitude. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and Sun Ran completed a cycle of meridian circulation, feeling a significant boost in his overall vitality. Suddenly, the ring in his hand emitted a radiant glow, and an intriguing piece of information materialized in his mind. Sun Ran, first layer of Qi refinement stage. Chapter 50. The woman who can control cats has appeared. Well, how was your morning of training? Sun Ran asked with a smile as he watched the women emerge from the training room. Su Ningmeng happily bounced over to Sun Ran and Apos' side, her 2 ample assets causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Darling, I've reached the first level of Qi refinement, she exclaimed. Darling, I've reached the first level too, Linyo proudly declared. Upon inquiring about the others, it was evident that they had all achieved the same level. It seems that our bodies have been enhanced by the Roy Jade pendant, and we possess quite the aptitude. Let Apos' head home and prepare a meal. I'm famished and could easily devour an entire cow. Sun Ran led everyone as they silently left, returning to the villa. Everyone was hungry, so he suggested, let us eat something ready-made tonight. Go to the space and grab whatever you desire. You can eat to your heart and Apos' content. Yay, I want beef noodles with lots of meat and noodles. I'm so hungry. A few of them rummaged through the space, selecting their favorite foods and bringing them to the living room. Daddy, why didn't you grab anything from the space? Qian Shaya inquired. Hiki, you all have enough. Just feed me a bite each, and I'll be satisfied. You're quite the slacker. Here, let me feed you a big chicken leg. Come on, darling. Let me feed you a bite of beef noodles. Su Li leaned forward, offering him a generous portion. One by one, the 7 beauties took turns feeding him until they were all satisfied. After a brief period of exercise and a half-hour nap, they re-entered the training space. This time, they directly entered the palace interior instead of the grassy area outside as before. Let us give it our all, Sun Ran encouraged them. The afternoon training soon became monotonous, as they continuously absorbed various elements into their bodies, transforming them into their own true energy, which flowed through their meridians, strengthening them. Suddenly, the alarm rang, and it was already 6:30 in the evening. Their lunch had long been consumed. Now, there was one word to describe their state: hunger. As the saying goes, the wealthy are skilled, and the poor are literate. A little practice left them craving food, and they especially needed meat. Ancient families truly couldn't afford such expenses. They all returned to the villa, where Sun Ran specially prepared a large beef leg, cutting it into small pieces and cooking it in a 3-liter pressure cooker, along with some vegetables. On the dining table lay a large bowl of beef, corn, and boiled potatoes, quite a hearty feast, which was the finest meal for those who had been training and were ravenous. As they dined, they exchanged insights about their training. That evening, they unanimously decided to skip training and go to the cinema to watch a film, believing in a balance of work and relaxation. After the movie concluded, everyone hesitated to return to their rooms. The reason was simple. Everyone desired to spend the night with Sun Ran. Once they experienced that kind of intimacy, they would become addicted. Sun Ran, understanding their intentions, chuckled, "All right, tonight at LLB Dong Fong, and tomorrow at LLB Xin Tong." Everyone immediately grasped the situation. Among these 7 women, only Dong Fong and Xin Tong had yet to share a marital bond with Sun Ran, while the others had already formed connections. Dong Fong shyly nodded. "I'll go change and take a shower before coming to find you, darling." "Go on, be quick. Don't keep me waiting. Rest assured, I'll be back shortly." Dong Fong hurriedly scampered back to her room like an obedient little girl, eliciting laughter from everyone. "Ningmeng, why don't you make a schedule? 1 day for each person. This is the fairest way." "No way. 1 day a week is too long. I can serve you together with Lin Yao." "Well, that's acceptable. You two can discuss it. I'm in good health, so I don't mind sharing." As night fell, Sun Ran and Appo's room was filled with vibrant spring energy and life. In Villa 12, 2 silver gradient cats circled around a woman, anxious and restless. The woman appeared equally listless. She knew that both she and the cats required sustenance, living beings. Fresh blood, raw meat, or even awakened kin. The trio scurried around the room. The woman realized that previous hunger had almost led her to faint or die, but now, this hunger threatened to drive her into madness. The darkness within her surged forth, a voice urging her towards slaughter, endless slaughter. Compelled by this voice, the woman and her 2 cats ventured outside. Completely oblivious to the cold, her crimson eyes banished all reason and chill. The cats mirrored her state, therefore standing on end, emitting sounds indicative of their predatory instincts. The woman and her feline companions searched the underground parking lot for prey. Suddenly, 4 men came into view. More precisely, 1 man and 3 zombies. Indeed, it was the first brother and his trio returning from a hunt. They were fortunate. Having quickly located a survivor and a mutated being during their search, both would serve as their food, and they even brought back a large leg for Song Ren, now transformed into a woman. Upon spotting the woman and her 2 cats, the first brother paused, recognizing the opportunity. Although he sensed they were of the same kind, the insatiable desire to devour them overwhelmed him. In her mind, the woman had but one thought: to consume them. Wang Defa, Wang Ditsai, transform and go for the kill. With that, she activated her talent, mastering beast control, enabling her to tame and command animals and monsters to fight on her behalf. The 2 adorable silver gradient cats instantly transformed, their bodies swelling like balloons, morphing into fierce beasts over a meter tall. Their once cute faces twisted into menacing visages. Fangs over 20 centimeters long radiating a terrifying aura. A single bite from them could be fatal. The first brother sneered. Had he not consumed the flesh and brain of a human and a kindred spirit, he might have struggled against these 2 cats. However, he was now different. Having devoured half a evolved being's body, his mind now processed the feedback. He was a second-level evolved being. The 2 cats lunged toward the first brother like lightning. "Too slow. Have you not eaten?" With a swift motion, he batted one away with a hand and kicked the other aside. Both cats cried out in anguish as they were sent flying several meters. The woman watched in distress, yet her hunger had reached a fever pitch. "Wang Defa, Wang Ditsai, let us charge together." With that, the woman and her cats surged toward the first brother from 3 directions. The first brother leered at the running woman. She wore a snug little sweater that accentuated her figure, her chest bouncing enticingly as she ran. "Yes, I'll keep this woman. I can devour the 2 beasts later." Haha. She is much more attractive than that Ren Song. Meanwhile, Song Ren in the villa sneezed twice, exclaiming, "Who was talking behind my back? Ugh, how rude." Chapter 51. Confrontation with Number 1, a frenzied onslaught, utterly overwhelming. Even when combined, the 2 cats and the woman could inflict no harm upon Number 1. Intent on testing the limits of his power, Number 1 effortlessly dodged and retaliated, appearing remarkably at ease. Is this the distinction between a first-level and a second-level evolved being? This is sheer domination. At that moment, Sun Ran and his companions were dining within the villa. Suddenly, the intelligence system emitted a warning sound. "Master, there are individuals engaged in combat 200 meters from the underground blast door. Please prepare for defense." Sun Ran immediately rose and made his way to the surveillance room. maximizing the display of the fight. What the hell? Isn't that number one? He is still alive? No, his leg has healed. Could it be that after absorbing the dark energy, he didn't turn into a zombie, but rather evolved into a higher form? What are these two monsters? Have they also emerged as products of dark energy absorption? This woman is on the verge of collapse. Should we intervene? Su Ningmeng spoke from behind Sun Ran. Let's save her, dear. Any enemy of number one is our ally. All right, gather everyone. We shall attempt elemental attacks to see if we can overpower them. If that fails, we'll resort to firearms. Understood. I will notify everyone immediately. 3 minutes later, they were all equipped and opened the villa's blast door, rushing directly towards the battlefield. By this time, the conflict was nearing its conclusion, as number one had grown weary of the sport and had gained a clear understanding of his capabilities. Just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, several familiar figures caught his eye. Sun Ran, how dare you show your face? Truly, you tread the path of heaven unchosen. Huh. With that, disregarding the woman and the two cats, he charged towards Sun Ran, accompanied by his 3 brothers. Just 30 meters apart, however, number one and his brothers suddenly found their feet ensnared, as though they were treading upon cotton. In an instant, countless spikes shot towards them like bullets. Yet, when the spikes struck their bodies, they caused little damage. Lightning attack. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a cucumber, descended upon number one and Oppo's head, affecting the 3 brothers behind him as well. Following that came water and fire elemental attacks. Each individual unleashed their respective elemental powers, only to discover that while number one and his brothers appeared disheveled, they had sustained minimal real harm. Their combat capacity remained intact. Unexpectedly, Sun Ran. You and your companions have awakened your talents. No, you are still human. How is it that you, as humans, can awaken talents? This is unjust. Nevertheless, it matters not. You shall all perish. I shall drink your blood and savor your flesh slowly. Meanwhile, the woman and the 2 small cats, having regained their youthful forms, stealthily approached Sun Ran's group. You all take this woman back to the villa immediately. I can hold them off with my spatial element. Hurry. Otherwise, none shall escape. Sun Ran commanded. The 3 zombies had reached Sun Ran's vicinity. Since they had already employed their elemental skills, they now had no means of attack, and could only heed Sun Ran's instructions, hastily retreating with the woman and the 2 cats towards the villa. You wish to escape? Too late. You 3 pursue them. Remember, do not devour them. The 3 zombie brothers split into 3 directions, racing towards the women. Suddenly, calamity struck, as all 3 zombies stumbled to the ground, their first foot severed by an unknown force. Seizing the opportunity, the women dashed back to the blast door, opening it as they awaited Sun Ran's return. Number one glared menacingly at Sun Ran, his body darting towards him like lightning, instantly activating his talent, mastery of defense. Sun Ran concentrated fiercely, channeling the accumulated energy he had cultivated into his invention, the spatial blade, and struck fiercely at number one's neck. Contrary to expectations, no blood gushed forth. Instead, a faint mark appeared upon number one's neck. Heavens, number one's defense is astonishing. Now it's my turn, Sun Ran. Number one seized Sun Ran's clothing, lifting him high before slamming him into the ground. Oh, damn. Is he that bold? Sun Ran rolled away just in time to evade number one's lethal kick. Utilizing his spatial element talent, he exerted all his strength to propel himself backward over 10 meters, then sprinted frantically towards the villa. If he could not win, he must flee. Fortunately, number one's talent lay in defense, not speed. As the blast door closed behind him, number one could not catch up with Sun Ran. Enraged, he pounded the door. Yet, against the high-tech blast door, even a second-level evolved being appeared somewhat feeble. Ultimately, he was left to seethe in frustration. This left the zombie trio in dire straits, their feet severed by Sun Ran's spatial blade, forcing them to crawl back. Number one was unconcerned. As long as there was sustenance, they would regrow new feet on their own. Inside the villa, the recently rescued woman and the 2 cats huddled in the dressing room on the lower level. They bore severe injuries, particularly the 2 cats, who were covered in wounds and fresh blood. Sun Ran extracted a piece of raw beef to feed the cats, but to his surprise, one of the cats laboriously took the meat and delivered it to the semi-conscious woman. In her dazed state, the woman caught the aroma of the raw meat, abruptly opened her eyes, and struggled to bring the meat to her mouth. After a few haphazard chews, she swallowed it and gazed up at Sun Ran with pleading eyes. The 2 cats also stared at him with wide eyes. Raw meat, you say? Very well, that can be arranged. Sun Ran produced a hefty raw beef leg weighing over 40 pounds. The woman and the two cats lunged at it, tearing and devouring it ravenously. It was quite a sight, particularly as the woman smeared herself with blood from the beef leg, utterly unconcerned. In a short while, the beef leg was reduced to a mere bone. The woman, content, patted her flat stomach. The two cats also began to clean the blood and wounds from their bodies. It seemed that after consuming the raw beef, their injuries were healing as well. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? Are you human or something else? The woman had fully regained her sanity. Taking the towel from Sun Ran, she shyly wiped her mouth and said, I am Mi Do, a resident of Villa 12. These are my two cats. The male is Wang Defa, and the smaller female is Wang Ditsai. Just a few days ago, when the sun ceased to shine, my cats and I were on the brink of starvation when a surge of energy penetrated our bodies. Miraculously, we regained our strength and awakened our talents. I can command my cats to assist me in battle. Moreover, I can absorb the dark energy in the air to enhance my abilities. Yet, every time I absorb this dark energy, I lose my rationality and am consumed by an insatiable hunger, craving raw meat, human flesh, or blood. I dare not absorb it. As for whether I am human or some other species, I am uncertain. However, I believe I am no longer fully human, for I have no desire for human food. Today, my cats and I were so famished that we had no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance, only to encounter such a perverse man. The rest, as you can imagine, is history. Upon hearing Midu's narration, an exclamation arose from the crowd in unison. The dark elemental talent has finally been gathered. Chapter 52. Gathering the 9 elements. All members begin cultivation. The poor Songrun, perplexed, inquired, What are you all talking about? Sun Ran, with a smile, replied, There's no rush on that. First, let's head upstairs for a shower and change your clothes. And we should give your 2 little cats a good wash as well. Feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, Mi Do responded, Oh, I haven't bathed for a while. I'm positively filthy. Thank you for rescuing me and my cats. Upon arriving in the living room, Su Ningmeng and Qian Shaya led Mi Do and her cats to the bathroom. The duration of women's showers can be quite lengthy, perhaps due to their larger surface area. An hour later, Mi Do finally emerged from the second-floor bathroom. Everyone's eyes sparkled with surprise. They hadn't anticipated Mi Do's striking beauty and splendid figure, clad in a new yoga outfit and a delicate tank top. No wonder number 1 wanted to keep her around. Behind her trailed 2 obedient little cats. Come along. I shall explain everything to you, and then it will all make sense, Sun Ran said. Mi Do nodded, settling obediently onto the sofa. Su Ningmeng cradled one of the cats on her lap, revealing her genuine affection for felines. The other cat, ever compliant, nestled against Mi Do's thigh, sleeping soundly. 20 minutes later, after listening to Sun Ran's account, Mi Do grasped the reason for everyone in Dapo's astonishment regarding the dark element. It turned out that she was the final component among the 9 elements, the dark one. In many minds, darkness is associated with negativity, filth, and terror. However, the truth is, where there is light, there must also be darkness. In the shadows, all things gather energy and grow. Thus, darkness is not inherently malevolent. During their conversation, Sun Ran discovered that even when Mi Do was on the verge of starvation, she refrained from harming her 2 cats. This demonstrated her impeccable character. It is known that in times of hunger, some might resort to cannibalism, let alone harming a cat. Yet Mi Do remained true to herself. And even after awakening her dark energy, she retained a kind heart. Therefore, Sun Ran resolved to welcome her into the team. Using the old method, he drew blood to unlock the space within the jade pendant, which contained countless tons of raw meat, sufficient for both her and her cats for a lifetime. Glancing at the clock, it was already 10:00 and Appo's clock. The group decided to bring some food into the space, planning to cultivate until nightfall. The rationale was straightforward. A sense of crisis loomed over them. Despite their combined strength, they had failed to overcome number 1. Even with firearms, victory was uncertain, as number 1, having activated defensive skills, could effortlessly withstand bullets. Thus, they needed to bolster their strength. Most crucially, they were still unfamiliar with any offensive techniques. Their attacks relied solely on the fundamental damage of various elements. For instance, Lin Yao's water skills merely splashed water at number 1, suitable for bathing or washing a car, but rather embarrassing as an attack. Therefore, they needed to swiftly advance to the 5th level of Qi refinement to unlock elemental skills within the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, such as Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow Technique, and Earth Escape Technique. They were reassured. Their reinforced door was quite effective, and for the time being, number 1 could not breach it. Sometimes, haste leads to failure. They simply needed to do their best. Let's go? Sun Ran, as the sole man and the group's leader, felt it was imperative to step up and offer encouragement and guidance. Seeing that everyone's spirits were high, he led Su Ningmeng, along with the 8 others and the 2 cats, into the palace. Once they returned to their respective training rooms, Sun Ran handed the Qi refinement manual to Mi Do and guided her to the last training room. Mi Do, you shall cultivate here from now on. The palace is rich in spiritual energy, and with your innate talent, you should reach the first level of Qi refinement quite rapidly. If you have any questions, feel free to come to the first training room to find me. All right, Sun Ran. I can see you are a good person, and they are all your women. In this apocalyptic world, I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming one of your women. Rest assured, I am not concerned about the number of women I have, for this is indeed an apocalyptic era. Moreover, you mentioned that if our hearts are in sync, we will cultivate the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth more effectively. Sun Ran gazed at her, smiling warmly. It is my privilege to have a beautiful and kind girl like you. Focus on your training. As for other matters, we will take our time. Keep up the good work. In Sun Ran and Appo's view, cultivation was akin to filling a tank with water. However, it required a unique approach. Once full, the energy must be circulated and compressed to solidify, laying the foundation for what was to come. Each second was spent repeating this process. Indeed, it was monotonous. But the thought of the deranged number 1 lurking outside, along with countless others like him, spurred the need to survive through diligent training. Only through cultivation could they vanquish Houghton and save the earth and humanity. Moreover, cultivation could extend one's lifespan. The mere notion of living for thousands or even tens of thousands of years made the tedium of training vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, number 1 returned to the villa, spotting Rin Song, snoring on the sofa. Anger surged within him. Seizing Rin Song, he pinned him to the sofa and took swift action. Groggy and disoriented, Song Rin suddenly felt weightless. When he opened his eyes, he found himself suspended in midair, confronted by number 1's fierce visage, rendering him speechless. The next moment, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and he thought, alas, my innocence is lost once more. 10 minutes later, Song Rin, suppressing his bodily pain, cautiously observed the person beside him, whose leg he was drooling over. Go eat. Damn. After witnessing Mi Do and Appo's extraordinary beauty and physique, he felt a sudden revulsion towards Rin Song. The familiarity of Rin Song's face grew increasingly unsettling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Without even bothering to don his clothes, Song Rin crouched down and began voraciously tearing into the man's leg. So sweet, so fragrant. This is the true delicacy. Leaning back on the sofa, number 1 reflected on the day's events. Sun Ran and his women had all awakened their innate skills, but their essence remained distinctly human. The good news was that upon awakening, they did not level up like he had. Instead, they retained their initial attack power. Thus, facing 8 opponents posed no challenge for him. The only barrier in his way was a high-tech blast-proof door. As a level 2 evolver, he found himself powerless against it. It seemed imperative to rapidly ascend to level 3 evolver to gain sufficient strength to demolish the door. Tomorrow, he would have to take 3 brothers to continue the search for humans. Casting a glance at Song Rin, still on all fours, devouring flesh, he kicked him away with disdain. Enough of that. Hurry upstairs. Your presence irritates me. He then tossed the half-eaten thigh of Song Rin to his 3 brothers. They required a substantial amount of energy to regenerate new legs. The 3 brothers lunged at the food like African wild dogs, engaging in a frenzied struggle, tearing and gnawing. Their legs began to sprout anew. Chapter 53, Zhao Qian slays Xiao Dafu. Sun Ran and others ascend to the second level of Qi refinement. Zhao Qian's situation was akin to that of number 1. Accompanied by 3 undead minions as she scoured the building for sustenance. Upon exiting, she encountered Xiao Dafu and his son Xiao Xiaofu descending from the upper floors. Fortuitously, they had both transformed into evolvers, retaining their human intellect while manifesting unique abilities. Xiao Dafu and Appo's talent enhanced his offensive capabilities, while Xiao Xiaofu and Appo's peculiar skill allowed him to adopt a more effeminate demeanor, simultaneously augmenting his combat attributes. Some may have forgotten this father-son duo. Xiao Xiaofu was the very child who harassed Zhao Qian 2 years prior. When Sun Ran sought justice for the family, he was hospitalized by Xiao Dafu. After Sun Ran and Appo's rebirth, Su Ningmeng incapacitated Xiao Dafu, and Sun Ran entrusted the training of Xiao Xiaofu to a fitness coach for 10 days. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiaofu appeared gaunt and despondent. Gradually, Xiao Dafu noticed his son's increasing effeminacy, his clothing becoming tighter and his gaze growing increasingly sullen. However, Xiao Dafu, recuperating from his injuries, was preoccupied with his own afflictions. What infuriated Xiao Dafu most was that his son frequently sought out the fitness coach, Shikong, on the third floor. Each time Xiao Xiaofu returned, he brought back rice or meat, prompting a swift change in Xiao Dafu and Amp Apos' attitude towards him. After their encounter, Xiao Dafu contemplated whether to consume or collaborate with Zhao Qian, enchanted by her inherent allure that stirred desire in men. With the awakening of her powers, she was no longer daunted by the cold, donning a snug pink sweater and fitted jeans, which captivated Xiao Dafu's gaze. Zhao Qian, puzzled by Xiao Xiaofu and Apos' apparent disregard for her, was unaware that his attention was solely fixated on Shikong. Where are you headed? Perhaps we could search for food together for safety, Zhao Qian suggested, her eyes drawn to Xiao Dafu and Amp Apos' intense gaze. Of course, but you must keep your son in check. He last caused quite a scene, she retorted playfully. In a fit of rage, Xiao Dafu kicked Xiao Xiaofu away. Is my discipline too strict? He asked, chuckling. Zhao Qian, amused, reached out to help Xiao Xiaofu, only for him to recoil in fear. This child has grown shy. He used to be quite bold around Andy, she remarked. Teasingly, what abilities have you awakened, Xiao Dafu? She inquired. Enhanced attack, he replied with a grin. And you? My abilities are rather trivial. Let me demonstrate, she said as she began to remove her sweater, revealing only a black bra underneath. Xiao Dafu was left speechless, entranced by her form. Suddenly, Zhao Qian executed a swift movement, pressing her hand against Xiao Dafu and Amp Apos' head. In mere seconds, she absorbed all the dark energy and vitality from him, leaving him lifeless. Witnessing his father and Amp Apos' demise, Xiao Xiaofu fled to find Shikong. Zhao Qian, with a smirk, donned her sweater and calmly absorbed the energy she had collected. Moments later, she received the exhilarating news of her ascension to the second level of Evolver, experiencing a significant enhancement in her abilities. With renewed vigor, she embarked on a quest with her undead companions to locate survivors and fellow Evolvers, easily surpassing those she encountered. In just a few days, Zhao Qian ascended to the third level of Evolver, her power immensely amplified. After 2 days of rigorous training, Sun Ran and 8 beautiful women reached the second level of Qi refinement. That evening, they gathered in the living room for a modest celebration. The star of the evening was Mi Do, who had not only caught up, but could now simultaneously absorb dark energy from both her training chamber and the external environment, a veritable boon for her progress. Surprisingly, even the 2 cats had ascended to the second level of Qi refinement, awakening their intelligence and enabling simple communication, which no one had anticipated. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and the group reveled in their accomplishments. After 5 days of training, we have finally reached the second level of Qi refinement, Mi Do exclaimed. I feel confident enough to face number 1 on my own. However, the looming threat of No. 1 and his minions consuming their kin necessitated further diligence. Once we reach the 5th level, we will be ready to hunt down these zombies. Sun Ran encouraged. Indeed, I anticipate reaching the 5th level soon. A single skill will suffice to defeat number 1. Su Ningmeng remarked, her determination palpable. Lin Yao chimed in, expressing her eagerness for the 5th level, while Tang Tian discussed her binding skills. As the night wore on, everyone had committed their desired skills to memory, but their cultivation levels fell short. They resolved to intensify their efforts, eager to ascend to the 5th level of Qi refinement. As the night concluded, Mi Do took her first bath in Sun Ran and Amp Apos' room, leaving behind a vivid mark on the pristine sheets. Thus, an unspoken bond formed between Sun Ran and his 8 women, their destinies intertwined, laid a solid foundation for future practice of the combined attack technique. Chapter 54. The irreconcilable conflict between humans and corpses, Zhao Qian and Amp Apos' initial display of power time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. Perhaps due to the resurrection of Haotian, the temperature on Earth began to rise, reaching a balmy 10 degrees above zero. Snow began to melt, leading to severe urban flooding. However, compared to the previously frigid temperatures, this was merely child and Amp Apos' play. The extreme weather had finally subsided, and the surviving humans naively believed this was a precursor to a prosperous era, oblivious to the fact that it was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Some survivors ventured out of their homes in search of food, while the awakened human corpses and zombies detected the sweet scent of humanity and descended upon them for sustenance. A great battle was imminent. Humans who had not been infected by dark energy could not distinguish between humans and corpses. One moment, they were chatting innocently, and the next, their hearts were ripped from their chests. Such occurrences unfolded in every street of the city. Fortunately, the number of human corpses was not overwhelming. More were the mindless zombies, their eyes glowing red and skin pallid. Survivors began to organize themselves, developing a method to differentiate between human corpses and zombies. Consumption. Hungry humans, upon seeing food, instinctively sought to satiate their hunger, while human corpses displayed no interest in food whatsoever, akin to how normal humans would react upon encountering excrement. After several days of adaptation and combat, the survivors gradually realized that harming the bodies of human corpses and zombies had little effect, as their bodies had already been transformed by dark energy. Only severing the head could truly eliminate them. Gradually, the survivors in the urban area began to band together to resist human corpses and zombies while also searching for food. Among the most renowned organizations were the Winter Sun Organization from the East City Police Station, the Yida Squad from the nearby Yida Plaza, and the No Bargaining Group from Chunhua Vegetable Market. These three organizations established their bases in the police station, shopping mall, and vegetable market, gathering human survivors and steadily growing in strength. Of course, these were merely the visible organizations. There existed several underground factions engaged in various nefarious activities, plundering human resources, killing human corpses and zombies, and abducting women, truly ruthless in their endeavors. One day, during a skirmish with zombies, the Winter Sun Organization inadvertently discovered a crystal the size of a fingernail embedded within a zombie and Oppo's head, piquing their interest. Upon returning, they sought volunteers for experimentation. The results were astonishing. Upon consuming the crystal, an individual's physical abilities nearly doubled. In a bid to restore human society to its former glory, the Winter Sun Organization unreservedly disseminated this information to various factions, and soon, the underground leaders became aware of this revelation. Consequently, teams dedicated to hunting zombies proliferated, all in pursuit of the coveted crystals within their heads. However, as the zombies served as subordinates to the human corpses, it was inconceivable that the latter would permit such slaughter at the hands of humans. Thus, this conflict was fundamentally irreconcilable, a class struggle that could only be resolved through the annihilation of one side. On this day, Zhao Qian emerged from her community with 3 zombie subordinates. The snow had melted, the waters receded, and the temperature continued to rise. Standing outdoors in a red bodycon dress, she resembled a phoenix reborn. She mused that becoming a human corpse wasn't so bad after all, for she now occupied a position atop the food chain. Having ascended to the rank of a level 3 human corpse evolver, she could easily overpower survivors with her physical strength and speed, even without utilizing her innate abilities. The streets were desolate, with only the occasional zombie passing by, ignoring her entirely. In the eyes of the zombies, even if she were nothing at all, they would scarcely glance her way. Such was their indifference. Most zombies remained trapped indoors, and the number of human corpses was already sparse. They would not emerge unless driven by hunger. Meanwhile, survivors lurked in the shadows, rendering themselves invisible. Thus, Zhao Qian, adorned in a red dress, stood out strikingly on the street. The scent of humanity. How delightful. They think they can hide from me, believing I cannot detect them? After a few steps, Zhao Qian caught the sweet aroma of human blood emanating from a nearby supermarket. Nonchalantly, she made her way toward it. If they wished to play hide and seek, then she would gladly indulge them. Upon entering the supermarket, she found the shelves mostly stripped bare. Even what remained failed to pique her interest. Sister, all alone, Zhao Qian had already sent her 3 subordinates away, choosing to venture into the supermarket by herself. How boring. Stay and chat with me, she urged. Talking is better than nothing. Come, I have chocolate. Would you like a bite? The leader tossed her a piece of chocolate. Were this before her transformation into a human corpse, such chocolate would have seemed delectably sweet. However, now, the mere sight of it made her feel nauseous. Brothers, I'm not hungry yet. Such precious food should be consumed by you. I can accompany you in other ways. Forget it. I fear that before we can indulge, you'll devour me instead. The leader shouted, Brothers, arm yourselves. Let us engage. We caught a big fish. Instantly, 7 or 8 burly men rushed out from the back, the leader having already consumed 2 zombie crystals, making him nearly equal in strength to a level 2 human corpse. Oh dear, so many of you. Alone. Weak woman like me is terrified. If you let me go, you can do whatever you desire, okay? Zhao Qian feigned innocence. The men exchanged glances, thinking, this woman is undeniably attractive. Her figure, her looks. Today, we must have her, living or dead. Sister, we're sorry. Don't blame us for being ruthless. They exclaimed. The squad, evidently experienced, swiftly ensnared Zhao Qian in a fishing net. She made no attempt to evade. In her eyes, their movements unfolded in slow motion. But she feigned surrender intentionally. Ah, that hurts. Can't you be gentler? The leader, puzzled, thought this was too easy. A fishing net alone subdued her. Regardless, the situation had evolved in their favor. Third brother, hurry and tie her up. After we've had our fun, we'll open her head to see if she has a human corpse crystal. Understood, big brother. Zhao Qian feigned vulnerability. Big brother, just one turn is enough. Why must you kill me? Isn't that excessive? The leader approached, his large hand reaching into her clothing, gripping firmly as he grinned. Humans and human corpses cannot coexist. How could I let you go? There's no room for negotiation. Spare me the nonsense. Hurry, into the house. Big brother, you go first. And we'll line up behind you. With that, he kicked Zhao Qian's pert backside, leaving a large footprint on her form-fitting dress. Zhao Qian pretended to be aggrieved as she followed the leader inside. Moments later, her cries and the leader's sinister laughter echoed from within, but mere seconds later, the sounds abruptly ceased. Was that fast? One man pondered. I don't know. Perhaps he hasn't touched a woman in ages. Should we go in and check? I'm not going. Whoever enters now will be doomed. Let us wait a moment. There'll likely be a second round. Just then, Zhao Qian's voice called from inside. Come quickly. Your leader seems to have fainted. Upon their hurried entry into the room, the brothers were met with an unforgettable sight. Their leader lay on the ground, resembling a mere desiccated husk, a fragile shell of his former self. In contrast, Zhao Qian sat gracefully upon a chair, licking her lips with a mischievous smile as she regarded them with delight. Chapter 55. Discovery of the Zombie Crystal Core. Formation of a male and 8 female hunting group. As the number of zombies increased, the streets were swiftly overrun by the undead. Preliminary statistics from 3 organizations, the Winter Sunshine, the Ida Battle Team, and the No Bargaining Group, indicated that approximately 70% of the human population had transformed into zombies, while only 30% remained as survivors. The evolved humans, on the other hand, were negligible in number, as they were a rare breed among both humans and zombies. They possessed human consciousness, the ability to control zombies, and had awakened innate skills, making them the favored ones of the Dark King Haoyan. At this moment, Zhao Qian, after draining several men, joyfully realized that she had ascended to a level 4 evolved human. She discovered that not only had her physical attributes significantly strengthened, but she could also command a greater number of zombies. This newfound power brought her immense satisfaction. In the training palace, Sun Ran concluded a day of cultivation, stood up to stretch, and exited the training room, only to find that the others had not yet emerged. Lighting a cigarette, he waited. 10 minutes later, everyone gradually came out of the training room. Did anyone make a breakthrough today? Mido asked with a smile. I ascended. I'm now at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally dense, and since I can also absorb dark energy outside, how will you congratulate me? Well, tonight I'll let you have my husband. How does that sound? Su Ningmeng teased as she hugged Mido. Oh, you naughty girl. I can't be the only one catering to him. The next day's training will be exhausting. You should accompany me. As familiarity grew, everyone spoke more freely, without reservations. All right, enough of this. It's already past 8, and I'm starving. Let us hurry back for dinner. Indeed, 12 hours of cultivation today is quite diligent. But hard work pays off. I believe I'll advance to the 4th level of Qi refinement soon. Tang Tian exclaimed, clenching her small fist. Upon returning to the villa, they heard the intelligent butler, Xiao Du, repeatedly warning them. Numerous unknown creatures are detected outside the 1st floor explosion-proof door. Please remain vigilant. With the snow melted, the 1st floor explosion-proof door was now exposed. Cautiously approaching the window, they peeked through the curtains and saw dozens of mindless zombies meandering outside. They wandered about, lifting their heads to sniff the air in search of survivors. As Sun Ran and the others gathered, the scent of blood grew stronger, attracting the zombies closer to the villa. Thanks to the presence of the explosion-proof door, there was no concern about them breaking in. Even the windows were of the highest bulletproof grade. Unless struck by a missile, it was impossible for zombies to breach them with their claws. Let us go. Ignore them and focus on our meal, Sun Ran said decisively. Mi-do shook her head. Husband, as the saying goes, a toad on a foot is harmless but bothersome. If we ignore them, the number of zombies may only increase. Oh, Mi-do, do you have a plan? She hugged Sun Ran's arm and playfully said, You know me so well. Have you forgotten my identity? I can control zombies. I'll lead them away, and then my kitties will take care of them one by one. Truly, she was the Dark Princess, displaying remarkable ferocity. All right, but be careful, Sun Ran advised. Don't worry, I'm at the 4th level of chi refinement now, and besides, zombies 1T attack evolve humans. With that, Mi-do took her 2 cats to the explosion-proof door and nodded at Sun Ran inside. Xiao-du, open the explosion-proof door. With a click, the door slid open. Mi-do and her 2 cats darted outside, and the door shut behind them. All the zombies caught a whiff of Mi-do's scent and immediately recoiled several steps before following her and the cats into the distance. After walking about 200 meters, Mi-do activated her innate skill. The 2 silver cats transformed into majestic silver beasts. Their size had increased significantly since their previous battle in the underground garage, adorned with long silver fur and half-meter-long fangs, their bodies radiating explosive power. Eliminate all these zombies. Then we can return home for dinner. Upon receiving her command, the 2 cats extended their 30-centimeter claws and swiftly severed the heads of the zombies like lightning. One zombie's head rolled to Mi-do's feet. A glimmer caught her eye, and she instinctively reached inside the head, retrieving a small, translucent object. About the size of a fingernail. She sensed a significant amount of energy within this little gem. With all the zombies dispatched, Mi-do commanded, You two, gather the zombie heads. Obediently, the cats collected all the severed heads and placed them at her feet. Mi-do inspected each head and discovered that every one contained this crystal core, some larger, some smaller. In a short span, she had amassed over 50. The cats returned to their normal size, their eyes fixated on the crystal core in Mi-do's hand. Do you want some? She teased. Meow. All right, one each. After consuming the cores, the cats closed their eyes in bliss, purring contentedly. Let us head home. I'll show my husband how to handle these crystal cores. Upon returning to the explosion-proof door, it opened automatically. How did it go? Was everything all right? Sun Ran inquired with concern. Of course, there were no issues. These 2 cats are far more powerful than I am. They will likely reach the 5th level of chi refinement before I do. Mi-do replied with a smile as Sun Ran picked up the 2 small cats, grinning widely. Tonight, you 2 will have a special meal. Meow? Oh, husband. I inadvertently discovered this crystal core inside a zombie's head. She placed the core on the table. I can sense a rich energy within it. Aside from dark energy, there seems to be something else. I wonder if humans can absorb it. Sun Ran picked up a core, holding it in his hand to feel its energy. It indeed appears to be a pure energy crystal, a product of zombie evolution. I'll try one. It should be fine since we are immune to dark energy. Before anyone could dissuade him, Sun Ran swallowed it whole. A minute later, his complexion turned slightly red but quickly returned to normal. I feel an enhancement in my strength, albeit marginal. Our bodies have already undergone the jade enhancement, so there is no issue. Everyone can feel free to eat. With a total of 53 cores, Sun Ran and the cats consumed 3, while the remaining 9 individuals, along with the 2 cats, divided the rest equally. After their meal, they discovered, in addition to an increase in physical attributes, a slight enhancement in their affinity for elemental energy, suggesting that their cultivation speed would also improve. Sun Ran exclaimed excitedly, by averaging 4 crystal cores each, we have all increased our elemental affinity. If we had an additional 400, we would surely take flight. Thus, I have resolved to establish a zombie hunting squad, aptly named the 1-man and 8-women team, dedicated to collecting crystal cores to enhance our cultivation speed. Chapter 56. The Hunting Squad and the Formation of a New Power in the Community. An increasing number of zombies roamed about. Previously, Sun Ran found these creatures to be a nuisance, but now they had become quite desirable. The hunting squad had been established, and Sun Ran resolved to dedicate an hour each day to hunting zombies, allowing everyone to consume more crystal cores, thereby swiftly enhancing their elemental affinity. The goal was to reach the 5th level of chi training and acquire new skills. That evening, after a long day of cultivation, everyone retired early. However, Sun Ran found himself unable to rest, for Mi-do and Su Ningmeng were already bathed and waiting for him in their room. Sometimes, having too many women around could indeed be a source of frustration. The next morning, Everyone awoke early, had breakfast, and set out to hunt zombies. Indeed, due to the presence of many living souls in Sun Ran's house, a significant scent had attracted over 50 zombies during the night. Once again, Mido and the two cats took the lead. Everyone was eager to test their progress after such extensive training. The moment the two cats transformed, Sun Ran and the others burst through the blast-proof door. Before they could even strike, the zombies' heads began to drop one by one. Sun Ran's spatial blade struck with ease, akin to slicing through tofu. "Darling, can you slow down a bit? Leave some for me to practice with." Sun Ran chuckled. "Sure, go ahead." Su Ningmeng floated a fruit knife ahead, deftly slicing through a zombie's neck, causing its head to roll onto the ground. "Wow, my elemental power is growing stronger." The zombies, drawn by the scent of humans, charged forward frantically, only to be met with the cat's fierce assaults. The women relished the opportunity to experiment with their primal elemental attacks without restraint. The entire skirmish lasted less than 5 minutes, resulting in the acquisition of over 50 crystal cores. Upon returning to the villa, they washed thoroughly and each received 5 cores. After consuming them, their elemental affinity indeed increased slightly once more. Everyone understood the principle of accumulating small gains, although they spent half an hour hunting zombies. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. After absorbing the crystal cores, they all entered the spatial realm to continue their cultivation. Meanwhile, number 1 and 3 zombie brothers had observed Sun Ran and the women's battle from a distance, feeling overwhelmed. They never anticipated such rapid growth in such a short time, especially with the two cats. If they were to engage in combat now, the outcome was uncertain. They realized they must hasten their own advancement. Commanding his 3 subordinates, they ventured into the villa area to commence their looting for the day. However, many survivors had congregated in one place, making it increasingly difficult to find individuals, and human-zombie hybrids were even rarer to encounter. The crystal cores within the zombies' heads could not be absorbed by these hybrids. Thus, to advance, they needed to find areas with a higher human population to consume flesh and blood, which was the fastest method of promotion. Yet, having previously visited such a place and barely escaped, number 1 was hesitant to go alone. Humans and hybrids were inherently at odds. Number 1 thought to himself, a single person's power is indeed feeble. Forming a faction is essential to contend with human strongholds and secure more food. While pondering how to establish his own power, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Zhao Qian. Following her were not 3 zombies, but over 20. This indicated her formidable strength, capable of commanding such a horde. Number 1 recognized Zhao Qian from a past meeting at the self-help group, where they had made each other's acquaintance. From a distance, they sensed each other's presence as human-zombie hybrids. Number 1 spoke first. "Zhao Qian, it's me, number 1. Do you remember me?" "Of course. You and Song Ren visited my home for a meeting," Zhao Qian replied with a smile. It must be noted that Zhao Qian was exceptionally beautiful. Otherwise, Sun Ran would not have pursued her for 5 years. "I'm glad you remember. I'm now a level 3 human-zombie hybrid, and as you can see, human survivors are gathering, making food increasingly scarce. Therefore, I need to form my own faction. Would you be willing to join me?" Zhao Qian gazed intently at number 1 and said, "I'm a level 4 hybrid. I agree to form a faction, but I will take the position of leader." Number 1 furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the alluring yet dangerous woman before him, suddenly feeling uncertain. "You needn't worry, the leader's position is yours, and I will take the second." After some contemplation, he thought, women generally regard power lightly. The title of leader or second is merely a matter of nomenclature. I'll find an opportunity to win this woman over later. The leader's position will still be mine. All right, since Miss Zhao Qian has stated so, let us agree. The leader's position is yours, and I shall be the second. Zhao Qian smiled. The term second doesn't sound pleasant. Since you're older, I'll just call you second brother from now on. Number 1 was overjoyed. Excellent. I've always wanted a younger sister. Who would have thought my wish would come true in such a time? Sister. Second brother. A rather awkward conversation ensued, and the zombies behind them lowered their heads, scratching the ground in the process. "Sister, what are your plans next?" Zhao Qian's luscious lips curled slightly as she replied, "Second brother, since we're forming a faction, what we lack are underlings. Come, I'll take you to find some hybrids as followers." "Oh, you know where they are?" "Of course. Just follow me." As they walked ahead, the 2 groups of zombies merged into one, marching toward the building where Zhao Qian resided. On the 3rd floor, Shirkong and Xiao Xiaofu were practicing swordplay when they suddenly heard a knock at the door. Just as Shirkong was about to speak, Xiao Xiaofu gestured for him to remain silent. They quickly donned their clothes and approached the door. Shirkong, Xiao Xiaofu, I know you're in there. I'm number one, here to discuss something with you. Don't worry, we are of the same kind and will not harm you. Shirkong replied from within, Number one, we and Xiaofu want to be joining your faction. Thank you for your kindness. Number one remained unfazed and patiently said, You both must know that human survivors are gathering, making food harder to come by. Do you really wish to starve at home? Or would you prefer to be killed by humans while searching for food, only to have your head severed and the crystal cores extracted? If you join us, we hybrids can unite and use our innate skills to resist the humans, thus securing more food. Isn't that a better option? Number one's persuasive words were indeed compelling, and after a few exchanges, he convinced them. Shirkong opened the door. And as Xiao Xiaofu laid eyes on Zhao Qian standing behind number one, he exclaimed, This woman is a demon. With that, he fainted in fright. Chapter 57. Zhao Qian and Apos. S power begins to take shape in Shirkong and Apos' residence. The atmosphere was tense as he sat across from Zhao Qian and number one on one side of the sofa, while Xiao Xiaofu hid timidly behind Shirkong, nervously gripping the back of his shirt. Zhao Qian retrieved a small bottle of crimson liquid from her bag and poured a glass for each of them. This is something I acquired from a survivor last night. It's still relatively fresh. Do give it a taste. It was revealed to be a vial of fresh blood. Shirkong and Xiao Xiaofu exchanged awkward glances, their lips moistening with hesitation. Drink up. Survivors are becoming increasingly scarce. How long has it been since either of you last had a meal? Shirkong lifted his glass and drank it down in one gulp, licking the rim afterwards. He sheepishly admitted, I caught a survivor at a neighbor and Apos' house initially, but we consumed that 2 days ago, unable to resist the allure of the blood. Xiao Xiaofu also took a few gulps from his cup. Since my brother intends to establish a faction, I shall be forthright about my ability. My talent is Endless Devour, but it only targets male humans. Zhao Qian, however, kept some details to herself, for her gift allowed her to consume not only male humans but also their corpses. She feared that number one might grow wary of her. My talent is Defensive Enhancement. Number one introduced himself. I possess Strength Enhancement. Shirkong flexed his muscles for emphasis. When it came to Xiao Xiaofu, he lowered his gaze and stammered, I can transform into a feminine figure, enhancing all my physical attributes. Number one stifled a laugh, while Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. This configuration is quite favorable. We have frontline support and offensive capabilities. However, our numbers are still insufficient. We must continue to seek out more evolved corpses to join our ranks. Suddenly, Shirkong interjected, I know of someone else who has evolved. Who? Zhao Qian inquired. It's Dongfang's husband, Chao Dalai. I saw him carrying a corpse just the other day. Chao Dalai? I recall. His wife, Dongfang, is rather attractive, Zhao Qian remarked. Indeed, she is rather lovely, but my affections lie solely with Xiao Xiaofu. After which, Shirkong gazed deeply at Xiao Xiaofu, sending shivers down number one's spine. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go find him. They all stood to depart in search of Chao Dalai, but Xiao Xiaofu remained seated, frozen on the sofa. Zhao Qian immediately understood his unspoken message. She sat back down and patiently explained, Xiaofu, regarding the incident with your father, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. However, it was a matter of survival. If I hadn't an Apos, acted, your father would have overpowered me. You know your father well, Don and Apos, you? Is it wrong for me to seek self-preservation? If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I promise that whenever I find food, you shall be the first to receive a share. Realizing he could not contend with the formidable woman before him, Xiao Xiaofu reluctantly nodded and rose to join the others as they left Shirkang's residence. After Dongfang and Sun Ran had incapacitated Chao Dalai, he had been bedridden, awaiting death. On the brink of demise, the eternal night descended. Fueled by his hatred for Sun Ran, he successfully evolved into a corpse, while his mother transformed into a zombie. His awakened talent was the same as Shirkong and Apos' Strength Enhancement. When Zhao Qian and her group found him, he immediately accepted their offer, tears brimming in his eyes, exclaiming, At last, I and Apos' found a group. Thus, Zhao Qian and Apos' team expanded to 5 members. As they descended the stairs to convene at Shirkang's residence, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Wang Gang, the president of the self-help group. Upon seeing number one, Wang Gang's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Relax, we won't harm you. Come with us to the meeting, number one assured him. Thus, in a daze, Wang Gang found himself joining Zhao Qian and Apos' organization. Before the meeting commenced, Wang Gang introduced his talent, the ability to motivate and inspire others before battle. Enhancing their combat prowess and auxiliary skill, Zhao Qian assumed her position at the head of the table, with number 1 beside her. The situation is dire. Human survivors are uniting. And we, the evolved corpses, cannot remain disjointed. Otherwise, we will be systematically eliminated. We must exploit our ability to control zombies to attract survivors, then execute a cunning ambush. Number 1 quickly added, I concur with my sister's strategy. The cores within the zombies' brains represent a fortune for human survivors. Shirkong interjected with a flourish, indeed. I propose we engage in combat with the survivors while simultaneously recruiting more evolved corpses to bolster our strength. Wang Gang sighed, evolved corpses are exceedingly rare. The fact that we VE gathered here is truly fortuitous. Zhao Qian nodded, quality over quantity. First, we must address our food shortage, then slowly seek out our kind. Suddenly, number 1 interjected, we have another mission, Sun Ran. It is puzzling how he awakened his talent while retaining his human identity. This is highly suspicious. Moreover, their strength is rapidly increasing, and their combat abilities are formidable. Previously, I fought against them single-handedly and nearly defeated him. Yet, this morning, while covertly observing their battle, I sensed that even in a one-on-one confrontation, I might not prevail. Zhao Qian and Amp, Oppo's expression darkened. Sun Ran, why is he the most fortunate one? As a human, he awakened his talent. Why? Do not worry, brother. Sun Ran is also my adversary. My current standing is largely due to him. Number 1 furrowed his brow. Given our current strength, confronting Sun Ran seems rather daunting, especially since his team includes a woman who is also an evolved corpse. She has already become Sun Ran's partner and possesses the ability to control monsters. The 2 beasts under her command are particularly troublesome. Thus, our priority should be to enhance our own strength. Everyone unanimously agreed with number 1's assessment. By the way, I have another evolved corpse residing in my villa, a woman. However, despite my repeated inquiries about her awakening, she remains evasive. I find her rather peculiar. Zhao Qian contemplated and suggested, brother, how about we all move into your villa? This way, we can look out for each other and act in unison. I could also discreetly investigate this woman's background. Number 1 nodded in agreement. Yes, that was my intent as well. By the way, where is Songren? Zhao Qian suddenly inquired. Number 1 shook his head after the eternal night ended. I awoke to find he had vanished. I wonder if he transformed into a zombie and ran away? Before long, they arrived at Songren and Amp, Oppo's villa. At that moment, Songren was secretly indulging in the food that number 1 had brought back. Hearing the door open, he hastily returned the food to its place and feigned sleep on the sofa. You shameless thief. Are you pilfering my food again? How many times must I tell you not to steal? Do you wish to meet your end? Startled, Songren quickly rose to explain, darling, I wasn't eating. I was merely resting. Number 1 delivered a sharp slap, exclaiming, Rensong, take a good look in the mirror. Your face is smeared with blood. And you dare to deny it? Zhao Qian observed the woman beside her, a wave of perplexity washing over her. Why does this person bear such a striking resemblance to Songren? Songren? Rensong Song? Could it be? Chapter 58, Mido and Amp, Oppo's ascension to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Qian and Amp, Oppo's team attacks the no-negotiation group at 8:00 and Amp, Oppo's clock in the evening. The tranquil cultivation chamber was interrupted by the sound of an alarm. Ah, how swiftly the day has passed. Nevertheless, I have ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. The effort seems worthwhile. Sun Ran rubbed his slightly numb thighs and waist, muttering to himself. The group now resembled players in an online game, eagerly anticipating level-ups, donning superior equipment, and acquiring advanced skills, which fueled their motivation. Training is over, ladies. Time to head home for dinner. The door of the cultivation chamber gradually swung open. Mido hopped excitedly in front of Sun Ran, lifting her little head and declaring, Darling, I have just ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement. My kitties have leveled up too. Upon hearing this, everyone burst with joy, quickly inquiring, Did you learn your first spell? Of course. This spell is called Dark Nightmare. It can implant a vivid nightmare, ensnaring the opponent within it. The duration of their entrapment depends on their strength. Sun Ran nodded, responding, This is a control spell, capable of delivering an unexpected blow at critical moments. By the way, do your 2 kitties possess any spells now that they have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement? Mido, cradling Wang Defa, proudly stroked its little head and said, Both of them have awakened rare wind element abilities. Sun Ran, puzzled, remarked, But there is no wind element among our 9 elemental types. Mido pondered for a moment and replied, these 2 cats hail from the Eagle Kingdom. So perhaps they possess the magical elements from that region. Hiki. Ah, that is indeed plausible. Regardless, our team and Amp, Appo's strength has ascended to new heights. I propose we hold a celebration tonight. These gatherings occurred every few days, but before the festivities, they needed to clear the zombies that had gathered at the entrance. This was essential, as they were treasures in their own right. It must be said that Sun Ran truly knew how to endure. He would not leave the villa until he reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng prepared the food, while Mido took the 2 cats outside to eliminate the zombies. Meanwhile, those with nothing to do leaned against the windows, eagerly watching Mido in action. After ascending to the 5th level of Qi refinement, the most notable transformation was observed in the 2 cats. Their size had significantly increased, now nearing 2 meters in height. Their bodies were stronger and exuded a streamlined beauty. One of them stood still, concentrating for about 3 seconds, then opened its enormous mouth and unleashed a wind blade that swiftly pierced through a nearby zombie. The zombies had no time to react, being sliced into pieces, fortunately. The crystal cores were indestructible, or it would have been a waste. The women in the room gasped in astonishment, remarking how terrifyingly powerful the cat was. This single wind blade managed to eliminate 5 zombies. The only drawback was its inability to turn, otherwise, it would be akin to a missile. In less than 3 minutes, Mido and the 2 cats returned to the villa with over 60 crystal cores. The 2 cats gazed longingly at the cores, their expressions eager for approval. You 2 greedy felines must wait for your husband to distribute them before you can eat. Next came the time for celebration. Unfortunately, Mido had no beverages to offer, so they feasted on beef sashimi and raw fish. She pouted, displaying her displeasure. At the same time, the atmosphere in Song Rin and Amp, Appo's villa starkly contrasted with the lively ambience of Sun Ran and Amp, Appo's residence. Number 1 was fiercely whipping Rin Song Song. Oh, no, that should be Song Rin. Just moments ago, Zhao Qian had recognized that this fellow was indeed Song Rin. Initially, he denied it, but after receiving a few lashes, he began to weep and confessed, revealing that his talent allowed him to change genders at will. This ability was utterly worthless, lacking offensive, defensive, or any useful capabilities. A liability. Number 1 brandished a knife, menacingly stating, you serve no purpose. You and Amp, Appo's, merely a waste of human flesh. He prepared to strike. Wait. Zhao Qian suddenly interjected. Brother, I believe that since he has awakened a talent, there must be some value in it. Perhaps he is currently too low in level for it to manifest. If he were to rise in rank, he might possess a formidable ability. After all, a night of intimacy fosters bonds. They have shared some affection over the years. Number 1 contemplated for a moment before lowering the knife. He turned to Song Rin, saying, transform back into Rin Song Song. You appear more repulsive as a man. Cough. Song Rin narrowly escaped, casting a grateful glance at Zhao Qian before activating his talent. In 3 seconds, he transformed into a fully formed woman. To be fair, her figure was quite impressive. Wang Gang and Chao Dalei immediately reacted. After resolving the situation with Song Ran, Zhao Qian stated, the food supply in the villa is dwindling. I believe we should implement the zombie attraction plan today. Number 1 nodded in agreement, saying, I can control 10 zombies, while you, sister, can manage 20. The rest can handle 3 each. That and Amp, Appo's, quite a considerable number. Indeed, once night falls, we shall set out so that we can better conceal ourselves. Inside the bustling Chunhua market, a cacophony of voices filled the air. A group of marketgoers had revived a significant number of nearby survivors using the cold storage at the back of the market. The frigid weather had preserved the meat within the cold storage. Everyone worked together harmoniously, spontaneously forming small teams. Adult men organized a supply-seeking expedition. Those who had consumed zombie crystal cores formed a hunting team dedicated to eliminating zombies and retrieving cores. Women formed a logistics team to prepare meals and care for homeless children. Some elderly individuals assisted with tasks suitable for their abilities. Overall, the atmosphere at the no-negotiation group in Chunhua Market was exceptionally positive and harmonious, primarily due to the familiarity among neighbors who had known each other for years. Dinner was simple, consisting of chicken stew with potatoes. Potatoes, being one of the most resilient vegetables, had successfully endured the extreme cold but ultimately found their way into human mouths. The staple was rice. As the snow melted and the waters receded, the supermarket doors had been opened, revealing enough rice and flour to last over 300 members of the no-negotiation group for some time. Now, Everyone and Appo's focus was directed towards combating the zombies. After dinner, people gathered in small clusters, chatting and even cracking open a few bags of peanuts while sipping on some liquor. A young man rushed in from outside, approaching a burly man. Captain Zong. Over 30 zombies suddenly appeared from somewhere outside. Captain Zong, upon hearing this, set down his beer and inquired, "Where are they? How far from us?" "About 500 meters away, near the entrance of Longxi Garden." "It and amp, Appo's, too dark for me to see clearly." "Oh, could it be that the zombies from the neighborhood have emerged?" "Brothers, what are your thoughts?" The hunting group, consisting of 30 members enhanced by crystal cores, was particularly enamored with the exhilarating effects of the cores on their bodies. "We must engage, big brother." "It and amp, Appo's, night now. So the humans are likely asleep, while the zombies are undoubtedly wandering about." Captain Zong considered this possibility seriously. With a hearty gulp of beer, he proclaimed loudly, "Hunting squad, assemble. There is a horde of zombies outside. After we eliminate them, we shall rest." "Aye, Captain." Chapter 59, The Complete Annihilation of the Hunting Squad. The true power of Zhao Qian fully armed. 30 individuals departed from the Chunhua market under the watchful gaze of many. Upon exiting, they discovered a horde of zombies meandering nearby, seemingly hesitant to approach the market. "Aha, do you see? We outnumber them. Even the damn zombies fear us." "Brothers, keep your voices down. Let us end this quickly and avoid attracting more zombies." "Rest assured, Captain." The 30 men gradually formed a fan-like formation, ensuring that even if they could not prevail, they could make a swift escape. The zombies had caught the scent of humans and suddenly charged towards the group recklessly. "Damn it, let us take them down." The clash between humans and zombies was immediate and direct. No time for idle threats. The captain had utilized over 30 zombie cores, equating him to a third-level human zombie evolver. Slashing through the zombies felt as effortless as chopping vegetables. "Fantastic. Brothers, put in more effort. Once we finish, we can return to drinking." However, there was no response from anyone. Turning around, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. His 30 brothers had all fallen. "Big brother, you seem to be enjoying yourself?" Chow Daily emerged from within the zombie horde. The captain and amp, Appo's, eyes turned red. These were his comrades with whom he had fought side by side, now lost. "I'll fight you all." In a sudden fury, he threw a punch, sending Chow Daily flying. Several teeth were knocked out. Chow Daily, a second-level human zombie evolver, dared to act tough in front of the third-level captain. How could he escape unscathed? Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the horde, a sinister smile on his face. "Brothers, let us take him down together." Wang Gang stood back, murmuring to himself, "Brothers, we must unite closely around the street committee and the residents and amp, Appo's, committee, diligently studying the various directives we've issued, not to mention the spirits of innovation and proactive engagement." Wang Gang had activated his innate skill, boosting his team's combat capabilities and morale. Suddenly, a few individuals felt their attributes increase by at least 30%. They now found themselves on par with the captain, able to overpower him. Chow Daily dared not advance, pretending to be eager from the sidelines, yet he remained hesitant. Even the fitness instructor, Shirkong, who boasted often, felt a twinge of fear when it came to facing a true master. However, Xiao Xiaoju activated his skill, transforming into a flamboyant figure, prancing over to the captain. Before he could strike, he was kicked away. The leader, observing his subordinate's cowardice, felt a surge of frustration. Moments ago, they had been so eager to ambush from within the horde, and now, facing real combat, they had turned timid. "Second brother, step aside, let me handle this." The leader, possessing defensive talents but lacking offensive power, struggled to make an impact. The remaining few dared not engage, merely watching from the sidelines. The captain, panting heavily, gazed at Zhao Qian. She was truly beautiful. How wonderful it would be if she were human. "Big brother, do you find me attractive?" Zhao Qian teased. The captain scoffed. "What does it matter? You're just another human zombie. Would you like to see me take off my clothes?" Zhao Qian activated her innate charm, captivating him. The captain, suddenly feeling dazed, nodded mindlessly, drooling without realizing it. "How annoying. If you want to see, I'll let you see just one person. Come here." The captain, now akin to a zombie, began to approach Zhao Qian, fixated on her voluptuous figure. "Ha ha, look at your foolish expression. By the end of the night, you'll belong to me." As Zhao Qian began to unbutton her clothing, just 2 meters apart, she suddenly struck, plunging her slender fingers into his skull. In an instant, the power the captain had accumulated was completely drained. 5 seconds later, he was left as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. Zhao Dalai opened his mouth, intending to comment on the waste of a corpse, but upon seeing the leader's glare, he quickly silenced himself. Quickly clean up. The flesh and blood of these individuals will be sufficient for your advancement. With that, Zhao Qian turned and returned to the villa. At that moment, the leader realized that Zhao Qian genuinely possessed formidable strength. After absorbing the powerful man, her aura surged once again, likely elevating her to a 5th-level evolver. In that instant, the leader abandoned his ambitions for dominance. This woman was simply unfathomable. He promptly directed everyone to assist in transporting the corpses back to the villa. Within Shenhua Market, everyone waited anxiously for an hour, yet the captain and the hunting squad had not returned. Had something gone awry? However, in the late hour, no one dared to venture out in search of them. They could only wait in silence, the atmosphere within the market palpably oppressive. Without the squad, they could not fathom how much longer they might endure. Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Song Ren, draped in a small tank top, napping on the sofa. This once dashing rich air, especially when arriving in a sports car to pick her up from work, had now transformed into a woman, yet surprisingly, her figure was quite admirable. Zhao Qian approached and playfully groped her ample chest. "Ah, you lecher. Who are you?" Song Ren shrieked, bolting upright to shield herself. Upon realizing it was Zhao Qian, she blushed furiously. "What are you doing? How could you treat me this way?" "Heh, seeing your delicate skin, I simply couldn't and amp. Oppos. Resist the urge to touch. What good is that? I and Oppos am starving. Still a 1st-level evolver. That despicable leader took advantage of me and yet still finds me lacking. Stupid man, all of them." Zhao Qian shook her head and retrieved a piece of human flesh from her bag, specifically saved for her. "Eat this. From now on, I'll take care of you." Zhao Qian understood that today's battle had firmly established her position within the team. Sun Ran and the other women continued their monotonous routine of early morning zombie slaying, absorbing cores, and diligently training. He could not know how long this arduous existence would persist. Perhaps soon, the leader would grow powerful enough to disregard the barricades. Thus, he recognized the necessity of growing stronger before that day arrived. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the leader was not the most formidable threat. Zhao Qian was. Due to the daily absorption of zombie cores, everyone's training speed had risen by nearly 20%. Where it once took 10 days to ascend a level, it now required only 8. This was already quite remarkable. After so many days of hunting, the number of zombies in the vicinity had dwindled significantly, necessitating excursions beyond the community to find more. However, Sun Ran's strategy of remaining within the villa was somewhat counterproductive. Thus, during this period, everyone quietly focused on their training. Meanwhile, far away on a deserted island in the Pacific, Hao Tian and Amp, Oppos' violet hair danced without wind. In the next moment, he expelled a dark orb from his mouth, a treasure inherently belonging to him. The orb soared into the sky, unleashing a myriad of black mists that spread in all directions. A colossal black cloud swiftly gathered, drifting aimlessly with the wind, while incessant torrents of dark rain fell from its depths. It was high time to accelerate. Otherwise, when would I ever seize my vengeance? With a captivating smile, Hao Ian resumed the restoration of his injuries. Chapter 60. The Arrival of the Black Rain. Everyone levels up. In the bustling Chunhua market, where negotiations were absent, Captain Song had yet to return after a night away. What should we do? If zombies and human corpses approach, the elderly, the weak, and the sick among us may not withstand the onslaught, lamented an elderly man adorned with a red armband. Uncle Zhao, we have only 2 choices, to firmly shut the doors or to seek refuge with the Winter Sun Group, suggested a bespectacled young man. What good does closing the doors do? Can we really hide away for the rest of our lives? How about this, Zhao Qian? Take the supply team to scout the Winter Sun Group and assess the situation. See if they might accept us, Zhao urged. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. Understood, Uncle Zhao. I will take care of it. Last night, Captain Song had ventured out with a hunting team to eliminate zombies and had not returned, leaving their fate hanging in the balance. The remaining 300 individuals were primarily ordinary citizens lacking combat capabilities. Zhao Qian departed the market with the supply team. Meanwhile, in Song Ren and Oppos' villa, the brothers of Team 1 were feasting voraciously, staining the entire villa with blood. Song Ren was on the verge of despair. After all, it was his home, and a modicum of respect should be afforded. These humans who have absorbed the crystal cores possess immense energy. I have leveled up to rank 3. Aha! Exclaimed Zhao Dalai, his face smeared with blood, resembling a monkey and amp, Appos, S backside in its grotesqueness. What and Appos? S the point of leveling up to rank 3 if you and Appos. Re as timid as a mouse. Scoffed Team 1. Embarrassed, Chow Daily I replied. Oh, Leader 1. I lost a tooth yesterday and was a bit dazed. Just wait until next time. I'll perform better. Xiao Xiufu, you did well yesterday. At least you were brave enough to step forward. Eat up and strive to reach rank 5 soon, said Shirkong, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although Chow Daily I had hesitated later on, he at least had an excuse, unlike Shirkong, who had none and could only silently consume the least energizing meat while others feasted on the more potent brains. The team and amp, Appos, S regulations were clear. Those who exert little effort receive little reward. Songren, unable to even secure a portion of meat, scavenged for scraps on the floor and drank blood, merely striving to survive. Zhao Qian descended from the upper floors, clad in a provocative nightgown. Second brother. Give Songren a couple of brains so he can level up quickly. I believe his skills are remarkable. Leader 1 immediately rose and tossed 2 heads beside Songren, saying, Here, eat up. Grateful, Songren began to voraciously consume the brains. Sister, what should we do next? When shall we eliminate Sun Ran? Zhao Qian inquired, surveying the blood-soaked living room, which left no room to sit. What is everyone and amp, Appos, S current strength? Have you all leveled up? Leader 1 replied, I've reached rank 4. Wang Gang and Chow Daily I are at rank 3, while Shirkong and Xiao Xiaofu have attained rank 2. If we finish the remaining food, we might all level up again. Zhao Qian shook her head. Our current strength is still insufficient. I must ensure a fatal blow to Sun Ran, otherwise, it could be our demise. Our next target remains Chunwell Market, and we must seek out others of our kind to join our ranks. Yes, sister. They all agreed. Just then, the sky darkened as ominous black clouds obscured the sun, plunging the day into night once more. Accompanying this, a strange black rain began to fall. This rain is imbued with dark energy. Come, let us step out and absorb its power. Quickly, Zhao Qian, being the highest level among them, first sensed the extraordinary nature of the black rain. The others eagerly followed suit, stepping outside to bask in the rain. Not only did they emerge, but the zombies lurking in the shadows were also instinctively drawn out to absorb the dark energy from the rain. Half an hour later, as the black clouds passed, sunlight re-emerged in the sky. How are you feeling? Zhao Qian asked. I leveled up twice. I am now a rank 6 evolver. I have also acquired a new skill called Taunt, which compels enemies to attack me, Leader 1 declared with pride. I and Amp, Appos, V leveled up twice as well. Chow Daily I chimed in cheerfully. It turned out that everyone had leveled up by 2 ranks. Boss, how about you? Zhao Qian asked with a smile. I am now a rank 7 evolver. I could likely match second brother and Amp, Appos, as physical strength now, she replied, a statement met with disbelief. What about Songren? I saw him out in the rain just moments ago. I and Amp, Appos, am right here, came a voice that seemed to echo from the heavens. They looked up to see Songren floating mid-air, his body shifting between genders, and more astonishingly, a pair of massive wings sprouted from his back. Suddenly, he dove down, grabbing Leader 1 and soaring upward. Let go of me. I'll fall and die. Leader 1 pleaded, but Songren ignored his cries. At 30 meters high, he released Leader 1, who screamed as he plummeted towards the ground. Just as he was about to crash, Songren swooped back down and caught him. This is merely a warning. If you dare provoke me or Zhao Qian again, I will end you. Leader 1 and Amp, Appos, as pants were soaked with fear, his face drained of color, and he dared not utter a word. Zhao Qian watched Songren with keen interest and asked, What skill have you awakened? Transforming back into a feminine form. Songren approached Zhao Qian and said, In heaven, I wish to be as a pair of birds in flight. I have awakened the talent of the winged bird, hermaphroditic with the ability to fly. I can serve as your mount. Only you are worthy to ride. Zhao Qian chuckled, covering her mouth. I appreciate that, my sister. Upon returning to the villa, everyone took a bath before gathering in the living room on the first floor. The time has come. I am eager to seek revenge on Sun Ran. Upon this declaration, except for Wang Gang and Shirkong, everyone else rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. They had awaited this moment for far too long, and it was finally within reach. Our primary objective now is to breach the blast door. If we can destroy it, we can storm in. With our strength, we shall surely succeed. I concur. Chow Daily I. If you hesitate again, you're out of the team. Rest assured, Leader 1, my wife is with them, and I must bring her back. While Zhao Qian and Amp, Appos, S team strategized, news of success arrived from Sun Ran's side. Except for Sumi Do, all of Sun Ran's group had advanced to the 5th tier of Qi refinement. Furthermore, They had learned their first elemental spell within a single day. Chapter 61. Son Ran, who has been hiding in the villa, finally mustered the courage to fight. In the evening, Son Ran and the others were engaged in an enthusiastic discussion about their skills. Among them, Son Ran stood out as the most formidable. His mastery of spatial elemental skills had expanded beyond the basic spatial slicing to include a new ability, the spatial cage. Together with spatial slicing, it formed a flawless combination. The skills of the others were equally impressive, and they had practiced a few simple collaborative techniques. Tang Tian cast a vine spell on a stool, ensnaring it tightly. Xian Tong conjured a massive earthen shield in front of everyone, allowing them to safely unleash their skills from behind it. Son Ran unleashed a spatial cage, its yellow glow enveloping the stool and followed with a spatial slicing that cleaved the stool in two. After rehearsing their combination techniques, they exchanged satisfied smiles. Among the group, Qian Xiaya had the most peculiar spell, named Enlightenment. It seemed devoid of offensive power, and the spellbook offered little explanation. Nevertheless, their team now possessed a balanced array of defense, control, offense, and tank capabilities. Everyone was motivated, since they were all at the 5th level of Qi training. Their spiritual energy was still not very robust. They could typically cast their skills 3 or 4 times before needing to return to the cultivation space for recovery. Despite this limitation, everyone felt content, as it signified an increased assurance of survival in this world. At that moment, the intelligent butler, Xiao Du, issued an alert. Master, there are intruders at the 1st floor blast door. Everyone quickly assembled and moved to the window. Through the sunroom, they spotted a group of shadowy figures approaching. However, the darkness made it impossible to discern their identities. Sun Ran dashed to the monitoring room, utilizing the night vision cameras to identify the visitors. Yao Qian, number 1? Why were they together? And Chao Dalai, Xiao Xiaofu, and Shi Kang. It appeared they were not here with good intentions. Sun Ran exited the monitoring room and relayed the information about the newcomers to everyone, urging them to prepare for combat. Indeed, upon reaching the blast door, these individuals wasted no time and began violently demolishing it. Unlike last time, when number 1 swung a massive hammer, the entire sunroom trembled with each blow. At this rate, they might truly succeed in breaching it. This was not what Sun Ran wished to witness, especially since they had all just advanced to the 5th level of Qi training and were brimming with confidence in their abilities. How about a fight? Su Ningmeng eagerly proposed. I've longed to unleash my frustrations. Let us confront them head-on. Mido, stroking her kitten, nonchalantly remarked, Humph, I'm not afraid of them. If it comes to blows, I'll let my Wang to bite them to death. The others echoed their desire to fight, asserting that hiding would be detrimental to their future cultivation. All right, let us devise a strategy. 2 beast companions will take the lead, and we will coordinate as we did earlier, but with flexibility. Above all, we must prioritize our safety. After attentively listening to Sun Ran's tactical arrangements, everyone nodded in agreement. Let us head to the underground parking lot and flank them from behind, launching a surprise attack. They swiftly made their way to the underground blast door, quickly ascending to ground level, and soon found themselves behind the intruders. Just as they prepared to stealthily approach for a surprise attack, Zhao Qian unexpectedly sensed their presence due to their overwhelming bloodlust. Stop hammering. They emerged. Number 1. Drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted, dropped the hammer and stared wide-eyed at Sun Ran from a distance. Neither side rushed into action. Instead, they cautiously approached one another. My dear, it's a pleasure to see you again. I didn't expect you to retain your human form after the extreme weather. Are you staying close or drifting away? Sun Ran responded with a nonchalant smile. I'm surprised you haven't turned into a zombie, but rather into a human corpse. I hope the crystal core in your head meets my expectations. Zhao Qian's expression shifted, but she quickly responded with a flirtatious smile. As long as you desire it. My love, I shall provide. Here, let me give it to you now with that. She activated her passive ability, charming and infinitely devouring, preparing to drain him dry the moment they drew near. Sun Ran felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he were transported back to the days of their marriage, when Zhao Qian had treated him kindly, occasionally gracing him with a smile. Those times were truly beautiful. She was so stunning, her figure so perfect, and he willingly devoted everything to her. As they drew closer, Su Ningmeng sensed something amiss and promptly unleashed her golden elemental skill, Blade Piercer. Instantly, a blade of golden energy formed within her, thrusting toward Zhao Qian and Appo's head. Zhao Qian had to interrupt her spell casting, quickly dodging the lethal strike, breaking into a cold sweat from the shock. She hadn't anticipated that a mere girl could be so formidable. With her charm disrupted, Sun Ran would surely be on guard and facing a group of women. Her skills would be of little use. It was time for a chaotic battle. Brothers, charge. Level 5 Wang Gang had already prepared the front line, delivering motivational speeches that had grown tiresome for his companions. However, the upside was that it boosted their attributes by 40%. Level 6 Number 1, Level 5 Chao Dalai. Level 5 Song Ran soared through the air, while Level 5 Shikong and Xiao Xiaofu transformed into flamboyant figures under the leadership of Level 7 Zhao Qian. Rushing towards Sun Ran's defenses. After a brief moment of confusion, Sun Ran regained his focus. Observing the advancing Zhao Qian and her group, he retreated 2 steps. Stick to the plan. Xian Tong conjured a massive earthen wall, 20 meters wide and 5 meters high, directly in front of Zhao Qian. In his high-speed flight, Song Ran failed to stop in time and crashed into the wall, sliding down in a rather comical manner. Useless. Get up, Zhao Qian shouted. At that moment, 2 towering beasts, each over 2 meters tall, suddenly charged from behind the wall, lunging at Zhao Qian and Number 1. Number 1 activated his defensive mode, clashing head-on with one of the beasts, while Zhao Qian, leveraging her agility as a level 7 evolutionist, effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch, surprisingly matching the beast blow for blow. Sun Ran hurled a spatial cage into the thick of the melee, ensnaring Shikong, Xiao Xiaofu, and Chao Dalai together. He then executed a precise spatial slicing. Chao Dalai, being a level 5 evolutionist, sensed the imminent danger and swiftly activated his defensive skill, enduring the onslaught and preventing the 2 behind him from being cleaved in half. In mere seconds, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Chapter 62, A Triumphant Start. Chao Dalai and his companions successfully broke through the spatial confinement set by Sun Ran. Before they could advance further, Tang Tian unleashed her wood-based vine spell, causing a sudden eruption of green vines that ensnared their ankles. In that fleeting moment, Dong Fong and Apos, as fire spell, Su Li and Apos, as lightning spell, and Lin Yao's water spell were all released simultaneously, resulting in Chao Dalai and his companions being knocked unconscious. Now, the only combatants still standing were Song Ran, who had just collided with a wall, Zhao Qian, and the first one. The others lay sprawled on the ground, oblivious to their fate. Meanwhile, Wang Gang could only stand in the background, incessantly promoting the latest community committee documents. At this juncture, even if Zhao Qian wished to retreat, it was impossible. 2 monstrous beasts were relentlessly clawing at her, and the first one, Zhao Qian and Apos, as talents held no sway over these creatures, leaving her to rely solely on her own strength to fend them off. She was gradually losing ground. Not far away, the first one managed to punch a beast away several steps before swiftly running to Zhao Qian's side, urging her to flee. They had to escape before the impending second wave of magical attacks arrived. Meanwhile, Song Ran hesitated in the air, fearing a descent would make him a target for Sun Ran's group. Seeing the first one dragging Zhao Qian to safety, he decided against heroics and flapped his wings to fly away. On the ground, Chao Dalai discreetly opened his eyes, observing the leader's retreat. Deciding to abandon his pretense of unconsciousness, he roused Shikong and Xiao Xiaofu, who were also feigning incapacitation, and they all sprang to their feet and ran, showing no signs of injury. Sun Ran chose not to pursue them, wary of potential ambushes in the dark, and aware that everyone's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Prior to Zhao Qian's arrival, they had practiced skill combinations in the villa, exhausting a considerable amount of energy. With no time to replenish their spiritual energy, they had plunged directly into battle. As he watched the figures vanish into the shadows, Sun Ran laughed heartily, exclaiming, "So they are merely paper tigers, haha." Tang Tian remarked, "I never expected that useless Song Ran could sprout wings, but a fool is still a fool. Crashing into a wall is simply laughable." Dong Fong covered her mouth with a giggle, saying, "Did you see Chao Dalai and his friends pretending to be dead? I thought they were actually gone." With laughter and chatter, they returned to the villa, where they indulged in skewers and beer piled on the coffee table, discussing the earlier battle and reflecting on their strategies, hoping for greater proficiency in future encounters. At Song Ran's villa, Zhao Qian was uncharacteristically furious. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. They didn't even see the enemy before collapsing on the ground. And you, Song Ran, how could you crash into a wall before the fight even began? Are you blind? Chao Dalai, what did you say before? At the critical moment, you just pretended to be dead. It's one thing for you to feign death, but you dragged Xiao Xiaofu and Shikong into it. The first one stood up, saying, "Sister, don't be so angry. This time, we truly cannot blame them. If it weren't for Chao Dalai activating his defensive talent at a crucial moment, Shikong and Xiao Xiaofu might not have returned. He continued, "Sister, their spells are indeed formidable, but we also possess our own advantages." Zhao Qian inquired, "What advantages? As long as we don't lose our heads, we won't die?" The first one shook his head with a smile. "We can control zombies. Moreover, this mysterious black rain has not only enhanced us but also strengthened the zombies. The current zombies are a force to be reckoned with. I can control about 30 zombies now, with our 7 combined. We could command over 200 zombies. This is quite a power." Zhao Qian suddenly understood. "Yes, brother. How could I have forgotten this? What are we waiting for? Let us go find some zombies." The first one shook his head. "Even if we find zombies now, they won't be easy to deal with. My plan is to control the zombies to attack human gathering places, and then we can upgrade through human flesh and blood. Additionally, I have a premonition that this black rain will return. The rain strengthens us and the zombies but does not enhance Sun Ran and his group. In this ebb and flow, within half a year, we will surpass them. By then, we will control thousands of enhanced zombies, and with our own strength, we will surely prevail. Lastly, we should use this time to recruit more human corpses to join us, making us increasingly powerful." The first one laid out his thoughts. And Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, saying, "Brother, thank goodness for your presence. Otherwise, in a fit of anger, I might have acted impulsively. Let us follow your plan. We'll first control the zombies and take down the humans in Chunhua Market, while simultaneously searching for more human corpses and waiting for the Black Rain's return." At Sun Ran's villa, the revelry continued until late into the night, with everyone too lazy to return to their rooms, opting instead to sleep on the thick carpet in the living room. At 7 in the morning, they awoke promptly and began circulating their internal spiritual energy to expel the remnants of their drunkenness. They felt significantly refreshed afterward. After a hasty breakfast, they hurried into the training space to commence another day of practice. Now, aside from absorbing spiritual energy, they had added another training component, spell combat. This approach allowed them to quickly master their skills and effectively deplete their spiritual energy. Each time they exhausted their energy, they would replenish it, leading to swifter progress in their cultivation. This method was considerably faster than merely meditating to absorb energy. To enhance everyone's motivation for combat, Sun Ran decided to implement a lottery system, randomly pairing 9 individuals against each other, with one person receiving a bye to the next round. The process continued, and ultimately a champion would emerge. After numerous rounds, the champions were typically Sun Ran and Mi Do, as both possessed spells that combined control and damage. Eventually, to ensure fairness, they began competing in pairs. The outcome remained unchanged. Whoever was paired with Sun Ran or Mi Do was destined to be on the winning team. In addition to meditative cultivation and combat practice, they also ventured out to hunt zombies. Following their recent victory against Zhao Qian's team, their confidence surged, prompting them to expand their hunting grounds into the surrounding areas. During this latest hunt, Sun Ran was astonished to discover that the zombies had evolved. Their strength and speed doubled, with their cores growing larger as well. However, this posed a nightmare for human survivors, although food was not in short supply. Their space for movement had shrunk significantly. Now, teams of dozens hesitated to venture out for food, fearing the zombies would notice them. They could only move in groups. But this collective energy made them more susceptible to large hordes of zombies. In summary, human survivors found themselves at a critical juncture. And it was at this moment that Sun Ran and his team emerged. Chapter 63, The Hunt for Zombies. The hunting team, led by Zhao Qian, encounters the team of the notorious zombie Biao. Everyone assumes their positions as Xi and Tong sets up an earthen wall. "I will draw the zombies. Be mindful of your safety." With the majority of zombies in the neighborhood already eliminated by Sun Ran and his companions, they now venture outside where the undead roam in abundance. Since the last Black Rain, all the hidden zombies, including those that remained indoors, have emerged, flooding the streets and community with their presence. "Be careful, dear. Don't attract too many," Sun Ran reassures her. Without hesitation, he swiftly ascends, utilizing his spatial abilities to perform near-instantaneous movements, covering several hundred meters in mere moments. He shouts towards the dense cluster of zombies in the distance, successfully drawing their attention. Confirming their direction, the horde begins to pursue him relentlessly. After a brief wait, Sun Ran dashes toward the entrance of the community. "They're coming. My husband is back. Everyone, stay alert," Su Ningmeng declares with focus. When the zombies are within 50 meters, the range for their spells, Xi and Tong conjures an earthen wall that appears out of thin air. The zombies, unable to halt their momentum, crash into the barrier. "Ladies, attack." At her command, Su Ningmeng unleashes a flurry of blades, while Su Li conjures a thunderous assault. Lin Yu manifests icy blades, Dongfang casts fireballs, and Tang Tian Tian unleashes vine strikes, all indiscriminately hurled into the zombie throng. Sun Ran, positioned behind the earthen wall, launches a spatial blade into the densest part of the horde. Previously, this maneuver would have severed the heads of a dozen zombies, but the undead, now fortified by the black rain, withstand his strikes, with only 2 or 3 succumbing to each blow. The earthen wall begins to crumble under the relentless assault of the zombies, yet their numbers have significantly dwindled. Sisters, watch me. Supreme Enlightenment. Qian Xiao prepares her radiant spell, which requires extensive time and energy to conjure, yet possesses immense power. With her hands emanating a violet glow, she hurls it into the advancing horde, toppling all the zombies in her path. Quickly, clear the battlefield. Then we'll strike again. Sun Ran sets a goal for each member to absorb 10 crystal cores daily to enhance their elemental affinity and accelerate their cultivation speed. Understood, dear. In less than 10 minutes, they extract the cores from over 100 zombies, now desensitized to the gruesome task, likening it to extracting seeds from a watermelon. The second wave is dispatched with equal ease. Today's mission is complete. Let us head back. Sun Ran grins as he surveys the gathered crystal cores. Upon returning to the villa, each person retrieves 10 cores from their spatial storage, even the 2 cats partake. After consuming them, their elemental affinities rise significantly. They enter the cultivation space, meditating to absorb spiritual energy in the morning and simulating battles in the afternoon, followed by further energy absorption. After 10 days, everyone advances to the 7th level of Qi refinement, with Mido reaching the 8th level. In the days that follow, Zhao Qian and her team refrain from venturing outside, consuming all the food they had previously collected, resulting in a collective level increase. With supplies depleted, they set out to gather more zombies, intending to assault the nearby Chunwa market. Upon their return to the community, they are astonished to find the zombies have vanished. Could Sun Ran and his team have eliminated them all? With no other option, they decide to lure zombies from outside the community to avoid encountering Sun Ran. After leaving the community, Zhao Qian's group successfully attracts over 300 evolved zombies, a force that surpasses that of the Chunwa market. Just as they plan to overpower the human encampment, they spot another group across the street, a band of 7 or 8 human zombie hybrids, their numbers matching Zhao Qian's. The leader, whom Zhao Qian recognizes, and so does Songren, is none other than the owner of the largest nightclub in the area, known as Zombie Biao. Prior to the apocalypse, Songren, a well-known rich heir, often took Zhao Qian to the nightclub, establishing a friendly rapport between them. Is that you, Zhao Qian? Zombie Biao calls out boastfully. Zhao Qian responds with a charming smile. Yes, it is your little sister. I'm genuinely thrilled to see you well. As Zombie Biao approaches, he scans behind her but fails to spot Song Ren, who has transformed his appearance into that of a woman. The remaining members of Zhao Qian's group appear rather unremarkable, save for one who seems capable. Among them is a flamboyant fitness instructor, a young lad, and a bespectacled individual, creating a rather comical ensemble. Sister, how about joining my team? Look at my brothers. They are all strong and possess exceptional awakened skills. They can surely protect you. No, Zombie Biao. We are all neighbors and prefer to look out for one another. We wouldn't want to impose on your group. Zhao Qian replies, her tone firm. Zombie Biao's demeanor darkens instantly. In the past, during the good times, he had long coveted Zhao Qian, and even now, he feels undeterred by the presence of Songren. His confidence stems from the formidable support behind him, his awakened talents and attack enhancement, paired with twin brothers gifted in defense and offense, a hulking bodyguard skilled in combat, and 2 women with control abilities. This combination can easily overpower your odd group. Zhao Qian, I suggest you think carefully. Don't say I didn't warn you when you regret it. One of his companions steps forward. Regret? Why are you so brazen? Zhao Qian swiftly intervenes, stepping forward, feigning a conflicted expression. Suddenly, she raises her head and activates her passive charm skill. How could a level 6 human zombie evolver like Zombie Biao resist the allure of a level 7 Zhao Qian? He succumbs to her enchantment, imagining a world where he possesses both Zhao Qian and her body. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. Suddenly, he feels a piercing pain in his head as all his energy is drained away. Zhao Qian discards the now emptied Zombie Biao onto the ground, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Will you join us, or shall we join you? Chapter 64. Enemies narrow the road, no retreat, only battle. The formidable Sang Biao has fallen, prompting his subordinates to retreat in disarray. Number 1, astutely observant, swiftly commanded the zombies to encircle them completely. At this moment, Sang Biao and Apos, bodyguard, Erjuzi, cautiously approached and said, Sister Qian, may we join your ranks? We hope you will overlook past grievances and take us in. Zhao Qian did not rush to respond, but instead smiled and addressed the others. What about you? The twin brothers lowered their heads, too fearful to meet Zhao Qian and Appo's gaze, lest they suffer the same fate as Sang Biao. Sister Qian, we wish to join your team as well. The two women standing at the back hurriedly expressed their willingness to join, promising not to waver. Very well. Since you all wish to join my team, we shall be like family from now on. Let us introduce ourselves for mutual understanding. Allow me to begin. I am Zhuzi, a bodyguard of Sang Biao, trained in combat with a talent for fighting. I am the elder brother, Zhang Tianyu, with a talent for defensive enhancement. This is my younger brother, Zhang Tianzhua, whose talent lies in offensive enhancement. We both have a criminal past due to robbery and followed Sang Biao after awakening our talents. I am Wu Xiaohong, previously known as the princess of Sang Biao's establishment. My awakened talent is Endapos, soft as a willow, Endapos, allowing me to extend my hands to ensnare enemies. I am Sun Nana, an apothecary. My talent is venom. I can expel highly corrosive poison. Upon hearing their introductions, Zhao Qian mused to herself, truly, there is not a virtuous soul among them. Yet, she maintained a cheerful facade, exclaiming, what a collection of talents. Once introductions were complete, Zhao Qian assembled both groups. The nearest human settlement is Chunwa Market, which is home to nearly 300 souls. Their hunting party has been eliminated by us, leaving only the infirm and the weak behind. Today, our objective is to secure this area. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although there was a new leader, in this apocalypse, the strong prevail. We must not let our guard down. We will first utilize the zombies for an initial assault. Our mission is to prevent the human survivors from escaping. Is that clear? Understood, Sister Qian. Sun Ran awoke in the morning, stretching his forearms and two legs. Though his movements were gentle, they roused two lovely ladies. Qian Shaya opened her large eyes, pouting. Darling, it's only 6:30. Let us sleep a little longer. Sun Ran playfully smacked her rear, saying, today, it's my turn to cook. I'll prepare a delicious breakfast for you little gluttons. We need to head out to hunt zombies later. All right, I'll get up too and help you with breakfast. Qian Shaya replied, sitting up bareskinned to dress. Since Mido could not consume human food, she had not been assigned cooking duties. Today, Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng prepared breakfast, and with Qian Shaya as assistants, they quickly prepared a feast that rivaled a high-end hotel buffet, complete with steak, milk, juice, fries, buns, and deep-fried dough sticks. After breakfast, Sun Ran began assigning tasks. We have now cleared the route to Chunwa Market. I believe there are many survivors there. My intention is to cleanse the zombies surrounding the market today, providing a safer area for the survivors to venture out and scavenge. With the number of human survivors dwindling, we should lend a helping hand where we can. What are your thoughts? Suli, sipping her milk, gazed affectionately at Sun Ran and remarked, darling, you're increasingly suited for leadership. I suggest you establish a base for human survivors, where you reign as king and we, your consorts. Sun Ran quickly shook his head. No way. I'd be inundated with responsibilities and have no time for cultivation. Our primary mission is to cultivate and eliminate the mastermind, Hao Tian. Our secondary mission is to assist humanity as best we can. The women unanimously agreed, expressing their unwavering support for Sun Ran and Appo's decisions. Since there are no objections, let us tidy up and set off. Remember, our safety comes first. Do not take unnecessary risks. Understood, darling. You remind us every day. Sun Ran, accompanied by 8 women and 2 cats, donned their gear and departed the villa for Chunwa Market. As Sun Ran approached the entrance of the market, he encountered a throng of individuals at a nearby fork in the road. To be exact, there were a dozen human corpses and several hundred zombies. Darling, it's Zhao Qian and her group. Zhao Qian was equally taken aback. How ironic fate could be. With Sun Ran's group, including the 2 cats, they numbered 11 combatants. Conversely, Zhao Qian's group, bolstered by zombies, boasted over 400 combat-ready entities. This stark contrast invigorated Zhao Qian with renewed confidence. Brothers, command the zombies to charge and encircle Sun Ran. We shall seize this opportunity to ambush. Yet, Sun Ran had no intention of fleeing. With deepening cultivation, they understood that training was an act of defiance against fate, borrowing life from the heavens. Retreating would only destabilize their mindset, leading to potential pitfalls and future advancements. Thus, they fixed their determined gazes upon the approaching zombies. Battle. Only through combat can we elevate ourselves. Are you afraid, my darlings? Not afraid, darling. Excellent. Let us engage in our usual combat style and see who can slay the most zombies. The over 400 evolved zombies surged forward. Xin Tong erected a solid earthen wall, sturdier than ever due to their cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Even the evolved zombies could not easily breach it. Mido, at the 8th level, unleashed 2 towering beasts, whose claws resembled the sides of death, ruthlessly reaping the zombies' lives. Sun Ran, now behind the earthen wall, manipulated the spatial elements within him to form a transparent blade over a meter long, slicing through the zombies' heads with precision. Su Ningmeng deftly maneuvered the blade through the throng of zombies. In mere moments, the zombie numbers had diminished by a third. Number 1, growing increasingly anxious, urged, "Sister, if we don't join the fray, the zombies will all be slain." Zhao Qian chuckled lightly. "Silly brother, we lack for many things, but we certainly do not lack zombies. Immediately release your control over these zombies and scout for more in the vicinity. I cannot exhaust them." A spark of realization illuminated Number 1 and Appo's eyes. Indeed, this world is home to billions, with tens of millions in just one city. Brothers, let us hurry and find more zombies. They want to be dispatched in a hurry. Chao Dalei and his companions, relieved at not having to confront Sun Ran directly, gleefully dashed off to recruit new zombies. Chapter 65, Scaring Away Zhao Qian's Team. Sun Ran's team is in crisis, though the number of zombies was considerable. For Sun Ran and his companions, it merely meant expending a bit more time. As the horde began to dwindle, a smile emerged on Sun Ran's face. While deftly maneuvering the space blade, he remarked, "Today has truly been fruitful. We have amassed over 400 evolved zombie cores. We owe a debt of gratitude to Zhao Qian." Su Ningmeng interjected, "Darling, there are zombies everywhere. Is it really necessary to thank her?" She laughed, adding, "I only say that to irk her." However, no sooner had she spoken than Zhao Qian and her crew, leading over 300 zombies, reappeared behind her. Sun Ran quickly understood. He had been pondering where this group had vanished to, leaving Zhao Qian alone. They had evidently gone to gather more zombies. Damn. These cunning individuals intend to exhaust us with their sea of corpses. Su Ningmeng scoffed. "Humph, it makes no difference how many they bring. I shan't be afraid." Sun Ran sighed. "Ningmeng, it's not merely a matter of fear. It pertains to the depletion of our spiritual energy. The Earth's spiritual essence is scant. What shall we do once we exhaust our reserves?" It dawned on Su Ningmeng that she was akin to a hero in League of Legends, devoid of mana and reliant solely on basic attacks. As they watched the number of zombies behind the earthen wall swell to over 400 again, a sense of trepidation enveloped them. The leader of Zhao Qian and Appo's group had vanished once more, while Zhao Qian stood at a distance, her expression brimming with smug satisfaction. At that moment, a cacophony of clanking chains filled the air. The rusted roller shutter of Chunwa Market rose, revealing countless human survivors. The elder at the forefront proclaimed, "Young man, we have been observing from within for quite some time. We cannot allow you to face this battle alone any longer. Come, old and young alike. Let us slay these zombies." With that, over 200 individuals surged forth from the market. Sun Ran, unable to express his gratitude, swiftly shifted from offense to defense, conjuring a massive spatial cage. The pale yellow enclosure ensnared the zombies securely. "Elder, you all attack the zombies within the cage. Quickly retrieve the cores and consume them," he directed. The survivors, quick-witted, understood immediately, wielding their cleavers and butcher knives to strike down the zombies. They hastily extracted the cores, popping them into their mouths. Moments later, as the cores were assimilated, the elder appeared to rejuvenate by 20 years, his strength multiplying exponentially. Such transformations occurred in many of them, although some fell victim to the zombies' jaws. Now was not the time for sorrow. They needed to eradicate the zombies swiftly. With an increasing number of survivors consuming the cores, the balance of power began to shift. After 10 minutes, at the cost of 30 lives, the remaining survivors gained strength, and all the zombies were vanquished. Zhao Qian's face darkened considerably. Just then, the leader returned with another 300 zombies. However, upon witnessing the 200 human survivors standing behind Sun Ran, they were left dumbfounded. Zhao Qian pondered. Having recently recruited a few new team members, if they were to suffer defeat, it would tarnish her reputation significantly. Thus, she declared, "Let them go for today. They shall not be so fortunate next time. I refuse to believe that Sun Ran can continuously oversee this bunch of market dwellers." The leader, well aware of Sun Ran's capabilities in the newly empowered survivors, recognized the likelihood of defeat. "Sister is correct. We shall ensure the next encounter is a bloodbath at Chunwa Market." With that, Zhao Qian departed without a trace of regret. Sun Ran let out a sigh of relief. His spiritual energy had already been depleted by more than half. Should they charge at this moment, even victory would come at a grievous cost. Fortunately, The psychological trauma inflicted upon them in their previous encounter had deterred their reckless advance. Elder, we were responsible for the first batch of zombies. We shall collect the cores. You all took down the second batch, so the cores shall belong to you. Does that sound fair? Though the elder was aged, he was astute and promptly refused. Young man, we shall not take the cores. We have already consumed plenty. They are all yours. Come on, everyone, help the young man gather the cores. And no one is to keep any for themselves. The elder commanded, his authority evident among the survivors. Sun Ran did not oppose, as he had a rough estimate of the number of zombies slain. After a little over 10 minutes, the survivors voluntarily presented the cores to Sun Ran, totaling 360. You young men deserve our gratitude today. Had it not been for you, these zombies would have surely breached the market's gates, placing us all in grave danger. Elder, there is no need for thanks. We are all survivors. We assist each other when we can. Furthermore, now that everyone has consumed the cores, their physical attributes have enhanced by more than double. They possess the capability to combat zombies. I am aware. We previously organized a hunting squad, but they never returned from their last mission. I suspect they fell victim to those zombies. Sun Ran nodded in agreement. That is highly probable. From now on, you must exercise extra caution. If an emergency arises, seek me at Villa number 32 in Longxi Garden. After leaving the address, Sun Ran returned to the villa with his companions, preparing to absorb the cores and commence their cultivation. Each person would receive over 30 cores, all of which were from evolved zombies, effectively doubling their worth. Su Ningmeng meticulously cleaned the cores and distributed them among everyone. After absorbing the cores, their elemental affinity surged significantly. Once they entered the cultivation space, Sun Ran closed his eyes to attune himself and remarked, "The cores we absorbed have accelerated my cultivation speed by at least 30%. I am confident that within 10 days, I shall reach the 8th level of Qi training." The others also sensed the changes, exclaiming in delight, "It truly is the case. It seems that merely sitting in meditation and shutting ourselves off from the world is insufficient." In the days that followed, Sun Ran and his companions rose early each day to slay zombies, absorbing their cores before engaging in cultivation. Meanwhile, the survivors in the market diligently sought to enhance their own strength. A few outstanding individuals emerged, and under their leadership, the strength of the survivor group steadily grew. On Zhao Qian's side, her focus shifted to other small human enclaves. Because these survivor settlements were smaller in number, they were swiftly overrun by Zhao Qian's team. As time passed, the strength of Zhao Qian's group gradually increased. Rise and shine, ladies. Time to get to work. Early in the morning, Sun Ran went from room to room knocking on doors. Within moments, the doors swung open, revealing a procession of drowsy beauties. After groggily freshening up and enjoying breakfast, they ventured outside to embark on their first mission of the day, hunting zombies. After 10 days of relentless hunting, the zombie population around the market had been nearly eradicated. To engage in large-scale zombie hunting, they would need to venture further afield, which was the reason Sun Ran had awakened everyone so early. After walking along the road for 15 minutes, they finally spotted a horde of zombies at the entrance of a nearby community. Just as they prepared to launch their attack, a massive black cloud swiftly approached from the sky. Within a few breaths, it loomed directly above Sun Ran, accompanied by a torrential downpour of black rain. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Countless zombies surged from all directions, and Sun Ran and his companions found themselves instantly encircled. Chapter 66, surrounded on all sides, Mido and Appos, as foundation successfully established in the pitch-black surroundings. Torrential rain poured down as Sun Ran and his companions found themselves besieged by a horde of zombies. Wang Defa, Wang Dicai, transform. The two silver tabby cats instantaneously morphed into colossal beasts, charging into the throng of zombies with ferocity. This audacious act provoked the ire of the undead, who began to retaliate. Fight while retreating. Do not linger in battle. The two monstrous creatures successfully drew the zombies and Appos' attention. Yet countless others continued to surge towards Sun Ran and his companions. Earth Wall. A massive earthen barrier rose to obstruct the relentless pursuit of the zombies. But the sheer number of the undead meant it could only momentarily delay them. The rain, too, diminished the wall and Appos' efficacy. At this moment, Mido had summoned the beasts back, and everyone was casting spells to eliminate the zombies while retreating towards Longxi Homestead. Husband, zombies are appearing behind us, and their numbers are overwhelming. Suli shouted. Indeed, they faced foes both in front and behind. Ladies, do not conserve your energy. We must carve a path. Follow me. Sun Ran summoned his physical and spiritual energy, channeling it into the spatial blade to clear the way ahead. The two beasts assisted in this endeavor. Yet the overwhelming horde made it nearly impossible to break through. If this continued, they would be doomed. Just then, Qian Shaya spoke up. Husband, sisters, protect me. I may have a solution. Her element was light, but the others had only witnessed her use advanced skills, never the foundational elemental spells. All right, Shaya. Rest assured. They encircled Qian Shaya, employing their abilities to slay the approaching zombies. Seconds later, the group was dazzled by a brilliant light erupting from behind them. It and Amp, Appos, as Sister Shaya. She and Amp, Appos, as glowing. The zombies recoiled in fear from the radiant illumination. Quickly, Iken and Amp, Appos, to maintain this for long. Qian Shaya gasped. Go. Wherever the light shone, the zombies retreated. And the group hastened towards Longxi homestead. Mido, why aren't and Amp, Appos, to you moving? Sun Ran asked. Husband, you all go on. I must absorb the energy from this rain. I need to establish my foundation. All right. Be careful. Mido, being a hybrid of human and zombie, was not attacked by the undead but instead instilled fear in them. Just as they neared the entrance of Longxi homestead, Qian Shaya suddenly collapsed from energy depletion, and the light vanished. The zombies, now frenzied like rabid dogs, lunged once more at Sun Ran and his companions. Damn, these zombies are relentless. Run. Thankfully, the zombies in the community had been cleared prior, preventing them from being caught in a two-front battle. The zombies, fueled by the Black Rain's energy, pursued swiftly but remained at a distance. At that moment, a whooshing sound echoed behind them. Husband, look, I can fly now. Haha. Mido stood on a sword, a weapon possessed by each of them, retrieved from the training palace. She descended rapidly in front of the group, confidently declaring, everyone stop running. Prepare to collect zombie cores. With that, the flying sword, seemingly imbued with life, darted through the zombie horde, decapitating them like falling durians. Sun Ran and the others were left dumbfounded. Was this the power of a foundational practitioner? The ability to wield a flying sword to slay? In that moment, a singular thought consumed them. They must immediately commence their training, for they would not emerge until they reached the foundational phase. Minutes later, the thousands of pursuing zombies were entirely vanquished. The Black Rain, having arrived swiftly, departed just as quickly, illuminating the sky once more. The community lay in disarray, littered with zombie heads. We struck gold. Ladies, hurry and collect the course. Sun Ran, declare that I shall not return to the villa until I reach the foundational stage. Mido rushed over, wrapping her arms around Sun Ran and Appos. Silly husband. There and Amp, Appos, no need to rush. I was already aiming for the 9th level of chi refinement. That Black Rain allowed me to ascend to the 9th level directly. I sensed something profound while absorbing the rain and broke through my bottleneck to reach the foundational stage. Patience is key. Haste makes waste. Upon hearing Mido and Amp, Appos, words, Sun Ran broke into a cold sweat, realizing his own heart had been unsettled. First, they faced the relentless zombies, followed by his inability to protect his beloved. Then, witnessing Mido's strength ignited a spark of jealousy within him. Such a state was not conducive to training. Thank you, Mido, for your reminder. I understand now. Haste will only hinder me. I shall let nature take its course. Yes, husband, take your time. You are the strongest among us. Mido exclaimed before setting off to gather the cores. As the Black Rain descended, Zhao Qian and her companions promptly led their zombie minions outdoors, commencing the absorption of the rain's power. Just as the Black Rain returned, seemingly orchestrated to bestow energy upon both zombies and hybrids, facilitating their continuous evolution. Zhao Qian, now at level 8, ascended directly to level 10 after this rainfall, awakening a new skill, Kiss of Death. This ability transformed her dark energy into a heated kiss, launching it outward. Any enemy struck by it would be momentarily bewitched, irrespective of gender. This skill filled the gap in Zhao Qian's control capabilities. Meanwhile, the others had largely reached levels 8 or 9, while the zombies had escalated to level 4. The overall strength of Zhao Qian's team had significantly increased. However, they refrained from hastily seeking revenge against Sun Ran, opting instead to search for hybrids to expand their ranks. Following the rain, their newfound confidence surged. Sister Qian, where shall our next target be? Zhao Qian lifted her head, inhaling deeply. Before the apocalypse, I loved shopping at Yida Plaza. It has been ages since I last visited. Let us explore there. Everyone, gather your zombie minions. Accompany me to Yida for shopping. Yes, Sister Qian. Now that everyone had leveled up, each could control around 50 zombies, whereas Zhao Qian could command over 100. The group marched grandly towards Yida Plaza. Zhao Qian and Apos' intuition proved correct. There indeed was a gathering of humans, numbering around 2,000. They were dispersed across various floors, lacking a unified leader, each fighting their own battles, resembling a community from before the apocalypse, fighting, stealing, and selling themselves in a chaotic frenzy. Not good. A group of hybrids is leading zombies towards us. Quickly alert those upstairs. Prepare to engage in battle. Panic erupted among the crowd, chaos ensued. Individuals on the first floor scrambled to the second, those on the second rushed to the third, while the third floor occupants fled to the fourth. The fourth floor was left to await their demise, as Yida Plaza boasted only 4 levels. Chapter 67, In Pursuit of Foundation. Sun Ran and others take initiative to seek advancement. When Zhao Qian arrived at the first floor of Yida Plaza, not a single soul was in sight. Only a scattering of tattered shoes and countless pieces of refuse. A group of foolish humans, as they cowered upstairs, we need not rush to consume them. Whenever hunger strikes, we shall ascend and capture a few fresh morsels. Zhao Qian remarked with a smile. Indeed, in this sweltering weather, what a pity it would be for them to spoil. Fresh human flesh is far more delectable, she continued. Second brother, take the brothers and fetch a few individuals down. For the time being, we shall reside here. Understood, sister. Chao Dalai, Erjuzi, Shirkong, Tianyu, Qianzhua, and Songren stepped forward and ascended to capture their prey. Upon reaching the second floor, they found it vacant. The third floor was equally deserted. Were these people all crammed onto the fourth floor? This would simplify our search. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they were met with a staggering sight. Over 2,000 individuals huddled together on one side, trembling in fear. The unluckiest among them were those at the front, many already having soiled themselves in terror. Will you obediently select 10 individuals to accompany us, or shall we take matters into our own hands? At that moment, the essence of humanity was put to the test. As the crowd surged forward, a glimmer of survival flickered in their eyes. Yet, upon hearing that only 10 were needed, the unfortunate souls at the forefront were pushed forward by those behind. Who pushed me? One exclaimed. Just you. Number 1 replied with a smirk. Casting a glance at Songren, without hesitation, Songren spread his wings and darted forward, seizing the unfortunate soul and casting him into the hall below. As soon as one was pushed forward, Songren would swoop in and toss another down. In no time, the quota of 10 was filled. All right, we have reached our limit for today. You may all live to see another day. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, he led his companions back downstairs. The survivors exhaled in relief. Surviving was all that mattered. At Sun Ran and Apos' villa, he marveled at the haul of over 1,200 crystal cores, all from 4th-level zombies. I wonder how much our cultivation speed will improve after absorbing these, Su Ningmeng mused, eyeing the pile of crystal cores with drool almost escaping her lips. At least a 50% increase, I reckon. Let us distribute them, and then commence our cultivation. Sun Ran began to allocate the crystal cores, each person receiving nearly 100, including the 2 silver tabbies. Once they finished absorbing, they all entered the cultivation space, striving to ascend to the 9th layer of qi refining. By a fortunate turn of events, Mido had already established his foundation. So he was not in a rush to cultivate, but instead began studying the spells for the foundation establishment stage. The spell associated with the dark element at this stage was called Dark Illusion. Once unleashed, it would ensnare enemies within its range in a mirage. However, if the opponent's cultivation level surpassed that of the caster, they would remain unaffected. This could be considered a form of group control skill. The drawback, however, was its significant consumption of stamina and spiritual energy. It was likely that before the enemies could be trapped indefinitely, the caster's energy would be entirely depleted. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Mido had his teammates to handle the situation. A few seconds of control would likely suffice for Sun Ran and the others to eliminate their foes. 3 months passed swiftly. The rich spiritual energy in the cultivation space, coupled with the vast quantities of zombie crystal cores absorbed, propelled everyone to the 9th layer of qi refining. The next step was to prepare for the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. According to the cultivation manuals left by Luo Yi, this stage was pivotal in one's cultivation journey, with many spending their entire lives trapped within it. Only by reaching this stage could one truly step over the threshold of cultivation. Each individual's opportunities varied. Only by accumulating enough experience could one soar to success and establish their foundation. Husband, my internal spiritual energy is now full. According to the book, I must transform it from a gaseous state to a liquid one for it to be deemed successful. But how does one accomplish this? Sun Ran chuckled wryly. I, too, am at the 9th layer of chi refining and lack experience. I can only ask Mido. Mido quickly interjected, don't look to me. That black rain in the city was my opportunity, and I still don't quite understand how I managed to establish my foundation. Sun Ran suggested. I feel that merely cultivating here is no longer meaningful. We need to venture out and engage in combat. Perhaps through battle, we will uncover the secrets of foundation establishment. Indeed, novels often depict this. In the face of life and death, one's inner universe ignites. Su Ningmeng chimed in cheerfully. All right, everyone has worked hard lately. I propose we take a day off to relax before we set out to seek opponents. Yay, the past 3 months have been filled with early mornings and late nights. Hunting zombies, absorbing crystal cores, and relentless cultivation and combat. There had been no respite whatsoever. They gathered on the open terrace on the 5th floor, setting up a barbecue grill and placing an entire lamb onto it, beginning their feast. A table brimming with beer and beverages was accompanied by music. Given that the neighborhood and its surroundings were devoid of zombies, they had cleared them all. Now, if they wished to hunt zombies, they would need to drive several kilometers away. Eventually, survivors from Chunwon Market approached Sun Ran, expressing their desire to relocate to Longxi Garden due to the overcrowding in the market. Since the community was not Sun Ran's to deny, he had no reason to refuse. Now, nearly 400 human survivors resided in the neighborhood, which was well guarded at the entrance. People roamed freely within the community, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though they had returned to the world before the apocalypse. All of this was thanks to the efforts of Sun Ran and Appo's team. After indulging in the barbecue, karaoke was a must. The group sang raucously into the night, unperturbed by any concerns of disturbing the peace. With a day of relaxation, everyone's spirits were rejuvenated. The following day, dressed and prepared for their expedition, Sun Ran remarked, we have nearly eradicated all zombies within a 5-kilometer radius. Do you have any other targets in mind? Mido replied, before the apocalypse, I loved shopping at Yida Mall. Shall we go there? It would be a chance to reminisce. Absolutely. I also enjoyed visiting there. I had my nails done on the 1st floor of Yida, Su Ningmeng exclaimed eagerly. Is that so? So did I. Which salon did you go to? Sun Ran chuckled. While you two chat away, it's already noon. Are we leaving or not? The two exchanged playful tongue pokes before boarding a large commercial vehicle, setting off for Yida Mall. As they neared the mall, just a traffic light away, the number of zombies began to increase. Ladies, it's time to work. Let us clear out the zombies before heading to Yida Mall. Understood, husband. Mido. You need not intervene. Only act if danger arises. Got it, husband. As Sun Ran and his companions hunted the zombies near Yida Mall, a person cautiously retreated to the mall, relaying the news to Zhao Qian, who was enjoying breakfast. Zhao Qian rose, surveying her newly recruited 30-odd subordinates with confidence. This time, she was determined to capture Sun Ran. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle in the Lobby of Yida Plaza's second brother. Shortly you will lead the newly gathered minions to ambush in the alley adjacent to Yida's entrance. Wait for Sun Ran to arrive, and when you see my signal, charge out directly, Zhao Qian instructed with precision. Song Ran, you will lead Erjuzi, the Tianyu twin brothers, Wu Xiaohong, and Sun Nana, as well as Chao Dalai, to lie in wait at the entrance. As soon as second brother charges out, you will surround them from the side. Strike them unawares. Zhao Qian organized everyone's tasks methodically. Sister Qian, how do you know that Sun Ran and his group will definitely enter Yida Plaza? One asked. Zhao Qian chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Because I am a woman too, and what woman does not adore shopping malls? Enough chit-chat. Let us hurry and prepare. Yes, Sister Qian. The two teams, accompanied by their controlled zombies, departed from the 1st floor lobby. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian ascended to the 2nd floor, ready to provide support at any moment. Mido and 2 kittens followed closely behind as Sun Ran and his companions formed a small formation, adeptly dispatching the zombies that had undergone 2 evolutions. They collected the zombies' heads to store in their space, planning to extract the crystal cores upon their return. Dear, it feels so effortless to slay zombies now. A few simple spells hardly consume any spiritual power, Su Ningmeng remarked as she effortlessly maneuvered metallic blades through the hoard. Indeed, it poses little challenge. I wonder where Zhao Qian and her group have concealed themselves? If we encounter them again, we must show no mercy. As they conversed, they eliminated all the zombies in their path. Wow, we finally arrived at the long-awaited Yida Plaza. I must visit the nail salon and check for nail care equipment. I want to get my nails done. Absolutely, I want to as well. Sun Ran chuckled wryly. Ah, women. The group gradually approached the main entrance of Yida Plaza. Wait, do you smell that? The stench of blood is overwhelming. And there are no zombies in sight. It feels rather unnatural, Sun Ran frowned. Oh dear, stop being paranoid. Perhaps there are numerous survivors inside, Tang Tian suggested. Maybe among the survivors, there is even a nail technician. All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed with caution. Upon seeing Sun Ran's serious demeanor, Tang Tian and Su Ningmeng immediately fell silent, exchanging glances and sticking out their tongues playfully. From her vantage point on the second floor, Zhao Qian observed Sun Ran and the 8 stunning women behind him, a surge of anger igniting within her. Soon, you will weep, Sun Ran. I intend to have my subordinates toy with your women right before your eyes. Zhao Qian seethed through clenched teeth. The moment Sun Ran and his group stepped through the entrance, Zhao Qian signaled from the second floor. The ambushers outside surged forth, accompanied by over 500 zombies. By the time Sun Ran heard the footsteps, it was too late. The ambushers had already rushed through the entrance. Without hesitation, the battle commenced. In the lobby, Song Ran's team witnessed the ambushes charging in and quickly joined the fray, surrounding Sun Ran and his companions. This time, the pre-battle banter was entirely omitted. They launched directly into combat. The ambushers, aware of Sun Ran's prowess in long-range attacks, his weakness being close-quarters combat, activated their defensive skills, bracing themselves against Sun Ran's onslaught. Meanwhile, the offensive zombies charged recklessly toward them. Sun Ran bellowed, Mido, if anyone is in danger, intervene. If not, just observe. Everyone understood that honing one's foundation in the serene confines of the training palace was futile. True enlightenment came only through grappling with life and death, without enduring storms. How can one hope to see the rainbow? Sun Ran unleashed his spatial barrier first, ensnaring the incoming ambushers. However, the ambusher was a level 9 entity and shattered the barrier within moments, charging forward recklessly. A few defensive zombies instinctively shielded their eyes while following closely behind. Vine technique. Tang Tian ensnared the foremost attackers and zombies, yet, like Sun Ran's barrier, they couldn't hold their captives for long against equally matched opponents. However, others were less fortunate, finding themselves trapped firmly in place. Seizing the opportunity, Dongfang hurled several fireballs, incinerating the low-level ambushers who were ensnared. These newly recruited subordinates of Zhao Qian were of low rank, incapable of resisting Dongfang's 9th-level fireball technique. Meanwhile, Song Run, alongside Air Zhuzi and the twins, charged in from the rear. Wu Xiaohong activated her talent, elongating her arms to grasp the unsuspecting Mido. Mido merely laughed, thinking, I'm not provoking anyone. Yet here comes someone foolish enough to challenge me. With a flick of her spiritual sword, she swiftly severed Wu Xiaohong's rubber-like arms into countless pieces. Ah, my hand. My hand is shattered. Sun Nana rushed to assist her, activating her ability to unleash a torrent of venom toward Mido and the others. Xintong, witnessing this, promptly erected a wall of earth to intercept the venom. The liquid hissed as it struck the barrier. Su Li, incensed, exclaimed, those 2 wretches are truly disgusting. Spitting at us. With that, she unleashed 2 thunderous strikes, accurately obliterating Wu Xiaohong and Sun Nana's heads. Song Ren was taken aback. Recalling the pre-battle warning about their long-range dominance, they needed to engage in close combat. With this thought, he spread his wings and took to the air while Chao Dalei and others took cover behind the zombies, charging towards Mido and her companions. Sun Ran's group formed a protective circle, engaging on multiple fronts. However, he couldn't shake the worry that Zhao Qian had yet to reveal herself. The hidden enemy was the most formidable. Suddenly, Sun Ran felt a prickly sensation on his scalp, sensing a powerful energy rushing toward him. Instinctively, he shifted left by half a meter, narrowly avoiding a stream of pink gas that brushed past him. This was Zhao Qian's level 10 talent skill, Deadly Kiss. Anyone who came into contact with that pink gas would fall under her control, the duration of which depended on the victim's strength. Before Sun Ran could catch his breath, 2 more streams of pink gas surged toward him, rendering the areas to his left and right completely incapacitated, leaving him unable to evade without endangering those behind him. The scene unfolded with the ambushes launching a fierce frontal assault, Song Rin's team attacking from the rear, while Zhao Qian concealed herself among the zombies, striking from the shadows. Was it truly up to Mido to resolve this crisis? No, there were still trump cards left, his final resort. Chapter 69. The curtain falls on Zhao Qian. The first volume concludes as the approaching pink mist ball loomed ever closer. Sun Ran found himself with no escape, compelled to unleash his spatial blades in a desperate attempt to fend it off. However, Even severing the fog into halves proved futile. With grim determination, Sun Ran braced himself against the onslaught. The pink mist immediately infiltrated his body. In the blink of an eye, dizziness enveloped him, rendering his limbs unresponsive as he stumbled forward in a daze. Suddenly, a purple beam of light descended upon Sun Ran's head. It was Qian Shiya's light element spell, Enlightenment. Just when it mattered most, Qian Shiya was there. Her ability was twofold. It could inflict damage on the undead and, when cast on allies, dispel any controlling enchantments. Sun Ran instantly regained clarity, while Xiao Qian was taken aback, astonished that her skill had been nullified so swiftly. Remember the elemental fusion? At that moment, everyone's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, having just expended it recklessly on spells. Do you recall, my dear? Sun Ran kicked a zombie away and brandished his spatial blades to intercept the advancing number one, declaring loudly, "Let us initiate elemental fusion. This may be our key to ascension." The ancient text left behind by Luo Yi stated that to vanquish Haotian, one could not rely solely on a single elemental spell. It required the amalgamation of 9 elements. Yet this elemental fusion demanded a shared intent among them and a cultivation level above the foundation stage to be executed. With the present circumstances, they could only hope for a miracle. Zhao Qian, though unfamiliar with the concept of elemental fusion, surmised it must be a powerful technique and shouted, "Charge! Kill them! Do not let them unleash their ultimate abilities." The close quarters battle commenced, as the lack of spiritual energy diminished the casting rate of spells. Number one and his comrades finally reached Sun Ran, brandishing their weapons to strike. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Number one and his fellows felt a tremendous force propelling them backward. Sun Ran and the women joined hands, forming a circle. 9 distinct lights began to whirl around their bodies with great velocity. Zhao Qian, witnessing this, immediately unleashed 3 deadly kisses. Yet before they could reach their target, they were dispersed. As the lights spun faster and faster, the aura of Sun Ran and his companions surged, revitalizing their previously depleted spiritual energy, transitioning from gaseous to liquid form. The 9 elemental energies circulated within their bodies, and moments later, the transformation concluded. A formidable force shattered the barriers of the 8, successfully ascending them to the foundation stage. Sun Ran, now in control of the rapidly circulating 9 energies, gradually brought them to a halt. Opening his eyes, he gazed at number one and his group not far away, grinning as he said, "Thank you for facilitating our ascension to the foundation stage. Now, I shall send you to meet Yama." With that, the 9 simultaneously summoned their flying swords, transforming into 9 streaks of light, mercilessly ending the lives of both zombies and humans alike. Moments later, the hall on the first floor of Yida fell silent. The ground littered with corpses that bore witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian squatted on the ground, terrified and screaming. Enough with the screams. Zhao Qian, do you remember why Su Ningmeng and I targeted you repeatedly? Since you were about to meet your end, allow me to enlighten you. It was not because you and Song Ren deceived me for 5 years, but rather because Su Ningmeng and I are both reincarnated beings. Our rebirth was entirely due to your actions. In the bitter cold, devoid of sustenance, you and your family bound us and cruelly ended our lives, all to feast upon our flesh. Yet, it was your brutality that granted us a second chance at life. Thus, in this lifetime, our primary mission is vengeance. Zhao Qian trembled as she rose, finally realizing why Sun Ran possessed a grand villa and boundless resources. It was all due to her own actions. Darling, let me join you. I promise to obey you, and I too can cultivate. Will you teach me, just as you taught me to drive? I still love you. Before she could finish, Su Ningmeng's blade flew through the air, severing her head from her body. I've heard that 1,000 times. Can't you come up with something new? Zhao Qian, the green tea who had brought about Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng's demise in this apocalyptic world, finally met her end. After gathering the abundant zombie crystals, a wave of relief washed over everyone. To their astonishment, following this battle, they had all ascended to the foundation stage, officially stepping into the realm of cultivation. Subsequently, they began to explore the Yida Plaza floor by floor. Darling, based on the traces, there should be many survivors here. Have they all been slaughtered by Zhao Qian and her group? Sun Ran shook his head, replying, I don't know. Let's search each floor and see what we can uncover. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Sun Ran was taken aback. The air was thick with an unbearable stench. As over 1,000 emaciated human survivors were crammed together, their mental states dismal. Upon seeing Sun Ran and his companions, they erupted into terrified screams, channeling his spiritual energy. Sun Ran bellowed, silence. We are all human. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, jolted the crowd awake. Many began to weep, exclaiming, "At last, we are saved." Upon inquiry, it was revealed that these individuals were kept as livestock by Zhao Qian's team, who consumed several of them daily. To prevent them from perishing, Number 1 and his cohorts provided them with minimal rations, forcing them to compete for food for their amusement. Sun Ran sighed, stating, "You need not worry. We have eliminated those undead. I will assist you in clearing the surrounding zombies, allowing you to survive within Yida Plaza." He then produced some rice, flour, and cooking oil from his spatial storage and placed it in the first floor hall. "Let us help them out completely. Let us clear the zombies around Yida," Su Ningmeng suggested. "Indeed, that is my intention, but having just ascended to the foundation stage, I have yet to experience flight. This simply will not do. Let us see who masters sword flight first." With that, he directed his internal energy to control the flying sword beneath his feet, leaping lightly onto it, placing one foot before the other, and guiding the sword to ascend slowly. "Wow, this is exhilarating." In his excitement, he lost focus and tumbled off the flying sword, eliciting laughter from the women. Once more. This time, Sun Ran concentrated fully, skillfully maneuvering the flying sword higher and faster, until the entire city lay beneath him. This once beautiful city, ravaged by extreme cold, eternal night, and the torment of zombies and humans alike, was now in ruins. Survivors clung to life, struggling to endure. What must be done to save this planet? Where is Hao Tian now? What is his current strength? Sun Ran suddenly felt lost. The first volume concludes. A total of 69 chapters, nearly 170,000 words. The second volume will formally confront Hao Tian, but what schemes lie within? Will Sun Ran and his team succeed in slaying Hao Tian and saving Earth? Please stay tuned for the upcoming chapters. If you could spare a read ticket, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Chapter 70. The second volume commences. The 12 corpse kings have emerged. Hao Tian awakened from his meditation, feeling the weight of a millennium of confinement that had reduced him to a mere shadow of his former self. To seek vengeance upon those who had imprisoned him, he needed to restore his strength to its former glory through rigorous cultivation. Yet, moments ago, an unsettling sensation gripped him, a faint energy that posed a potential threat. Should that power amplify, it could obliterate him. Amidst this aura, he sensed a familiar presence. Could it be his sister, Luo Yi? Impossible. He was certain she had perished. Regardless of who it was, nothing would deter him from his quest for revenge. Hatred fueled his very existence. He could not allow this nascent threat to flourish. It must be extinguished at its inception. With resolve, Hao Tian ascended, vanishing from the island. He would select suitable puppets to aid him in vanquishing the source of this power. Time was of the essence. He needed to regain his strength urgently. Additionally, he had a crucial task ahead, to open a passage to the Dark Realm to summon allies. As a denizen of that shadowy domain, he had arrived in this realm through a series of unfortunate events. To exact his revenge, he must forge this connection, leading the beings of the Dark Realm in his vendetta. While soaring through the skies, he utilized his still diminished spiritual awareness to choose his agents. Only those of exceptional talent would qualify as his subordinates. A month passed, and Hao Tian selected 12 individuals of diverse complexions. Standing before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Should these individuals earnestly pursue their cultivation, he might eventually consider including them in his army of retribution. From this day forth, you shall be known as the 12 Corpse Kings. I will now impart the dark laws to you. Your mission is to venture eastward, seek out and annihilate any threats to my power. Remember, all humanity is your enemy. The first spell is Dark Corruption. The second spell is Devour Darkness. The first spell is an offensive technique that unleashes dark energy to erode your adversaries. The second is a cultivation spell. I shall periodically rain down dark rain. During those times, utilize the second spell to expedite your advancement. Your current level corresponds to the foundation establishment phase of the cultivation realm. Remember your mission, eradicate all humans. Yes, Dark King Hao Tian. The 12 Corpse Kings knelt in deference. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was enjoying a barbecue with the ladies on the 5th floor of the villa. Over 2 months had elapsed since they vanquished the Zhao Qian team at Yida Mall. Life felt remarkably relaxed for everyone, both in cultivation and daily activities. The most significant changes were not with them, but among the survivors of Yida. They had relocated to Longxi Homestead, forming a large human settlement, with new survivors joining daily. The surrounding zombies had been entirely cleared by Sun Ran and several survivors, rendering their travels safe. Regarding sustenance, they had reverted to an agrarian lifestyle, clearing green belts to cultivate grains and vegetables. Many young individuals, finding the pace too slow, spontaneously organized supply teams to scavenge for resources, returning to trade. The primary method of exchange had shifted to barter, as currency and gold had become obsolete. Husband, you wouldn't believe it. When I went out earlier, people in the community regarded me with respect, nodding and greeting me. Su Ningmeng exclaimed proudly. Tang Tian chimed in with a smile. ISN and Oppos, Tia because we helped them clear the zombies? But I noticed several young ladies casting glances at our husband. Husband, as the subject of their attention. What do you think? Sun Ran chuckled while flipping food on the grill. What could I possibly think? I and Amp, Oppos, am already overwhelmed dealing with you three. Sun Ran replied, grinning. Lin Yao, cradling a small infant, whispered, we must keep a close watch on our husband, or he might be lured away by those young ladies. Upon seeing Lin Yao ascend from downstairs, Sun Ran promptly set aside the tongs and carefully took the baby from her arms. Last month, Lin Yao had given birth to a daughter, their first child in earnest, an extraordinary treasure. They named her son Jingxin. Little Jingxin is awake, so adorable. She eats, sleeps, and wakes up to eat again. Qian Shaya laughed. Husband, if you truly have nothing to praise, you need and Amp, Oppos, T feel obliged. Today marks Jingxin and Amp, Oppos, as first month. Let us, the 9 adults, host a celebration for her, wishing her a healthy growth. Time passed swiftly, and half a year later, little Jingxin had learned to lift her head. Growing plump and cherished by all. While the others cultivated, they often sought the aid of 2 elder women from Longxi Homestead to care for her. In that time, they stabilized their foundation establishment phase and continually merged crystal cores to enhance their elemental affinity. Their cultivation speed had become remarkably rapid. Mido had advanced to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, the strongest among them, while the others remained at the 2nd layer. In addition to their cultivation, they gradually practiced combined elemental spells. Following Luo Yi and Oppos, as preserved manuscript, this technique required 2 elements to merge before gradually introducing others. After deliberation, they decided to center around Sun Ran, as space could amalgamate any element. Su Ningmeng's gold element spell fused successfully, upgrading Sun Ran and Oppos' space blade to a gold element space blade. Furthermore, her slicing impact now bore spatial elements, enhancing its trajectory and speed significantly. Next came the attempt to integrate water elements. However, despite Lin Yao and Oppos' earnest efforts, she could not succeed. Sun Ran deduced that their strength was insufficient. Elemental fusion was a skill reserved for those above the core formation phase. Even with their high comprehension, it was unrealistic to expect elementary students to tackle university-level mathematics. Thus, they continued their previous regimen, practicing combat alongside their meditative training. Lord Luo, we have now landed in this mysterious east. What shall we do next? Eagle King, the Ghost King Hao Tian has provided us with precise coordinates. Likely where we have landed. My intention is to proceed directly, slaying survivors while gathering corpses to bolster our ranks. With sufficient numbers, we should swiftly locate the humans referenced by the Ghost King. I concur with Lord Luo and Oppos' plan. A black-skinned corpse stated. I too agree. These individuals were the 12 corpse kings, personally nurtured by the Ghost King Hao Tian. After over half a month of travel, they finally arrived at this enigmatic eastern continent. Chapter 71. Sun Ran discovers treasure. The 12 corpse kings lead their army to the morning market. At the forefront of the 12 corpse kings stood a man named Luo, a Caucasian and the leader of the entire group. Luo addressed the assembly. Brothers and sisters, we have landed on this mysterious continent. However, we are but 12 in number, and our power is still insufficient. Therefore, each of us must command an army of 10,000 zombies. Furthermore, we must diligently seek out human corpse evolvers to aid us in our quest for that enigmatic force. In a week's time, we shall reconvene in Jin City, right here. Should we encounter the individuals mentioned by the Ghost King, do not engage them in conflict. Memorize their locations, and upon our reunion, we shall set forth together. Yes, King Luo. The other 11 summoned their flying swords, their bodies infused with dark energy guiding the blades skyward, ready to recruit their undead armies. A week later, the 12 gathered in Jin City, each accompanied not only by their 10,000 zombies, but also by hundreds of human corpse evolvers. Well done, brothers. However, along our journey, we encountered numerous human survivor bases, yet found no sign of the group the Ghost King spoke of. Have we strayed from our path? Luo produced a map, observing the densely packed red lines upon it. King Luo, I believe this is the correct route. We should proceed northward, one suggested. The morning market awaits. If they are not there, we shall journey to Shin City, where I refuse to believe we cannot find them. Luo nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. Upon reaching the morning market, we shall dispatch the human corpse evolvers to scour each community and street. Their efficiency will surpass our own. With a plan established, the 12 corpse kings led their army of 120,000 zombies, accompanied by over 3,000 human corpse evolvers, towards the morning market. As Sun Ran and his companions ascended to the foundation building stage, they suddenly realized that the palace in which they resided was constructed entirely from spirit stones. The reason for this revelation lay in their ignorance of spirit stones during their chi refining stage. However, upon reaching the foundation building stage and unlocking vast knowledge from their secret manual, they were astounded to discover that the currency of the cultivation world, spirit stones, had been utilized by Luo Yi to erect this magnificent palace. This explained their rapid advancement to the foundation building stage. It was entirely a matter of monetary investment. Husband, do you think that by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air while simultaneously utilizing the spirit stones, we might enhance our progress? Suli inquired, her fingers grazing the stone walls of the palace. Sun Ran paused, contemplating. I had not considered that. It should be feasible. Let me take a piece of the stone from the steps to test it. He wielded his sword, severing a small section of the staircase, which shattered into countless fragments. The group collected suitable pieces of spirit stone and returned to their training chamber. After 2 hours of cultivation, the spirit stones in their hands turned a dull gray, ceasing to emit any light. The result was a remarkable acceleration in their training speed. The 2 hours spent cultivating equated to 4 hours previously. Upon exiting the training room, everyone was elated. This vast palace of spirit stones was more than sufficient for their training needs. Moreover, Luo Yi had mentioned that a colossal spiritual vein lay beneath, which, if mined, would provide an abundance that they could scarcely deplete. Sun Ran ventured outside to cut several more pieces from the staircase, carefully shaping them with his sword into manageable sizes. He distributed them among the group, ensuring even the 2 cats received their share. Each person received approximately 200 pieces, enough for 2 months of training. Remarkably, only a small section of the staircase had been removed. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. King Luo, according to the map, we have arrived at the morning market. Let us disperse the human corpse evolvers. Excellent. Spare no street or community. Yes, King Luo. The human corpse evolvers took their orders and swiftly scattered in all directions, while the 12 corpse kings followed closely behind, awaiting news from their comrades. As night fell, Sun Ran and his companions returned to the villa after a day of training. Lin Yao's first priority was to check on her daughter, Xiao Jingxin. Upon seeing her mother return, Xiao Jingxin joyfully burrowed into Lin Yao and Appo's embrace. Though still quite young, she could discern her mother and Appo's scent. Quick, let me hold Xiao Jingxin too. Sun Ran gazed at the adorable infant with a look of pure bliss. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Ah, it's bad. The human corpses are upon us. Quickly, everyone find Sun Ran. Countless residents rushed towards Sun Ran and Appo's villa. He entrusted the child to an aunt and led everyone outside. Sun Ran, a massive horde of human corpses has arrived at the entrance of the community. They are not zombies. They are human corpses. They kill on sight. What? Where did all these human corpses come from? You all hide. Dear, it's time to act. With that, Sun Ran and the women charged against the tide of the crowd. Upon reaching the high-rise area, they found over 100 human corpses frantically pursuing the fleeing residents. Spotting an elderly woman lagging behind, Sun Ran unleashed a golden elemental blade, swiftly decapitating a human corpse. Su Ningmeng rushed forward to assist the elderly woman, urging her to escape quickly. The 9 began utilizing their skills to combat the human corpses. Sun Ran and his companions were now at the 3rd level of the foundation building stage, while Mido had even reached the 4th level, making the slaughter of these ordinary human corpses as effortless as drinking water. Mido and Appo's 2 demon beasts were akin to rabid dogs, devouring human corpses with wild abandon, heads disappearing into their gullets. Realizing they were outmatched, the human corpses turned and fled. Not far away, the corpse king Luo sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, one that did not belong to any dark energy. The other corpse kings exchanged glances, finally identifying the source. This energy, it's unmistakable. Let us go. The 12 transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the battlefield, their army of 12,000 zombies following in a cacophony of chaos, gathering the scattered human corpses. Yes, King Luo. The scattered 3,000 human corpse evolvers swiftly regrouped, charging towards a singular direction. Meanwhile, Sun Ran remained oblivious to the unfolding events, pondering aloud. Where did all these human corpses come from? It's as if they appeared out of nowhere. Indeed, look here. Su Ningmeng retrieved a wallet from one of the human corpses, revealing an ID within that bore an address from Jin City. Could these human corpses have originated from Jin City? Let us investigate further. In a matter of moments, they uncovered 2 more IDs, with addresses from Shin City and Liao City, everywhere. How did the corpses from other regions converge here? Is there some conspiracy at play? Just then, from the darkness, the sound of countless footsteps echoed, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses. Sun Ran exchanged concerned glances with the women. Could it be a tide of corpses? Prepare for battle. In the next instant, the darkness erupted with a multitude of human corpses and zombies. Sun Ran unleashed a metallic spatial blade, infused with golden elements. Its power exponentially heightened as it cleaved through the horde of zombies with devastating force. The battle ignited in an instant. Chapter 72, the Sun and team faces off against 100,000 zombies. Confronting the 12 zombie kings, if one were to gaze down from above at this moment, they would observe that the entrance to Longxi Homestead, along with a 3-kilometer radius surrounding it, was teeming with zombies and human corpses, thickly clustered and seemingly endless. The 12 zombie kings loomed high above, observing the chaos below. It must be this kind of power that the Ghost King Haotian spoke of. Let us first allow the zombies to exhaust their energy, and then we shall strike them down decisively, remarked the human corpse King Luo with a smile. The other zombie kings nodded in agreement. One particularly enchanting figure among them declared, "Do not kill that man just yet. I wish to witness the extent of his abilities that allow him to be so formidable." With that, she licked her lips seductively. At this juncture, Sunran and his companions were entirely focused on the zombies below, oblivious to the 12 zombie kings above. While slaying these zombies and corpses did not heavily deplete their spiritual energy, the sheer number was overwhelming. No matter how many they killed, the bodies continued to pile up, creating an ever-growing mound. "Husband, something feels amiss. There are far too many zombies. I suspect someone is controlling them," Mido exclaimed, directing her flying sword while commanding 2 demon beasts to wreak havoc among the undead. Sunran did not reduce his pace in eliminating the zombies. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. It must have been their previous encounter at Yida Shopping Mall, where their elemental fusion had attracted Haotian and Appo's attention. Could he have come in person? Surely, no one else on this planet could command such a horde of zombies and corpses. But why wasn't he the Ghost King Haotian intervening directly? "Ladies, continue to slay the zombies. I will take flight to ascertain the mastermind behind this horde." While they could all soar into the air to evade the zombies and Appo's attacks, doing so would leave the thousands of survivors behind vulnerable, a primary reason Sun and had initially opposed establishing a survivor base. Yet, by a twist of fate, a survivor base had spontaneously formed here. Now that they had pledged allegiance to Sunran, he felt a duty to ensure their safety. Leaping into the air, Sunran summoned his flying sword beneath him. Upon reaching the sky, he was taken aback by the seemingly endless sea of zombies below. How could this possibly be vanquished? Even if I were to dull my spirit sword, it would still be a monumental task. Suddenly, he looked up at the darkened sky and sensed a powerful force emanating from it. Yet, the darkness obscured his vision. Could that be Haotian? Descending rapidly, Sunran conveyed his observations and feelings of the mysterious force to his companions. Su Ningmeng, anxious, asked, "Husband, what shall we do now? Do you have any strategies? We have thousands of survivors behind us. Indeed, if we take to the skies, they would be doomed." Lin Yao, particularly distressed, added, as her child remained in the villa, "Do not panic. If my intuition serves me correctly, these zombies are targeting us. Thus, we merely need to lure them away, ensuring the safety of the survivors behind us. As for what comes next, we shall take it one step at a time." "Very well, we shall heed your guidance, husband. But where shall we draw the zombies?" Su Li casually unleashed a bolt of lightning, obliterating several zombies. "To the east gate of our community. That entrance is comparatively spacious, and the streets to the east are wide. Let us see if this plan succeeds. You all begin to retreat now, Mido, Su Ningmeng, and I will cover the rear." It was no time for modesty as they began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Qian Xiaoya retrieved the spirit stone Sunran had previously cut and distributed them among the group. "Quickly, 2 stones each, to restore your spiritual energy." Only then did they remember the existence of the spirit stones. Tang Tiantian smiled. "I've noticed that every time we face a critical moment, it is Xiaoya who steps up. All right, Sister Tiantian, absorb the spiritual energy quickly. We may need to fight for a long while." As Sunran had anticipated, the zombies and Appo's target was indeed the 9 of them. Wherever Sun and his companions moved, the zombies followed suit relentlessly. Even those far behind would not deviate to attack other survivors within the community. They were fixated on Sun and his group. Before long, Sun Ran and his companions had exited the community, leaving it barren, a troubling sign for Sun Ran, as emptiness signified an impending onslaught from a greater number of zombies. We cannot stop. Keep running. This area is too exposed. We must lead these zombies far away. Fortunately, the horde remained in close pursuit, while the 12 zombie kings above leisurely trailed behind. I never anticipated that Sun Ran would be a man of loyalty and compassion, attempting to draw the zombies away to protect the surviving humans. But what is the use? Once they are slain, these survivors will still meet their end, just a matter of time. Thus, Sun Ran led the women forward, pursued by an army of over 100,000 zombies. Half an hour later, nearing the edge of the morning market, Sun Ran finally halted. Everyone, ascend into the sky. We must locate the puppeteer above. Instantly, the group mounted their flying swords and took to the air. The zombies and corpses stared in bewilderment, thinking, why could you not have flown earlier instead of making us run for half an hour? Sun Ran paid no heed to their thoughts. Once airborne, it was Qian Xiaoya who first sensed the powerful energy, her affinity for light making her particularly attuned to dark elements. Husband, they are located diagonally above us, approximately 500 meters away. They? Not just one individual? Qian Xiaoya shook her head. No, it is a group. Their dark energy is incredibly potent. Strong or not, we shall confront them. Xiaoya, prepare to unleash the initial light element spell. It will illuminate our path and threaten them. Everyone, do not hold back. We will engage them directly. Listen to my command. Diagonally above, 500 meters. Charge. Sun Ran led the charge upwards, for a cultivator cannot cower in the face of death. Otherwise, they would never ascend. Yet, one must not act recklessly. Qian Xiaoya followed closely, and after flying 300 meters, she exclaimed, they are coming. In an instant, her body erupted with a radiant light, illuminating the darkened sky as if it were day. This was the power of Qian Xiaoya at the third level of Foundation establishment. A force tenfold stronger than during their encounter in the Black Rain. It is the energy of light. Retreat. Everyone, follow my orders. Unleash the dark corrosion. Chapter 73. Successfully defeating the 12 corpse kings and merging the third element quick. Everyone unleashed the dark infiltration. The 12 individuals hurriedly invoked the first spell imparted to them by the King of Ghosts. Waves of dark energy, as if imbued with life, enveloped Sun Ran and his companions from all directions. Even the radiance emitted by Qian Xiaoya and Appos, S-light element spells dimmed to a shadow of its former self. Most infuriatingly, this dark energy relentlessly pursued them, shadowing their every move. Whether they ascended or descended, the dark mist always surrounded them, continually siphoning their internal spiritual energy and transforming it into an ever-expanding cloud of black fog. Amidst the obscurity, Sun Ran shouted, who are you? Why do you seek our demise? The corpse king Luo let out a hearty laugh. Since you are destined to perish, it matters not if I divulge our identity. We are the 12 corpse kings under the command of the King of Ghosts. As for why we seek your deaths, it is simply because you irk us. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Sun Ran's heart sank. His suspicions had been confirmed. The collective ascension to the Foundation establishment stage had caused too much commotion, resulting in this deadly calamity. We must break through. If we allow the depletion of our spiritual energy, we shall surely perish. Everyone, follow me. With that, Sun Ran commandeered his flying sword and charged towards the corpse king Luo, with the others following suit. Yet, no matter how swiftly they flew, the dark mist maintained a constant pace with them, as if it were glued to their sides. Luo observed Sun Ran's attempt to breach the mist and sneered. If you have come to court death, do not blame me. He then expelled a torrent of dark mist, enveloping himself completely. The other corpse kings followed suit, merging into the darkness. When the two clouds of black mist collided, Sun Ran's team and the 12 corpse kings officially confronted one another. The 12 corpse kings, comprising individuals of various ethnicities, black, white, Asian, and brown, shared a singular characteristic. Their eyes were a blood-red hue, far more vivid than those of Zhao Qian and her companions. Resembling fresh blood, Sun Ran rapidly conjured a spatial cage to ensnare them, followed by a spatial cut. However, in the blink of an eye, the spatial cage was shattered, and the seemingly unstoppable spatial cut merely impeded their advance. Do not waste your energy. In this realm of darkness, your spells will be infinitely weakened. Boast all you wish. I refuse to believe you can escape death. Su Ningmeng channeled her physical energy, wielding her blade with fervor against them, yet leaving not a single mark upon their bodies. Suddenly, the corpse king Luo felt a disorienting sensation, turning to attack his own comrades. It turned out to be Mido's doing. They were utterly unaware that Mido was also a corpse. In this dark domain, she not only remained unaffected but had also amplified her strength. Her skill, Dark Nightmare, allowed her to create a dreamscape to assault her foes. The corpse king Luo and Apos, as adjacent ally, fared poorly, having nowhere to escape, and was swiftly dispatched by Luo himself. His skull crushed in an instant. The next moment, Luo awoke from the dream, witnessing his subordinate slain beneath his hand, and his fury ignited. It was that woman, her. Everyone, kill her. The other corpse kings brandished their weapons, charging towards Mido. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in Ran and Apos' mind. Everyone, seize them and transport them into the cultivation space. A collective realization dawned upon them, while they could not contend with them in this dark realm. Could they not prevail within the confines of their spatial domain? Ran grasped two of them and swiftly transported them into the space, with the others following suit, clutching onto their garments and pulling them into the sanctuary. Only those who had previously activated the Jade Talismans could freely enter and exit this space. Once inside, unless Ran permitted their release, the corpse kings would remain trapped indefinitely. The dark realm fell eerily silent. Within the cultivation space, the remaining 11 corpse kings found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Yet the air was thick with spiritual energy that left them distinctly uncomfortable. Haha, here, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Ran suddenly appeared behind them, conjuring a spatial cage to ensnare two of the corpse kings. Everyone converged their efforts, aiming to sever their heads. In an instant, Luo unleashed dark infiltration, only to find that the spell, which was effortlessly cast in the outside world, proved exceedingly difficult to execute here. Its power significantly diminished. Cease your futile dark smoke. It is of no use. Tang Tian unleashed her vine technique, ensnaring him firmly to the ground, while Su Li's thunderous strike sent him flying. As his body soared through the air, Lin Yao's ice blade technique met him, piercing straight through his neck. Su Ningmeng's blade expertly severed his head from his body. The remaining few corpse kings continued their futile resistance. At that moment, Qian Shaya radiated a holy light that blinded several of them. The two Foundation establishment stage beasts, both at the 4th level, swiftly devoured the heads of the corpse kings, swallowing them whole. Upon completion, the beasts grew in size, emanating an even more formidable aura. Ran exclaimed in astonishment, have they just ascended to the 5th level of Foundation establishment? Is this the advantage of the demonic beasts? The remaining corpse kings succumbed after mere seconds of resistance. Ran extracted the crystal cores from their heads, one for each of them. Having survived this ordeal, the group exchanged glances, suddenly bursting into joyous laughter. How delightful it was to be alive. None wished for demise. This marked Ran's team's first direct confrontation with the Ghost King Haoyan, or rather, the forces of Ghost King Haoyan. Ultimately, they emerged victorious. Quickly, let us absorb the crystal cores and then hasten to deal with those zombies. If we allow them to scatter, it will be a challenge to locate them afterward. This time, the absorption of the crystal cores differed from before. Previously, absorption only augmented elemental affinity, but these cores directly enhanced their cultivation. As a result, everyone ascended a minor level in their cultivation. Mido and the two demonic beasts both advanced to the 5th level of Foundation establishment, while Ran and the others progressed to the 4th level. Though the journey had been perilous, the outcome was gratifying. Indeed, I did not expect to ascend a full minor level. Su Ningmeng exclaimed joyfully. By the way, dear, since our last attempt to merge the water attribute was unsuccessful, could we perhaps try again now that we have advanced a minor level? Lin Yao suddenly suggested. Ran pondered for a moment before replying, very well. Let us attempt it. Each elemental fusion exponentially enhances our power. If we can successfully merge your water element, it may greatly ease our upcoming battle against the zombies. Excellent. Dear, let us first merge our elements, and then Lin Yao, you may join in. Having prior experience with elemental fusion, the three felt confident in their endeavor. Ran swiftly combined his spatial element with Su Ningmeng's gold element, while Lin Yao carefully introduced her water element into their already fused golden attribute. Initially, the water element enveloped the two elements, yet showed no signs of merging. Lin Yao, envision in your mind that water can embrace and dissolve. Take your time. Do not rush. Lin Yao instantly grasped Ran's intention. Begin to calm your mind, gradually infusing the essence of your being into the water element, allowing it to gently dissolve within the two elements. Time flows by unmeasured. With a soft pop, the water element begins to merge. It embodies both fusion and resilience, nurturing the space and the gold element. The phrase milk and water aptly describes this moment. The third element has successfully merged. Chapter 74. A decade later. Success. It has truly been achieved, Lin Yao exclaimed with unbridled joy. Her spell, the Ice Blade, had undergone a remarkable transformation after fusion. The outer layer of the Ice Blade was now adorned with a golden outline, rendering it even sharper. Furthermore, it had acquired the properties of spatial elements, allowing it to vanish from the enemy's sight only to reappear before them in an instant, showcasing its elusive nature. Meanwhile, Su Ningmeng's piercing blade was imbued with a gentle fluidity, boasting formidable power and a group freezing effect, enhancing its penetrative strength immensely. Sun Ran's spell had also been endowed with two elemental attributes, amplifying both its offensive capabilities and cutting prowess several-fold. Outside, there were over 100,000 zombies awaiting us. Each of us should take 2 spirit stones to hastily restore our spiritual energy, for soon we shall embark on a grand slaughter. My dear, there are over 100,000 zombies out there. We cannot possibly kill them all. Perhaps we should lure them away, Sun Ran pondered, realizing the validity of this reasoning. Even if they stood still for us to attack, it would take several days to vanquish them all. It was indeed unrealistic to expect complete annihilation. Very well. Let us lead them away to the agricultural district ahead, where the demonstration fields lie mostly deserted. They agreed upon a strategy and began to recuperate their spiritual energy, preparing to divert the zombies. Meanwhile, Hao Tian was in a cave on a small island, striving to regain his strength when suddenly his body shivered. He had lost contact with the 12 Corpse Kings. This could only mean 2 things. Either they had departed this realm or they had perished. Was it that power that annihilated my Corpse Kings? Damn it. If only my current form were not so weak, I would have personally dispatched you. Not even the strength left behind by my sister could deter me. I shall eradicate every human on this planet. I seek vengeance. 10 years. Grant me 10 years. And I shall restore but 1% of my peak power, enabling me to open the passage between realms. That shall be the time of your demise. Having vented his fury, Hao Tian resumed his cultivation. Sun Ran and the others stood upon their flying swords, occasionally casting spells into the horde of zombies to draw their attention, gradually guiding them toward the suburban experimental fields. An hour later, they finally reached a flat expanse of farmland, devoid of any human presence. During prosperous times, aside from the occasional fishermen, few ventured here, let alone in the apocalypse. Once the zombie horde was led to the very center of the demonstration fields, several of them accelerated upward, swiftly escaping the zombies' line of sight, leaving the horde bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Before long, Sun Ran and the others returned to Longxi Homestead, assisting the survivors in collecting the precious zombie cores. After gathering the cores, they collectively amassed the corpses of the zombies. Dongfang, wielding fire magic, unleashed over 20 fireball spells, igniting the bodies. Dense black smoke filled the dark night sky. And it took a full day and night to reduce them to ashes. All the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Sun Ran and the others' timely intervention, these thousands of lives would have surely perished today. Silently accepting the survivors' cheers in gratitude, the group finally returned to the villa. Lying motionless on the sofa, they reflected on the harrowing journey. Lin Yao cradled her daughter Jingxin, breastfeeding her while gazing into her innocent eyes, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Sun Ran approached to comfort her. Lin Yao, do not weep. We chose this path, one fraught with peril and hardship. Is not the path of a cultivator a struggle against heaven, against humanity, and against oneself? Lin Yao wiped her tears and replied softly. I know, my love. I simply miss our daughter, fearing I may never see her again. Do not speak such nonsense. How could we possibly lose her? Look at this little glutton. She is perfectly fine. Su Ningmeng stood up, jesting. I envy you, Sister Lin Yao. Why is it that my belly is so uncooperative? It's been so long, yet no sign of life. Beside her, Tang Tian chimed in. Indeed. Husband, you must work overtime tonight. I want a little one too. Qian Shaya interjected. According to the ancient text left by Luo Yi, it is exceedingly difficult for cultivators to conceive offspring, and the higher one's cultivation, the slimmer the chances. Sun Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cultivators defy the heavens, so how could the heavens allow us, these chosen ones, to bear children so easily? Let us allow nature to take its course. Suli stood up, shedding her coat to reveal a sexy camisole, smiling. Regardless, today marks another great victory. I believe we should celebrate. Agreed. Agreed one. Time flew by, and a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Jingxin was now 11 years old, blossoming into a young lady. However, she had yet to awaken any elemental talent, remaining an ordinary child. Sun Ran and Lin Yao concurred that if she had talent, she should cultivate. If not, she should simply enjoy a happy life. After 10 years of continuous absorption of zombie cores and relentless training, their cultivation levels had all reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Advancing to the golden core stage required an opportunity, and the process itself demanded the arrival of heavenly tribulations, which must be successfully weathered to be deemed a success. Presently, they were merely lacking an epiphany or a life and death battle. However, in the past decade, aside from exterminating zombies, they had not encountered such an opportunity. Longxi Homestead had become renowned far and wide. Now, with the community as its center, a radius of nearly 10 kilometers was encompassed by survivor bases, totaling nearly 200,000 people. The zombies in the surrounding markets had mostly been cleared, and Sun Ran and his companions would occasionally venture farther afield to slay zombies, striving to create a better living environment for the human survivors. This survivor base now boasted elementary schools, middle schools, and various institutions, with supermarkets and farmers' markets gradually resuming operations. Additionally, the farmlands surrounding the city were cultivated, adequately addressing the food needs of the 200,000 residents. Jingxin was now in the 4th grade of elementary school, returning home for lunch each day without ever needing to bring food to school. One day, her deskmate, Xiao Pan, feeling hungry before lunchtime due to a light breakfast, secretly pulled out a lunchbox during recess. She revealed a boiled potato sprinkled with a bit of salt, devouring half of it ravenously. Curiously, Jingxin inquired, "What are you eating?" Xiao Pan replied, "Potato. Boiled potato. Haven't you ever had this? Does your family have no food at all?" Xiao Pan instantly wore a sympathetic expression for Jingxin, offering her half of the potato with her dirty little hand, saying, "Here, eat this. You must be starving." Jingxin accepted the potato, filled with curiosity, took a bite, and promptly spat it out. "This tastes terrible." Xiao Pan quickly retrieved the potato, tears welling in her eyes from frustration. She sprang up to flee, coincidentally colliding with the teacher entering the room. Little Pan exclaimed loudly, "Teacher, Sun Jingxin is wasting food by spitting the potatoes on the ground and even claims they are unpalatable." The teacher first comforted Little Pan, assuring her that Sun Jingxin did not act with intention and instructed her to return to her seat. Then, she called Sun Jingxin aside. "Jingxin, the teacher understands that you did not mean any harm. However, our schoolmates, including the teachers, consume these potatoes and corn daily. At present, we lack the capacity for large-scale grain cultivation, so having access to these foods is indeed a privilege. Do you grasp my meaning?" Jingxin nodded, appearing to comprehend. Yet internally she felt a pang of confusion. Why was it that she could enjoy a variety of foods at home, fresh vegetables, meats, and seafood, while other children could not? After enduring the day, Lin Yao came to pick her up from school. On the way home, Jingxin recounted the day's events in detail. Initially, Lin Yao felt a surge of anger and contemplated reprimanding Sun Jingxin. However, she soon reflected that a child's habits are often shaped by their parents. What right did she have to criticize another child? Thus, Lin Yao resolved that tonight's dinner would consist of potatoes. Boiled potatoes. Chapter 75, The Emperor of the Sky, and the Arrival of 100,000 Ghost Soldiers in a Different Realm. Upon returning home in the evening, Sun Ran and his companions emerged from their training space, freshened up, and prepared for dinner. At this stage, they were still in the foundation building phase and required the energy from grains. Once they ascended to the golden core stage, meals would become unnecessary. They would merely need to consume spirit pills or, in some cases, nothing at all, relying solely on spiritual energy. If hunger struck, they could indulge as desired, with any excess easily refined by spiritual energy. As Sun Ran finished his bath, he gazed at a large plate of boiled potatoes and several ears of corn. Casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yao shook her head, signaling him to wait. The other women, upon seeing the potatoes and corn, assumed Lin Yao was preparing a weight loss meal and eagerly dipped the potatoes into chili sauce, devouring them heartily. Sun Jingxin, however, struggled to swallow her potato, lamenting the absence of delectable lobster smothered in cheese. Fried chicken and burgers would suffice too, especially with a refreshing cola, simply delightful. Sun Ran quickly grasped Lin Yao's intentions. Having been raised in comfort, this child was oblivious to the harsh realities faced by other survivors. The land surrounding the market, even if sown with grain, merely sufficed for the sustenance of 20,000 people. Moreover, survivors from other cities continued to join the base daily. Food was perpetually in short supply. With a smile, Sun Ran remarked, "Xiao Jingxin, While these foods may not be exquisite, their nutritional value is exceptionally rich. On par with your lobster burgers. One potato alone can sustain a human's energy needs for an entire morning. Here, let me add some ketchup. Think of it as fries. Given her close relationship with her father, Xiao Jingxin complied and began eating the potato. After a few bites, she found it was not as unpalatable as she had imagined. After dinner, Xiao Jingxin retreated to complete her homework. While Lin Yao summoned Sun Ran to the 5th floor to discuss the events of the day, Sun Ran understood Lin Yao's anxiety. 3 years prior, they had discovered a portal within the training space, leading to the advanced plane spoken of by Luo Yi. That realm was where cultivators were meant to ascend. The current training space could only support their advancement to the Golden Core stage. To reach the nascent soul stage, they would need to depart for the true advanced plane. If they all left, Xiao Jingxin, still immortal, would be left to navigate this world alone. Presently, she appeared so out of place among the survivors. Rest assured. Sun Ran reassured her, Xiao Jingxin is still young. She and Oppos, LL understand when she matures. Besides, it may be some time before we reach the Golden Core stage. So worrying now seems futile. Recently, during my training, I have felt an unsettling anxiety, awakening inexplicably from my meditations. I sense that something is amiss. It is likely that the power of the Emperor of the Sky is re-emerging. Lin Yao expressed her curiosity, but 10 years ago, he was defeated. Will he return? Indeed. Over the past decade, we have progressed, and he too must have advanced. Our attributes have only integrated to the 4th level. And we have no idea when we will successfully ascend to the Golden Core stage. We are at a disadvantage. Lin Yao frowned. What differs from 10 years ago is that we now have too many ties. This survivor base has nearly 250,000 individuals. If the Emperor of the Sky returns, it could spell disaster for humanity. Let them come. We shall meet force with force. Regardless, this is a calamity. Yet also an opportunity for us, Sun Ran declared. Come now, do not wear such a solemn expression. I shall check on Xiao Jingxin's homework. Lin Yao chuckled. You spoil her too much. No sneaking her treats. Sun Ran paused. Fear not. Habits of pampering cannot be changed overnight. We shall take our time. Deep within an island in the Pacific, the Emperor of the Sky, his long blood-red hair billowing without wind, formed hand seals. A surge of dark energy erupted from his hands, gradually coalescing into a black door. The scenery beyond was equally dark, a black sky, a black earth, and a blood-red glowing sphere illuminating the somber world with a faint light. Soon, a slender creature emerged from the door. Its large eyes and razor-sharp teeth coupled with claws that appeared to be weapons, all enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Upon seeing the seated Emperor of the Sky, it hesitated momentarily before cautiously approaching, sniffing intently before collapsing to its knees. Commander Shura of the 10th Legion of the Nine Nether Valley pays homage to the Emperor of the Sky. As previously mentioned, the Emperor had inadvertently arrived at this plane. While his true form remained the Emperor of Ghosts in the Ghost Realm, Li Dazhuang recognized him by the unique aura of the Emperor, unmistakable in its authenticity. Rise and speak. I never anticipated that after so many years, someone would still remember me. Emperor of the Sky, your renown in the Ghost Realm was unparalleled. Who could forget? However, it was rumored that you had transmigrated. How surprising to encounter you here. Ah, those tales are of no consequence. You mentioned you hail from the Nine Nether Valley. How fares your Valley Master, Luo Jie? Li Dazhuang hesitated. The current Valley Master is Luo Ying, presumably a descendant of Luo Jie. Ah, my memory is fading. That was 1 billion years ago. Summon your Valley Master to me. Conveying that the Emperor of the Sky has matters to discuss. Yes, Emperor. I shall relay this immediately. With that, he turned and vanished into the portal. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged from the portal, exclaiming excitedly, I pay my respects to the Emperor of the Sky. I am Luo Jie of the Nine Nether Valley. The Emperor rose, exuding an aura unique to his position. Good, good. Rise quickly, let me behold you. Indeed, a remarkable figure. What is your relation to Luo Jie? He is my ancestor, 18 generations back. Ah, such a lineage. It appears the Luo family continues to thrive. Once seated, Luo Jie inquired, Emperor of the Sky. I find the spiritual energy in this plane to be quite sparse and uncomfortable. Where exactly are we? After a moment of thought, the Emperor replied. This was once the main star of human cultivators, but due to my actions, they utilized great power to shift it to a lower plane. Oh, a lower plane? Is there a particular reason you summoned us here? Currently, I have not restored my peak strength, hence I cannot venture out. I require you to deploy troops to completely occupy the star. Once accomplished, I shall relocate it back to the high plane as a base to dominate the entire realm of human cultivation. Understood, Emperor. I shall return and mobilize the troops to fulfill your command. However, I have one question. Luojia hesitated. Why must the Emperor insist on relocating this star instead of heading directly to the high plane? The Emperor of the Sky rose, pacing thoughtfully before responding. This is my original home. It is the only place in the realm of human cultivation that is truly worthy of remembrance. This time, I shall seize control of the human cultivation world as the Emperor of the Celestial Void. Let these hypocritical beings understand the consequences of offending me. In the cultivation space, although this household is nearing the golden core stage, the spiritual energy in the air seems to have lost its former density. It appears that, as Roy stated, once one reaches the golden core stage, if one does not ascend to a higher plane, their cultivation will gradually decline until they revert to mere mortals. During this period, aside from cultivating and slaying zombies, Sunran has another task: to dismantle all the outer steps of the cultivation palace, reducing them to countless small pieces of spirit stones. As time passes, the feeling of foreboding within Sunran intensifies. It seems that something dreadful is about to occur. Thus, preparing an ample supply of spirit stones is a prudent measure. At the portal to the ghost realm, over 100,000 ghost soldiers, 10,000 ghost warriors, and several dozen Azura generals have gathered outside. Roger addressed Li Dazhuang beside him. It was you who discovered the portal. And now I command you to lead the 100,000 ghost troops to the other world, fulfilling the task of the Emperor of the Celestial Void without error. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Valley Master. I shall certainly accomplish the mission. With a single order, over 100,000 ghost soldiers stepped through the portal, arriving at the battlefield of another realm. Chapter 76. What was destined to come has indeed arrived. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, and the survivors in the market began their busy day. Some were planting, others were harvesting, collecting supplies, going to work, or attending school, creating an illusion that this was not an apocalypse. In the villa, Sunran awoke early and stood by the window, lighting a cigarette. Su Ningmeng lay in bed, frowning as she remarked, "Darling, it's breakfast time, and you're already smoking. It's not good for your health." Sunran turned his head, extinguishing the cigarette with a smile. "So you're suggesting that smoking after breakfast would be better for my health?" "Oh no, that's not what I meant. I don't care. I just want you to stay with me a little longer." Sunran shook his head and said, "What is meant to come, has come." Su Ningmeng asked, puzzled. "What has come? Why can't I feel it? Perhaps it's because I am the master of the jade pendant." This morning, the patterns on the pendant transmitted a message, as if hinting that a dark force is approaching. "I'm contemplating whether we should relocate the survivors." "Are you joking? There are over 200,000 survivors. Where could we possibly move them? Anywhere is better than staying here. I have faith in the signal from the jade pendant." Su Ningmeng sat up and embraced Sunran from behind. "Darling, no matter what you decide, I will support you." "All right then, we won and Oppos, T-train today. We'll first devise a strategy." Breakfast consisted once again of boiled potatoes and corn. After sharing heartfelt conversations with Xiao Jingxin the previous day, Sunran no longer found these foods distasteful. After breakfast, they sent Xiao Jingxin to school and gathered on the sofa to discuss their plan. Sunran shared the message from the jade pendant, proposing the relocation of the survivors. Initially, everyone reacted with skepticism, deeming the task impossible. However, if the message conveyed by the jade pendant was indeed true, remaining in place would only complicate matters when it came time to fight. Ultimately, they decided to support Sun Ran and Oppos' plan. The next question was, where to relocate. Sun Ran suggested, Ping County, under the jurisdiction of the market, is a major agricultural county with the highest yield of various grains and vast arable land. "I propose we move there." Tang Tian chimed in. "I'm familiar with Ping County. My grandmother lives there, but it and Oppos, as nearly 100 kilometers from our market. The journey might be challenging. The distance is manageable. We can gather vehicles from the market. Covering 100 kilometers should not be a problem." Though they called it a discussion, it was primarily Sun Ran making the decisions, with others offering minor suggestions. After 10 minutes, the plan was mostly finalized. Sun Ran stood up and said, "Currently, we have no means of communication, so it will be arduous for everyone to relay the information. I don't know when that dark force will arrive, but the sooner we act, the better. Prepare for 2 days, and we shall depart the day after tomorrow. If there are those who choose not to follow us, then they will have to fend for themselves." With that, everyone donned their coats and left the villa to spread the news across factories, schools, farmlands, and communities. In just one day, nearly 250 000 people received the information. They began gathering their belongings, seeking suitable vehicles, and lining up at gas stations for fuel. On the following day, the survivor base was bustling with activity. Schools were closed, factories ceased operations, and no one tended to the farmlands. Sun Ran specifically took out some of his food supplies from his storage to share with everyone as a transition for developing the new base. On the third day, regardless of whether they were fully prepared, they set off promptly at 8 in the morning. Countless vehicles formed a long convoy, slowly departing from the market. Meanwhile, Li Dazhuang led an army of 100,000 ghost soldiers from the small island, soaring through the skies or swimming as needed, and after 3 days, they finally set foot on this mysterious continent of the East. Thanks to the precise location provided by the Haotian Ghost King, the 100,000 ghost soldiers avoided unnecessary detours. Upon reaching land, they quickened their pace, charging forth with ferocity. Along the way, zombies and human corpses fled in terror, even they feared this overwhelming force. The survivors they encountered, however, were not so fortunate, as they were mercilessly drained of life by these ghost cultivators. Boss, I must say, these humans are far sweeter than those in our ghost realm. I almost don't want to go back. Fool, wait until the Haotian Ghost Emperor attacks the human cultivation world. Then you'll know what truly sweet humans taste like. Wow, boss, you know about that? Have you been there? Shut up and keep moving. Li Dazhuang smacked his subordinate. He thought to himself, if I could reach the human cultivation world, I would have been obliterated long ago. As they sped onward, encountering the survivor base resulted in ruthless slaughter. To these ghost cultivators, humans were merely food, simple as that. Before long, Li Dazhuang and his 100,000 ghost soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the market, consulting the map. Given our pace, we should be right around here. You three, go scout ahead. The Haotian Ghost King warned us that these few individuals are not to be underestimated. We must not suffer a setback. Yes, Commander. The 3 ghost soldiers swiftly took to the skies, vanishing in an instant. 10 minutes later, they returned in a flurry. Commander, it's bad. I saw humans all packed into a metal box, and there were so many of them. Upon hearing this, Li Dazhuang thought, could it be that these humans have caught wind of our approach? Regardless, we cannot allow them to escape. Failure to complete the mission would surely mean death. The rules of the ghost realm are unforgiving. Pursue. Everyone, chase after them. Kill them ruthlessly. I refuse to believe they can escape from our grasp. The 100,000 ghost soldiers surged forward like rabid dogs, howling as they pursued the fleeing survivors. Sun Ran observed the lengthy convoy stretching for miles. Worry etched on his face. Darling, you need not fret. Once we're out of the city, we can drive faster. This route had been cleared the day before their departure, with all zombies and human corpses eliminated along the way. Moreover, they had lured the zombies from the city of Ping County out, allowing Dongfang to incinerate them all. It's not a matter of speed. They're already here. I can feel it. Sun Ran stood at the city exit, gazing into the distance shrouded in mist, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the fog. Clad in black, with a gaunt physique, the emaciated face resembled a skull, with only a few stubborn strands of hair adorning the scalp. Ghost cultivators, having consumed the life force of others, find their own energy becoming complex and difficult to absorb. The advantage is rapid strength enhancement, but the downside is that over time, they become neither human nor ghost, with increasingly erratic personalities. Then, more figures emerged behind him, dense and multiplying. They emitted a gurgling sound from their throats. Upon witnessing these dark beings, a smile unconsciously crept across Sun Ran's lips. At last, they have arrived. I have been waiting for you. After a month of trepidation, the arrival of this dark force brought Sun Ran a sense of relief, for the true terror lies in the enemies lurking in the shadows. Drawing forth his spiritual sword, he addressed the women behind him. We, as a couple, have diligently cultivated for over a decade yet remain unable to ascend to the golden core stage. Since we have chosen to defy fate, let us fight to the bitter end. Ladies, join me in battle. With that, Sun Ran, at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, surged forth with profound spiritual energy, leading the charge into the ranks of the ghostly soldiers. His spiritual sword sliced through the air with the precision of a scythe harvesting wheat, weaving through the enemy with deadly grace. In an instant, the ghostly soldiers were left in disarray, their ranks shattered. Suddenly, a formidable force locked onto him. The Azura was preparing to strike, equivalent to a human cultivator in the golden core stage. A skull shot forth like a meteor. Come at me. Sun Ran did not flinch. His spiritual sword, akin to a missile, collided directly with it. In that moment, he understood the meaning of a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The flying sword shattered into countless fragments. Sun Ran spat out a mouthful of blood, yet remained composed. The space around him was replete with spiritual swords. He retrieved another and plunged back into the fray. Sun Ran realized that the master of that skull must undoubtedly be at the Golden Core stage, for he could not have been so easily overwhelmed otherwise. Yet he must fight. For the survivors behind him. For his defiance against destiny. For the need to unleash his potential. He, Sun Ran, would ascend to the Golden Core stage. Chapter 77. Sun Ran ascends to the Golden Core stage. The colorful thunder tribulation comes to assist. The dragon spear emerges. Su Ningmeng watched anxiously as Sun Ran coughed up blood and rushed to his side. However, the skulls attacked once more. As their master seemed to realize that Sun Ran was the core of this team and must be eliminated to neutralize the remaining women. Sun Ran faced the incoming skull with greater caution this time, channeling the spatial power within him. He feigned control over a flying sword that collided with the skull. But at the moment of impact, the sword vanished, causing the skull to lose its target and crash into the ghostly soldiers, killing dozens of them. The sword reappeared before a Shura general in the next instant. Merely a trivial skill. Sun Ran waved his hand lightly, severing the connection with the spirit sword. He spat blood again, realizing the overwhelming strength of his foes. He was utterly incapable of overcoming them. The remaining ghost generals, observing him like a jester, mocked him. Indeed, the chasm between the Golden Core and Foundation establishment stages was insurmountable. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, he was still lacking that crucial step. Without the acknowledgement of the laws of heaven and earth, he could not be deemed a true practitioner. Kid, you possess talent and strength, but without reaching the Golden Core stage, you shall forever remain as nothing. They laughed, with a wave of their hands. A dozen skulls surged towards him, and Sun Ran saw no means to evade them. Was he destined to perish? From the apocalypse to rebirth, from vengeance to this moment. Over a decade had silently slipped away. He was nearing 40 years of age. The events of these 40 years played through his mind like a film. No. If I die, what will become of my beloved women? What will happen to Xiaojing? What about the countless survivors? No, he could not die. Wasn't and Amp, Oppos, Tia merely an ascension to the Golden Core stage? Wasn't and Amp, Oppos, Tia just breaking through this thin barrier? In the face of death, these concerns were trivial. Sun Ran declared. I do not wish to perish. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Sun Ran and Amp, Oppos' body, and the previously clear sky darkened with gathering storm clouds. The skulls, seemingly fearful of the ominous clouds, dared not approach him. The clouds thickened, forming a vortex at their center, where lightning raged, creating a terrifying spectacle. Among the ghostly soldiers, a voice proclaimed, he is about to undergo tribulation. Stop him. Countless ghost soldiers charged at Sun Ran, but before they could reach him, they were repelled by an unseen force. The women, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety for Sun Ran. The Shura generals, realizing they could not attack Sun Ran, redirected their assault towards the women. Su Ningmeng, the earliest of Sun Ran and Amp, Oppos' companions, stepped forward to shield her sisters from harm. Yet, if even Sun Ran could barely withstand a single blow, how could they hope to survive? Sun Ran, under the thunderous tribulation, witnessed the scene unfolding outside, his heart racing with worry as he saw them get hurt. Just then, the tribulation cloud stirred, and a thick purple lightning bolt descended. Sun Ran shouted, "Come on," and raised his right hand, channeling all his spiritual energy to counter the strike. He effortlessly weathered the first tribulation. Before he could catch his breath, the second tribulation struck. This time the lightning was twice as thick as the first. Then came the third. "Aha, I have succeeded. I have overcome the tribulation," Sun Ran exclaimed, exhilarated in his disheveled state. According to Roy and Amp, Oppos' scriptures, there were 3 lightning tribulations in the Golden Core stage. At this moment, the golden spiritual energy within Sun Ran underwent a violent transformation, gradually condensing into a golden core, spinning rapidly in his dantian. The golden core was formed. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The tribulation clouds did not dissipate. Instead, they began to brew an even greater storm. Could it be that there is more? Even the Shura generals momentarily halted their attacks on Su Ningmeng and the others, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment. Boom! A thunderous clap resonated, causing everyone and Amp, Oppos' ears to ring. A colossal, multicolored lightning bolt descended. Sun Ran had just ascended to the Golden Core stage, and his internal energy was depleted, leaving him unable to muster the strength to resist. Damn! This time, I and Amp, Oppos, am done for. Just as the multicolored lightning was about to strike Sun Ran, The jade pendant on his chest suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, shielding his vital organs and brain. With a crack, the lightning struck. Sun Ran endured the blow. Thanks to the golden light protecting his essential organs, he miraculously survived, aside from feeling a numbing sensation throughout his body. Seeing that the tribulation clouds could not harm Sun Ran, they reluctantly dispersed. At this moment, Sun Ran glanced at his newly formed golden core, which was approximately the size of a peanut before the fourth multicolored lightning bolt struck. After the fourth bolt, it astonishingly doubled in size. This indicated that his current strength surpassed that of a mid-golden core practitioner. Moreover, the multicolored lightning represented a person and amp, Apos, as potential. The intensity of the tribulation was determined by 1 and amp, Apos, as potential. Typically, golden core practitioners face 3 tribulations, though some prodigies encountered 4. However, a multicolored tribulation like this was seldom seen in the true cultivation world, as it was a privilege reserved for the most exceptional talents. Yet, in this low-tier realm, no one paid heed to such matters, as they lacked understanding. But there were those who comprehended, such as the dozen Shura generals opposite him. They had all experienced tribulations to ascend to their current level, fully aware of the significance of this multicolored tribulation. This is a genius, born at the pinnacle, capable of challenging beyond his level. They exchanged glances, stating, "We can only strike together now. Those women are of no immediate concern. We cannot hold back any longer. If we fail the mission, we might perish here." Li Dazhuang, the leader of this expedition and a Shura general, readily agreed. "All right. Let us fight side by side and crush this prodigy in his cradle." With that, they summoned their innate magical treasures. The Golden Core stage and Shura generals belonged to the same realm, but the greatest advantage over Foundation establishment practitioners was their innate magical artifacts. Their power was 1,000 times greater than that of spirit swords controlled by spiritual energy. In an instant, a dozen beams of light surged towards Sun Ran. Having just ascended to the Golden Core, he possessed no magical artifacts, but he had a formidable body tempered by the multicolored lightning. Sun Ran soared into the air, grasping a flying magical treasure, and with all his might, he broke it in half. One Shura general spat blood, losing the connection to his magical artifact. However, the continuous onslaught of treasures was beyond what Sun Ran could withstand alone. Several artifacts struck him. One artifact, a massive centipede, clung tightly to Sun Ran, its venomous fangs poised to strike. Sun Ran had no choice but to abandon resistance against the other treasures, focusing his energy to combat the centipede. The golden core within him churned violently, an unending stream of spiritual energy converging in his hands. With a crack, Sun Ran yanked the centipede down, tearing it into countless pieces. However, he was now at his limit. Upon attaining the golden core, one finds it utterly challenging to acclimate to newfound powers, lacking a personal magical artifact for protection. Thus, one must rely solely on the formidable strength of the physical body for defense. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted among the ghostly soldiers. A figure clad in black emerged, donning a dark cloak and wielding a crossbow. "Humans, join me in vanquishing these Azura generals. Receive this weapon." With that proclamation, the figure unleashed a relentless barrage, each shot claiming the lives of several ghostly warriors. Li Dazhuang gazed curiously at the shadowy figure, deep in thought. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "She is a demon hunter. Eliminate her. Quickly." Do not mind Sun Ran. As Sun Ran accepted the weapon, he found himself holding a spear adorned with a gemstone at its tip. The instant he grasped the spear, the gem emitted a dazzling radiance, prompting the surrounding ghostly soldiers to shield their eyes. "What a splendid spear!" The weapon quivered in response, as if acknowledging the praise. As Sun Ran channeled his spiritual energy into the spear, an immediate bond was forged between them, reminiscent of a reunion between old friends. "With this spear, I shall name you Dragon Spear." The gemstone at the tip gleamed even brighter, seemingly rejoicing at its newfound, noble title. "Follow me into battle." With that declaration, he surged into the enemy ranks, aiming directly at the Azura generals. Chapter 78, The Demon Hunter Vein. The ultimate move of the Dragon Spear. Heavenly fire rampaging dragon. Once Sun Ran acquired the divine weapon, he transformed utterly into a different individual. Wherever the spear pointed, the demon soldiers perished. Intriguingly, this spear absorbed the essence of the slain demons to enhance its own power. The gem at the tip of the spear grew increasingly radiant and sharper, reminiscent of a famished human ravenously consuming the essence of these demon soldiers. The Shura generals began to feel anxious as the demon hunter and Sun Ran approached them. They unleashed their formidable skills in desperation. Li Dazhuang bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of blood onto his treasured artifact. In an instant, The artifact glowed brilliantly, humming loudly as it soared towards Sun Ran and Apos' head. "Be careful," shouted the demon hunter. "Come at me." Sun Ran laughed heartily, seizing control of the dragon spear to charge forward. With a thunderous boom, Li Dazhuang spat blood, and his artifact returned with a crack. Sun Ran and Apos' ferocity, bolstered by the dragon spear, had decisively turned the tide of battle. "Ladies, follow me to slay our enemies," commanded Sun Ran. Su Ningmeng and the others were not idle either, plunging into the horde of demon soldiers. All were at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, rendering them invincible among those of the Golden Core stage, with abundant spiritual energy allowing them to cast spells as if they were free. The most ferocious among them were Mido and Apos, two demon beasts, transforming into their beastly forms, standing over 4 meters tall. Their claws left the demon soldiers either dead or grievously wounded, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. 10 individuals managed to force back 100,000. Meanwhile, the demon hunter exhibited no visible fluctuations of spiritual energy, nor could anyone discern her cultivation level. Her crossbow required no arrows, by some unknown principle. It consistently shot white projectiles. Moreover, her figure moved like a wisp of smoke, often vanishing only to reappear elsewhere. Many demon soldiers began to retreat. For who wished to perish when they could survive? Li Dazhuang, infuriated, bellowed, "With so many of us, we can exhaust them. Anyone who dares to retreat, I shall slay." Surprisingly, his words proved effective, as the retreating demon soldiers gritted their teeth and charged forward once more. At that moment, the dragon spear suddenly relayed a message to Sun Ran. Though indescribable in words, he understood instantly. The spear had absorbed sufficient essence from the demon soldiers and could unleash a spell. This spell was named Heavenly Fire Rampaging Dragon. It could summon 9 fire dragons to aid Sun Ran in slaying foes. The strength of the fire dragons equaled that of the summoner, meaning Sun Ran, being at the Golden Core stage, would summon dragons of the same level. The duration of the fire dragon's existence also correlated with the summoner's cultivation, lasting approximately 10 minutes for those at the Golden Core stage. Should they be slain, they would vanish instantly. Indeed, it is the dragon spear. To absorb the essence of the demon soldiers was to gather energy for releasing Heavenly Fire Rampaging Dragon. "Come forth, let me witness your might," Sun Ran declared, raising the spear high and leaping into the air, shouting, "Heavenly Fire Rampaging Dragon." In an instant, the dragon spear emitted a roar, and from the gem at its tip, fiery dragons emerged, each over 30 meters in length. True 5-clawed golden dragons. The 9 dragons unleashed a tremendous roar at the demon soldiers on the battlefield, and in the next moment, they charged into the throng of demons. The demon hunter and Apos' eyes glistened with tears as she beheld the 9 fire dragons. "Father, do you see? The fire dragons have returned." If Sun Ran and Apos' previous attacks had been singular, now the fire dragons unleashed a devastating area attack, cloaked in flames. Any demon soldier that came into contact with them was reduced to ashes. The 9 dragons weaved effortlessly among the demon soldiers, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Dazhuang, alongside the Shura generals, disregarding their own demon soldiers, turned tail and fled. If it were just Sun Ran and the demon hunter, there might have been a glimmer of hope. However, upon the appearance of the 9 fire dragons, despair enveloped them entirely. Witnessing their leader and Apos' retreat, the remaining demon soldiers shed their pretense and fled in haste. Sun Ran and his companions relentlessly pursued the fleeing foes, mercilessly striking down the demon soldiers as they went. They chased until darkness fell, at which point Sun Ran ordered a halt, recognizing the fatigue of the women. They rested for a moment, replenishing their spiritual energy with a few spirit stones before collectively returning to the morning market. By now, the 20,000 survivors had departed, seeking a new life in Ping County, leaving only Sun Ran and his companions behind. Back at the villa, they collapsed onto the sofas, silently grateful for their fortune. Were it not for the demon hunter and Apos' arrival and Sun Ran and Apos' daring ascension to the Golden Core stage, they would have faced certain doom. The demon hunter curiously examined everything in the villa, like a child, exploring this and that. "Thank you for today, demon hunter." While she was engrossed in studying a bottle of red wine, she suddenly heard someone call her name and promptly set the bottle down. Removing her black cloak revealed her true visage: long, lustrous black hair, a pert nose, alluring lips, and a voluptuous figure. To Sun Ran and Apos' surprise, the demon hunter was an enchanting beauty, scoring a striking 98 in looks. "My name is Vane. You may call me Vane. I am Sun Ran, and these are my wives. Thank you for lending me this spear today. I shall return it to you now." With that, Sun Ran retrieved the spear and handed it back to her. This is my father and Amp Appo's spear. It has recognized you and is now yours. Sun Ran quickly interjected. Such a valuable weapon. I cannot accept it. It should be returned to your father. Vane shook her head, saying, my father has passed away. It is yours now. Forgive me, I did not know your father had died. Why did you suddenly appear on the battlefield? You cannot be from Earth, can you? With that, Sun Ran opened a bottle of mineral water and offered it to her. Vane glanced at the bottle cautiously, took a careful sip, and her eyes brightened. This water is so sweet. I haven't tasted such sweet water in many years. It must be quite precious. Sun Ran and Su Ningmeng exchanged glances, smiling as they pointed out the Wahan natural mineral water in her hand. Not expensive, just $2 a bottle. We have plenty. Feel free to drink as much as you like. With that, Sun Ran produced a case of mineral water and placed it before her. Realizing Sun Ran spoke truthfully, Vane grabbed a bottle and eagerly drank it down. After finishing, she let out an adorable burp, truly embodying the saying that beauty enhances everything one does. Once she quenched her thirst, Vane settled onto the sofa and began recounting her story. I am indeed not from this realm. I hail from the underworld demon realm. Although it is called the demon realm, most inhabitants are ordinary humans like myself. The strong among humanity established a pact to protect us, forbidding demon cultivators from entering human territories to kill and consume us. Should anyone dare to breach this agreement, a great war would ensue. This pact has safeguarded us for thousands of years. However, as the powerful among humans gradually perished and no new strong individuals arose to uphold the pact, the demon cultivators succumbed to temptation. Thus, 1,000 years ago, they shattered this agreement. The reason demon cultivators are formidable is their ability to absorb the energy, internal power, and cultivation of any living being, transforming it into their own. Gradually, humanity began to falter, retreating further and further. My father perished at the hands of the ghostly cultivators while safeguarding humanity's retreat. In his final moments, he entrusted this gun to me, hoping I would find a worthy successor for it and continue the fight against the ghostly cultivators. Ultimately, humanity faced its demise a century ago, with the remaining elite forming a ghost hunting squad dedicated to eradicating the specters. I am one of the hunters, a slayer of ghosts. Through Vane's narration, one can sense the profound misery endured by the humans in the underworld. Even a sip of pure water is perceived as an exquisite delight. And then, how did you come to be here? Vane replied with a bitter smile. During a mission to hunt the ghostly cultivators, we fell into an ambush. Countless cultivators of the Shura realm surrounded us. In a bid to preserve a flicker of hope, our captain sacrificed himself to allow my escape, while the rest perished. Now, I'm the last remaining member of the ghost hunting squad. I evaded capture and, by chance, witnessed numerous ghostly soldiers traversing a spatial portal. At that moment, I thought that those beyond the gate must be the enemies of my enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I believed I could stealthily enter this portal and seek allies to aid me in my battle against the ghostly cultivators. Thus, I disguised myself as a ghostly warrior and infiltrated your realm. Chapter 79, Vane's Promotion. Setting Goals. Striving Forward. After listening, Sun Ran gazed at the frail yet beautiful woman before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion. A girl so exquisite, traversing realms alone in search of allies to fend off ghostly cultivators, truly moved him with her courageous spirit. Vane, you are the bravest girl I have ever encountered, Su Ningmeng said, discreetly wiping away her tears as she grasped Vane's hand. The thick calluses on her palm only deepened Sun Ran's sympathy. Qian Shaya and Linya approached, surrounding her and whispering sweetly. The tender camaraderie among women was something Sun Ran could never fully comprehend. He could only silently light a cigarette, waiting for them to express their emotions before resuming the conversation. 10 minutes later, as the atmosphere calmed, Sun Ran finally spoke. I notice there is no spiritual energy within you. What is your cultivation level? We humans originate from the underworld ghost realm, which is not conducive to cultivation. However, the human race is the most adaptable. Our ancestors gradually extracted a form of energy known as impure chi from the dark elements of the ghost realm. It is also part of spiritual energy, and through the absorption of this impure chi, our ancestors began to produce strong cultivators and develop their own system of cultivation. The levels range from the nether body stage, nether chi stage, nether dance stage, nether infant stage, to the nether god stage. I am currently at the nether dance stage, which corresponds to your recent promotion to the golden dance stage. The reason you cannot sense my energy is that the spiritual energy within me is impure chi, which you have never encountered. Oh, so that is how it is. The impure Qi, your ancestors from the underworld ghost realm, were indeed quite clever to find a way out in such dire circumstances. By the way, try absorbing the spiritual energy from these spirit stones, Sun Ran suggested, retrieving 2 crystal-clear stones from his spatial pocket. Vane accepted the stones, holding them delicately as she began to sense the spiritual energy within. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy surged into her body, gradually expelling all the impure Qi, replacing it entirely. If the impure Qi was akin to watered-down wine, then the spiritual energy was like a fine liquor of the highest quality. There was no comparison. In an instant, the 2 spirit stones were completely absorbed, and Vane opened her eyes wide, looking pitifully at Sun Ran. Su Ningmeng immediately understood and took out 50 spirit stones from her spatial pocket. Sister, absorb freely. If you need more, there's plenty. Gratefully, Vane glanced at Su Ningmeng before eagerly starting to absorb the spirit stones at a pace that was at least 10 times faster than before. 10 minutes later, all the spirit stones were consumed, and Vane's aura began to rise steadily. After a brief moment, she stabilized her energy. Thank you all. I have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Nether Dance stage. I am truly grateful to you. Sun Ran chuckled to himself, thinking, after a life of meager meals, she finally feasted on fine grains and unexpectedly advanced. What will you do next? Do you have any thoughts? Vane pondered for a moment before replying. I don't know if you have noticed, but this plane is quite fragile. What do you mean? Sun Ran asked, puzzled. This plane can only sustain cultivators at the Golden Dance stage. If a Yuan infant stage cultivator were to descend here, it would render the plane extremely unstable. To maintain stability, the plane suppresses the Yuan infant cultivation, reducing it to the Golden Dance stage. Sun Ran suddenly understood, saying so. This means that even if a Yuan infant were to arrive, they could only exert the power of a Golden Dan cultivator. No wonder the manuals left by Luo Yi stated that upon reaching the Golden Dan stage, one must ascend to a higher plane. Otherwise, advancement would be impossible. Then the question arises, does the Ghost Emperor Haotian currently possess only the strength of a Golden Dan cultivator? Vane shook her head. I do not know. When I left the teleportation gate, I caught a glimpse of Haotian from afar and noticed something. What did you observe? The Ghost Emperor Haotian may not truly exist. Sun Ran felt a sudden headache. What do you mean by not truly existing? All ghost hunters possess a talent that allows us to see through the disguises of ghostly cultivators. When I looked at Ghost Emperor Haotian, I realized he was merely a phantom. This situation can arise in 2 scenarios. 1, he is not truly present, merely a wisp of his essence, or 2, it is simply a projection of himself. Then where is the true Ghost Emperor Haotian? Vane shook her head. When I was in the underworld ghost realm, I heard tales of Ghost Emperor Haotian. It is said that he mysteriously reincarnated billions of years ago, and no one knows the reason behind it. He simply vanished. And I never expected to encounter him here. There are only 12 Ghost Emperors in the underworld ghost realm, and he is the strongest among them. He commands countless ghostly cultivators, and even the underworld ghost realm trembles at his footsteps. Sun Ran nodded. If he has reincarnated into the realm of human cultivators, he is indeed a formidable adversary. Well, it is getting late. You all should rest. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Su Ningmeng linked arms with Vane, smiling. Sister, let me take you to bathe and change into some new clothes. You have such a lovely figure. Wearing only black is a waste. Vane looked up at Sun Ran, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the underworld ghost realm, we only have black clothing. If we were anything too vibrant, it attracts the attention of ghostly cultivators. No worries. This is Earth, and my husband is the most powerful person on this planet. No one dares to lay a finger on you. The group of women ascended the stairs, leaving Sun Ran alone downstairs, absorbing the information Vane had just shared. A few key phrases lingered in his mind. Earth plane, fragile space, strength suppression, and Golden Dan stage. If this were indeed the case, once Su Ningmeng and the others advanced to the Golden Dan stage and integrated the 9 elements, they would be capable of defeating the Ghost Emperor Haotian, who also possesses a maximum cultivation level of Golden Dan stage. However, the last key phrase was a wisp of essence, a projection. Where exactly does the true Ghost Emperor Haotian reside? If they were to annihilate this projection, would it be considered completing the mission? After contemplating for a long time without finding clarity, he extinguished his cigarette and headed upstairs to sleep. Meanwhile, Li Dazhuang and his companions hastily returned to Haotian's side, reporting the reasons for their defeat truthfully. It is fate. It seems that I am indeed the chosen one. Return to the underworld ghost realm for now. I will summon you when needed. Yes, Ghost Emperor Haotian. Li Dazhuang never expected to escape with his life and quickly traversed the teleportation gate back to the ghost realm. Hao Yin stood up, soaring into the sky above the island, gazing eastward, lost in thought. The following morning, Vane awoke to a sumptuous breakfast spread across the table, her mouth watering uncontrollably. "Do you eat this every day?" she asked, astonished. "Of course. What else would we eat?" Sun Ran replied, eyeing the rice porridge, steamed buns, floral rolls, pickled vegetables, and a large piece of boiled beef without finding anything amiss. "You are so fortunate." "Haha. Well then, please enjoy your meal." Although having reached the golden dance stage meant she no longer needed to eat, humans are accustomed to the habit of consuming food from a young age. And it is generally only at the Yuan infant stage that they cease eating entirely. After breakfast, Sun Ran and the others ventured into the training space. Vane, overwhelmed by the rich spiritual energy surrounding her, felt as though she might faint from sheer happiness. "Sun Ran, I understand that my request may seem presumptuous, but I earnestly hope that in the future, when you possess the capability, you could assist me in battling the specters in the ghost realm. I wish to avenge my father and countless other humans." Sun Ran gazed at the resolute young woman before him, his fingers brushing over the dragon spear, absorbing its aura. He nodded and proclaimed, "Very well. One day, when I have mastered my cultivation, I shall accompany you to the ghost realm, where we will vanquish those so-called ghost emperors and ghost generals, leaving no trace behind. We shall restore the glory of humanity. Yet, our most pressing task at present is to eliminate Hao Yin." Su Ningmeng interjected, "Didn't Sister Veen mention yesterday that regardless of their prowess, individuals in this realm can only exert power equivalent to the golden core stage? Therefore, we must intensify our cultivation efforts to attain the great perfection of the golden core stage as swiftly as possible. At that point, defeating Hao Yin will undoubtedly be a simple task." Sun Ran shook his head, saying, "Have you forgotten? It requires the fusion of 9 elemental forces to utterly destroy him. Thus, alongside our cultivation, we must also diligently work on merging the elements." Chapter 80. A decade, all ascended to the golden core stage in the training space. Wine and Su Ningmeng were positioned approximately 10 meters apart. "Sister Wine, as long as you don't kill me, strike me with all your might. I want to unleash my potential in the throes of combat, just like my husband, and ascend to the golden core stage." Wine nodded earnestly and replied, "I understand. Sister Ningmeng, you can do it. I believe in you." With that, Wine drew forth the crossbow crafted by her father, rolling forward towards Su Ningmeng and swiftly releasing a white arrow. Although it appeared mundane, the arrow resembled the scythe of death itself. Su Ningmeng summoned all her spiritual energy, darting quickly to evade the projectile, preparing for close combat. Yet, the arrow seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing her no matter her evasive maneuvers. Left with no choice, she braced herself, commanding her spiritual sword to deflect the arrow behind her. However, it merely delayed the inevitable, as the arrow struck her back with force. "Ah, that hurts." Wine had not conjured a lethal arrowhead. It was merely a stinging pain at most. Again, one at the 9th level of Foundation establishment and the other in the mid-golden core stage. Their levels were worlds apart. Yet, in pursuit of her potential, Su Ningmeng endured defeat time and again, rising resolutely each time. Thus, a month later, during yet another bout, Su Ningmeng could no longer withstand the torment. Her inner cosmos erupted with energy. Dark clouds gathered above. "Wow, I and Oppos am about to transcend tribulation. Sisters, I have succeeded." 3 bolts of lightning struck Su Ningmeng, leaving her both battered and resilient. Surviving the tribulation would refine her body, strengthening her further. Just as everyone anticipated the end, a 4th bolt of lightning emerged unexpectedly. Su Ningmeng had summoned a 4th tribulation. Although it was not a rainbow lightning, it was indeed a rare talent. "Ningmeng, quickly, channel all your spiritual energy to withstand it. Do not let your guard down." Sun Ran shouted from outside. Indeed, this bolt of lightning possessed power surpassing the previous 3, standing beneath the dark clouds. Su Ningmeng focused intently on the brewing tribulation, declaring, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. My life is in my own hands." With a fierce cry, Su Ningmeng soared directly into the path of the lightning. Crack! The bolt struck down, and Su Ningmeng screamed, plummeting from the sky. As the clouds dispersed, Sun Ran rushed forward, cradling Su Ningmeng and channeling his energy into her. "Husband, I succeeded," she murmured before losing consciousness. Su Ningmeng became the 2nd person to ascend to the golden core stage. In the ensuing decade, Wine, Su Ningmeng, and Sun Ran trained several others, subjecting them to rigorous trials daily. Ultimately, all ascended to the golden core stage. each having faced 4 tribulations. Throughout these 10 years, the ghost Emperor Haotian remained eerily silent, as if he had vanished entirely. Upon reaching the Golden Core stage, they commenced the process of elemental fusion. While ascending to the Golden Core stage was already extraordinary, the fusion of elements was an even more formidable challenge. A moment's instability could lead to elemental explosions, resulting in numerous injuries over the decade. Yet the silver lining was that they all became tougher and more resilient. Finally, after merging the dark element, all 9 elements were successfully fused. Following this fusion, their spells transformed into a dazzling array of colors, and their power could no longer merely be described as greatly enhanced. It could be said that although the 9 were all in the early Golden Core stage, they could effortlessly overpower those in the late stage. During this decade, the number of surviving humans reached 1 million, living a stable life in the county of Pingxian. Xiao Jingxin had now turned 24, blossoming into a beautiful young woman, resembling Lin Yao, a true beauty. In Pingxian, she was regarded as a flower of the county, with suitors lining up from Pingxian to Chaoshi. As winter arrived, snow began to fall in the north. Sun Ran stood before the villa, gazing at the flurries, suddenly reminded of the extreme weather from 20-some years ago, as if it had occurred yesterday. "Husband, what are you thinking?" Su Ningmeng inquired from behind him. "I am contemplating whether it is time to resolve the matter of the ghost Emperor Haotian." Understanding Sun Ran better than anyone, Su Ningmeng linked her arm with his and said, "What's wrong? Are you weary of staying on earth and longing to depart?" Sun Ran turned to glance at the still youthful and beautiful Su Ningmeng, smiling. "I've realized you are like a worm in my belly. You know my every thought. Now that we have reached the Golden Core stage, we possess lifespans of thousands of years. Yet the monotony of life on this planet will dull our spirits. Thus, I wish to conclude our business with the ghost Emperor Haotian and venture forth to explore the world outside." Indeed, this sentiment resonated with everyone. They shared similar thoughts. It was akin to a 20-something adult being confined to a kindergarten setting indefinitely. "Husband, actually, my sisters and I share the same desire. Now that our elemental fusion is complete, we truly have the strength to settle this matter." Lin Yao quietly approached, a hint of sadness in her voice. "The new year is approaching. Let us spend it with Jingxin. After the festivities, we shall depart, shall we?" Though Sun Ran was reluctant to part with Jingxin. As a cultivator, he had transcended the mindset of a mere mortal. "All right, after the new year, we shall set off." In Pingxian, this small county now bustled with over 1 million inhabitants. Some found the place too crowded and began to return to Chaoshi, cultivating a self-sufficient and peaceful existence. The apocalypse had erupted 24 years prior, and the supplies produced during the prosperous era had become nearly obsolete. Now, people consumed only what they cultivated themselves, though the variety and types were limited. Nevertheless, they enjoyed the benefits of healthy, pure, organic food, devoid of excessive additives. Human society was gradually recovering. It was estimated that in 1,000 years, humanity would reclaim control over the earth. During the new year, they welcomed Sun Jingxin back to the villa. Now a researcher in Pingxian, she was responsible for studying and repairing advanced projects like pre-apocalypse communication devices and satellites. Wearing glasses, she resembled Lin Yao as if they were cast from the same mold. "Dad, I want a hamburger and fried chicken. I haven't had them in so long. I'm craving them." Upon entering the villa, Sun Jingxin exclaimed. Sun Ran chuckled. "You little glutton, today you shall indulge to your heart's content." Dinner was splendid. And although they were all at the Golden Core stage and no longer required sustenance, they still accompanied Sun Jingxin for the meal. After dinner, Sun Ran called Sun Jingxin aside. "Jingxin, extend your index finger." Trusting him, she complied, and Sun Ran swiftly pierced it with spiritual energy, causing a drop of blood to flow. He then pressed it against the jade pendant on his chest. After a moment, as the pendant absorbed the blood, Sun Ran instructed, "Jingxin, take your time to feel, and see if you can sense the existence of space." Bewildered by his actions, Sun Jingxin obediently closed her eyes. Moments later, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, I discovered a vast space in my mind filled with food and various supplies. This is incredible." Lin Yao approached and sat on the sofa, wrapping her arms around herself and saying, "Silly child, this is your father's personal space, and all the resources within will belong to you in the future." Upon hearing this, Sun Jingxin immediately fell silent. "Are you all leaving?" Lin Yao nodded and replied, "My daughter, you have grown up. Your godmothers and I have reached the Golden Core stage, and we have decided to confront the ghost Emperor Haotian after the new year. We will then depart from this place." Sun Jingxin silently nodded, for previously, Sun Ran and others had already hinted to her about their departure. "All right, Mom, Dad. I am an adult now, so you need not worry about me. I am just afraid that I may never see you both again." Saying this, she buried herself in Lin Yao and Appo's embrace and wept bitterly. Suddenly, Sun Ran interjected, "Enough of the tears, silly girl. During our journey, we also have another task, to seek out some miraculous elixirs, which we will bring back for you. This way, you two will possess the talent for cultivation, and we can all be together again." Sun Jingxin halted her sobs, her face lighting up with delight. "Really? Dad, is what you say true?" "Of course. When have I ever deceived you? You must understand that the realm of human cultivation is filled with countless elixirs. Even an ordinary person can transform their physique and embark on the path of cultivation with a single celestial pill." Sun Jingxin embraced Sun Ran joyfully, exclaiming, "That's wonderful, Dad. Don't wait for the new year. Go find those elixirs for me now. I want to cultivate just like you. I don't want to be away from you." Upon hearing her words, Sun Ran could only smile wryly. This child was somewhat filial, yet not excessively so. Lin Yao pulled Sun Jingxin away from Sun Ran and playfully scolded, "How old are you? Still clinging to your father like this? Since he has promised you, he will surely find a way. After the new year, we will leave." 3 days later, it would be the Lunar New Year. Unlike the past, there were no firecrackers during the celebrations, as people feared attracting the attention of zombies and human corpses. There were also no necessary New Year-esque gala events on New Year's Eve. What had once been a source of ridicule was now something they eagerly wished to witness once more. Families gathered to make dumplings, some teaming up with neighbors to celebrate together, seeking warmth in numbers. As for the children, they dashed outside to play in the snow. Regardless of the harshness of the apocalypse, this year, everyone faced the festivities with smiles, hoping for a better year ahead. In the villa, Sun Ran, along with 8 women, Wei Yin and Sun Jingxin, a total of 11 people, sat around the table. Sun Ran raised his glass and said, "It has been 24 years since the resurrection of the ghost Emperor Haoyan. We have endured extreme cold, faced zombies and human corpses, battled the human corpse king, and confronted ghostly soldiers and generals. Yet, we have survived. We have triumphed. Now, only one final step remains, to slay the ghost Emperor Haoyan. I firmly believe that victory will be ours. Cheers." Chapter 81. I am Roy. I am Haoyan. The day of departure has finally arrived. Sun Jingxin assisted Sun Ran and others in tidying up their gear, reluctantly bidding them farewell as they left the villa. "You should return to Ping County for work. The rise of humanity relies on young talents like you," Sun Ran said, affectionately ruffling Sun Jingxin and Appo's hair. "Dad, you promised me you would find the elixir soon." I can't," and Appo's bear to leave you." Tears welled up in his eyes once more, having already cried several times that morning. Su Ningmeng embraced Sun Jingxin, reassuring her, "Don't worry. Even if your father cannot find it, your godmother will take responsibility. She will surely find the elixir to help you become a practitioner." "Thank you, godmother. I will await your return." Lin Yao also hugged Sun Jingxin, reminding her to eat well and to not hesitate to enjoy the provisions available. Afterward, Sun Ran glanced back at the villa, stepped onto his flying sword, transforming into a streak of light, followed closely by the others. Everyone felt a pang of nostalgia for the villa they had called home for over 20 years, yet they swiftly severed this attachment, promising to return one day. As they soared above the vast ocean, they expanded their senses, seeking the location of the ghost Emperor Haoyan. After 3 days of relentless searching, they finally sensed a powerful energy emanating from a deserted island. Sun Ran turned to the others, who nodded in agreement. It was unexpected that Haotian would hide here, making him difficult to locate. "Let us proceed with caution. If things go awry, retreat immediately into the cultivation space." It had been many years since Sun Ran had given such pre-battle instructions, and the others felt a bit unaccustomed. "Understood, dear husband. You take care as well," they replied in unison. Upon landing on the island, they discovered that due to over 2 decades of human absence, the beach was pristine, and the waters devoid of marine debris. From a certain perspective, Haotian had inadvertently done the earth a favor, following the shoreline into the woods. They spotted a towering mountain in the distance. Haotian was likely hiding within a cave there. Forming a line, Sun Ran led the way on his flying sword, effortlessly slicing through vines and branches. Swarms of palm-sized mosquitoes attempted to bite them, but were repelled by their protective energy. After a brief trek, they arrived at the base of the mountain, where a vast cave loomed before them. Suddenly, a dark mist billowed from within. "You have arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Haraha." The voice resonated even before the figure appeared. The black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a tall silhouette with purple hair, a muscular frame, and a resolute face, none other than the man who nearly upended the human cultivation world, the Ghost Emperor Haotian. Are you the Ghost Emperor Haotian? Sun Ran inquired. Indeed. You must be the ones chosen by my sister. Excellent. To have ascended to the Golden Core stage under such harsh conditions demonstrates you possess the strength to contend with me. Stop posturing, Haotian. This space suppresses your power. So our strengths are nearly equal. Su Ningmeng interjected from behind Sun Ran. Ha ha ha. You are correct. In that case, let us engage in earnest. The Ghost Emperor flicked his right hand, launching a dark energy projectile directly at Sun Ran. Sun Ran brandished his dragon spear, unleashing his energy as he charged forward. Colliding with the dark projectile, with a resounding boom, he staggered back several steps, while Haotian remained steadfast, a faint smile playing on his lips. Despite Haotian and Appo's seemingly casual move resulting in Sun Ran and Appo's retreat, the disparity in power was evident. Once more, Sun Ran called. Haotian alternated his hands, fingers flickering, and unleashed 10 dark energy projectiles, all aimed at Sun Ran. Bring it on, Sun Ran shouted, channeling all 9 elemental energies into his dragon spear. Fire. Under his control. The spear whirled like a helicopter rotor, its 9-colored energy forming a protective shield that absorbed all 10 dark projectiles. Impressive, young one. I did not expect you to achieve the fusion of 9 elements. Now, I shall take this seriously. Suddenly, the Ghost Emperor soared into the sky, enveloping everyone in a shroud of darkness, obscuring the once clear sky. Stay calm, Shaya. It and Appo's. Your turn. She and Shaya smiled slightly, commanding, divine illumination. Instantly, a blinding white light erupted from her, pushing back the dark mist. Everyone, elemental synergy. With this command, the 9 individuals concentrated their purest elemental energies into a 9-colored sphere above them. Sun Ran took the lead, guiding the elemental sphere toward Haotian. In that moment, Sun Ran perceived fear, relief, and gratitude in Haotian and Appo's gaze. The 9-colored elemental sphere surged forth like a comet, dispersing the dark mist and colliding heavily against Haotian and Appo's chest. Within seconds, Haotian and Appo's form erupted like an explosion, transforming into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. The dark energy suffusing the air dissipated, preventing the living and the undead from evolving through its absorption. Perhaps, in a decade or so, they would slowly turn to dust, disappearing from the earth. Husband. Have we succeeded? Was it truly this easy? Sun Ran furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend how they had so effortlessly vanquished the Ghost Emperor Haotian. Having prepared for a fierce battle, only to see him defeated by a single elemental attack. Brother Sun Ran, look at this. Wei Yan exclaimed, pointing to a black crystal orb lying where Haotian had fallen. Sun Ran picked it up, examining it closely, yet discerned nothing unusual. Suddenly, the black orb erupted in dark mist, enveloping them. Haotian and Appo's voice echoed, do not be alarmed. You are within my memory sphere. This is a gift I have prepared for you. If you watch patiently, you will uncover all the answers. In an instant, the scene shifted, transporting them to an unfamiliar place. A small boy played alone in a village, his large eyes and long eyelashes making him exceptionally adorable. Suddenly, a pair of large feet appeared before him. You are a child well suited for cultivation. Do you wish to cultivate with me? A harsh voice rang out, causing the boy to look up, his expression filled with fear as he instinctively stepped back. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to cultivate with me? The boy shook his head in denial. Very well, you will change your mind. The scene shifted again, revealing the boy and Appo's village engulfed in flames, with all its inhabitants perished, including his parents. The boy stood beside the inferno, wailing in despair. At that moment, the man reappeared. Your parents are dead, your village reduced to ashes. You have no home to return to. Will you cultivate with me? The boy gazed at the fire, then back at the strange man, ultimately nodding in resignation. The man scooped the boy into his arms and flew away. Time passed, and the man finally landed atop a mountain, where a vast palace stood, housing many children of similar age, all watching him with wide, emotionless eyes. The young boy silently followed the man. Listen carefully, everyone, the man declared, including you, young lad. There are 100 of you in total. Next, I shall impart to you the ways of cultivation and the art of combat. 3 years hence, there will be an examination. Only the first and second places will prevail. A somewhat larger boy stood up and inquired, why only the top 2? The man erupted into laughter, because the rest shall perish. All the children gaped in shock, rendered speechless. Regardless of age, they all understood the gravity of death. In the days that followed, the man began to teach them cultivation without reservation, allowing them to absorb the foul energies of this place. Gradually, The young boy distinguished himself from the crowd. Some of the older children realized that if this boy were to grow strong, they would likely meet their demise. Thus, they formed a coalition, seeking opportunities to bully him, depriving him of proper nourishment, rest, and even the chance to cultivate in peace. At this juncture, a young girl stepped forward, aiding the boy in his struggle against the older children. During one skirmish, both emerged battered and bruised, sitting together to tend to each other and Apos' wounds. "By the way, sister, I still do not know your name," the boy said. The girl, with wide eyes and a smile, replied, "I am called Roy." "And you?" The boy stood tall and declared proudly, "I am Haotian." They exchanged smiles, and in the ensuing days of cultivation, they supported one another, standing against the older bullies. 3 years swiftly passed. Haotian was now 11, while Roy, at 14, had blossomed into a graceful young lady. In 10 days, the time for the life and death battle would arrive. Throughout the 3 years, Haotian had diligently cultivated, ensuring his survival. However, Roy and Apos' talents, though remarkable, paled in comparison to his. On the eve of the competition, Haotian grasped Roy and Apos' hand and said, "Sister, rest assured, even if I perish tomorrow, I will not allow you to fall. I shall protect you." Roy gazed down at Haotian, who was a head shorter than her, and said, "Brother, I appreciate your desire to protect me, but I do not need your protection. Focus on surviving yourself." Haotian stubbornly replied, "No, you protected me when we were younger. Now it is my turn to protect you." Roy looked at the boy, 3 years her junior, her eyes filled with warmth. The next day, the man reappeared. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured a portal. "This is an illusion I have created. Upon entering, you will be transported to random locations. The illusion will close when only 2 remain. The last 2 standing will emerge safely. Go forth and embrace your challenge." Chapter 82. The memories of the ghost Emperor Haotian. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves in a sinister and eerie forest where Haotian and Loi have not teleported together. Haotian steadies his mind, takes a deep breath, and begins to run swiftly, his intention not to engage in combat, but to find his sister, Loi. He is determined to fulfill his promise to ensure her survival. Fortunately, the space is not vast, and soon he hears Loi and Apos' startled cry. Haotian accelerates, bursting through the underbrush, only to find 2 tall boys attacking her. He draws his weapon, dashes forward, and swiftly dispatches the 2 attackers with a clean and efficient strike from behind. Seeing Haotian, Loi joyfully leaps into his embrace. Together, they confront the remaining foes, gradually reducing their number to just 4. 2 of whom are the boys who have tormented Haotian for the past 3 years. Fate brings them together, and without exchanging idle words, they plunge straight into battle. However, the disparity in strength is evident. The 2 boys are formidable, while Loi is significantly weaker and already injured. Thus, Haotian finds himself fighting 2 opponents alone. Yet, with each clash, he grows bolder, fighting recklessly, driven by the thought that if he must perish to eliminate them, at least his sister, Loi, will survive. In this manner, Haotian successfully slays one adversary and, under Loi and Apos' support, defeats the second. Ultimately, both Haotian and Loi emerge victorious. The scene shifts again, revealing Haotian and Loi having survived. Now under the tutelage of a mysterious figure, having undergone a decade of rigorous training. They have reached the 9th level of the Nether Chi realm and have blossomed into strikingly handsome young adults, developing feelings for one another. One day, they receive their first mission, to assassinate a prominent figure among the human race. Throughout their 10 years of training, they have primarily focused on assassination techniques. Understanding that this may very well be their future occupation, they split their tasks, first gathering intelligence on their target, then laying an ambush, executing the assassination in a seamless and flawless manner. Thus, they continue to cultivate their skills while fulfilling the tasks assigned by the enigmatic figure. 20 years pass in the blink of an eye. They have become renowned as a legendary duo of thieves, their cultivation now reaching the mid-stage of the Netherpill realm. The scene transitions once more, and during an unintentional passage, Haotian overhears a conversation between the mysterious figure and another individual, discussing Haotian himself. The mysterious figure reveals that when he first discovered Haotian, the latter was reluctant to follow him for training, prompting the figure to burn down Haotian and Apos' village and murder his parents. Fueled by rage, Haotian confronts the mysterious figure, only to find himself overpowered and severely injured. Forced to flee. Unbeknownst to him, this figure leads the most formidable assassination organization in the underworld, known as the Netherfire. Anyone daring to defect would face relentless pursuit from the entire organization. Meanwhile, Loi is imprisoned at the headquarters, prohibited from undertaking missions. Injured, Hao Yin evades capture by the Netherfire organization, but during his escape, he accidentally tumbles off a cliff and loses consciousness. The scene shifts again, revealing him in a cave not far from where he fell. In this secluded hideaway, he discovers a skeleton, accompanied by several books and vials of elixirs. Just as he reaches for the books, he hesitates, realizing they may belong to the skeleton's owner. He kneels before the remains and respectfully bows 3 times, stating, "Esteemed predecessor, I have been wronged by a vile person who has burned my hometown and family. The woman I cherish is also in his clutches. Today, as I pass by this place, I inadvertently disturb you. I humbly request your permission to study your teachings." As his words fade, the skeleton transforms into a wisp of blue smoke and vanishes. Elated, Hao Yin interprets this as a sign of the predecessor's approval. He opens the first book titled Heart Sutra of the 9 Nether Demon Emperor, the second, Dark Arts of the Underworld, and the third focuses on alchemy. Pondering aloud, Hao Tian muses, how can these all be ghostly cultivation techniques? As a human, how could I possibly practice such arts? He then uncorks 2 vials, one labeled Nether Elixir, the other Purifying Elixir. Upon examining the alchemy book, he learns that the Nether Elixir can transform impure energies within him into ghostly energy, while the Purifying Elixir protects against malevolent influences. With the tomes of knowledge in hand, Hao Tian declares, this is heaven's opportunity for revenge. He resolves to practice both techniques. A year swiftly passes. Utilizing his innate talent, he masters the first tome to the 2nd level and the 2nd tome to the 3rd level. To prevent the ghostly energy from tainting his form, he consumes a purifying elixir each month. Eventually, Hao Yin learns to gather herbs and concoct the elixirs himself. Thus, he diligently trains in the cave until he ascends to the Ghost Commander realm, ready to confront the human cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Unable to contain his desire for vengeance and to rescue Loi, he emerges from his hiding place. The scene shifts again, showing Hao Yin returning to the mountaintop where he trained, utilizing his dark arts of the underworld to eliminate the cloaked figures and absorb their inner strength, significantly enhancing his own prowess. He successfully rescues Loi, and together they eradicate the Netherfire organization, eliminating every member. In this process, Hao Yin ascends to the Ghost King realm. The scene transitions once more, depicting the Ghost King Hao Tian and Loi in a serene valley, celebrating a simple wedding, solidifying their union. In the years that follow, they train together and forage for herbs, with Hao Yin aiding Loi in rapidly advancing her cultivation. These moments reflect the most joyful years of Hao Yin's memory. Yet, tranquility is short-lived. War erupts between the human race and the ghostly practitioners. As one of the few Ghost Kings, various ghostly factions seek Hao Yin's leadership. The reasoning is straightforward. Should the humans emerge victorious, Hao Yin's survival would not guarantee his safety, for the human cultivators would not spare him. The 2 factions are irreconcilable. With no other choice, Hao Tian joins the fray. This period marks his most rapid growth. Not only does he enhance his cultivation, but he also displays remarkable courage and strategy, quickly establishing a formidable reputation among the ghostly practitioners. Thanks to the purifying elixirs, Hao Yin's demonic techniques can absorb the inner strength of human cultivators without altering his character or appearance. In just a century, he ascends to the rank of Ghost Emperor, becoming one of the few in this elite class. As human cultivators retreat, the last few powerful practitioners emerge from seclusion to engage in a fierce battle with Hao Yin, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, a peace treaty is signed, ensuring mutual non-aggression. Thus, Hao Tian becomes a renowned figure within the underworld, known as the Ghost Emperor Hao Yin. Chapter 83. The Truth Revealed. Into Volume 2. In the next scene, the Ghost Emperor Hao Tian resided in a grand and spacious palace, with Luai steadfastly by his side. Although Luai was a human cultivator, none among the ghostly practitioners dared to voice dissent, for Hao Tian had ascended to the status of a deity in the underworld ghost realm. Should he successfully endure the tribulation, he would ascend to the rank of Ghost Immortal, transcending to a higher realm. Thus, in this world, he represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. One day, one of his subordinates reported the discovery of a crystal mine at a craggy cliff in the 9 Nether Valley, boasting an astonishing reserve, likely a large-scale crystal mine. This crystal mine surpassed spirit stones in quality, containing a greater density of spiritual energy, accessible to both ghostly and human cultivators alike. Hao Yin hastened to the site and, upon investigation, realized it was not merely a large mine but a colossal one, with the heart of the vein filled with countless exquisite crystals. It had been many years since such a significant crystal mine had been uncovered in the underworld ghost realm. Hao Tian immediately ordered a gag on the information, but the news inevitably leaked. Then, one day, a disturbance in the spatial realm heralded the arrival of 12 formidable figures, specifically 12 powerful cultivators from the Kanglan realm. Hao Tian laughed heartily. Who would have thought that a mere crystal mine would rouse the cultivators of Kanglan realm? Truly unexpected. He immediately recognized them as Kanglan cultivators, their aim directed solely at the precious crystal mine. A fierce battle ensued, with Hao Tian rallying the 12 ghost emperors to confront the human cultivators in a tumultuous clash. However, as the conflict raged, the ghost emperors dwindled in number, leaving Hao Tian alone and beleaguered. In a moment of desperation, Luai flew forth to assist him, only to be grievously wounded by a human cultivator. With no other choice, Hao Tian relinquished the crystal mine and retreated with the severely injured Luai. Tragically, not long after, Luai succumbed to her injuries, consumed by sorrow. Hao Tian sought out the most ancient deity of the underworld ghost realm, earnestly asking the deity where Luai had been reincarnated. To his astonishment, the deity conveyed the information through a thought. Luai had been reborn in the Kanglan realm. Hao Tian then declared, "I am willing to sacrifice all my cultivation to reincarnate in the Kanglan realm. Is that possible?" The deity's thought replied in the affirmative, but warned him that he might endure billions of years of imprisonment and that whether he could reunite with Luai remained uncertain, contingent upon fate. Undeterred, Hao Tian consented. He then dissolved his form, transferring his cultivation to the deity. In the next moment, he found himself reborn in Luai's household, becoming her younger brother. Initially, they bore no recollection of their past lives until, after the brutal murder of his wife and child at his sealed location, Hao Tian awakened his memories. From that moment forth, vengeance against all human cultivators consumed him. Later, the 12 immortal emperors reappeared, sealing Hao Tian for 1 billion years. In anguish and longing, he awaited Luai's emergence. Eventually, Luai, through her cultivation journey, reached the Great Ascension stage and, during her tribulation, awakened her past memories. It was then she realized her brother was, in fact, her husband from their previous life. Alas, it was too late. She could not rescue him alone. Retribution proved even more challenging, as the 12 immortal emperors had grown stronger since acquiring the crystal mine, amassing a formidable entourage of transformation stage experts. How could she possibly enact revenge? Thus, she began to explore methods of reincarnation, striving to encounter Hao Tian once more, even if it took 1 billion years. To her surprise, through her efforts, she discovered the means to reincarnate upon each death, documenting it in her secret manual. At that moment, Sun Ran realized that the last page of the manual, detailing the method of seeking reincarnation, was intended to guide him to Luai. Later, Luai discovered that the main star sealing Hao Tian had been relocated to the lower realm, rendering it impossible for anyone to slay him in this realm, where the highest cultivation level only reached the golden core stage. To have Hao Tian killed and subsequently reincarnated, one would need to devise a method of his demise. After much research, Luai finally conceived a method involving elemental combinations and left a message at the side of Hao Tian's seal, instructing him that only through death could he attain the chance for reincarnation and that he should abandon thoughts of revenge. Upon breaking free from his seal, Hao Tian received Luai's message, but having been sealed for so long, he could not control the outpouring of demonic energy, resulting in a calamity upon the main star. As they exited the crystal memory sphere, a profound silence enveloped the group. "Darling, this is so touching. I feel like crying," exclaimed one. "Indeed. I never imagined Hao Tian to be such a devoted and righteous man. For Luai, he willingly dissolved himself, enduring billions of years in confinement, all to find his beloved." Another chimed in. "Let us assist them, using the method left by Sister Luai to reunite them," someone suggested. "Yes, these human cultivators are despicable. I thought they would be magnanimous, but they turned out to be a band of petty villains." Everyone exchanged thoughts, and Sun Ran nodded, stating, "Though we have never met Luai, she is akin to her master. Their sincere love is indeed moving enough to resonate with heaven and earth. Let us first learn how to locate their true selves, then venture into the Kanglan realm for our quest. In the meantime, we shall put aside matters concerning Wei An, as aiding her in revenge might be unrealistic given our current strength." The group unanimously agreed, including Wei An, for she was the last remaining ghost hunter in the ghost realm, while the remaining humans had hidden away, posing no immediate danger. To return to the underworld ghost realm for vengeance, they would require strength. In the human cultivation world, abundant resources would undoubtedly allow them to rapidly elevate their realms and power. They all gathered in the cultivation space, and Sun Ran retrieved the manual, locating the last page. which meticulously detailed how to seek the two's true forms. With a single incantation, they swiftly mastered it. This incantation contained a trace of the essence of Luoyi and Haoyin. Once learned, whenever their reincarnated forms appeared within the group's consciousness, a signal would manifest. Sister Luoyi is truly an innovator in the cultivation world. How extraordinary to conceive such a wondrous incantation, exclaimed Su Ningmeng with a smile. Qian Xiaoya quietly remarked, it seems she was left with no choice. Had they remained together, I doubt Sister Luoyi would have devised so many methods. Sun Ran gently patted Qian Xiaoya's head, chuckling. All right, let us not dwell on sorrow. We must set forth. Our destination is the Kanglan realm. I can hardly contain my excitement. Echoed another. Yes, we are on the brink of embarking on a new chapter. Let us strive forward. With a spirited cheer, Sun Ran, along with 9 women and 2 adorable silver tabbies, stepped into the portal of spatial transmission. Into Volume 2. Chapter 84. Entering the Kanglan realm and uncovering injustice. Sun Ran and the others took a deep breath and resolutely stepped through the portal, only to find themselves in a cavern. Upon glancing back, the portal had vanished. Lin Yao panicked. Her greatest fear was being unable to return, as she needed to find medicinal pills to bring back to Sun Jingxin. Sun Ran stepped forward, gently touching the wall, and suddenly his hand sank into it. In the next moment, he emerged back into view. Rest assured, the portal remains. To return, we simply need to navigate back to the cultivation space, and then from there to Earth. Lin Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did anyone notice? The spiritual energy in the air seems different from that in the cultivation space. Su Ningmeng inquired. Sun Ran sensed the environment and replied, it appears the suppression has been lifted. I feel the spiritual energy within me stirring, as if I am on the verge of advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. I feel the same. Let us first locate a human city and discover whether it belongs to the ancient or modern era. Lin Yao smiled, adding, it must be ancient. For aren't all cultivators from antiquity? Not necessarily. There are urban cultivators as well. I think you've been reading too many novels. The group laughed as they exited the cave, experiencing sunshine and air in this foreign realm for the first time. Wow, this feels delightful. Such high-level plains are indeed more suitable for practitioners, they remarked. They marked their path through the jungle to avoid losing their way upon return and cautiously navigated through the trees. Suddenly, a roar shattered the tranquility of the forest. Darling, what is making that sound? Lin Yao asked. Perhaps a tiger or something akin to a leopard. Sun Ran replied uncertainly. Let us fly low, avoiding great heights. I fear there may be formidable beasts lurking above, he directed. The group ascended slowly, and at 30 meters high, they beheld an endless expanse of verdant forest, with no sign of human civilization in sight. It must be said, this planet and Appos' forests are exceptionally well preserved. Could this be a tropical rainforest? Sun Ran mused, choosing a direction to fly forward, confident they would eventually exit the jungle. After more than an hour of flight, they encountered a wide river cascading below. This spot surely harbors large fish. It's perfect for fishing. Sun Ran chuckled. Huh, I can't believe your first thought upon arriving in a different world is fishing. Su Ningmeng teased. When I find leisure time, I shall seek a fine spot to fish daily. That would bring me joy, he replied. As they spoke, a colossal serpent suddenly leapt from the river, startling them. It turned out several massive cattle were drinking by the bank. The serpent, with its gaping maw, seized one of the bulls and swallowed it whole, causing the remaining cattle to scatter in fright. My heavens, has this serpent become a spirit? It must be at least 200 meters long. Sun Ran exclaimed. I sense it may be even larger. Just now, I released my spiritual awareness and discovered it possesses strength comparable to the Foundation establishment stage. It seems this forest is home to numerous mystical beasts. We must exercise caution, he advised. Now you no longer ponder fishing, do you? The waters are filled with monstrous creatures, Tang Tian joked. Merely minor beasts, I do not regard them with concern. I could even catch that great serpent, Sun Ran declared confidently. The group flew over the expansive river, only to find themselves confronted by yet another boundless forest. As the sun began to set, the keen-eyed Veen excitedly shouted, Look, there are many columns of smoke ahead. There must be a human village. Sun Ran, observing closely, confirmed her observation. Let us go investigate. Upon nearing the village, he instructed everyone to dismount their flying swords and approach on foot to experience the local customs. Considering it a form of training, not far from the village, they discovered a path frequented by humans and followed it into the settlement. To their surprise, It was considerably large, housing at least 1,000 families, with several thousand inhabitants. Upon entering, all eyes turned to the newcomers, gazing at them with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment, akin to observing animals in a zoo. "Darling, have you noticed anything?" Sun Ran asked. "Aside from their different clothing, they appear no different from us. They are all human. What is there to see?" Bean remarked, "I sense their auras are quite strong. Most possess the constitution of chi refinement stage practitioners, yet they do not seem like cultivators." Sun Ran explained, this is related to their environment. Having lived in such a spiritually rich area since childhood, they naturally reach the chi refinement stage, even without cultivation. Realization dawned on them as they continued toward the village center, where a large open space featured a towering bonfire. "Darling, look. What is that?" Lin Yao pointed to a row of wooden cages, each containing 10 children, 5 boys and 5 girls, approximately 5 or 6 years old. "Why are the children confined? Even if they have erred, such punishment is unwarranted," she lamented, her heart aching for the pitiful expressions on their faces. Several women stepped forward, intent on freeing the children. "Stop. Who are you, and why do you wish to release our village as sacrifices?" An elder approached, leaning on a cane, flanked by a group of young villagers. "Sacrifices? You dare to treat children as sacrifices? Are you even human?" Su Ningmeng exclaimed indignantly. "Humph! You outsiders know nothing. If we do not offer 10 children each year as sacrifices, the entire village cannot survive. The beasts in the forest demand their due." Sun Ran interjected. "So you mean these sacrifices are intended for the beasts of the forest?" "No, they are for the lord of the city. The lord communicates with the beasts to ensure the safety of our village. Therefore, outsiders, you should leave." Sun Ran scoffed, rather than seeking sacrifices. "The lord should focus on eradicating the beasts from the forest. I see no reason for him to demand sacrifices. Since I have witnessed this, I must intervene. We just emerged from the forest you mentioned and encountered no formidable beasts." "What? You came from that forest?" "Impossible. No one has survived to tell the tale for years." "Do I have any reason to deceive you? Tell me when the Lord will arrive for the sacrifices." The elder pondered. Perhaps these young individuals truly had the potential to alter this situation, especially since one of the children was his grandson. Despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to sacrifice him for the village's safety. According to the Lord's orders, the children must be starved for a day before he sends someone to collect them. Including children from surrounding villages, there will be a total of 100. Surrounding villages? Yes, there are over a dozen villages like ours on the outskirts of the beast forest, and each must offer 10 children. So, the Lord will come tomorrow, correct? Indeed. At dawn, someone will arrive to take the children away. Sun Ran coldly laughed and said, "I am eager to witness whether this vast universe, this realm of cultivators, is truly shrouded in such darkness." The elder responded with a bitter smile. "Cultivators, it seems, are often those who would devour one whole, leaving no bones behind. We have lived here for generations, merely striving to fill our bellies, asking for nothing more." Sun Ran could discern an overwhelming sense of helplessness in his words. Be it the Kanglan realm or the lower tiers of Earth, they both adhered to the merciless law of the jungle. "I kindly ask you, esteemed elder, to arrange a place for us to stay and perhaps procure some new garments for me. I shall offer you a spirit stone in return. What do you say?" Upon finishing his statement, Sun Ran produced a spirit stone, causing the elder and Amp, Apos, jaw to drop in astonishment. "Young man, are you aware of the worth of this spirit stone? It could purchase half our village. Please, take it back. I cannot accept such a gift. Keep it. I have more spirit stones, rest assured. I shall take full responsibility for the child's needs." The elder, trembling, reluctantly accepted the spirit stone, sighed, and said, "Then please, follow me." Chapter 85. The Lord of Frostleaf City, Zhang Renjun, fails to impress. Sun Ran and the others followed the elder to a large house in the center of the village. "This is the room we usually use for discussions. I will ask someone to tidy it up shortly, and I will arrange for your clothes to be delivered. You can settle in comfortably. I entrust tomorrow's matters to you," Sun Ran assured. "Rest assured, you all can take your children home, and I will personally intervene to stop them tomorrow morning. Thank you, young sir. And if possible, let us avoid fighting. The power of an immortal and Amp, Apos, spells is immense. There was once a village that was devastated by an immortal and Amp, Apos, magic, resulting in the death of all its inhabitants. Do not worry, old man. I understand." Before long, a young girl arrived with 10 garments, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized the group. "Where do you all come from? Your clothes are so beautiful." Previously, Su Ningmeng had thought they were in a modern cultivation city, but the living standards here were entirely ancient. It seemed the inhabitants had devoted all their energy to cultivation, neglecting technological advancement. We come from a faraway place. How far? Su Ningmeng replied. It would take about 10 years to reach here. Oh, that is indeed very far. Please change your clothes. I must take my leave. Thank you for saving my brother. You are all good people. With that, the little girl turned and dashed away. Sun Ran remarked, you see, there are good people everywhere, and there are also bad ones. The distinction lies in power, resources, and desires. These factors can transform good people into bad ones. So, you mean it's better to be poor? Suli commented as she changed her clothes. Well, that is roughly my point. If people had lesser desires, they would be kinder, helping each other, resisting formidable foes together, in unity and fairness. But once desires take hold, it becomes complicated. After changing, everyone appraised one another. Indeed, the women looked quite charming in their ancient attire, igniting a sense of intrigue in Sun Ran. What do you think the cultivation level of the city lord is? I truly do not know, but I feel he cannot be too formidable. Sun Ran asserted confidently. Why are you so sure? Consider this. If he were at the nascent soul stage or higher, would he still need to demand tributes from common folk? Wooden and Oppos. He simply take as much as he desired? That does seem reasonable. After a brief conversation, they began to meditate, gradually settling into their states. Thus, the first day in this otherworldly realm came to a close. Early the next morning, they awakened from meditation. In the center of the village, the elder had been waiting for some time, as the city lord and Oppos' envoy was also expected to arrive. How did you all rest last night? Sun Ran smiled and replied. My wives and I rested exceptionally well. The environment here is delightful, far superior to our homeland. As they conversed, a sound of rushing air pierced the sky, and a young man descended into the village center, clad in black with the words City Lord and Oppos' mansion emblazoned on his chest. Old Song, is today and Oppos' tribute prepared? I am here to collect it. The elder glanced at Sun Ran but remained silent. At that moment, the young man noticed Sun Ran's presence but paid it no mind. Sensing no aura from him, this could only indicate two possibilities. Either they were all ordinary people, or their cultivation surpassed his own, rendering him oblivious. Are you mute? Where is the tribute? Sun Ran chuckled. I have taken the tribute. Go back and inform your city lord that there is none. Upon hearing this, the young man became furious, conjuring a fireball in his hand. You must be tired of living. With that, the fireball soared towards Sun Ran and Oppos' head. In the next instant, Sun Ran extended his hand, lightly flicking it, causing the fireball to reverse direction and strike the young man instead. With a thud, the young man spat out blood, hastily wiping his mouth as he struggled to rise, kneeling in supplication. Senior, I apologize. I did not recognize your greatness. Please spare my life. Return and tell your city lord that no village around the beast forest will offer tributes this year. Now leave. Yes, senior, I will return to inform the city lord. With that, the young man staggered away, finally making his way back to the city lord and Oppos' mansion in Frostleaf City. City lord, a calamity has befallen us. At that moment, City Lord Zhang Renjun was engaged in martial practice with his concubine, irritated by the interruption. Dressing quickly, he strode to the front hall. What are you shouting about? I sent you to collect tributes. How could you return so soon? I couldn't and Oppos' collect them. A group from Song Family Village claimed they took the tribute and beat me up. They said they will no longer deliver tributes to the beast forest. What nonsense is this? Did you mention my name? I did, but they would not listen. Where did this wild dog come from, daring to interfere with my business? They are truly asking for trouble. Go, issue my orders, assemble 500 foundation establishment cultivators from the city, and we shall pay a visit to Song Family Village. Understood. City Lord, Zhang Renjun said fiercely, I want to see who has the audacity to cut off my revenue. In less than half an hour, 500 foundation establishment cultivators had gathered. These were private soldiers of the city lord's mansion, maintained with a considerable expenditure of spirit stones each year. Should any of them attain the golden core stage, they would be directly promoted to elders of the city lord and Oppos' mansion, enjoying high status. This was the foundation of city lord Zhang Renjun's power. Thus, he must earn more spirit stones to sustain a larger private army and solidify his position. The army soared through the skies towards Song Family Village, located at the edge of the beast forest. Old Song remarked joyfully, I did not expect you young ones to be cultivators. Cultivators are usually lofty beings, far removed from us mortals. Sun Ran smiled. But aren't tea cultivators also those who have gradually ascended from ordinary beginnings? No one is born a cultivator. That may be true. Yet this world has long divided people into different classes, a fact that cannot be altered. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your assistance, but you must remain cautious. It is said that City Lord Zhang Renjun is ruthless and exceedingly powerful. No matter how ruthless he may be, those with corrupt hearts will inevitably fall into madness sooner or later. As they spoke, a large group appeared in the sky, led by none other than City Lord Zhang Renjun. Sun Ran sensed the aura and noted, not bad, at least at the mid-stage of the golden core. Yet in my eyes, he is but a mere insect. Though I am only at the early stage of the golden core, my quality is unparalleled. I have endured the fourth wave of the seven-colored thunder tribulation and possess spells fused with 9 elements. Dealing with such a golden core cultivator is as simple as educating a child. Did you take my tribute? You must understand that I offered it to the Beast King to protect the surrounding areas from beast attacks. If there are no tributes, can you bear the responsibility? Sun Ran laughed. I can bear it. You may leave. Presumptuous. I see you are not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Everyone, focus your attacks on this man and kill him. Zhang Renjun exclaimed, furious. Upon uttering those words, 500 individuals collectively channeled their spiritual energy, unleashing an array of elemental spells that burst forth like the most magnificent fireworks, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors as they surged towards Sun Ran. Unfazed, Sun Ran merely waved his right hand, and a 9-colored spiritual shield materialized before him, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught of spells without so much as a ripple. In that moment, Zhang Renjun realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. After the initial barrage, Zhang Renjun abruptly altered his demeanor, stating, "Since you are capable of shouldering this responsibility, I have nothing further to say. Henceforth, all villages are exempt from offering tributes. Until we meet again." With that, he turned to depart, accompanied by his entourage. Am I allowing you to leave so easily? Sun Ran interjected, his irritation palpable. Zhang Renjun faltered, spinning around with an awkward expression, and said, Senior, I have already agreed that no tributes will be required. Are you not satisfied? Gradually ascending, Sun Ran gazed down with disdain and declared, Return to your master and inform him that I, Sun Ran, shall await him here. You are unworthy of conversing with me. Now, be gone. Yes, Senior. I shall relay your message immediately. Zhang Renjun replied, hastily retreating with his companions back to the Lord and Apos' mansion. Chapter 86, The Wrath of the Lich King Darling. Are you truly letting that city lord go? Su Ningmeng inquired. He is nothing but a minor character. Even if we were to eliminate him, it would serve no purpose. For there lies a greater force behind him. We must unearth the puppet master to genuinely resolve this matter, he replied with a knowing smile. Ah, how did you perceive that, while I remained oblivious? Tang Tian chuckled. Because that city lord is clearly a coward. How could he possibly possess the audacity to orchestrate such events? This matter is tentatively resolved. It now depends on whether Zhang Renjun and Apos' benefactor dares to show themselves. Village Chief Song, blissfully unaware of the deeper machinations at play, believed the troubles had dissipated and jubilantly danced about. He instructed the villagers to bring forth their finest delicacies to properly host Sun Ran and his companions. In the face of the chief and Apos' warm hospitality, Sun Ran and his party graciously accepted. They were presented with ethereal rice, fruits imbued with spiritual essence, and succulent meats, though the spiritual energy was modest. Even ordinary folk would find their vitality bolstered and longevity enhanced by such fare. Lin Yao discreetly set aside some food, intending to take it back for Sun Jingxin. Sun Ran reassured them, Fear not, in due time, even more exquisite provisions and elixirs will come our way. Patience is key. Upon returning to the Lord's estate, Zhang Renjun, infuriated, shattered every jar and container within his chamber. It was the first time he had suffered such a significant setback since assuming his position. Sun Ran, you shall pay for this. You have provoked forces far beyond your understanding. With that, he donned a black garment and leaped from the window, vanishing into the night. After flying for over an hour, he navigated with ease to the depths of the beastly forest. Standing before a colossal cave entrance, he reverently announced, My Lord Lich King. Zhang Renjun, Lord of Frostleaf City, seeks an audience. In a moment, a voice echoed from the dark abyss, Enter. Yes, despite having visited this cave numerous times, Zhang Renjun always felt an overwhelming sense of dread and anxiety in the presence of the beast dwelling within. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. After walking for about 10 minutes, two enormous lantern-like eyes materialized from the impenetrable darkness. Why has my offering not yet arrived? Do not dare suggest there is a problem. A massive figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The creature was a serpent, a gigantic black python, adorned with two small horns upon its head, a sign of its potential transformation into a dragon. My lord Lich King, the villages had prepared the offerings, but an unexpected individual, Sun Ran, appeared. His prowess is astounding. With a single strike, he injured my subordinate. I attempted to confront him, yet I was no match for his strength. Oh, there exists a human cultivator near Frostleaf City who surpasses you? Could he be a prodigy from a prestigious family in the central continent? I cannot ascertain. But from his attire, he does not resemble a scion of a great family. He seems more akin to a disciple from a lesser sect, lacking worldly experience. Regardless of who he is, any disturbance to my cultivation shall result in death. Tell me his whereabouts, and I shall send my subordinates. 100 miles south of the beastly forest in Song Family Village. He even said you should seek him out personally. Haha, bold indeed. You need not concern yourself further. Since the offerings have not been delivered, our transaction is hereby suspended. We shall resume when the offerings are restored. Understood, my lord. Zhang Renjun felt an urgent desire to depart the cave, promptly returning to the city to await further developments. The Lich King, a serpent who had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, awaited only another tribulation to ascend to the nascent soul stage, at which point it could assume human form. The offerings were essential for its cultivation, as the vitality of human children greatly accelerated its progress. Thus, each year, it consumed over 100 human children. Zhang Renjun provided the offerings, while the Lich King supplied the forest's spiritual herbs, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Shortly thereafter, several white wind wolves entered the cave. My lord Lich King, you summoned us for a purpose? Gather your kin and head to Song Family Village, 100 miles south of the beastly forest. Slay every cultivator in that village. Their leader is named Sun Ran, a Golden Core practitioner. Go forth. Yes, my lord Lich King. In this forest, the Lich King was indeed the sovereign. Its power surpassed all, commanding the obedience of nearby beasts. Once it successfully navigated the tribulation and ascended to the nascent soul stage, it could venture deeper into the forest to claim new territory. In turn, a new Lich King would arise among the beasts, as per the natural order of their cultivation. The Wolf King returned to its domain and summoned over 100 Golden Core beasts, setting their course at great speed towards Song Family Village. The distinction between the Golden Core of beasts and that of humans was significant. While their spells were relatively simplistic, their speed and strength utterly eclipsed that of human cultivators. This disparity would only diminish once they reached the nascent soul stage. Thus, it was exceedingly difficult for an average Golden Core human to slay a Golden Core beast one-on-one, with a much higher likelihood of being slain themselves. As night fell, Sun Ran, before entering a meditative state, cautioned his companions, everyone must remain vigilant tonight. I sense that the forces behind Zhang Renjun may seek to create trouble this very evening. Darling, your intuition seems sharper than our feminine instincts. Su Ningmeng teased. This is not mere intuition. It is a perception of danger. In any case, caution is never a flaw, he advised. What are your plans once we resolve this matter? Dongfang asked, gazing at Sun Ran. Indeed, what do you intend to do, dear? Lin Yao echoed, noticing that his companions had no intention of meditating. Sun Ran lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before stating, to cultivate, one must possess resources. To locate the reincarnations of Luo Yi and Hao Yin, I must establish connections. Thus, I propose that once we conclude this affair, I shall become the city lord. What say you? Wow, that means I would be the city lord and Appo's wife. I wholeheartedly support your decision, darling. Tang Tian beamed. Mido, cradling two small kittens, remarked, what you say holds truth. I have observed that the rules within this Kanglan realm are far more brutal. Without strength, survival becomes impossible. On Earth, at least there are police and military forces. Here, the strong hold the right to kill. Sun Ran nodded in agreement, declaring, indeed. Therefore, our first step must be to seize Frostleaf City and ascend to the role of City Lord, gradually unveiling the true nature of this Kanglan realm. Chapter 87. Reclaiming the Windwolf clan, two silver-shaded cats become the Lich King all right. My dear, whatever decision you make, I shall support you, spoke Vane. After 2 decades of cohabitation, the sparks inevitably ignited, and Vane became Sun Ran and Amp, Appo's ninth wife. Stop. Did you hear that sound? Suddenly inquired Qian Xiaoya. Sun Ran immediately extended his consciousness to sense the surroundings. Over 100 formidable presences were rapidly approaching the village. Let us depart and confront them outside the village. The group donned their cloaks and soared into the air on their swords, arriving outside the village. Moments later, the forest rustled incessantly, inducing trepidation among the women. For humanity often harbors reverence toward the unknown. Yet, Sun Ran stood unfazed at the forefront, having discerned that it was a large pack of wolves. In the next instant, countless green eyes emerged in their sight. The leading Wind Wolf King spoke with human words. So, you must be Sun Ran, correct? With an air of nonchalance. Sun Ran replied, Indeed, I am Sun Ran. Who sent you? Was it Zhang Ronjun from Frostleaf City? The Wolf King scoffed. He lacks the standing to command my presence. It is the great Lich King who has ordered my lethal task. Ha! A Lich King, merely a trivial beast of little consequence. Sun Ran taunted. Impudent! The Wolf King retorted, unleashing a blade of wind so swift that even Sun Ran was somewhat taken aback, though only momentarily. Before he could react, Mido and Amp, Appos, two silver-shaded cats transformed and stood protectively before him. They unleashed their own wind blades, shattering the attack effortlessly. These two silver-shaded beasts were no ordinary creatures. Benefiting from the fusion of 9 elemental forces, they had integrated multicolored elemental spells into their very beings. Thus, as Golden Core stage cats, they could easily overpower other beasts of the same rank. And who are you? Sun Ran inquired. I am Wang Defa. She is Wang Defu. We have decided that we shall be the Lich Kings of this forest. Since reaching the Golden Core stage, these two had also gained the ability to speak. Yet they could not transform into human form until they reached the nascent soul stage. The Wind Wolf King was infuriated by Sun Ran and the two cats. Tear them apart. Over 100 wind wolves unleashed a barrage of wind blades, rushing forward as if propelled by the very wind itself. Just as the group prepared to retaliate, Wang Defa called out, Sun Ran, do not intervene. Allow us, as a couple, to handle this. Mido gasped. Are you two insane? Taking on over 100 wolves? Huh. Just watch, Sister Mido. With that, the two cats darted like the wind, simultaneously releasing wind blades. Their blades sliced through the opposing wind blades like sharp swords, continuing onward with relentless speed. In mere moments, over 20 wind wolves lay defeated. The close combat commenced. Wang Defa and Wang Defu's claws shimmered with prismatic light, each swing claiming the life of a wind wolf, while the wolves could not breach their defenses. This was the might of the multicolored elemental spells. As the husband, Wang Defa naturally took on the responsibility of hunting the Wolf King. With a burst of speed, he leapt near the Wind Wolf King. Your opponent is me. With that he lunged, knocking the Wolf King to the ground and sinking his teeth into its neck. The Wind Wolf King, unwilling to yield, thrashed violently, but it was a futile struggle. Wang Defa dominated in both strength and spiritual energy. Moments later, the Wolf King's blood was drained. Wang Defa let out a triumphant meow, prompting a chuckle from Mido. Though fierce, the sound was undeniably endearing. The surviving Windwolves, witnessing their king and Appos' demise, harbored no thoughts of vengeance, but instead lay submissively before Wang Defa. In the realm of wolves, they revered only the strong. From that day forward, Wang Defa and Wang Defu became the sovereigns of the Wind Wolf clan. Mido approached with a smile, stroking their backs, and remarked, I never imagined you two would be so formidable, gathering so many followers so swiftly. Wang Defa proudly lifted his head, declaring, of course, it is all thanks to our master's teachings. Sun Ran approached and said, Now, inquire with your followers about the Lich King's whereabouts. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall seek it out. Once we vanquish it, you two will be the true rulers of this forest. Upon hearing Sun Ran and Appos' words, Wang Defa turned to his followers and asked, What manner of creature is this Lich King? A Golden Core Wind Wolf promptly replied, The Lich King is a fully realized Golden Core Black Serpent, incredibly toxic. No beast in this forest can rival it. It is on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage. Be cautious if you intend to confront it. Just a perfected Golden Core, nothing more. You all may return, leaving one brother to guide me tomorrow. Yes, my lord. When you defeat the Lich King, remember to visit the Wind Wolf territory. Henceforth, our clan shall follow you. No problem. Meanwhile, the villagers had been awakened by the commotion, and upon seeing over 100 wind wolves outside the village, they trembled in fear. Many blamed village chief Song for naively trusting outsiders, resulting in this beastly invasion. Yet, within a short time, half of the wolves had been slain, and the Wolf King was dead. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. The village chief Song's heart sank. This group truly deserved to remain in this small village for eternity, as they did not seek solutions but rather indulged in mutual complaints. Upon returning to the chief, Sun Ran and the others found village chief Song and several young men awaiting them at the village entrance. Young brother, I never imagined you could slay so many beasts. You are truly remarkable. Sun Ran smiled, saying, when I commit to a matter, I shall see it through to the end. Rest assured. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Ran and his companions returned to their quarters to rest and meditate until dawn. The following day, they bid farewell to village chief Song. If all goes as planned, we shall not return. This time, we will uncover the mastermind behind the sacrificial offerings. Henceforth, no one shall demand sacrifices from you again. With that, Sun Ran and his group ascended on their swords and departed from Songjia village. The guiding wind wolf flew low ahead, and the group ventured deeper into the forest. Their spirits vastly different from their previous flight. After approximately an hour, the leading wind wolf halted midair. Sun Ran, big brother, that mountain ahead is the Lich King and Apos' territory. There is a massive cave there where the Lich King cultivates. Be cautious, big brother Sun Ran. Do not let the Lich King's poison touch you. Or even the gods cannot save you. Sun Ran laughed. Do not worry. You return to your territory and await your master's good news. With that, Sun Ran, filled with confidence, led the group toward the Lich King and Apos' cave. Chapter 88. The Slaying of the Lich King. As the Lich King meditated, he was suddenly stirred by a wave of instinctual trepidation, a primal reaction innate to beasts. Immediately, he unleashed his spiritual awareness and discerned a force approaching from the distance. Could it be that the Wind Wolf clan had failed to vanquish the group of human cultivators yesterday and had instead betrayed them? Yet, the Lich King felt no concern, for he was confident in his formidable prowess. With his venom and robust physique, he had devoured countless golden core human cultivators. He was, indeed, the uncrowned monarch among the golden core realm. It seemed he had been dormant for too long, to the point where he had nearly faded from memory. The Lich King flicked his fiery red tongue and leisurely crawled out of his lair. His head had emerged, though his body still lingered within, showcasing his impressive length. Upon glancing up, he spotted Sun Ran and his companions flying toward him, with a wind wolf standing in the forefront. The Lich King chuckled, thinking that once he dealt with these humans, it would be time for the annihilation of the Wind Wolf clan. The guiding Wind Wolf, upon seeing the Lich King and Apos' massive black head emerging from the cave, immediately became frightened and tucked its tail between its legs, revealing its primal fear. Very well, Wind Wolf. Just watch as I teach this little black snake a lesson, Sun Ran said with a grin. With a swift motion, he stepped onto his flying sword and descended to the ground. Little Black, you are the one who prompted Lord Zhang Renjun of Frostleaf City to procure children as offerings. Correct? He taunted. Little Black? How dare you call me little? The Lich King roared furiously. You, a lowly human, dare to question me? Fine. I shall take that as your admission of guilt. Now, I declare that due to your senseless slaughter of the innocent, you must perish today. With that declaration, he hurled the nine-colored spatial blade directly at the Lich King and Apos' head. Sensing the imminent danger in the air, the Lich King swung his tail in an attempt to deflect the attack. However, a spurt of blood erupted from his tail. What? You have breached my defenses. Human, you have successfully enraged me. He opened his gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black venom, engulfing the area around Sun Ran, leaving him with nowhere to evade. At that moment, Lin Yao stood at the back and waved her hand, conjuring a nine-colored ice shield above Sun Ran, which successfully blocked the venom. The ice shield emitted a pungent odor. Mido and Apos' two beasts could no longer contain themselves and transformed into towering creatures over 4 meters high, charging at the Lich King from either side. Meanwhile, Su Ningmeng joined the fray, summoning 29 colored blades that danced through the air like ethereal sprites, fiercely slashing at the Lich King. Just as the Lich King attempted to take flight, he found himself immobilized, ensnared by a dense network of 9-colored vines. As despair washed over him, a wall of 9-colored earth descended from above, crashing down upon his head, while a bolt of 9-colored lightning struck his venomous fangs. His entire head was rendered numb, and a colossal fireball streaked across the sky, plunging into his maw. Lying on the ground, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. You youngsters lack martial virtue, ganging up on me. Sun Ran chuckled. When you were consuming children, did you ever think this day would come? With that, he channeled all his energy, and a massive spatial blade swiftly sliced through the Lich King, dismembering him into countless pieces. The Lich King was slain. Wang Defa retrieved a round demon core from the Lich King and Apos' head and handed it to Sun Ran. This demon core will be beneficial for you too, so take it. Sun Ran remarked. Wang Defa passed the demon core to Wang Defu, saying, Dear, don't you want to thank brother Sun Ran? Enough, we are all on the same side. No need for thanks, Sun Ran replied. What do you two intend? Do you wish to accompany us back to the city? Or will you remain here as the new Lich King? Wang Defa cast a sheepish glance at Sun Ran, then at Mido, saying, Brother Sun Ran, Master, we wish to stay here and become the Lich King. We can then train an army of beasts to assist you. Mido understood their intentions. Now that the two cats possessed formidable cultivation, it was clear they could forge their own path and no longer needed to follow them. Very well, but take care. We will be in Frostleaf City for some time, so feel free to reach out if you need us, Sun Ran advised. Mido added, Although you two are invincible in the Golden Core realm, this beast forest harbors Yuaning beasts. So you must devote time to your cultivation and strive to reach the Yuaning stage as soon as possible. Do not let pride lead you to constant brawls. Mido assumed a maternal tone, adopting a teaching stance. Wang Defu transformed into a small cat, snuggling into Mido's embrace, adorably declaring, Rest assured, Master, we understand. As Sun Ran and Mido watched Wang Defa and his spouse, along with the guiding wind wolf, disappear into the forest, they felt a pang of reluctance. However, as beasts, they were meant to return to nature. Only through battle could they ascend more swiftly. Sun Ran patted Mido's shoulder and said, Let us go. In a few days, we will come back to see them. With that, he stowed away the Lich King's head and soared toward Frostleaf City. Zhang Renjun paced restlessly in his lord and Apos' manor. Why had there been no news from the Beast Forest? What on earth was happening? A substantial portion of Zhang Renjun and Apos' income relied on transactions with the Lich King, using spirit herbs to concoct elixirs and selling them at a high price to human cultivators. The demand was insatiable, and he was growing anxious as the alchemy workshop constantly requested raw materials. Just then, a tremendous crash resonated through the courtyard. Thud. It crushed an unknown number of flowers and plants. What the devil was that noise? He cursed, stepping outside only to be paralyzed by fear. A black snake head loomed in the courtyard. He recognized it instantly. It was the Lich King's head. As Sun Ran and his companions landed in the courtyard, they couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Renjun, who sat helplessly at the entrance. Lord Zhang, do you recognize this black snake? Elder, is that you? I do not recognize it. Not at all, he stammered. Nonsense. Did you confess? Or shall I employ the soul-searching technique to discover the truth? Sun Ran retorted. But I must warn you, the soul-searching technique has after effects. You might end up as a fool. All right. I'll confess. 10 years ago, while hunting beasts in the Beast Forest, I encountered this black snake. Upon learning I was the Lord, it proposed a deal with me. Every year, it would provide me with spirit herbs, and in return, I had to offer 100 children as sacrifices. I agreed, because if I didn't, I would be dead. I had no choice. Zhang Renjun lamented. Sun Ran inquired, why didn't you seek assistance from cultivators in other cities? Zhang Renjun replied with a bitter smile. Each city operates independently. Others would relish our misfortune, eager to invade our territory. Is there no one to intervene? What of the kingdom this city belongs to? Sun Ran pressed. Our kingdom is called Nanwil, situated in a remote area of the Kanglan realm. The royal family pays no heed to us lords. As long as we pay enough spirit stones as taxes each year, they disregard our well-being. If the taxes are insufficient, what happens then? The first year of failing to pay, the royal family sends officials to forcibly collect. The second year of defaulting, they will execute me and appoint a new lord in my stead. Oh, the royal family truly has it easy. So, you imply that as long as the taxes are paid, it matters not who assumes the role of city lord? Indeed, the kingdom of Nanwa boasts over 300 cities, often embroiled in conflict and plundering spirit stones. I too am left with no choice. Without sufficient spirit stones to sustain my subordinates, I would have been consumed by other cities long ago. Sun Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating the chaotic state of the Kanglan realm, which is far more tumultuous than the war-torn nations in Africa. Well, since you have divulged what was needed, you have outlived your usefulness. If you harbor any resentment, direct it towards this chaotic cultivation world. With that, a blade of spatial energy severed his head. At that moment, the courtyard was filled with onlookers. All mercenaries under Zhang Renjun's command, yet none dared to step forward. All of you be gone. Upon hearing Sun Ran and Apos' intention to release them, they immediately fled in haste. Sun Ran stored the serpent's head within his space and led the others on a leisurely stroll around the Lord's mansion. One must admit, while the technology in this world is underdeveloped, the landscape design is truly exquisite. The entire Lord and Apos' mansion is adorned with lush trees and vibrant flowers, pavilions, and towers, with unfamiliar birds wandering around the lotus pond. The group settled in a gazebo, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. Chapter 89. Ascending to the role of Lord of Frostleaf City. Cultivating 1 and Amp. Apos' own influence, my dear. You Haven and Amp. Apos. T inquired about the taxes due this year. Yet you and Amp. Apos. V gone ahead and executed him. Su Ningmeng chuckled, covering her mouth as she sat in the pavilion. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that until you mentioned it. No matter. I refuse to believe that no one in this manor knows, Sun Ran replied, sheepishly rubbing his forehead. As they conversed, an elderly gentleman approached. Sun Ran extended his perception and discovered that he was, in fact, a mere mortal. Good sir, what brings you here? Sun Ran inquired, as the old man stood respectfully outside the pavilion. My name is Li Changwei, the steward of the Lord and Apos' manor. I oversee the work of over 100 mortal servants and manage the manor and Amp. Apos' revenue, the elder replied with deference. Oh, why would such a crucial task be entrusted to you? Sun Ran asked. The previous lord harbored distrust toward practitioners, fearing they might embezzle spirit stones. As a mortal, even if I had spirit stones, I would have no means to spend them. Thus, the responsibility fell to me. What business do you have here? Sun Ran continued. I heard that you have disbanded all the private soldiers in the manor. I have come to humbly request that we mortals be allowed to remain. We are but untrained individuals, and if we leave the manor, we have nowhere else to go. Sun Ran pondered for a moment before responding, very well. You may stay and serve us. By the way, do you know the annual tax obligations? Li Changwei nodded, saying, I am aware. Frostleaf City is classified as a Tier 3 city, with a population of approximately 20 million. We are required to pay 200,000 spirit stones annually. This year and Amp. Apos' payment has already been completed. A designated individual will come to collect next January. Tiers? How is that determined? Sun Ran inquired. It is based on the city and Apos' area, population, and number of practitioners. Each practitioner entering the city is recorded by a crystal stone at the gate, which automatically logs their entry. At the end of the year, a general data summary is produced to ascertain the number of practitioners in the city. If the number surpasses 50 million, it becomes a Tier 2 city, and the tax requirement increases to 500,000 spirit stones. Remarkable. I had thought their technology was underdeveloped. Yet they possess such an advanced automatic recording system, Sun Ran remarked. What is the current balance of spirit stones in the Lord and Apos' manor? Li Changwei produced a small ledger. Glancing at it before reporting, currently, we have 150,000 top-grade spirit stones, 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 1,300 low-grade spirit stones. What grade of spirit stones do we need to pay our taxes? Sun Ran queried. Mid-grade spirit stones are required. The exchange rate is 100 to 1, meaning one top-grade spirit stone equates to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Sun Ran retrieved a piece of spirit stone that he had cut from the cultivation palace and presented it to Li Changwei. What type of spirit stone is this? Li Changwei examined it and confirmed, in response to the Lord, this is a top-grade spirit stone. However, this particular piece is quite large and can be divided into 20 smaller top-grade spirit stones. Sun Ran and his companions exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces. WVE struck gold. The cultivation palace is constructed entirely from such spirit stones, revealing how powerful Luo E truly was. We Haven and Apos' even finished dismantling 1% of the palace steps, so taxes are no longer a concern. Lord, this is the Lord and Apos' seal. The previous lord has passed away, and this seal is now ownerless. You must drop blood upon it to claim it, and you will then be the legitimate lord of Frostleaf City. Sun Ran nodded, accepting the seal. After dripping a drop of blood onto it, the seal transformed, resonating with his essence. By the way, Li Changwei, how does the city typically generate revenue? Sun Ran inquired. The former lord primarily profited from collecting spiritual herbs for alchemy and selling them at high prices to practitioners. Additionally, various spiritual tools and equipment were sold, along with the underground combat arena for practitioners, generating substantial income each month. Alchemy? Does the Lord's manor employ its own alchemist? Sun Ran asked, intrigued. Indeed. We maintain a golden core alchemist within the manor, Li Changwei confirmed. Sun Ran's interest peaked. Lead me to him. Given Sun Jingshin's connection, Sun Ran felt compelled to follow. The alchemy chamber was situated within the Lord's manor, and as they approached, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Upon entering, a middle-aged man was busy with several young apprentices, while a young girl of about 17 or 18 stood nearby, attentively watching the alchemist's techniques. The middle-aged man turned, noticing the unfamiliar group, and exclaimed, "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Get out at once." Li Changwei stepped forward to clarify. "This is our new lord of Frostleaf City, Sun Ran. Lord, this is our alchemist, Feng Zishan." Feng Zishan scrutinized Sun Ran, disdain evident in his gaze. "I don't care about the new lord. However, the previously agreed-upon profit sharing of 40% must still be honored. Otherwise, I refuse to work." Sun Ran chuckled lightly and replied, "Then you may leave." Feng Zishan was taken aback, quickly retorting, "Lord Sun Ran, surely you understand the significance of an alchemist. Do you know how much a golden core alchemist earns in a year? U1 and Amp, Oppos, to find another one in Frostleaf City. I am aware, but I find you disagreeable. I will give you 3 counts to vacate the premises. Otherwise, I shall take your life. 1, 2. All right, you drive a hard bargain. How about a 20% cut?" Feng Zishan conceded. Sun Ran shook his head, asserting, "Even if you work for free, I have no need for you. Depart immediately." Feng Zishan and Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment, and after a quick glance at Sun Ran, he hastily gathered his belongings and departed alongside his 3 apprentices. The young girl remained in the room, seemingly at a loss as to whether to stay or leave. "Who is this girl?" Sun Ran inquired. Li Changwei responded, "This young lady is named Zili." On one occasion when Feng Zishan was absent, his apprentices attempted to concoct pills on their own and nearly caused an explosion. By chance, Zili passed by and, with just a glance, managed to salvage an entire batch of pills. Feng Zishan, recognizing her talent, decided to keep her. Sun Ran smiled and asked, "Zili, why do you not leave with Feng Zishan?" Zili lowered her head, nervously twisting her garment's hem as she replied, "I do not wish to go with him. He is not a good person. He often mistreats me, and I dislike him." Sun Ran nodded, asking, "Can you concoct pills?" "Yes, but I can only produce foundation-level pills as I am currently at the foundation stage myself. However, my success rate exceeds that of Feng Zishan," she replied with confidence. "Oh, that is splendid. Tell me, can you create a pill that enhances a mortal's elemental affinity, allowing them to become a practitioner?" Sun Ran inquired. Without hesitation, Zili answered, "The transformation pill, a foundation-level concoction, is quite easy to make. However, the required spiritual herbs are somewhat expensive. Gathering them would cost around 10 mid-grade spirit stones." "That is indeed costly. Generally, mortals cannot amass such wealth to procure the herbs necessary for such a pill, thereby creating an invisible divide. Those born with elemental affinity can test and directly enter various sects for cultivation, while those without such talent are destined to remain mortals for life." Sun Ran produced a piece of spirit stone cut from the cultivation palace. "Here, take this and create as many as you can for me. I have use for them." Upon examining the sizable top-grade spirit stone, Zili was left astounded. This large piece could yield approximately 1,000 transformation pills. "Go prepare the materials. How many days would it take to complete the concoction?" "You have misunderstood, my lord. The largest spiritual herb shop in the city is owned by the Lord's manor. If you give the word, there is no need for spirit stones at all." Sun Ran replied, "No worries, you go ahead and purchase. It is my first day in office, and I still need some time to get everything in order. The sooner we can refine this elixir, the better. If that is the case, it should take about 3 days to successfully concoct it." "Very well, I shall return in 3 days to collect the elixir. If your work is satisfactory, the alchemy workshop of the Lord's Manor will henceforth be under your management, and I will grant you 30% of the profits. Does that sound agreeable?" Zili's eyes widened in disbelief, and she nodded excitedly. "Go ahead, and strive to produce as much as you can." With spirit stones in hand, she left joyfully, finally free from the clutches of that perverse Feng Zishan. And she felt she had secured a stable income to support her ascension to the Golden Core stage. Lin Yao exclaimed, "I can't believe the issue with calming my mind has been resolved so quickly. This is wonderful." Suddenly, Su Ningmeng asked, "Darling, why do you need so many transformation elixirs?" Sun Ran explained, "I wish to return to Earth to recruit some Earthlings and cultivate my own power. However, this will take many years. Why not recruit directly here? Don't you think the cultivators of this Kanglan realm are particularly mercenary? Furthermore, in their pursuit of cultivation resources, they have become somewhat psychologically distorted, willing to do anything. Hence, I believe it is safer to rely on our own people. This is indeed the case. Since our arrival here, apart from the genuinely nice Li, the other cultivators have all seemed the same. Are there truly no good people among cultivators? There must be, but we simply Haven and Amp, Oppos, T encountered them. However, my current impression is that the cultivation world is somewhat ruthless. Thus, it is better to earnestly cultivate our own power. After all, we are not lacking in spirit stones. Sister Luo E, in the training space, not only left us a training palace but also concealed a vast spirit stone mine underground. It is sufficient for us to develop our own force. All right, dear, whatever you decide, we will support you. After all, we have plenty of time. Indeed. Our next step is to ascertain the situation in the city and then begin our cultivation. The secret manuals left by Sister Luo E allow us to cultivate all the way to the Great Ascension stage, and with the absence of dimensional suppression, we should be able to swiftly advance to the Golden Core stage's perfection. Mido suddenly remarked, by the way, if we wish to ascend rapidly, we will need various elixirs. Tomorrow, as we pass the Beast Forest, let's have Wang Defa and the others help us collect spiritual herbs. They have no use for them anyway, and this way, we can concoct elixirs, achieving 2 goals at once. Sun Ran patted Mido's little head and said, indeed. The magical beasts cannot refine elixirs, and consuming spiritual herbs 1 and Amp, Oppos, T enhance their cultivation much. It would merely be a waste. When we successfully concoct the elixirs, we can share some with them as a reward. It's a fair exchange. Stewardly, you mentioned earlier about a martial competition on the platform. What is that about? Li Changwei replied, it's essentially a tournament where spectators can place bets. The Lord's Manor acts as the house, and contestants who win receive a portion of the wagered spirit stones, while the remainder goes to the Lord and Amp, Oppos, S Manor. Currently, it is the Manor and Amp, Oppos, S second largest source of revenue. Here is the plan. Take my Lord's seal and summon all the heads of the Lord's Manor's enterprises in the city. I will assess each of them individually. Those with good character can stay, while those lacking integrity shall be dismissed, allowing you common folk to take their places. Understood, my lord. Upon returning to the Lord and Amp, Oppos, S Manor, Su Ningmeng summoned the servants to replace all the bedding and decorations in the room with new ones, then had the room cleaned thoroughly, as everyone would be residing there for the time being. Before long, Li Changwei returned with a group of individuals. Sun Ran, seated in the Lord and Amp, Oppos, S position, addressed the crowd. Please introduce yourselves. I am Zhang Yi, the manager of the spiritual herb shop at the Foundation establishment stage. I am Li Tai, the manager of the spiritual weapon shop, also at the Foundation establishment stage. I am Qian Lei, the manager of the martial competition platform at the Foundation establishment stage. I am the manager of the clothing store. After more than a dozen managers introduced themselves, Sun Ran stood up and said, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Sun Ran, at the Golden Core stage, and the ladies behind me are my wives, also at the Golden Core stage. Now, come with me. I wish to show you something. Stepping into the courtyard, Sun Ran waved his hand, releasing the black serpent head of the Lich King once more. This is a magical beast at the peak of the Golden Core stage, which I have slain. I hope that in the future, you will serve me diligently, and I shall not treat you poorly. I do not care what your previous compensation was. Now, it will increase by 50%. With a single gesture, Sun Ran played his cards exceedingly well. The group immediately knelt, pledging their loyalty. Sun Ran waved his hand, saying, you may all return to your duties. Those who perform well will receive additional rewards. Chapter 90, The Successful Refinement of 1,000 Rebirth Pills. Zili, brimming with vitality, commenced the alchemical process of creating the rebirth pills using the precious herbs she had meticulously gathered. Such elixirs are typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals due to their exorbitant cost. Only affluent cultivation families might occasionally procure one for their talentless progeny. For common families, acquiring even a single pill would necessitate selling all their possessions. Upon returning to the alchemy workshop, she methodically placed various spiritual herbs into the cauldron, expertly controlling the flames, a fundamental skill in alchemy in which Zili excelled. As 10 hours elapsed, the cauldron began to emit a fragrant aroma of the pills, signaling that the critical moment had arrived. She needed to maintain her focus, for this stage was fraught with potential mishaps. Gradually, she modulated the spiritual energy to temper the flames, reducing it incrementally until it was entirely withdrawn. After clearing the residual herbs, an additional hour passed, and the temperature of the cauldron began to cool. With the small porcelain vial she had prepared, she opened the cauldron to reveal nearly 100 pristine pills, each round and plump, unmistakably top-tier elixirs. Her current yield rate surpassed that of Feng Zishan by a factor of 2. Such was her innate talent. Completing this batch not only elevated Zeely's cultivation level significantly, but also brought her closer to the golden core stage. Eager to fulfill the task assigned by Sun Ran, she immediately began the refinement of a second batch without pausing for rest. 3 days elapsed, during which Zeely meticulously refined 7 batches, amassing nearly 1,000 rebirth pills. Meanwhile, Sun Ran spent his days meandering through the city, familiarizing himself with the customs and conditions of Shuangye City, dedicating the remainder of his time to cultivation. Just as he emerged from his meditative practice, the steward, Li Changgue, announced from outside, "City Lord, Miss Zeely seeks your presence." "Ah, let her in," Sun Ran replied. Zeely followed Li Changgue into the cultivation chamber. "City Lord, these are the pills I have refined over the past 3 days, 1,003 in total." Along with the quantities of spiritual herbs used, she reported, producing over 1,000 small porcelain vials and neatly arranging them on the table. Sun Ran smiled warmly. "You have worked hard. Here is your reward. Now, I need you to assist me in refining 10,000 more of these pills. Is that too challenging?" Upon seeing the high-grade spiritual stones in Sun Ran and Appo's hand, Zeely promptly shook her head. "I assure you, I will complete the task." The opportunity to earn wealth while enhancing her own cultivation was indeed a delightful bargain. Accepting the spiritual stones, she promptly set off to prepare the necessary materials. Sun Ran, gathering the pills, instructed Li Changgue, "I will be away for a while. You are in charge of the City Lord and Appo's estate. Should any formidable foes approach, do not resist. We shall address everything upon my return." "Understood, City Lord," the steward replied with a bow. Sun Ran summoned the women and journeyed to the beast forest to locate Wang Defa and his 2 beasts. Upon arriving near the Lich King, Mitty utilized her unique mental connection to swiftly reach them. The 2 beasts were currently engaged in battle, conquering those who defied their authority. In just a few days, their territory had expanded considerably, boasting a following of over 100,000 beasts. "You both seem to be living rather lavishly," Sun Ran remarked, observing the robust forms of the 2 beasts with a smile. "Not bad, Brother Sun Ran," Wang Defa replied. "We now command over 100,000 underlings, the strongest among them being at the golden core stage. What about you?" Sun Ran chuckled. "I am now the City Lord, with more than 20 million subjects under my leadership." Wang Defa exclaimed dramatically, "Brother Sun Ran is truly remarkable. By the way, did you come to find us?" "Indeed," Sun Ran confirmed. "The beast forest is rich in spiritual herbs. Could you arrange for your subordinates to gather some for me? I shall reward you with elixirs in return." "Absolutely, but the spiritual herbs on the outskirts are of lower grade. To obtain higher quality herbs, we must venture deeper into the forest," Wang Defa explained. Sun Ran shook his head. "For now, the outer herbs will suffice. We can consider the inner regions once you advance to the nascent soul stage. Safety comes first. Rest assured." "I understand." After bidding farewell to Wang Defa and his companion, the group flew towards the hidden teleportation portal within the beast forest. As a practitioner at the golden core stage, navigating the route was simple, and they soon arrived at the concealed portal within a cavern. Linya remarked, "I thought it would take much longer to return. I can end Appo's. T believe it end Appo's. It's been less than a month. How swift. I wonder how happy Xia Jingxin will be to see us back." Another chimed in. One by one, they passed through the portal and returned to their familiar cultivation space. "Please wait a moment. I will cut some spiritual stones. It and Appo's. It's always wise to be prepared," Sun Ran said, as returning directly to the cultivation space from the Kanglin realm was not feasible. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Ran had cut a substantial block of stone, worth approximately 30 million spiritual stones by Kanglin realm and Appo's standards. After completing his task, they all teleported to the villa in Longxi Garden. Though they had been away for less than a month, their return sparked immense joy. For they had lived in this villa for over 20 years, and it held sentimental value. "Let us visit Pingxian to surprise Xia Jingxin," Sun Ran suggested. A distance of 100 kilometers was but a fleeting moment for him. Upon arrival in Pingxian, Sun Ran and his companions made their way to the research institute where Sun Jingxin worked. The guard, recognizing Sun Ran, immediately opened the door and led them to Sun Jingxin and Appo's laboratory. At that moment, Sun Jingxin was engaged in an experiment with several female researchers. Turning around, she spotted Sun Ran and Lin Yao standing at the doorway. Dropping her materials, she rushed over to them. "Dad, Mom, how did you return so quickly?" Sun Ran affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "It and Appo's. A long story. I took a leave from my superior. Let us find a place to talk." They arrived at Sun Jingshin and Appo's residence in Pink's Inn, a 3-bedroom apartment that was spacious given the current low population. Why the swift return? Have you found me an elixir? She inquired eagerly. Lin Yao wrapped her arm around Sun Jingshin. Of course. Otherwise, how could we return so soon? Your father is now a city lord. Procuring an elixir for you is a trivial matter. Wow, Dad, that end Appo's. That's amazing. I can end Appo's. Do you wait to see it? Sun Jingshin exclaimed. All right, once you absorb the elixir, I'll take you to see it, Sun Ran promised, producing a small porcelain vial and handing it to her. Take this now. Your mother and I will safeguard you. Okay. Without hesitation, Sun Jingshin placed the elixir in her mouth, and it melted instantly, sending a rush of warmth throughout her body. Lin Yao watched anxiously, concerned for her daughter's well-being. An hour later, Sun Jingshin gradually opened her eyes, revealing a layer of frost forming in her hands. Sun Ran smiled. I didn't expect you to inherit your mother's affinity for water attributes. How wonderful. Chapter 91. Cultivating the first batch of subordinates. The formation of the cultivation girl group. Sun Jingshin joyfully embraced Lin Yao, exclaiming, How wonderful, Mom. I can finally become a cultivator. I no longer need to worry about growing old in solitude. Our family can finally be together for the long term. By the way, Dad, there is something I must tell you. Ever since you eliminated Haotian, the air on Earth has begun to purify itself. Now, the consciousness of both the living dead and zombies has slowly started to return to humanity. Sun Ran nodded in acknowledgement. He had anticipated this outcome. After Haotian's demise, the living dead and zombies faced 2 possible fates. One, they would lose their energy and gradually perish. The other, free from the corruption of dark energy, they would slowly regain their human consciousness. This is indeed fortuitous. Our planet boasts a population of over 10 billion, and even with 30% lost, we still have over 7 billion. The restoration of social order among humanity is imminent. Indeed, some of the living dead have already begun to reintegrate into society, while the zombies may require further time. After sharing a family reunion meal, Sun Ran visited the county and approached the person in charge, requesting assistance in recruiting 1,000 virtuous and attractive women. The official, thinking Sun Ran intended to establish a harem, confidently pledged to complete the task within 3 days. However, Sun Ran's intention was not to create a harem, but to recruit his first batch of subordinates. He chose women because he believed they were more emotional, less ambitious, and, most importantly, easier to manage compared to men. Sun Ran aimed to cultivate a faction that would be utterly obedient. This plan had been discussed and unanimously agreed upon with several women beforehand. The following day, the official brought 1,000 young women, around 20 years of age, to Sun Ran's temporary residence, presenting them to him. All these girls possessed remarkable beauty, with long legs and youthful, vibrant appearances. Most of them recognized Sun Ran, as his exploits were mandatory learning in their language classes, and they had idolized him since childhood. Today, I have gathered you to discuss an important matter. I possess 1,000 transformation pills that will awaken your elemental affinity, enabling you to become cultivators like me and join me in battles in other realms. This endeavor carries significant risks, but the rewards are equally grand, promising lifespans of at least several tens of thousands of years. Fear not about being separated from your families, as we will have a day off each month to visit them. Now, those who choose to stay, remain where you are. Those who wish to leave may do so now. 3 minutes later, not a single person chose to depart. It would be foolish to let such a splendid opportunity slip away. After all, it meant lifespans of several tens of thousands of years. The adage holds true. The greater the sacrifice, the richer the reward. Since no one wishes to leave, please form a line to receive the pills and consume them immediately. After a day's effort, all 1,000 individuals had awakened their elemental affinities, each in diverse forms. Before their departure, Sun Ran stated, You have 2 days to bid farewell to your families and gather your belongings. On the morning of the 3rd day, we shall depart. On the 3rd day, Sun Ran led everyone into the cultivation space. This is where you will train. Each month, I will take you out once, and during the interim, you will cultivate here. Your instructors will be Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao. Each month, the teaching will rotate among you. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage and can fly, you will accompany me to other realms, though this process may take considerable time. I hope you can endure the solitude. Having said this, Sun Ran left Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao behind while he returned to the Kanglan realm with the remaining women. Passing through the beast forest, Wang Defa presented all the spiritual herbs he had gathered during this time to Sun Ran. Gazing at the piled herbs resembling a small mountain, Sun Ran exclaimed, You managed to collect so much in just a few days? Indeed. With so many subordinates and having taken over a territory that is now 3 times larger than the former Lich King's domain, the harvest is plentiful. Impressive. Once all these herbs are refined into pills, I will share some with you. After placing the herbs into storage, Sun Ran and the others returned to the Lord's residence, where Li Changue immediately came forth to greet them. How has everything been during my absence? Everything is normal, Lord. You need not worry. Sun Ran nodded and inquired. How old are you today? This humble servant is 58 years old this year. Here, take this transformation pill. As for what level you can reach in your cultivation, that depends on your own fortune. The estate possesses cultivation techniques. Choose one that suits you. Li Changue, overwhelmed with excitement, accepted the pill. Hardly able to believe that he could one day become a cultivator, he promptly knelt, pledging his loyalty. Rest assured, my lord. I will strive to cultivate diligently and serve you for many more years. Rise. There is no need to kneel so often. Focus on your cultivation. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan, having been expelled from the Lord's residence, seethed with anger. As a golden core alchemist, he was a coveted target among various powerful factions, welcomed wherever he went. Sun Ran, you will regret this. I shall return one day, and when I do, you will kneel before me and call me grandfather. Feng Zishan temporarily lodged at an inn, awaiting the merchant convoy to set off for Xian City. The journey was fraught with peril, with various beasts lurking and rogue cultivators hiding in ambush. Traveling alone was tantamount to a death sentence. He needed to wait for a large merchant convoy to ensure safety. Xian City, adjacent to Shuangye City, was a secondary city with a population of 50 million, governed by a Yuaning expert. After 3 days, the large merchant convoy finally assembled. Feng Zishan paid 10 low-grade spiritual stones as protection fees, and, with the convoy, reached Xian City unscathed. Upon arrival, his first order of business was to locate his senior brother, Zhao Shana, a late-stage golden core alchemist, significantly more skilled than himself, currently serving as the chief alchemist in the city lord's estate. After exchanging pleasantries with his senior brother, Feng Zishan revealed his purpose for visiting. Firstly, he sought to join his brother, hoping he could assist him in finding a position. Zhao Shanha readily agreed, noting that there was a high demand for alchemists everywhere. Secondly, he requested his brother's help in exacting revenge. Zhao Shanha chuckled and replied, revenge must be approached with patience. While I possess the capability to assist you, there is someone who can help even more, the city lord. Chapter 92, The Rapid Rise of the Girl Group Power and the Gambling Lord of Zihuan City within the cultivation space. Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao were diligently guiding 1,000 young women in their practice. Strangely, the initial step of sensing elements was progressing at an astonishing pace. It was nearly as swift as Su Ningmeng experienced during her qi refinement stage, when they were in the Kanglan realm. Sun Ran and his companions had inquired from several practitioners around them, who indicated that the journey from the 1st to the 9th layer of the qi refinement stage typically required 5 to 10 years. Those with lesser talents might need over 20 years. Yet, Sun Ran and his comrades had accomplished it in just a year. At that time, Su Ningmeng had proudly declared that it was due to their superior talents, but the current circumstances suggested otherwise. Perhaps it was related to the techniques left by Sister Li and the physique of Earthlings, combined with the abundant spiritual energy in the cultivation space. That allowed everyone to reach the 1st layer of qi refinement within just a few days, an extraordinarily rapid progression. In the 2nd month, Tang Tian and Su Li arrived to provide guidance. They were astonished to discover that all the members of the girl group had attained the 1st layer of qi refinement. Tang Tian gathered everyone and communicated Sun Ran's instructions. They were assigned a task to form teams, ensuring that each member possessed different elemental awakenings, culminating in a complete set of 9 elements. Once teams were formed, they would share meals and quarters to foster camaraderie, preparing for the next phase, elemental fusion. Although the team members were unfamiliar with the concept of elemental fusion, they complied with her request and quickly formed 98 teams. The remaining girls were unable to assemble teams due to incomplete elemental combinations. Tang Tian reassured those without teams not to fret, as another batch of female members would soon arrive. After a month of intensive alchemy, Zili successfully refined 13,000 pills, propelling her directly into the golden core stage. It was said that on the day of her advancement, she faced 4 lightning tribulations, the last of which was a 3-colored thunderstorm, indicating her remarkable talent. Sun Ran returned to Earth with the 13,000 pills and recruited an additional 13,000 young women. As humanity gradually regained consciousness, the population was no longer a concern. Cities were slowly regaining vitality, and humanity was in the process of rebuilding their communities. After more than 20 years, many buildings and facilities had become unusable. Nations quietly commenced a race for development, striving to secure a significant position in this new reshuffling of power. Upon entering the cultivation space, the influx of over 10,000 individuals created a lively atmosphere. However, the space was ample enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands without feeling crowded. Sun Ran decided that this number was sufficient for the time being. Quality over quantity was paramount. If all these individuals advanced to the Mahayana stage, it would undoubtedly be adequate. Moreover, a larger population would require more cultivation resources, potentially hindering progress. With the arrangements for the cultivation girl group in place, Sun Ran resolved to return to the city lord's residence to focus on his own cultivation. He no longer needed to worry about tax payments, instead patiently awaiting the girl group's gradual ascension to the golden core stage, after which they could sweep through the surrounding cities and slowly search for the true forms of Luai and Haotian. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Thanks to Sun Ran's implementation of a series of favorable policies and the abundant supply of spiritual herbs from the beast forest, Zili, accompanied by several disciples, fervently engaged in alchemy, yielding both high-quality and plentiful pills at affordable prices. This led to an increasing number of cultivators in Frostleaf City. Upon arriving, these cultivators began to settle down, establishing homes and engaging in cultivation. Some formed teams to venture into the beast forest to harvest spiritual herbs for profit or hunt magical beasts to sell their essence and meat. Over the decade, the 14,000 individuals in the cultivation space all advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, they formed 1,005 teams, while the remaining individuals could only create teams lacking complete elemental combinations. During the foundation establishment stage, Sun Ran guided them through elemental fusion. After 10 years of cohabitation, the team members had developed mutual trust, allowing them to connect on a deeper level. Consequently, the process of elemental fusion proceeded smoothly, with nearly every small team achieving the fusion of 5 elements and the ability to wield 5 colored spells. The remaining 4 elements could only be fused once they reached the golden core stage. At that moment in Ziwan City, Lord Song Wuji was troubled by a pressing issue: the tax revenue for the day. The annual tax had escalated from 5 million spiritual stones to 8 million this year, a mandate from the royal family that could not be altered. Under normal circumstances, such a sum could be managed with some tightening of the belt, but just days prior, Song Wuji had lost over 30 million spiritual stones in a gambling bout with other city lords on the cultivator's combat platform. The increase in taxes compounded his predicament, rendering him unable to produce the required 8 million spiritual stones. This predicament was primarily due to Song Wuji's penchant for gambling, which had resulted in more losses than wins, leaving him with scant resources. It was almost laughable that a nascent soul-stage cultivator could not muster such a sum, an assertion that few would believe. Yet it was the stark reality. He had lost nearly everything he could afford. As he poured himself a cup of spiritual wine, he drank alone in his despondency when Zhao Shanhe knocked and entered. "My lord, is there something troubling you? Why are you indulging in solitary drinking?" "Oh, Shanhe, you've arrived. Come, join me for a drink." "Of course, it would be my honor." After sharing a drink, Song Wuji sighed. "Shanhe, you may find it amusing, but I lost 30 million spiritual stones again yesterday." "Low-grade spiritual stones?" "Medium grade. How can I break this gambling habit?" he lamented before taking another sip of wine. Zhao Shanhe, with a glint in his eye, quickly devised a plan. "My lord, do you remember my junior brother, Feng Jishan? He is currently refining pills at our alchemy workshop." "Ah. Yes, you recommended him. What of it?" "My junior brother Feng Jishan was previously an alchemist in Frostleaf City. He came to join me because their city lord was killed by someone named Sun Ran, who took his place. For years, my brother has been quietly observing Frostleaf City. According to him, Frostleaf City has developed remarkably over the past decade, with ample supplies of various pills and spiritual herbs, as well as a plethora of spiritual artifacts and treasures. Many cultivators choose to settle there. Surely, such a place must have abundant spiritual stones. What is the level of the city lord's cultivation?" "My brother claims he is at the golden core stage, but it's uncertain whether he has advanced in the past decade." Even if he has advanced, what does it matter? I am a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and with my 2,000 foundation establishment subordinates and 1,000 golden core guards, defeating him would be a simple task." "My lord, I suggest we do not kill him, but rather subdue him, compelling him to pay us a hefty protection fee annually. That way, the taxes and spiritual stones will be taken care of." Upon hearing this, Song Wuji burst into laughter. "Shanhe, you truly are my lucky star. Ha. I shall gather my brothers and set out for Frostleaf City tomorrow." Chapter 93, Wang Defa and Wang Difu face the tribulation together, City Lord, when the time comes. Please take my junior apprentice with you. He is well-versed in the way and can guide us. Moreover, it will serve as a means to erase the humiliation we faced when Sun Ran expelled us. Song Wuji stated. Certainly, inform your junior apprentice, and we shall depart together tomorrow. In Frostleaf City, within the City Lord and Apos' mansion, the City Lord remarked, the number of cultivators in the city has reached 30 million, and the public order is exceedingly poor. Frequent conflicts arise, leading to substantial damage to buildings and civilian casualties, which creates a profoundly negative impact. While conflicts among cultivators are inevitable, inflicting harm on the innocent is intolerable. I am aware of this. Are there any other matters? Song Changwei continued, City Lord. The royal family of the Qingli nation has issued an edict, increasing our annual tax by 3 million spirit stones. Our annual tax will now amount to 5 million spirit stones. Oh, a price hike, huh? The royal family really has it easy. After a year of toiling to buy elixirs, I only managed to earn around 20 million spirit stones, and now a quarter of that is gone. The royal family of Nanhua Nation truly demands exorbitant fees. Their strength is lacking, yet they dare to ask for so much. The Nanhua Nation is located at the southernmost part of the southern prefecture in the Kanglan realm. The southern prefecture is already a relatively remote area within the Kanglan realm. Where spiritual energy is sparse, cultivation resources are scarce, and there are no significant sects or nations. It comprises mainly small nations that often engage in conflicts. The Nanhua Nation, being the southernmost, is even more obscure, with many cultivators never even hearing of it. Yet, from such a minor nation emerges a cultivator at the transformation stage, capable of governing over 300 cities and collecting vast amounts of spirit stones each year. This drives all cultivators to strive fiercely, hoping to one day ascend to the transformation stage and become rulers of their own nations. However, the transition from golden core to nascent soul stage hinders 80% of individuals, while the leap from nascent soul to transformation stage is even more elusive. The required cultivation resources are astronomical, coupled with the necessity of exceptional talent. Both are indispensable. After reporting the matters, Song Changwei turned to leave. Sun Ran then entered the cultivation space. 14,000 female cultivators were engaged in group battles. Although simulated, they exerted their utmost effort, some even bearing injuries. Upon Sun Ran's arrival, he called for a halt. All members of the female team, after a decade of cultivation, have achieved at least the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. This progress is remarkable. Were you in the Kanglan realm, you would be regarded as prodigies of various sections. Given the large population in the city I manage, I have decided to split our members into 14 teams, with each team comprising 1,000 individuals. They will take turns on duty. Should any fights break out, seize them without hesitation. If there is resistance, eliminate them on the spot. A female cultivator stepped forward and asked, Sun Ran, what if they are stronger than us? Sun Ran replied with a smile. Then call for me. However, you must have confidence. With your current elemental fusion and colorful spells, you are practically invincible at the foundation establishment stage. Engaging in battle will also expedite your own cultivation. Soon, the female teams were organized into 14 groups and followed Sun Ran to the Kanglan realm. Although they had visited the Kanglan realm multiple times over the past decade, this was their first time entering the city to enforce order against local cultivators. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, Sun Ran distributed 1,000 sets of uniforms for the enforcement duty. The white-fitted dresses paired with black knee-high boots created a striking appearance. Each member was equipped with a spirit sword, making them a captivating sight on the streets. Many ruffians seeking trouble were ruthlessly dispatched. It was at this moment that they realized this group of women was formidable. Of course, numerous cultivators continued to engage in conflicts for various reasons, and the enforcement team was always the first to respond, detaining individuals and imposing fines based on the severity of the situation. Some high-level cultivators even clashed directly with the enforcement team, only to be swiftly eliminated. If they encountered golden core cultivators, they could only seek the aid of Sun Ran or his 9 wives. On this day, Sun Ran accompanied me to the Beast Forest to visit Wang Defa and his wife, while also collecting the month's spirit herbs. Before reaching their territory, they heard a thunderous roar. The two exchanged glances and exclaimed, "Oh no, that and Apos, Wang Defa and Apos, voice. Hurry." They quickly flew toward the source of the sound, where a vast expanse of forest lay in ruins, and both Wang Defa and Wang Difu were bloodied and battered. Their opponent was a white tiger, an entity of the mid-nascent soul stage, still in its beast form. 2 mere kittens dare to intrude into the depths of the beast forest? How amusing. The white tiger sneered. Do not think that just because you are in the nascent soul stage, I fear you. With that, the tiger lunged again, swatting them back with a single paw. Sun Ran and Mi-Do were about to rush in to assist when Wang Defa stopped them, saying, Brother Sun, Master, you need not help. I am determined to break through my limits through this battle. After 10 years of cultivation and combat, Wang Defa and his wife had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. However, despite their efforts, they could not break through this bottleneck. In contemplation, they decided to challenge the white tiger in its territory, hoping that a life and death battle would grant them the chance to ascend to the nascent soul stage, even if they could not defeat it. They were confident in their ability to escape. Hence, they prevented Sun Ran from interfering. The white tiger, laughing derisively, remarked, Do you think 2 golden core experts can defeat me? Allow me to enlighten you. No matter how many golden core cultivators there are, they are but trifles before the nascent soul stage. Is that so? Today, I shall witness what you deem trifling. With that, the couple charged once more, their claws shimmering with 9 colors as they aimed for the tiger and Appo's neck. The white tiger, displaying a human-like grin, swiftly turned and lashed its lengthy tail, sending them both flying. In the next instant, the couple executed a rapid somersault in midair, accelerating towards the tiger again. The white tiger, visibly growing impatient, unleashed a powerful attack, opening its massive jaws. A shockwave erupted from its mouth, stunning the couple. In a swift motion, it lunged towards Wang Defa. He summoned all his spiritual energy to resist the tiger's deadly fangs, but to no avail. The sharp teeth gradually sank into Wang Defa's body, blood streaming forth. Mi-Do and Sun Ran rushed in, unleashing the 9-color spatial blade towards the tiger's tail, while Mi-Do's dark nightmare invaded the tiger's mind. Yet, all their efforts were futile. Neither physical nor mental damage could breach the tiger's defenses. Seeing her husband on the verge of death, Wang Defu suddenly felt an immense surge of power within her. She lunged at the white tiger, sinking her teeth into its spine. A howl escaped the tiger's lips. This blow surprisingly broke through the tiger's defenses, allowing Wang Defa to escape from its massive jaws. Just then, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning. The tribulation clouds had arrived. It turned out that at that moment, in her concern for her husband's life, Wang Defu had shattered the bottleneck of the golden core stage. The tribulation clouds enveloped the couple, and by a twist of fate, Wang Defa was recognized by the clouds, allowing them both to face the tribulation together. Chapter 94. The Ascension of 2 Beastly Creatures to the Nascent Soul Stage. However, beneath the calamity clouds, Wang Defa was gravely injured and could hardly withstand the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, he could only rely on Wang Defu. Suddenly, the white tiger expelled a crystal stone from its mouth. This was a thunderstone, capable of withstanding a single strike from the lightning tribulation. Considering your arduous cultivation, I bestow this upon you, it declared, tossing the thunderstone into the calamity clouds. Wang Defa swallowed it in one gulp, expressing his gratitude. Sun Ran could hardly believe that the white tiger would assist them at such a critical juncture. The white tiger shook its magnificent head and transformed into human form, revealing a stunning beauty clad in white garments, her figure most alluring. She approached Sun Ran and Mi-Do, cheerfully inquiring, Are these 2 big fools your friends? Sun Ran, taken aback, responded, Indeed, they are my friends. The white tiger giggled, You 2 are truly relentless in your training. You and Appo's been sparring with me for an hour. Had I wished to eliminate you both, you would have perished long ago. Yet here you are, charging forth without understanding the peril. Mi-Do, feeling embarrassed, remarked, They've been spoiled by my affection and are both rather headstrong. At this moment, the calamity clouds had gathered fully, and the first bolt of lightning struck Wang Defa. Fortunately, the thunderstone absorbed some of its fury. The second bolt then struck Wang Defu, and they both emerged unscathed. Wang Defa shook his fur, feeling rejuvenated, and let out a fierce roar at the calamity clouds. Crack! The second bolt of lightning descended, and Wang Defa unleashed a 9-colored wind blade. Although it did not completely dissipate the lightning, it significantly reduced its potency, allowing him to endure the impact. Meanwhile, Wang Defu easily withstood the blow with his robust physique. Thus, they persevered until the 5th bolt of the tribulation had passed, leaving them utterly exhausted. The nascent soul stage required 5 bolts of tribulation. Yet, the calamity clouds lingered ominously without dispersing. The white tiger exclaimed in astonishment, Could there be a 6th bolt? Are these 2 truly so gifted? No sooner had the words left her mouth than 2 5-colored bolts of lightning appeared in the clouds. The white tiger was left speechless. realizing she had nearly obliterated two exceptional talents. Beneath the calamity clouds, Wang Defa shouted, "My love, we must unite our strength to withstand this." "Agreed, my husband," they proclaimed in unison. They clasped their forepaws together, merging their remaining spiritual energy, embracing tightly. With a thunderous crack, the two five-colored bolts struck them simultaneously, leaving their blood-soaked fur charred and resembling plucked chickens, utterly unappealing. At that moment, profound transformations were occurring within the two beastly creatures. Their spiritual energy thickened, and the golden core within them rapidly flourished. Countless strands of viscous golden energy began to nourish the golden core. Gradually, the core transformed, taking the shape of a miniature figure complete with features as golden energy swirled around it, commencing its circulation. They had achieved the nascent soul. As the calamity clouds dispersed, Mido rushed over, embracing their forms, probing with her divine sense. She detected faint breaths, though they seemed perilously close to death due to their grievous injuries. Sun Ran and Mido's spiritual energy was insufficient to restore the two nascent soul beasts. "Step aside. I shall handle this," declared the white tiger beauty. With delicate hands, she gently covered their claws, slowly channeling her abundant spiritual energy into their bodies, gradually mending their lightning-inflicted wounds. 10 minutes later, the white tiger beauty wearily withdrew her hands, stating they should awaken soon. Sun Ran immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed white tiger. It was a minor task. They will recover in a few days." "No trouble at all," she replied. Indeed, the two beasts slowly stirred, their large eyes opening to find Sun Ran and Mido anxiously watching over them. Suddenly, Wang Defa shivered, and a handsome young man materialized before everyone. "Oh dear, Wang Defa, you're not wearing any clothes," Mido exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes. "Master, what's the fuss? When I was a cat, I roamed about unclothed every day," he retorted. "That is hardly the same," Mido replied, producing a men and amp Appo's outfit and a woman and amp Appo's dress from her spatial pouch and handing them over. At that moment, Wang Defu also awakened, and true to form, his first action was to transform into human shape. Sun Ran quickly turned away, feigning ignorance while having seen everything. The couple donned their clothes and approached the white tiger beauty, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Baihu, for your mercy. Ah, you two are not foolish. It is clear I did not intend to harm you." "Well done," the white tiger beauty replied. Wang Defa smiled. "Of course we noticed. By the way, we Haven and amp Appo's, learned your name yet?" "You may call me by Meinyang," she said. "I am grateful for your assistance today. In the future, should you require our help, we shall certainly oblige." Bai Meinyang recognized the couple and amp Appo's remarkable talents and foresaw a promising future, eager to forge a bond with them. Upon returning to their territory, Wang Defa and Wang Defu adapted to their human forms, bouncing about with great excitement. Mido, somewhat annoyed, remarked, "You two are being reckless. What if something were to happen?" Now appearing as 17 or 18-year-olds, they resembled high school students. Wang Defu clung to Mido's arm, lamenting, "Sister Master." It was all Wang Defa and amp Appo's idea. "I didn't and amp Appo's want to go, but he insisted." "You're accusing me, Wang Defu," Wang Defa shouted in indignation. Sun Ran chuckled. "All right, enough of your antics. Hand over the spirit herbs. We're heading back to the city. Do you two wish to join us for a few days of fun?" "Absolutely. I want to taste human delicacies too. Just a moment while I fetch the spirit herbs." In a short while, she returned with a vast array of various spirit herbs stored in her spatial pouch. The group then flew back to the city together. Along the way, Wang Defa remarked, "After a few days of fun, I'll return to prepare for a change of territory." "Where do you plan to go?" Sun Ran inquired. "To the heart of the beastly forest, of course. The abundance of spirit herbs there is unmatched, and I can gather more followers. I've also discovered a secret." Wang Defa replied mysteriously. "What secret?" Sun Ran asked. "The closer one gets to the depths of the beastly forest, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. I have a strong feeling that a massive spiritual vein lies hidden within. However, the center is claimed by the Beast King, who is reportedly at the Great Ascension stage. For now, I cannot hope to rival him, but I am confident I will surpass him one day." Sun Ran nodded, understanding that the vast expanse of the Kanglan realm had limited areas explored by human cultivators, and surely there were undiscovered colossal spiritual veins. "You must work hard." The group bantered merrily until they arrived at the Lord and amp Appo's mansion. Su Ningmeng, puzzled by the appearance of two young men and women that Sun Ran brought back, was taken aback. Before she could inquire further, Wang Difu rushed over, clinging to Su Ningmeng's arm, grinning. "Sister Ningmeng, do you not recognize me?" Su Ningmeng looked bewildered. "I can't sense your cultivation. Who are you?" Sun Ran chuckled. "These two are the adorable little cats. Now having successfully weathered the tribulation and ascended to the nascent soul stage, transformed into human forms." Su Ningmeng gasped in astonishment. "You're Wang Difu. I never expected you to be even cuter as a human. Come, let me give you a kiss." That evening, a lavish banquet was laid out in the courtyard with an abundance of spirit fruits, spirit wine, and exquisite dishes made from beastly meat. As everyone gathered to celebrate Wang Defa and Wang Difu's ascension to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 95. The signing of the master-servant contract on the following day, Mito. Su Ningmeng and a few other women took the two little ones out for a shopping excursion, while Sun Ran remained in the manor to cultivate. The day before, he had witnessed Wang Defa and another in Appo's tribulation, which had sparked a profound realization within him. As he engaged in his practice, he gradually felt a slight loosening of the formidable barrier that had long impeded his progress. Having reached the great perfection of the Golden Core stage 3 years prior, the accumulation of his skills had been swift, yet this bottleneck had stubbornly persisted. For 3 years, he had made no progress, and now, unexpectedly, his recent insights had begun to weaken its hold. With a heavy sigh, Sun Ran mused aloud, "It seems that cultivating at home is not yielding satisfactory results. I must venture outside and broaden my horizons." Just then, a sudden wave of pressure descended upon the city lord and Appo's manor. Sun Ran found his spiritual sense suppressed, rendering him unable to discern the source of this force. He could only immediately circulate his spiritual energy to resist it. An overwhelming foe was approaching. The thought echoed in his mind. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Sun Ran's brow, for this power unmistakably emanated from a nascent soul stage cultivator. With his 9-colored spiritual energy, he barely managed to withstand the pressure without being crushed. From above, a voice of astonishment rang out. "Quite impressive indeed. A Golden Core cultivator can endure for so long." With that, the oppressive force intensified once more. "Sun Ran, do you recognize who I am?" Sun Ran struggled to lift his head, only to find it was Feng Zishan, the very person he had expelled a decade ago. Beside him stood another man, who smiled and declared, "Submit to me, and I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, you shall certainly perish." Feng Zishan, complicit in the threats, added, "Indeed. I shall count to 3. If you do not comply, you will die. 1, 2. Before he could utter 3, a thunderous roar erupted from behind them. The 10,000 foundation-building soldiers led by Song Wuji were instantly stunned, collapsing to the ground, many suffering broken limbs. Though the remaining Golden Core soldiers were not incapacitated, their internal energies were thrown into disarray, and several coughed up blood. Suddenly, a colossal beast, standing 10 meters tall and 12 meters long, appeared in the sky, baring its teeth at Song Wuji. Though startled, Song Wuji remained composed, for he was also a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and had witnessed many grand spectacles. One must possess a resilient heart to successfully transcend tribulation. As Song Wuji prepared to take action, another tremendous roar echoed, and a slightly smaller beast emerged on the opposite side. 2. Quickly retracting his pressure on Sun Ran, Song Wuji feigned calm and said, "Friends, I have never encountered you before. Why do you harbor enmity towards me? Surely, you have mistaken me for someone else?" "Mistaken? My foot. You dare trouble my brother Sun Ran? You must be tired of living." Wang Defa lunged forward, his claws gleaming with 9-colored elements, striking fiercely at Song Wuji. Song Wuji, seeing the oncoming beast, swiftly dodged its sharp claws, propelling himself back 100 meters, readying a spell to launch at the creature in Appo's face. Wang Defa, undeterred by the incoming spell, howled as he pursued relentlessly. With his wind element abilities, Wang Defa was as swift as lightning, while Song Wuji found himself in a predicament. Several times, he narrowly escaped the beast and Appo's claws, and his spells failed to breach its defenses as the two darted back and forth in a chase. Wang Defa toyed with him like a cat with a mouse. After a time, he unleashed a flurry of 9-colored wind blades, homing in on Song Wuji like cruise missiles. "Senior, I was wrong. Please retract your powers." "I was wrong." Sun Ran soared into the air, asking, "But first, do tell me who you are?" In a desperate flight, Song Wuji shouted, "I am the lord of the neighboring Xian city, Song Wuji. I lack funds to pay taxes and intended to rob you. Sun Ran nodded. Whose idea was this? It was all Feng Zishan and his senior brother Zhao Shanhe and Amp, Oppo's doing. I beg you spare me. I shall never return. Sun Ran cast a glance at Wang Defa, signaling him to release Song Wuji. In the next moment, 10 wind blades vanished into thin air, leaving an oblivious Song Wuji to continue his frantic flight. Only after a circuit did he realize the blades had disappeared, halting to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Feng Zishan trembled beside Sun Ran, collapsing to his knees and weeping, Lord, I was wrong. Enough with the nonsense. You and Song Wuji come here. As for the over 10,000 cultivators brought by Song Wuji, Sun Ran decided to keep them. For within the cultivation manuals left by Roy, there was a spell for a master-servant contract that would allow him to bind these individuals to his will. This master-servant contract spell was not to be underestimated. Typically, one needed to reach the Great Ascension stage to learn such a technique. However, Roy, as an innovator in the cultivation realm, had modified it so that it could be cast at the Golden Core stage without any adverse effects or repercussions. Once successfully cast, it would grant Sun Ran effortless control over their lives and deaths, merely requiring a thought or intention. Most importantly, this contract was unbreakable. Even a Great Ascension cultivator would be powerless against it, unless one party were to perish. Otherwise, the bond remained intact for eternity. Roy likely refined this spell to provide Sun Ran with additional allies, facilitating their swift search for their reincarnated selves. Thus, Sun Ran commenced the incantation. The initial attempt felt somewhat awkward, as the spell required the recipient to be incapable of resistance. Foundation-building cultivators complied readily under the watchful gaze of the two beasts. However, the Golden Core cultivators proved more obstinate, resisting the contract. Not to worry, Sun Ran swiftly unleashed a 9-colored spatial blade, eliminating a few of the Golden Core cultivators. The remaining issues were easily resolved. As for Song Wuji, as a nascent soul cultivator, Sun Ran could not enact the contract upon him due to the disparity in their realms, which rendered him unable to impose mental pressure. Therefore, he entrusted Wang Defa and his spouse with the task of binding Song Wuji as their subordinate. This would also serve them well in the Beast Forest for gathering their own followers. After a day of exertion, Sun Ran successfully subdued them all. Once the contract was signed, Song Wuji became exceedingly respectful, for within his dantian lay a minuscule contract lock. He attempted to break free, only to feel the imminent threat of explosion from the lock. Terrified, he retracted his spiritual energy, now understanding that his master and Oppo's mere thought could seal his fate. Very well. I shall not keep you any longer. You may return home. Remember to keep an eye on the information regarding the lords of the neighboring cities. I shall pay them a visit when time permits. Yes, master. I shall not intrude further. Just as Song Wuji and his subordinates prepared to take flight, Sun Ran called him back. Wait a moment. Tell me, how is it that a nascent soul cultivator like yourself cannot produce 8 million spirit stones? Song Wuji slapped his own face in frustration and replied, It is because I have a gambling problem. All the income from the city has been lost to my vices. And now I find myself deeper in debt than ever. I still owe 20 million spirit stones to the neighboring Shaqiao city and 50 million to the north in Haishi city. Sun Ran chuckled softly, saying, Kin and Oppo's, TUC? They have conspired together to ensnare you. I suspect that in due time, you shall relinquish your title as the lord of this city to them. What should I do? Master? Song Wuji hastily knelt upon the ground. First, return and gather detailed information on the 2 city lords. For the time being, refrain from gambling. As for these spirit stones, I shall assist you in reclaiming them. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. With a wave of his hand, Sun Ran dismissed him, contemplating to himself, All of you are my servants. Thus, the city belongs to me as well. If anyone dares to covet my city, they shall be prepared to become my subordinates. Chapter 96, Lulu and Lingling, the realm of spirits at present. Sun Ran and Oppo's paramount ambition is to ascend to the nascent soul stage, thereby controlling a greater number of city lords through a master-servant contract, ultimately toppling the Na'u kingdom and declaring himself king. At that time, he intends for all his subordinates to learn spells capable of sensing the true forms of Sister Lui and Haoyan, assisting him in locating individuals of interest. The foundation for all this hinges upon Sun Ran and Oppo's elevation to the nascent soul stage. During dinner, the entire family gathered together, enjoying a lively meal. Amidst the revelry, Sun Ran raised his wine glass, smiling as he addressed the ladies and a rather dashing young man. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you all. Recently, I have felt a loosening of the bottleneck in my quest to ascend to the nascent soul stage. I would like to take a solitary stroll through the beast forest, perhaps to clear my mind and test my luck. Who knows, I might awaken my latent potential and achieve my ascension. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately opposed his plan, insisting on accompanying him. Sun Ran gently declined, explaining, my intention is to wander with my fishing rod, to fish and contemplate life. For over 30 years, I have been engaged in cultivation, fighting zombies, and saving humanity. I have never truly relaxed, and I find myself ensnared in a tense state, which is counterproductive to my practice. Hence, I wish to venture out alone this time. Reluctantly, they acquiesced, cautioning him to be careful while alone. Sun Ran reassured them with a smile. Fear not, I shall be cautious. I won't stray far. I'll remain in the vicinity. If anything arises, I can always seek out Wang Defa and his wife. Though they are only in the early stages of the nascent soul, their fusion of 9 elements renders them nearly invincible. With that, they raised their glasses together, drinking late into the night. The following day, taking advantage of the slumbering Su Ningmeng and Lin Yao, Sun Ran quietly arose, soaring away on his sword, departing Frostleaf City. He sped through the air, arriving at the heart of the beast forest, where he soared high above and spotted a broad river flowing languidly below. Ah, what a splendid fishing spot! There's even an eddy here, and in this world, there are no fishermen. There must be an abundance of fish. Descending beside the chosen spot, he used his flying sword to clear away the surrounding weeds and trees, then set up a luxurious tent before placing his tackle box at the fishing site. From his spatial storage, he selected a 6-meter-3 composite rod, perfect for reeling in fish weighing over 10 pounds. He prepared some bait, adjusted his line, and commenced fishing. Within mere seconds of casting his line, he felt a sharp tug. Without employing his spiritual energy, he used only his mortal strength to lift the rod. Well, what do we have here? A sizable fish, perhaps weighing over 10 pounds. Sun Ran began to skillfully maneuver the fish, savoring the joy of angling. Moments later, he pulled up an unattractive fish, unlike any he had encountered before. It seemed to be a unique species of the Kanglan realm. Depositing the fish in his catch bag, he cast his line once more. Just seconds later, he felt another tug. Heavens, this fish is exceptionally feisty. Before the cataclysm of the icy apocalypse, Sun Ran had relished fishing, yet had sacrificed this passion to care for Zhao Qian and his family. Reflecting on it now, he deemed that sacrifice unworthy. In a short span, he had caught over 10 hefty fish. Leaning back in his chair, Sun Ran lit a cigarette, gazing at the shimmering surface of the river, temporarily escaping the burdens of cultivation, relishing a moment of solitude and tranquility. Brother, you're amazing. You've caught so many fish in such a short time. A sprightly young girl stood beside Sun Ran, her presence unnoticed until now. While managing his catch, Sun Ran turned to her and replied, It's not too shabby. I'll give you a few later. Great. Thank you, brother. Suddenly, Sun Ran pondered the peculiarity of encountering a girl of such tender age in the depths of the beast forest within the Kanglan realm. It was inconceivable for a mere mortal to be present here. Could this girl be a master of the nascent soul stage? Casually, he inquired, What is your name, little girl? Where do you reside? My name is Lulu, and this is my little friend. I call her Lingling. With that, a tiny fairy, merely 10 centimeters tall, peeked out from her shoulder, curiously regarding Sun Ran. The fairy, a diminutive figure with wings, radiated a soft glow. I live not far in the mountains, but my kin do not favor me. They claim I am mad. Thus, I venture out alone each day to play, Lulu said, lowering her head, a hint of sadness in her voice. The fairy promptly kissed her cheek, eliciting a melodious laugh from Lulu. I find you quite endearing, and you are beautiful, certainly not mad. Why do your kin call you that? Sun Ran asked with curiosity. Because I can see things they cannot. They think I am lying, and gradually, they have come to believe I am insane. Oh, what is it that you can see? Will you share it with me? Of course. Lingling told me that you are a kind and brave big brother. I can perceive visions of another world, which Lingling and I call the realm of spirits. In this realm, there are many powerful beings, some benevolent, others malevolent. The wicked constantly seek to breach the realm of spirits and wreak havoc in the material world, while the good strive to thwart them. Once, a malevolent entity attempted to invade the beast forest. I informed my family, yet they did not believe me. Ultimately, it was Lingling and I who entered the realm of spirits and found a formidable demigod to avert the catastrophe. Since then, my family has shunned me, branding me a liar. Upon hearing Lulu and Apos' tale, Sun Ran's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The Kanglan realm is indeed extraordinary, concealing not only the material world but also a realm of spirits. This is truly unfathomable. It is not your fault, Lulu. You are a kind and courageous girl. You and Lingling saved your kin and the beast forest. I would declare you both the great heroes of our realm. By the way, when did you first perceive the realm of spirits? Sun Ran continued to inquire. It was her Lingling. One day, Lingling suddenly appeared beside me, and from that moment, I gained the ability to see. Later, I learned that Lingling is a little fairy from the realm of spirits. She accidentally ventured out, and, upon meeting me, we became good friends. Now she can take me between both worlds. Gazing at the adorable Lulu and the softly glowing Lingling, Sun Ran smiled and said, Lulu, I believe every word you speak. However, after a day of play, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some roasted fish for you both. Yay, thank you, big brother. Sun Ran selected 2 of the largest fish from his catch bag, squatting by the riverbank to clean them, skewering them on a stick. He kindled a fire and began to roast the fish. The rich fat sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. Once the fish reached the perfect doneness, he sprinkled some seasoning, brushed on soy sauce and chili paste, and continued to roast for 5 more minutes, resulting in a golden, crispy delight that was utterly appetizing. Sun Ran picked up 1 fish and handed it to Lulu. Here, be careful, it's hot. This fish meat actually contains quite a bit of spiritual energy. Lulu accepted it, cautiously taking a bite, her eyes widening in delight. It's so delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite fish before. We usually consume it raw, but I never anticipated that it would be so delightful when roasted. The little sprite nearby was flitting about in a frenzy, and Sun Ran chuckled softly, placing a fish larger than Ling Ling herself upon the leaves spread on the ground. Ling Ling, you shall have this one. Each of you will enjoy your own. The little sprite swiftly darted over, planting a kiss on Sun Ran and Apos' cheek before flitting to the roasted fish, devouring it voraciously. Chapter 97. Entering the realm of spirits, 2 roasted fish, each weighing over 10 pounds, were devoured by the 2 little ones in no time. Sitting on the ground, they patted their plump bellies, wearing expressions of utmost satisfaction. It had been ages since they felt such joy. By the way, big brother, what is your name? I am Sun Ran. Lulu, what is your cultivation level? I cannot sense your realm. I am at the late stage of the nascent soul, otherwise, I would not be able to assume human form. Could you tell me what your true form is? Lulu smiled and, with a graceful turn, transformed into a snow-white fox. Sun Ran was astonished to discover that she had 3 tails swaying behind her. A 3-tailed divine fox. Big brother, hold me. Sun Ran gently cradled the little fox in his arms, stroking her soft fur. Lulu, in turn, lay contentedly in his embrace, purring like an adorable kitten. Lulu, shouldn't you return home? You wouldn't want to worry your family. Humph, they don't care about me. They would prefer I never return. Big brother Sun Ran, why don't you come with me to the realm of spirits? It's such a delightful place, filled with a pink world and various little creatures, far more exciting than the mundane reality. The realm of spirits? Can I really enter? Of course. Ling Ling is the key to entering the realm of spirits. Ling Ling, can you take big brother there? Ling Ling, though silent, flapped her tiny wings energetically. Ling Ling says you are very welcome to play. Sun Ran put away his fishing rod, smiling as he spoke. Well then, could there be any danger? After all, I am merely at the golden core stage. No worries. The malevolent beings inside seldom emerge, and it is quite rare to encounter them. Moreover, the creatures in the realm of spirits are exceptionally friendly. You will undoubtedly enjoy your time there. All right, I have no pressing matters, so I shall join you and broaden my horizons. Lulu and Ling Ling were filled with excitement, finally having found someone who believed in their words. Lulu had once wished to invite her friends and family into the realm, but they dismissed her as fanciful, unable to comprehend how another world could exist. Yet Sun Ran was different. He had encountered too many strange phenomena, including ancient demons from eons past. What could possibly be beyond belief for him? At that moment, Ling Ling extended her tiny hand and waved gently forward. A small portal materialized before them. Lulu and Ling Ling dashed through, leaving Sun Ran feeling slightly awkward. The portal was too small for him to enter upright, so he had to crawl through. Once inside, Sun Ran was immediately entranced by the sights before him. The entire world was dominated by hues of purple and pink, exuding an aura of youthful charm and surreal beauty. All the flora was exquisite. and the little rabbits sported heart-shaped ears. The entire realm was simply enchanting. Lulu exclaimed. Big brother's son ran. In the realm of spirits, everyone perceives it differently. If one possesses a kind heart and remains optimistic, they will see a beautiful world. Conversely, if one harbors negativity, they will behold a decayed, gray realm. Quickly tell me, what do you see? Sun Ran smiled. It's all pink and purple. This world resembles a girl's room. Lulu gasped. Ah, big brother Sun Ran. You can see such a vibrant array of colors. How remarkable. I can only perceive pink. It seems your heart is far more expansive and kind than mine. Sun Ran knelt and gently patted Lulu's little head. It's not that you are unkind or lacking in vivacity, but rather that you have been misunderstood by friends and family, causing you distress. However, that is of little importance. What truly matters is to be your authentic self. You and Ling Ling, through your own efforts, have rescued an entire family. That is something only true heroes can accomplish. So do not concern yourself with the judgments of others. Be true to yourself. Be true to myself? Yes, be true to myself. I shall not care about others and opinions. I am simply the kindest little fox. With that, Lulu lifted her head to gaze at Sun Ran. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Big brother Sun Ran. I see purple too. Wow, how beautiful. I never knew the realm of spirits could be so stunning. Oh, that little bunny is so cute. It looks delectable. The trio, 2 humans and a little sprite, strolled through the realm of spirits, every scene picturesque enough to serve as a phone wallpaper. It was simply breathtaking. Brother, ahead lies a canyon. I have always wanted to explore it, but I feel it might be dangerous. Yet I believe there are treasures below. Will you accompany me to take a look? Of course, but if it becomes too perilous, remember to flee with me. I understand, brother. This conversation seemed peculiar. Although Lulu possessed a higher cultivation level, the impression conveyed was that Sun Ran's realm appeared superior. Together, they approached the canyon, where a purple mist slowly rose from the depths, emanating a captivating fragrance. This aroma is simply irresistible. It must be the scent of ripe fruit. I yearned to taste it. Beside him, Sun Ran was bewildered. The moment he inhaled the fragrance, the solidity of his bottleneck seemed to loosen once more, stirring an urge within him. Just the scent alone could weaken his bottleneck. What would happen if he consumed the fruit? He would surely soar. No, I must find a way to obtain this fruit. Lulu, stay close behind me. Such spiritual fruits are often guarded by formidable beings, so we must tread carefully. I'll follow your lead, brother. Just let me have a taste. Little glutton, let us descend slowly. The deeper they descended, the more intense the aroma became, and the loosening of his bottleneck intensified. What sort of divine substance was this, so overpowering? Due to the purple mist, the canyon's bottom remained obscured, and they could only proceed cautiously until, 20 minutes later, the ground finally came into view through the haze. Wow, brother, look! Isn't that the fruit on the tree emitting the delightful fragrance? Not far away stood 2 trees over 20 meters tall, laden with red fruits of various sizes. Indeed, that aroma emanates from them. Stay close and do not wander off. Let us see if anyone is guarding these trees. The 2 approached the fruit trees cautiously, with Lulu drooling over her clothes while Sun Ran felt his bottleneck was nearly as thin as paper, on the verge of breaking through. Brother, look. There's no one watching these trees. I want to eat a red fruit. Just then, an ancient voice echoed. You 2 little ones. Who informed you that no one is guarding these trees? Chapter 98. The power of a red fruit. The 2 were startled. It is noteworthy that Lulu is a master at the nascent soul stage, yet she failed to notice the presence of another person nearby. Hello, old lady. I had no idea that these 2 fruit trees had guardians, but the fruit on this tree smells so enticing that I simply cannot resist the urge to taste it, said the small fox. Dear one, there are countless delectable items in this world. Do you wish to consume them all? Lulu was taken aback. She did not expect the old woman to see through her true identity so effortlessly. Very well, I shall not partake. Brother Sun Ran, let us take our leave, she declared, pulling Sun Ran and Appo's arm to depart. Wait, since you are here, do not leave, the old woman interjected. Sun Ran stepped forward, unwavering, and replied, Elder, we were unaware that this place was guarded. It was our mistake to trespass, and I sincerely apologize. We shall meet again in the future. However, when Sun Ran and Lulu attempted to ascend, they were horrified to discover that they could no longer summon their spiritual energy. Elder, this is rather excessive, is it not? Sun Ran frowned. Haha, is it excessive? There are even more extreme measures. Do you not wish to taste the fruit? It is simple. You must pass my test to earn the right to eat the red fruit. Lulu and Apos. S eyes widened. What test? Tell us, please. The old woman produced 2 spiritual swords, handing one to each of them. With a single thrust, blood must be drawn. If I am satisfied, you may eat the fruit. The pair exchanged glances, and Sunran said, Elder, I cannot comply with this demand. Refusal is not an option. I shall kill this young lady first, then you. Think wisely. Sunran reluctantly accepted the sword. Now, raise the sword and strike down fiercely. The old woman commanded. Sunran and Lulu looked at each other, then closed their eyes and plunged the swords down. When they opened their eyes again, both were smiling joyfully, for Sunran had chosen to wound himself, and Lulu had made the same choice. The old woman had mentioned to strike once, but had not specified to strike one another. The old woman, pleased, released her confinement with a wave of her hand, and 2 red fruits soared down before them. Eat, young souls filled with sentiment. Once consumed, your wounds shall naturally heal. So, this was the trial. Had they aimed at each other, the outcome would have been lethal. Lulu could no longer contain herself and devoured a red fruit with a satisfying crunch, its juices bursting forth with flavor. Wow, this is exquisite. So sweet. Wait, Lingling, why are you snatching it from me? Eat slowly. Lingling and Lulu eagerly fought for the red fruit, prompting the old woman to shake her head in bemusement. With another wave of her hand, another red fruit appeared beside Lulu. You 2 little ones each take one. No more stealing. Lingling appeared quite intimidated by the old lady, obediently moving to the other fruit and eating heartily. Sunran took his red fruit and respectfully said, Thank you, Elder. He took a small bite, and suddenly a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, overwhelming and breaking through the bottleneck he had faced for years. Not only did he break free from his limitations, but his power continued to rise. As the tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, Sunran ascended to the mid-nascent soul stage, rapidly advancing, while Lulu was experiencing a similar transformation. At that moment, 2 tribulation clouds roared into existence above them. Wow, I have ascended to the God transformation stage. This red fruit is miraculous, Lulu exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Sunran had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, fully absorbing the energy from the fruit. Now, the tribulation clouds were ready. Lulu, be cautious. We are about to face the tribulation. Don't worry, brother Sunran. We will be just fine. As soon as the words left her lips, the lightning tribulation brewed. Sunran and Lulu prepared to confront the first bolt together. With a tremendous crash, a massive bolt struck them, and Sunran summoned his energy to resist. Wait, why is the force of this tribulation so overwhelming? The old woman observed from the side. This is the realm of the mind. Facing tribulations here is far more challenging than in the mortal world, but the rewards of your ascension will be immense. I see. I must take this seriously, Sunran declared, retrieving the dragon spear he had not used in ages. In the next moment, 9 elemental spells merged, enveloping the spear in a kaleidoscope of colors as he launched it at the second bolt of tribulation. This maneuver mitigated a significant portion of its power. The old woman watched in disbelief as Suinran's 9-colored spells unfolded. The third bolt is coming. Hold strong, Lulu. Lulu's face appeared pale, showing signs of exhaustion. Hang in there. Brother, we must succeed. They braved the 4th and 5th bolts without peril, though Lulu faced an additional strike. At this moment, Lulu had transformed into her true form. Revealing her tail had evolved into 5 ethereal appendages. 5-tailed spirit fox. Just as the 6th bolt descended, Lulu emitted a pink orb from her mouth. Fated demon core. It seems Lulu is giving it her all. With a thunderous crash, the demon core clashed against the bolt, barely managing to hold its ground. Lulu hastily retracted the core and lay still upon the ground, indicating her successful tribulation. Meanwhile, Sunran awaited the 6th bolt. 9-colored tribulation. Normally, the nascent soul stage only faced 5 bolts, but due to Suinran's exceptional talent and his cultivation of the 9-colored elemental fusion spell, even the heavens deemed it necessary to add an extra strike. The old woman's expression was one of exaggerated astonishment. If Sunran grows, he will undoubtedly become a formidable force. It has been eons since I have witnessed such a 9-colored tribulation. The last time was when a dear friend faced their own challenge. A little over 10 minutes later, the tribulation clouds had finally gathered for the final bolt. Sunran raised his dragon spear, ready to unleash the power he had absorbed from the previous bolts. Come forth. Let me witness your true might. Dragon Spear, unleash the fiery dragon. With a mighty roar, 9 fire dragons erupted from the spear, charging valiantly toward the 9-colored bolt. A deafening sound echoed as the fire dragons were instantly obliterated by the bolt. At that moment, the jade ornament on Suinran's chest radiated a white light, protecting his mind and vital organs. In the next instant, the 9-colored bolt struck him. Ah! A scream escaped his lips as blood spewed forth. Collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Chapter 99. Reminiscence. At that moment, a venerable old man with silvery hair flew in from the distance. Calling out to the old woman, "I heard the commotion from afar. What on earth are you up to, old lady?" The old woman turned around, her face adorned with a haughty expression, and replied, "Mind your own business. You are not welcome here." The old man, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, "I was merely concerned for you. I came to check on this young man and the little fox." Approaching Sun Ran, he sensed with his spiritual awareness and nodded, saying, "This lad is quite fortunate. He possesses an ancient artifact that shields him, or he would have perished long ago in the 9-colored thunder tribulation. Oh, let me lend a hand." With that, he infused his semi-divine energy into Sun Ran, instantly restoring the chaotic spiritual energy and damaged meridians within him. Sun Ran slowly opened his eyes, making an effort to rise, and respectfully expressed, "Thank you for your assistance, sir." Meanwhile, the old woman cradled the little fox and was gently tending to its injuries. However, Lulu's wounds were relatively minor, and she had already awakened, playfully licking the old woman's hand, causing her to laugh heartily. "Hey, I think it's time for you to leave. As I said, you are not welcome here," the old woman exclaimed, her laughter vanishing in an instant as she turned to the old man. "All right, I will take my leave," he replied, then turned to Sun Ran and quietly said, "Young brother, I just helped you. Now it is your turn to assist me." He shot a knowing glance at the old woman. "Speak well of me. Now hurry along." "Yes, yes. Take care and rest well, young brother." With a swish, he vanished from sight. Sun Ran observed this exchange with amusement, realizing that the two were likely a married couple who had quarreled for some unknown reason. "Grandma, thank you for the red fruit. By the way, my name is Sun Ran, and this is my friend, Lulu. This little sprite is Ling Ling, and I am yet to learn your esteemed name." The old woman noted that Sun Ran had nearly fully recovered and nodded with satisfaction. "You may call me Granny Fong." "Granny Fong, what is the name of the elderly gentleman who saved me? I must repay him when the opportunity arises." "Humph, just call him Old Master Lei." "Oh, by the way, Granny Fong, what is the name of this red fruit? Why did both Lulu and I experience a significant increase in our cultivation after consuming it?" "This is a unique spiritual fruit of the mental domain. Everyone who consumes the first one will gain an increase in cultivation. The extent of the enhancement depends on one's comprehension. The second one, however, will not grant such an increase, only aiding in healing and restoring spiritual energy." "I see," Sun Ran replied. "Since you have just successfully transcended your tribulation, why not stay in my humble abode for a few days? It would be delightful to converse and help you regulate your spiritual energy." After pondering, Sun Ran said, "Then I shall graciously accept your invitation and apologize for the intrusion." Granny Fong, still holding the little fox, beamed, "No trouble at all. I live alone and find it rather dull. Little fox, come down. I shall prepare something delicious for you all." Lulu obediently leaped down, instantly transforming into human form, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "I adore delicious food." "Thank you, Granny Fong." Lulu, charming and lovely, was quite endearing. Granny Fong affectionately patted her head and said, "Just wait patiently in the yard, it won't be long." A sumptuous feast was prepared, utilizing nearly all the exquisite fruits of the mental domain. This is nectar from the frost flower. Once consumed, your spells will possess the power of ice. This is the fire dragon fruit, containing elemental fire, and this is the earth spirit peanut, a favorite among spirit beasts and incredibly fragrant. Granny Fong introduced each ingredient to the two, who had never encountered such precious delicacies and relished them abundantly. After the meal, Sun Ran was astonished to find that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. "My goodness, such a meal has led to such a remarkable increase in my cultivation." He expressed immense gratitude for Granny Feng's kindness. Indeed, this meal was specially prepared by her to stabilize the cultivation of both Sun Ran and Lulu, and such a feast was rare even in the mental domain. Once the meal concluded, everyone gathered at a small table in the yard, where a pot of fragrant tea was placed before Sun Ran. Meanwhile, Lulu and the little sprite ventured up a tree to gather more red fruits. These fruit trees were not uncommon in the mental domain, allowing Lulu to pick as she pleased. Sun Ran, why do your spells exhibit 9 colors, referred to as 9-colored magic? Moreover, during your tribulation, you faced the 9-colored thunder tribulation. What is the reason for this? Of course, if it is inconvenient for you to share, it is perfectly all right. However, your situation reminds me of a dear friend from long ago. When she transcended her tribulation, her circumstances were quite similar to yours. Sun Ran was taken aback and exclaimed, Granny Foam, have you met Sister Loy? You truly know Loy? However, that was eons ago. How could you possibly have lived for so long? Sun Ran explained, I learned the 9-colored magic through the legacy left by Loy, but I have never met her. Granny Foam, how do you know her? Would you share your story? Granny Feng's eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see. Loy and I were the best of sisters. She devoted herself tirelessly to researching the 9-colored magic and reincarnation techniques. Whenever I inquired about her relentless pursuit, she would dodge the question, not wanting me to worry. Later, we both ascended to the Mahayana stage. But just before transcending to the immortal realm, Loy chose reincarnation, while I accidentally arrived in the mental domain after failing my tribulation and have lived here ever since. Oh, so that is how it is. Granny Foam, what kind of existence is this mental domain? Chuckling, she replied, you may find it amusing, but having lived here for millions of years, I still cannot fathom what this world truly is. This realm is boundless, inhabited by countless demigods and deities, along with innumerable evildoers. Additionally, some beings have lost their sanity, wandering aimlessly based on the memories and instincts of their past lives, neither aging nor dying, existing in a state of confusion. As for how we arrived here, none can say. Perhaps the powerful gods possess the answers. This place is beautiful yet terrifying, as once one enters, it is rare for anyone to escape. Then why can the little sprite and Lulu come and go freely? Because the little sprite inherently represents the mental domain. It can traverse freely and even choose a master in the real world, forming a bond. Lulu, being so compatible with the little sprite, has spent time together with it. Thus, she can freely travel within the mental domain. As for you, having gained the little sprite's recognition, you too can come and go at will under its guidance. Ah, I understand now. Granny Foam, I have one last question, and you must answer me truthfully. Granny Foam smiled warmly. Ask away. It has been ages since I shared so much. Whatever you wish to know, just ask. Sun Ran took a sip of tea, then carefully organized his words and inquired, have you had any unpleasant encounters with Old Man Lei? Would you be willing to share with me? The expression on Granny Feng's face shifted dramatically. She finally let out a sigh and replied, Alas, Sun Ran. The matter is as follows. Chapter 100. As we delve into the narrative, let us travel back 6 millennia to a time when the Wind Matron, still in her youthful guise as a charming young woman, had just embarked upon her journey in the realm of the spirit. In this unfamiliar terrain, she chose to cultivate her powers discreetly, wandering alone, gathering spiritual fruits, until fate introduced her to the dashing Lei, a fellow drifter. Their connection was instantaneous, blossoming into a deep affection that quickly led them to pledge their lives to one another, forming a celestial couple admired by the heavens. Together, they traversed mountains and rivers, practiced their crafts, and inspired one another, ultimately ascending from the great ascension realm to the semi-divine stage unique to the spiritual domain. 2 millennia later, they settled in a secluded valley, blessed with near-immortal longevity, living joyfully day by day. However, one fateful day, while Lei ventured to a nearby market to barter, he encountered whispers of a mysterious illusionary realm, located 1,000 miles south of their valley, where passage through its trials could lead one back to the material world. This prospect was enticing, especially as Lei harbored concerns for his daughter, the only child he had with his late wife. It is known that for cultivators, bearing children is a daunting endeavor, often fraught with challenges. Yet Lei was fortunate to have a gifted daughter. Nevertheless, his relentless pursuits of power and territory left him neglectful of her, oblivious even to the demise of his beloved during her tribulation. The rift between father and daughter widened, marred by resentment, rendering them virtual strangers. Seizing the opportunity presented by the illusionary realm, Lei resolved to return to the real world to make amends with his daughter. On that day, the couple had their first quarrel. Lei Fengxing, I see you are only yearning for the women of the outside world, wishing to return there. Do you comprehend the perils of that illusion? You may never return. Feng Manling, Can you cease your unfounded accusations? My heart belongs solely to you. How could I possibly covet another? I merely wish to see my daughter. Your words are easy to utter. Who knows whom you might encounter outside? I will not consent. Thus, they parted in discontent, marking the first instance in nearly a millennium that they slept apart. The following morning, Feng Matron awoke to find Lei had departed, leaving behind a note. I shall return after a brief visit with my daughter. Do not worry. Enraged, she tore the note to shreds and hastened towards the illusionary realm in pursuit of Lei. Upon her arrival, she discovered Lei gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. While the illusionary trials persisted before her, despite her anger, she could not abandon him and took him back to heal. This act of care extended over a century. Whenever she inquired about the events in the illusion, Lei fell silent, ensnared in his own thoughts. Gradually, their bond frayed, and upon his recovery, Feng Matron expelled him, forcing Lei to reside on the opposite side of the gorge. Listening to Feng Matron's tale, Sun Ran reflected silently. It was difficult to discern right from wrong in this scenario. One was torn by the absence of her husband, the other by the longing for a daughter. Sun Ran, I sense your thoughts. It appears neither party bears blame. Yet have you considered that should Lei Fengxing exit the spiritual realm, he may never return? Would that not leave me alone? How could I have been so blind to love such a selfish man? Feng Matron, I suspect there is more to this story. Allow me to inquire with Lei. Perhaps I can uncover the truth of what transpired in the illusionary realm. I doubt it will yield results. He remains tight-lipped, akin to a mute. I see you are determined. Sun Ran smiled. What hobbies does Lei have? Hobbies? Aside from fishing and drinking, what else could there be? Ah, fishing? How coincidental, for I too enjoy fishing. Here is the plan. Feng Matron, calm your temper. I shall seek Lei at dawn. You both have bestowed upon me life and a second chance. Hence, I shall see this through. Feng Matron smiled softly, replying, Sun Ran. Your bond with my dear friend Luo Yi as mentor and disciple compels me to assist you. I only wonder if she has successfully reincarnated. Feng Matron, perhaps soon you shall meet Luo Yi in person. Ah, how could that be possible? The expanse of the Kanglan realm is vast. How could one find her amidst the sea of souls? My master left behind a cultivation technique that can sense her true essence. My next goal is to locate her. Should I succeed, I will surely bring her to meet you. That would be splendid. But you and Lulu must exercise caution. Do not let the formidable dark entities learn of your possession of the little sprite. In the realm of the spirit, the sprite's value is immeasurable, serving as a key between two worlds. Yet, there is no need for concern, for the sprite is an indestructible being. Those it does not recognize cannot compel it to create a portal. Understood, Feng Matron. Lulu gathered a dozen red fruits, placing them on the table. Matron, please enjoy. Having never borne children, Feng Matron held a special fondness for Lulu. Thank you, dear. Wow, the fruits you picked are far sweeter than those I gathered. You are truly remarkable. Lulu, oblivious to the teasing, proudly lifted her head and exclaimed, Of course. I excel at fruit picking. She then offered one to Sun Ran, who took a bite, savoring the rich flavor that burst forth. How delightful it would be to share these with his beloved women back in the real world. Feng Matron seemed to discern Sun Ran's thoughts and chuckled. Sun Ran, your countenance suggests you are fated to attract many admirers. Do you have numerous women in the real world? Sun Ran, slightly embarrassed, replied. Ah, I didn't realize you were so perceptive, Feng Matron. I do have a few close confidants. Well, with a few confidants, take but a handful of fruits. Do not be greedy, for each fruit may draw peril upon you. Upon hearing this, Sun Ran's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Feng Matron. My close confidants are also disciples of Sister Luo Yi. We practice together. He counted out 9 fruits, placing them into his spatial pouch, then added 2 more, explaining, These 2 are not for my confidants. They are my 2 pet beasts. Feng Matron nodded, advising, upon your return, consume them in a secluded area, and do not allow everyone to partake simultaneously, lest the commotion draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. I understand, Feng Matron. Chapter 101. The daily life of the fisherman from another world that night. Sun Ran occupied one room, while Granny Feng and Lulu shared another, diligently cultivating throughout the night. To his astonishment, Sun Ran discovered that the spiritual energy in this realm contained an abundance of mental energy, capable of enhancing both the offensive and defensive capabilities of one's spiritual power. It is worth noting that during the Golden Core stage, he was unable to employ mental attacks, as only those who reached the nascent soul stage could wield such abilities. However, in the real world, Very few nascent soul practitioners utilized mental attacks, as insufficient attack strength could lead to a depletion of one's mental energy. Typically, it was only those at the transformation stage who employed such offensive techniques. Previously, Granny Feng had mentioned that transcending tribulations in the spiritual realm posed significantly greater challenges than in the real world, yet the benefits were also far superior. It dawned upon Sun Ran that the advantages pertained to mental prowess. Although he had attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, his mental attack strength could rival that of a transformation stage practitioner. Moreover, the defensive capability of the sea of consciousness within his mind could certainly withstand attacks from those at the transformation stage. Thus, Sun Ran acquired an additional means of offense. Beyond the 9-colored spell attacks and the physical strikes of his dragon spear, he now possessed mental attacks. With further practice, this would undoubtedly become a powerful trump card. A true expert must always have hidden strengths. After a night of cultivation, the following morning, Sun Ran felt invigorated as he stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air, his spirits soaring. His task for the day was to seek out Old Man Lei and assist the couple in resolving their emotional rift. As the saying goes, what couple harbors grievances overnight? Sun Ran inquired about the route from Granny Feng and set off for Old Man Lei's abode alone, opting not to bring Lulu and Ling Ling along. For it is often best that women do not interfere in matters between men. Upon arriving at Old Man Lei's home, he was struck by the chaotic state of a solitary man's living space. Homemade fishing rods, fishing lines, empty bottles, and piles of dirty laundry cluttered the area, leaving little room to step. The table bore remnants of spiritual fruits and beast meat from days prior. Yet, Old Man Lei was nowhere to be found. Shaking his head helplessly, Sun Ran muttered, "This old man must have gone fishing at dawn." Before arriving, Granny Feng had informed him that if Old Man Lei was not at home, he would likely be at the valley's exit, where a broad river awaited him. Perfect for fishing. When Sun Ran reached the valley's mouth, he found Old Man Lei busily adjusting his fishing rod. The craftsmanship was rudimentary, resulting in frequent hook losses and fish escapes due to the rod's inferior quality. Fortunately, the rods were made from a millennium-old spiritual bamboo. Otherwise, they would have broken within days. The key issue was that Old Man Lei was fishing without a bobber, relying solely on luck to catch fish. Upon seeing Sun Ran approach, Old Man Lei stood up and smiled. Well, you've recovered quite quickly. After all, you are still young. So did Granny Feng send you?" Sun Ran shook his head and replied, "Granny Feng is still upset with you." "Oh, that woman can be quite troublesome." "Never mind that. Do you enjoy fishing?" Sun Ran nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, it is my greatest passion. This is a great fishing spot. I'd love to fish for a while." With that, he produced an extensive array of fishing gear from his spatial pouch, tackle box, fishing chair, various types of rods, and a plethora of bait, leaving Old Man Lei utterly astonished. For his own fishing, he only had a single rod, a small chair, and a handful of earthworms, nothing more. Curious, Old Man Lei watched as Sun Ran prepared his gear, and soon everything was ready. He began to create a bait bed and adjust the float. While waiting for the bait to settle, Sun Ran retrieved a box of soft cigarettes, lighting one and offering it to Old Man Lei. "Try this, it's a brain stimulant." Old Man Lei took a curious puff, only to cough several times from the intensity. However, his eyes lit up as he remarked, "The initial taste is quite harsh, but after circulating in the body, it transforms into a subtle fragrance. It truly invigorates the mind." "Excellent stuff. If you enjoy it, I have plenty more. I'll set some aside for you." "Thank you, young man." After about 20 minutes, Sun Ran noticed bubbles beginning to form on the river's surface, indicating that the bait was effective. He grabbed his fishing rod, baited the hook, and cast it into the water. Mere seconds later, the bobber vanished. He swiftly pulled up the rod and hooked a fish. Wow, what a catch! Old Man Lei was once again left speechless. This young man was remarkably swift. He often spent entire mornings fishing without a single bite. Yet here was Sun Ran, reeling in fish with astonishing speed. In the following moments, Sun Ran's skill continued to astound Old Man Lei. Even though he was a formidable figure in the real world, having witnessed countless grand spectacles, he was thoroughly impressed by Sun Ran's fishing prowess. In a short time, Sun Ran had caught over 20 fish, including a magnificent purple-tailed spirit fish weighing over 30 pounds. A creature of considerable value, fetching several purple spiritual stones in the market. "Young brother Sun Ran, could you share your secrets for catching so many fish? Please teach me." Sun Ran chuckled. "Of course. The main issue with your fishing lies in the absence of a bobber. You are unaware of what occurs beneath the surface. The fish in this river are quite cunning. After consuming your bait, they dart away, leaving you oblivious to when they nibble on the hook. Sun Ran imparted a comprehensive theory to Old Man Lei, presenting him with a new fishing rod and bobber, explaining their usage. Old Man Lei, a prodigy in cultivation, quickly grasped these new concepts. Indeed, with Sun Ran's equipment and techniques, Old Man Lei soon began to catch fish in rapid succession. His excitement palpable as he let out joyous exclamations, as if he were more thrilled than when he ascended to the demigod stage. Young man, after over 1,000 years of fishing, today is my happiest day? Sun Ran laughed. Indeed, the joy of fishing lies in that moment of the catch. We've caught enough fish. Let us grill a few and enjoy some drinks together. Drinks? You enjoy drinking? Yes, I indulge occasionally, but remember, we must not use spiritual energy to disperse the alcohol's effects. Otherwise, it would lose its charm, like being impervious to intoxication. Ah, you really know how to please me. It's settled then. I'll clean the fish while you handle the grilling. Sun Ran ignited a large box of charcoal using fire elements, then retrieved a grill to roast the purple-tailed spirit fish. Minutes later, the fish sizzled and released an enticing aroma. Sun Ran carefully sliced into the thickest part of the fish, sprinkling salt and seasoning. Half an hour later, a 30-pound fish was perfectly grilled. The two set up a small table by the riverbank, enjoying the roasted fish and a plate of peanuts as they began to drink. The liquor was a fine 5-grain spirit that Sun Ran had brought from his spatial pouch. Old Man Lei took a whiff of the alcohol, his eyes instantly gleaming. What a marvelous wine! The aroma surpasses even the finest spirits I've tasted in the real world by tenfold. Cheers! With that, he downed a hefty 2 ounces in one gulp. Cough, cough. This liquor is potent. Sun Ran chuckled. Old Man Lei, take it easy. This drink packs a punch. Haha, how could one savor good liquor slowly? Come, refill my glass. Thus, without relying on spiritual energy to dissipate the aroma of alcohol, the two individuals indulged, one consuming over 2 pounds of liquor and nearly devouring half of the fish and meat. At this juncture, Old Master Lei had succumbed to inebriation, his speech slightly slurred. Nephew Sun Ran, let me tell you, he burped. The first time I laid eyes on you, I thought, you are quite a remarkable person. Someone I could get along with. Sun Ran, enduring the pungent scent of Old Master Lei's drunken breath, listened intently to his ramblings. Thank you for your endorsement. Old Master Lei, let us share another drink. After this, I have something I wish to inquire about. Come now, let us down a hearty gulp. With a swift motion, Old Master Lei emptied half of his cup. Speak up, what do you wish to know, young man? Sun Ran took a mouthful of peanuts to temper the alcohol, and then casually inquired, Old Master Lei, could you enlighten me on what transpired back in the illusion? Chapter 102. 2 chapters merged into one. Upon hearing Sun Ran's inquiry, Old Master Lei let out a bitter smile, raised his cup, and downed half of it in one go, as if resolutely deciding something, yet seemingly reluctant to recall the events of that fateful day. Finally, he spoke. Youngster, that day when I entered the illusion, I relied on my own strength, cutting down the phantoms within one by one, but I sustained grave injuries in the process. Just when I thought I could pass through, the entire illusion shifted scenes, revealing my wife ascending in the real world. She faced the lightning tribulation alone, while my daughter stood by, anxiously weeping. As she confronted the final bolt of lightning, she realized her end was imminent. Under the storm clouds, she cried out, Lei Wushuang, do not resent your father. He is a good man. Mother has departed. You must take care of your father and yourself. I shall not forgive you if you do not. With that, the final bolt of lightning obliterated her completely, leaving not even a trace of her essence. Cultivators, in their journey, are borrowing life from the heavens. The lightning tribulation shows no mercy. In the illusion, I was consumed by anxiety, utterly powerless to assist. Just then, the illusion presented me with 2 choices. One was to return to the real world, but only as a spirit, meaning my daughter Lei Wushuang would never see me. The price was that I would be forever unable to return to the spiritual realm, doomed to wander the real world as a spirit. The second choice was to return to the spiritual domain, never to set foot in the real world again. Should I choose neither, death awaited. I pondered deeply. I had already wronged my wife in the real world and could not bear to add to that burden for Granny Feng. Thus, I resolved to return to the spiritual realm and cease all thoughts of the real world. After I made my choice, the illusion vanished. Granny Feng likely told you the rest. Sun Ran, perplexed, asked, but why, after all these years? Did you not share the details of the illusion with her when she inquired? It's not that I did not wish to tell her. Her nature is exceptionally fierce. If I revealed the truth, she might think I was pitying her or giving her charity. Therefore, I chose silence, hoping that with time, she would forget. Enough of this. Let us drink. Sun Ran understood. The lack of communication between the two had led to today's predicament. Whether mortal or cultivator, none can escape the entanglements of emotion. The two drank until midnight, both intoxicated, embracing each other and vowing to fish together the next day. After escorting Old Master Lei back to his cottage, Sun Ran used spiritual energy to dispel the alcohol's effects before returning to Granny Feng's abode. At that moment, Granny Feng had yet to retire, evidently awaiting news from Sun Ran. You reek of alcohol. You must have indulged quite a bit. Here, have a cup of spirit honey water to counteract the effects, she said. Sun Ran quickly accepted, chuckling. Old Master Lei drank even more than I did. His tolerance is impressive. That old fellow loses his sense of self the moment he sees alcohol. Do tell me what he shared with you, she urged. Sun Ran drank the spirit honey water in one go, feeling invigorated as the remnants of alcohol vanished from his system. Granny Feng, since you care so much for Old Master Lei, why not simply forgive him and let go of the past events and the illusion? Sighing, she replied. I too wish to forgive him, but the events of the illusion have remained a barrier in my heart. Just tell me, did he speak of the illusion? Nodding, Sun Ran recounted everything Old Master Lei had revealed. Upon hearing it, Granny Feng's eyes glistened with emotion as she said, Am I truly so petty? Why didn't he share this with me sooner? This old fool really doesn't he understand my thoughts. Thank you, Sun Ran. You should rest early. I will seek out this old rascal now. Sun Ran hurriedly interjected, Granny Feng, I believe Old Master Lei has already let go of his grievances from the real world. Please do not confront him in anger. With a playful smile, she replied, At my age, what is there to argue about? I shall check on this old ghost. He is in no state to care for himself after drinking. You should sleep. With that, her figure transformed into a blaze of light, vanishing into the canyon. The suppressed emotions that had lingered for so long were finally set to erupt. It seemed fishing with Old Master Lei would not be feasible the next day, as he might struggle to rise from his bed. Sun Ran chose not to return to his room but sat at a table in the courtyard, meditating and absorbing the unique spiritual energy of the spiritual realm. By morning, he felt his spiritual sea had significantly strengthened. If he continued this practice, both his spiritual defense and attack would see remarkable progress. As dawn broke, Lulu and Lingling, two little sluggards, finally roused from slumber and made their way to the courtyard, where they found Sun Ran had prepared breakfast. Ecstatic, they rushed over and clung to his arm, exclaiming, Brother Sun Ran, today you must play with me. Yesterday, I was so bored at home. Of course, I'll take you fishing soon, but first, let us enjoy breakfast and savor the unique delicacies of my hometown, he replied. Fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, buns, pickled vegetables, and millet porridge were all laid out in abundance on a large table. Wow, I could smell the aroma from afar. It seems I've arrived just in time, remarked Old Master Lei, who was accompanied by Granny Feng. Lulu dashed over, taking Granny Feng's hand. Wow, Granny Feng. You look younger, and your complexion is rosy. How lovely. Glancing at Old Master Lei, Granny Feng blushed and retorted, Oh, you little rascal, don't speak nonsense. Sun Ran exchanged knowing glances with Old Master Lei. The four of them, along with a little sprite, sat together to enjoy a breakfast unique to Earth. After the meal, Granny Feng and Lulu began clearing the dishes. Sun Ran handed Old Master Lei a cigarette and whispered, Did Granny Feng forgive you? Old Master Lei beamed with pride. Of course. Just look at the charm of your Old Master Lei. But I must express my gratitude to you for your mediation. I don't require thanks. Here. Take this. It can enhance your cultivation, though like the red fruit, it can only be used once. He produced a small porcelain vial containing about a dozen pills. Sun Ran accepted without hesitation, tucking it away with a smile. Thank you, Old Master Lei. At that moment, Granny Feng and Lulu finished tidying up and prepared a pot of spirit tea on the table. Brother Lei, since you can no longer return to the real world, but Lingling can ferry Lulu and Sun Ran between the two realms, do you have any words to pass on to Sun Ran for your daughter? Old Master Lei smacked his thigh. How could I forget this matter? He retrieved a jade pendant from his spatial ring and said, Sun Ran, if you chance upon my daughter, present her this pendant. She will know of my existence. Tell her I am sorry. As for anything else, I cannot do much. Oh, and this spirit pill, it's just like the one I gave you earlier. Please deliver it to her as well. And if she remains unmarried, you must pursue her. I cannot trust anyone else with her. If she earns Ling Ling's approval, you must bring her to the spiritual realm for me to see. Sun Ran was taken aback. I consider you an elder brother. And you wish to make me your son-in-law? What is it? Are you unwilling, young man? Let me tell you, my woman is truly beautiful. Humph. You will know when you see her. If she has not ascended, she should still be in the Tianjia Empire of Lianzhou in the central continent of the Kanglan realm. In this region, our Lei family is a prominent clan. You need only inquire to learn the truth. Sun Ran put away the jade pendant and said, Master Lei, I will certainly deliver your words in the elixir, but as for matters of the heart, I cannot guarantee anything. I remarked on your fishing skills. Yet you seem so timid in pursuing women. If it doesn't work out, why not create a situation to make it happen? At this moment, Granny Feng gave Master Lei a light tap on the head. What kind of father are you? Go on, stop rambling. Sun Ran, listen to your elder. Pursuing a girl requires boldness and attention to detail. If there are no opportunities, then create them. Their essay saying, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. Be relentless. And in time, she will surely be moved by your efforts. Sun Ran smiled wryly, saying, all right, I understand. I will do my best. Not just your best. It's a must. If she has a partner, find a way to eliminate him, and then you can step in. Sun Ran felt his mind was reaching its limits. Lulu, impatiently waiting nearby, exclaimed, Hey, when are you taking me fishing, brother Sun Ran? At the mention of fishing, Master Lei perked up, saying, Let us go. Today we shall fish by the river, and soon Sun Ran will prepare a feast for us. His cooking skills are quite impressive. Which is why I insist you become my son-in-law. With that, he took Granny Feng by the hand, heading towards the riverbank. The two had reconciled. And Granny Feng joyfully followed along to fish with everyone. Thus, Sun Ran spent his nights in cultivation and his days enjoying leisure with companions, fishing, and picnicking. Living a blissful life. A month passed swiftly, and Sun Ran and Lulu had thoroughly stabilized in their newly ascended realms. One day, Sun Ran presented the elixirs given to him by Master Lei, handing one to Lulu and keeping one for himself. Lulu, this elixir has the same effect as the red fruit and will significantly enhance our cultivation. Let us each take one. At that moment, Master Lei and Granny Feng stood by, offering their support. They both consumed the elixirs simultaneously, which dissolved instantly. In the next moment, the overwhelming spiritual energy contained within surged throughout their bodies, causing Sun Ran's primordial infant to become more vivid and robust. The nine-colored spiritual energy began to gather in his dantian, crashing against the bottleneck of the primordial infant realm. If the bottleneck of the golden core stage is 10 centimeters, the bottleneck of the primordial infant stage is a meter thick. The elixir continued to release spiritual energy, transforming into swords, tirelessly striving to breach the barrier, which, once crossed, would allow the energy to flow freely. Sun Ran also mobilized the remaining spiritual energy within him to join in this endeavor, collectively striving to break through to the transformation stage. Crack, crack. Though the bottleneck's thickness diminished, Sun Ran understood that victory or defeat hinged on this moment. However, all the spiritual energy within him had already reached the front line of the bottleneck, leaving no surplus energy. No, there is still something. That is, mental strength. Although it lacks the tangible power of spiritual energy, it is still a form of strength. Sun Ran calmed his mind, concentrating all his mental power from the sea of consciousness into one focused entity, transforming it into a sword, which he thrust directly into the onslaught against the bottleneck. At that moment, a strange occurrence took place. The nine-colored spiritual energy, mingling with the mental power, exploded forth with the force of a Maserati harnessing nuclear fusion energy, unleashing a full 100% impact. With a thunderous roar, the bottleneck shattered. The sky darkened instantaneously. See, I told you Sun Ran has talent. He grasped the method of mental attack so quickly. Had it been someone else, they would surely have failed to break this bottleneck today. Master Lei declared proudly, as if praising his own son-in-law. Of course he has talent. Just look at who his master is, my dear friend. However, the stronger he becomes, the greater the chance of finding the true form of Loi. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation was prepared, and Sun Ran felt invigorated, watching as the tribulation formed. He shouted, just in time. With the bottleneck no longer obstructing him, all the nine-colored spiritual energy flowed freely within him, and the power of the primordial infant transformed, increasing dramatically. With a booming sound, the first bolt of tribulation descended. Sun Ran did not flinch, unleashing a burst of nine-colored light, clashing directly with the first bolt. Miraculously, it resulted in a stalemate. Though the tribulation lacked life, it possessed its own consciousness and became enraged. It unleashed a second, even stronger bolt. Is that all you've got? Haha. Sun Ran raised his fist to meet it once more. Another stalemate. The third, fourth, and fifth bolts followed. The tribulation could not even touch a hair on Sun Ran's head. At this point, the clouds of tribulation began to shift within the dark clouds. 9 colors gradually merged into one. Another 9-colored bolt of tribulation. This Sun Ran is destined for greatness. It seems the dynamics of the Kanglan realm are about to change. Master Lei set aside his playful demeanor, stating solemnly, it may not only be the Kanglan realm, the realm of mental powers may also be altered due to him. At this moment, Sun Ran's expression shifted from ease to seriousness, preparing to face the final 9-colored bolt of tribulation. In the previous 2 instances, he had relied on the protection of his jade pendant to pass through safely, but this time, Sun Ran had to confront it alone. He merged his mental power from the sea of consciousness with the 9-colored spiritual energy within him, creating a 9-layer protective shield above his head. This time, Sun Ran chose not to clash head-on, for such a course could lead to his demise. In addition to the 9-layer shield, he formed a final layer of defense using both his mental power and spiritual energy around his body. Whether he could withstand this bolt of tribulation now depended on fate. In the next moment, the tribulation struck, a 9-colored bolt descending instantly. The first layer of the shield shattered, followed by the second, third, as if they were as fragile as paper. Upon reaching the 8th layer, the rate at which the tribulation broke through the shield began to slow, and by the 9th layer, it effectively blocked and diminished the force of the bolt. Then, Sun Ran seized the opportunity, merging the last of his spiritual energy with his mental power, knowing that victory or defeat lay in this moment. A deafening explosion echoed through the valley. The clouds of tribulation dispersed, and Sun Ran's garments were tattered, his face blackened from the strike. Son-in-law, are you all right? Master Lei hurried over, supporting Sun Ran. Sun Ran grinned, revealing a broad smile beneath his soot-covered face. I did it. With that, he collapsed into Master Lei's embrace. Chapter 103. Arrival at Dune City. When Sun Ran awoke, it was already the following morning. Lulu sat beside him, her small hands propping up her chin, her big eyes wide open, staring at him like a hungry kitten urging its owner to feed it. Utterly adorable. Brother Sun Ran, you're awake. Do you feel better? Lulu exclaimed with excitement as she stood up and grasped his hand. Upon hearing the commotion, Granny Feng entered the room with Uncle Lei to check on Sun Ran. You reckless lad. If your spiritual power had weakened even slightly yesterday, you would have been lost. Remember to act according to your abilities next time, and do not force yourself to break through your limits. Uncle Lei's reprimand was veiled concern for his son-in-law. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Ran replied, I understand, Uncle Lei. I truly mustn't overestimate myself again. It was far too dangerous. Granny Feng brought a bowl of spiritual medicine and gently said, Here, Sun Ran, drink this. Sun Ran accepted the medicine and downed it in one gulp, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Granny Feng and Uncle Lei, for your care. After 3 days of recuperation, Sun Ran's meridians had completely healed, and the spiritual energy within him flowed perfectly. Lulu, on the other hand, had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation stage but had not yet advanced further. Nevertheless, her prowess was impressive. That day, as they gathered for tea and conversation, Sun Ran mentioned, Granny Feng, Uncle Lei, I have been away from home for nearly 2 months. It is time for me to return and check on things. Therefore, Lulu and I will be leaving tomorrow. But do not worry, we shall visit you both again soon. Although reluctant, they understood that Sun Ran had tasks to attend to, finding his beloved friend's reincarnation and searching for Uncle Lei's daughter. Ah, a young man's aspirations lie beyond. Go forth. Whenever you grow weary out there, do return, Granny Feng, and I shall be waiting for you, and Lulu here. Despite only having spent 2 months together, they had formed bonds akin to family. Lulu, however, cried as she threw herself into Granny Feng's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. All right. Dear Lulu, do not cry. You and brother Sun Ran will come back to play with Granny soon. Want tea? The next day, Sun Ran, along with Lulu and Ling Ling, departed from the realm of the spirit world and returned to the real world. They emerged by the riverside. Lulu, will you accompany me to the human city, or do you wish to return home? I want to go home with you. I do not want to go back. Lulu pouted, holding on to Sun Ran's hand. Very well, then we shall return home together. With that, Sun Ran lifted Lulu into the air, soaring back to Frostleaf City. After 2 months apart, the city had become more bustling, indicating that Su Ningmeng and the others had managed the city well. Upon reaching the Lord's mansion, Sun Ran called out, My darlings, your husband has returned. Su Ningmeng and the others, engrossed in a game of mahjong, immediately dropped their game and rushed out, all tumbling into Sun Ran's embrace. Husband, why have you been gone for so long? We were so worried. You cannot leave for such long periods again. Sun Ran chuckled. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I have brought gifts for you. Ah, husband, who is this little sister? She is so adorable. Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is my good friend from the Beast Forest, named Lulu. She is at the peak of the transformation stage, and her true form is that of a delightful little fox. Instantly, the women were overflowing with maternal affection, surrounding Lulu with questions and showering her with snacks. Sun Ran sighed with a smile. Ladies, do you not want the gifts I brought you? Only then did they realize, responding in unison, yes, yes, husband. Please give it to us. Sun Ran produced a handful of red fruits, saying, these red fruits, once consumed, will significantly enhance your cultivation, allowing you to directly ascend to the nascent soul stage. However, you must not consume them all at once, as the commotion from such a collective breakthrough would attract unwanted attention. Let us do it this way. Let us take turns every week, and that should suffice. Over the next 6 months, they took turns consuming the red fruits, each successfully ascending to the nascent soul stage. During this time, Sun Ran himself was not idle. He traveled to Xian City to find Song Wujie. The first order of business was to dissolve the master-servant contract with Song Wujie, as it had originally been signed with Wang Defa. The second was to establish a new master-servant contract with Song Wujie. Wujie, have the folks from Dune City and Blackstone City approached you about gambling during this time? They came a few times, but I refused. Once they saw that I had stopped gambling, they began to demand repayment. The Lord of Dune City absurdly claimed that I owe him 34 million mid-grade spirit stones. The initial debt was clearly 20 million. Where did this extra 14 million come from? That scoundrel. If only I were strong enough to confront him directly. Oh, how is it that, being a fellow nascent soul cultivator, you cannot contend with him? Alas, the Dune City possesses a type of beast known as a sandworm. Though termed a worm, the largest can exceed 1,000 meters in length, with the most powerful reaching the mid to late stages of the nascent soul. Furthermore, the Lord of Dune City himself is also a nascent soul cultivator. How could I possibly stand a chance? Song Wujie lamented. And what a Blackstone City? The Lord of Blackstone City is even more formidable. He is the most likely candidate to ascend to the transformation stage. Even 10 of me would be no match for him. Humph, let us go. I shall avenge you and seize control of these 2 cities. Ah, master. Are you certain you can handle this alone? Sun Ran smiled subtly, instantly releasing the pressure of a mid-stage transformation cultivator. Song Wujie fell to his knees, drenched in sweat. Master, you have actually ascended to the transformation stage. You are incredible. Do you realize that the emperor of our Nanwa kingdom is only at the late stage of transformation? You could easily take his place. Sun Ran chuckled. That is only a matter of time. Prepare yourself. We shall set forth. Yes, master. At that moment, Song Wujie could be likened to a dog basking in the favor of its master, his demeanor entirely transformed. The 2 first arrived at Dune City, where the outside was engulfed in swirling sands. Surrounding the city, however, lay a vast oasis, upon which Dune City was built. This city was classified as a secondary city, on par with Xian City under Sun Ran's command. The architectural style and the attire of the common folk reflected an exotic charm. On the streets, a myriad of commoners labored diligently, striving for a meager meal. Master, have you noticed how stunning the women of Dune City are? Sun Ran had indeed observed this. The mortal women here had thick brows and bright eyes, their figures voluptuous. While this was a virtue, it also bore its drawbacks. Not far off, 2 foundation stage cultivators were harassing 3 mortal girls, their actions brazen and unrestrained. Meanwhile, the surrounding mortals appeared utterly oblivious, continuing with their daily tasks as if nothing were amiss. With a sudden rip, one of the girl's garments was torn, exposing her fair skin to the air. Ah, please spare me, a mortal. Regardless of the girl's pleas, the 2 foundation stage cultivators remained relentless. One of them had even summoned his flying sword, intending to abduct the girl outright. In the eyes of these cultivators, mortals were merely tools for their whims. Their lives held no value whatsoever. At that moment, 2 red dots suddenly appeared on the foreheads of the 2 foundation stage cultivators. In the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon hurled from the 10th floor. With a resounding pop, Sun Ran disdainfully glanced at the 2 decapitated corpses and remarked, the disgrace of cultivators. Chapter 104. Swift conquest of 2 cities. With the demise of 2 cultivators, chaos erupted in the streets. The inexplicable deaths of cultivators amidst the common folk was a matter of great significance. 3 young women, drenched in blood, trembled in fear, paralyzed with terror. Sun Ran approached, retrieved a garment from his spatial pouch, and draped it over one of the girls, smiling as he said, "You 3 must return home immediately. I shall handle the rest. Hurry now." Upon seeing Sun Ran's handsome and benevolent visage, the girls burst into tears. Immortal, we beseech you to take us in, even if we return home. Those cultivators will find us, and we will suffer a fate worse than death. One girl, slightly older and more attractive, cried out. Sun Ran smiled gently. Very well. You three lovely maidens shall accompany me, and I will find you tasks to occupy your time. He helped them to their feet and addressed the frightened commoners around him. I am Sun Ran, the new lord of this city. Remember my words, if any cultivator dares to oppress mortals as they did today, come to the Lord's manor and seek justice from me or my subordinates. The common folk, however, appeared unmoved, as if they had not heard him at all. Continuing with their business. At that moment, a group of cultivators descended from the sky, and sensing their aura, Sun Ran recognized that the strongest among them was at the Golden Core stage. Who dares to slaughter cultivators in my sand dune city? Seize them, Sun Ran retorted. You do not even inquire into the matter before attempting to apprehend me? The leader, disdainful, replied, Oh, then tell me, why did you kill? These two cultivators insulted and harassed the three young women behind me, even attempting to abduct them. Should I have simply stood by and watched as they were violated? The leader laughed heartily. I thought it was something serious. Let me tell you, killing mortals may incur a fine of spirit stones. But murdering cultivators is not something that can be resolved with mere compensation. What are you all waiting for? Capture him. Sun Ran shook his head, sensing that the cultivators of this realm had become utterly corrupt. With such a callous attitude towards mortals, how could they ever hope to ascend to the transcendent stage? In that case, I see no reason for your continued existence. With a wave of his hand, colorful spiritual energy shot forth, and in the next moment, the entire group of cultivators exploded in midair, raining blood down upon the streets. The previously indifferent crowd was now anything but calm, realizing that this cultivator was indeed different. He truly dares to kill. In a mere moment, over 20 cultivators had perished. Sun Ran chuckled. Do you believe that slaying the lesser will not bring about the greater? Come, let us proceed to the Lord's manor. Song Wuji quickly nodded. I shall follow your lead, master. Together, they ascended into the air, heading directly to the largest and most opulent manor in the city, situated at its heart. Upon landing, Sun Ran released his spiritual sense and locked onto the city lord, Shadatyo. At that moment, Shadatyu was preoccupied with several female cultivators, entirely oblivious to Sun Ran's arrival. Shadatyu, I have come to settle the debt. Song Wuji shouted flamboyantly. The sudden outburst startled Shadatyu, causing him to shudder and become lethargic. Who dares, damn it? He emerged, shirtless, only to see Sun Ran and Song Wuji accompanied by three beautiful maidens. Ah, have you come into wealth? If I recall correctly, Brother Wuji, you owe me 37 million mid-grade spirit stones. Song Wuji chuckled. Very well, I shall repay you with 100 million spirit stones. But I wonder if you have the life to spend it? Only then did Shadatyu notice Sun Ran, unable to gauge his strength. Alas, I have encountered a formidable opponent. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Sun Ran smiled. You need only know that I am your master. With that, a torrent of colorful spiritual energy, infused with mental force, transformed into a lethal blade, piercing through Shadatyu's chest. In the blink of an eye, Sun Ran stood beside him, directly invoking the master-servant contract. Shadatyu had no time to react as Sun Ran inscribed his mental imprint upon the vulnerable mental sea of his mind. Shadatyu acknowledges his master. The master-servant contract is successfully signed. Bring all your subordinates at the Golden Core stage and above. Yes, master. In a short while, numerous individuals gathered in the courtyard, including 130 at the Golden Core stage and 17 at the Nascent Soul stage, all loyal subordinates. Sun Ran nodded and suddenly unleashed over 100 mental force attacks, rendering the gathered individuals dazed. He inscribed his mental imprint upon their minds, solidifying the master-servant contract. This demonstrated Sun Ran's true power, allowing him to control such a large number of individuals simultaneously. This capability was enhanced by the two tribulations he had endured in the realm of mental energy, sharpening his mental attacks to an extraordinary degree. No other cultivator at the transformation stage could achieve such control over so many. After completing the master-servant contract, even Sun Ran felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. From this moment forth, Sand Dune City is under my dominion. As my territory, it must adhere to my rules. The first decree is that no one is permitted to oppress mortals. As guardians of this city, you must obey and ensure your subordinates do as well. With the imprint of Sun Ran's spirit embedded in their minds, his words were akin to a divine mandate, unquestionable and absolute. Song Wuji approached, grinning. Brother Datyu, how shall we address my outstanding debt? Shadatyu sheepishly replied, Brother Wuji, we are now all under the Master's command. Discussing debts is inappropriate. Sun Ran nodded in satisfaction. Da Tiao, while this city remains under your management on the surface, remember my words. You must never oppress mortals again. Each year, select individuals among them with elemental affinity and teach them the ways of cultivation, integrating them into the Lord's manor. In this way, our power will only grow stronger. By the way, these 3 young women will reside in your manor from now on. Treat them as if they were your own daughters. If they are capable of cultivation, provide them with the finest resources to nurture their growth. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Very well. Sand Dune City is entrusted to you. Develop it well. And do not disappoint me. With that, Sun Ran departed with Song Wuji, heading to their next destination, Blackstone City. This time, Sun Ran wasted no time. Swiftly subduing the city lord, Zhang Daqiang, and directly invoking the master-servant contract, expanding his influence to 4 cities. Upon returning to Frostleaf City, he found that the women had all consumed the red fruit, including Sun Jingxin and Wang Defa, both of whom had ascended to the nascent soul stage. In terms of power, they had become one of the foremost forces in Nanhua Kingdom, though still perhaps lacking in comparison to the royal family. During this period, 13,000 female cultivators from Earth had successfully established their foundations and were diligently cultivating within the training space. Sun Ran pondered that if they were to reach the golden core or nascent soul stage through their own efforts, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to survive the tribulations without fortuitous opportunities. He contemplated that if he could locate a sufficient number of red fruits within the realm of the spiritual domain, it would enable him to cultivate a multitude of formidable beings at the golden core, nascent soul, and even the transformation stage. Consequently, the unification of the Southern Wu Kingdom would no longer necessitate the tedious task of visiting each city individually. Instead, by teaching them the master-servant contract spell, they could act on his behalf. This approach would not only conserve effort but also expedite the search for the true essence of Luo-yi. Sun Ran shared this notion with Lulu and Ling Ling, and Lulu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Sun Ran, there are countless spiritual entities in the realm of the spiritual domain. Perhaps we might even discover superior spiritual treasures to enhance our cultivation. When shall we embark on this journey?" Sun Ran replied with a smile, "You become animated at the very thought of an adventure. Let us wait a little while. Once I have arranged matters in these cities, we shall set forth. However, this time, I intend to keep it from Granny Feng and the others to avoid causing them any trouble. It shall be just the 2 of us. What do you think?" "Absolutely. That sounds wonderful." Chapter 105. The woman in white with a mask. The following day, Sun Ran instructed his subordinates to notify the lords of the cities of Xian, Haishi, and Shakiyu to convene in Shuangye City, where he advised them on their recent tasks. These included gathering intelligence from neighboring cities, swiftly accumulating spirit stones, and strengthening the power of their cities. After dismissing them, Sun Ran sought out Su Ningmeng and the others, entrusting them with the elixir he had received from old Master Lei. This elixir, akin to the red fruit, should not be consumed immediately. Rather, it is best taken upon reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage for optimal effects, potentially breaking through significant barriers. Sun Ran expressed his intent to venture out in search of more such spiritual items and elixirs, which would facilitate the rapid growth of his female entourage. Once they were adequately empowered, he planned to disperse them to better seize control of the Southern Wu Kingdom and expand their territory. Moreover, they could assist in locating the true identities of Luo-yi and Hao Tian. While understanding the rationale, Su Ningmeng harbored reservations about Sun Ran's journey. Sun Ran patiently reassured her, stating, "This realm is known as the spiritual domain. Not everyone is permitted entry. Rest assured, I will exercise utmost caution. Tend to the city in my absence, and upon my return, we shall together seek out the true identity of Sister Luo-yi, allowing us to explore the world together." Having convinced the women, Sun Ran, accompanied by Lulu, ventured into the Beast Forest, where they found Wang Defa and Baihome. He distributed an elixir to each of them and urged them to monitor the situation in several cities closely, promising to assist if any urgent matters arose. Then, seeking a concealed location, Sun Ran and Lulu entered the portal activated by Ling Ling, re-entering the spiritual domain. In the central region of the Kanglan realm, within the Tianjia Empire's Lianzhou, lay the Lei family, a venerable clan that had thrived for millennia. At its zenith, the family head, Lei Fengxing, wielded unrivaled power at the peak of the ascendant stage, rendering the Lei family the foremost clan in the empire. However, after Lei Fengxing's ascension, the family's status plummeted, relegating them from a premier family to a third-rate one. Currently, the family head is Lei Fengxing's brother, Lei Fengqiang, a mid-tier ascendant who is running out of lifespan. If he does not advance to the later stages within a century, his fate is sealed. Before him stood a woman, his niece, Lei Wuxiang, who had nearly reached 1,000 years of age and attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Wuxiang, at your age, you cannot remain single. The eldest son of the Sima family would be a suitable match. If you marry him, our family's fortunes might improve. You know our resources are dwindling. We barely earn less than 10 million spirit stones annually, yet we have so many to support. As the family head, I am left with no options, he implored. Disgust filled Lei Wuxiang's eyes. She thought, if her father were alive, he would never force her into a union with a debauched scion of a wealthy family. Uncle, I understand your concerns, but I need time to consider, she replied. How long have you considered? Nearly 50 years. This time, I shall grant you 1 year. If you do not acquiesce, I will have no choice but to send you to the Sima family, Lei Fengxiang insisted. The Sima family is now a first-rate clan, and their eldest son has admired you for years. Why can't you see this? Rising, Lei Wuxiang declared, Uncle, to you. I am merely a pawn for the family's benefit. I am a person, an independent individual. Can you not consider my feelings? If my father were here, he would never force me to marry a scoundrel. With that, she stormed out. Lei Fengxiang sighed, aware that his actions were misguided. Yet the allure of his niece's beauty had captivated the Sima heir. Furthermore, the Sima family had repeatedly threatened Lei Fengxiang, insisting that if he did not arrange the marriage, they would systematically suppress the Lei family, leading to their downfall in the empire. If my elder brother were still here, these clowns would not dare to prattle on. He lamented, recognizing his own limitations. Ultimately, this world is one where the weak are devoured by the strong, simple yet brutal. Brother son, this place is so beautiful. I have never been here before, Lulu exclaimed. Haha, Granny Feng said the spiritual domain is boundless. How could one have visited every corner? Our task is to search for spiritual items akin to the red fruit. Let us work hard. They found themselves in a vibrant forest devoid of paths, cautiously forging ahead with a dragon spear. Brother son, what do you think of this fruit? Lulu inquired, presenting a green fruit she had plucked from a tree. Sun Ran took a whiff and bit into it. Ugh, it's so sour. Yet, he persisted, consuming a couple more bites. After a moment, he noticed a slight enhancement in his spiritual power. It appears this sour fruit can invigorate the mind and enhance spiritual energy, he noted. We should gather some to take back. Looking around, they saw trees laden with these green fruits, likely too sour for the local fauna. They carefully harnessed their spiritual energy, quickly collecting over 10,000 of the fruits. Brother son, how can you eat something so sour? Lulu asked. Sunrin chuckled. How about a little honey lemon drink? A bit of processing makes it delightful. Haha, you'll surely love it. They finished harvesting, soared into the sky, and continued their search for spiritual fruits in the colorful forest. Brother, there's a river ahead. Let us take a look, Lulu suggested. They approached the riverbank, where crystal clear waters flowed gently. Lulu washed her face and took a sip. Wow, it's so sweet. Sunran smiled. Let us follow the river upstream and see if we can find more spiritual fruits. They strolled leisurely for a while until Lulu suddenly whispered, Shoo. There's a wandering spirit ahead. Following her gaze, Sunran saw a translucent figure gliding along the river, gradually fading into the distance. How pitiful. Drifting aimlessly without thought or purpose, eternally lost in the spiritual domain. Where do they come from? Lingling informed them that these spirits originated from various realms, drawn here by unresolved obsessions from their past lives. What kind of obsession could bind them so? Sunrin pondered. Perhaps it's related to their cultivation, love, or hatred. Each person's tragedy mirrors another. Can they be saved? Lulu inquired. Perhaps, but it would require a true deity of the spiritual domain to accomplish that, Sunran replied. As they continued their conversation while walking, suddenly, not far ahead, a remarkably beautiful house came into view. A maiden clad in white sat on a stone bench with her back turned to them, gripping 2 long swords in her hands. My sister has killed me. Yet I bear no resentment towards her. No, we must eliminate my sister. She is a villain. The white-clad maiden appeared to be speaking to herself, or perhaps engaging in conversation with another. Sunran and Lulu exchanged a glance, preparing to quietly depart. Since you have both arrived, you might as well come into my humble abode as guests. In the next moment, the maiden in white abruptly appeared before them, her porcelain face partially concealed by a mask. Sunran chuckled awkwardly and said, My lady, we are merely passing by. There's truly no need for us to intrude on your hospitality. Since you are already here, it would be impolite not to join me for a moment, she replied. Her words veiled in a tone that belied their courtesy. Chapter 106. The fierce battle with the white-clad woman. Lulu pouted and remarked, You are being utterly unreasonable. Who would want to be forced to visit someone The white-clad woman glanced down at Lulu and smiled. If you manage to defeat me, you may leave. If not, you shall stay as my guest. What do you say? Sun Ran replied, very well. Since my promotion, I have not engaged in a proper battle. Let us begin. With that, a vibrant aura enveloped Sun Ran, forming a protective shield as he brandished his dragon spear and said, My lady, please proceed. The woman responded, My dual swords can sever the fabric of reality in the realm of the spirit. Come forth. Both swords lunged forward, unleashing a fierce stream of sword energy. Sun Ran swung his dragon spear, conjuring a wall of wind that effectively blocked the sword energy. In the next instant, his vibrant aura surged forth, coalescing at the spear's tip into a colossal dragon, a spell inspired by the heavenly fire rampaging dragon. The nine-colored dragon commenced a frenzied assault on the white-clad woman. She chuckled, suddenly transforming her swords into a streak of crimson light that descended heavily. With a mournful cry, the nine-colored dragon vanished. In an instant, the woman lunged forward, accompanied by a menacing gust. Caught off guard, Sun Ran was swept into the air. The deadly strike. In mid-air, Sun Ran had no means to evade. The woman's form became ethereal, her dual swords akin to the sides of death, poised to bring about his demise. Just then, the woman sensed a powerful pull and was unexpectedly thrust backward several meters. Upon turning, she was startled to see an enormous white five-tailed divine fox, its gaping maw intent on drawing her in. Lulu had transformed, realizing that her brother Sun Ran was in peril and that she must lend her aid. The woman steadied herself in the air, using her momentum to thrust her dual swords toward Lulu's eyes. The speed was so swift that Lulu barely registered it. With a whoosh, a sound of slicing air echoed as Sun Ran charged in once more, averting Lulu's crisis. The two began to flank the white-clad woman from opposing sides. Two cultivators at the god transformation stage were barely able to hold their ground against her. She was formidable. Realizing that spells alone would not suffice, Sun Ran devised a new strategy. He seized an opportunity to launch a nine-colored wind blade. The white-clad woman dismissed it, raising her sword to cleave through it. However, behind the wind blade lay a concealed mental attack. Unprepared, the mental force surged into her consciousness. In the following moment, she froze, upon entering her mind. Sun Ran was astonished to find her consciousness tumultuous, akin to a Category 18 hurricane. His mental attack seemed to quell the storm with remarkable ease, gradually calming the chaos within her mind. The white-clad woman stared blankly at her swords, a look of regret crossing her face as she said, I was compelled to act against you earlier. I have two personas within me. The dominant one controls my body, leaving me powerless. However, your mental attack has subdued my violent persona, allowing my true self to surface. I owe you my gratitude. Sun Ran finally understood. No wonder his mental force had revealed such disorder. It was due to this duality. Indeed, my mental strength is insufficient, giving rise to a vengeful persona. Each day, it seeks retribution, growing stronger while my true self remains suppressed. Enough, Lurian. Why do you divulge everything to others? Since they refuse to be my guests, I shall eliminate them. Just as Sun Ran was listening intently, the white-clad woman's expression shifted. Lo and behold, her second persona re-emerged, brandishing her swords for a lethal strike. Moving so swiftly that only a white shadow remained, Sun Ran raised his spear to defend and summoned all his mental power. Seizing the moment amid her frenzied assault, he unleashed an invisible mental thrust. Another mental attack, damned. With a scream, the white-clad woman fell into a daze once more, and in the next instant, her primary persona returned. Your name is Lurian, is it not? Sun Ran panted, his breath labored. Yes, thank you for sparing my life. Sun Ran smiled, saying, It is not entirely your fault. I believe you can suppress her for a while now. Come, I shall brew some tea for you. Sun Ran and Lulu exchanged glances before following the white-clad woman into her modest dwelling. The interior was quite simple, featuring only a bed, a small table, and a storage cabinet. As the woman retrieved tea from the cabinet, she remarked, In recent years, my true persona has appeared less frequently. Had you not arrived, I would have surely been consumed by her. Sun Ran nodded, observing, I discern that your consciousness is powerful yet chaotic. You must gradually cultivate your mental strength to regain control over your identity. Lurian sighed. I understand this principle, yet I seldom have the opportunity to train. Suddenly, an idea struck Sun Ran. Do you possess honey or sugar? Sugar? No, but I have some spirit honey collected by my other persona from the back mountain. It enhances cultivation, and she uses it daily. Sun Ran's spirits lifted. This was precisely the spiritual substance he sought. Please fetch me some spirit honey, water, and a large cup. Lurian, trusting him without question, complied. Sun Ran took a green fruit from his spatial pocket, sliced it into 5 pieces, and placed them in the cup. Using a small wooden stick meant for brewing tea, he gently pressed the fruit to extract its juice, then added spirit honey and water. After sealing the cup and shaking it gently until the fruit and honey amalgamated, he poured a small cup for Lulu, Lingling, and Lu Ruyan. Try this. It will enhance your mental strength. Lu Ruyan gazed at the pale yellow liquid, incredulous. Tentatively bringing it to her lips, she took a sip and her eyes brightened. Wow. This is delicious. It's tangy and sweet, with a delightful fruity aroma and the sweetness of spirit honey, so exquisite. Seeing Lu Ruyan's delight, Lulu eagerly grabbed her cup and gulped down a large mouthful. After finishing, her big eyes transformed into crescent shapes. Brother Sun Ran, I want more. Within moments, both women had drained their large cups of green fruit spirit honey water. Wow, big brother Sun Ran, my mental strength has truly increased. And the spirit honey has enhanced my cultivation. This combination is far more effective than consuming spirit honey alone, Lu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Sun Ran, having let the 2 lovely ladies enjoy the entirety of the previous cup, was busy preparing another. The 2 women gazed at him with longing eyes. Please, allow me a sip, if you would be so kind, Lu Ruyan said, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Sun Ran took a small cup, and after a moment, he indeed felt a significant enhancement in both his cultivation and mental fortitude. If one were to consume this water regularly, it would undoubtedly yield faster results over a year than 50 years of rigorous training. Remarkably, through a serendipitous turn of events, he had inadvertently concocted a functional beverage. The remainder is for you too, he declared. Lulu and Lu Ruyan rejoiced, eagerly filling their small cups from the larger vessel, savoring each sip with utter delight. Sister Ruyan, shortly, I shall once again employ my mental prowess to suppress your alternate personality. Meanwhile, you must diligently train your mental strength until you can seize full control. I intend to collect some spiritual honey in the vicinity. Is that agreeable? Of course. I am well aware of the location of the spiritual honey, and there is an abundance of it. However, those spiritual bees are quite formidable. My alternate personality can only pilfer a small amount each time, Lu Ruyan replied. Sun Ran chuckled heartily. No worries, I possess ample experience. I often pilfered honey in my childhood. Chapter 107, a dual chapter release, The Tale of Lu Ruyan. The honey heist. Sun Ran and his companions indulged in a delightful concoction of spirit honey and green fruit juice. Seated comfortably as they began to digest and cultivate their energies, their mental faculties gradually expanding. Among them, Lu Ruyan perhaps reaped the greatest benefits. Her primary persona was presently dominant, and her mental ocean resembled a parched desert, fervently absorbing the spiritual power bestowed by the juice. Sun Ran quietly released his own mental energy to help suppress her more volatile traits, allowing Lu Ruyan's main personality ample time to refine her spiritual strength. After an hour of cultivation, when the trio felt they had made sufficient progress, Lulu suddenly inquired, Sister Ruyan, you are so beautiful, why do you wear a mask? Lu Ruyan's face was partially obscured by a sharply contoured white mask that resembled a fox's visage, lending her an air of peculiar mystery that was slightly unsettling. Slowly, she removed the mask, revealing her stunning features. This tale is rather long. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Of course. I adore stories. Brother Sun Ran, quickly. Share some of your snacks with me, and another glass of the spirit honey and green fruit juice, please. Sun Ran chuckled. You've just consumed so much. Your little tummy might burst. He then produced a variety of snacks and treats he had stockpiled during his time on Earth, which had remained unspoiled due to the timeless nature of his spatial realm. Taking a sip of her green fruit juice, Lu Ruyan began her reminiscence. I hail from the spirit phantom realm, born into a prominent family. In my generation, only 2 children possessed the talent for cultivation, my sister Lu Ruyan and I. Though we did not share the same womb, our bond was exceptionally close until we embarked on our journey of cultivation. My innate abilities surpassed my sister's, leading to me receiving more affection and encouragement. As we matured, many recognized only me, often disregarding my sister's existence. Even as suitors from noble families sought my hand while neglecting her. Aware of the injustice towards my sister, I consistently spoke of her accomplishments, emphasizing her diligence and excellence in cultivation. I cherished my sister and wished for our bond to remain untainted by competition. Then one day, my sister erupted with emotion. She had long harbored feelings for a boy but lacked the courage to confess, often seeking my advice on how to attract his attention. Suddenly, that boy arrived at our home with his father to propose, and the intended bride was me. My sister, in a fit of despair, dashed out. And fearing for her safety, I pursued her. Outside the city, I found her weeping against a tree, and as I stood helplessly, she turned and yelled, "Why do you always prevail? Why?" She brandished a sword at me. I could only defend myself passively as she attacked with a fervor born of madness, her eyes ablaze. Her spiritual energy tumultuous, a clear sign of her descent into chaos. I desperately urged her to calm down, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. She was teetering on the brink of ruin. Abruptly, her power surged uncontrollably, her mind consumed by a singular desire to slay me. I was powerless to counter her attack. In her final moment, I saw her gaze fixated on the sword she wielded, reflecting regret, despair, and a twisted sense of excitement. Upon my death, I entered the realm of spirit, where two distinct personalities began to form within me, one filled with hatred towards my sister for her betrayal, and the other, my primary persona, devoid of resentment. I truly did not blame her. It was merely the culmination of her suppressed emotions. In the spirit realm, I encountered a creature that thrived on hatred and obsession, seeking to dominate its host. My secondary persona languished in hatred, drawing the creature as attention. It whispered insidious thoughts, urging my second persona to exact vengeance on my sister. Thus, my secondary persona succumbed to its influence, deepening its feelings of animosity. When my primary persona emerged, I realized the creature sought to consume and control me. In a fierce confrontation, I vanquished it. But not before it transformed into this mask, an artifact capable of perceiving and manipulating others' hatred and obsessions. Whenever my secondary persona surfaced, I donned this mask. Now that I have returned, I no longer require it. Sun Ran sighed and remarked, "In this world, the happy are often alike, yet tragedies abound, each unique in its form. I believe your emergence of a second persona stems from lingering resentment towards your sister, which fostered its development. That emotion has now been entirely severed from you. Let it go. Soon, I shall introduce you to two others from the spirit realm, so you need not feel solitary." The trio conversed late into the night before retreating to their chambers. The following morning, they rose early, embarking on a mission to procure honey. "Brother Sun Ran, what is that peculiar garment you have?" "Ah, this is a protective suit. During a past pandemic on my home planet, doctors wore these while examining me. They are quite effective in warding off bee stings. Here, let us each wear one." In truth, the suits were of little use against spiritual bees. Mere mortal attire could hardly withstand such entities. They offered only a semblance of comfort. Soon, the trio donned their outfits, and Sun Ran handed each a torch, covered with cloth, emitting a faint, smoky flame. The smoke would disorient the bees, allowing them to gather honey more easily. Fully equipped, they soared into the mountains. After flying for about 10 minutes, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Brother Sun Ran, just ahead. Look." Following her gaze, Sun Ran felt a chill run down his spine. This is no mere beehive. This is a mountain of beehives. Countless palm-sized spiritual bees buzzed in and out of a hive towering over 100 meters. Good heavens. Please tell me you do not collect honey here regularly. Lu Ruyan shook her head. "I dare not venture here. I only gather from smaller hives nearby. You mentioned having a method to collect honey yesterday, so I brought you to the largest hive." Sun Ran, with a wry smile, replied, "Well, I certainly did not anticipate such a colossal hive. Here is the plan. You two remain back while I assess the strength of these spiritual bees. If it seems unmanageable, we shall retreat." Lulu, her eyes wide in trepidation, exclaimed, "Brother Sun Ran, please do not go. Those bees look terrifying. No matter how terrifying they may be, they pale in comparison to my own fright." With that, I slowly approached the beehive, wielding an enormous torch. The gigantic bees, upon spotting an intruder, immediately charged forth, raising their abdomens to unleash a barrage of stings. Fortunately, Sun Ran was not foolish enough to rely on any flimsy defense against such venomous barbs. Instead, he channeled his vibrant spiritual energy to its utmost, forming a robust protective shield around his body. It seemed sufficient. The power of these spirit bees appeared to be only at the chi refinement stage, allowing him to endure for the time being. With the torch in hand, Sun Ran began to scour the area, the thick smoke bewildering the bees. Upon reaching the hive, he drew his dragon spear and effortlessly breached the honey storage chamber. Countless golden streams of honey flowed forth, prompting Sun Ran to swiftly retrieve a large barrel from his spatial storage to collect the nectar. Growing impatient with the slow trickle, he resorted to directly using the barrel to scoop up the honey in bulk. In a short span, he managed to fill over 500 barrels. Yet, before such a vast beehive, it was but a trifle. "Come here, you two. The attack power of these spirit bees is quite low. If you shield yourselves with spiritual energy, you'll be just fine." Sun Ran, realizing he was moving too slowly alone, summoned his companions. In his spatial realm, he opened a dedicated pool to store the honey. With 3 of them working together, the pace quickened, and the spirit bees, witnessing the audacious theft of their labor, grew increasingly furious. Bees swarmed over their bodies, yet faced with the allure of the golden honey, they could not resist the temptation, continuing to fill their barrels despite the buzzing swarm. After over an hour, their spiritual energy was considerably depleted, yet the honey supply was ample. Sun Ran declared, "That's enough for now. We can return for more later. Otherwise, these little bees might go hungry. Let's head back." The trio swiftly cleared the bees from their bodies and departed. Upon returning home, Sun Ran filled a glass jar with honey, placing it on the table. Its golden hue glimmered, and upon opening the lid, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, sweet yet not cloying, truly a delicacy among honeys. "Brother Sun Ran, please make some green fruit water with this new honey and see if it tastes better than yesterday's." Sun Ran nodded, skillfully preparing 3 cups of honey water. Lulu eagerly took a generous sip. "Wow, this is incredible. It's even better than the honey used by Ru Yin yesterday," Lu Ruyin remarked. "The honey produced by these spirit bees must have been harvested over countless years. Its efficacy surely surpasses the honey I gathered from smaller hives." The 3 of them sat together, savoring the fruits of their labor. During this time, Sun Ran discreetly released his mental energy, extending it into Lu Ruyan's spiritual seat to prevent her secondary personality from causing any disruptions. Lu Ruyan, sensing Sun Ran's assistance, blushed and quietly murmured her thanks. After finishing the spirit honey water, she inquired, "Brother Sun Ran, where shall you go next?" With a smile, Sun Ran replied, "We have no specific destination. Lulu and I set out to seek various spiritual materials to enhance our cultivation, and thus far, we have already discovered 2 valuable items. I intend to continue exploring to gather more. But Brother Sun Ran, it's just you and Lulu. What do you need so many spiritual materials for?" Lu Ruyan questioned, puzzled. Sun Ran refrained from disclosing his ability to traverse between the spiritual realm and the physical world, as their acquaintance was still too nascent for such trust. Instead, he vaguely stated, "I have some subordinates who require them for their cultivation." "Wow, Brother Sun Ran, you're so impressive. You have so many subordinates? Can I join you both in searching for spiritual materials? I find it rather dull to be alone. And I might even be able to assist you." Lulu chimed in eagerly. "Certainly, your company would be most welcome," Sun Ran agreed. "This way, I can help stabilize your spiritual sea along the journey, and hopefully, in time, we can completely suppress your secondary personality." With no further words exchanged that night. The following day, Lu Ruyan packed her belongings into her spatial ring and set forth on the treasure-seeking adventure alongside Sun Ran. Lulu held Lu Ruyan's hand and asked, "Sister Ruyan, why did you choose to live in such a remote place?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "This was not my choice. It was my secondary personality's decision. Initially, I resided near a village in the spiritual realm, where there was a small market facilitating exchanges among nearby cultivators, humans, and even sentient spirits. However, as she grew stronger and more reclusive, she ultimately chose this secluded area." "Oh, I see. Are there any villages nearby?" "None, only endless mountains and forests, but it is in such places that one can find an abundance of spiritual materials." Sun Ran nodded. "Indeed. Otherwise, given the greedy nature of these cultivators, they would have surely depleted the resources. Just consider that beehive we encountered yesterday. If discovered by some cultivators, they would likely have ravaged it entirely." As the trio chatted, they flew low, using spiritual energy to conjure numerous small hands to pluck green fruits from the trees, collecting them into Sun Ran's spatial storage. In just one day, they accumulated over 100,000 green fruits, a bountiful harvest indeed. In the evening, they arrived by a small river. Sun Ran picked up a fishing rod, easily catching several hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds. After lighting a fire, he prepared the fish and coated them with honey. As the fish roasted gently, the fragrant aroma of honey mingled with the scent of grilled meat wafted through the air, a delightful blend of floral and savory notes. Even Sun Ran, who had indulged in countless culinary delights, found himself irresistibly drawn to the scent. This spirit honey was truly the king of versatility. Suddenly, the underbrush of the forest began to shake violently, as if some colossal creature were approaching. The trio set aside their roasted fish, their expressions turning wary as they gazed into the thicket. Suddenly, a bear towering over 10 meters emerged. Its grayish-white fur was marred by 3 prominent scars on its face. It stood before them, sniffing the air, before earnestly stating, "I too desire to taste the fish you hold." Sun Ran, taken aback, replied, "You're so massive, and I have but a small portion of roasted fish, hardly enough to fill your teeth." The bear, clearly understanding Sun Ran's words, began to shake its body and gradually shrank in size, eventually transforming into a cute little grayish-white bear, standing less than half a meter tall. Now, can I have some fish to eat? Sun Ran chuckled. Come on then, let us not quibble over a pair of chopsticks. With that, he placed a hefty roasted fish before the bear, saying, Here you go. If that's not enough, there is more. Thus, as dusk fell over the forest, an odd assembly of 3 humans, 1 bear, and a gluttonous little spirit named Ling Ling feasted happily by the riverside. Chapter 108, The Enchanting Cave of Bel. Where Sun Ran and Lulu tie the knot. What is your name? Sun Ran inquired, gazing at the adorable little bear that had transformed into a creature not even half a meter tall. I am Bel. Awoo, awoo. The bear replied, its mouth full of fish, making its words somewhat indistinct. This fish is delightful. I have never tasted anything quite so exquisite. I shall take some back to tease those 3 sisters who constantly bully me. 3 sisters? Who are they? Well, they reside near my cave and enjoy tormenting me for no reason. Sun Ran chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they settled by the riverbank for a chat. Bel, are you heading home? Yes, indeed. Bel is full and intends to return home to rest. However, you are welcome to visit my abode. It is quite spacious. Upon pondering, Sun Ran realized he had nowhere else to go, and curiosity about the 3 sisters who bullied Bel piqued his interest. Thus, he suggested, let us accompany you to your home to relax. There will be grilled fish to enjoy tomorrow, shall we? Bel, resembling a jubilant child, leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, let us go. My home is just ahead. We must hurry. The nights here can be quite frightening, with many malevolent spirits about. Malevolent spirits? What are they? Bel had already begun to move, with everyone trailing behind. Malevolent spirits are like bad people. They feed on beings like us. They do not emerge during the day, only appearing in groups at night. Bel moved swiftly, and Sun Ran and the others exerted all their efforts to keep up, realizing that Bel possessed significant prowess. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at the base of a purple peak. Why is this mountain purple? Lulu inquired while riding on Bel's back. It looks so beautiful, Bel explained. The mountain isn't purple. It is covered in purple flora that blooms at night, revealing stunning flowers. But do not venture out at night. It is perilous. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Bel transformed back to its original form and pushed aside a massive stone to reveal a cave entrance. Welcome to my home. A truly beautiful place. As they entered the cave one by one, Bel pulled the stone back to seal the entrance. Sun Ran expected the cave to be dimly lit due to the stone's obstruction, but upon entering, they were astounded by the sight before them. The walls of the cave were adorned with countless luminous stones, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Furthermore, the cave was well ventilated, dispelling any stuffiness. Isn't it splendid? Bel said with pride. Did you embed these luminous stones yourself? Not at all. When I first entered this spiritual realm, the cave was already like this, and I have resided here ever since. As they followed Bel deeper into the cave, the gems cast a magical glow, enveloping them in an ethereal ambience. At that moment, Bel, leading the way, remarked, Sun Ran, you treat me to grilled fish, and I shall invite you to play in the water. Play in the water? Sun Ran was taken aback, maneuvering around Bel's sizable form to discover a fork in the path. At the end of this path lay a large pool of water. The water was crystal clear and gently steaming. This water is warm, and soaking in it is incredibly soothing. It can enhance one's physical strength. I come here to play every day. With that, Bel shrank in size and, with a splash, leaped into the pool, floating on its back, contentedly humming. Lu Ruyin and Lulu gazed at the warm spring, eager to join in, but felt somewhat shy with Sun Ran present. Understanding their hesitation, Sun Ran retrieved 2 swimsuits he had stored away from when Su Ningmeng had stocked up. Here, put these on, and you can join me in the water. This is a swimsuit. In our realm, girls wear these to swim. Lulu and Lu Ruyin held the scantily clad swimsuits, their faces flushed. Oh dear, Ruyin. There is no need to feel bashful. After all, brother Sun Ran is not a stranger. Perhaps we may end up marrying him one day. Just look if you want. Lulu shook her head. Sun Ran was momentarily stunned by such bold remarks. Lu Ruyin glanced at him, blushing, and followed Lulu to change. A few minutes later, the two emerged in their swimsuits, and Sun Ran's jaw dropped in astonishment. Lulu was remarkably endowed, a sight he had never anticipated. Her usual loose clothing concealed her figure entirely, leaving Sun Ran to suspect she was ample. Today, he realized he had not been mistaken. Then there was Lu Ruyin. With a flawless visage, a perfect face, and a figure that was both curvaceous yet slender, she embodied the ideal proportions. Have you seen enough, brother Sun Ran? If you wish to see more, I can show you as much as you desire. Lulu said, her cheeks flushed. Sun Ran, now in his swimsuit, joined the two as they leaped into the water. In an instant, he felt enveloped by the warm liquid, every cell in his body rejoicing. This spring can actually enhance my physical defenses, Sun Ran exclaimed. Indeed, I could not withstand the three sisters before, but since I began playing in the water daily, their magic can no longer breach my defenses, Belle said joyfully. Ah, this feels marvelous. Lulu giggled, her head bobbing above the water, her chest rising and falling enticingly, leaving Sun Ran momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin quietly soaked beside Sun Ran, resembling an obedient little wife. I can't stay in any longer. If I do, my skin will surely wrinkle. After an hour, Sun Ran emerged from the water, his physique on full display, causing Lulu and Lu Ruyin to silently gulp, contemplating a future of potential happiness. Belle exited the pool, vigorously shaking to dry off. Sun Ran retrieved 3 white towels, draping them over Lulu and Lu Ruyin before following Belle deeper into the cave. As they traversed back to the main path of the cave, they noticed an increasing number of luminous stones on the walls, accompanied by a rich infusion of spiritual energy in the air. Eventually, they reached an expansive chamber, incredibly spacious, adorned with various glowing gems that created a magnificent spectacle. Sun Ran noticed a colossal chest against one wall, filled with such luminous stones. Belle, are these the stones embedded in the walls? Yes, some occasionally fall from the walls, and I collect them in this chest. If you desire, you may take as many as you wish. There are simply too many here. Sun Ran picked one up, feeling the immense spiritual energy contained within. If categorized by type, this luminous stone contained 10 times more spiritual energy than a top-grade spirit stone of the same size. Belle, I've discovered that these luminous stones are rich in spiritual energy. Why don't you use them for cultivation? Bale, with a gentle smile, remarked. If you proceed a bit further, you will discover a small space that I have personally cultivated. The spiritual energy there is far more abundant. By merely lying down and resting, one can effortlessly absorb it. Why would one still require these spirit stones? Sun Ran, taken aback by this revelation, found himself at a loss for words. Well then, I shall take these luminous spirit stones with me. Tomorrow, I will exchange them for grilled fish. Sun Ran collected the stones into his space, but Bale shook his head, saying, No, grilled fish is far too delectable. These stones simply do not hold that value. He continued, I overheard my 2 sisters mention that you are here in search of spiritual items to enhance your cultivation. I happen to know of a location where you can find what you need. At dawn tomorrow, I shall escort you there. Upon hearing this, Sun Ran's face lit up with joy. Thank you so much, Bale. Subsequently, Bale shrank in size and guided Sun Ran and his companions to the innermost training chamber of the cave. Indeed, as Bale had indicated, simply entering and resting allowed the spiritual energy to flow into one's body, a veritable boon for the indolent. However, there were only 3 such chambers available. Thus, Bale occupied one, Lu Ruyin another, while Lulu and Sun Ran shared the third. In the confined space, Lulu glanced up at Sun Ran and whispered, Brother Sun Ran, why were you peeking at me earlier by the pond? Sun Ran's face flushed crimson as he stammered, Ahem. Well, you know the saying, everyone has a heart that yearns for beauty. It means that people are naturally drawn to beautiful things, understand? Lulu shyly replied, But I'm not as beautiful as you say. Nonsense. Just look at yourself. You are adorably pure, with a figure that is simply delightful. All right then. If Brother Sun Ran likes to look, I shall let you see. With that, Lulu let go of her inhibitions and showcased her beauty. That night, the temperature in the cramped training chamber soared dramatically. The next morning, Lu Ruyin emerged from the training room with dark circles under her eyes, casting a reproachful glance at Sun Ran and Lulu. Why are you 2 not diligently cultivating? Such precious resources wasted. Lulu, blushing, replied, Oh dear. It's all Brother Sun Ran's fault. As Lulu's true form was a fox, she was unrestrained in her words. Sun Ran quickly interjected, What a lovely day it is. Shall we set off soon? At that moment, Bale ambled over from the hall, adorably stating, Let us go. Today we shall explore the mountains and, in the process, help Sun Ran find items to enhance his cultivation. The group followed the winding path through the cave until they reached its mouth, where Bale effortlessly pushed aside a massive stone. Outside, the sunlight streamed down brilliantly. As the trio and Bale stepped out of the cave, a girl's voice rang out, You smelly bear, why do you hide from us sisters every day? Not far away stood 3 young women in green dresses, exuding an air of confidence. Each possessed unique traits, yet collectively, they were stunningly beautiful, with figures to rival any model. One girl held a bow, another wielded a massive hammer, while the last brandished a long sword, all of them eyeing Bale intently. Oh no, how did we run into these 3 women? Sun Ran asked, perplexed. Are these the sisters who constantly bully you? Bale nodded reluctantly and stepped forward, saying, I haven't been hiding from you. I have something important to attend to. Oh, really? And what might that be? Bale glanced back at Sun Ran and replied, I am assisting him in locating items to enhance his cultivation, so I cannot play with you. The girl with the bow stepped forward and playfully pinched Bale's ear. Feigning anger, you foolish bear, transform into your human form at once, or I shall feast on your paw. Bale quickly recoiled, shaking his head. I dislike transforming. It's simply too unappealing. Aha, I see it now. You just don't like us anymore. After you've had your fun with us, you'll forget about us. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Bale hastily stood up and transformed into his human form. Sun Ran, upon witnessing Bale's transformation, felt an overwhelming shock. How could any other man compete with this? Once transformed, Bale was strikingly handsome, with thick brows and bright eyes, and a physique that could easily outshine the world as top male models. All right, don't cry. I've transformed now. The other two sisters immediately surrounded him, clinging to his arms and hands. This was not bullying. It was clear they adored him. However, in Bale's oblivious mind, this was still perceived as harassment. Navigating emotional entanglements proved to be the most challenging task. Sun Ran approached with a smile, addressing Bale, Brother Bale, do introduce me to your three lovely sisters. Upon hearing the term sisters, the three young women beamed with delight, their fondness for Sun Ran noticeably increasing. This is the eldest, Jin and I. This is the second sister, Jin Shi, and this is the youngest, Jin Huan. Hello, I am Sun Ran, and this is my wife, Lulu, and this is my friend, Lu Ruyan. Lulu felt a wave of sweetness at being introduced as Sun Ran's wife, tightly wrapping her arm around his eldest sister Jin and I remarked. I heard Bale mention that you are seeking items to enhance your cultivation, correct? There are plenty in the mountains. Second sister Jin Shi added, come. I will lead you there, it's quite nearby. Sun Ran nodded appreciatively, saying, thank you for your assistance. As the three sisters surrounded Bale, chatting animatedly, Sun Ran observed, thinking, Bale, the oblivious man, clearly has a soft spot for these sisters but is too shy to admit it. It seems I must find an opportunity to assist him. The group meandered along a tranquil path until they arrived at a serene gorge. Suddenly, Lulu exclaimed, this place resembles Granny Feng's gorge. Could there be red fruits here as well? Bale turned back and replied, indeed, beneath this gorge, there are numerous red fruit trees. However, aside from that, there exists an even rarer spiritual item that we often come to harvest. In the realm of spirit, there are distinct levels of cultivation, differing from the mortal world. After the Yuanying stage comes the Huashan stage, followed by the Deshang stage, and beyond that, ascension to the Lingxian stage. Of course, one may choose to remain in the Kanglan realm after reaching the Lingxian stage. In the spiritual realm, after Yuanying, it transitions to the Lingkong stage, corresponding to Huashan. The Lingwu stage corresponds to Deshang, while the demigod stage aligns with Lingxian. Beyond these stages lie the divine stage, marking one as a true deity. However, what lies beyond that remains a mystery to Sun Ran and Bale. For instance, Granny Feng currently resides at the demigod stage, equivalent to the Lingxian stage. Lu Ruyan is at the Lingkong stage, akin to Huashan, quite similar to Sun Ran. Meanwhile, Bale is at the Lingwu stage, corresponding to a powerful Deshang cultivator. The three sisters share the same cultivation level as Bale. Earlier, Bale indicated that the spiritual items he sought were of great necessity for him and the three sisters, which certainly implied their immense value. The group descended into the gorge, where the air was damp and stifling, lacking any semblance of ventilation. As everyone continued forward, they soon encountered a multitude of verdant little mushrooms adorning the ground ahead. Consuming these mushrooms would yield an abundance of spiritual energy, but moderation was crucial. Excess consumption could lead to hallucinations, as Belle warned. Sister Zhen retorted, stop making excuses for your previous actions, Belle. Regardless of your denial, we are already under your influence. Upon hearing this, Sun Ran immediately grasped the situation. It was evident that Belle had indulged in these green mushrooms, resulting in hallucinations that forged a bond with the three sisters. Shoo, keep your voices down. These mushrooms are sensitive to sound. Let us tread quietly, Belle cautioned. As they cautiously searched for the mushrooms he had mentioned, the once clear sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds enveloping them. Being deep within the valley, visibility plummeted rapidly into profound darkness. Belle's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, this is bad. Night has fallen, and the malevolent spirits will soon emerge. We must return at once. The concern evident even in Belle, a formidable being in the spiritual awakening phase, suggested grave circumstances. Realizing the urgency, everyone took flight, eager to retrace their steps. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept from all directions, transforming the previously warm and humid canyon into a frigid abyss. It's too late. They have arrived. Chapter 109. Mushroom-picking Dark Lord Caesar. As Belle's voice faded, piercing howls erupted from all directions. Everyone steeled their minds. These malevolent spirits possessed low cultivation levels, specializing in mental attacks while being immune to magical assaults. To vanquish them, one could only rely on mental power. Sister Jenny shouted loudly. The excruciating sounds resonated in Sun Rant's ears, akin to a multitude of ants crawling upon him, almost driving him to madness. The one most affected was Lu Ruoyan, whose mental realm was already in disarray. The sudden stimulus caused her alternate personality to emerge. Sun Ran, we will settle this matter after I regain my composure, she coldly remarked. Countless malevolent spirits launched their assault, relying solely on their mournful wails combined with mental attacks. Those with frail mental fortitude could scarcely withstand even a single wave. Fortunately, everyone was of considerable cultivation and possessed formidable willpower, rendering their mental defenses exceptionally robust. One spirit charged at Sun Ran with a shriek, and instinctively, he hurled forth his 9-colored spatial blade, unexpectedly cleaving the spirit in two. Belle and the others looked on in astonishment. It was well known that spirits lacked a physical form, making magical attacks ineffective against them. Previously, if Belle and his companions encountered such spirits, slaying them was a formidable challenge, often necessitating a direct mental assault to defeat them. Thus, fleeing was typically the preferred option. What just happened? How did you accomplish that? Belle inquired. Jenny interjected. I understand now. Sun Ran employed the 9-colored magic. Have you managed to fuse the 9 elements together? As Sun Ran manipulated the 9-colored spatial blade, he affirmed, indeed, beyond merging all the elements, I have also integrated mental power into the 9-colored magic, amplifying its potency. You might want to give it a try? Of course. Why did I not think of that? To merge mental power with the energy within. With that, Belle and the others began to experiment with blending their mental power and spiritual energy. As mental power was an intangible force, it easily combined with spiritual energy. Though few considered utilizing them together, there was little necessity for it, as mental power was inherently weak, and such wastefulness could lead to mental fatigue. If one exhausted their mental energy in battle, they would be unable to defend their mental realm, ultimately succumbing to their foes. While Sun Ran was grappling with his own limitations, he stumbled upon this method, though he rarely employed it. Today was a fortunate accident. Belle transformed into a colossal bear, his claws crackling with electric energy. With the integration of mental power, each strike felled numerous spirits. At this juncture, they had no choice but to resolve the conflict swiftly before their mental energy waned completely. However, the reality was that the sheer number of spirits was insurmountable. They seemed as boundless as the air itself. Sister Jinyuan's face turned pale as she lamented, Stupid bear, my mental energy has been depleted. I can no longer hold on. Belle, surrounded by thousands of spirits, was unable to assist. Sun Rant's mental energy was also waning, prompting him to produce a green fruit and take a hefty bite. The sourness was overwhelming, nearly blinding him, yet he persevered for survival. The intense flavor surged through him, revitalizing his mental energy significantly. Lu Ruoyan, follow me, he commanded, expanding the 9-colored spatial blade to its maximum capacity, annihilating the surrounding spirits, and hastening toward the 3 sisters. Stay behind me. Each of you consume a green fruit to restore your mental energy, quickly. The 3 exchanged glances at the fruit, their faces contorting in distaste. They had tasted it before, finding it unbearably sour, unaware that it could replenish mental energy. They each took a substantial bite, their expressions vividly comical. A minute later, their mental energy was restored, and they rejoined the fray. At this point, the 3rd sister wielded her bow, her arrows infused with mental energy, striking down 1 spirit per shot. The elder sister wielded her massive hammer with unmatched ferocity, sweeping through swathes of spirits. The 2nd sister, Jinshi, executed graceful sword strikes, severing the heads of the spirits with precision. Half an hour passed, and the number of spirits dwindled, yet the group was utterly exhausted. Even consuming the green fruit had become a sour ordeal, unable to keep pace with the relentless consumption. Just as despair began to overtake them, the dark clouds above gradually dispersed, and sunlight bathed the earth once more. Upon seeing the light, the spirits vanished without a trace. Sun Ran collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while his companions wore ashen faces. Lu Ruoyan's alternate personality retreated deep within her mental realm, allowing her primary personality to dominate her being. A testament to the battle's peril. Every moment required vigilance against the spirit's haunting cries, while simultaneously merging mental energy with spiritual power to vanquish them. The strain of multitasking meant that in another 10 minutes, Sun Ran and his companions would meet their demise, destined to become spirits themselves. They could no longer concern themselves with mushroom gathering and helped one another back to Belle's cave, sealing the heavy stone door behind them. They exchanged glances, sharing a relieved smile, thankful for their survival. Belle, regaining his human form, remarked with a grin, "Fortuitously, we encountered the lowest tier of spirits today. Had they been of a higher rank, we might not have returned." Sun Ran, wide-eyed, asked, "Are you implying there are stronger spirits?" "Indeed. Higher-tier spirits possess even more potent mental attacks, but there is a silver lining. Upon slaying them, their bodies yield a spirit pearl. This pearl contains the essence of the high-tier spirit's mental power. Consuming it grants one the spirit's mental abilities. However, such spirits are exceedingly difficult to defeat. Yet today, Sun Ran, you have unlocked a new avenue for us. I suspect that in future encounters with spirits, we need not flee as we once did." Sister Jenny smiled. They made their way to the hot spring, donning the swimsuit Sun Ran had prepared for them, and entered the warm waters. Sun Ran found himself nestled between Lu Ruoyan and Lulu, while the three sisters huddled close to Belle. The conversation drifted back to the topic of the spirits. Sun Ran inquired, "Belle, do you know how these spirits come into existence?" Belle, comfortably leaning against Sister Jenny, replied, "They are the souls of those slain by the Dark Lord Caesar. These spirits were captured by Caesar within his weapons. It is said that throughout his life, he killed 100 billion humans, driven by a belief in a god of death, convinced that the more he killed, the greater his chance of ascending to divinity in the dark realm after death. Thus, in the living world, his sole mission was to kill and collect souls. Ultimately, one day he perished. Yet, to his fury, he found himself not in the dark realm, but in the realm of the mind. Enraged, he unleashed the billions of souls trapped within his weapon, sending them to roam the mental domain, to kill and gather souls on his behalf. However, this occurred over a millennium ago, when numerous demigods united to vanquish these malevolent spirits and the Dark Lord Caesar. Recently, however, these sinister entities have resurfaced, seemingly emerging close by rather than elsewhere. I am now contemplating whether to relocate." Upon hearing Belle's account, Sun Ran furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you think it is possible that the Dark Overlord Caesar has been resurrected and is lurking nearby?" Belle nodded in agreement, stating, "It is indeed a possibility. We should exercise caution. When we set out tomorrow, we must check the weather to avoid a repeat of today's sudden overcast." Deep within the valley where the fierce battle had transpired, stood over a dozen towering trees, each reaching heights of hundreds of meters, behind which lay a concealed cave. One would hardly discern its presence without a closer inspection. Inside the cave, a man towering 3 meters was clad in iron armor, enveloping his entire being. "My lord, our malevolent spirits suffered severe casualties yet failed to subdue those individuals. They are too formidable." A voice draped in black robes, ambiguous in gender, respectfully reported. "Humph, I understand. You may leave," the Dark Lord Caesar commanded. "Yes, my lord." This man was none other than the Dark Sovereign Caesar. In the past, he had nearly been slain by those demigods, but ultimately persevered, healing himself by consuming the souls within his weapon. By mere chance, he discovered that his weapon had evolved, revealing an entrance to the dark realm within its confines. He could only enter the dark realm through his consciousness, as his physical form remained tethered to the spiritual domain. Upon entering, he found countless malevolent spirits, which he could effortlessly control using the deathly techniques he had cultivated. Thus, he summoned innumerable evil spirits into his weapon, simultaneously consuming them to heal while seeking information regarding the demigods who once hunted him, driven by a desire for vengeance. That morning, his subordinates reported the arrival of a group of powerful individuals in the valley. Caesar, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. Every human was deemed an enemy in his eyes. He employed his deathly techniques to conjure a dark cloud, intending for his malevolent spirits to slay this group of humans and subsequently enslave them. However, over half an hour passed without a single casualty among them. His injuries still unhealed, he could not maintain the effort for long, resulting in Sun Ran and his companions escaping. "Humans, await your Dark Sovereign's full restoration to power." Your demise shall be nigh. That evening, Belle's cave was nearly on the verge of exploding, and for the reason, one would have to inquire with Sun, Ran, and Belle. The following morning, Lulu and Lu Rian emerged from the training room, weary, while Sun Ran appeared invigorated. The situation was similar for the three sisters. Are we still going to the valley today? The eldest sister, Jun and I, asked. Certainly, yesterday was a coincidence. Otherwise, those malevolent spirits would not dare to emerge during the day, Sun Ran affirmed. However, we must remain vigilant. After yesterday's fierce battle and a night of recovery, everyone's mental fortitude had reached its zenith. Even if they encountered the same spirits as yesterday, they could flee if necessary. After gathering their belongings, they set off once more towards the valley. Belle, this valley is truly vast. After walking so far, it feels as though we have yet to reach the midpoint, Sun Ran remarked as he searched for green mushrooms. Indeed, the valley is immense. Previously, we could find numerous mushrooms along the edges, but for some reason, they seem absent now. Wow, there and Appos, S1. Come quickly, I found one, Lulu exclaimed joyfully. Everyone rushed to her side, discovering a vibrant green mushroom nestled amongst a patch of grass, nearly undetectable at first glance. Indeed, this is it. Since Lulu discovered it, it belongs to her. Lulu carefully harvested it and gleefully presented it to Sun Ran. Here, husband, this is for you. Sun Ran smiled, replying, all right, I'll keep it safe. We can share it later. With that, they dispersed, commencing their search for more mushrooms. Upon finding one, they discovered many more. Before long, Sun Ran and the three others had collected over 100 mushrooms, while Belle and his companions also gathered a significant quantity. Who knew mushroom picking could be such an enjoyable endeavor? Lulu said, playfully clinging to Sun Ran's arm. Haha, I often went mushroom picking in the mountains as a child. Drawing them to sell for money, Sun Ran reminisced. Wow, my husband is amazing, earning money at such a young age. I adore you, I want to do what we did last night. Sun Ran, taken aback, quickly interjected, oh dear, my little aunt. Such matters should not be discussed in front of so many people. Oh, what is wrong with that? It's so annoying. When will it get dark? Let us hurry and gather mushrooms. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured deep into the valley. Husband, look ahead. There are so many red fruit trees, and they're laden with ripe fruit. Granny Feng had previously mentioned that such red fruits were not uncommon in the spiritual domain, and indeed, in this vast canyon, there were hundreds of red fruit trees. Sun Ran and the others hurried over, utilizing their spiritual energy to harvest the ripe fruits from the trees. In total, they gathered over 20,000, while Belle and his companions refrained from taking any, having consumed them once before. They preferred to save their resources for more potent elixirs that restored their spiritual energy. All right, we've gathered a substantial amount today. Let us head back. I'll prepare some spiritual honey roasted fish for you all. At the mere mention of roasted fish, Belle nearly drooled, vividly recalling the delightful taste of the roasted fish from 2 days prior. Just as they prepared to take flight from the valley, a resonant male voice echoed from the depths of the canyon. Since you have come, do not leave. Become my servants, humans. In an instant, the sky transformed, shrouded in ominous black clouds, as the clear sky darkened once more. Belle shouted urgently, damn it, run. It's the Dark Lord Caesar. Chapter 110 The Great Battle Against the Dark Lord Caesar Flee. The singular thought permeated the minds of all present. For the entity they faced was none other than the Dark Lord Caesar himself. How unfortunate we are to have stumbled into his lair, lamented Belle as he ran. Foolish bear, we are surrounded by evil spirits ahead, shouted Sister Jenny. The group's deep foray into the valley to gather mushrooms had inadvertently led to their encirclement by malevolent beings. This predicament was largely the result of Sun Ran's actions, and thus he felt the weight of responsibility. Belle, lead them onward and break free from the valley. I shall cover our retreat, proclaimed Lulu. I will stand with you in our defense, dear husband. Do not worry about me. My mental fortitude is unparalleled, more potent than any among you. I am confident I can escape. You must go. Upon witnessing Sun Ran's resolute expression, Lulu hesitated no longer and joined Belle's ranks as they surged forth to escape the encirclement of evil spirits. Transforming into a raging giant bear, Belle's claws crackled with electricity. Infused with mental energy, he swung his massive paws, dispatching the encroaching evil spirits with ease. Cease your futile struggles and submit as my servants. Caesar boomed. Wielding a colossal hammer, his undead weapon harboring countless evil spirits within. With each swing, swarms of malevolent beings erupted from its depths. Cold sweat beaded on Sun Ran's brow. He needed to delay Caesar's pursuit to buy time for Bel and the others to flee. Old friend Dragonspear. It has been long since we engaged in a true battle. Shall we fight with all our might today? The Dragonspear trembled, as if in response to Sunran's challenge. Very well, let us engage. In the next moment, the Dragonspear radiated with a prismatic glow. Attack. Sunran pressed forward, plunging directly into the throng of evil spirits. The Dragonspear, empowered by his mental energy, cut through the ordinary evil spirits with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Caesar observed Sunran's Dragonspear and its vibrant magic from a distance, nodding in satisfaction. Such a promising candidate would make an excellent puppet. He swung his hammer, unleashing high-level evil spirits to pursue Bel and the others, while he himself soared to Sunran's side. You are a commendable practitioner. Join me, and I shall grant you eternal wealth and glory. Thank you, but I must decline. Sunran retorted defiantly. Then do not blame me, Caesar roared, swinging his hammer towards Sunran. The seemingly unremarkable blow distorted the air around it, locking onto Sunran's form. There was no time to evade. Sunran raised the Dragonspear and shouted, Heavenly Fire Frenzy. Instantly, having absorbed sufficient energy, the Dragonspear released 9 majestic fire dragons, encircling the hammer. Feeling the pressure alleviate, Sunran swiftly retreated, escaping Caesar's attack range. The 9 fire dragons, infused with Sunran's mental energy, relentlessly gnawed at Caesar. Though they could not inflict real damage, they effectively delayed his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Sunran propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, even surprising himself with his swiftness. Indeed, the potential of humanity is boundless. At this moment, Bel and the others had broken free from the encirclement, yet high-level evil spirits pursued them relentlessly. Sunran caught up, calling out, Lulu, have Lingling locate the direction of Granny Fang's home. We must seek her, for only she can defeat Caesar. At this juncture, Caesar and his legion of evil spirits were perilously close, likely to catch them within minutes. Lulu patted Lingling on the shoulder, urging, Lingling, please direct me to Granny Fang's home. Lingling closed her eyes, sensing her surroundings, and then pointed left with her tiny hand. This way, hurry. Lulu rallied the group, leading them in the direction indicated by Lingling. Caesar and his army of evil spirits were now nearly upon them. You all continue on. I shall hold them off. This was Sunran's charismatic nature. It was no wonder that anyone who spent time with him grew to admire him deeply. Bel and the others could only push forward once more. Sunran hastily consumed a green mushroom, and instantly, the spiritual energy within him surged like boiling water, propelling him from the initial stage to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. One should not underestimate even the slightest elevation in realm, for it not only bolstered his spiritual power but also expanded his mental sea. The first to approach were high-level evil spirits, equivalent to the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, and Sunran dispatched them with a single thrust of his spear. Upon their demise, they exploded into spiritual orbs, embodying the essence of their former mental energy. Sunran collected and consumed each one, growing ever stronger with every battle. Suddenly, Sunran felt a jolt of dread. His body was once again locked onto, signifying Caesar had made his move. Yet, presently, his dragon spear had not absorbed enough energy to unleash the heavenly fire frenzy. Glancing back at Bel and the others, who were now far ahead, he prepared to make a final stand. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated, when slaughter blossoms. The fruits born are indeed bloody. No sooner had the words left his lips than a man wielding a longsword entered the fray, intercepting Caesar's deadly blow. In the next instant, he whisked Sunran away. Caesar bellowed in fury, pursue them. Do not let them escape. The swordsman grasped Sunran's shoulder, propelling them forward until they caught up with Bel and the others. Thank you for saving my life, Sunran exclaimed. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Caesar is formidable, and I am no match for him. We must flee swiftly. Even this swordsman was no match for Caesar, let alone Sunran. Had it not been for the dragon spear's eruption of the heavenly fire frenzy, Sunran would have perished beneath the hammer's weight. He could hardly withstand a single blow. For a second time, Sunran resolved to sacrifice himself for the others. It was merely by fate's grace that he was saved once more. Had it not been for this, Sunran could have met his demise at Caesar's hands 1,000 times within a single day. After pursuing Sunran and his companions for half an hour, Caesar realized they had ventured too far from his stronghold. Should other demigods appear, it would spell trouble. He had yet to regain his peak strength, and his evil spirits were not particularly formidable either. Thus, Caesar could only watch as Sunran and his group fled into the distance. Upon returning, Caesar's immediate course of action was to relocate. It was imperative. For should Sunran rally others to summon a host of demigods, his fate would be sealed, with their pursuers finally out of sight. Sunran and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. I still do not know your name. I am Sun Ran. This is my wife, Lulu, and this is Belle. Sun Ran introduced everyone. The swordsman, maintaining his cool demeanor, replied, "You may call me E." "Thank you, brother E. We are on our way to seek my two demigod friends to inquire how to deal with Caesar. Would you care to join us?" E, gripping his longsword, nodded impassively. "Very well. I have nowhere else to be. I shall accompany you." Sun Ran's party grew once more. A formidable group soaring through the skies until they arrived at a familiar valley. Lulu eagerly descended to the ground, calling out, "Granny Fong, Uncle Lei, I have returned." Chapter 111. Gathering in the valley, old Granny Fong swiftly emerged from her dwelling, a smile illuminating her face as she exclaimed, "Little girl, you have returned. Come. Let me have a good look at you." Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Tell me, have you surrendered your heart to that lad, Sun Ran?" Lulu lifted her chin proudly and replied, "Indeed, I have. What do you think? Am I not impressive?" "Oh dear, another love-struck girl," Granny Fong sighed. "If that Sun Ran dares to mistreat you, you must inform me, and I shall ensure he receives his due punishment." At that moment, Sun Ran and his companions arrived in the valley. Just then, old Master Lei stepped out of his house and, upon seeing Sun Ran, shouted, "Son-in-law, you're here. Have you seen my daughter?" Granny Fong shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "You're being ridiculous. You've barely started, and already you're calling him son-in-law." "Sun Ran, who are these people accompanying you? Introduce them to your Granny Fong. It's been years since our valley has seen such liveliness." Sun Ran began introducing Belle and the others to Granny Fong, recounting their adventures in detail. The evil spirit. The Dark Lord Caesar. This is a tale from over 1,000 years ago. Although we were not participants in that battle, we have heard of its ferocity. Caesar single-handedly forced over 100 demigods to retreat, only to be slain by 2 hidden experts of divine rank. Is it possible he did not perish? Has he returned to life? E, clutching his sword, interjected, "Indeed, he has been resurrected. I have been investigating his revival when I encountered Sun Ran, and he saved me from Caesar's undead weapon. In that moment, I sensed that Caesar was not at his peak strength. He was gravely wounded. Otherwise, I could not have saved Sun Ran." Old Master Lei pondered for a moment and remarked, "If Caesar regains his full strength, it will spell catastrophe for the realm of the mind. His evil spirit can utterly shatter the mental seas of cultivators, rendering them thoughtless and effectively turning them into his slaves. This is why he was able to force over 100 demigods to retreat." Sun Ran confessed, "I am currently at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, yet I feel I could not withstand even a single strike from him." Granny Fong chuckled. "You have only been cultivating for a few decades. Barely 50 years. Do you have any idea how long we have dedicated to our training? Therefore, what you lack is not talent, but time." Old Master Lei insisted, "This matter cannot rest solely on Granny Fong and myself. I must seek out additional allies." "I can assist you," he offered. "Though I am merely at the early stage of the demigod realm, my parents perished at Caesar's hands, and I seek vengeance. I shall join you." Sun Ran realized that Yi's investigation into Caesar was driven by a desire for revenge. Belle stepped forward, saying, "I am at the spirit enlightenment stage, equivalent to the great ascension stage in the real world. I will join as well." The 3 sisters, Lu Ruyan and Lu Lu, who were all at the same transformation realm level, expressed their willingness to join the cause. Old Master Lei shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your goodwill, but against an opponent like Caesar, even we demigods have no assurance of victory. Therefore, I advise you all against joining the fray." Sun Ran had not initially intended to join, as he was still reeling from the fear of being defeated so easily. After some discussion, Sun Ran suggested that since it was their first meeting, they should prepare a bonfire and enjoy roasted fish together in celebration of his miraculous escapes today. He and old Master Lei went to the river to fish, while Belle and Dee accompanied them. The girls assisted Granny Fong in preparing other ingredients at home. In no time, Sun Ran and old Master Lei had caught over 30 various spirit fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. They cleaned and prepared the fish for roasting, filling the valley with the fragrant aroma of spirit honey and fish. The next day, Sun Ran decided to return to the real world with Lulu. Their quest for spiritual objects had borne fruit: red and green fruits, small mushrooms, and spirit honey, enough to sustain his girl group for some time. Meanwhile, old Master Lei and he planned to seek out demigod allies to join them in confronting the Dark Lord Caesar, for if he regained his peak strength, it would lead to disaster in the realm of the mind. Belle and the 3 sisters chose to remain in the valley, as their home was no longer safe. As they parted ways, Sun Ran assured old Master Lei that he and Lu Lu would return in a month, although he would not participate in the assault against Caesar. He wished to broaden his horizons. Sun Ran, Lulu, and Ling Ling found a concealed spot to return to the real world. He was not yet ready to reveal his ability to return to reality to Belle and the others, despite their shared experiences of life and death. He preferred to keep his cards close to his chest. Upon returning to the real world, the first order of business was to summon Su Ningmeng, Sunjingshin, Wang Defa, and by Mainyang to distribute rewards. He presented them with small mushrooms, green fruits, spirit honey, and luminescent spirit stones, which possessed a density of spiritual energy far superior to that of stones in the real world. Just a few placed in a room could saturate it with spiritual energy, significantly hastening their cultivation. Then he entered the training space, where Tang Tian was responsible for coaching. Sun Ran entrusted her with over 10,000 red fruits to distribute among the team. Currently, all 13,000 members of his girl group were at the foundation establishment stage, mostly achieving great perfection. However, they lacked practical combat experience, preventing anyone from advancing to the golden core stage. Thus, these red fruits were perfectly suited for them. Once they reached the golden core stage, Sun Ran would take them out to see the world. He was confident that this formidable team, after merging 9 elemental forces, would undoubtedly surpass any opponent of the same level. Upon returning to the city lord's manor, Steward Li Changgue hurried to report his work. This was secondary, as there was another urgent matter he needed to inform Sun Ran about. Upon seeing Sun Ran, Li Changgue respectfully bowed and stated, "My lord, I have now reached the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage, thanks to your miraculous transformation pills." Sun Ran laughed heartily, saying, "That is well deserved. There is no need for formality. There is one more thing. In 10 days, it will be the Emperor of Nanwa's birthday, and all city lords must attend the royal city with a precious gift." Sun Ran inquired, "What are the consequences of not attending? If you do not attend, it is likely that your position as city lord will be replaced by someone from the royal family the following year, so it is advisable that you go." "You mentioned that all 300 city lords across the nation will attend, correct?" "Indeed, my lord." Sun Ran smirked mischievously. "Ah. This presents a splendid opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." Chapter 112. Gathering followers while walking as the door swung open, Su Ningmeng stepped inside. "Ningmeng, your cultivation has advanced remarkably. You are already in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm?" Su Ningmeng settled beside Sun Ran, leaning into his embrace. "After consuming the red fruit you gifted me, I successfully transcended my tribulation and reached this stage." She handed him a small offering. "Here, take this, but remember, you may only consume it once within 2 months, otherwise you'll experience hallucinations." Sun Ran produced a vibrant green mushroom, radiating with potent spiritual energy. "Ah, a green mushroom. How exquisite," she exclaimed. "I discovered this in the realm of the spirit domain, and I nearly couldn't return due to my quest for it." After recounting the entire ordeal, Su Ningmeng listened with trepidation. "Darling, please refrain from venturing into that world again. It is far too perilous." Sun Ran chuckled. "Only through danger can one reap rewards. Fear not. I have befriended several formidable experts there, including Granny Feng, Lord Lei, Yi, and Belle. They can assist in resolving any issues. My sole responsibility is to gather spiritual treasures. Now, eat this quickly before its energy dissipates." Nodding, Su Ningmeng understood that their shared rebirth and cultivation had naturally strengthened their bond. She consumed the small mushroom, savoring its flavor, and as she swallowed, a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted within her, rapidly elevating her cultivation. In a short span, she ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. "Wow, this is astonishing. If combined with the elixirs you've provided, I could elevate to the transformation stage today." Sun Ran shook his head. "Do not rush into transcending your tribulation. Hastiness may destabilize your foundation and lead to failure. Wait a year until you have fully stabilized your current realm before attempting to transcend." He continued, "There are many more mushrooms. Take them to the others to help elevate their realms as well." Embracing Sun Ran, her gaze nearly sparkling with affection, he understood her unspoken sentiments. Sun Ran closed the door, and together they ventured into a realm of bliss. The following day, Sun Ran produced the green fruits and spiritual honey, instructing everyone on their usage to enhance mental strength and cultivation. He emphasized that his women should consume these daily. Such consistent consumption would lead to stable and rapid growth in their cultivation while infinitely increasing their mental prowess. Having arranged these matters, Sun Ran departed alone from Frostleaf City, journeying to Purple Flame City, where he sought out Song Wujie. At that moment, Song Wujie was preparing to attend the Emperor's birthday banquet. Upon seeing Sun Ran, he rushed out to greet him. "Master, your timing is impeccable. I was just pondering a way to accompany you to the royal city." Sun Ran replied, That is my intention as well. It is my first visit, and I feared I might get lost. By the way, what gift have you prepared? Song Wujie revealed a small box from within his ropes. This elixir can stabilize and enhance the transformation stage cultivation. It is exceedingly precious, and I hesitate to use it. Very well, I shall prepare a gift of equal value, Sun Ran declared. With that, the two set off, gathering their followers from Blackstone City and Sand Dune City. And they departed together for the royal city. As the four of them journeyed, they reveled in the scenic beauty and local customs while soaring toward the royal city. However, shortly after takeoff, they encountered a group of individuals. Isn't that Zhang Daqiang, the lord of Blackstone City? A group approached Sun Ran, clasping their fists in greeting. Zhang Daqiang stepped forward. Isn't this Lord Lianqing from Thousand Crane City? Who are these individuals? Lian introduced, this is Qian from Blue Flower City, Wei from 100 Herb City, and Ren from Heavenly Ginseng City. We are traveling together to attend the Emperor's birthday. Brother Zhang, who are these companions of yours? Just as Zhang Daqiang was about to introduce them, Sun Ran interjected with a slight smile. You need not know my name. Simply refer to me as Master. With that, for radiant waves of 9-colored spiritual energy surged into their minds, leaving them momentarily stunned. One by one, Sun Ran forged master-servant contracts with them. Greetings, Master, they collectively bowed. Very well, manage your cities as you see fit. Should any actions arise, I will notify you directly. Yes, Master. Thus, their party expanded from 4 to 8. Over the next 3 days, Sun Ran encountered several more groups, each comprising a city lord accompanied by subordinates, all of whom inevitably became his servants. On the 4th day, Sun Ran, accompanied by 32 city lords, entered the royal city. At the city gates, a battalion of soldiers halted their progress, thoroughly inspecting their cultivation levels and verifying their identities as city lords before issuing an invitation. Sun Ran glanced at the soldiers, his heart racing with astonishment. The guards were all at the nascent soul realm, while the squad leaders were at the transformation stage. This revelation deviated from the rumors he had heard. Wasn't the Emperor supposed to be at the transformation stage? Why were the gatekeepers already at that level? Under the guidance of his squad, Sun Ran arrived at an extravagant inn, towering 4 stories high. In the realm of cultivation, technology was nearly non-existent. Yet the royal city boasted such impressive architecture. Master, Song Wujie explained, these high rises are the works of formation masters, stabilized by intricate formations, rendering them remarkably sturdy. Ah, I see. Upon entering the inn, the staff escorted everyone to the 2nd floor. Here are your room numbers. Please locate your respective rooms accordingly. The attendant handed out the keys before departing. Following his room number, Sun Ran opened the door to find a room imbued with ancient charm, impeccably clean and tidy. At that moment, a fellow city lord emerged from a neighboring room, evidently also attending the birthday banquet. The individual glanced at Sun Ran, promptly shut the door, and left. You 4, investigate who resides nearby and report back to me tonight. Yes, Master. Returning to his room, Sun Ran lit a cigarette, contemplating the opportunity at hand. He was determined to seize this moment to control all the city lords of Nanhua Kingdom. Once he had dominion over them, the royal family would be left with only the royal city. What could they contest against him? When he ascended to the throne, he must implement a thorough reform in the cultivation world. The current state of affairs was utterly deplorable. Throughout his journey, he had witnessed countless cities where commoners endured dire hardships, and brigands roamed freely, robbing travelers. Had Sun Ran not possessed formidable strength, he doubted he would have even reached the royal city. It was no wonder that everyone traveled in groups. Sun Ran suspected that these bandits were affiliated with the royal family. How else could they brazenly commit such acts of violence? Even more infuriating was the annual obligation to present a birthday gift to the emperor. The city lords who offered the least impressive gifts would likely lose their titles the following year. Thus, the city lords strained every effort to amass spiritual stones, dedicating months to prepare splendid gifts for the emperor. As for how the city lords acquired these stones, it was through the exploitation of the lower-tier cultivators. The oppressed cultivators, burdened by grievances, dared not voice their anger nor seek revenge. They could only vent their frustrations on the common folk. This cycle of exploitation had led to an atmosphere of corruption throughout the Nanhua Kingdom, and the architect of this wretched state was none other than the emperor, who was set to celebrate his birthday in 5 days. Chapter 113. Unexpected gains. That evening, Song Wujie and his companions arrived at Sun Ran's chamber. Master, take a look. I have meticulously noted down the rooms occupied by the city lords in the vicinity. The paper was densely filled with over 200 names alongside their respective room numbers. But wait, weren't we told that our Nanhua nation has 360 cities? How can there be only over 200 names? Song Wuji quickly clarified. The remaining 100-plus cities are all first-tier major cities, controlled by royal relatives. The others are second-tier and third-tier cities, which are under our jurisdiction. Sun Ran nodded and remarked, "Have you noticed that the squad leaders among the soldiers here are at the transformation stage while the soldiers themselves are at the nascent soul stage? Is this reasonable?" Song Wuji responded, "These individuals are likely part of the royal guards, temporarily stationed at the city gates to receive the various city lords." "Oh, that makes sense. Do you know the current cultivation level of the emperor?" Song Wuji whispered, "I heard a rumor today that the emperor has reached the Great Ascension stage. His rapid advancement is largely due to the spirit stone taxes and various rare treasures gifted by the city lords. How outrageous. He reaps all the benefits for himself. Truly a despicable rogue." Sun Ran chuckled, "Enough of your curses. If you were emperor, you might be even more corrupt." Song Wuji offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Sun Ran glanced at the list and said, "Tonight, we have much to do. You all should return and rest." As Song Wuji and the others exited the room, Sun Ran stretched his neck and, following the list, commenced the night's endeavors. He stepped out of his chamber and gently knocked on the door of the adjacent room. The door creaked open. "Who are you?" Sun Ran grinned. "I am your dear father." With that, he unleashed a mental attack that rendered the individual momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Sun Ran executed the master-servant contract, successfully binding a servant in under 10 seconds. This exemplifies the immense benefits of possessing formidable mental power. Sun Ran's mental strength was undeniably extraordinary. Even while wielding the Dragon Spear's ultimate technique, the Fiery Dragon, he could withstand Caesar's lethal strike. This attests to the potency of his mental prowess, which stemmed from his 2 tribulations endured within the realm of spirit, coupled with his relentless engagement in battles utilizing mental force. Therefore, even a formidable opponent at the Great Ascension stage would find their mental capacity inferior in his presence. The most powerful city lord residing in this inn was at the transformation stage, while the weakest was at the nascent soul stage. Within 2 hours, Sun Ran had successfully bound over 240 city lords, adding to the 30 he had previously acquired. Now, 80% of Nanhua Nation cities had effectively transformed into Sun Ran's private domain. Regarding the remaining cities, Sun Ran resolved to seize the opportunity to eradicate the emperor's minions entirely. Suddenly, Sun Ran felt invigorated by a new objective, to rectify the cultivation world of the Kanglan realm. He aimed to bring down those lofty, self-righteous cultivators. Were it not for them, Hao Tian and Luoyi would not have been subjected to repeated reincarnations, nor would Hao Tian have been imprisoned for over 1 billion years. Ultimately, it is these cultivators' hypocrisy that fuels their greed and selfishness in pursuit of cultivation resources. The following day, with 4 days remaining until the emperor's birthday banquet, Sun Ran, accompanied by his loyal subordinates, wandered through the royal city, absorbing the local culture. After all, this would soon be his territory. The streets were bustling with people, flanked by shops selling cultivator supplies, spiritual stone exchange establishments, and other merchant venues. In contrast, shops operated by mortals, such as clothing stores, restaurants, and general goods, were relegated to remote corners. A glance around revealed predominantly cultivator shopping, with scarcely a mortal in sight. Royal guards occasionally patrolled the streets to maintain order. At that moment, the already crowded street grew even more congested as numerous cultivators gathered to witness a commotion. Sun Ran, comfortably seated in a tea house on the street, discerned the unfolding events with clarity. To put it succinctly, a traffic incident had occurred. 2 carriages collided as they attempted to pass each other. Resolving the matter would have been simple enough, but one of the carriages was occupied by a member of the royal family, specifically the emperor's beloved concubine, while the other belonged to a woman of the transformation stage. Both occupants had powerful backing, leading to a heated exchange of insults. Naturally, the sight of 2 stunning women quarreling in public drew a crowd. Though initially uninterested, Sun Ran recognized the potential opportunity presented by the involvement of the emperor's concubine. He turned to his fellow city lords and instructed, "All of you, go down and maintain order, proclaiming your identities as city lords to create an opening for me." "Yes, master." Over 50 city lords promptly rushed to the scene, displaying their city lord tokens to the onlookers and dispersing the crowd. At this juncture, Sun Ran stealthily approached the emperor's concubine, delivering a mental attack that pierced her mental sea. A mere golden core stage concubine was left momentarily dazed. After establishing the master-servant contract, he directed another mental attack at the other woman still engaged in the argument. In less than half a minute, both women were successfully bound to him. Sun Ran whispered, "You two, quickly instruct the coachman to drive away. Wait for me in the nearby alley." Upon hearing this, both women obediently returned to their carriage, and as the onlookers saw that the matter was resolved, they lost interest, and the street soon returned to its lively bustle. The emperor's concubine ordered her coachman to steer the carriage into the nearby alley and halt. Naturally, the coachman, being affiliated with the concubine, dared not speak out of turn. Before long, Sun Ran surveyed the area for witnesses and swiftly climbed aboard the carriage, immediately enveloped by an alluring fragrance. Truly, as the emperor's concubine, she was breathtakingly beautiful with an enviable figure, and she emanated a captivating scent. "What is your name?" "Master, I am Wang Shihan, the emperor's concubine." "What brings you out of the palace?" Wang Shihan knelt within the carriage. "I'm going to the temple to pray for the emperor." "Why have you come alone without any maidservants?" "Prayers must come from the heart. Bringing others may disrupt the sincerity." "So, you hold deep affection for the emperor?" Wang Shihan quickly lowered her head. "No, master. The one I love most now is you. I would willingly die for you." "That won't be necessary. I wish to inquire about the emperor's current cultivation level and the hidden experts within the palace." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shihan replied, "The emperor is currently at the mid-stage of Great Ascension. The palace guards are comprised of the Imperial Guard, whose highest commander is at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The Imperial Guard typically consists of cultivators at the Golden Core stage and above. As for the hidden experts, I am unaware." Sun Ran nodded, realizing that the royal family possessed some formidable assets. Quickly subduing them would prove challenging. "All right, I understand. You may rise now. Stand so I can see you." The carriage was quite elevated, and Wang Shihan stood, deliberately swaying before feigning a fall into Sun Ran's embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ran deftly maneuvered to place the Emperor of Nanwa Nation in a precarious position. The coachman, filled with dread, was acutely aware that possessing such a monumental secret would inevitably shorten his life. Yet, he was paralyzed with fear and could not bring himself to leave until an hour later when Sun Ran disembarked the carriage, looking refreshed and invigorated. He then presented the coachman with a servant master contract, and with a smile, instructed, "Take good care of your carriage. Off you go." "Yes, my lord." Although Sun Ran did not acquire the most clandestine information, he did gain the companionship of a striking beauty, which was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Next on his agenda was to attend the emperor's birthday banquet and seize the opportunity to conquer the remaining fewer than 100 cities. Ultimately, he needed to focus on his own cultivation. It was becoming increasingly evident that without advancing to the Great Ascension stage, all his efforts would be in vain. Chapter 114. Sun Ran unwittingly trapped in illusions. Only 2 days remain until the longevity banquet. Today, individuals from the palace summoned all the city lords of Nanwa Kingdom for what can be considered a work report meeting. This segment has never been part of the annual proceedings, so it is puzzling why such a new regulation was introduced this year. Sun Ran and his companions did not voice any objections, for the emperor's authority is paramount. The moment they entered the imperial palace, Sun Ran was immediately struck by the overwhelming presence of thousands of powerful individuals, most at or above the transformation stage, with several even reaching the pinnacle of that realm. Sun Ran silently rejoiced that he had not acted recklessly. "Esteemed city lords, His Majesty awaits you in the banquet hall. We shall not intrude," declared the pompous eunuch leading the way. The others turned to Sun Ran. "Let us proceed together." Although Sun Ran hailed from a technologically advanced world, he was utterly awestruck by the palace's opulence. The phrase brilliantly gilded scarcely encapsulates the grandeur of the imperial residence. Every detail and ornament within the palace radiated absolute luxury. In the banquet hall, over 100 imperial relatives were already seated, leaving only Sun Ran and the other city lords standing. The emperor, named Nansonghai, appeared to be in his 40s, yet he was a formidable master at the early stage of the Great Ascension. "Bring forth seats. City lords, you have traveled far, and your efforts are commendable." Sun Ran and the other lords promptly returned the courtesy, proclaiming, "Long live the emperor." Each took a seat, their tables laden with delicacies. Yet none dared to touch their chopsticks, awaiting the emperor's command. Indeed, once everyone was settled, Emperor Nansonghai cleared his throat and began. "All of you present are the pillars of Nanwa Kingdom. You oversee the affairs of your cities and have journeyed great distances to celebrate my longevity. I am exceedingly pleased. Thus I propose a toast to you all." 360 lords rose in unison, raising their cups in salute and drinking heartily. After setting down his cup, the emperor savored a bite of cold pig ears to wash down the wine and continued. "The purpose of today's gathering is not to discuss the status of your cities, for I trust each of you implicitly. However, as you know, our Nanwa Kingdom lies at the southernmost tip of the southern continent, bereft of resources and talent, and has long been under the watchful eye of the Black Dragon Kingdom to the north. Last month, an incident occurred at our border city, sparked by a clash between cultivators from both nations. To my shock, the Black Dragon Kingdom dispatched an army of 10,000 transformation stage experts, seizing control of the border city. My envoys were sent for negotiations, but they were slain, their heads returned to me. The Black Dragon Kingdom seeks war. Though our Nanwa Kingdom is but a small border nation, we shall not cower before them. Come, let us drink to our unity. Sun Ran quickly grasped the Emperor's intent. He was rallying for soldiers. Not only was he demanding funds, but also conscription. After the second toast, the Emperor continued, "This year, city lords need not pay tax silver. However, each of you must assemble 100,000 cultivators within 3 months, their cultivation levels not to fall below the Golden Core stage. 3 months hence. You will lead these elite troops to the royal city. If any city encounters difficulties, speak to me privately. Do we have any objections?" A chuckle escaped the Emperor's lips. Who would dare voice dissent? With no objections forthcoming, he raised his cup for a third toast, proclaiming, "May we triumph over the Black Dragon Kingdom. You shall all be celebrated as the heroes who expand the territories of Nanwa Kingdom, your names etched in history." What followed were mere platitudes exchanged back and forth. Sun Ran, disinterested, swept aside the spirit fruits, spirit wines, and flesh of spirit beasts from the table, listening idly to the Emperor's ramblings. An hour later, the banquet finally concluded. Upon returning to the inn, his companions, Song Wuji and Zhang Daqiang, who had been with Sun Ran from the start, approached him with downcast expressions. "Master, finding those 100,000 cultivators is one thing, but the expenses will be higher than paying taxes. I maintain 1,000 private soldiers, and I'm nearly out of provisions." Song Wuji lamented, on the verge of tears, being the poorest among the city lords, hence the most anxious. Zhang Daqiang, though not lacking in funds, was in dire need of manpower. "Master, the cultivators in our city are generally of low cultivation. Golden Core practitioners are scarce. Where am I supposed to find 100,000? Sun Ran chuckled. "Why are you so anxious when I remain calm? Mark my words. That old emperor will not live beyond 3 months. Rest assured." That night, Sun Ran ventured 100 miles outside the royal city, retrieving the green mushroom. He felt he had fully digested the previous one, thus decided to consume another. Sitting atop a mountain, the spiritual energy was at its zenith. The moon hung high, and the area was deserted. He swallowed the small mushroom in one gulp, and instantly, spiritual energy surged within him, propelling him towards the late stage of transformation. The energy coursed through his body, strengthening every cell and meridian. However, just as he was about to break through, the energy suddenly waned. "What? The late stage of transformation requires this much energy?" he exclaimed. "No choice, I must try again." In his eagerness, he had forgotten the hallucinations that could result from excessive consumption. He retrieved another mushroom and swallowed it whole, replenishing his energy and surging towards the late stage. Atop the mountain, however, visions began to manifest before him. "Zhao Qian, I toiled for 5 years for you, and this family, only to receive your intent to kill me. You venomous woman, what good is your beauty? I shall end your life now." If anyone had been nearby, they would have deemed Sun Ran a madman, for he was conversing with himself, unleashing vibrant spells into the air. The mountaintop was nearly obliterated by his chaotic energy. "Do not flee, wretched woman. I shall slay you now, along with Song Ren and that bastard child." Though this incident had transpired many years prior, the pain it inflicted upon Sun Ran was profound. In moments of hallucination, his most sorrowful memories would involuntarily resurface. Little did he know, all of this was but an illusion. Sun Ran remained ensnared within this fantasy, struggling without awareness, and if he continued down this path, he risked succumbing to madness. At that moment, a crisp voice interjected. "Darling, what has happened to you?" The speaker was none other than Lulu and Ling Ling. Since Sun Ran's departure, Lulu had felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. Being a fox spirit, she found little common ground with Su Ningmeng and the others, often isolating herself. 2 days after Sun Ran's departure, Lulu resolved to visit the royal city with Ling Ling to find him. As fate would have it, while soaring over the mountains, they happened upon the sound of Sun Ran's cries. Without hesitation, they landed, astonished to find him in such a state. Sun Ran was in dire straits, ensnared in illusions from which he could not escape. Ling Ling quickly opened the gateway to the spiritual realm. "I shall take my husband to find Granny Feng." Chapter 115. The Jade Ornament strikes again. Overcoming the crisis, Ling Ling recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly opened a portal before Sun Ran. Lulu rushed to Sun Ran's side, exclaiming, "Darling, I am Zhao Qian. You must come and slay me." Sun Ran, his eyes red with rage, teetering on the brink of madness, mistook Lulu's voice for that of Zhao Qian and followed her into the portal. Upon entering the realm of the mind, They found themselves in the canyon where Granny Wind resided. Granny Wind, hurry. Sun Ran has consumed too many green mushrooms and has fallen into a hallucination. You must find a way to save him. At this moment, only Granny Wind and the three sisters, Jin and I, remained at home, while old Lei, Belle, and he had gone elsewhere to seek powerful allies to confront the Dark Lord Caesar. Upon hearing Lulu's cries, the group rushed out. Sun Ran was relentlessly pursuing Lulu. And it is worth noting that he was now at the late stage of the transformation realm, his mastery of 9 elements allowing him to overpower cultivators of similar levels. Lulu was in a dire state. Granny Wind swiftly arrived, invoking her demigod abilities to forcibly restrain Sun Ran. She then used her mental force and divine consciousness to untangle the chaotic spiritual energy within him. After a few minutes, Sun Ran's breathing began to stabilize, and his eyes gradually regained their clarity. This child, why is he so eager to elevate his cultivation? If I had arrived even a moment later, he would have surely fallen into madness. Granny Wind assisted Sun Ran back into the house, continuing to guide his internal energy with her demigod aura until he fell into a deep slumber before stepping outside. Lulu, where did you find Sun Ran? Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Lulu recounted to Granny Wind about Sun Ran's visit to the royal city for the emperor's birthday celebration. He must be desperate to expand his influence in the real world, hastily seeking the true reincarnation of Roy. But there is no need for such recklessness. While these green mushrooms can enhance cultivation, the side effects are severe. One misstep, and he could be trapped in an irreversible state. Lulu, on the verge of tears, implored. Granny Wind, is my husband going to be all right? For now, he is safe, but escaping this hallucination is no simple task. I have merely suppressed it temporarily. The rest depends on Sun Ran's willpower. Though Sun Ran lay in slumber, within his mind, he remained ensnared in a dreamscape. The familiar neighborhood, buildings, and rooms all conveyed a stark truth. None of this belonged to him. There was no love, no familial bond, no dignity, everything was a facade. After 5 years of struggle, he was met with the cruel betrayal of being slain by the one he cherished most. No one could accept such a fate. In his dream, he roared, venting his deep-seated grievances. Meanwhile, in reality, the spiritual energy within him surged chaotically, causing his body to swell like a balloon, threatening to burst. Suddenly, the jade ornament upon his chest emanated a refreshing aura, coursing through his entire being, stabilizing the tumultuous energy within and pulling Sun Ran from the depths of his hallucination. The cool essence continued to circulate within him, fully digesting the residual energy from the green mushrooms and transforming it into Sun Ran's cultivation power. Ultimately, the jade's cooling energy reached his spiritual sea, swiftly merging with his consciousness. The next moment, Sun Ran awakened, drenched in cold sweat, finally comprehending the peril of overindulging in green mushrooms. Had it not been for the jade ornament's timely intervention, he might have truly exploded. Upon inspecting his internal state, he was astounded to find that he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Most notably, his spiritual sea had expanded, becoming deeper and broader, and his mental power had more than doubled. Fortune from misfortune. Sun Ran exited the house to find Lulu softly weeping in Granny Wind's embrace. What is wrong, my dear? Who has upset you? I shall confront them. Startled, Lulu leapt into Sun Ran's arms. Darling, you nearly scared me to death. Can you not be so reckless? You have no idea how dangerous it was just now. Granny Wind said that had I arrived even a moment later, you would have succumbed to madness. Sun Ran gently patted Lulu's back, smiling, do not worry. I will never consume 2 green mushrooms at once again. Turning to Granny Wind, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Granny Wind, for saving my life. She waved her hand dismissively. You must understand that seeking Roy's reincarnation requires both opportunity and fate. Do not be so hasty, or you may end up with the opposite of your intentions. Sun Ran sheepishly smiled. Thank you for your guidance, Granny Wind. I understand my mistake. After some light conversation, Sun Ran had matters to attend to in the real world, prompting them to return. My dear, I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Come, let us explore the royal city today, and I shall treat you to a day of fun. Wonderful. You know, darling, I was nearly bored to death in Frostleaf City. Did Sister Lemon not keep you company? Of course, they entertained me, but the topics they discussed, cosmetics, skincare, fashion, and body image, held no interest for me. So I sneaked away to find you. Haha, no worries. From now on, I shall take you on adventures. The two playfully embraced, indulging in their games. As dawn broke, a weary Lulu was reluctant to leave her sleeping bag, prompting Sun Ran to dress her, pack away the sleeping bag, and carry his adorable companion back to the royal city. Upon arrival, a plethora of breakfast stalls had already set up. Unlike ordinary breakfasts, these offerings catered to cultivators, featuring meats from exotic beasts, spiritual fruits, and spiritual milk, all designed to replenish expended energy, and some extravagant ingredients could even enhance cultivation, though most cultivators could not afford them. Sun Ran and Lulu made their way to the largest breakfast establishment in the royal city, ordering several exquisite dishes, such as spirit rice porridge made from the blood of a dragon deer horn, costing 10 premium spirit stones per bowl, and the chest meat of a turtle, which was not only beneficial for cultivation but also wonderfully nourishing for women and Appo's skin, priced at 20 premium spirit stones for a small plate. At that moment, a young waiter approached Sun Ran, whispering, "Esteemed guest, we have just received 1,000-year-old white tiger king and Appo's whip this morning. It and Appo's a significant supplement for only 50 premium spirit stones. The preparation is meticulous, ensuring no foul odor remains." Sun Ran pondered for a moment. It was indeed time to replenish his strength. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Bring me one. I want an Appo's tea pay if it's not good." The young waiter nodded eagerly. "Certainly, please enjoy." In a short while, the waiter returned with a large bowl, gently placing it on the table. "We have selected the finest segment of the tiger whip, prepared to perfection. Please savor it." Just as the waiter turned to leave, the door was violently flung open, and the young waiter was knocked aside by the door as a man clad in a yellow robe strode in, followed by several attendants. Upon entering, he pointed at Sun Ran, shouting, "Damn it, I want tiger whip soup right now. Put it down. And that woman, don't you dare leave. I shall taste the efficacy of the tiger bone soup after consumption. You may take your leave." Chapter 116. The tragic sixth prince. Sun Ran was utterly bewildered, pondering who this fool was, making such a ruckus upon entering. At that moment, the innkeeper, struggling to rise, cautiously remarked, "My lord, the tiger whip soup has already been sold. However, fret not, for we have more in the kitchen. I shall instruct them to prepare a fresh batch for you. Enough of your nonsense. If I want to eat, I demand the finest." Sun Ran bellowed, his irritation palpable. With that, he delivered a resounding slap that sent the innkeeper's head spinning a full 360 degrees, leaving him lifeless. Sun Ran's expression darkened. "Are you still not leaving? Do you need me to engage with your woman in front of you for your satisfaction? This girl is truly stunning. Ha ha ha, splendid. I have changed my mind. You need not depart. Just sit beside me." His followers laughed heartily, one saying, "Your Highness displays such refined taste. Once you are satisfied, do allow us some pleasure as well. Ha ha, you all possess good eyes. Such a rare gem, I have not encountered one in ages. Once I tire of her, I shall pass her to you." Sun Ran leisurely rose, declaring, "You fool shall not leave today. I will arrange a little entertainment for you." Lulu's face flushed with rage. Had Sun Ran not remained silent, she would have charged at them, ready to tear them apart. In the next moment, Sun Ran unleashed a barrage of 4 vibrant mental attacks, piercing directly into their minds with unrelenting force. The leader among them was formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, yet his mental prowess was woefully inadequate to match Sun Ran's. The remaining lackeys, mere cultivators of the nascent soul stage, stood frozen in shock. Having incapacitated them, Sun Ran swiftly bound them with a master-servant contract, sealing the leader's cultivation to ensure his complete control. "You lot, attend to him at once." The leader, now conscious yet horrified to realize his powers had been sealed, felt as powerless as a mere mortal. One lackey ventured forth, saying, "Master, this man is the emperor's younger brother, the lord of the first-tier city, TD City. This may not end well." Sun Ran, his expression devoid of emotion, ordered, "Execute." "Yes, master." As they prepared to act, Sun Ran halted 3 of them, instructing, "You 3, drink the tiger whip soup." "No. Do you know who I am? I am the emperor's brother. I will kill you and spare not even your woman." The prince shrieked in desperation. Sun Ran chuckled, "I had considered sparing you, but since you threaten me, I have altered my decision. Come, you 3, take him with me." Outside the inn, Sun Ran casually sought a place to purchase a house, spending 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones on a small, discreet dwelling. Upon entering the courtyard, he instructed his 3 servants, "From this day forth, do not allow this wretch to leave the house. Attend to him at least 10 times each day." Hearing this, the prince realized Sun Ran was entirely serious. Unafraid of his background, he immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "My lord, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. I possess wealth, immense wealth." With that, he produced his storage ring, relinquishing his mental defenses. Sun Ran accepted it, glancing at the mountain of precious spirit stones within, along with a city lord seal, smiling as he said, "I thank you. Enjoy your life here." With a flick of his finger, a stream of vibrant spirit energy struck the prince's dantian, rendering him utterly powerless. He was now a true mortal. The three lackeys swiftly dragged him inside, for the effects of the tiger whip soup had already taken hold. As Sun Ran and Lulu stepped out of the small courtyard, the anguished cries of the prince echoed behind them. In the palace, Emperor Nansonghai was reveling in the massages of his concubines. "Your Majesty, the sixth prince went out for breakfast today and has yet to return. We are unaware of his whereabouts." "Oh, perhaps he has gone to indulge himself elsewhere. No need to search for him. Fetch the third and fifth princes instead. When the sixth prince returns, have him come to see me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Had the emperor known that his sixth brother was currently enduring unspeakable torment, it would have surely stirred a profound reaction. Before long, the two princes arrived at the imperial harem. "Royal brother, what business do you have with us?" "Sit," the emperor commanded. "Tomorrow marks my birthday. After the festivities, the city lords will return to their respective cities to recruit soldiers. However, I am concerned they may feign compliance. Thus, I wish to send both of you along with the sixth brother to supervise the process across the cities. After all, with the Black Dragon Nation threatening us, we must be prepared." "What of our cities?" the princes inquired. "Find someone trustworthy to manage in your stead for a time. This recruitment must not falter. I sense the Black Dragon Nation's resolve. They will undoubtedly strike within 6 months." Though the brothers were reluctant to embark on such a journey, they recognized the futility of defying the emperor's will. Meanwhile, Sun Ran and Lulu spent the day reveling in the grandeur of the royal city, finding it far more advanced than Frostleaf City, with an abundance of cultivation resources that left them awestruck. Upon returning to the inn in the evening, Lulu naturally shared a room with Sun Ran, and the two turned and tossed throughout the night. The next day marked the emperor's birthday. After preparing, Sun Ran, along with all the city lords, arrived early at the palace. Prior to the banquet, Emperor Nansonghai had the imperial guards display their might before the lords, making his intentions clear. "If you do not hasten to recruit soldiers, I shall unleash the formidable imperial guards upon you." However, these lords were primarily Sun Ran's subordinates and harbored no fear. In the banquet hall, all 360 lords had taken their seats, except for the sixth prince. The emperor frowned, asking, "Have we still not located the sixth prince?" "We have a lead. Yesterday morning, the sixth prince had a confrontation at a breakfast establishment, resulting in the death of a commoner. He was later seen leaving with a man and a woman, and then vanished without a trace." "How could this be? A man of such stature cannot simply disappear." "It is unclear. After leaving the inn, no one has laid eyes upon him since." Were Sun Ran to overhear their conversation, he would surely burst into laughter. He had exchanged the sixth prince's attire for that of a commoner and donned a simple disguise, rendering him unrecognizable. As someone from Earth, he was well versed in counter-surveillance tactics. And with no divine eyes in the royal city, how could they possibly catch him? At that moment, the sixth prince languished in a state of despair within the clandestine dwelling Sun Ran had purchased. The three lackeys, fearing he might take his own life, had bound him tightly, granting him no freedom except for meals and restroom breaks. For them, Sun Ran's commands held greater weight than their own lives. Emperor Nansonghai finally declared, "Enough. We shall not wait any longer. Let him return when he will, and I shall deal with him then." With that, he donned a smile, raising his cup and standing. All the lords promptly rose, lifting their goblets in anticipation of the emperor's toast. Chapter 117. The Divine Pill of Zeali. The emperor's birthday banquet was exceedingly tedious, predominantly revolving around a few repetitive phrases. The overarching sentiment conveyed was that the lords of the cities, without the backing of the Southern Wu Kingdom, were utterly insignificant. They were urged to obediently comply and hastily recruit cultivators, lest they face dire consequences. Although not articulated so bluntly, the implication was unmistakable. Sun Ran chuckled softly, exclaiming, "Just wait, my dear brother. Within 3 months, I shall supplant you." Upon returning to the inn, Sun Ran commanded Song Wuji to relay an order to all the city lords. Each was to summon 200,000 cultivators upon returning to their cities, with the stipulation that they must at least be at the Golden Course stage. However, unlike the Emperor of Southern Wu Kingdom, the funds for this endeavor would be provided by Sun Ran himself. Just 2 days prior, he had confiscated over 300 million premium spirit stones from the sixth prince's spatial ring, a veritable fortune. Additionally, he contributed another 1 billion premium spirit stones. Some derived from the revenues of Frostleaf City and others from dismantling staircases in his cultivation space. These stones would suffice for recruiting soldiers. Sun Ran's ambition was not merely to overthrow the Southern Wu Kingdom, but to vanquish the invading Black Dragon Kingdom as well. Song Wuji, bearing the ring filled with premium spirit stones, delivered orders room by room, while Sun Ran engaged in playful activities with Lulu in their quarters. The following day, all the city lords set forth, accompanied by the 3rd and 5th princes. Each took with them over 100 subordinates, embarking on a tour from city to hasten the recruitment of soldiers. Sun Ran, alongside several neighboring city lords, journeyed back to their base. Upon arriving at the lord's mansion, Sun Ran sensed a foreboding atmosphere. With his divine sense, he discovered that Su Ningmeng was undergoing tribulation. He hastily made his way there, witnessing Su Ningmeng successfully transcending the final lightning tribulation, marking her entry into the early stages of the transformation god realm. "Ah, darling, you have returned," Su Ningmeng exclaimed. Sun Ran smiled and remarked, "Quite impressive. You have reached the transformation god realm." Su Ningmeng pouted, responding, "Not so bad, but I was the last to achieve it. Xiao Xiaoya and Sister Lin Yao succeeded 2 days ago, and even Xiao Jingxin has entered the transformation god realm." Taken aback, Sun Ran queried, "How did you all advance to the transformation god realm so quickly?" Su Ningmeng laughed. "You might not believe it, but it was Zili. She crushed the green mushroom and mixed it with the juice of green fruits and spirit honey, along with some other spiritual herbs to create a pill. The results were astonishing, yielding effects threefold compared to consuming the green mushroom alone. One green mushroom can produce over 80 pills. My heavens! How could I forget about Zili's alchemical genius? Let us go and take a look." Accompanied by Mi Do, Su Li, Tang Tiantian, and others who had supported Su Ningmeng during her tribulation, Sun Ran proceeded to the alchemy room. At this point, Zili had reached the latter stages of the transformation god realm due to her exceptional talent and experimentation with various pills, resulting in rapid growth in her cultivation. "Zili, you've worked hard," he greeted as they entered. Zili, engrossed in her alchemical endeavors, looked up with a flushed face from the heat of the furnace, appearing adorably cute. "Ah, Lord, you've returned. Perfect timing. Come see the new pill I've developed. I've added red fruits to the mix. Though I haven't tested the effects yet, I want to try it myself first." Sun Ran took the jade vial, opened it, and inhaled gently, overwhelmed by the rich spiritual energy nearly bursting forth. Zili continued, "Since the green mushroom poses a risk of hallucination, I've included some awakening herbs to minimize that danger. I estimate that even if one consumes 2 within a month, they won't be manipulated by the green mushroom's toxins." Nodding, Sun Ran replied, "I shall personally test this pill. If successful, we can mass produce it." Lulu interjected, "Darling, you've just consumed 2 green mushrooms. You shouldn't take more." Sun Ran chuckled. "While it was indeed perilous last time, the jade ornament on me has completely cleansed the toxins. Have no worry. What shall we name this pill?" he inquired. "I've named it the Ultimate Red-Green Mushroom Spirit Honey Divine Pill." She exclaimed, "How delightful. What is the yield?" Each batch yields around 80 pills with minimal costs, 3 to 4 red and green fruits, a small bottle of spirit honey, and 2 green mushrooms, alongside some precious herbs. "Excellent. I have plenty of raw materials. Tonight, I shall test this pill and provide you with feedback by tomorrow. I aim to elevate my entire girl group to the Great Ascension realm." That evening, Sun Ran attended to Su Ningmeng and the others, ensuring fairness, especially since he had only one daughter, Sun Jingxin, and yearned to have more children. Yet, despite the passage of years, he had not succeeded in that endeavor. Later that night, Sun Ran, Lulu, and Lingling convened in their room, engaging in intimate activities before Lingling opened the door to the spiritual realm. This time, they did not venture to the valley where Granny Feng resided, as Sun Ran had advised Lingling to avoid disturbing her. They found themselves in an endless prairie adorned with purple grass and pink flowers, a truly beautiful sight. Sun Ran consumed the divine pill, and instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. It was even more potent than ingesting the green mushroom alone, akin to downing an entire bottle of soda in one go. Cautiously, he guided the energy throughout his body to fortify his meridians and cells. After circulating it, he began to assault the bottleneck of the great completion stage of the transformation god realm, preparing to break through to the great ascension realm. With his eyes tightly shut, He infused the energy with powerful spiritual force, ready to breach the barrier. Once, twice, thrice. The barrier thinned, but the impact of the spiritual energy waned. Gritting his teeth, he promptly took another divine pill. Just as Lulu attempted to intervene, it was too late. Sun Ran was aware that the ingredient list revealed that the 80 pills contained merely 2 green mushrooms, granting him confidence to proceed. As the second dose of energy surged with ferocity, he remained unscathed by hallucinations. The newly infused energy transformed into a blade, striking the barrier once more with greater force. A faint sound echoed in his mind. The barrier had finally shattered. In an instant, the previously clear sky above the prairie darkened with ominous clouds. The impending tribulation more formidable than any he had faced before. Yet, Sun Ran remained undaunted and consumed another divine pill. His body brimming with spiritual energy, he felt his cultivation rise steadily. With a thunderous crash, the first bolt of lightning descended, and Sun Ran raised his dragon spear to meet it head-on, emerging unscathed. The second bolt struck without respite, yet he effortlessly countered it. Thus, he overcame all 8 bolts of lightning. With his spiritual energy depleted by more than half, he awaited the final, 9-colored lightning bolt. Indeed, it arrived, the most powerful of all. In a bid for safety, Sun Ran consumed another miraculous elixir, subsequently erecting 30 protective shields, followed by an additional layer of spiritual energy protection enveloping his form. "Come forth. I stand ready," he proclaimed. No sooner had his words faded than the colorful thunder calamity descended upon him, shattering the 30 shields with the ease of a chef slicing tofu. Just as despair gripped Sun Ran's heart, the jade ornament radiated a blinding brilliance, safeguarding his body. In the next moment, a voice resonated within his mind. "Destined one. This is the final act I can perform for you. I entrust you with this task, and I hope you will fulfill it swiftly." Chapter 118. Capturing the city with the fading sound of the jade ornament, the thunderous tribulation had been successfully traversed. Sun Ran, now transformed into Sun Shaosheng, realized that he must rely solely on his own abilities from this point onward. It was imperative to locate Luo Yi as swiftly as possible. She was not only his mentor, but also the benefactor who had saved him countless times. Lu rushed over, wrapping her arms around Sun Ran's, exclaiming, "Darling, you did it. You are now a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage." Sun Ran smiled softly, turning inward to examine his purple mansion's Dantian, where the spiritual energy had become rich and unfathomable. His spiritual sea had expanded several times over, and his mental prowess had likewise increased significantly. Indeed, the path ahead was to be forged by his own efforts. Upon returning to the material world, he refrained from seeking out Zili to report on the quality of the elixirs, as the day had grown late. The following morning, he sought out Zili without delay. Zili, the divine elixir you concocted, not only augments vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also replenishes it when depleted. Most importantly, it has no side effects. One can consume it in large quantities without the risk of falling into illusions. I shall provide you with the raw materials, and I need you to produce more. I aim to elevate my entire team to the golden core stage. What say you? Are you confident? Zili patted her chest and replied, "City Lord, leave it to me. With my current cultivation, I can easily refine several thousand pieces in a day. However, I have one condition." Sun Ran chuckled and said, "State your condition. It is surely acceptable." "Well, I wish to consume 3 pieces daily for rapid growth in my own cultivation, which will in turn increase the quantity of elixirs I can produce. Is that agreeable?" "That is hardly a request. You could consume 4 if you wished." To solidify his cultivation and perfect the integration of the 9-colored techniques with his mental strength, Sun Ran remained within the city lord's mansion for the subsequent half-month, dedicating himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Su Ningmeng and the others, empowered by the divine elixirs refined by Zili, experienced remarkable progress in their cultivation daily. In just half a month, they had all reached the peak of the transformation stage. Had Sun Ran not restrained them from advancing too swiftly, they would have been ready to undergo tribulation at the Great Ascension stage. "Now, I assign you a task. Engage in combat until your internal spiritual energy is completely expended, and then consume the divine elixir. Only then will your spiritual foundation be solidified. Otherwise, your apparent mastery will remain superficial." This method was gleaned from Sun Ran's own tribulation experiences. Otherwise, he would not have struggled through it, ultimately aided by the jade ornament. Hence, having undergone the tribulation once, Sun Ran felt compelled to share his insights with everyone, including Sun Jing Xian, Lulu, Wang de Fa, by Mei Nyang, and others. Notably, by Mei Nyang, the white tiger had become Wang de Fa's concubine. It hardly seemed like an interspecies affair, as both were felines, after all. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. The female team in the training space, bolstered by the divine elixirs, had all ascended to the golden core stage, and their tribulations proceeded smoothly. The next step would be the nascent soul stage. Zeely continued to refine the formula for the divine elixir. However, with limited raw materials, any adjustments yielded diminishing returns. Sun Ran contemplated venturing into the spiritual realm to seek spiritual entities, but hesitated, wary of encountering the Dark Emperor Caesar. Thus, he resolved to address matters at hand first. One day, the old steward hurriedly approached, stating, "City Lord, the third prince has arrived with his entourage to inspect our city and wishes to speak with you regarding conscription." "Oh, after nearly a month, he finally comes. How slow. Bring him in." "Ah, that may not be appropriate. He is a royal. Perhaps you should meet him personally." Sun Ran chuckled and said, "Very well, I shall see him." The steward led the way, and soon they arrived at the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, where the third prince awaited, accompanied by several attendants. "Are you the city lord? I'll be brief. How goes the conscription? I intend to observe it personally." "There is no need for that." The third prince looked taken aback. "Oh, have you already conscripted all 10,000? Sun Ran shook his head. "Not a single one. Thus, your visit is unnecessary." "Impudence. You dare to disregard me?" At that moment, his attendant, a cultivator at the transformation stage, prepared to strike. Suddenly, they all froze, their eyes vacant. Sun Ran chuckled, effortlessly signing a master-servant contract. This process was exceedingly simple for a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. "Kneel." "Yes, master." "Excellent. You shall remain here for the time being. In a few days, when the fifth prince arrives, we shall depart together." "Understood." The old steward stood by, utterly dumbfounded. The city lord was indeed on the path to rebellion, daring to challenge a royal. "Now, hand over your spatial rings. They will serve you no purpose from here on out." Receiving the rings, Sun Ran nodded, remarking, "I must say, your royal family is quite affluent. A casual gesture yields billions." After collecting the spirit stones, he sent the attendants away and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, the fifth prince had been patrolling over 30 cities for several days without encountering the third prince. Thus, he journeyed south, ultimately arriving at Frostleaf City, Sun Ran's domain. The outcome was straightforward. He was swiftly subdued by Sun Ran. At this moment, all three of the Emperor's younger brothers lay within Sun Ran's grasp. "Next, we shall head north. I intend to bring all first-tier cities within the southern Wu Kingdom under my control." The third prince expressed concern, "Master, these city lords are loyal to the Emperor. This course of action is rather perilous." "Perilous? Nonsense. Your sixth brother has already been dealt with. I shall take you to see his current state." This time, Sun Ran did not travel alone but brought along Su Ningmeng, Lulu, his daughter Sun Jing Xin, Wang de Fa, by Mei Nyang, and others, treating it as a leisurely excursion. As for the conscription status of the second and third-tier cities, there was no need for concern. They would diligently carry out Sun Ran's orders. Under the guidance of the third and fifth princes, Sun Ran systematically approached each city lord. Naturally, it was all done in the names of the third and fifth princes. Upon meeting, Sun Ran promptly secured them with master-servant contracts. Upon completion, he commanded the first-tier city lords to conscript 500,000 soldiers. A month later, aside from the royal city, all city lords within the southern Wu Kingdom had fallen under Sun Ran's control. "You both may return to report. Inform the Emperor that the city lords are nearing completion of their conscription. In a month, they shall all arrive at the royal city." The third and fifth princes quickly acknowledged, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, the Emperor of the southern Wu Kingdom, Nan Songhai, remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Lost in dreams of a million cultivators advancing into the Black Dragon Kingdom, oblivious to the fact that his realm was on the brink of collapse. Chapter 119. The enchanting Empress Murong Qianxue in the capital of the Black Dragon Kingdom. Emperor Shuntian gazed at the intelligence reports in his hands, speaking with a measured calmness. How many soldiers can the 300 cities of the southern Wu Kingdom recruit? It is truly a laughable existence. Do they not realize that in the realm of cultivation, numbers do not dictate victory? Such utter foolishness. Even if they were to muster 30 million golden core cultivators, I would only require 1 million nascent soul warriors to vanquish them. The Chancellor, standing nearby, quickly concurred, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. The southern Sangsi is indeed foolish. However, my humble suggestion is that we allow them to gather their forces, and when our grand army arrives, we shall sweep them away in one fell swoop. How splendid it would be. Humph. Not only shall we sweep them away, but I have also heard that the southern Sangsi boasts an empress of unparalleled beauty, a heavenly maiden. It is said that her brothers, while appearing harmonious, are actually consumed by jealousy over her. When the time comes, I will capture the brothers of the southern Sangsi and humiliate them before their own eyes. The Black Dragon Kingdom possessed 580 grand cities, each a first-tier stronghold. However, 300 years prior, the situation was quite different. The Black Dragon Kingdom was weak, while the Southern Wu Kingdom was formidable. The latter continuously invaded, forcing the former to cede land and pay reparations, even sending the crown prince as a hostage to the Southern Wu Kingdom. This hostage was none other than Shuntiande himself. It is said that Shuntiande was quite remarkable. He learned to endure, constantly studying and cultivating. Ultimately, through his innate talent and the support of Southern Wu officials, he ascended to the transformation stage. He secretly returned to his homeland and set about revitalizing it. Within a mere 2 centuries, he cultivated a formidable force known as the Unbeatable Heavenly Army, consisting of 100,000 elite soldiers, all meticulously selected and trained since childhood. By now, Shuntiande had reached mid-stage in the Great Ascension, and his army had not disappointed, with all reaching the nascent soul stage, and some even advancing to the transformation stage. In the subsequent century, Shuntiande relentlessly expanded his forces, gradually reclaiming territory and cities from the once mighty Southern Wu Kingdom. But he was not content. He sought complete domination, driven by the humiliation and torment he experienced as a hostage. He vowed to repay the Southern Wu Kingdom with interest. And the 100,000 unbeatable heavenly army was his trump card. Since you claim the Southern Sangsi will recruit soldiers, I shall indulge you. A month later, the lords of 360 grand cities convened in the royal capital, accompanied by over 70 million cultivators-turned-soldiers outside the walls. Each was promised a reward of 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones every 10 days, a fortune for those impoverished cultivators, making the prospect of war well worth the risk. For survival might grant them untold riches. Emperor Nan Songhai stood atop the city walls, surveying the multitude of soldiers. Filled with confidence that he could certainly defeat the Black Dragon Kingdom, perhaps even annex it. Upon returning to the palace, Nan Songhai gathered all the city lords before the command platform, preparing for a pre-battle address. For news had arrived that the Black Dragon Kingdom had amassed 1 million soldiers, poised to invade at any moment. Therefore, the army must depart at dawn. To validate his resolve, Nan Songhai brought his empress, Murong Qianxue, to the platform. Sun Ran, standing at the forefront, was immediately captivated upon seeing the empress. She was breathtakingly beautiful, the kind of beauty that was ethereal and untouchable, a perfect portrait without a single flaw. While all men present were entranced, Sun Ran's infatuation was palpable. Nan Songhai regretted bringing his empress, for she was a treasure he seldom dared to approach, given her own prowess in the early stages of the Great Ascension. Just then, Sun Ran leaped onto the command platform, striding directly toward Empress Murong Qianxue. The crowd was bewildered. Was he declaring his love in front of her husband? Nan Songhai scowled. If I recall correctly, you are Sun Ran, Lord of Frostleaf City. What do you intend? Silence. This woman is mine, Sun Ran declared, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon her. How dare you? This is my empress. Nan Songhai shouted in outrage. From today onward, she is no longer yours. She belongs to me, Sun Ran retorted. Frustrated, Nan Songhai unleashed a spell. But Sun Ran effortlessly dispelled it with a mere flick of his hand, then unleashed a 9-colored energy orb infused with spiritual force directly into Nan Songhai's Dantian. Ah, my purple mansion Dantian. You have destroyed it. I will. The emperor collapsed, unconscious. From this day forth, or rather, from this moment, there shall be no more Southern Wu Kingdom. I proclaim the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, founded by me, Sun Ran. All of you are now subjects of the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who defies me may step forward and challenge me. This is a one-time opportunity. Silence enveloped the assembly. The city lords were effectively his subordinates, and the royal guards had yet to reach the Great Ascension stage, making them unlikely challengers. Soon, all present, including the city lords and royal guards, knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Long live the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom! Long live! Long live!" Throughout this, Murong Qianxue remained silent, fully aware of her impending fate. With a single strike, Sun Ran had rendered Nansonghai powerless. She knew she stood no chance against him. From now on, you are mine, Sun Ran declared, lifting Murong Qianxue and soaring back to the Empress's chambers, eager to explore the profound matters of life. Meanwhile, Nansonghai gradually regained consciousness, only to discover that his Empress had vanished, along with the city lords and even his loyal royal guards. Sun Ran, I will kill you. I will kill you. Someone, I am the Emperor. He raved, running madly, and from that day forward, the palace was haunted by a madman who claimed he would slay Sun Ran, insisting he was the Emperor, though no one paid him any mind. The following morning, Empress Murong Qianxue looked reproachfully at Sun Ran. Your Majesty, you truly lack the gentleness and consideration for delicate feelings. You are no longer a young man. Why this impulsiveness? I am unable to fly today. My legs still tremble. Huh. How can I help it when you are so beautiful? Sun Ran chuckled. Even if you could fly, I would not allow you to go to the front lines. You shall stay here and converse with my other wives. As for the Black Dragon Kingdom, I will handle that myself. Murong Qianxue felt a sense of longing, an emotion she had never experienced before. Your Majesty, please be cautious. Upon your victorious return, I shall host a grand banquet to welcome you and serve you well. Fear not, he reassured her before stepping out of the inner palace and onto the command platform. As a man from Earth, he had little regard for formalities, issuing orders for all cultivator soldiers to assemble and march to the front lines, accompanied by his elite force of 13,000 women. Although it is merely the Golden Core stage, Sun Ran's aspiration is to take them out to witness the true warfare of cultivators. This experience would undoubtedly aid their future cultivation endeavors. After 3 days of flight, over 70 million troops arrived at the border, facing off against the forces of Black Dragon City from a distance. A great battle is on the brink of eruption. Chapter 120. High-end combat power determines everything in the border city of Lintian, within the territory of the Black Dragon Kingdom. This place was once a first-class city of the Southern Wu Kingdom, but has now fallen under the control of the Black Dragon Kingdom. Your Majesty, we have just received news from the scout who infiltrated the palace of the Southern Wu Kingdom. A soldier handed a small scroll to Shun Tianda. Oh, news at this hour. Are they not afraid of exposure? But what does it matter? Heh. With a smile, Shun Tianda opened the small scroll, fully confident in the campaign to the south, indifferent to the content of the message. A military coup occurred in the Southern Wu Kingdom. Nansonghai has gone mad. His throne has been taken by a local lord named Sun Ran, a formidable figure of the Great Ascension stage, who incapacitated Nansonghai with a single strike. His strength is unfathomable. One must not be careless. Additionally, the queen of the Southern Wu Kingdom, Murong Qianxue, has already been claimed by Sun Ran. Shun Tianda disregarded the earlier details, but the final sentence pierced his heart. He had harbored a secret affection for Murong Qianxue during his time as a hostage in the Southern Wu Kingdom, daydreaming about her beauty. At that time, she was not yet queen, but still an unattainable figure. As a mere hostage, he had no hope of advancing towards her, only able to admire her from afar. Thus, Murong Qianxue had become a primary motivator for his war. His love for her was profound. Who would have thought that another would seize her before him? However, it mattered not. As long as she was alive, he was indifferent to her past. This is true love. Yet, perhaps he would feel a twinge of sorrow come nightfall. Send out the orders. 100,000 invincible heavenly soldiers as the vanguard, 2,000 Yuan Ing stage cultivators as the second echelon, and 50 million Jin Dan stage cultivators as the third echelon. Advance directly. Do not allow the enemy to stabilize. Strike them down mercilessly. For each Jin Dan stage cultivator killed, reward 100 mid-grade spirit stones. For each Yuan Ing stage cultivator, reward 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. For each transformation stage enemy, reward 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Shun Tianda was truly enraged. He resolved to initiate the war while the enemy was still unsteady. One must admit, the Black Dragon Kingdom is indeed formidable. In both numbers and quality, it is beyond the Southern Wu Kingdom's capabilities. Their Yuan Ing and Jin Dan stage cultivators function as regular troops and are well-versed in formations. In contrast, the Southern Wu Kingdom's forces appeared disorganized, scattered in small groups, resembling a market gathering. Sun Ran had just arrived at the border city of Yuli, between the Southern Wu Kingdom and the Black Dragon Kingdom. Before he could establish his footing, the opposing army of cultivators surged towards them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Imperial Guard sounded the alarm. Sun Ran, along with Su Ningmeng, Lu Lu, and Tang Tian Tian, were strategizing in the main camp when they heard the warning and immediately rushed out. Ascending into the sky, they beheld the Black Dragon Kingdom's army, all clad in uniform black attire, flying in formation on their swords. Looking back at his own troops, they were a motley crew, some still lying on the ground half-dressed. It was a disarrayed mob. Everyone, rise and prepare to face the enemy. Stop sleeping, Sun Ran shouted. At this command, the cultivators hurriedly dressed and took to the air, only to be struck dumb by the sight of the well-ordered enemy ranks and the palpable aura of killing intent. They were genuinely intimidated. Before the battle even commenced, fear had already gripped them. Sun Ran, inexperienced in commanding such numbers, felt a bit dazed and could only shout, "All of you, charge forward, quickly." The cultivators of the Southern Wu Kingdom, driven by the prospect of snacks, began channeling their qi and charging forward. Sun Ran led the charge. As the two armies closed within 500 meters, the enemy suddenly unleashed their assault. 100,000 invincible heavenly soldiers simultaneously cast their spells. Red, green, purple, yellow, various colors hurled mercilessly into the Southern Wu Kingdom's formation. Sun Ran disregarded the onslaught and simply activated his shield, easily deflecting the attacks. However, his comrades were not so fortunate, suffering heavy casualties. Sun Ran then realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Everyone, follow my command. Use your most adept spells, fire." He hurled his 9-colored space blade, infused with mental energy, directly into the enemy ranks. The result was that, while Sun Ran's spell decimated many foes, the rest of his allies' attacks were largely absorbed by the black-clad defenders. "Your Majesty, they possess protective talismans. Our spells cannot breach their defenses," a cultivator exclaimed from behind Sun Ran. How infuriating! Just then, a series of fierce cries erupted behind Sun Ran, accompanied by roars of demonic beasts. A colossal white tiger, 2 30-meter-tall feline beasts, and a 5-meter-high 6-tailed fox surged into the enemy formation, wreaking havoc. In the next moment, Su Ningmeng, Tang Tian Tian, Lin Yao, Sun Jing Xian Tong, and Su Li transformed into formidable fighters, unleashing their 9-colored spells as they charged into the fray, disrupting the enemy formation. These few individuals moved through the ranks of the Black Dragon army with ease. Their ordinary spells posed no threat to them. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated through the skies. Shun Tianda descended. Before a great ascension stage, all transformation stage cultivators were but children. With a single spell, he sent the white tiger reeling, and the next moment, Lu Lu was sent flying. Sun Ran instantaneously teleported to the battlefield. "You face me," Sun Ran declared, smiling as he confronted Shun Tianda. "You are Sun Ran? Ah, your reputation precedes you." Shun Tianda's eyes burned with fury. "I will slay you. I will reclaim Morong Qian Shui." Sun Ran was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended his meaning. "Who would have thought you were a love-struck fool? Haraha." With that, he launched his 9-colored spell, infused with mental energy, towards Shun Tianda. One must admit, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Kingdom possesses considerable skill. However, he held out only a few seconds longer than Nan Songhai. Though his cultivation was equal to Sun Ran's, his mental energy was too feeble. As usual, Shun Tianda defended against Sun Ran's spells, but failed to adequately shield his mental sea. Even if he had defended, it was futile. Sun Ran's mental energy pierced through his defenses. Moments later, Sun Ran's master-servant contract was complete. Shun Tianda, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Kingdom, became Sun Ran's servant. It was that simple. Without formidable mental energy, today's battle would undoubtedly have resulted in the Black Dragon Kingdom's defeat. But there are no ifs in this world. "Order, cease the attack." "Yes, master." Shun Tianda soared into the air, channeling his qi, and shouted, "All soldiers of the Black Dragon Kingdom, halt your assault. Return to the border city and await further orders." His voice echoed far and wide, reaching the ears of all 70 million soldiers on the battlefield. In the next instant, the black-clad soldiers retreated like a receding tide, while the ragtag army of the Southern Wu Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. In such a short time, casualties had already surpassed 1 million, illustrating the formidable combat prowess of the Black Dragon Kingdom soldiers. In this battlefield, what is tested is not individual strength, but the cohesion of the forces. Of course, barring high-end combat power. Chapter 121, The transformation of the Black Dragon Nation into Black Dragon Province. If Sun Ran had known that winning the war could be so effortlessly achieved, he would not have sought out so many cultivators. He could have easily managed them on his own. After a brief tidying of the battlefield, the fallen cultivators were buried where they lay, and those with families received a few spirit stones as consolation. For those without, their demise was in vain, a reflection of the harshness of the cultivation world. Sun Ran summoned all the city lords and entrusted them with the magical formula left by Luo Yi, instructing them to pass it on to all cultivators. This formula served the purpose of locating the true forms of Luo Yi and Hao Tian, should either of their true forms appear near the practitioners of the formula. A notification would be triggered. He emphasized that everyone must learn it, declaring, "Whoever can find the reincarnated true form shall be rewarded with 10 million top-tier spirit stones. This reward is permanent." Having concluded his orders, he disbanded the nearly 80 million cultivators, sending them back to their respective homes. With the affairs of the Dragon Nation settled, Sun Ran, accompanied by his wives, proceeded to the border city of the Black Dragon Nation. At that moment, the emperor of the Black Dragon Nation, Shuntianda, awaited Sun Ran's command. "Speak of your nation's circumstances," Sun Ran commanded, gazing at the kneeling Shuntianda. "Yes, my lord. The Black Dragon Nation possesses 580 major cities and 100,000 invincible heavenly soldiers, most of whom are at the nascent soul stage, with a small portion at the transformation stage. This is the primary fighting force of our nation. We have approximately 100 million cultivators at the golden core and nascent soul stages. This constitutes our entire military strength." Sun Ran nodded. "Your Black Dragon Nation's capabilities are indeed commendable. I grant you 10 days to integrate into my Dragon Nation. Henceforth, you shall be known as Black Dragon Province." "Understood, my lord. I shall attend to this immediately," Shuntianda replied respectfully. "Remember, I afford you only 10 days. After this period, I shall personally visit your royal city to take over your nation." With that, Sun Ran returned to the royal city of Nangyu. Meanwhile, Morong Qianxue had already received the news of victory and awaited Sun Ran in the palace, prepared to give him a warm welcome. "Qianxue, in 10 days. Accompany me to the royal city of the Black Dragon Nation. They will join my Dragon Nation." Morong Qianxue gasped in surprise. What? The emperor can compel the Black Dragon Nation to surrender so swiftly? She had anticipated merely defeating their army, never imagining that the entire nation would submit. Sun Ran was 100 times stronger than the previous South Song Hai, in every conceivable aspect. Through this battle, Su Ningmeng and the others truly witnessed the might of the ascended stage, utilizing the next 10 days for intense simulated combat practice, close-quarters fighting, long-range spell attacks, defensive shield exercises, combinations of techniques, multicolored spell practice, and, most importantly, mental fortitude training. Before departing for the Black Dragon Nation, each of Su Ningmeng's group consumed 3 divine pills, elevating themselves from the perfection of the transformation stage to the ascended stage. During the tribulation, they managed to pass with relative ease, though each sustained injuries to varying degrees. Sun Ran shook his head, offering comfort. "You were somewhat overzealous during your tribulation, much like myself. Now, I decree that within 100 years, no one is to advance to the spirit immortal stage." Having just endured a terrifying tribulation, everyone was filled with trepidation and pledged to heed Sun Ran's orders. This decree was not only meant for Su Ningmeng but also for himself. Without 100 years of cultivation and support from precious artifacts, advancing to the spirit immortal stage would undoubtedly lead to disaster. 10 days later, Sun Ran, accompanied by his women, including the alchemist Zili, arrived at the royal city of the Black Dragon Nation. When Shuntianda announced at court the intention of the entire nation to join the Dragon Nation, an uproar of disbelief erupted. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Dragon Nation is the predecessor of the Southwu Nation. We share a long-standing enmity." The Prime Minister's voice was fraught with urgency. "Yes, Your Majesty. I am willing to lead 100 million cultivators to flatten the Dragon Nation," another official proclaimed. "Shut your mouths," Shuntianda roared. "I am not here to negotiate but to inform. Anyone who opposes may step forward." Moments later, the Prime Minister was the first to rise, followed by officials from the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights, all standing in opposition. Shuntianda chuckled darkly. "Oh, you oppose, do you? Excellent." In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a shadow, swiftly eliminating the dissenting officials, their bodies reduced to ashes. "Who else dares to oppose?" he inquired, and the remaining officials felt a wave of relief wash over them, glad to have remained silent. "Since no one opposes, we shall proceed as commanded. From this day forth, there shall be no Black Dragon Nation. We shall be known as Black Dragon Province." a subordinate province of the Dragon Nation. Notify the Ministry of Rights to organize a grand welcoming ceremony in 10 days for the arrival of our king. When Sun Ran arrived at Black Dragon City, the atmosphere was jubilant, adorned with festive decorations. As all cultivators and citizens flooded the streets to welcome the Emperor of the Dragon Nation, Sun Ran was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself how adept Shantianda was at orchestrating such a spectacle. As he hovered in the air, waving to the crowd, a sudden burst of over 1,000 streaks of light erupted from the residences below, aimed directly at him. Among them were even spells from cultivators at the ascended stage. Without hesitation, Sun Ran conjured a protective shield of 9 colors, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught of magical attacks. In the next moment, those hidden in the houses soared into the sky, recklessly charging at him, unleashing a barrage of fierce spells. Sun Ran smirked, confident in his abilities. For although he was at the early stages of the ascended realm, his mental prowess, defensive skills, and magical might were unrivaled among his peers. He could even face opponents of higher tiers without concern. Wishing to test a recently developed spell, he signaled for those around him to refrain from intervening, preparing to withstand the assault alone. Expanding his energy shield to its maximum, he gathered his internal energy into his palm and unleashed it into the crowd. This action startled everyone, compelling them to maximize their own energy shields, only to realize that Sun Ran had cast nothing but air. Foolish trickery. Everyone, engage in close combat, he commanded, and at that moment, he simply smiled and uttered a single word: explode. Instantly, a muffled sound erupted from the dantians of the 1,000 attackers. With that, their dantians ruptured, and the spirit energy stored within dissipated into the ether. In one swift motion, he rendered the cultivation of over 1,000 individuals null and void. They fell to the ground like dumplings, their fates uncertain. Behold, this is the spell I devised, using the least amount of energy to incapacitate the greatest number of foes. They are not dead, merely reduced to mortals. If they cease their misdeeds, they may live for a few more years, Sun Ran remarked, surveying the fallen assailants with indifference. At this moment, Shantianda, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fear. Fortunately, due to the master-servant contract, Sun Ran knew that it was not Shantianda who orchestrated this ambush. Otherwise, he would surely have been among those lying on the ground. Chapter 122. Once again entering the realm of spirits, Sun Ran arrived at the palace with a sullen expression, taking a seat upon the dragon throne. Shantianda, your execution of the task I entrusted to you has been rather unsatisfactory. Shantianda, drenched in sweat from fear, replied, Master, these are merely the remnants of the old stubborn officials. It is my inadequacy in handling matters. I implore you to punish me. Let it be for now. Focus on thoroughly cleaning the royal city. Then summon all the city lords. I have matters to discuss with them. Yes, Master. With that, Shantianda set off to carry out his duties. Sun Ran strolled through the palace alongside the women. Darling, although the palace is splendid, it feels as if something is missing, Tang Tian remarked, linking her arm with his. Sun Ran chuckled. Are you implying it lacks a touch of modernity? No electricity. No furniture or appliances, am I correct? Indeed. Well, that's not too difficult. We've been away from Earth for over a decade now. I wonder how it has fared. Once we settle matters here, let us return to Earth for a vacation. We can recruit some engineers and establish basic infrastructure at the very least. Restore electricity so we can watch television and use computers. Upon hearing this, the women erupted in cheers. It seemed they still held a fondness for their homeland. 10 days later, all 500 cities of the Black Dragon province were in order. Sun Ran had to laboriously sign the master-servant agreements and then impart the method for seeking one's true form. He instructed each city lord to pass this technique to their subordinates, promising unchanged rewards for finding Luai and Houghton's true forms. Once these matters were settled, Sun Ran informed Su Ningmeng and the others that he and Lulu would venture into the spirit world to resolve issues concerning the Dark Lord Caesar before returning to Earth for a holiday. That evening, Morong Qianxue clung to Sun Ran, insisting on accompanying him to the spirit realm. He firmly declined. Darling, this place is not for everyone, and it is fraught with danger. Behave and wait for my return, then we shall visit my homeland together. Humph, you no longer love me. Sun Ran felt a headache coming on but smiled. Qianxue, be good. I promise to ensure you are well fed today. I will be back in no more than 4 or 5 days. Rest assured. Morong Qianxue, understanding the need for moderation, embraced Sun Ran, her fragrant scent intoxicating him, leading to a night of passionate encounters. The following day, Sun Ran awoke refreshed and sought out Zili. Zili, here are all my materials. I appreciate your hard work. Please refine these into divine pills. Zili gazed at the vast array of materials, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Your Majesty, you can rest easy. I will certainly accomplish this task. Very well. I trust you. Do not overexert yourself. Once finished, deliver them to Su Ningmeng, and she will distribute them to the female team. Upon re-entering the spirit realm, Sun Ran inhaled the air, feeling an inexplicable comfort wash over him. Lulu joyfully exclaimed, "Darling, the spirit realm is my favorite place." "Why is that?" Sun Ran inquired, playfully ruffling her hair. "Because I can be alone with you here, which makes me happy, darling. I'm feeling a bit. You little clingy creature." Sun Ran shook his head, retrieving a tent from his spatial storage. An hour later, they arrived at the canyon where Old Lady Feng resided. There were many unfamiliar faces, all strangers to Sun Ran. Approaching, they found Old Lady Feng and Master Lei addressing the crowd. "This time, we have gathered 87 semi-divine experts. According to the latest intelligence, the Dark Lord Caesar has been spotted in the Chaoshi Gorge to the north, indicating he is fleeing in that direction. Thus, we shall split our forces into two to pursue him. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd unanimously agreed to heed Master Lei's command, for he was a seasoned semi-divine expert, well respected in the vicinity. After the meeting adjourned, Lulu dashed over and embraced Old Lady Feng. "Haha, little Lulu. You are becoming more beautiful. Your cheeks are rosy. It seems Sun Ran treats you well." Old Lady Feng teased. "Of course, my husband is wonderful to me." Just a moment ago, Sun Ran awkwardly pulled Lulu back, saying, "Is this mission proceeding smoothly?" Master Lei chuckled knowingly, as if to say he understood the nuances of masculinity. "Personnel is certainly not an issue. But Caesar has been fleeing north and has already slain numerous cultivators along the way. Otherwise, I would not have been able to gather so many people so swiftly. By the way, have you met my daughter yet?" Sun Ran quickly clarified, "Master Lei, not yet. Just last month. I conquered a nation and am currently developing in the southern state." Master Lei wore a disappointed expression. "The southern state is quite remote, with only a few nations. With your current strength, it should be as easy as slicing through vegetables. You have 5 years to unify the southern state and then proceed to find my daughter. No more delays." Sun Ran promptly assured him, "Rest assured, Master Lei, I will complete the task." "Humph. I can tell you that my daughter is quite beautiful and will not disappoint you." Master Lei's words piqued Sun Ran's curiosity. Though he was surrounded by stunning women, who would ever refuse more beauty? The next day, a group of experts, led by Master Lei and another team of semi-divine experts under E, set off northward. Sun Ran and Lulu blended into Master Lei's group to gain experience. Unexpectedly, your progress has been swift. In such a short time, you've reached the Great Ascension stage. However, I must warn you, if your cultivation is insufficient, do not attempt to cross the tribulation. Otherwise, death is certain. "I understand, Master Lei. You need not worry. I will allocate 100 years for my training. I will not rashly break through." The two teams advanced rapidly, encountering signs of battle along the way. The ravaged trees indicated a fierce confrontation had taken place. That damn Caesar is truly despicable. If he kills someone, their very soul will be captured and enslaved, leaving them unable to control their fate. If we encounter him this time, he must be eliminated. Following the traces of battle, they pursued swiftly. 10 days later, Sun Ran caught the scent of the sea in the air. Could it be that we have reached the seaside? Master Lei's expression turned grave. "I never anticipated he would escape to the Wuwang Sea. This place is still home to ancient great demons. We cannot contend with them." "Ancient great demons? Does Caesar not fear being slain by them?" "These ancient beings are unpredictable. No one can categorize them as good or evil. I hope I am mistaken." At that moment, the second team signaled, "Let us go. There is news over there," Master Lei declared, leading everyone swiftly toward the direction of the second team. Chapter 123. The Great Battle Against Caesar. As Sun Ran and his companions arrived, Captain E of the second team said, "Brother Lei, we have discovered a survivor here. But he is in a state of utter delirium. Is there any way to restore his senses?" Elder Lei stepped forward, channeling his robust spiritual energy towards the survivor. After 10 minutes, Elder Lei shook his head and said, "His mental state is in complete disarray. I am unable to help." Sun Ran approached and produced a divine pill, stating, "This is a concoction crafted by my subordinates. It not only enhances spiritual energy but also fortifies mental strength. Perhaps it can assist him." With no other options, Elder Lei decided to treat the survivor as a last resort. He placed the pill into the survivor's mouth and catalyzed it with his spiritual energy. After half a minute, the survivor suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The devil! The devil!" Sun Ran quickly grasped his hand, using his formidable mental power to stabilize the survivor's mind. "Do not panic. I need to know, where has that devil gone?" He is the devil. He killed my family. Where has he gone?" "Yes, He went to the Abyssal Canyon. He headed in the direction of the Abyssal Canyon. With that, the survivor fainted once more. Sun Ran's complexion turned pale, as if he had just endured a severe illness. In mere seconds, he had exhausted all his mental energy, yet the way everyone looked at him had fundamentally changed. It was noteworthy that all present were at the demigod level, a considerable realm above Sun Ran. However, none could restore the survivor's sanity. Yet Sun Ran managed to do so. This indicated that Sun Ran's mental prowess surpassed that of everyone else present. Elder Lei felt a surge of pride, as he had begun to regard Sun Ran as his own son-in-law. Elder Lei, where is the Abyssal Canyon? Elder Lei smiled and replied, I have not ventured there myself, but I have heard tales. This place is known for being easy to enter but difficult to exit. One must undergo trials to emerge. However, do not worry. With your mental strength, you will have no trouble escaping. Sun Ran chuckled. It seems Caesar is well aware of the ancient demons lurking in the Void Sea. Now that they had a direction, there was no need to split up. They would all proceed together to the Abyssal Canyon. Within the Abyssal Canyon, Caesar was currently refining the souls he had recently captured. Although he was not at his peak, dealing with dozens of demigod-level opponents was still a trivial task. Besides himself, he had also captured dozens of demigod souls that he could refine into capable subordinates. Once I regain my peak strength, I shall return to the real world. That place is my stage. This realm of the mind is far too sparse. At that moment, a dark spirit from outside rushed in, reporting, Master. A group of human powerhouses approaches, heading straight for the Abyssal Canyon. Caesar was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even in hiding, someone would pursue him. Since they are here, let us engage in battle. For even Caesar, leaving the Abyssal Canyon would require considerable effort. Everyone, be cautious. As we advance, we are about to enter the illusionary realm of the Abyssal Canyon. Do not take any risks. Once we traverse this stretch, we shall truly enter the depths of the canyon. Those who had previously entered shared their insights on overcoming the trials. Under the guidance of Elder Lei and E, they gradually approached the canyon's outskirts. In an instant, countless illusions flickered before Sun Ran like a film. In the past, he might have been ensnared by such visions, unable to extricate himself. However, after his encounter with the green mushroom, he seemed to have developed an immunity to illusions, possibly due to the jade pendant he wore. 10 minutes later, they all emerged unscathed, although some demigod practitioners appeared pale, indicating that these illusions were not particularly forgiving, even to those of their caliber. Just as they exited the illusions, Caesar's dark spirits launched their assault. A cacophony of wails erupted from the numerous advanced dark spirits. Previously, when Sun Ran faced them, he was at the transformation stage. Now, he had ascended to the Great Ascent stage and was utterly unfazed. He sealed off his hearing, blending his 9-colored spiritual energy with his mental prowess, and gently scattered it into the air. Countless petal-shaped fragments of 9-colored spiritual energy dispersed like celestial blossoms, obliterating any dark spirit that came into contact, sending them into another realm for reincarnation, while other demigod-level practitioners also dispatched the dark spirits with ease. They paled in comparison to Sun Ran's display of speed and area of effect damage. Sun Ran was aware that while he could handle these lesser foes, he would need to distance himself from Caesar when he arrived. In the realm of cultivators, no one could challenge an opponent a full realm above them. In less than 10 minutes, the dark spirits within the canyon were completely eradicated, leaving behind a multitude of spiritual orbs from the deceased spirits. The demigod practitioners regarded these orbs with disdain, but Sun Ran found them valuable. At Elder Lei's suggestion, he claimed all the orbs for himself. He would later bring them back for Zeeli to research, hoping to concoct even more powerful divine pills. At that moment, a dense, dark mist began to emerge from the depths of the Abyssal Canyon. Everyone, be alert. Caesar is coming. As the mist cleared, Caesar burst forth, wielding his massive iron hammer, and without uttering a word, charged directly at them. Accompanying him were over 30 demigod-level undead. Do not hesitate. These undead have lost their consciousness. They must be swiftly eliminated. Elder Lei shouted, brandishing his innate weapon. Sun Ran had never seen Elder Lei's weapon before. When Elder Lei revealed it, Sun Ran nearly burst into laughter. It was a fishing rod, a violet fishing rod adorned with line and hooks. Though it was a fishing rod, its power was not to be underestimated. Elder Lei deftly cast it, ensnaring Caesar's iron hammer and propelling himself forward. With a surge of spiritual energy, he unleashed a tremendous force toward Caesar's head. Caesar was caught off guard by the old man's ferocity and momentarily faltered. Just as he attempted to evade, Yi's boundless sword arc closed in, making him appear as if he had multiplied into dozens of figures, all floating unpredictably. The other demigod practitioners unleashed their signature techniques against Caesar. Meanwhile, the remaining members focused on combating the formidable undead. At this moment, Caesar felt despair. His strength had yet to fully return. He had intended to wait until he regained his peak before revealing himself. But he could not resist the temptation of Sun Ran and his companions. Suddenly, Caesar looked up and spotted Sun Ran hiding not far away. A torrent of rage surged within him. It is this brat. I would rather perish today than allow this boy to live. He is utterly detestable. With that, Caesar unleashed all his internal spiritual energy, forcing Elder Lay and the others back 2 steps, and transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Sun Ran. Chapter 124, The Self-Destruction of Caesar. A familiar sensation surged once more. Sun Ran found himself once again ensnared by Caesar's colossal hammer. It felt just like the previous occasions. However, this time he refused to remain passive. Instead, he unleashed the entirety of his vast spiritual energy, merging it with the 9-colored spell and launching it forth. Caesar suddenly perceived it dimming before his eyes, but it swiftly cleared. By the time he intended to crush Sun Ran with a single blow, he discovered that Sun Ran had vanished. He had missed the opportune moment, and the prospect of killing Sun Ran again was now impossible. Grandfather Lay and the others swiftly closed in. Within mere minutes, Caesar could no longer withstand the onslaught, and his minions had been vanquished. Witnessing his impending defeat, Caesar's expression twisted into a grimace as he declared, I will return. You shall await my return. With that, he ignited his own lifeblood and spiritual essence. Retreat. He is about to self-destruct. Grandfather Lay shouted, and everyone hastily withdrew, though it was still too late. A thunderous explosion erupted. Caesar detonated. His physical form shattered. Yet his soul instantaneously infiltrated his weapon, where a passage to the Dark Realm awaited. Although he managed to escape, his hard-won soul suffered immense damage. He had now become the lowest existence in the Dark Realm, and if he wished to regain his former strength, it might take tens of thousands of years. All the while avoiding being consumed by his kind. Meanwhile, on Grandfather Lay's side, although no fatalities occurred, everyone bore varying degrees of injury. Is everyone all right? Grandfather Lay inquired. Clutching his chest, Sun Ran, positioned farthest from the explosion, remained relatively unscathed. He retrieved a divine pill crafted by Zeely from his spatial pouch and distributed one to each individual. While it did not heal injuries, it provided some relief. Grandfather Lay, has Caesar perished? Grandfather Lay shook his head, furrowing his brow as he responded, I sense he has not died but rather departed from the spiritual domain. Sun Ran gasped, departed? Wasn't it said that once one enters the spiritual domain, departure is impossible? Indeed, but it is not entirely absolute. He likely ventured to an even lower realm, Grandfather Lay explained. What does that mean? Sun Ran asked, perplexed. It refers to the Dark Realm, where the undead reside, an eternity without reincarnation, a realm solely of slaughter and consumption. If Caesar has left, it is certainly to there. However, there is no need for concern. He is gravely injured, and even if he avoids consumption by his kind, regaining his peak strength will take thousands of years. By then, I believe you will have ascended to the pinnacle of human cultivators. Oh, very well. We have sacrificed so much, and at last, we have succeeded in driving Caesar from the spiritual domain. That evening, Grandfather Lay did not rush to exit the valley but chose to rest for the night. Young friend Sun Ran, I have heard from your father-in-law that you are collecting spiritual materials to augment spiritual energy. This secluded canyon has plenty to offer. A middle-aged cultivator approached, smiling at Sun Ran. My father-in-law? Sun Ran was taken aback. Isn't Brother Lay your father-in-law? He mentioned you as his son-in-law. Oh, well, I suppose that counts, the man replied. You mentioned there are spiritual materials in this canyon? Certainly. This particular item is called ghost grass, which grows plentifully in this canyon. Its effect is to restore a small amount of spiritual energy, while also increasing the capacity of the spiritual sea. However, there are side effects. Excessive use may result in backlash, leading to confusion. I typically consume about 2 a year. Young friend, you might consider gathering some. Sun Ran quickly responded, thank you. Fellow cultivator, I have an alchemist under my command who is adept at refining pills and can significantly mitigate the side effects of herbs. For instance, this divine pill is one she crafted. Haha, you are quite fortunate. It seems there exists a certain rule within our spiritual domain. The success rate of alchemy here is alarmingly low, and the results are often subpar. Even semi-divine alchemy masters seldom expend their efforts, deeming it a waste of time. Thus, gradually, people have lost interest in alchemy. Sun Ran realized, no wonder the spiritual domain is replete with spiritual materials and herbs. It turns out to be for this reason. Is there any way to discern the cause? The cause? No one knows. If your subordinate can refine pills, We would be willing to gather spiritual materials and herbs for you. You need only provide us with a few pills in exchange. Sun Ran immediately agreed, as he had no time to gather these herbs himself. This arrangement was exceedingly beneficial, given their uncertainty about the quantity they could refine. News spread quickly, and all semi-divine masters began to present the spiritual materials from their spatial rings, detailing their effects one by one. Sun Ran diligently noted everything and conducted a symbolic tally of the quantities each person contributed, planning to return with the pills later. After 2 hours of bustling activity, Sun Ran gazed at the mountain of spiritual materials amassed in his spatial pouch, grinning from ear to ear in delight. The following day, everyone had mostly recovered from their injuries. Grandfather Lei, Sun Ran, and Lulu bid farewell to everyone before returning to the valley. At that moment, Granny Feng, Bay Air, and the three sisters sat huddled together, their faces filled with concern. "Dear wife, I have returned," Grandfather Lei announced. Upon seeing the trio return, Granny Feng finally revealed a relieved smile. After listening to Sun Ran's account, Bay Air gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Sun Ran, the last time I saw you, you were utterly defenseless, yet here you were able to withstand Caesar. Your cultivation must now surpass mine. It was merely luck. Today, with everyone present, shall we go fishing?" Grandfather Lei, still nursing his injuries, sprang to attention at the mention of fishing. "Why linger here? Let us hurry." The group spent a joyful day fishing, grilling fish, and drinking. The next day, Sun Ran returned to the real world with Lulu. The first order of business was to find Zili and hand over all the spiritual materials he had gathered in the spiritual domain. "Wow, City Lord. Can you tell me where you found these spiritual materials? It's simply astonishing." "Haha, that remains a secret. Here, let me show you the effects of all the spiritual materials, along with these beads for you to experiment with," he said, passing the beads left behind by the fallen evil spirit to Zili. "Don't worry, this time. The divine pill I need must not only enhance cultivation but also elevate the spiritual sea and spiritual power," Zili assured, patting her chest. "City Lord, rest assured. I will certainly complete the task. When passion and work converge, it is indeed a fortunate time. I believe in you." Upon returning to the palace of the Dragon Kingdom, Sun Ran swept his spiritual sense across the area but found no trace of Su Ningmeng and the others. How strange, where have all these women gone? Expanding his spiritual sense further, he discovered they were in a mountain outside the royal city. How peculiar, what are they doing in the mountains? Chapter 125. Return to Earth. Sun Ran transformed into a streak of light and arrived at the mountain, only to be met with a sight that made his nose bleed. Before him, Su Ningmeng, Morong Qianxue, Su Li, Lin Yao, and a dozen other women were soaking in a hot spring, completely unclothed. "Ahem. Who permitted you to bathe in the hot spring?" "Ah, oh dear, you scared me to death, husband." "Indeed, I thought you were another man. Come join us, dear husband. It's particularly comfortable here." Upon recognizing Sun Ran, the women quickly lowered their hands from their chests, stood up, and beckoned him to join them. Sun Ran, unreserved, shed his outer garment and leaped into the water. The temperature, approximately 40 degrees, was incredibly soothing. "How did you discover this hot spring?" "We were a bit bored, so we inquired about interesting spots near Shantianda, and they mentioned this natural hot spring, claiming that regular bathing would enhance our cultivation and improve our beauty." "Haha, indeed. I can sense a significant amount of spiritual energy in this spring. There must be a spiritual vein beneath." "Qianxue, being from the southern state, could you enlighten me about some of its major powers?" As the Empress of the Southern Wu Kingdom and a formidable practitioner in the Great Ascension stage, Morong Qianxue was well informed about the powers in the southern state. "Of course, dear husband. You are aware that our Kanglan realm is divided into 5 major states: Central, Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern. Among these, the Central state is the largest and richest in spiritual energy. The Southern state, however, is the most barren, both in terms of population and area, with a total of 132 nations. The Southern Wu and Black Dragon kingdoms are considered small nations, with fewer than 100 Great Ascension practitioners. A nation with over 1,000 practitioners in the Great Ascension stage is termed a major nation, while one with over 10,000 practitioners and overseen by a spiritual immortal is referred to as a strong nation. If a nation boasts over 100 spiritual immortals, it is deemed a superpower. As far as I know, there are no superpowers in our southern state, but there are over 30 strong nations, while the rest are major nations. Husband, why do you inquire about this? Are you planning to unify the entire southern state? Sun Ran shook his head and replied with a smile, "No, I do not intend to unify the southern state." Morong Qianxue breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good. That is good. Sun Ran continued. I aim to unify all 6 states in the entire Kanglan realm. What? Morong Qianqiue stood up, disregarding her lack of clothing. Her ample form trembling. Husband, there have been attempts to unify the southern state before, and they were on the verge of success. However, at that moment, the central state dispatched a super expert who killed him. The southern state then descended into chaos once more. It seems the central state is unwilling to see other states under a single regime. Please, do not attempt to unify the southern state. It was evident that Morong Qianqiue was genuinely concerned for Sun Ran. Sun Ran nodded, so, such events have transpired. The central state fears the strength of the other states. This is somewhat reminiscent of our Earth-S America. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly until I possess absolute certainty. At the very least, I will wait until my entire team reaches the Great Ascension stage before taking action. Morong Qianqiue finally felt reassured. Next came Sun Ran's personal performance, as he showcased a spectacle of a dragon battling multiple phoenixes in the hot spring. The following day, Sun Ran returned with all the women to the cultivation space and then entered Earth from there. It had been exactly 12 years since he last left Earth. Breathing in the air once more felt oddly unfamiliar, much like returning to the north after becoming accustomed to the warm, humid air of the south, resulting in a nosebleed due to the dryness. By this time, Earth had undergone nearly a decade of development, almost restoring its pre-apocalyptic appearance, with a significant population resurgence. However, due to the trauma of the apocalypse, humanity now harbored a sense of living in the moment, showing little inclination to have children, uncertain of when another catastrophe might strike. It seemed that healing such psychological scars would have to wait for the next generation, since it was a vacation on Earth. The first stop would undoubtedly be the Longxi Garden Villa in the bustling market. The legendary warrior Sun Ran had spent a full 20 years in this very community. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Sun Jingxin. Having grown up here, she was intimately familiar with every staircase, window, and room in the villa. The Longxi Garden had now become a protected site, prohibiting residents, as it was a place once inhabited by Sun Ran. To this day, the first lesson in schools worldwide is centered around the historical achievements of Sun Ran. As the hero of humanity and the terminator of the apocalypse, Sun Ran was revered by all of Earth's inhabitants. As they sat in the villa, reminiscing about the past, Sun Jingxin rushed out to find her old friends and classmates. When Sun Jingxin arrived at her former deskmate's home and knocked on the door, a middle-aged woman in her 40s answered. They exchanged silent glances for a moment. You are Sun Jingxin? That's me. Old classmate, you don't recognize me? Her deskmate, Xiao Pan, excitedly embraced Sun Jingxin, exclaiming, Of course, I remember you. How's it you haven't aged a bit? Why do you look just the same? I barely recognized you. At that moment, Xiao Pan had already begun to show signs of aging. Just then, her son returned from work, spotting a beautiful woman of similar age and immediately perked up, thinking she was a potential match. Mom, who is this girl? Hurry and introduce me. Xiao Pan replied irritably. You should call her Aunt Sun. She is your mother's deskmate. What? You must be joking. I'm telling you, Mom. If every match you introduce me to looked like this girl, I'd definitely agree. Hello, Miss Sun. I am Li Chasheng, 21 years old, working in a factory tightening screws, earning 4,500 yuan a month. Sun Jingxin smiled and replied, You should indeed call me Aunt Sun. And I'm not someone your mother set you up with. Li Changqing was taken aback. Then why do you look so young? Because I am a practitioner. With that, flames flickered in her hand, instantly raising the temperature in the room by several degrees. Ah, you truly are a legendary practitioner, Li Changqing exclaimed. A relative of one of my colleagues is a practitioner under Sun Ran, and she used to visit occasionally, but has been seen in a while. Sun Jingxin remarked. They are currently intensifying their training, so they must be quite busy, but they will return soon. Can I also practice, Aunt Sun? Li Changxing inquired eagerly. While Xiao Pan looked at Sun Jingxin with anticipation, who wouldn't he wish for their child to succeed? Sun Jingxin shook her head. Xiao Pan, Chashing. The world of cultivation is ruthless. One might fail a tribulation and fall into madness, even if one succeeds. The rules of the cultivation realm are 100 times harsher than those of human society. Without my father's protection, I fear I would not survive even a year in the cultivation realm. So it is better to enjoy life. Xiao Pan, although these 3 elixirs cannot enhance your cultivation, they will strengthen your physique, render you impervious to ailments, and prolong your life. Remember, you must consume them yourself. Do not sell them, for otherwise it may lead to dire consequences. I take my leave now, and I hope that in this lifetime, we may meet again. With that, Sun Jingxin vanished before their eyes. Little did they know, These elixirs would bring calamity upon Xiaopan's family. Chapter 126. The bloodshed triggered by the divine pill. The earth has flourished for over 2 decades since the apocalypse. In the absence of the dark spiritual energy released by Haotian, both zombies and the deceased gradually regained their human consciousness and returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, a minuscule portion of humanity, after awakening, retained certain skills and talents. These individuals concealed themselves within society, leading lives indistinguishable from ordinary people. However, their desires inevitably compelled them to commit acts such as plundering the wealth of others, leveraging their exceptional physical abilities and skills. Society, of course, could not tolerate the existence of such individuals, prompting the military and police to hunt them down relentlessly, executing them on capture. Society labeled these individuals as mutants. Among the mutants, the most formidable was a figure known as Zingify. During the apocalypse, he was a zombie, and his awakened ability was to absorb terror. He would capture a person, torturing them to the brink of extreme fear, which he then absorbed and transformed into his own energy, rendering himself infinitely stronger. Over the course of 2 decades, Zingify ruthlessly murdered thousands. By the time the police tracked him down, he had become impervious to conventional weaponry. The most alarming aspect was that he had found other mutants like himself, forming a superpower that seized control of the neighboring Cherry Blossom Island. The entire island now languished under his reign of terror, with no nation daring to provoke him. Xiaopan gazed thoughtfully at the 3 pills in her hand. Consuming one might be beneficial, yet it felt somewhat wasteful. Her husband had departed early due to health issues, leaving only her and their son to fend for themselves. Relying on the meager salary of her son, if he wished to marry, a substantial dowry was required, especially in the current climate where men outnumbered women, making marriage exceedingly difficult. Watching her son grow day by day, the fact that he had yet to even hold a girl's hand weighed heavily on her heart. Son, take this pill and find a way to sell the other 2. We can use the money to secure you a bride, she urged. Li Changxing quickly shook his head. No, and Son just said that these must be consumed by us alone. We cannot let others know. Foolish child, and Son will not return. How would she know? Besides, who is the wealthiest person around us? Why not ask your factory manager? He must have money, and you should see if he is interested. Aim for a high price. Li Changxing replied, then you should take one too. We can sell one together. Otherwise, I won't agree to sell. Xiaopan smiled with relief, glad that her child had grown to care for her. Rest assured, I will consume one. Go now, and remember to tell him it was given by Sun Ran's daughter. That will surely fetch a higher price. I understand, Mom. We will take the divine pills together. I want to see you eat yours. Li Changxing swallowed his pill and then fixed his gaze on Xiaopan. With no other choice, she placed the pill in her mouth, but discreetly spat it out when he wasn't oppos. T watching, concealing it in her hand. Mom, I feel a warmth coursing through my body, and my strength has doubled. It seems this divine pill truly works. Yes, I feel the same. Hurry along. Li Changxing secured the pill and rode his bicycle to the factory. Clang, clang, clang. Is the manager in? Don and Oppos. T, get up. Let me see who it is. Came a voice from the office. Manager, it and Oppos. S. Li Changxing. I have something important to discuss with you. Come in. Manager Wang Minyong, sweating profusely and disheveled, had someone hidden beneath his desk. Why are you here after hours? He snapped impatiently. Li Changxing rushed to explain, Manager, my mother is a classmate of the Earth hero, Sun Ran, and she visited her, bringing 3 divine pills. Consuming one grants immunity to illness and extends life. We have one left that we wish to sell to you. Are you interested? Wang Minyong was momentarily stunned, a storm of emotions surging within him, yet he maintained a stoic facade. How do I know your divine pill is genuine? Li Changxing chuckled. I and Oppos, VE already taken one. See for yourself. He effortlessly lifted the solid wooden desk before him. The secretary hidden underneath let out a startled cry. Covering her body, unaware of her presence, Li Changxing quickly lowered the desk, inadvertently stepping on Wang Minyong and Oppos' foot. Ouch, my foot. Quick, lift it. Li Changxing hastily raised the desk, only to catch sight of the secretary and Oppos' form. Enough, enough, just put it down. I believe you. How much do you want for it? I would like 50 million. What? 50 million? Go home. I can't and Oppos. T afford that. Li Changxing quickly countered. Manager Wang, how much can you offer? After some deliberation, Wang Mining replied, I can offer 30 million. If you agree to sell, I will pay you immediately. If not, then so be it. 30 million was a staggering amount. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human leaders had exerted stringent control over currency to combat inflation. Currently, The market price for real estate hovered around 4,000 per square meter. Such an amount would suffice for an ordinary person to live comfortably for generations. All right, 30 million it is. Wang Mingyong readily pulled out his phone and transferred the 30 million. Upon receiving the transaction notification, Li Chongqing felt an immense weight lift from his chest. Manager, I want and oppose. To disturb you further, I shall take my leave. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Once Li Chongqing departed, Wang Mingyong stared at the divine pill before him, murmuring to himself, could it truly be this miraculous? I shall taste it. Manager, could you share half with me? Consider my 2 years of dedicated service, pleaded the secretary, crouched beneath the desk. Do you deserve it? You are merely my plaything. You serve me, and I pay you. What is so wrong with that? You wretched creature, daring to hope for good fortune. Get lost. After being berated by Wang Mingyong, the secretary and Oppo's pent-up fury erupted. Suddenly, she lunged forward, gripping Wang Mingyong and Oppo's neck with fierce determination. I and Oppo's, LL kill you. After 2 years of servitude, you treat me like a dog. I will take your life for the divine pill. The unforeseen turn of events startled Wang Mingyong, causing the divine pill to drop to the floor. Though a woman and Oppo's strength could not match a man and Oppo's after a brief struggle, he managed to overpower her, knocking her to the ground. I'll make you pay. You wretched woman. Today, I will end you. As he raged, he struck the secretary mercilessly, and a minute later, she lay bloodied on the floor. Unconscious. Serves you right. Panting heavily, Wang Mingyong rose to search for the divine pill. At that moment, the secretary, who had been unconscious just seconds before, now stood behind him, her crimson eyes fixated on him with an eerie intensity. Chapter 127. The master of Sakura Island. A piercing scream echoed as Wang Mingyong stared in disbelief at his own chest, where 5 razor-sharp claws had penetrated deeply. Thank you for awakening the hidden talents within me, Wang Mingyong. I once transformed into a zombie in my youth, and now I am a mutant. With that, she ruthlessly extracted Wang Mingyong and Oppo's heart. Some mutants require a stimulus or a traumatic experience to unleash their dormant abilities. Who would have imagined that the stunning secretary was once a zombie? Just as she intended to leave, her eyes caught sight of a divine pill on the ground. She hastily picked it up and tucked it into her bag before fleeing home to cleanse the bloodstains from her body. It was only then that the secretary, Wan Yitong, regained her composure. Next, it was time to escape. It wouldn't take long for the news of the director's murder to surface. If the police discovered she was a mutant, her demise would be inevitable. Hence, she had to flee under the cover of night. But where could she go? This society does not accept the existence of mutants. To Sakura Nation. Currently, all mutants are congregating there. Only by reaching that sanctuary could she survive. Wang Yitong gathered all her cash and the divine pill, and set off in her car towards Lian City, where she had heard there were boats bound for Sakura Island. After driving all night, she arrived at Lian City at dawn. At the port, after extensive inquiries, she finally located a clandestine vessel heading to Sakura Island. Spending a small fortune, she secured a ticket, and after a day and night of sailing, she finally arrived at the holy land of mutants, Sakura Island. Yet, to her utter dismay, on the very first day on the island, she was robbed by 3 formidable mutants. They stripped her of all her valuables, but fortunately, she had the foresight to conceal the divine pill in the most secretive of places. Otherwise, she would have been left with nothing, wandering the streets alone. Wan Yitong was not only penniless but also homeless. Though there were no police or laws here, survival was still a challenge. Now on the verge of starving, she contemplated resorting to violence, but the mutants around her were not any weaker than she was. There was a significant risk she could end up being killed instead. At that moment, she spotted a convoy approaching from across the street, each vehicle exuding luxury, with the central car being exceptionally opulent. The bystanders whispered, "Wow. That's the convoy of the island's master, Xin Jifei. The person in the middle is Xin Jifei himself. So handsome. Indeed. I would gladly die to become one of Xin Jifei's followers." The murmurs in the crowd captured Wang Yitong's attention. The name Xin Jifei was recognized worldwide. He represented mutants and had single-handedly claimed control of Sakura Island. A plan swiftly formed in Wang Yitong's mind. She dashed after the convoy, and 20 minutes later, breathless, she arrived at their stop, a high-end office building. At that moment, Xin Jifei, surrounded by his loyal subordinates, was preparing to enter the building. Wang Yitong sprinted forward, calling out, "Xin Jifei! Xin Jifei! I have something important to report." Her shout immediately caught Xin Jifei's attention, but he merely glanced back, accustomed to such small figures aspiring for recognition. As he turned to leave, she shouted once more, "It's about the Earth hero, Sun Ran, and his daughter. If you don't listen, you will surely regret it this time." Xi and Jufei paused again. Sun Ran. That name was too familiar. He was the one who ended the apocalypse and dispelled the dark forces, yet Xi and Jufei held no gratitude toward him. Sun Ran's actions had turned him into a pariah among humanity, a mutant reviled by all. Bring this woman to me. Yes, boss. Wan Yitong was roughly escorted to the top floor of the office building by several burly men. Leave us. I wish to speak with her alone. The subordinates closed the door, unconcerned for Xi and Jifei's safety, as there was no one on this planet capable of challenging him. Not even with weapons. Do you know what the consequences of deceiving me are? Wan Yitong swallowed hard, forcing herself to nod. What a delectable sense of fear. You're afraid of me, aren't you? Yes, I believe there is no one on this planet who isn't afraid of you. Very well, speak. Tell me everything you know. If I am satisfied, you may live quite well. If I am pleased, your fear will be my greatest delight. I will surely satisfy you. Wan Yitong then divulged all she knew and presented the divine pill. Xi and Jifei took the pill, sniffing it before saying, "This pill has an unusual scent." Wan Yitong's face flushed as she explained, "I concealed the pill there to prevent it from being stolen." She pointed between her legs. "Are you mocking me?" Wan Yitong quickly knelt, saying, "My money and documents were taken. This is all I have left. If you doubt me, consume it, and you shall see it is effective. And what is your request?" Wan Yitong hesitated before saying, "I wish to be your woman." Xi and Jifei looked at the curvaceous and beautiful Wan Yitong, chuckling, "If the pill proves ineffective, perhaps it would be better for you to become my meal." With that, he swallowed the pill whole, feeling it dissolve in his mouth. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through his limbs, cleansing him of all ailments from the apocalypse, doubling his strength and agility. What an exquisite sensation. If only he could have 2 more of these pills. Wan Yitong, congratulations. From this day forth, you are my woman. The next day, Xi and Jifei summoned several of his most capable subordinates. Brothers, we depart for our homeland today to capture a man named Li Chongqing. He possesses something we require. Prepare yourselves. We set off tonight. The brothers did not question the mission. They understood that their leader's orders were to be executed without fail. After consuming the divine pill, Xi and Jufei astonishingly realized that his lifespan had extended by at least 50 years. He was no longer young, having indulged in nightlife for the past 2 years. Yet after taking the pill, he felt invigorated for the night ahead. Thus, he was eager for more of such pills. Even knowing that the owner was Sun Ran's daughter, Sun Jingxin, he was confident he could defeat her. That evening, the brothers commandeered the warship of Sakura Island, stealthily crossing over to the Lian City base. Here, they switched to cars and arrived at the morning market by dawn, before the mother and son had even risen. A group burst through their door, swiftly hooding them and taking them away. A neighbor, just returning from a night shift and not yet asleep, was startled awake by the commotion. Peering through the window, he witnessed Li Chongqing and his mother being abducted, too terrified to make a sound. Once the assailants had departed, he finally took out his phone to call the police. Chapter 128. The angry Sun Jingxin after visiting her old classmate Xiaopan. Sun Jingxin went to the police station the next day to see another dear friend, who was now the chief of the Zhao City Police Department. Their relationship had been quite close in the past, but nearly 20 years had passed. Sun Jingxin remained youthful, while her classmate, Chief Wu Shiyao, appeared somewhat aged. "Shiyao, here is a precious elixir for you. You work so tirelessly that you must be suffering from some occupational ailments. After taking this, you will serve the people of Zhao City for 100 years. Oh, Jingxin, I cannot accept such a valuable gift. This would violate regulations." Wu Shiyao quickly declined. "Come on, it's a gift from an old friend. What regulations are we talking about? Should I have my father speak to your superiors? Please, don't trouble Uncle Sunday. I can manage." Wu Shiyao took the elixir and eagerly consumed it. Moments later, she exclaimed, "My leg doesn't hurt anymore. This is an old injury, and I never expected it to heal. Years ago, while pursuing a mutant, she had suffered a grievous injury, but now, after 5 or 6 years of pain, the elixir had miraculously cured her. That's wonderful. By the way, what has become of our classmate Zhang Kai? I remember he had a crush on me." "Ah, he's had a rough time. His wife left him for another man, and now he struggles to raise their child alone. Sometimes, I have my subordinates assist him." As they conversed, a knock interrupted them. "Come in. Chief, we have a situation." "What's going on?" Wu Shiyao asked. "Early this morning, a neighbor reported that someone was abducted. Upon investigation at the scene, we suspect it involves mutants." "Where did this happen? Who was the victim?" "In the family quarters of the Zhao City Screw Factory. The victims are Pan Xiaofeng and Li Changxing. At first, Sun Jingxin was only half listening, but when she heard Xiao Pan's name, she suddenly stood up. Who are the victims? The officer, startled, glanced at his notes and confirmed, they are Pan Xiaofeng and Li Changxing. Sun Jingxin's face turned pale. This is my fault. I've endangered them. Wu Shiyao gestured for the officer to leave. Jingxin, what's wrong? How could this be your fault? I visited Xiao Pan before coming here and gave her 3 of these elixirs for her family to consume. I suspect she might have sold them instead of using them. And now someone has discovered this. Why was she so disobedient? I warned her repeatedly not to let anyone know. I must go rescue her. Jingxin, calm down. The world is vast. How will you find her? Come with me to the investigation department and see if there are any leads. Meanwhile, Xiao Pan and Li Changxing, wearing black hoods, were dazedly loaded into a vehicle. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at Lian City, where Xine Jifei awaited them. Get on the boat first. Yes, boss. They were ushered onto a ship, the sound of waves crashing in their ears. At that moment, both Xiao Pan and Li Changxing deeply regretted not consuming the elixirs themselves. Remove the hoods. Once their eyes adjusted to the dim light of the cabin, they saw a man grinning at them. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xine Jifei, a mutant. You must have heard of me. Li Changxing gasped in shock. This man was Xine Jifei, akin to a modern-day Bin Laden. How could he not be recognized? I brought you here regarding the elixir. I require more of it. Do you have any? Li Changxing hurriedly replied. And son gave me 3. I consumed 1, my mother consumed another, and I sold the last to our factory manager. We have none left. Oh, very well. If you have none, then you shall die. You are of no use to me. Xine Jifei said, disappointment evident in his tone. Wait. Xiao Pan trembled, fear evident in her voice. I still have 1. I didn't consume it, but I hid it. If you intend to kill us, you will never find it. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her lips devoid of color from fear. What a refreshing sense of fear. It feels delightful. Xine Jifei exclaimed. But I hope you are not lying, for if you are, I will ensure your son suffers a fate worse than death. With that, Xine Jifei rose and instructed his henchmen, stop the boat. Take this woman to find the elixir. Remember, 1 elixir in exchange for your son's life. Do not attempt any tricks. Xiao Pan was taken off the ship by 2 men, racing back to Zhao City to search for the hidden elixir. At the police station, Wu Shiyao furrowed her brow, studying the blurry images on the screen. Contemplating the unexpected presence of these individuals, she turned to her subordinate, asking sternly, have we confirmed their identities? The subordinate nodded, replying, based on intelligent analysis and intelligence comparison. We can confirm these individuals are subordinates of Xine Jifei from Sakura Island. Additionally, Li Changxin's factory manager has been killed. The wounds indicate a mutant's attack. Fingerprint analysis reveals it to be that of his secretary, Wang Yitong, who appears to have undergone a mutation and killed him during a conflict over the elixir, subsequently fleeing to align with the forces of Sakura Island. Wu Shiyao acknowledged, if that is the case, we are in a precarious situation. The influence of Sakura Island cannot be underestimated. Unless we deploy an atomic bomb, conventional weaponry will be ineffective against them. Sun Jingxin interjected. Now that we know who is responsible, I will take matters into my own hands and retrieve them. I shall see just how formidable the mutants of Sakura Island truly are. With that, she soared out of the window, her speed creating a sonic boom. The officers were left bewildered, wondering if they were witnessing a film. Wu Shiyao chuckled. She remains as fiery as ever. We will classify this as a top-secret case until Jingxin returns. Yes, Chief. Sun Jingxin pinpointed her direction and, while extending her consciousness, flew towards Lian City. In a matter of minutes, she reached the skies above Lian City. She calculated that over 10 hours had passed since the incident occurred. The ship was likely still at sea and had not yet reached Sakura Island. Therefore, she resolved to search the waters. She would not overlook any vessel. In the vast ocean, locating a ship was no easy task, but for someone of Sun Jingxin's caliber, it was a trivial endeavor. Dispersing her consciousness while flying, she began her search. Within 10 minutes, she discovered over 20 vessels, but none bore the presence of Xiao Pan, even with her advanced abilities. She was drenched in sweat from anxiety. Sakura Island, Xine Jifei. If any harm befalls Xiao Pan or Changxing, I will ensure the annihilation of everyone on that island. At that moment, Sun Jingxin was so enraged that her scalp tingled. Suddenly, a cargo ship caught her attention. As she descended onto the vessel, she was abruptly enveloped by a chill. When she regained her senses, she realized that the scene before her had transformed. Chapter 129. If you fancy illusions, I shall gift you one at this moment. Sun Jingxin stood motionless on the deck, her surroundings having transformed entirely. Even her own appearance altered. She found herself clad in a primary school uniform, attentively seated at a desk, listening to a lecture. After enduring the class, the bell finally rang for recess, and her deskmate, Xiao Pan, produced a boiled potato, devouring it with gusto. "What on earth are you eating?" Sun Jingxin inquired. "It's a boiled potato. You haven't even tasted this? How pitiful. Here, let me share half with you," Xiao Pan replied, offering her a portion. Sun Jingxin gingerly took the potato, sniffed it, and then hesitantly took a bite, only to be met with an unpleasant flavor that assaulted her senses. With a disgusted puff, she spat it out. Xiao Pan, witnessing this, exclaimed in anger, "If you don't want to eat it, then don't waste food." "Oh, it was just too awful," Sun Jingxin protested. Xiao Pan's eyes were red with indignation, taken aback by her disdain for the food he had generously offered. "If it's so distasteful, you should never eat it again," he sneered, suddenly opening his mouth in an exaggerated manner, nearly reaching the back of his ears and extending a long, red tongue that coiled around Sun Jingxin's neck. This illusion was so vivid that it left her gasping for breath. This entire scenario was a terrifying illusion conjured by Xin Jifei using his formidable powers. Even cultivators at the Great Ascension stage could fall prey to it. This was due to Xin Jifei's extraordinary talent. His abilities were limitless. He absorbed and transformed terrifying emotions into his own strength. For instance, Sakurajima frequently experienced earthquakes. And whenever disaster struck, Xin Jifei appeared to siphon off the fear of the local populace. Over the years, he had tormented countless humans, continuously feeding on their fear. And as a result, Xin Jifei had amassed an alarming level of power. The fear of humanity was practically inexhaustible. As long as one lived, such emotions would persist. With each surge of fear, Xin Jifei grew stronger. Moreover, Sun Jingxin's mental fortitude was insufficient, had Sun Ran been present. Such an illusion would have posed no threat to him. However, in this instance, Sun Jingxin's carelessness had ensnared her within the illusion. "Boss, who is this girl? She is quite stunning," one of Xin Jifei's underlings remarked playfully from a distance. "Scram," came the curt reply. At this moment, Xin Jifei was also taken aback. This woman had nearly broken free from his terrifying illusion several times. Were it not for his overwhelming strength, he might have struggled to maintain control. Could she be Sun Jingxin, the daughter of Earth's hero, Sun Ran? How unimpressive. Even if Sun Ran were here, I would not fear him. This girl's fear energy is remarkably potent, equivalent to that of 1,000 ordinary people. Indeed, I shall savor the opportunity to torment her slowly. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was engaged in conversation at the villa with Su Ningmeng and others. "I haven't seen Jingxin these past few days. Where has she gone?" he inquired. "That girl went to visit her old classmates. It's a rare occasion for her to return, and she is quite busy," Lin Yao replied with a smile. Suddenly, Sun Ran stood up, a frown creasing his brow. "I have a bad feeling. Jingxin might be in trouble." Lin Yao's expression shifted. "What's wrong, dear? How do you know?" Sun Ran's mental prowess surpassed that of many demigods in the mental realm, granting him keen perception. "There is no time to explain. I must go rescue Jingxin immediately." "I'll come with you," Lin Yao insisted anxiously. "No need. No one on earth can harm me. Do not worry. Jingxin is in grave danger, and I must find her at once." As the saying goes, a father and daughter share a deep connection. Sun Jingxin had always lived under the protection of Sun Ran and others, lacking experience. Despite her considerable cultivation, she possessed little combat ability and, with her naive mindset, easily found herself in peril. Sun Ran expanded his spiritual awareness, enveloping the entire morning market and swiftly locating Sun Jingxin's presence at the police station. He instantly teleported to the precinct's investigation department, where everyone was busily at work when suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before them. Who are you?" "Ah, it's Sun Ran, the hero of Earth," someone exclaimed, having recognized him, as these officers had learned of Sun Ran's historical deeds from a young age. "Has Sun Jingxin been here?" Sun Ran asked directly. "Yes, she came to see our director." "She was with Sun Jingxin," came the reply. "No need. I'll go myself." With that, he vanished in an instant. At that moment, Wu Shiyao was in her office, fretting over Sun Jingxin. "This girl is far too reckless. What if something happens to her? How will I explain it to Uncle Sun?" Just then, a voice came from behind her. "Where has Jingxin gone, Shiyao?" Sun Ran recognized Wu Shiyao, having visited the villa as a child to play with little Jingxin. "Uncle Sun, what brings you here?" "Jingxin went to Sakurajima to find Xin Jifei," she explained, recounting the events that had transpired. Sun Ran nodded gravely. "This child is growing up yet still so impulsive. I appreciate your help, Shiyao. Do visit us at the villa sometime. We've been staying there." "Certainly, Uncle Sun." she replied. At that moment, Xi and Jufei instructed the ship to increase its power, and after an hour, they finally arrived at Sakurajima. A convoy of black cars awaited him at the port. Sun Jingxin, her eyes vacant and expressionless, trailed silently behind Xi and Jufei. Wow, boss has found himself another beauty. She is quite attractive, one of the onlookers remarked. Naturally. Would the boss take notice if she weren't? The others chimed in. They boarded the vehicles, preparing to return to their secret base. While Xi and Jufei was not intimidated by Sun Ran, he subconsciously preferred to avoid a confrontation with him. After all, Sun Ran was a figure who appeared in elementary school textbooks. The cars drove through streets adorned with blossoming cherry trees, countless pink petals cascading onto the road, creating a picturesque scene. Why are we stopping? What is up ahead? Xi and Jufei demanded from the back seat, but the driver remained immobile, as if rendered mute. The entire convoy came to a halt on the cherry blossom-laden street. Get out, Xi and Jufei. I am Sun Ran, a voice called out. Xi and Jufei could scarcely believe that Sun Ran had located him so swiftly. Since he was here, he decided to confront him. Xi and Jufei was not one to be cowed. Slowly opening the car door, he spotted Sun Ran standing casually nearby. I was just curious as to how someone of your caliber appeared on Earth. Now I understand. Sun Ran remarked. Enough chatter. Brace yourself. Xi and Jufei shot back, unleashing a torrent of fear energy towards Sun Ran, crafting an immensely powerful illusion. With a mere wave of his hand, Sun Ran effortlessly dispelled the energy, dismissing it with disdain. If an ordinary Great Ascension cultivator had come, they might have fallen for your trick. But I, Sun Ran, am no ordinary cultivator. Since you fancy illusions, allow me to present one in return. With that, a glint of brilliance shone in his eyes as a surge of mental energy pierced Xi and Jufei's mind, weaving an illusion within. In the realm of illusions, those who had perished under her torment transformed into specters, eternally feasting upon his flesh and soul. The anguish emanating from his very essence compelled him to emit heart-wrenching cries. Remarkably, despite the relentless gnawing of these phantoms, he could not succumb to death, enduring this torment ceaselessly, 24 hours a day. Observing the newly reborn Jufei writhing in agony on the ground, Sun Ran chose to disregard him. He sought out Sun Jingxin, gently merging his spiritual energy with her mental sea, pulling her from the clutches of the illusion. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Jingxin opened her eyes to behold Sun Ran, immediately enveloping him in her embrace. Father, please save Xiaopan and Changxing. Foolish girl, they are unharmed. You must not act so impulsively in the future. Whatever the circumstance, always inform me, he replied. Sun Jingxin ceased her tears and nodded. Catching sight of the writhing Jufei, she gritted her teeth and declared, it was he who abducted Xiaopan and her child. Sun Ran nodded in agreement, stating, once we rescue Xiaopan and her child, I see no further need for the existence of Sakura Island. Chapter 130. Another 2 chapters released. Sun Ran swiftly utilized his spiritual awareness to locate Li Changxing, who remained aboard the ship. The moment the hood was removed, he gazed at Sun Jingxin and exclaimed tearfully, and son, please save my mother. She has been taken away by those mutants. Sun Ran replied, Changxing, speak slowly. Where are they now? My mother hid the elixir, and those mutants took her back to the market to find it. Sun Ran nodded and instructed, Jingxin, you must return to the market and inform Aunt Su to gather people to deal with Xiaopan. Changxing, wait here for a moment. I will take you back shortly. With that, Sun Ran soared into the air, filled with righteous fury. He had not anticipated that in less than 20 years away, such a multitude of mutants would be wreaking havoc. Sun Ran's mindset was no longer that of an ordinary person. Since Cherry Blossom Island had become the dominion of mutants, its existence was now rendered unnecessary. As he flew above the island, Sun Ran unleashed his psychic energy, saturating the entire area as if it were raining. In an instant, all inhabitants, mutants and humans alike, succumbed to a state of cerebral death. In less than 2 hours, he had traversed the island, leaving no human alive, only animals and plants remained. Having completed his task, Sun Ran returned to the market with Changxing. At that moment, Xiaopan had already been rescued, and the mutant who had brought her was swiftly dealt with by Su Ningmeng. Sun Ran glanced at Xiaopan but remained silent, instead informing Su Ningmeng of his intention to step out for a while. Xiaopan, why are you so disobedient? Did I not advise you against revealing the elixir's existence? Fortunately, I learned of it in time, otherwise. Xiaopan, now thoroughly frightened, lowered her head in embarrassment. Jingxin, I was wrong. You can take back this elixir. I don't want it anymore. Sun Jingxin insisted, this is meant for you. Consume it now, and I will observe you. Xiaopan reluctantly placed it in her mouth. Changxing, tell me why you decided to sell the elixir. Li Changxing, unable to lie, revealed the truth to Sun Jingxin. Ah, if only you had confided in me earlier. Xiao Pan, your stubbornness has caused you unnecessary suffering. Leave the housing matters to me. You need not worry about it. Seeing that her involvement was concluded, Su Ningmeng promptly returned to the villa, while Sun Jingxin accompanied Xiao Pan and Li Changsheng back home. For the next few days, you both shall rest at home, without concern for anything. I will handle it all. With that, she departed from Xiao Pan's residence. As for the house and finances, for someone of Sun Jingxin's caliber and cultivation, it was merely a trifling matter. She searched online for the wealthiest individual in the market and, upon acquiring the address, made her way to his company. At the entrance of the office building, several security guards blocked her path, politely stating, "Miss, good day. Without an appointment, entry is prohibited. This is a private area." Sun Jingxin smiled and replied, "Inform your boss that Sun Ran's daughter, Sun Jingxin, is here to see him. If I do not meet him today, his business shall have no future in this market." "Ah, yes, miss. I will inform him immediately. Please do not worry." The guards hurriedly scrambled to make the call. Moments later, a middle-aged man rushed down to the first floor, spotting Sun Jingxin from afar. The fame of Sun Ran was well known on Earth, and his family was equally renowned. Numerous beautiful photos of Sun Jingxin circulated online, even edited into various videos. "Miss Sun, it truly is you. Greetings. Please, come in. Let us discuss in my office. I apologize for the intrusion." "Not at all. It is my honor to meet you." The director, resembling an eager servant, busily prepared tea and water with utmost courtesy. "May I inquire what brings you here, Miss Sun? You have established your business in real estate, correct?" "Indeed, Miss Sunday. After the apocalypse, there were many vacant properties, which I acquired at low prices, intending to sell to the next generation. Unexpectedly, those zombies and corpses regained human consciousness. I profited handsomely by selling them. Later, I constructed small communities resistant to extreme cold, which sold quite well." "Ah, I did not expect you to be quite astute. Here is my proposition. I require the finest property in the city center, along with 1 billion in cash. In return, I shall offer you an elixir that grants longevity, vitality, and immunity to illness. This elixir is undoubtedly worth the price." The director hesitated momentarily, realizing that even without the elixir, he would still arrange for the property in cash, for she was Sun Ran's daughter. Such a connection would ensure his business thrived henceforth. "Miss Sun, is that truly the case? Why would I deceive you? This is the elixir, consume it first, and after you experience its effects, you may provide me with the property and cash." The director took the elixir without hesitation, placing it in his mouth. Mere seconds later, he felt the effects. "Ah, I feel rejuvenated. I can run. I can leap. Ah, this sensation is marvelous. Miss Sun, would you allow me to pay an additional billion for another elixir? That is all. I have only one. You have 1 day to prepare the property in cash and deliver them to Unit 103, Building 2, Workers' Community of the Screw Factory, for Li Changsheng. I have no further business here. Farewell." "Ah, Miss Sun is leaving already? I had hoped to invite you to a meal." "No need for a meal. Simply ensure this matter is resolved." With that, she departed without a backward glance. The following day, as Xiao Pan and her son beheld the property deed and 2 billion in cash, tears of gratitude streamed down their faces. This time, Sun Ran flew directly to the capital, seeking the paramount leader. Upon meeting, he stated plainly, "I am Sun Ran. You are to hold a press conference announcing to the world that all humans on Cherry Blossom Island have been exterminated by me. Henceforth, no humans are to set foot on that island. Furthermore, regarding the treatment of mutants, do not eradicate them indiscriminately. If their abilities can be utilized effectively, they could contribute significantly to society. That is all. Arrange it promptly." Though his words were few, they left the paramount leader and his colleagues in stunned silence. Cherry Blossom Island had been a thorn in the flesh, a nail in the eye. No one dared to act against it, considering the civilians still residing there. Yet, Sun Ran demonstrated indifference to the plight of those civilians. Was he a hero of the earth or its demon? The ensuing press conference yielded varied reactions across nations. The Dragon Nation celebrated jubilantly, while the Beautiful Nation and several Western countries condemned Sun Ran's actions as excessive and devoid of human rights. Netizens from some Western nations lashed out online, and their president demanded an apology from the Dragon Nation, vehemently denouncing the incident. An apology was, of course, out of the question. This was an act of personal volition on Sun Ran's part. However, the international backlash incited Sun Ran's ire. That evening, Sun Ran flew directly to the Western Hemisphere, meticulously surveying the presidential residence of the Beautiful Nation, the White House, both inside and out, rendering all senior executives into a state of catatonia. He then proceeded to visit the Eagle Sauce Nation and others, repeating the same act. The morning news the following day dared not broadcast the events, tacitly acknowledging the reality of the situation. Who would dare to offend the Dragon Kingdom now? It would be tantamount to courting death. Even netizens from various countries fell silent, obediently closing their mouths. In his villa, Sun Ran watched the news from various nations, which was bustling with vitality, devoid of any negative reports. Did you see? These individuals are merely bullies who fear the strong, without a show of force. They remain oblivious to the truth. They seem to believe it is still the frozen apocalypse of Earth. Quite amusing indeed. Sun Ran's violent actions were also a foundation for the future status of the Dragon Kingdom on the international stage. Thus, even when he departs, no one would dare to provoke them. Darling, but killing so many people at once, could it affect your cultivation? Sun Ran shook his head and replied, the way of heaven and all things are bound by cycles. Their fates were already predetermined. If they have perished, then so be it. In truth, Sun Ran was uncertain if it would have any impact. He merely handled the matter according to his disposition. Since he had embarked on his cultivation journey, he would follow his heart. After all, he had already opposed the will of heaven. Why should he concern himself with the death of a few? Subsequently, Sun Ran drove around the world like an ordinary person, experiencing the local customs and cultures. After half a year of indulgence, having thoroughly enjoyed themselves, Sun Ran decided to return to the Kanglan realm to continue his mission. He now had the dual tasks of locating the reincarnation of Luo Yi and unifying Southern Prefecture within 5 years, followed by seeking out the Lady of Lord Lei in Central Prefecture. There was no time to waste. Fortunately, everyone had had their fill of adventure, so they all returned to the Kanglan realm together. The first thing Sun Ran did upon returning was to find Zili. Zili, how have the materials I entrusted to you fared? Your Majesty, I assure you, I have not disappointed you. Allow me to introduce this latest divine elixir. I utilized all the materials you provided, and after countless trials, I have finally refined a pill worthy of the title divine. It has no side effects and can enhance one's spiritual energy while significantly expanding the capacity of the spiritual sea. Beyond these standard effects, it also fortifies the body's defenses, both physically and within the spiritual realm. As for the effects, I suggest you try it for yourself. As she spoke, she presented a delicate jade vial. Sun Ran poured one out, placing it in his mouth, and it instantly dissolved, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. At that moment, Sun Ran, who was at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm, found himself elevated to the late stage. This divine elixir was astonishing, and he struggled to contain the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. Moreover, the capacity of his spiritual sea expanded by 1/10. It was noteworthy that his spiritual sea was already more robust than that of his peers. Such potency was truly remarkable. The enhancement to his physical defenses manifested in his bones, and the semi-divine experts in the spiritual realm had already incorporated such enhancements into their spiritual artifacts, which Zili had also utilized. Impressive. This single pill is equivalent to the 3 you previously crafted. What about the yield? All the materials you entrusted to me have been successfully processed, yielding nearly 200,000 pills. The output is quite high. However, the materials have been exhausted. I cannot refine more without them. 200,000? Are you certain? Yes. Didn't you notice these divine pills are smaller than before? The efficacy has increased because I optimized the ratios of the spiritual materials, achieving the best possible results while minimizing waste. A single batch can yield over 1,000 pills, and I can produce more than 10 batches a day. Sun Ran was taken aback. Indeed, in the presence of a genius, everything made sense. Rest assured about the materials. I will procure more. You've worked hard during this time. Keep some of these divine pills for yourself. I have already kept plenty, sufficient for my daily cultivation needs. This entire batch of 200,000 divine pills is yours. Upon returning to the palace, Sun Ran presented 50,000 divine pills to Su Ningmeng, instructing her to distribute them among her female troop, ensuring their ascension to the transformation stage within 6 months. It was not out of greed, but rather the sheer efficacy of these pills. After all, the ability to bolster physical defenses could effectively protect against heavenly tribulations. Thus, for their ascension to the transformation stage, 3 pills per person would suffice. He then accompanied Lulu to the spiritual realm. As all these materials had been acquired through clever means, they arrived at the gorge where Granny Feng resided. Upon seeing the two, Lord Lei and Granny Feng were elated. You rascal, why haven't you returned even once in half a year? Granny Feng has been lamenting for Lulu. Make it a point to return at least once a month from now on. Sun Ran felt an inexplicable warmth every time he came here. This return to his roots had taken some time, but he vowed to come back monthly henceforth. Furthermore, I need you to expedite the task I entrusted to you. I have a premonition that my daughter may soon face a calamity. A father's intuition is profound. Sun Ran was taken aback. He had felt a similar sense of danger concerning Sun Jingxin 6 months prior. Blood ties are unbreakable and eternal. Sun Ran replied earnestly, Lord Lei. I have returned to distribute the pills I refined. After all, I have received considerable spiritual materials. He explained that 62 semi-divine experts had imparted their wisdom to him, and he intended to give each of them 20 pills, while bestowing 100 pills each upon Lord Lei and Granny Feng. Moreover, I would appreciate it if you could continue gathering spiritual materials from them. You've done well, learning the art of commerce. Lord Lei chuckled. It is necessary. I intend to establish my own force. After this return, I plan to unify Southern Prefecture and strive to locate your daughter in Central Prefecture. Lord Lei pondered for a moment and replied, the strength of Central Prefecture lies in the unity of their cultivators. They will not welcome the unification of other prefectures. So the process will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. You must exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, Lord Lei, once my influence has grown, no one will be able to hinder me. I must complete your task without delay. Lord Lei was taken aback. You seem to have gained some insight. You previously shied away from this topic. Sun Ran smiled, replying, because I, too, am a father. So, Lord Lei, you can trust that I will protect your daughter from any harm. Lord Lei's eyes glistened with emotion as he patted Sun Ran's shoulder firmly, choosing silence. Sometimes, the promises exchanged between men are refreshingly simple. Chapter 131. Blitzkrieg. Sun Ran entrusted the distribution of the Dan medicine and the collection of spiritual items to Master Lei while he returned to the real world with Lulu. Now, both Su Ningmeng and the 13,000 female members of his group consumed a newly refined divine Dan every few days. With 200,000 divine Dan at their disposal, the result in less than 3 months was a remarkable advancement in their cultivation. The female members of the group reached the transformation stage, while Sun Ran and the women achieved the great ascension stage of perfection. With just one more step, they could ascend to the spirit immortal stage. Previously, they had set a goal, no ascension within 10 years. Therefore, everyone was engaged in the same task, compressing spiritual energy. This process was tedious and monotonous, yet profoundly practical. Only through this endeavor could their chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation be significantly enhanced. Half a year swiftly passed, and the divine dawn were completely consumed. Sun Ran took the opportunity to visit the spiritual realm and retrieve the spiritual items collected by Master Lei. This time, the haul was 3 times greater than before. The reason was simple. The semi-divine experts who had consumed the divine dawn crafted by Sun Ran experienced exceptional results, far surpassing the effects of directly consuming spiritual items. Thus, upon learning that this business would be sustainable, everyone had spent their time searching for spiritual items in the mountains. Sun Ran beamed at the abundance of spiritual items before him. These items could yield at least 600,000 divine dawn, requiring the expenditure of fewer than 10,000 divine dawn, leaving the remainder as his own. Zili had much work ahead of her. For a full 20 days, Zili neither ate nor drank, nor slept, until she finally completed the refinement of the divine dawn. Her strength ascended to the great ascension stage of perfection. Gazing at each milky white divine Dan, Zili smiled with satisfaction. In the coming days, Sun Ran continued distributing the divine dawn to the female group, allowing them to absorb the dawn while also mastering the compression of spiritual energy, striving to linger longer in the transformation stage before advancing to the great ascension stage. Time flew by, and another half-year passed. By now, the spiritual energy of the female members had reached saturation, rendering further compression impossible. With a wave of his hand, Sun Ran permitted them to break through under conditions of abundant spiritual energy and to shatter their bottlenecks. A month later, the 13,000 sisters had successfully traversed the Great Ascension stage with minimal peril. After nearly 20 years of cultivation and investment, all of his 13,000 female group members had essentially reached the Great Ascension stage. At this juncture, Sun Ran was ready to initiate his next grand plan, the unification of South State. As previously mentioned, South State comprised over 130 nations, with over 90 large nations housing more than 1,000 Great Ascension experts and more than 30 boasting Spirit Immortal experts. This time, Sun Ran's focus was directed towards these formidable nations. Through warfare, he sought to nurture strength, engaging in battle while simultaneously enhancing power. Presently, the Dragon Kingdom was bordered by 3 powerful nations, the Chirue Kingdom, the Lingxing Kingdom, and the Huawu Kingdom. Each of these nations possessed formidable strength. with thousands of great ascension experts capable of easily overpowering the once feeble Heilong Kingdom and Nanwu Kingdom. Perhaps due to the diminutive size of Nanwu and Heilong, they had remained undisturbed for many years. Yet, no one anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous small nation would dare to launch an assault. Sun Ran exemplified the essence of blitzkrieg. Leading the women, Wang Defa, by Mainyang, Sun Jingxin, Lulu, and 13,000 great ascension women. They suddenly appeared over the royal city of Huawu Kingdom under the cover of night. They launched their attack with lightning speed. No rationale, no pretext, merely a straightforward assault. In the dark sky, the vibrant spells unleashed by over 10,000 great ascension practitioners transformed the royal city into a magnificent spectacle. Following the initial strike, experts began to emerge from the palace. Before the adversaries could utter a word, Sun Ran swiftly signaled for the second wave of attacks to commence. No longer the novice he had been while commanding the Nanwu Kingdom, Sun Ran understood that large-scale battles among cultivators did not hinge on individual prowess but rather on concentrated firepower. Who dares to assault our Huawu Kingdom without cause? Several great ascension experts shouted, navigating through the dense barrage of spells to confront Sun Ran. Summon your emperor. Otherwise, you shall perish. Who are you? Are you perhaps from the Lingxing Kingdom? Sun Ran unleashed a mental attack, swiftly binding them with a master-servant contract. Go, summon your emperor. Yes, my master. Sun Ran refrained from initiating a third wave of attack. In a short while, the emperor and the surviving great ascension experts stood before him. Who are you? And why do you assault our Huawu Kingdom? I am Sun Ran. I have no reason. I simply desire to attack you. Henceforth, your Huawu Kingdom shall be renamed Huawu Province and join my Dragon Kingdom. With that proclamation, a tremendous surge of spiritual power enveloped the minds of all present, swiftly sealing the master-servant contracts. In 1 month, have all your city lords gather at the royal city of Heilong Province. I shall await their arrival. With that, Sun Ran and his retinue vanished into the night sky, heading towards the next nation. Thus, within a month, Sun Ran effortlessly conquered 3 nations, instructing all city lords to learn the spell for locating Roy and to disseminate this knowledge among all practitioners in their cities. As per the usual arrangement, discovering Roy's true form would yield substantial rewards. However, despite the passage of time, there was still no news to report. After a month of respite, Sun Ran set forth once more, expanding outward, conquering. Simple and brutal, within just a year, over 80 large nations in South State had succumbed to Sun Ran's grasp. Yet, there remained over 30 powerful nations yet to be claimed. The reason was straightforward. Those nations possessed spirit immortal experts, while Sun Ran did not. The current dilemma was that even with ample medicinal resources, allowing his subordinates to ascend to the spirit immortal stage would require several years. For insufficient compression of spiritual energy could pose significant risks during tribulation. For over 2 years, Sun Ran had focused on compressing spiritual energy. Yet he felt he had not reached his limits. Therefore, he resolved to dedicate 1 more year to compressing spiritual energy, determined to ascend to the spirit immortal stage by next year. To facilitate his cultivation, Sun Ran gathered the governors from over 80 provinces in the Dragon Kingdom, informing them that he would be absent for a period. During this time, they were tasked with a singular mission, to defend and endure. When he returned, it would be time for the unification of South State. Sun Ran's pace was astonishing. Within just a year, he had secured 2/3 of the territory in South State. Meanwhile, the practitioners in Middle State had yet to receive word, while the situation here was nearing completion. Similarly, the powerful nations had not realized that these countries had undergone a transformation. Since Sun Ran concluded battles with master-servant contracts, there had been no large-scale conflicts, granting him ample time to develop his strength. This time, Sun Ran resolved to enter the spiritual realm to compress spiritual energy and undergo tribulation. If he failed, he would perish. Chapter 132, The Tribulation. The reason for venturing into the spiritual realm for cultivation lies in the stability of the spiritual energy fluctuations found therein. Upon discovering an enchanting locale, Sun Ran commenced his practice. Through the nourishing essence of divine pills, he infused his body with spiritual energy, compressing it diligently, day after day. In a relentless cycle, it was only when he could no longer compress the energy that he paused his training. Lulu, I believe I have now attained the strength to face the tribulation. I can no longer afford to wait. Whether it is to unify the southern province or to seek out Lord Lei's daughter, the urgency is palpable. Therefore, I have resolved to undergo the tribulation tomorrow. My love, I support you wholeheartedly, but will you not go out to meet the elder sisters? Sun Ran shook his head resolutely. To place oneself in a position of life and death is to forge a path to rebirth. As long as I remain free of distractions, I am certain to succeed. This is the final step. Lulu nodded, though a twinge of anxiety lingered in her heart. For the success rate of the tribulation at the Great Ascension stage is indeed dismally low. On the following day, Sun Ran bathed and lit incense, calming his mind like still water. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Success was imperative. He consumed 2 divine pills in one breath, and the spiritual energy within surged wildly. Combining with the abundant energy already within him, it began to batter against his tenuous bottleneck. The process was not overly complicated, for the accumulation of spiritual energy had reached a critical mass, and the barrier yielded effortlessly. The internal energy began to transform, evolving into celestial essence. As this realm was not yet the celestial domain, it manifested in this manner. The heavenly tribulation descended as anticipated. Sun Ran gazed at the storm clouds above with a faint smile and remarked, "Old friend, we meet again." However, the tribulation seemed uninterested in pleasantries. Striking down a bolt of violet lightning, Sun Ran stood with his hands behind his back, allowing only his corporeal form to absorb the strike. The electricity coursed through him, sending delightful tingles throughout his body. The tribulation, sensing his audacity, unleashed a second bolt. Undeterred, Sun Ran's mind wandered back decades to the days of battling zombies at Lonshi Homestead. How swiftly time had passed. The lightning did not harm him. Instead, it tempered his flesh. The third bolt came, and Sun Ran merely enveloped himself in a protective shield of energy, remaining steadfast. With the fourth bolt, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he persisted through the fifth, choosing to withstand it. This was the trial set forth by the heavens, and Sun Ran resolved to embrace it with unparalleled resolve. For the sixth bolt, he retrieved the long-unused dragon spear, infusing it with his spiritual energy. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as a 9-colored dragon surged forth, meeting the sixth bolt head-on. The seventh bolt followed, and Sun Ran reinforced his energy shield, still wielding the dragon spear in defiance. The tribulation concluded. He had surpassed the 7 bolts with ease. Yet, Sun Ran did not relax. He was acutely aware that the 8th bolt awaited him, the 9-colored tribulation. As expected, the storm clouds above churned ominously, brewing the final 9-colored bolt. Lulu, fists clenched and pale-faced, urged, "Darling, you must persevere. You shall succeed. If you do, I shall grant you that delightful favor." With a thunderous roar, the 9-colored bolt descended. Sun Ran had long since fortified himself with the 9-colored energy shield, raising the dragon spear as 9 colossal dragons soared alongside him. "My fate is my own. It is not dictated by heaven. Bring it on." In an instant, the brilliance was blinding, leaving Lulu unable to open her eyes. The very next moment, the skies cleared, and the storm clouds dissipated. Sun Ran stood unyielding, spear aloft. "Darling, how are you? Are you all right?" Lulu rushed over, observing Sun Ran's pale visage, smoke rising from his form. "I have succeeded," he declared before collapsing into Lulu's embrace. In the real world, Southern Province, the Kingdom of Lianen, one of the few ancient powers in Southern Province, was suddenly beset by a mysterious force attacking its royal city. The Emperor, awakened from slumber, hastily organized the experts to resist the onslaught. "Fetch the Elder, inform him that a formidable foe is upon us. No need to search, for I have arrived." Among the mysterious assailants was a formidable spirit sage. "I shall confront him." With that, he vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing his elder's intervention, the Emperor's worries were alleviated. The mysterious group was none other than Sun Ran. After ascending to the spirit sage realm in the spiritual domain, he had taken a brief respite before returning to the real world with unwavering resolve, intent on launching a final offensive against the remaining 30-odd nations of Southern Province. Sun Ran smiled at the elderly man before him. "You are the spirit sage of this country, are you not?" "Indeed. Pray tell, why do you attack our royal city without cause? If no explanation is offered, you may find it difficult to leave this place today." "No reason at all. I simply wish to unify Southern Province. It is as simple as that." With that, a gleam of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual power surged forth, directed at the elder. "Spiritual attack? You underestimate me." The elder effortlessly warded off Sun Ran's assault. Yet the next moment, he froze in astonishment. Just when he believed he had withstood the attack, he discovered that the spiritual force possessed an insatiable devouring ability, consuming his defenses entirely. If this continued, his mental realm would be entirely devoured, rendering him a fool. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and after mere seconds, he pleaded, "Spare me, esteemed elder." Sun Ran chuckled, gesturing to halt the devouring force, and swiftly signed a master-servant contract. The entire process took less than a minute. What followed was simple. Within the royal palace, all of royal blood signed the master-servant contract. The next day, Sun Ran, without any companions, sped toward the next nation. At his pace, he conquered a nation each day. A month later, Southern Province had quietly fallen under Sun Ran's dominion, with nary a soldier raised. Next came the task of imparting the method to locate the elusive Roy to the leaders of the newly acquired nations. 6 months later, in the central province of Southern Province, Phi Province, Sun Ran held a grand coronation ceremony, proclaiming to the entirety of Southern Province, henceforth, there shall be but one nation in Southern Province, and that is the Dragon Kingdom. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the land, particularly in the powerful Central Province. The news of Southern Province's quiet unification right under their noses incited furious reactions. They promptly dispatched a delegation of 100 to the palace in Phi Province. Sun Ran, adhering to the decorum, received them. We are the Elder Council of the Central Province Alliance. We are here to investigate the unjustified assault on other nations. Should our investigation yield substantial evidence, you will need to accompany us for trial before the Central Province Alliance. Sun Ran surveyed the members of the delegation, all of whom were formidable spirit sages. Yet, in his eyes, they were merely a collection of minor nuisances. With a smile, he replied, esteemed members of the Alliance, what if I were to say that I shall not go? Not go? Then do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Chapter 133, Infiltrating the Enemy's Interior. Advancing into Zhongzhou, the so-called Spirit Immortal Realm represents the utmost limit that the Kanglan Realm can bear. This realm resembles a grand stage, with the Spirit Immortal Realm standing as the pinnacle of this stage. Here, cultivators pursue the supreme power and state, striving to transcend the constraints of heaven and earth, and to explore the mysteries of higher realms. However, the Kanglan Realm is not an endless expanse. It has its own limitations and rules. When cultivators reach a certain level of strength, they encounter an insurmountable bottleneck, the Spirit Immortal Realm. This stage is both awe-inspiring and rife with challenges and opportunities. Within the Spirit Immortal Realm, cultivators face unprecedented difficulties and trials. They must continually refine their mental state and enhance their cultivation to withstand the pressures imposed by the universe. Only a select few, endowed with extraordinary talents and fortunate circumstances, can surpass this bottleneck and ascend to higher realms. Nevertheless, even then, the Spirit Immortal Realm remains the abode of the strongest beings within the Kanglan Realm. Should anyone transcend the Spirit Immortal Realm, it would incite upheaval in the universe, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire Kanglan Realm. Hence, the Spirit Immortal Realm serves as a crucial equilibrium, safeguarding the world's stability while motivating cultivators to incessantly seek progress. During this period, should one aspire to ascend to a higher realm, it suffices to mobilize all their spiritual energy to pierce through the void, departing the Kanglan Realm and entering a higher dimension. Yet many Spirit Immortal cultivators choose to remain, for nostalgia tugs at their hearts, and the unknowns of the higher realms evoke trepidation. Who can say what awaits after the ascension? The adage better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix rings true here. These Spirit Immortal cultivators are esteemed figures within the Kanglan Realm, yet may find themselves insignificant in the upper realms. Thus, many of them linger in the Kanglan Realm, relishing its splendor while participating in the conflicts between nations and regions. At this moment, the atmosphere within the royal palace is exceptionally tense, as if a storm is imminent. Sun Ran stands there, his gaze betraying a sense of disdain and confidence. The people around him feel an invisible pressure, yet Sun Ran regards them with utter indifference. It is well known that the strong in the Spirit Immortal Realm are the apex beings of the Kanglan Realm, evoking reverence. However, Sun Ran is a paragon among them, his strength unfathomable. His demeanor leaves all in awe, stirring within them a mix of fear and admiration. Why is this so? It is solely due to Sun Ran's extraordinary mental attacks, which far exceed those of other Spirit Immortal cultivators. This is a result of him having undergone all tribulations within the realm of the mind, significantly amplifying his mental prowess, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of comparison. If he wished, he could easily annihilate all these so-called envoys right here. Sun Ran, do you truly believe yourself formidable, looking down upon others? I can assure you that within my Zhongzhou alliance, countless Spirit Immortal cultivators exist, far beyond what your meager Nanzhou can contend with. Then come. Let us see if you can instill fear in me, retorted Sun Ran, taking a leisurely sip of tea. Those who fear you may cower, but my alliance does not. With that, a wave of overwhelming spiritual energy surged towards Sun Ran. He effortlessly deflected the attack with a mere flick of his hand, then unleashed a mental assault of his own. Since you have made the first move, none shall leave today, he declared, an immense pressure radiating from him as countless tendrils of spiritual energy enveloped the envoys' minds. In the blink of an eye, Sun Ran forcibly established a master-servant contract with them. Zhangzhou continent, if you are to be so domineering, do not blame me for unleashing my full potential. Having acquired some valuable information, Sun Ran dismissed the envoys and prepared to journey to Zhangzhou. By controlling the Zhongzhou alliance, he could govern the entirety of Zhongzhou. Thus, after arranging matters in Nanzhou, Sun Ran set forth once more, this time targeting the Zhongzhou alliance. A strait, over 1,000 kilometers wide, separates Nanzhou from Zhangzhou. The waters teem with monstrous beasts and sea creatures, deterring weaker cultivators from daring to cross this expanse. Even flight is perilous, as the skies are filled with countless gigantic avian beasts. Yet Sun Ran harbored no concerns. He was a spirit immortal cultivator, and in this realm, distinctions of early, mid, or late stages no longer apply. Upon reaching the spirit immortal realm, one's cultivation ceases to grow, as the rules and laws of the Kanglan realm prohibit it. Only through ascension, transforming one's spiritual energy into immortal energy and practicing higher-level techniques, can one elevate their realm. Consequently, the masters of the spirit immortal realm find it exceedingly challenging to discern superiority among themselves. It is only then that the significance of mental attacks becomes apparent. However, without having traversed the tribulations of the mental domain, even the strongest mental power pales in comparison to Sun Ran. As Sun Ran crossed the strait, he encountered numerous beasts, all of which he compelled into master-servant agreements, transforming them into his mounts. Upon reaching Zhangzhou, Sun Ran was astounded to discover the realm's spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant. Indeed, severalfold stronger than that of Nanzhou. No wonder there are so many spirit immortal cultivators in Zhangzhou. However, the cultivators here are notoriously insular. If outsiders from other states arrive, they are likely to face numerous obstacles. They possess their own detection methods, easily discerning one's origin. Yet for Sun Ran, such matters are trivial. He made his way directly to the headquarters of the Zhongzhou Alliance, located in the Tianjia Empire. It bears resemblance to the United Nations, serving as the Alliance's central hub. Within the Alliance, there are nearly 10,000 spirit immortal cultivators, responsible for the daily operations of Zhongzhou, mediating conflicts between nations, and monitoring the situations of other states. Upon his arrival, Sun Ran swiftly contacted his subordinates, who occupied lower-tier positions in the Alliance, performing menial tasks that yielded little reward. It was evident that they lacked substantial backing. Old Wu, what is the position of your immediate superior? Sun Ran inquired. Master. He oversees intelligence and information and is a mid-level leader. Very well, take me to see him, and inform him I possess critical information to share. Understood, Master. With guidance, Sun Ran easily met this mid-level leader. Without further ado, he initiated a mental attack. Although this leader was an established spirit immortal expert who had begun specialized training in the mental domain, he remained inconsequential before Sun Ran. After signing the master-servant contract, Sun Ran instructed him to introduce him to higher-ranking individuals. Thus, within a single day, all 20 or so executives of the Zhongzhou Alliance became his servants. Yet this was insufficient. Sun Ran's true aim was to place the entire alliance under his control. Over the next 3 days, Sun Ran sat in the office of the alliance leader, summoning each member to sign master-servant contracts. In total, 13,000 spirit immortal experts became Sun Ran's subordinates. With that accomplished, Sun Ran proceeded to Lianzhou, the homeland of Lord Lei. A millennium ago, the Tianjia Empire was renowned for the prominence of the esteemed Lei family, whose patriarch, Lei Fenxing, was a master of the great perfection stage. However, upon his ascension, he chose to venture into the higher realms, resulting in the gradual decline of the family from a prestigious lineage to one of lesser standing over the course of 1,000 years. On this particular day, within the reception hall of the Lei family, the eldest son of the Sima family reclined in his chair, crossing his legs with a predatory gaze fixed upon the enchanting Lei Wushuang from a distance. Today, he was determined to claim her. As her beauty was simply irresistible, her delicate features, alluring lips, and captivating form stirred a desire within him that was almost unbearable. The Sima family was no ordinary clan. The sister of their patriarch, Sima Ru, was the reigning empress of the Tianjia Empire, which had transformed the Sima family from obscurity into one of the foremost families in the realm. Meanwhile, Lei Wushuang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. For the eldest son was not alone. He was accompanied by a formidable figure at the spirit immortal stage. Should she dare to refuse him today, it was likely that the entire Lei family would face obliteration, and her own remains would be desecrated. Resigned to her fate, she thought to herself, Father, are you well in the higher realms? Your daughter longs for you dearly. If you were here, surely you would protect me, wouldn't you? Chapter 134, Resolving the Turmoil of the Lei Family. Who is Lei Wushuang, the young Lady Lei? A voice resonated in the hall as Sun Ran, clad in a deep blue robe, entered with an unhurried demeanor. All eyes were curiously fixated upon him. Lei Wushuang strained to recall if she had ever encountered this individual before. I am Lei Wushuang. May I ask who you are? Upon glancing at her, Sun Ran confirmed what Lord Lei had described. She was indeed a vision of beauty, with fair skin and long legs, possessing a voluptuous and bashful figure, a truly exquisite woman. My name is Sun Ran. Although you may not yet recognize me, I am well acquainted with you, for you are my betrothed. As soon as the words left his lips, young Master Sima leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Who the devil are you? Have you no shame? Compared to you, I am practically a gentleman. Believe it or not, she truly is my betrothed. Sun Ran then approached Lei Wushuang and discreetly revealed the token entrusted to him by Lord Lei. Tears welled up in Lei Wushuang's eyes instantly. Sun Ran offered her a resolute gaze. Wushuang, please tell young Master Sima that you are indeed my betrothed. The moment Lei Wushuang laid eyes on the token, she understood that this man had been sent by her father to rescue her and her family. Young Master Sima, he is indeed my fiancé. I apologize. But if there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave. Very well. Your Lei family has done quite well, Sun Ran, is it? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my inn is? You think you are impressive? Soon, you will learn what true cruelty entails. With that, he turned to his followers and uttered a few words before swiftly producing a communication talisman and channeling his spiritual energy. Don't leave. I must confront you in front of your fiancée today. Sun Ran, seated beside Lei Wushuang, observed young Master Sima with a bemused expression. Before long, the sound of wings slicing through the air echoed, heralding the arrival of none other than Empress Sima and over 100 formidable experts from the palace. Empress Sima, who held great affection for her nephew, was aggrieved to hear that her dear nephew's daughter had been taken. This was a matter that would cost her face. In the Tianka Empire, no one had dared to offend the Sima family thus far. Who dares to steal my nephew's woman? Empress Sima stood at the forefront, embodying the regal presence of an empress. It is I. What of it? You are the empress of the Tianka Empire? Knowing this, you still dare to offend the Sima family? You truly do not comprehend the meaning of peril. Bring Lei Wushuang to me at once. Tonight she shall be wed. As for this man, he should be dealt with immediately. The experts behind Empress Sima surged forward, ready to seize Lei Wushuang. Her heart raced, but seeing Sun Ran steadfastly beside her, she wondered if he had a hidden card to play. At that moment, another rush of air signaled the arrival of not just a few, but many. The leader of the Zhangzhou Alliance, Hua Sheng, had come to visit the Lei family. Alongside him was Li Sibo, the deputy leader of the Zhangzhou Alliance, and in no time, all high-ranking officials of the Zhangzhou Alliance had arrived at the Lei family estate, leaving Empress Sima astounded. Though the Tianka Empire was immensely powerful, it was still subject to the jurisdiction of the Zhangzhou Alliance. This was not an organization like the United Nations, ineffectual in the face of significant matters. The Zhangzhou Alliance was established by all the spiritual ascendants from various nations, transcending all nations and families. Should any nation disobey, their emperor would be disposed of and replaced. These cultivators had reached the pinnacle of cultivation within the Kanglan realm, and they no longer regarded national boundaries, only personal interests mattered. To safeguard the interests of these spiritual ascendants, it was imperative that every nation's emperor obeyed. Caught in a dilemma, Empress Sima stood by, unsure of how to proceed. At Sun Ran's discreet suggestion, Hua Sheng addressed the gathering. This young friend Sun Ran is a close companion of mine. Moreover, the late Lei Fengxing had a warm friendship with my family. Let us see who dares to cause trouble in the Lei family today. Upon uttering these words, Empress Sima's face turned pale. Sun Ran was indeed no ordinary individual. To discover that he was a close friend of the leader of the Zhangzhou Alliance was truly unexpected. Ah, Leader Hua. I was unaware that this esteemed Sun Ran was your friend. This must be a misunderstanding. I apologize, Sun Ran, and you too, dear niece Wushuang. Once you wed Sun Ran, I shall present you with a grand gift. Well, if there is nothing amiss, I shall take my leave. Leader Hua nodded without a word. Lei Wushuang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, realizing that her father had summoned such powerful allies to rescue her. In that moment, all resentment toward her father vanished. Wait. Did I say you could leave, Empress Sima? Sun Ran interjected. Ah, esteemed Sun Ran, please forgive my oversight. This is clearly a misunderstanding. I shall return and discipline my nephew for spoiling you. Your issues with your child are of no concern to me. You have harmed me and my beloved. How do you propose to remedy this? Empress Sima's expression soured, aware that the leaders of the Zhangzhou Alliance were Sun Ran's allies. She could not afford to offend them. Cautiously, Empress Sima Ru approached Sun Ran and whispered, "What do you propose we do? Perhaps we could find a private place where I can personally apologize?" Sun Ran inhaled the fragrant breath of Empress Sima Ru, smiled, and nodded in response. "Very well. If it is indeed a misunderstanding, let us not pursue it further. Leader Hua, I appreciate your assistance in today's matter. Sun Ran, you are too courteous. Your affairs are indeed the Zhongzhou Alliance's affairs. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." He then turned to Lei Fengxiang and added, "Brother Lei, in the future, should your family require anything, feel free to reach out to me or any member of the Zhongzhou Alliance." Lei Fengxiang stood up promptly, exclaiming, "I am unworthy. Thank you, Leader Hua." Thus, what Lei Wushuang had anticipated to be a tragic conclusion transformed into a joyful resolution. Stealing a glance at Sun Ran, she noted his youthful visage, likely in his 30s, with defined features and an aura of righteousness, indeed a worthy partner. "Wushuang, stay at home and await my return. I shall be back shortly." Sun Ran smiled at Lei Wushuang. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she eagerly nodded. "Very well, Brother Sun Ran. Please attend to your matters. I am grateful for your assistance today. Think nothing of it. I shall return shortly with news regarding your father." With that, Sun Ran hurriedly departed from the Lei residence. For Empress Sima Ru awaited him outside. Chapter 135, The Troubling Sima Ru. Upon exiting the Lei residence, Sun Ran sought out Sima Ru, who was now alone. As the guards and the eldest son of the Sima family had departed, Sun Ran, with a playful demeanor, inquired, "How do you intend to resolve this issue? Should I find your efforts unsatisfactory, the Sima family shall no longer exist within the Tianka Empire." "Oh dear, Master Sun Ran, how could you say such things? I possess a grand estate in the royal city. Perhaps you could assist me in examining its feng shui?" Sun Ran, admiring Sima Ru's alluring figure, playfully patted her backside, commanding, "Lead the way." Upon arriving at Sima Ru's abode, she took the initiative. An hour later, a refreshed Sun Ran exited her dwelling. While Sima Ru lay on her bed, a visage of embarrassment. How could a queen of a superpower in Zhongzhou have found herself in such a compromising position? Her foolish nephew had truly lost his senses to offend such a formidable being. Meanwhile, Sun Ran returned to the Lei residence, where he recounted the events concerning Lei Dage's affairs in the spiritual realm to Lei Wushuang. Upon learning that her father was still alive, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Brother Sun Ran, I wish to marry you. Can you help me see my father once more? I miss him dearly." "Not yet. But the opportunity will arise. I promise you shall see him again." That evening, the two shared a passionate night together, igniting a fierce romance. The following day, Lei Wushuang sported a new hairstyle, signifying her status as a married woman. The entire Lei family rejoiced, for with Sun Ran as their formidable ally, their rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. However, Sun Ran wished to expedite matters, seeking to consolidate power across Zhongzhou swiftly. Thus, he approached the leader of the Zhongzhou Alliance. "Leader Hua, I request that we advance the triannual imperial conference to 1 month from now." "Certainly, my lord. I shall dispatch messages to the emperors of all nations immediately." Sun Ran's strategy was to first subjugate the emperors, subsequently controlling the city lords, thus establishing dominion from the top down over all of Zhongzhou. By the way, let us replace the emperor of the Tianka Empire. I propose Lei Fengxi as the new emperor. Understood. I shall arrange it forthwith, with a single command. Sun Ran instigated a dynastic change in his superpower. Such was the might of a true force. 1 month later, over 300 emperors arrived at the Zhongzhou Alliance's headquarters. No one understood the reason for the hastened assembly, yet orders from above must be obeyed, for they were issued by a formidable figure. Ultimately, the conference did not take place. Instead, one by one, the emperors were bound to servitude contracts with Sun Ran. Furthermore, he instructed each emperor to disseminate the search for Luai, promising generous rewards for any who succeeded. As for the Tianka Empire, its emperor had been replaced by Lei Fengxi, while the Sima family could maintain their wealth, provided they did not cause unrest. Sima Ru, having returned to her family, found Sun Ran available to discuss the significant matters of life. The situation in Zhongzhou had been clarified, while for the northern, western, and eastern states, Sun Ran directed the Zhongzhou Alliance to summon all the emperors from those regions. Soon, he would seize control of them all. "Leader Hua, I wish to inquire about the legend of the 12 celestial emperors in the Kanglin realm. Are you familiar with it? The 12 celestial emperors? That is a tale from eons past, belonging to the ancient era. At that time, the laws of the Kanglin realm still permitted cultivators above the spirit immortal stage to exist. The 12 celestial emperors were figures from that epoch, transcending the spirit immortal realm. For reasons unknown, they collectively shattered this law, prohibiting the existence of cultivators beyond the spirit immortal stage. And where did they go afterward? Historical records state that after altering the rules of the Kanglen realm, they ascended to the upper realm. What became of them thereafter remains unknown. My lord, why do you inquire about this? There are personal grievances involved. By the way, when the emperors from the other 3 states arrive in Zhangzhou, have them wait for me here. I must attend to some matters. Of course, my lord, rest assured. Sun Ran hastily returned to the southern state. Lin Yao. I'm back, he called out as he entered the palace, only to find it deserted. Lulu, where is everyone? Lulu leapt into Sun Ran's arms, exclaiming. They found this place dull and decided to return to Earth. They mentioned something about a talent show featuring a rap singer they liked. And they wanted to vote for him. Well, that is fine. They can go wherever they please. Darling, how did things go in Zhangzhou? Everything is in order. Zhangzhou is now my territory. I plan to visit the spiritual realm to inform Lei Dage that his daughter's matters have been resolved. Upon my return, I shall swiftly take control of the remaining 3 states. Lulu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Darling, you're incredible. You unified Zhangzhou so quickly. Let us proceed to the spiritual realm. Lingling opened a portal, leading directly to Granny Feng's canyon. The canyon was bustling with activity. Some were delivering spiritual artifacts to Lei Dage, others were chatting with Bayer and the 3 ladies. And some semi-divine neighbors were engaged in friendly sparring. Upon spotting Sun Ran, Lei Dage's eyes widened in astonishment. You've broken through? Sun Ran smiled. Indeed. I was fortunate to succeed. You are now at the spirit immortal stage, nearly on par with a semi-divine beings. Very impressive. Indeed, it is thanks to you, Lei Dage, for helping me gather spiritual artifacts. By the way, I have good news. I've resolved your daughter's issues. Do tell. Sun Ran recounted the entire sequence of events, including his ability to forge master-servant contracts. You truly are bold and meticulous. Who would have thought you could so effortlessly seize control of Zhangzhou through your formidable mental prowess? I knew I had not misjudged you. Moreover, I have 2 pieces of good news. First, your brother is now the emperor of the Tianke Empire. Second, you will soon have a grandson. You are to become a grandfather. Lei Dage was momentarily stunned. The first revelation was already overwhelming. Upon hearing the second, he was utterly flabbergasted. This young man, who had initially been so hesitant, had swiftly won over his daughter. So you still call me Lei Dage? Old habits die hard. It's not too late to change it now, right, father? Chapter 136, duration of 2.5 years. How is my daughter? Grandfather Lei asked. His eyes reddened with concern. Do not worry. She is doing well now. However, there was a time when she was forced to nearly marry the eldest son of the Sima family. But that is all behind us. You can rest easy. Sun Ran reassured him. You young man, do put in more effort. Strive to change the laws of the spiritual realm one day, so that I may go out and embrace my grandson. I would have no regrets in this life, Grandfather Lei replied. Sun Ran nodded, saying, Rest assured, father. At that moment, Granny Feng approached and inquired, Sun Ran, have there been any updates regarding Luo Yi? Sun Ran shook his head, responding, I have already seized half of the territories in the Kanglen realm, yet there is still no news of Luo Yi. I wonder if she has reincarnated in another dimension. Granny Feng pondered. That is a possibility, though uncertain. With Luo Yi's keen intellect, she would surely find a way to reincarnate in the Kanglen realm, making it easier for you to locate her. Moreover, the lower and higher planes of the Kanglen realm are interconnected. It stands to reason that when one dies, they reincarnate within these planes, making it exceedingly difficult to transcend the cycle. Sun Ran inquired, what about the 12 immortal emperors? They should be in the higher planes by now, having been figures from ancient times. Indeed, they should have long since ascended to the higher planes, Granny Feng affirmed. I have been contemplating whether the 12 immortal emperors have mastered reincarnation, which may be why I cannot find Luo Yi. Sun Ran's words left Granny Feng deep in thought. If what you say is true, then we are faced with a dilemma. What do you propose we do? She asked. I intend to visit the Ghost Realm, the place where the Dark Sovereign Caesar resides. It serves as a transit station for all departed souls. Perhaps I can uncover some clues there, Sun Ran explained. Grandfather Lei interjected, you have yet to unify the Kanglen realm. It would be wise to wait. If you find her in a few days, you need not take the risk of venturing into the Ghost Realm. Sun Ran nodded. I have already conquered 2 of the 5 great states in the Kanglen realm. I came to the spiritual realm to inform you that the matter concerning Wushuang has been resolved, alleviating your worries. I was thinking that since there is little for me to do here, I shall return to Earth. Once I have unified the Kanglen realm, I will bring you a gift. What kind of gift? You're sounding quite mysterious. Grandfather Lei replied. You will know in due time. There is nothing pressing. So I will take my leave. The journey back and forth will take about half a month. Very well, go about your business. But remember to let me hold my grandson soon, Grandfather Lei urged. Understood, father. Sun Ran and Lulu returned to the earthly realm. He did not rush to Zhangzhou, knowing that gathering all the emperors of the 3 states would take almost a month. Instead, he decided to return to Earth first to discover who this talented young man was that captivated his beloved. Upon arriving at the villa in the morning market, he found women gathered together, engrossed in discussion and frequently tapping on their phones. Ladies, what are you all up to? Sun Ran's sudden appearance startled them. Hubby, you're back. How did things go in Zhangzhou? Lin Yo quickly stood and rushed to his side. It's all settled. Why did you all return together? Sun Ran asked. Husband, you have no idea. The whole nation is watching the Tomorrow Star program. There's a boy named Kuan Kuan who excels in singing, dancing, and rapping. He is also an amazing basketball player and incredibly handsome, Su Ningmeng exclaimed. Oh, is that so? Let me see, Sun Ran said, intrigued. As he took a seat in front of the television, Tang Tian hurriedly turned on the TV, where Mango TV was replaying yesterday's competition. On the screen, a young man with gray-white hair was energetically singing and dancing, radiating charisma. Lulu, having never encountered such entertainment, was also captivated. Sun Ran furrowed his brow, observing in silence. He could immediately tell that this Kuan Kuan was not entirely normal. However, rather than express his concerns, he smiled and remarked, Indeed, this young man possesses great potential to become a star. I agree. I've already spent all my pocket money voting for him. Mi do Chandin. Mi do. How much pocket money do you have? Sun Ran inquired. Well, converted to Earth currency, it's about 30 million, she replied. How much? Sun Ran was taken aback. 30 million? Is that a lot? Sister Tian has spent nearly 100 million. Sun Ran was speechless. These women truly had wealth. Naturally, to them, currency was merely a number, easily obtainable. Su Ningmeng tugged at Sun Ran's sleeve. Husband, I have no more money on Earth. You must think of a way for me to vote for my idol. Sun Ran raised both hands. Do I look like a wealthy man? I rarely come back. How could I have money? Su Ningmeng then retrieved a sparkling spirit stone from her space. This spirit stone can be exchanged for several 100 million. I need to go exchange it. Which of you sisters will accompany me? Holding the translucent spirit stone, which far surpassed diamonds in appearance and conferred health benefits when worn long-term, she offered an item that was priceless yet elusive in the market. I'll go, Sister Ningmeng. But you must give me 50 million. One replied. Deal. She agreed. I'll join too. Please reserve a share for me to vote for Kuan Kuan. At that moment, Lulu also stood, bashfully stating, Sister Ningmeng, I'd like to go too. Sun Ran was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lulu, who had only glanced at Kuan Kuan, desired to join them. Why don't you all go? I finally returned and could use some rest and relaxation. He pretended to head upstairs to sleep. All right then. Husband, we'll be back soon. We'll spend a lovely evening with you. Once everyone left the villa, Sun Ran's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. He had previously stated that he permitted the existence of mutants, so long as they utilized their abilities for the benefit of society, deeming them useful individuals. Though Sun Ran was unaware of Kuan Kuan's true talents, he sensed something was amiss. He left the villa and flew directly to the headquarters of Mango TV, seeking out the director. After several attempts, he finally met the charming young man, Kuan Kuan. In the backstage dressing room, only Sun Ran and Kuan Kuan remained. Speak up. What is your talent? Why are you doing this? Do you realize how many girls have gone bankrupt voting for you? Sun Ran asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Faced with the Earth's hero, Sun Ran, Kuan Kuan was utterly flustered, revealing the truth without hesitation. Chapter 137. The truth about Kuan Kuan. Kuan Kuan gazed at Sun Ran, who wore a stern expression, and hurriedly recounted his tale. My true name is Wu Kuan. Since childhood, I have harbored a passion for singing and dancing. However, the apocalyptic events of 20 years ago transformed me into a mere shell of a human. Gradually, I regained my consciousness and began my training anew. Eventually, I traveled to the Renowned, where I underwent rigorous training for 2.5 years. During this time, I endured inhumane treatment. Not only was I denied performance opportunities, but I was also relegated to menial tasks. They continually bullied, beat, and humiliated me, accusing me of being a citizen of, claiming that I was stealing their culture. They demanded that I return to my homeland, alleging that I was pilfering their boy band scene. I endured silently for the sake of my dreams until one day, I could no longer withstand the torment, and my latent talent awakened charm. This gift incited a maternal affection in women, often referred to as mommy fans. They selflessly devoted themselves to my career. At this point, Kuan glanced up at Sun Ran, who remained silent, encouraging him to continue. The Chaebol discovered my talent and threatened me, insisting that I return to my country to exploit my abilities for his profit. He desired nothing less than the utter destruction of families in. Initially, I resisted, contemplating a discreet return home. However, before I could leave, I found that my parents and younger sister had been brought to. The Chaebol used them as leverage against me, threatening to harm my mother and sister if I did not comply. I was left with no choice and, sobbing, returned to my homeland to utilize my gift, participating in various talent shows. Uncle Sun Ran, I am truly desperate. Please, save my parents and sister. At this moment, Kuan was in tears. Well, if it were anyone else, this situation would be difficult to handle, but you were fortunate to have encountered me. Come, I shall take you to. Sun Ran declared. I want to see how powerful this Chaebol really is. I have faced greater challenges than them. Kuan wiped his tears and said, Thank you, Uncle Sun Ran. I will book a plane ticket immediately. We shall depart tomorrow. Sun Ran chuckled, retrieving a somewhat enclosed helmet from his space. Why book a ticket? We can leave right now. Kuan quickly donned the helmet, and Sun Ran enveloped them both in spiritual energy, soaring into the sky. 10 minutes later, they found themselves hovering over. Without Sun Ran and Appos as protective barrier, Kuan likely would have succumbed to the frigid air, his legs trembling and his face pale. Just acclimate yourself. Now, lead me to the Chaebol and Appos as company. They arrived at the bustling heart of the capital city, which, after 20 years of development, bore no trace of the apocalypse. People of all ages reveled in the city and Appos as vibrant nightlife. That skyscraper is the Chaebol and Appos as headquarters. Let and Appos go. They approached the entrance of the headquarters. Having spent 2.5 years there, Kuan was familiar with their language. My friend and I wish to see the president. Tell them that Earth hero Sun Ran has arrived. The hulking guards at the entrance exchanged glances with Sun Ran before bursting into laughter, uttering a few derisive phrases. Sun Ran, exasperated, waved his hand, rendering them all into a state of catatonia. Lead the way, he said impatiently. Kuan hastily complied, and they entered the bustling lobby, where no one paid them any heed. They took the elevator directly to the president's office on the top floor. With a wave of his hand, Sun Ran shattered the office door, revealing a scene of chaos as a woman screamed and a man cursed. Two disheveled individuals fumbled to dress themselves. Is this the person? Sun Ran inquired, and Kuan nodded. The president, upon seeing Kuan, immediately uttered unkind words. Sun Ran swiftly cast a servant contract, causing the president to kneel before them. Bring his parents and sister here. Yes, master. An hour later, Kuan's parents were brought in, and judging by their attire, they appeared unharmed. Mom, Dad, Xiao Mei, the Earth hero has come to rescue you. The four embraced, weeping profusely. If you wish to cry, do so quickly. I intend to cleanse of its filth. These people are truly abhorrent. Kuan exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly arranged tickets for the next flight home. Sun Ran picked up the phone and dialed the number of his leader. This is Sun Ran. You have 24 hours to ensure that all citizens of In return home immediately. Failure to do so will have dire consequences. He hung up without hesitation. On the other end, the leader paused for 3 seconds before frantically making calls to all citizens in, citing Sun Ran's orders. If they did not comply, they were warned of severe repercussions. They also dispatched numerous naval vessels and transports to facilitate the evacuation. 24 hours later, regardless of whether the citizens had returned, Sun Ran unleashed an immense wave of spiritual energy, enveloping. In an instant, the country fell silent, save for the distant music of bars. Every human being within its borders succumbed to brain death. This nation, steeped in moral decay, ought not to exist. Upon returning to his villa inn, the television broadcasted continuous news cycles, announcing Kuan's indefinite withdrawal from the entertainment industry. At that moment, Kuan had suppressed his abilities, appearing as an ordinary boy. Meanwhile, the women who had invested in him lamented their decisions, questioning why they had foolishly spent so much on him, leading to family discord. Fortunately, he had exited the industry. Otherwise, many families might have been irreparably shattered. After spending a few days on Earth, Sun Ran returned to the Kanglan realm. The Central State Alliance had summoned the emperors and clan leaders from the other 3 states to convene an extraordinary meeting, held every 3 years, with only one agenda: to become Sun Ran's servants. During this time, Sun Ran had been signing servant contracts with numerous individuals daily, strengthening his mental realm and spiritual power. He could now contract with thousands of individuals simultaneously, greatly enhancing efficiency. In less than 3 days, he claimed dominion over the 5 states of the Kanglan realm. Chapter 138. Entering the Ghost Realm after unifying the Kanglan realm. Sun Ran remained industrious. He grandly welcomed the daughter of Lord Lei, Lei Wushuang, into his home, thus alleviating one of Lord Lei's long-held concerns. Throughout the entire process, Sun Ran engaged the most professional filming team, specially brought over from Earth, to document the event. The footage was meticulously crafted into a cinematic video, stored on a tablet, intended for Sun Ran to present to Lord Lei during his next visit to the spiritual realm. This was the gift Sun Ran had promised Lord Lei previously. In the subsequent year, Sun Ran, accompanied by all his women, traversed the Kanglan realm aboard a magical airship, primarily in search of the reincarnation of Luo Yi. Regrettably, there was no trace of her to be found, despite thousands of cultivators across the 5 states having mastered the techniques to locate Luo Yi's true form. Time passed without any leads. Thus, Sun Ran speculated that both Luo Yi and Hao Qian's reincarnations were likely not present in this realm. After completing his extensive journey through the Kanglan realm, Sun Ran resolved to venture into the spiritual domain to investigate the matter further. Bidding farewell to his women, he entered the spiritual realm alongside Lulu and Lingling. Upon arrival, Lord Lei, with a stern expression, exclaimed, "Didn't you say you would return every month? Why have you been gone for a year?" Sun Ran quickly explained, "Father, I have been quite occupied. I just unified the Kanglan realm and have been searching for Luo Yi's true form, but to no avail. However, I have brought you a gift." He then produced a large tablet from his spatial storage and powered it on, revealing a colorful interface. "What is this? It's quite visually appealing." Lord Lei laughed. "This is called a tablet computer, a product from my homeland. I assure you, there are even more visually stunning devices." Sun Ran opened a folder and played the wedding video featuring himself and Lei Wushuang. Upon seeing his daughter in the video, Lord Lei was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he witnessed her wedding without being able to stand by her side. Beside him, Granny Feng also wept, saying, "Brother Lei, it's a joyous occasion that your daughter has married. You can now rest assured and leave her in Sun Ran's care." Lord Lei nodded in agreement. After watching the video, he turned to Sun Ran with a flushed face, saying, "Good son-in-law, could I keep this tablet? I would like to watch it whenever I have free time, especially since there are many photos of Wushuang on it." Sun Ran chuckled, "This is indeed for you, father. However, if it runs out of battery, you won't be able to view it. I'll leave you some power banks. Just connect them when it runs low. There's enough charge to last you for a decade or so. When it runs out, I'll bring you new ones." That evening, the family gathered together and enjoyed a considerable amount of wine. Afterward, Sun Ran and Lord Lei lounged in the courtyard, puffing on smoke. "Father, did you not store the weapon of the Dark Emperor Caesar?" "Indeed," Lord Lei replied. "We sensed something peculiar about that weapon, and later, he discovered it contained a portal to the ghost realm. I wish to investigate and see if Luo Yi's reincarnation is truly not within this cycle. If it is not, I will break the cycle and seek her in another dimension." Lord Lei nodded, saying nothing further. This was the bond of trust between men. Promises made must be kept. "The weapon has remained with me, but I must inform you that your true form cannot enter. You can only use your spiritual energy to manifest a body for entry. It could be somewhat perilous. I will accompany you." Sun Ran shook his head. "Father, you know my forte lies in spiritual energy. I shall go alone. As long as I uncover the truth, I will return promptly. There should be no danger. You need not worry." Lord Lei nodded, recognizing that, as Sun Ran asserted, he had yet to meet anyone in the spiritual realm whose spiritual energy surpassed that of Sun Ran. The following morning, Sun Ran prepared himself. While Lord Lei retrieved the weapon left by Caesar in the spiritual realm, a massive iron hammer. Due to the countless beings it had slain, it had unwittingly generated a pathway to the ghost realm. This realm differed from Hao Qian's dark realm. The ghost realm was where all souls went for reincarnation after death, while the dark realm was a desolate place of exile, devoid of resources. "Be cautious and do not act recklessly," Lord Lei cautioned. "Rest assured, I am aware," Sun Ran replied, extending a strand of spiritual energy into the massive hammer. As he entered, he was immediately surrounded by countless malevolent spirits, their wails echoing in a haunting cacophony that threatened to disrupt his mental state. Yet, for Sun Ran, these spirits now served as nourishment. As he too had become akin to them, a being of spirit. As entities of the same essence, consuming one another would yield significant benefits. It was not out of cruelty that Sun Ran absorbed them. Rather, failing to do so would result in his own consumption. These spirits had long lost their human consciousness, imprisoned in this realm for an unfathomable duration. Death and consumption may indeed be their most fitting fate. As Sun Ran's spiritual form consumed the malevolent spirits, he sought the portal to the ghost realm. Here, time seemed to lose its meaning, stretching into eternity, or perhaps only seconds. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged from the darkness. Sun Ran swiftly approached and discerned a modest door, from which a chilling wind emanated, sending shivers down his spine. It was the tremor of souls. This must be it, he thought, glancing back at the spirits he had consumed in his own increasingly corporeal form. Satisfied, he noted how the act of consumption had fortified his own spiritual body. Without hesitation, Sun Ran entered the ghost realm. The ghost realm was devoid of color and sunlight, filled only with endless cold winds and desolation. Countless wandering souls, unable to reincarnate or be reborn due to their past transgressions, roamed the wilderness. They dared not face the judgment before reincarnation, condemned to eternally drift as lost souls. Upon seeing Sun Ran, they surged forward, clawing and gnashing, intent on consuming him. "Ha! You think your meager strength can devour me?" Sun Ran transformed into a voracious vacuum, consuming all the lost souls in his path. However, after the consumption, he realized his cultivation had not increased in the slightest. Instead, his recently solidified form had become chaotic. He promptly seated himself to examine his body. It turned out that the spiritual forms of these lost souls contained no energy whatsoever, only an overwhelming amount of negative energy. Absorbing them only resulted in detrimental effects and harm. With a wry smile, Sun Ran mused, "What a troublesome group of lost souls. It seems prudent to keep my distance from them." Chapter 139. Re-encounter with the Dark Emperor. Sun Ran meticulously cleansed and absorbed the chaotic negative energy within his spiritual form. Soaring along a broad path, indifferent to the myriad of lost souls flanking the sides, suddenly, a squad of soldiers appeared ahead, their imposing figures and fierce visages unmistakable. They quickly spotted Sun Ran, who was met with a boisterous challenge. "Who goes there?" Sneaking around. Sun Ran had no intention of evading them. He stepped forward and replied, "I am here in the lower realm to seek the Ghost King regarding certain matters. Could you kindly direct me to him?" "Haha. You think you can meet the Ghost King? How amusing. However, judging by your spiritual prowess, you might serve as a decent meal," one of the soldiers retorted, prompting his companions to erupt in laughter. Furrowing his brow, Sun Ran warned, "My patience is limited. If you refuse to assist, I suggest you vacate the premises before I am compelled to devour you." The captain was taken aback. This young man was audacious. He swung a soul-calling banner towards Sun Ran, who felt a powerful suction attempting to draw him in. Sun Ran smiled, thinking, with such weaklings, "They dare attempt to ensnare me?" He deftly dodged the banner and retaliated, deflecting the suction back towards them. In a swift motion, his nine-colored spiritual energy pierced the captain's spiritual sea, and in the next moment, he was behind the captain, unleashing an overwhelming force that consumed him entirely. Sun Ran's spiritual form solidified further. The remaining squad members were stunned. They had not anticipated such strength from a mere spirit, especially when their captain was a formidable ghost general. "Please spare us, we were merely jesting." Sun Ran had no intention of consuming them. They were insignificant and lacked any substantial energy. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "A report indicated that an evil force has arisen outside the city, voraciously devouring lost souls and even some ghost practitioners. We have been dispatched to investigate," one of them explained. "Oh, what sort of evil force?" "We are uncertain, but it appears capable of manipulating spiritual forms to attack. In a short span, this malevolent spirit has reportedly gathered a considerable following." "Kaiser? The Dark Emperor Kaiser? I did not expect him to establish such a presence in the ghost realm so swiftly. This is troubling. Come, follow me and guide me. I shall deal with this evil spirit." The team was elated, recognizing the danger of their mission and feeling safer with such a powerful ally. A quick-thinking member removed the token from their fallen captain and presented it to Sun Ran. "With this token, you can navigate our ranks more easily." "Ah, thank you." "Not at all." Over 20 team members led the way, with Sun Ran trailing behind. Through conversation, he learned that the Ghost Realm had its own hierarchy: Ghost Soldier, Ghost Warrior, Ghost General, Ghost Commander, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor, and Ghost Immortal, which corresponded to various cultivation stages. Currently, Sun Ran's spiritual power was roughly equivalent to that of a Ghost Commander, but his spiritual attacks surpassed even the highest tier of Ghost Immortal. Thus, He had no fears about Kaiser posing a threat to him. They followed the clues for a day and night until they arrived at a desolate canyon. Captain Sun, the ghost practitioner who barely escaped last time, said the evil spirit is hiding here. What should we do next? Sun Ran extended his consciousness to assess the canyon's situation. It was empty, devoid of any energy fluctuations, indicating the spirit was likely in hiding. You all wait here. It would be futile to join me and risk causing more chaos. The team rejoiced at having such a competent leader. When danger loomed, they could let him take the lead, and when rewards were at stake, they would share in them. Sun Ran, oblivious to their thoughts, simply wished to avoid any hindrance during his mission. As he flew into the canyon, a familiar energy washed over him. Indeed, it was the aura of Kaiser controlling the malevolent spirits. The deeper he flew, the more pronounced the energy became. Yet, he did not catch sight of Kaiser. Had he fled? After a thorough search, Sun Ran returned to the canyon's entrance and asked the team, "Are there any other places to hide nearby?" One member replied, "For miles around, it's nothing but desolate plains. However, it is said that beneath this wasteland lies a labyrinthine underground world. Could he be hiding below? Possible. Let us split up and search for an underground entrance. Notify me immediately if you find anything." Over 20 voices replied in unison, then they fanned out across the plains, slowly searching for the entrance. A day later, a team member flew back hastily. "Captain, I found an entrance leading underground." Sun Ran nodded. "Lead the way." Upon reaching the entrance, it was nearly obscured by withered grass. "You all stay here. I will descend to investigate." With great audacity, Sun Ran leaped without hesitation. Upon entering the underground realm, he found it as the member described, an intricate maze. He chose a relatively spacious path to begin his search. Before long, he sensed Kaiser's familiar aura once more. Following this energy, he soon arrived at a vast subterranean chamber filled with countless malevolent spirits aimlessly drifting about. Even upon seeing Sun Ran, they failed to recognize him, mistaking him for one of their own. Sun Ran attempted to consume one of the malevolent spirits. Not bad. No negative energy, and it actually enhances my spiritual strength. With that realization, he proceeded without reservation, seizing the opportunity. In a short time, he had devoured every spirit in the vicinity, elevating his spiritual cultivation to that of a ghost king, with a significant boost to his spiritual power. After absorbing the spirits, Sun Ran continued onward and, in a deep pit below, finally laid eyes on Kaiser. Having just battled some ghost practitioners, Kaiser was recuperating from his injuries. He had sensed a spiritual presence nearby but had not regarded it with concern, assuming it to be one of his subordinates. "Old friend, we meet again." Kaiser opened his eyes at the sound of a familiar voice, astonished to see Sun Ran. You, how did you come here? Why are you so relentless?" Kaiser was at his wit's end. This young man had been the cause of his repeated injuries and hasty retreats. I merely came to see you." "Ah, impressive. You've reached the strength of a ghost king so swiftly. Soon, you may even attain the realm of ghost immortal." Sun Ran, "All the wrongs of the past were my fault. I beg for mercy." Save your apologies for those practitioners you have devoured and controlled. Today, you shall perish." Chapter 140. Tormenting Caesar with a grim expression, Caesar bellowed, "Sun Ran, today, it remains uncertain who will live or die. I am eager to see how you intend to kill me all on your own." His words bore a semblance of truth in the past. Countless demigods had besieged him without success, and he believed that facing Sun Ran alone would not be an easy task. However, he overlooked one crucial aspect, Sun Ran's mental assault. Caesar, proud of his own mental prowess, was confident that even if he could not defeat Sun Ran, he could certainly escape. Sun Ran chuckled, "Caesar, today I must avenge the fallen cultivators. Yet, I must also express my gratitude to you. For your weapon contains a portal through the netherworld. Otherwise, my entrance would have proven quite troublesome. Thus, I have decided to grant you a swift end." With that, he unleashed a mental attack and drew his spear, thrusting it directly towards Caesar's chest. Caesar, possessing significant expertise in mental defenses, attempted to shield his mind but underestimated Sun Ran's assault. Despite his status as a king of ghosts, he found himself unable to withstand the attack from another of equal rank. A sharp pain surged through his mind, akin to a searing needle piercing his consciousness. Sun Ran, I beg you, spare me. I shall serve you faithfully," he cried. Sun Ran smirked, "When you indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Did you ever consider this day might come? I initially intended to grant you a swift end, but now I have changed my mind." Communicating with the dragon spear, Sun Ran sought to imprison Caesar within it, receiving an affirmative response. "Caesar, if you can endure the agonizing torment of needles for a millennium within my dragon spear, I shall release you." With that declaration, he unleashed a barrage of mental needles upon Caesar. As Caesar writhed in pain, Sun Ran wielded the dragon spear and drew his ghostly form into its confines. Upon entering the dragon spear, Sun Ran discovered a cramped space where Caesar was writhing in agony, howling in distress. Caesar, relish your remaining days. Evil begets evil. Ignoring Caesar's wails, Sun Ran soared back to the ground, reuniting with his team. I must venture into the netherworld to inquire about reincarnation. Who should I seek? He asked. Captain, if you wish to learn about reincarnation, your only option is the wandering ghost immortal. He oversees such matters, one of his teammates replied. Oh, where can I find him? He resides in our city, Fendu Ghost City, came the response. Very well, now that we have resolved this malevolent spirit issue, let us return together. Upon returning to the ghost city, Sun Ran was escorted by several team members to the palace. Captain, the reincarnation immortal resides here. But we shall not be granted an audience. It is up to you, they informed him. If you wish to remain in the netherworld, we brothers shall gladly follow you. Sun Ran smiled. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall return. However, since our meeting is fated, I will distribute these elixirs among you, one for each. To enhance your cultivation, he produced some elixirs from his spatial storage, distributing them to his teammates before entering the palace alone. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. The guards at the palace entrance halted Sun Ran. Please inform the reincarnation emperor that the Lord of the Kanglan realm seeks an audience, he requested. The Lord of the Kanglan realm? The previous Lord was one of the 12 immortal emperors. I have not heard your name. Sun Ran replied. The entirety of the Kanglan realm is now under my control. This is indisputable. Kindly relay the message. The guards, sensing Sun Ran's extraordinary presence, turned to announce his arrival. After a brief wait, the guards gestured to Sun Ran, saying, You may enter. The reincarnation emperor awaits you. Thank you, brothers, Sun Ran expressed, handing them 2 divine elixirs in gratitude. Entering the vast palace, he was struck by its desolation, devoid of any lively presence. A tall figure sat upon the throne. Regarding Sun Ran, Lord of the Kanglan realm, Sun Ran, what brings you here? Recognizing the necessity of decorum when addressing a sovereign, Sun Ran replied, Reincarnation Emperor. I seek information regarding the reincarnation of 2 individuals. Oh, that is a simple matter. Merely state their true names, the emperor responded. Luo, Hao Yan. Upon hearing these names, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him speechless for an extended moment. After a lengthy silence, the reincarnation emperor finally spoke. Are you aware of who the most formidable beings across the divine realm, immortal realm, cultivation realm, mortal realm, ghost realm, and dark realm are today? Sun Ran shook his head. I genuinely do not know. Although you have unified the Kanglan cultivation realm, the immortal and divine realms remain. The most powerful beings among these 6 realms are the 12 immortal emperors of the divine realm. The ghost realm is merely a vassal of the divine realm. The individuals you seek are thorns in the sides of the 12 immortal emperors. I cannot divulge their whereabouts. Startled, Sun Ran realized the connection to the 12 immortal emperors. Reincarnation Emperor, I must ask, do you wish to live under the rule of these 12 hypocrites forever? I now possess the strength to unify the cultivation realm. And in the future, I shall have the power to unify the immortal and divine realms. I offer you this promise, if I ever unify the divine realm, I shall grant you freedom for the ghost realm. The emperor laughed heartily. Do you truly believe the 12 immortal emperors will allow you to unify the immortal realm? Before you even reach the immortal realm, they will likely eliminate you. Sun Ran firmly declared, how can one know without trying? I possess formidable allies, and I shall resist fate. The reincarnation emperor merely shook his head, closing his eyes in silence. Sun Ran sighed, since the emperor was unwilling to speak. He would not press further. Farewell, reincarnation emperor, he said, turning to leave the palace. As he exited, the 2 guards greeted him warmly. Do visit us again when you have the time. Sun Ran smiled faintly, departing with disappointment. He prepared to exit the city and return to the realm of spirits to seek alternative solutions. Just as he was about to leave the city gates, a voice called out from behind, Sun Ran, wait. Turning, he saw the guards from the palace. What do you need? The guard replied. This is a message from the reincarnation emperor. He said you would understand upon reading it. Sun Ran, filled with excitement, opened a small note revealing the words Dark Realm. Thank you, my friend, he exclaimed, turning the note to ash with his internal energy before swiftly returning to the realm of spirits. Upon reuniting with his physical form, Sun Ran was elated to discover that his mental power had surged by over 2-fold. So, son-in-law, did you find out anything? Old Lei inquired with concern. Sun Ran beamed. Indeed, I have discovered their whereabouts in the Dark Realm. I suspected I would not find them in the Kanglan realm. Chapter 141. Finding Roy the Dark Realm? I never anticipated that Roy's true form would enter the Dark Realm. What do you intend to do? Sun Ran stated, in my homeland, Earth. There exists a passage to the Dark Realm. I shall make a trip there and strive to locate her true form swiftly. Granny Fong nodded and said, Sun Ran. I have known Roy for thousands of years. If you find her, please do inform me. Sun Ran smiled. Rest assured, Granny Fong. The moment I discover her, I will return to notify you. Upon returning to the material world, the Kanglan realm was now completely under Sun Ran's control, and everything was falling into place. The atmosphere among the cultivators had transformed significantly. Occurrences of bullying mortals had become rare. Moreover, Sun Ran had instituted new regulations allowing all mortals to partake in spiritual perception tests. Those with talent would be permitted to cultivate, and methods along with the necessary spiritual stones would be provided. This ignited a fervor for cultivation across the Kanglan realm. Sun Ran led an army of 100 million cultivators to the Dark Realm, solely to expedite the search for Roy's true form. In the Dark Realm, the human cultivators now held onto their last territory, while the ghost cultivators grew increasingly rampant, oppressing and encroaching upon the remaining lands of humanity. Sun Ran's arrival was timely, aiding humanity in overcoming this dire predicament. Vane accompanied Sun Ran to the Dark Realm, seeking vengeance in the process. Upon arriving with his army, Sun Ran commanded everyone to split into 10 groups, instructing them not to engage the ghost cultivators just yet. As he remained uncertain whether Roy had reincarnated as a human in the Dark Realm or as a ghost cultivator, they scoured every corner relentlessly, and after a year, news finally emerged. In a small human village, they discovered Roy's reincarnated true form. Sun Ran hurried to the scene. The village lay in ruins, and had he not arrived promptly, it would soon have fallen to the ghost cultivators. Having located the true form, there was no need for mercy towards the ghost cultivators. Sun Ran commanded his army of 100 million cultivators to unleash a massacre. They knew well how to proceed without requiring further guidance from Sun Ran. In the courtyard, Sun Ran examined Roy, a young girl of 18 or 19, strikingly beautiful, with a glint of cunning and playfulness in her eyes. She possessed no cultivation at all. Unaware that she was the reincarnated true form of Roy, as she had yet to awaken, Sun Ran's task was to use an awakening spell to help her awaken and restore her previous cultivation. Sun Ran carefully cast the awakening spell she had left behind upon her. After a considerable time, Roy slowly opened her eyes, scrutinizing the figure of Sun Ran before her. A familiar aura emanated from him. At that moment, Roy's demeanor began to shift, and her cultivation gradually returned. Are you my disciple? Roy inquired. Sun Ran nodded. Indeed. I should address you as master. I inadvertently obtained the jade ornament you left behind, which initiated my journey as a cultivator. Roy chuckled softly. I foresaw that a fated individual would come to rescue me. It seems my prediction was not misguided. You are exceptional. Thank you. Sun Ran replied. I ought to thank you. By the way, master, why have we yet to receive news of Hao Yin's reincarnated true form? Roy furrowed her brow. He was captured by the 12 celestial emperors during his reincarnation. Currently, his soul is under their control, intended to lure me out. What? Is that why we cannot locate him? Master, what is your current level of cultivation? Roy responded, in this life, my cultivation is at the Great Ascension stage. In my previous life, I was at the Celestial Emperor level, and in the life before that, I was at the Divine Monarch level. What are the 12 Celestial Emperor's current levels? Roy pondered. After all these years, they have likely broken through to the Divine Monarch level, now at the Divine Emperor level. Furthermore, I believe the Divine Realm is under their dominion as well. What? They can even control the Divine Realm? How formidable are these 12 individuals? Roy explained. They wield the 12 ancient divine artifacts, which grants them immense power. The pressing issue now is that to rescue Hao Yin, we must venture into the Divine Realm and vanquish them. Sun Ran felt overwhelmed. He had yet to ascend from the immortal realm. How could he possibly journey to the Divine Realm? That was an entire level apart. Do not fret. They will not kill Hao Yin for the time being, as his true form is an ancient demon god. They can only seal him, so we have ample time. Sun Ran nodded. Master, what should our next course of action be? Roy remarked, I sense the aura of the spiritual domain within you. Have you been there? Sun Ran affirmed, indeed. I have visited and even encountered your friend, Granny Fong. What? She is still alive? Roy exclaimed. Yes, and her cultivation is quite high, having reached the spirit immortal stage. Had it not been for the suppression of the spiritual domain, she would have surely ascended to the immortal realm. By the way, master, how do you know of the existence of the spiritual domain? Roy laughed. Of course, I know. I discovered that realm during my third reincarnation, when there were hardly any human cultivators present. This world exists independently of the various planes and is truly a wondrous realm. I realized that ascension was impossible there, as you mentioned, due to a certain suppression. However, one can infinitely enhance their cultivation within this realm. If we elevate our cultivation to the Divine Emperor level in the spiritual domain, then return to the material world, could we not traverse the void directly to the divine realm? Sun Ran's eye sparkled. We could also seek assistance within the spiritual domain. However, the current dilemma is that we cannot bring anyone out from there. Roy smiled. I have a solution, even without relying on the little sprite Ling Ling. I can bring them out from the spiritual domain. That is splendid. Let us return to the material world and then proceed to cultivate in the spiritual domain. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Ran found Su Ningmeng and the others still enjoying their vacation. He cheerfully announced, "Ladies, allow me to introduce someone of great importance. This is our master, Roy." As Roy stepped out from behind Sun Ran, Su Ningmeng and the others gasped. Wow, we never imagined that after all these years, we would finally find our master. Everyone had cultivated the methods left by Roy, thus considering themselves her disciples. Next, we shall enter the spiritual domain and dedicate ourselves to cultivation, striving to reach the Divine Emperor level and rescue Houghton's true form. I believe your talents are remarkable. And since we have fused 9 elements, our collective ascent to the Divine Emperor level will yield formidable combat prowess. Therefore, my master and I invite you to join us. Chapter 142. Expanding the team, dear master, I wish to join. I too shall join. Count me in, dear. With Lulu and Vane included. A total of 12 women had united in this endeavor. Roy was deeply moved and expressed, "Thank you all for your support and participation. However, fret not, for I possess a remarkable technique that will facilitate our swift ascension. Moreover, the spiritual realm is abundant with mystical herbs, and I have meticulously recorded their locations. If we can locate these herbs, I shall concoct potions that enhance both our celestial and divine energies. Such elixirs, apart from myself, cannot be crafted by anyone else. Therefore, I am confident that within a millennium, we shall elevate each of you to the Divine Emperor realm." Now it was Sun Ran and the others who were astonished. It had been previously mentioned that Roy was akin to an innovator within the cultivation community, yet none could have anticipated her ability to forge such powerful potions. If such elixirs were to circulate in the divine realm, a tempest of chaos would undoubtedly ensue. After a day of preparation in their villa on Earth, they were ready to embark on their journey the following day. In the living room, Roy silently activated her incantation, and a violet portal materialized before them. This is the gateway to the spiritual domain. Come, let us enter together. Upon stepping into the spiritual realm, they found themselves in an unfamiliar expanse. Not the canyon where Wind Granny resided, but rather a place where Roy had once cultivated due to the abundance of spiritual and divine entities surrounding it. To her surprise, it had remained unchanged over the years. By the way, Master, Wind Granny has been thinking of you. Will you not take some time to visit her? Sun Ran inquired. Roy nodded. I do intend to visit her and inquire if she would like to join our ranks. Should we ascend to the Divine Emperor realm, we would be granted eternal life. I shall accompany you, Sun Ran offered. Ling Ling, do you know where Wind Granny's canyon is located? Little Ling Ling pointed her adorable finger towards the north. Roy nodded and, alongside Sun Ran, they soared in that direction. Master, just how vast is this spiritual world? And how did it come into existence? Sun Ran asked. To be honest, I am unsure of its exact size. This realm is, in fact, a virtual world existing in the crevices between all dimensions. This is why those who enter cannot exit. However, as time has progressed, the spiritual domain has gradually begun to materialize and will eventually form its own realm. After flying for half a day, they arrived at the canyon where Wind Granny resided. Wind Granny, look who I've brought. Wind Granny emerged, momentarily unable to recognize the unfamiliar girl before her. Xiaofeng, it is I, Roy. Ah, is it truly you? Wind Granny's eyes widened as a wave of familiarity washed over her. Indeed, it was that stubborn little girl, with whom she had shared over a millennium of cultivation. How could they not be familiar with one another? They exchanged nostalgic tales, while the bored old Master Lay called for Sun Ran to go fishing. Old Master Lay, good news. Roy has a way to bring you all out of here and to bring people from the real world inside. Once we are done, how about I ask Roy to bring Wushuang in? Old Master Lay, thrilled, ceased his fishing and exclaimed, You're not pulling my leg, are you? Why would I deceive you? It's the truth. The next day, Roy, Wind Granny, and Old Master Lay discussed the current situation, and both decided to join her team and cultivate together. Sun Ran quickly interjected, Master, I have a very important companion in the central state of the Kanglan realm. She is old Master Lei's daughter and possesses remarkable talent. I wish to bring her here. Not a problem. I shall open a portal right here to send you to the central state of Kanglan Realm. You can enter from there. With that, Roy effortlessly opened a portal. And old Master Lei eagerly awaited. A day later, Sun Ran persuaded Lei Wushuang in the central state, and they both entered the spiritual domain. Upon seeing Lei Wushuang, old Master Lei's eyes turned red, and he was momentarily speechless. Father, I have forgiven you. I was too young to understand your hardships back then. With that, she wept as she embraced old Master Lei. Subsequently, Belle, E. and the three sisters prepared to join Roy's team to assist in combating the 12 Divine Emperors. A day later, all gathered together. Sun Ran, old Master Lei, Wind Granny, Roy, Belle, E, the three sisters, Su Ningmeng, Lin Yao, Tang Tiandian, Mido, Qian Sheya, Su Li, Dong Fong, Xian Tong, Vane, and Lulu, 19 individuals in total. To foster a sense of unity among them, Sun Ran decided to name their group the 19 Divine Emperors, thereby overshadowing the 12 Divine Emperors. Roy chuckled and shook her head, saying, "The name is indeed resounding, yet we are not even Divine Emperors at present." Sun Ran replied resolutely, "Under your guidance, we shall surely succeed." Roy then presented her modified cultivation method to the group, detailing the techniques required to progress from the spiritual immortal stage, or demigod stage, to the Divine Emperor stage. With the combination of this technique and the elixirs I concoct, rapid ascension should follow. Should anyone have questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Eagerly, everyone opened the cultivation manual and began their practice. Meanwhile, Roy was the busiest of them all, not only cultivating but also gathering herbs and refining elixirs. The one who progressed the fastest was Sun Ran, for his spiritual energy was immensely powerful, allowing him to learn swiftly. In his spare time, Sun Ran assisted Roy in collecting spiritual materials and refining elixirs. 20 years swiftly passed, and one by one, they ascended to the Golden Immortal Realm. To expedite their ascension, more elixirs were necessary. Sun Ran had already reached the Immortal Sovereign Realm, surpassing everyone by a significant margin. Throughout the long cultivation journey, they did not feel boredom. As Roy guided them in combat practice and spell exercises, time flew, and a century passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Sun Ran returned to Earth several times, as he remained most concerned about his homeland. Fortunately, his country had developed remarkably well, achieving the foremost position globally in technology, culture, and economy. After a century, everyone had reached the Divine Emperor realm, prepared to surge into the Divine Being realm at any moment. Chapter 143, Journey to the Divine Realm under the guidance of Loi. Everyone has ascended to the realm of immortal emperors, for in the spiritual domain, there is no need to worry about ascension. However, the ordeal of tribulation remains a matter of concern. Fortunately, Sun Ran proposed a solution, a lightning rod. He intended to construct a colossal lightning-absorbing apparatus, allowing individuals to stand within it during their tribulation, effectively diverting a portion of the thunderous calamities and minimizing harm to the ascender. To realize this contraption, Sun Ran made a special journey back to Earth, where he approached the largest steel company domestically, requesting the production of an immense lightning-absorbing device. This device features a lightning rod at one end to attract the lightning, while the other end is buried underground to channel the energy away. Theoretically, the concept is viable, with many hands at work. The entire production line of the company ceased other operations to cater exclusively to Sun Ran's needs. A week later, the largest lightning-absorbing device on Earth was born. Sun Ran stored it within his spatial realm and returned to the spiritual domain. At this moment, Sun Ran was on the brink of ascending to the divine realm. Family. Whether this lightning device proves effective remains to be seen, so I shall test it first. Master, protect me. If successful, future tribulations would surely be much safer. He positioned the device within a gorge, and the onlookers regarded the towering steel giant with skepticism. Su Ningmeng, smiling, remarked, "Let us believe in science. The apex of science is metaphysics, and the pinnacle of metaphysics is the Tao. Thus, I am confident that Sun Ran shall succeed." Having said that, Sun Ran prepared to harness the celestial energy for his tribulation. He began to break through the fragile barrier once more, striving to overcome it. Soon, the barrier started to yield, a complex process from immortal to divine. Initially, all the celestial energy within him transformed into divine essence, shifting from a gaseous to a liquid state. An hour passed, and the transformation gradually slowed, indicating imminent success. Just then, ominous thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Unlike before, this time the clouds were vast and terrifying. Sun Ran stood below, feeling as minuscule as a speck of dust. Everyone held their breath in anxiety. Practitioners are those who defy fate and act against the heavens, a presence that challenges the natural order. In an instant, the thunderclouds surged with power, and Sun Ran stood beneath the enormous lightning rod, bracing himself for the impending tribulation. With a thunderous crash, the colossal bolt came crashing down. Yet, it was drawn to the immense lightning rod. In the following moment, most of the energy was siphoned away into the ground, vanishing entirely. Only a fraction of the energy struck Sun Ran. Witnessing this, everyone erupted with excitement, for it signified Sun Ran's triumph. Subsequently, a total of 15 bolts of tribulation followed suit, all diverted by the lightning device, leaving Sun Ran unscathed. The heavenly tribulation could not contend with Sun Ran, who was thus acknowledged by the laws of the universe. A divine essence floated before him, merging with his being in an instant. This signified his ascension to divinity. Though he had attained merely the lowest tier of divine realm, the ease with which he traversed the tribulation instilled great confidence among all. It is known that the chances of successfully passing through the heavenly tribulations from the celestial spirit to immortal and from immortal to divine are exceedingly slim, with merely 1 in 100 succeeding. Unexpectedly, this dilemma was deftly resolved by Sun Shaoxing. Over the next 2 years, everyone gradually succeeded in their tribulations, ascending to the divine realm. This was merely the beginning, for the 12 emperors had likely reached unfathomable heights in their cultivation, necessitating further efforts to save Hao Yin. At present, everyone began refining their divine essence within the spiritual domain, aided by the divine elixirs crafted by Loi, leading to rapid progress. Time flew by, and a century passed. By now, everyone's cultivation had reached the divine lord stage. However, a new issue arose. The energy within the spiritual domain had become somewhat incompatible with their cultivation, as they needed to continually convert the energy here into divine essence. Although this process was smooth, its speed and efficiency were lacking. At this juncture, Loi stepped forward and addressed the group. Our current realms are too elevated, and the spiritual domain is operating at an overload. Thus, to accelerate our cultivation, we must ascend to the divine realm. But will there be danger? Sun Ran inquired. After all, we would be coexisting with the 12 emperors in the same dimension. That is uncertain, so to minimize such risks, I have decided to venture to the divine realm first to assess the situation, Loi replied. No, you cannot go alone. Su Ningmeng grasped Loi's hand. Regardless, we have all attained the divine lord stage. Even if we cannot win, we can certainly escape. After 200 years of close companionship, their bonds were profound. Sun Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master, if we only bury ourselves in cultivation without experiencing the storms of life, we might as well be building castles in the air. Moreover, we are unaware of the current realms of the 12 immortal emperors. Therefore, I believe that knowing ourselves and our adversaries is the key to victory in every battle. Seeing that everyone concurred to venture together to the divine realm, Loi had no choice but to acquiesce. The portal to the divine realm is straightforward. Any deity possessing divine essence can open a gateway to enter. It is akin to returning home, a built-in function of divine essence. Sun Ran opened the portal, and everyone stepped into the divine realm. This place was nothing like Sun Ran had envisioned. He had imagined it to be a realm filled with divine energy and picturesque scenery. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered it to be desolate, devoid of any vitality. After flying for a considerable distance, they finally spotted a city. Surprisingly, many mortals resided within this city. It was vast, housing approximately 100 million inhabitants, with 99% being ordinary people. The gods here primarily engaged in cultivation to achieve immortality. However, even those at the divine lord level have a limited lifespan. Therefore, their goal was to cultivate to the divine emperor stage to attain eternal life. But what if these gods found existence monotonous? Quite simply, they would create avatars, which could take on the identities of mortals or immortals, and venture into the lower realms to live out their lives. Marrying, raising children, and experiencing the cycles of life and death are all part of their cultivation journey, while their true selves remain in the divine realm, dedicated to their ascension. Chapter 144. In pursuit of his goals. Sun Ran employs any means necessary. Sun Ran led his companions to the Lord's mansion, the abode of the city's deity. Without so much as a greeting, he stormed inside. Even from outside, Sun Ran sensed that the city lord was at the divine sect realm, a level just beneath his own. What more was there to say? It was simply an act of bullying. Sun Ran merged his 9-colored divine energy with his mental prowess, unleashing a formidable mental attack that pierced the city lord's mind. In an instant, the city lord became Sun Ran's servant, bound by an unspoken contract. as he inscribed his mark within the Lord's spiritual sea. It was as seamless as it was simple. How many such cities exist in the divine realm? Sun Ran inquired. In total, there are 13 million recorded cities, came the response. And what are the mortals in these cities? They are natives of the divine realm, yet they are incapable of cultivating, he explained. Tell me about the hierarchy in the divine realm. Cities in the divine realm are classified into 3 tiers. This city is a Tier 3 city, with the city lord at the divine sect level. Tier 2 cities are governed by lords at the divine sovereign level, while Tier 1 cities are ruled by lords at the divine king level. Above them lies the royal city, where the city lord resides at the divine emperor level. Currently, there are over 10,000 divine emperors within the divine realm. Are there any beings more formidable than these divine emperors? Legend has it that some have reached the great sage level, transcending this realm to ascend to the void realm. But whether this is true, I cannot say. Oh, the great sage level? Why is this realm not mentioned in the cultivation texts? Because the techniques cannot elevate one to that realm. It requires innate talent and opportunity. Where do the 12 divine emperors reside? They dwell in the central royal city. Us insignificant beings cannot hope to see them. After gathering this information, Sun Ran resolved to temporarily cultivate in the city. He planned to seek out the true form of Haotian once he reached the divine emperor level. However, 5 years passed, and progress was agonizingly slow, even less than in the mental domain. Upon inquiring with the city lord, Sun Ran discovered that each city could only accommodate one deity. If deities congregated, their divine energy would develop at a sluggish pace. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Sun Ran exclaimed in frustration. Master, you didn't ask. The city lord replied, feeling aggrieved. Sun Ran gathered his companions, revealing his ambitious plan. Our strength has now reached that of a Tier 2 city lord. Therefore, my plan is to eliminate the current city lord and seize control ourselves. Loey frowned, voicing her concerns. Isn't that a bit unethical? The city lord is innocent. Sun Ran chuckled. If we don't act, it may prove difficult to ascend to the divine emperor level. After all, isn't the world of cultivators a matter of kill or be killed? Loey hesitated, struggling to find a counter-argument, ultimately conceding. No one is a saint, especially when their interests are at stake. Thus, Sun Ran and his companions embarked on a quest to locate a Tier 2 city. Utilizing his formidable mental prowess, he swiftly eliminated a divine sovereign. Upon the deity's demise, their divine core floated in the air, which Sun Ran promptly absorbed into his purple palace. Beginning the process of refinement, a miraculous event transpired. Sun Ran absorbed the entirety of the divine sovereign's power. Consequently, he ascended to the divine king realm. Though there had been instances of devouring divine cores in the divine realm, such actions, once discovered, would incur relentless pursuit from the 12 divine emperors. Unbeknownst to Sun Ran, he seized this opportunity, proceeding to slaughter across cities. Before long, following Sun Ran and Appo's merciless rampage, everyone and Appo's cultivation soared, and within a decade, they all reached the divine emperor level. However, their violent actions against city lords caught the attention of the 12 divine emperors. They dispatched a vast army of divine emperors to intercept and pursue Sun Ran and his group, numbering over 10,000 strong. Employing their unique abilities, they relentlessly hunted Sun Ran throughout the divine realm, nearly surrounding him on several occasions. Everyone, our situation is dire. Does anyone have a solution? Loey remarked. Her brow furrowed. In recent times, she had become ensnared in her rapid ascent, and now, even if she regretted their actions, it was too late. The only way to resolve this was to eliminate the 12 divine emperors. Sun Ran contemplated for a moment before responding. Our levels are now quite high. With each person absorbing 10 divine emperor cores, we could advance to the divine emperor level. Therefore, we must not surrender. Here is what we'll do. We'll set a trap. What kind of trap? They queried. Have you forgotten our origins? We hail from the mental domain. Here is the plan. You all hide in the mental domain, while I create a portal outside. When they pursue me, I will enter the portal, and once they follow, I'll promptly shut it. If we can control the numbers, we can surely turn the tide. Upon hearing this, everyone grasped Sun Ran's strategy. One day, while resting on a mountain, Sun Ran found himself alone when a 1,000-man squadron stumbled upon him. Look, it's just one of him. Is it a trap? One speculated. Even if it is, what can he do alone? Another scoffed. With this, they dispersed, preparing to encircle Sun Ran. Observing the divine emperors above, Sun Ran chuckled. So? Your courage is so lacking that you fear a single individual? Their pride wounded, the soldiers could no longer maintain their facade. Charge! It's just one person, they shouted. As they surged forward, a portal suddenly appeared before them. The 20-plus soldiers, along with Sun Ran, rushed into the portal, which promptly closed behind them. The moment they entered, their first instinct was to return to the divine realm and regroup. However, Luo and the others would not allow that. They unleashed a barrage of spells. Sun Ran, with minimal effort, launched mental attacks, dispatching one foe per second. A minute later, 20 divine cores floated in the air. Chapter 145, the grand finale. Sun Ran solemnly stored away the divine essence and said, "Master, let us each absorb 10 pieces of divine essence. This way, we can ascend to the divine emperor realm and easily capture all the pursuers within the realm of consciousness. Thus, everyone can elevate to the divine emperor realm." Luo understood Sun Ran's intention. They aimed to first cultivate 2 formidable forces before helping everyone else ascend. Very well. I shall heed your words. Now is not the time for hesitation. Sun Ran and Luo began to absorb the divine essences. Indeed, upon absorbing the 10th piece, the heavenly tribulation descended once more, marking the trial for ascending to the divine emperor realm. Sun Ran calmly retrieved the massive barrier device and expertly set it up. Luo and Sun Ran swiftly navigated through the divine realm safely. The next moment, they found themselves in the divine realm, but this time the situation was different. Sun Ran and Luo were on the hunt for their pursuers. The pursuers outside could hardly fathom that Sun Ran, who had just been at the divine sovereign level, had now ascended to the divine emperor realm in such a short time. Now at the divine emperor level, Sun Ran did not need to exert effort to chase them down. He merely needed to unleash his multicolored spiritual force to capture all pursuers several kilometers away. In this manner, over the course of a month, Sun Ran and Luo apprehended more than 1,000 individuals, safeguarding over 1,000 pieces of divine essence. Each person received nearly 100 pieces of divine essence. Within the realm of consciousness, they began to absorb and refine the divine essences. After more than half a year, everyone had fully ascended to the pinnacle of the divine emperor realm. At that moment, all divine essences had been consumed. Sun Ran addressed the gathered crowd. Everyone has toiled for hundreds of years for this day. Today marks the day we vanquish the 12 divine emperors. Remember, for a swift resolution, Ningmeng, Lin Yao, Su Li, and the rest of us 9 shall fuse our spells and aim for a decisive strike. Sun Ran was uncertain whether the 12 divine emperors would employ combined spells or similar techniques. Let us set forth. The group entered the divine realm with their sights set on the royal city at its center. After 3 days of flight, they finally arrived at the royal city. Wow, this is perhaps the largest city I have ever seen in my life, exclaimed Su Ningmeng. A colossal city unfolded before their eyes. I sensed the presence of the 12 divine emperors. They are approaching. Indeed, 12 formidable auras surged into the sky, confronting Sun Ran. As Sun Ran gazed at the 12, the words hypocrites echoed in his mind. These 12 individuals appeared dignified and charismatic. Yet who could have imagined they would resort to any means necessary to harm Luo and Hao Tian? The moment the 12 divine emperors laid eyes on Luo, their eyes widened in disbelief. They could not fathom that Luo would appear before them, and in the identity of a divine emperor no less. The leader among them spoke. Luo, I spared you all those years ago, never expecting you would grow so swiftly. But you must understand, consuming another divine essence comes with consequences. You do not realize that ascending to the divine emperor realm through the consumption of others' essences is a stark contrast to true ascension. Though you may be numerous, you remain no match for us. Sun Ran was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be as they said? They had pursued rapid ascension solely by consuming others' divine essences. If that were the case, today might indeed pose significant challenges. However, the arrow had been loosed, and there was no turning back. Luo, do not heed their words. Let us engage them and see if we can prevail. Ningmeng combined a 9-element spell. As the words left his mouth, 9 elements erupted from the hands of the 9 individuals, flowing directly into Sun Ran's being. A peculiar transformation occurred. Sun Ran's form began to expand until he reached over 5 meters in height. At this towering height, Sun Ran unleashed a multicolored spell infused with spiritual force directly at the 12 divine emperors. Elders 2, 3, and 4, you must restrain Sun Ran. The rest of us will seize Luo. Understood, brother. The 3 immediately activated their divine essence shields and charged towards Sun Ran. Yet, Sun Ran was unperturbed by facing 3 opponents. His multicolored spell was more than capable of suppressing the divine emperors before him. In an instant, the 2 forces collided. Before the 3 could react, Sun Ran drew forth his dragon spear, channeling all his divine power into a fiery dragon attack, ensnaring the 3. The 3 were no pushovers. Elder Two extinguished the flames of the fiery dragon with a mere wave of his hand. Huh, is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, Elder Three suddenly froze in place, and the next second, his body exploded in a shower of blood mist. Ah, you treacherous fiend, you employed a distraction. Indeed. Sun Ran's fiery dragon was a ruse to draw Elder 2's attention while he unleashed a powerful mental attack on Elder 3 in the moment of distraction. Before Elder 2 could react, Sun Ran had already absorbed Elder 3's divine essence, refining it immediately. Elder 3 had been at the late stage of the Divine Emperor realm, and this essence propelled Sun Ran to the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Elder 2 quickly grasped the situation, whether through absorption or personal ascension, reaching the pinnacle of a realm rendered one nearly invincible, unless faced with another at the same level. Without granting Elder 2 a moment's respite, Sun Ran unleashed another multicolored spiritual force, this time targeting Elder 4. In a single strike, he pierced Elder 4's purple mansion, sending him into a blood mist as Sun Ran absorbed yet another divine essence. At that moment, Elder 2 found himself battling against Sun Ran's mental force. Seizing the momentum, Sun Ran unleashed another mental strike against Elder 2. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Elder 2 was rendered incapacitated, and Sun Ran absorbed his divine essence as well. Suddenly, dark clouds of tribulation loomed overhead. The 12 divine emperors turned to find their second, third, and fourth brothers had all perished. Furious, Elder 1's eyes bulged in disbelief, gritting his teeth in rage. Yet, it was too late for him to flee. Luo Yi, Lord Lei, Granny Feng, Yi, and Bell surrounded him, while Su Ningmeng and the other 9 battled the remaining divine emperors. This tribulation was in response to Sun Ran. Little did they expect that a higher realm existed beyond the divine emperor level. Sun Ran set up the lightning protection device, and shortly thereafter, he successfully weathered the tribulation unscathed. At that moment, Sun Ran ascended to the semi-saint realm. This was a transformative level where he could command the laws of the universe and even establish simple rules. Ascending into the sky, Sun Ran proclaimed, "I command you all to cease your actions immediately." Suddenly, the remaining 8 divine emperors found themselves completely immobilized, their eyes wide with terror as they gasped for breath. "Hand over Hao Tian's soul." "Yes, I will summon him, Lord Sun Ran. I only ask for you to spare my life." Then, the leader presented a small jade vial to Luo Yi, who opened it, releasing a pure soul that soared into the air, though it could not speak. Its excitement was palpable upon seeing Luo Yi. Tears streamed down Luo Yi's cheeks as she uttered, "Hao Tian, my brother, you may now reincarnate. I will soon find you." With that, she cast a spell, and Hao Tian's soul ascended to the lower realms. "I am curious. Why do you persist in capturing Hao Tian?" The leader spoke with great difficulty. "The Ghost Emperor Hao Tian is a reincarnation of a celestial deity. And we too are reincarnated deities. In our previous lives, we were bitter adversaries, and thus we cannot allow him to thrive." "Celestial deity? What realm does that represent?" "You currently reside in the semi-saint realm. The next is the saint realm, followed by the celestial realm. Ultimately, there exists the void realm. Yet, no one has ever reached that stage, for it remains merely a legend. Conflicts and personal grievances must be approached with integrity. Your underhanded methods are a gross violation of moral principles. Therefore, I decree your death." Upon finishing, Sun Ran summoned the power of the saints and granted death to the remaining 9 divine emperors. 9 divine essences floated before him. Sun Ran absorbed all the divine essences. And astonishingly, the heavenly tribulation descended once more. In the blink of an eye, 20 years passed, and within the villa of Longxi Homestead on Earth, Sun Ran sat on the sofa, engrossed in a newly released game, Black Wukong, which boasted exceptional production quality and stunning visuals. Suddenly, Su Ningmeng approached, clinging to Sun Ran's arm, and said, "Darling, I noticed a new resident has moved into the neighboring building, a single woman." Sun Ran, absorbed in the game, replied without raising his head, and then, "Higi, her name is Zhao Qian." Luo Yi reincarnated Hao Tian's soul on Earth, and after 20 years, Hao Tian had grown into a handsome young man. One day, Luo Yi visited Earth, located the reincarnated Hao Tian, and utilized a secret technique to unlock his sealed memories. The two locked eyes for an extended moment before embracing tightly. Lovers finally united. Sun Ran chuckled and said, "There are many named Zhao Qian. That doesn't signify much." "That may be true, but dear, we have been saints for quite some time now, possessing endless life. Staying at home every day is rather dull, isn't it? What do you wish to do then? Do you have any good ideas or suggestions?" Su Ningmeng grinned slyly and said, "My only regret is not having children. So my suggestion is that we head back to the room right now. Only when we have children can you resume playing games." With that, Su Ningmeng playfully seized Sun Ran and dragged him back to the room. No, please. The end. As I typed the end, a sudden emptiness enveloped me. This book marked my first attempt at writing a post-apocalyptic narrative. My preparations were insufficient, and the later results were not as favorable. Leading to a hasty conclusion, I realized that I am not well suited for writing such novels, as I am an optimistic and cheerful person, ill-fitted for crafting dark, vengeful stories. Thus, in my next book, I shall write something lighthearted and humorous. Next month, I will begin publishing. Those who enjoy my work may follow me. Thank you for your support and comments. Thank you.